You suddenly discover that your phone can actually make calls to the past. And the first thing you do is to have your past self rent the first floor of a haunted house and buy a pure black local dog to keep inside. Just because the end of the world is coming in a month. Strange resurrections, and the neighborhood you are in has been targeted by a knocking ghost. But when this knocking ghost kills, it actually avoids the first floor. You have a habit of sending yourself work information for the next day before going to bed every night. But today, the message was sent on June 15th, while today is July 15th. So, feeling puzzled, you casually added a period and sent it. Unexpectedly, the message replied with, "Oh my, I've lost weight." You replied to yourself with a period, and it seems very idle over there, almost responding in seconds. Although only a few short words, the tone of speech and reaction make you feel like you are chatting with yourself. Could it be that you are chatting with yourself from a month ago? Your mind is blank at the moment, and your heart rate is accelerating. If you could let your past self buy a lottery ticket for the game? Boom boom boom. Just as your mind was drifting for a moment, the terrifying knocking sound in the hallway rang out again. Your heart immediately skipped a beat and was about to be game over. Still dreaming of getting rich? At this moment, the knocking ghost has already reached the 6th floor, and you are on the 7th floor. If this continues, you frantically started to think, and in the end, your gaze stopped at your own phone. If you let yourself from a month ago move out of Linping community, would you have avoided this knocking ghost directly? If you left Linping community a month ago, and something eerie happens a month later, you still can't be sure what you will encounter. If you encounter something even more terrifying due to moving, then it's over. Perhaps staying at home is safer than hiding elsewhere, as there are too many unknown factors when eerie things happen. Analyzing all this, you remembered the appearance of the knocking ghost. The eerie thing on the first floor went straight to the 2nd floor from the beginning, which means it didn't even glance at the first floor. Is 101 on the first floor its home? Would a normal person knock on their own door? If you rented that room a month ago, thinking of this, your heart suddenly quickened. Feasible. You seem to have found vitality. With a joyful and frantic expression on your face, you raised your phone and sent a message to your WeChat. Hey, believe it or not, I am you 1 month from now. I am in a desperate situation right now. Cooperate with me and move to the ground floor of the current building. At this time, a month ago, you were confused. Do you think I'm stupid? Are scam methods so outrageous now? Looking at the message that came back, you showed a bitter smile. Worthy of yourself, very vigilant. You thought for a moment, then replied to the other party with a message. I have a way to prove myself. After your explanation, the self from a month ago finally believed in himself, but he said he didn't have any extra money to rent a house. So you remembered that on June 15th at 1930, someone scratched out 6,000 yuan from a scratch card. You immediately sent a message to tell him to buy the designated scratch card type. At the same time, a burst of firecrackers sounded in room 602 downstairs, followed by a terrifying smell of blood spreading. The ghost knocking on the door is about to knock on your door. Knock knock knock. When the terrifying knocking sound rings in front of your room, you will know what true powerlessness is. You can only stare at the phone screen. Hurry, the me from the past. The next moment, ding dong, suddenly the phone lit up. Oh my god, I won. Amazing. Really got 6,200 yuan. The store directly gave it. Don't be so full of yourself. Hurry up and move. I'm dying. Okay, I'll move right away. Why are you in a hurry? With this money, you can find someone to help you move even at night. You hurriedly urged your past self, your breathing still intense. There was no response from the other side for the time being. It seemed that they really moved. Boom boom boom. Also at this moment, the third round of knocking on the door ended. Boom boom boom. After a terrifying impact, the door actually deformed and flew towards the living room inside the house. The darkness outside was reflected in, and you finally saw the existence of the knocking on the door. That was an old woman covered in black, hunched over, holding a black cane. Her face was black, as if burned by fire. Her clothes were all black, except for a pair of white eyes. She raised her head listlessly and glanced at you. Just with that glance, you found yourself unable to move, unable to even speak. At that moment, you finally understood why those people before only disappeared without a sound after leaving the house, losing their ability to act as soon as they saw the knocking ghost. Clatter! The old woman leaned on a cane and walked towards you step by step. Hissing, behind her followed a cluster of children with flickering flames. This child was also covered in black, with a playful glint in his eyes, holding a firecracker in his tender hands. He, the child seemed to laugh. The old woman came in front of you and glanced at you. At this moment, your mouth unexpectedly opened disobediently, wide enough to fit a firecracker. You faintly guessed what was happening in your heart. A child covered in black climbed up from the old woman's back, grinning wickedly as he stuffed the firecracker he was holding into your mouth. Looking at the burning firecrackers, You can already imagine the intense explosion that will happen later. The scene of your own head exploding. No wonder every floor exploded. The fuse is about to reach its end, and you are on the verge of losing your mind. As the firecrackers were about to explode, your gaze suddenly shifted, and the decorations in the living room were disappearing one by one. Yes, they disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, you were ecstatic, feeling that you had succeeded, and the butterfly effect had arrived. This bizarre scene caused an old woman leaning on a crutch to be amazed, and she slapped the firecracker out of your mouth. The next moment, with a crash, her hand hit empty space, and you actually disappeared. When you reappear, you are already in the gloomy 101 room, and the burning firecracker in your mouth has disappeared. At the same time, there is also a sound coming from the phone. How are you? Are you okay? You didn't die, right? Thank you. I barely escaped death. At the same time, the knocking sound of knock 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 was still echoing in the corridor. At this moment, the owners inside the group were already in chaos. Damn it, he's here. He's knocking on my door. Zuoyan took a look, feeling a bit nervous. No one at 701? Oh yeah, I moved so now the knocker skips 701 and goes to 702? You're the fucking old lady. Bang! Angry curses and firecrackers rang out upstairs. Zuoyan closed his eyes and sniffed another cloud of blood in his nostrils. He knew that he was afraid that after tonight, he would be the only one alive in this building. Try to silence your heart. The killing continued outside, and all he could do was hunker down. He was mortal. He couldn't possibly go to the rescue, and if he did, he'd be sending people to their deaths. Even the 110 that saved the day was disconnected. The so-called doomsday has come so silently and brutally. Shit, it's not going to be all this water and death from now on, is it? Raising his eyes, he looked out of the house on the first floor. The blood moon splashed the earth with scarlet, and the silence outside was like hell. Zuoyan glanced a few times and instantly gave up the idea of going out. Hell, what's the danger of going out now? Sitting paralyzed on the familiar and unfamiliar sofa on the first floor, Zuoyan could not calm down. Ding dong. Suddenly, the phone blinked again. Room 802. Woo hi. Something's wrong ah. Why are the footsteps at my door? Why the hell did it skip 801 ah? Chapter 5, Skipped Houses. Food and Binoculars. 801 was skipped too? Looking at the only few people left in the group chat, Zuoyan's thoughts instantly returned. If he remembered correctly, 801 was occupied by a white female named Rosie. What's going on? Why did the knocker skip 801? 802's Wu Hai trolled unwillingly in the group, and Zuoyan was equally curious. People are most afraid of comparison. If everyone is going to die, then why shouldn't you? Once there are individual exceptions, there will be an imbalance in everyone's mind. And right now, Wu Hai is, not just in the VX group, even at the height of the 8th floor. At this moment, Zuoyan could also hear Wu Hai's roar. Grass. On what grounds? Why is that slut who wears stockings every day okay? I'm not convinced. When you're dead, you can say anything with foul language. Only his voice echoed in the silence of the hallway. Knock knock knock. But, it was also only after the knock on the door that Wu Hai completely lost his temper. Don't kill me. I beg of you. I'll give you anything you want. Don't kill me. It was obviously just a knock on the door, but it emptied him of all the anger he had felt before. Dumb. Creepy is creepy, regardless of your words or behavior. The knock on the door rang a second time as usual. No. The voice of despair came. Knock knock knock. A third knock on the door was followed by a familiar bang. The evening wind blew cold and silent under the blood moon. The building was filled with blood, never to be seen again. Zuoyan sat in the house and quietly waited for a response, not daring to make a sound at all. He wondered what the door knocker would do next after killing his way to the 8th floor. Did you run to the roof? Or down the stairs? He waited quietly, until half a quarter of an hour passed and no more movement was heard. Zuoyan's nerves only relaxed. I think it's disappeared. I just don't know if it's going to come up again later. Sitting paralyzed on the sofa, Zuoyan looked at the blood moon and was in a trance. Grass. What is this? Help. Asterisk. How can you not fight? In the neighborhood, horrible screams could be heard from time to time. Perhaps there is a new spooky besides the knocking ghosts that are also showing up. Doomsday. This is coming. Lost in thought and murmuring for a while, Zuoyan quickly closed the curtains of the house. After making sure the doors and windows were closed, he began to check the supplies he already had. In the current situation, if you can't go out, you have to count on living supplies. Aside from the bag of gummy bears on the nightstand, there were only a few boxes of self-heating rice in the fridge, which looked like it would only last 2 days. For drinking water, You can instead get tap water. So little food. It's being built the day after tomorrow, and I don't know if I'll be able to get out during the day. Sitting silently in the house, Zhuo Yang fell into despondency. This night, he didn't sleep. It wasn't until he waited until the blood moon had disappeared that he managed to pull back the curtain tent over the window. During the day, it is no longer as sunny as it used to be. Thick blood clouds blocked the sunlight, and the sunlight passed through the blood clouds, and the color of blood filled the earth, which was even more terrifying than at night. The only good thing about it, though, is that the visibility is so much better than at night. Zui Yang put his head against the window. The visibility of the first floor is the same as the view of a walkway between the units. The walkway outside the house had traces of what looked like blood foam residue, and a trail of not yet air-dried blood was dragged into the greenbelt. Who knows what happened here again last night? Can we get out? Looking at the silent roadway outside the house, Zui Yang was a little hesitant. If it's okay to go out now, then it's a good idea to go to the police at this time or to stock up on supplies. Able to. People are afraid of death. No one can say that the weirdness won't come during the day. Squinted a few times out the window where his vision was limited. Zui Yang looked like he had thought of something and quickly at someone in the VX group. Room 101. Zui Yang at Rosie, MS. Luo, you're on the 8th floor. Can you see what's going on outside right now? The message went out for just a moment, and the phone screen vibrated. Room 801 Rosie, Zui Yang? You're not dead? The response from the other side was quite surprising. After all, to the common man, living in room 101 must be the first to be preyed upon by the knocking ghosts. Zui Yang didn't make a sound in the group last night, so I guess everyone thought he was dead. Room 101. Zui Yang, it's not dead. It's just about to be. Look outside the house. Is anyone going out now? Room 801 Rosie, I know what you're thinking. I was looking at it early in the morning, too, and a lot of people have food in their homes now, so who would dare go out? Zui Yang choked. Indeed, normal families, who don't have some food in the house, combined with last night and the security service text messages, there's no way anyone could go out there without fear of death. So there's only waiting? Can I go out during the day when I'm waiting for someone to experiment? Zui Yang did not die, and another person came to mind. With that, he quickly at the group again. Room 101. Zui Yang at room 302. Sui Ping, what's your situation? Have you gone home yet? What seems to be a warm greeting actually harbors Zui Yang's small mind. Sui Ping, but he bubbled in the group last night. He said then, on his way back. So now what? If he's not dead, he should know exactly what's going on out there, right? But, Zui Yang's mouth was empty. The group pressed on with no reply. Shit, Sui Ping seems to be gone as well. Zui Yang cursed and grinned. And in the end, he could only look at himself in the VX. Yes, he has one last trick up his sleeve. Let your former self hoard food from a month ago. However, this is only a reprieve. It's not a zombie apocalypse where you can survive by living on the sidelines. What does he do with a creepy writing face? Even though he's stocked up on tons of food? Food is not the key. Understanding outside information and slowly knowing everything about the weirdness is the key to staying alive. After thinking about it, Zui Yang edited a message. Zui Yang July 16th, hey past me. From now on, you store 1 day's worth of food into the fridge every day and make sure you don't open it. Also, if you can, you go buy a military telescope. The message was sent, but in a few moments, there was a response. There are no pills of regret in this world, depend? Stocking up on supplies? You got a zombie? Do you want me to stock up on electric batons or something? Zui Yang, it's useless. It's useless to hoard anything. You do as I say first. I'll contact you again if I need you in the future. There are no pills of regret in this world, understand? Simply cross over with your past self. When it was noon, Zui Yang was surprised to find a military telescope in the living room. It seems to be the past self that has already bought the stuff. He quickly made his way to the refrigerator again, and to his surprise, there were 3 sealed boxes of instant chow mein inside. Food is not a problem anymore. For now, it's better to find out what's going on out there. Between thoughts, Zui Yang looked at the military binoculars. Chapter 6, even in the daytime there are spooky, limb-crawling, red-clothed spooks. Picking up the military binoculars, Zui Yang looked outside the house. The view from the first floor is still too limited. If you want a distant view, it's best to be on the top floor or the 7-8th floor. For insurance purposes, he could actually have his past self send binoculars to Rosie. But, that would not be prudent. Not to say that Rosie would accept it or not. It would also create a situation where she would have to beg for help, which wasn't really a good thing. The knocker disappeared last night. Now, I should be able to go out, right? Silently walking to the door, Zui Yang looked into the cat's eye. There was no movement in the hallway on the first floor. which was red with blood from outside the unit. Can't go outside. But in the hallway, shouldn't be too much of a problem? After biting his teeth and hesitating for a moment, Zhuoyang slowly twisted the door handle. He knew the folly of sitting around and waiting to die. The only way to strategize is to be one step ahead in everything. The more information he knows now, the more he can use his past self to turn more situations around. The moment he stood on his tiptoes and opened the door to the room, the horrible smell of blood came through. With a cold face, Zhuoyang covered the door of his room and slowly walked toward the second floor. Two headless bodies are lying on the second floor landing. Those are the headless bodies of Li Yuming and Wang Mini. Their heads were splattered against the wall by firecrackers blown into bloody mud. The floor was covered in dark brown scabs of blood, and eyeballs and teeth splattered everywhere on the handrail of the stairs. Vom! Forcibly enduring the discomfort in his heart, Zhuoyang slowly walked towards the third floor. He didn't dare to quicken his pace for fear that the knocker hadn't disappeared on the top floor. Stepping on the bloody mud along the way, Zhuoyang finally came to the seventh floor. Raising his eyes toward the top, there was nothing but blood on the eighth floor landing. It seems that the knockers are away during the day. With a sigh of relief in his heart, Zhuoyang pawed his steps to the door of 801. Instead of knocking, he put his ear to the door of 801. Don't get me wrong, Zhuoyang is not a pervert. It's just that there is a mystery in his heart. Why did the door knocker skip Rosie from 801 last night? Lying on the door, Zhuoyang did not hear any sound from the woman, but vaguely can hear the muffled sound of humming and puffing. Sort of, like the sound of a dog huffing. Dogs? I do remember. Rosie always leads a big black dog outside if she's not at work. Black dog, is it? Zhuoyang's eyes blinked, not choosing to listen further. He rubbed his chin and walked towards room 802 where the portal had been blasted open. Stepping over Wu Hai's headless corpse, Zhuoyang squinted his eyes, forced himself to endure the blood in the house, and came to the window. The eighth floor has a view that is far enough to see the entire neighborhood. The general adjusted the angle with his binoculars, and Zhuoyang was enough to see most of the corners of the neighborhood clearly. First, he scanned the surrounding floor occupants. Even though the weirdness descended for the night, there were actually people still living on most of the floors. They are also looking around to see if anyone is out. After making a few rounds, Zhuoyang's line of sight was gradually attracted to the entrance of the neighborhood. At the entrance of each neighborhood, there is a security booth. At this moment, a security guard in the security booth was sticking his head out and looking towards the outside. He wanted to get out and see it. That's right too. There's no food in the security room. He's probably still working the night shift, so he must be starving by now, right? As Zhuoyang thought this, he could already see the security guard opening the door of the security booth. The security guard first looked around the situation, and then as if he had found a direction, he drew his legs and ran wildly towards the supermarket in the district. Good decision. Zhuoyang couldn't help but marvel at his thoughts. Sure enough, anyone who knows the importance of supplies. The blood-red earth seemed so silent as the figure of the guard ran quickly. Just when Zhuoyang thought he was going to be safe, suddenly, rustling, leaves and dirt turn over in the green belt in front of the first floor entrance. A woman in a red dress slowly peeled back the layers of mud and tumbled out of the earth. The woman was covered in dirt and blood. Her red dress was torn, and her feet were twisted in weird joints. She lay on her back, her hands and feet propped up on the ground, her whole body crouching still like a spider. Her long black hair was wrapped around her face, and the woman's body made the sound of bones moving. Then, she actually turned with the agility of a spider. Da-da-da-da. The high heels under her feet stomped frantically, like a junkie, and fiercely chased in the direction of the neighborhood security guard's running attack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhuoyang looked dumbfounded. Is that still a human being? Twisting and crawling on his hands and feet, he looks more like a spider than Spider-Man. Da-da-da-da. The sound of crisp high heels resonated outside the neighborhood. The security guard, who was running, also instinctively looked back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You fucking, what the hell? As if refreshing his perception, the security guard froze for a moment and then ran towards the supermarket like a madman. In pursuit, the woman actually approached the security guard at a crawl and quickly. Good on. The security guard eventually made his way to the front of the supermarket by virtue of distance. The door to the supermarket was a roll-up door, which was at the moment unlocked. Bang bang bang. The security guard pounded desperately on the roll-up door. Hey, open the door. Help. He knew that with this kind of door, the only way to unlock it was if a person was in the house. The security guard, anticipating that the supermarket owner was inside, frantically rapped on the roll-up door. Bang bang bang. Able to, with frantic pounding. There was no movement at all behind the door. Hello, Pickpocket Joe. Open the door. I buy cigarettes from you every time. I know you're in there. You open the door. Help! The guards were crying, their big hands clapping red and rising. Da 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 da. Behind them, the dense sound of footsteps was getting closer. As soon as the guard turned around, the pupils of his eyes couldn't stop dilating. The woman who was crawling on all fours actually bent the joints of her limbs, like a praying mantis storing up its strength to jump, and flew towards herself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bang! Without waiting for his mouth to open wide in response, his entire body was crushed to the ground by the woman. The woman's disheveled hair covered his entire face, dark and dense as it crawled toward his mouth. Well, roll, get out. Pinned down by the woman, he kept stomping on one foot and struggling with his arms firing. But just a few moments after the struggle, the security guard's movements diminished. Click click click. A wave of heat flourished as the woman's head lolled against the guard's neck. Grass. Lousy hates you, Joe Pippi. Like a deathbed curse. From the security guard's neck, a stream of blood puffed into a bloody mist. Zui Yang could see clearly through the binoculars that the guard's neck was broken by the woman's bite. The neighborhood was surprisingly quiet. A cackling sound came from the doorway of the supermarket, as if someone was chewing on something. Zui Yang looked disgusted and silently put down the binoculars. From the beginning to the end, the door of the supermarket was not opened. Zui Yang also understood a truth. Right now, no one can be relied on. It seems. You can't just go out during the day either. Until we have the strength to fight the weirdness. Silently pondering, Zui Yang's gaze looked toward the refrigerator inside the 802 house. His eyes blinked as if he thought of something. Chapter 7, I gave you a chance. What's in the fridge? Food. Of course. Compared to other floors, this floor of Zui Yang had an advantage. That means people are dead and doors are open. That means that just by coming into the building, there are at least 2 or 3 days worth of rations for a dozen or so tenants. Getting through the lead up to the weird apocalypse is definitely not a problem. Zui Yang himself had help from his former self, and was not very rigid about food. But there's another person in this building. As long as Rosie dares to go out, all this food is hers. But, Zui Yang thought about it and sent another text message in the group. Room 101, Zui Yang at Rosie, MS. Luo, it's so noisy outside the house. Do you know what's happening? Room 801 Rosie, I don't know, hey, I'm sleeping. Do you want to, go out and check? Ha! Looking at that reply, Zui Yang didn't hesitate and emptied all the food in the 802 room. How could Rosie sleep with all that noise? He just couldn't believe that Rosie could be on the 8th floor and not know what had just happened. The 8th floor is enough to see any situation, but by saying she doesn't know, Rosie is deliberately withholding information. In other words, she's trying to count people out. 2. Calculating that Zui Yang is not clear about the situation on the 1st floor, he lulls him into going out to forage for food and observes how safe it is to go out. Able to. She couldn't imagine that at this moment, Zui Yang was outside her house. If you're a good man and talk me out of going out, I'll leave you all the food. It's a shame. It's true. Now, no one can be trusted. With a cold face, Zui Yang didn't just empty 802 of food. Along with all the food on all the floors from 702 down, he took it all. He doesn't give any favors to people who want to count themselves out. After silently returning to room 101, Zui Yang temporarily lost his mind to go out. The creepy women that existed in the neighborhood were definitely not something you could fight off on your own. And let's not talk about her. What if there are other shenanigans in the neighborhood? It's killing me. That's a lot more difficult to survive than a zombie. Scratching his hair and stocking up on all the food, Zui Yang silently opened a bag of instant fried noodles and ate it. Bored, he thought of watching TV, but the status of the TV signal was always strictly forbidden to go out. Using the computer, I browsed through a few random posts. It's basically the end of the world. I've met a ghost. Anyone who meets a ghost has to die. Panic talk. Negative information weighs people down. Thinking of the crisis situation, Zui Yang frowned for a moment, boarded the survival advice bar. Want to see some dry goods? Suddenly, a post that had just been published caught his attention. No cilantro, on whether creepiness can be artificially eliminated? The current situation is clear to everyone, right? I am fortunate enough to have a father who used to learn Taoist magic for a few years when he was young, and in the last night, my father's copper sword actually emitted a golden light and decapitated a brat's head along with my father. Therefore, I judge that the Taoist law has done some damage to creepy. Why is it certain harm? My father said that the copper coin sword and even the purest to the young thing, even to the evil ghosts, have a very strong killing power. But, my father tried to go out last night with his sword, but he was actually cut off by a bazaar stopper, and the copper sword was powerless to resist. I would like to advise all of you not to try to use human power to fight against monsters. Taoist techniques and jutsu may be useful against the little ghosts, but against the spooky with certain abilities, they are useless. In fact, I speculate that creepy recovery may be faster than the evolution of the Tao, and it is likely that at a later stage, creepy will not be afraid of any Tao. The post didn't get many views, but the floors that were piling up and the new posts that were being made were deleted after just a few minutes. Zui Yang was looking at it with great interest, and the website was closed on its own. Shit, this post, it might be true. People can't deal with shenanigans, and Jutsu can't deal with shenanigans. So who deals with shenanigans? Creepy itself? Cursing a few sentences, Zui Yang still wanted to search the relevant post. Suddenly, the phone trembled. It was my past self that initiated the message. There's no medicine for regrets in this world, good brother. Are you there? Looking at his message, the corner of Zui Yang's mouth curled up. He knows too much. He knows too much about what he wants. Zui Yang, what's wrong? No money to spend? That's 6,000 bucks isn't enough to spend. Good buddy, you're in an absolutely invincible future. And you won't let me be a rich man? Zui Yang, huh? Looking at the screen, although Zui Yang returned a perfunctory sentence, his brain was already running extremely fast. A strong past self is more conducive to a future self. Besides, fulfilling your old dream of being rich and famous actually makes you happy in disguise. Though, only a month's worth of rich. Making money. Let's see. What happened this month? Two-tone? No, that thing would probably be a new number by then even if I knew the jackpot number. Scratch-offs? There don't seem to be any jackpots out in my city. Well, to get money. Wait a minute. I remember that on June 17th, the company will receive a client. Because it's a government agent with troublesome requirements, no one wants to touch it. But then I realized that this is actually a second-generation government youngster who is unexpectedly good at talking. If you finalize a contract with him, there is a commission of 30,000. There. That's him. Zui Yang thought about it and immediately replied a message to his past self. Zui Yang, hey. Pay attention. Tomorrow night a second-generation government official will come over to look at the project. You go and take it. There are no pills of regret in this world. Brother, what's wrong with you? I'm so fucking sick of sales. You don't know me. As soon as the message was sent, his own self on the other end grumbled out loud. Zui Yang, this is a young second-generation government official. Very nice to talk to. You play with him for a few days. This order is signed. You have 30,000 commission. There is no medicine for regret in this world. 30,000? I say we can travel through time and space and have a conversation. This speed of earning money, isn't it a bit of a pull? Zui Yang, so I tell you a bank has a problem with old machines. You go? There is no medicine for regret in this world. This. Zui Yang, get ready. That guy's just an otaku who loves to play games. He's very easy to talk to. There are no pills of regret in this world, okay? I thought. I can quit now. The end of the cell phone did not light up with another message, and Zui Yang pursed his lips and smiled. What kind of millionaire is a millionaire in one night? Even if you know the future, you have to take one step at a time if you want to cross the ranks in a short time. That said, if only I had hung out with that official kid in the past. Will I be able to get some information from him that normal people can't know? Thinking this way, Zui Yang looked at the cell phone's friend bar with some anticipation. Unsurprisingly, after tomorrow night, one will have an extra buddy of his own. Chapter 8, Boiled Eagle. Hunkered down in the house, the day passed in silence. The world seems to have fallen into a void of chaos, until night came again. The blood moon parted the dark clouds, and the familiar coldness blew once again into the marrow of his bones. Zui Yang stood up from the living room, somewhat vigilantly shrinking in a corner. In fact, he'd had an idea ever since he dodged the knocking ghost last night. If the knockers were only active at night and disappeared during the day, what about the next night? Is it like a game that resets in room 101? Zui Yang is cautious. There was only one life, and he had to think of everything. Cowering in the corner, even if the house was now silent, his heart rose and fell. Bare your teeth. Finally, after the moonlight splashed the living room full, a cloud of pitch-black figures slowly gathered out of the kitchen. The black shadow twisted from the ground to stand in human form, as if transforming from 2 to 3 dimensions. Familiar crutches, familiar hunchbacked old ladies, a pair of white eyes and a black face, with a half-grown child on his back. In the child's hand, the fuse of the firecracker was still burning, but it just never burned out. Had ha. Inside the living room, came the child's mischievous voice. Zui Yang did not dare to breathe, and watched this old and young slowly go out the door. He thought right. The pair, old and young, would not be suspicious of their own family. Zui Yang even guessed whether he could be safe even if he sat on the sofa and did not have to hide. In the future, at night, just hide in the bedroom ahead of time. Looks like the kitchen is their refreshment point. Resentfully walking to the door, Zui Yang looked toward the outside. the knockout ghost was really perceptive of human presence, and instead of going upstairs this time, she headed towards a nearby cell block. Not long after, there was a familiar knock on the door. Grass. Who is it? Don't you know you can't go out right now? NMD. Curses came. A few minutes later, the sound of a door slamming and hysterical screams were heard, and the air was filled with the scent of blood. Zui Yang blackened his face and shook his head as he returned to the bedroom. Not surprisingly, tonight is the end of another building. Standing in front of the bedroom window, Zui Yang looked towards the outside of the house for a few moments. Sure enough, still no one dared to go out. Drawing the curtains, he lay down on the bed with his eyes closed and fell asleep. There are no conditions now for going out or researching on your own. His own place, perhaps because it was the home of a knocker, would be unexpectedly safe. Peace of mind and sleep. Zui Yang's sleep was not good, and he was woken up several times in the night by the screams. He got up early the morning after the weirdness descended. I opened the refrigerator to find not only more buttered bread, but also canned milk as well as calcium tablets. It seems that my past self bought new meals last night. Drinking milk and eating bread. Zui Yang pulled open the curtains and frequently looked toward the outside of the house. It's an overcast day. The earth was finally not blood red, but the moment was even more silent under the overcast sky. Zui Yang guessed that many more people were estimated to have died last night. After the meal, he picked up the military binoculars and, as he did yesterday, carefully surveyed the situation outside the house before heading towards the 8th floor. 802 indoor. Zui Yang swept the condition of the neighborhood. The weirdness had descended for a day, and there were either fewer occupants on many of the floors. Either that or go around the house with a black eye and look like a psycho. Others, rubbing their stomachs, kept looking toward the neighborhood supermarket. There are already people who can't eat. Zui Yang narrowed his eyes. Granted, this is very impersonal, but he ventriloquized and thought about one thing. If you have your own food, then it's perfectly fine to wait until someone can't carry their hunger and go out to forage. With this, he could observe the current situation of the neighborhood more systematically. His thoughts, in fact, coincide with Rosie from 801. Only, he had hang-ups and the other guy didn't. After observing the outside of the house with military binoculars for a while, he went downstairs resentfully. It's only been a day, though, and the fear of death still overpowers the hunger. After returning to the house, Zui Yang used the computer to surf the internet as usual, wanting to get more information about the outside world. But unlike yesterday, not a single decently useful post today. Maybe the people who knew the information intelligence are dead? Or is the information controlled? Zui Yang thought like this, somewhat helplessly wasting time. Wait until 5 o'clock in the evening. A message from his past self came through on his cell phone. There is no medicine for regret in this world. I go. This customer. Really fucking good. We are together in the black too. He signed the bill. Zui Yang, how's it going? I didn't lie to you, did I? Hurry up and find the company to report the commission in advance. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Okay. Such a small amount of money is not a problem for the company. By the way, do you have anything you want? I'll prepare it for you in advance. The message sent from the opposite side made Zui Yang a little hesitant. Speaking of which, after reading that post yesterday, he'd like to stock up on some spells and such, not to mention invincibility under shenanigans. It's okay to dispel brats to save your life. Thinking so, Zui Yang replied. Zui Yang, if you can, buy some old spells. It's best to buy them at one of those temples. There are no pills of regret in this world. Holy shit? You're getting ready to kill a ghost? Zui Yang, get on with it. It's not me who wants to kill the ghosts. It's the ghosts who want to kill me. After pulling a few sentences with his past self, and after there was no more response from the opposite side, Zui Yang knew that he should be busy again. He exited the chat screen and rummaged through his contacts. Sure enough, a new friend with the standard big client name showed up. Zhou Yang. This is the only knowledge Zui Yang has of this second-generation official client. Only the name is known, although it looks as if it would be beneficial. However, Zui Yang knows that there is no simple person who was raised by this kind of family. After looking at Zhou Yang's VX for a while, Zui Yang still chose to click on it and sent a sentence. Are you there? It's not a tease. Rather, Zui Yang had thought that Zhou Yang of the special family might know more about the end of the day than he did. The reason why his past self was allowed to befriend him was to make money and because he needed his channel of connections. Only, the message went out for a while. Zhou Yang over there didn't seem to have the slightest intention of taking care of himself. And rightly so. It's just a customer who's played a few games before the end of the day. Who the hell would take themselves seriously? Not to mention important information. After trying to no avail, Zui Yang just wanted to go back to the bedroom and then sleep. Suddenly, the cell phone screen lit up again. This time, it actually came from the tenant group. Room 801. Rosie at Zui Yang. Zua. Do you have any more food there? I don't have any food at home. Can you send me some? TSK, TSK, TSK. Why don't you come and get it? Looking at that message, Zui-yang was filled with disgust. One message alone shows the self-interest of Rosie the woman. Let yourself be delivered? You're going to risk going upstairs, aren't you? She's using me to test the security of the building? Use me? It seems that Boiling Eagle didn't boil out the others, but boiled out you first. Eyes obscurely looking at the cell phone screen, Zui-yang slowly typed out a few words. Room 101. Zui-yang, I'm sorry there's no food on my side either. Chapter 9, Why are you so cold-blooded? Room 801 Rosie, yeah, you're out of food too. Why don't you go out and check the hallway? I'm telling you, all the other tenants are dead, and their doors are open. You don't have to go out. You can take their food. As soon as he heard Zui-yang say that there was no more food, there seemed to have been a long wait there, and a long string of messages was quickly sent. Zui-yang's face was cold and then replied. Room 101 Zui-yang, I actually have some potatoes here. I eat a little, plant a little, and can deal with it. Why don't you go out and take a look? I don't want any of the food in this building. Take it yourself. Room 801 Rosie, why are you so scared? Not manly at all. Room 101, Zui-yang, anything else? No, I'm eating potatoes. Room 801 Rosie, don't, please, send me some food. You come to me. I'll satisfy you with anything. The seductive words came. Able to. Zui-yang just squinted at the screen and instantly closed his cell phone. He's a man, but not a stupid one. It is absolutely irresponsible to keep a woman captive in this situation. Since you're not going out, I'm not going out, and everyone's not going out. I'll see who makes it to the end. Cozily taking out a plate of instant fried noodles from the refrigerator, Zui-yang luxuriously feasted on them. Now, maybe he's the only one who can eat so recklessly? Room 801 Rosie, Zui-yang, you loser. You're just waiting to starve to death. The cell phone also kept flashing a group chat message. Zui-yang finished eating and leaned on the edge of the bed. The night was still spent half asleep, without strength and dependence. A good dream is a luxury. Early in the morning, he opened the refrigerator as usual, and this time there were extra frozen instant dumplings in the fridge. I can see that my past self kinda took care of herself and changed her mind about hoarding food. Boiling hot water to eat the hot dumplings. Zui-yang enjoys the satisfaction that only he is alone. Pull back the curtains and look out the window. Today has been 2 full days since the spooky recovery. Most people's household food storage should be used up. Fruity. Just looking from the first floor, you could see the next building's tenants, and the opposite building's tenants were poking their heads out a few times, trying to survey the outside. Hunger gave them the courage to go out, but not much. No one dares to actually walk out of the flat. Everyone looked warily at the greenbelt in the bloody sunlight, and no one dared to walk towards the neighborhood building. It'll have to wait. They're not very hungry yet. Maybe it's going to be night. Maybe it's going to be noon. Eating dumplings, Zui-yang silently stared at the commotion outside the house. Just then, woof woof woof, above the roof of the building, there was a growl. Tiger, tiger, I know you're hungry. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Mommy's afraid to go out. Rosie's voice was faintly heard in the direction of the 8th floor. I could tell that even if she could still stand the hunger, the dog she had couldn't help it. Is it because of the black dog or not? Maybe we'll find out soon enough. Gazing and listening to the movement upstairs, Zui-yang had nothing to do after eating the dumplings. In the midst of wandering around the house, he was surprised to find a small incense burner on the living room table. The little incense burner seems very old. The surface of the stove is burned black because of the long-term incense offerings. In the stove, there were even piles of incense ash. Yandiaksa Temple. The incense burner has a few large letters poured in iron. Zui-yang looked surprised. Lifted up to play with some. Actually can feel a trace of heat flow from the fire-extinguished incense burner. I'll go. My past self. I can't really have gotten a treasure, can I? Scrambling to take out his cell phone, Zui-yang sent a message to himself. Zui-yang, this stove of yours, where did you get it? Instead of replying in seconds, the person on the other end waited a while before returning a message. There are no pills of regret in this world. Last night I was blindly wandering around the temples around Linjiang City, and guess who I ran into? Hey, that second-generation government official, Zhou Yang. He asked me what I was doing, and I said that I'd been having a hard time lately, and that I wanted to find some light-opening magic weapons to get rid of the bad luck. As a result, he took a surprised look at me and brought me to Yandiaksa. You know what? Yandiaksa is said to be a temple, but it's actually only a few dozen square feet. It's just a small land temple dedicated to a Buddha statue that I don't see what it is. But Zhou Yang said it's very spiritual here. I explained to the temple priest the purpose of my visit and paid the small $10,000 for the incense. No, It gave a censor that was used here before, saying that this is something that is passed on incense to the godly lord, and is good enough to quell evil spirits and avoid disasters. Little 10,000? Grass. These days, magic weapons are all so expensive? Zhuoyang sighed with emotion and baby put the incense burner back on the table. In fact, he was quite happy with it. Earlier in his life, he had also heard that some people had deliberately used electricity to artificially create electric shock patterns in order to imitate lightning-struck wood. If, in the past, his past self had brought back something like a mahogany sword, he would have been afraid of being punked. This incense burner, it's not so much of a forgery, is it? It seems. This Zhou Yang, I guess he really knows something. If only I could have gotten a little closer to him before the shenanigans broke out. With this thought, Zhuoyang remembered the embarrassment of sending him a message yesterday. Come to think of it, with Zhou Yang's condition, he certainly wouldn't be cowering at home right now. TSK. Drawing close. How to pull it. Reclining in the sofa, Zhuoyang contemplated, and time unknowingly came to the afternoon. By this time, the stomach was a little hungry again. What's good to eat? Feeling his stomach, he just tried to stand up. Woof. Suddenly, a dog barked in the hallway. It stilled the direction of the 8th floor. Finally couldn't resist being hungry enough to go out? Zhuoyang's spirit was stunned as he quietly looked toward the top. It's too quiet in the neighborhood. It was so quiet that he could hear the droning upstairs. Tiger, tiger, mommy knows you're hungry. Mommy's hungry too. I've been watching. And that thing that knocked on the door and killed someone the other day hasn't shown up in 2 days. Good boy. You go out and go to the house next door. The one that always harasses us. Whatever there is to eat, you bring it here. Do you hear me? Woof. The voices of a man and a dog came, and the corner of Zhuoyang's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, this woman, Rosie, was more desperate for her life than she thought. Letting the dog out is indeed a good idea. Woof woof woof. After the barking, there was about 2 minutes of silence. Once again there was a sound from upstairs. Tiger, why are you back? Where's the food? Woof woof woof. What? No? You dead dog. You're not coming back from eating, are you? Woof woof woof. Never mind. You're alright. I'll go out and look around too. After the fine sound, almost 2 or 3 minutes later, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs sounded in the hallway. 8 floors, 7 floors, 6th floor, until you come to the door of the 1st floor. Rosie gasped and cursed. Why is all the food gone? It's definitely been taken. Zhuoyang, did you take it all? Why are you so selfish? Don't you think about others at all? Are you cold-blooded? Chapter 10, Zhuoyang's Operation. Black Dog's Roll. The woman's angry yell rang through the door. Rosie is not a cutie. Since she was able to go downstairs and phase out, all the food on the floor disappeared again. She instinctively guessed that it was Zhuoyang, who was in the same building, who had long ago gone upstairs to scavenge the food. I say, why don't you rush out and find something to eat? So, all the food on this floor is in your house. Roxy knocked on the door of Zhuoyang's room, seemingly out of anger at having come out to search in vain. She didn't shy away from cursing at all. Not the slightest fear that the noise might attract creepy women from outside the house. Zhuoyang sat in the house and waited quietly for a while, making sure the creepy crawly woman she had seen that day didn't come over. She walked slowly to the door. I say, Ms. Ro, what makes you think that I took all this stuff? Poof, don't you play the big tail for me. I've been staring down there every day, and in our block of flats, no one's been here at all. Now that all the other tenants' food is gone and we're the only 2 living people in the building, you're saying you don't have the food? Are you fucking kidding me? A resounding rebuttal sounded, and Zhuoyang laughed. Oh, that means you actually observe what's going on out there every day. But why? The other day when I asked you what was going on with the strange noises in the neighborhood, you said you didn't know and suggested I go outside? Excuse me Ms. Ro, do you think it's safe out there? Or do you think I'm a SB? You. Choking on Zhuoyang's words, Luo she blushed, annoyed and humiliated for quite a while. She puckered her mouth and retorted forcefully. Yeah, I just felt safe, and I'm out here, aren't I? On the contrary, you hypocritical man. They say they don't have any food and don't dare to come out, but in fact they've already scavenged for food behind their backs. Ha, if you felt safe, why did you come out today? It's being starved, isn't it? The man's calm, mocking voice came and Rosie gritted her teeth. She had the illusion that she was being toyed with by her opponent. Cut the useless talk. I don't care anyway. I should, by rights, have half of the food in this building. Half? Ms. Ro, do you think he'll listen to any of your brain-dead ownership when someone has risked his life to get the food? You, trembling with anger. Rosie looked at the door to room 101 and kicked it hard twice more against the frame. Though irritated, There was really no temper. There's no way she could have pried and slammed the door. He could only bite his teeth hard, his face green and purple. Ryoko. Like a face change, she helplessly pleaded. Brother Zoyang. I was wrong. Please, give me something to eat. I beg of you. I haven't eaten all day. Have mercy on me. Seeing as we're all residents of the same building. Hard doesn't work. The rough insults became soft and sticky all of a sudden. Zoyang stood behind the door, his face expressionless. He knew very well what would happen if SB went soft and opened the door now. He had no doubt that as soon as he opened the door, the woman would set the dogs on him and monopolize the food. After thinking for a while, the corner of Zoyang's mouth hooked into a cold smile. You want to eat? Yeah, your dog. He's hungry too, isn't he? I have, in fact, meat here. Meat? Roxy, who hadn't eaten for a long time, had her eyes widen when she heard Zoyang say that there was still meat. Well, we're all starving. You're eating meat at home? As soon as you open the door, I'll let the tiger bite you. All the food in this house is mine. Viciously, he looked at the door of the room. Able to. It's been most of the day and the door to the room hasn't opened. Brother Zoyang, can you open the door? Rosie smiled flatteringly. Inside the house, the smell of meat seemed to really slowly waft out. Woof. A whiff of meat seems to open up the taste buds. The dogs around him couldn't help but bark furiously. Tiger, right. Come on. I'll reward you with a nice piece. Inside the kitchen, Zoyang casually cooked and fried the ingredients gathered from the other residents. Frozen meat after being fried golden brown. He actually pulled open the kitchen window and threw it as hard as he could in the direction of the greenbelt. Woof. The smell of food instantly attracted the tiger. The dog drooled and ran wildly towards the outside of the flat, not caring about anything. Tiger, danger, don't go out there. The moment finally dawned on Rosie. Where is Zoyang's conscience? This is a clear case of using yourself as an experimental tool. Stealing a chicken is not a good idea. When he was thinking of using him, he was now being used by him instead. Anxiously watching Tiger dart out, Rosie panicked inwardly. Under these circumstances, there was nothing she could rely on more than this black dog. If Tiger dies, she didn't dare to think what Zoyang inside the house could do to herself. Woof. Sticking her head out and looking out of the flat, Rosie didn't dare take a step despite her worry about Tiger. The golden frozen meat was tossed less than a meter from the greenbelt. Tiger fluttered over to him and then plopped down on the ground and gnawed on the chunks of meat. His slaw. Perhaps it had been starved so hard in the past 2 days that it was eating rather roughly. Sharp canine teeth chewed endlessly. There was silence all around, and from time to time the occupants of other blocks of flats looked this way. Asterisk. Whose dog is that? It's finished. It's bound to die. Yeah, that security guard died a horrible death that day. Some sighs came. Everyone, even Rosie, the dog's owner, thought the dog was going to die. But, a minute passed. 2 minutes have passed. Until that fried meat was gnawed cleanly by the tiger. That creepy crawly woman who had been out before, didn't move a bit to come out. Hey, what's going on? Is that spider woman gone? No way? Does that mean we can get out? There were murmurs of surprise. Zoyang stood in front of the window and watched the scene with the same thoughtful face. He didn't need to guess. He just needed to wait. Someone has since verified whether Creepy is gone or Creepy is afraid of black dogs. Woof. After eating the meat, Tiger excitedly ran back to the flat building, yelling at Rosie's side one after another. Rosie picked up Tiger with delight. Tiger, well done. Zoyang, you scum. Actually using Tiger. But your math is empty. Now that the creepy one is probably gone. So just nest. I'll go to the grocery store and get something to eat just the same. Bah, scum. While kneading the tiger, Rosie cussed out towards room 101 with a look of contempt. But, it was also not a moment before she cursed out. Across the street, a man had stepped boldly out of the doorway of the unit building. He took a few steps out as if to make sure there was no more danger and ran violently towards the neighborhood supermarket. Pfffffffff. May. Just a few paces out, there was a tumble of fishy soil in the dirt field of the greenbelt. The woman in red with long hair and crawling on all fours suddenly crawled out. Chapter 11, A Man's Battle Against a Dog, above. Da. The sound of heels on the ground rang out. The woman with twisted limbs looked like a spider, crawling quickly towards the man. The man came back to his senses, already in a state of shock. How? Why are you still here? Why? Why did that dog just come out alright? The face that was still excited immediately became flustered. The man had no life to return towards the same way. He had no time to run to the neighborhood supermarket. Able to. The feet hadn't run back a few steps. The crawling woman looked like an aquatic spider swimming on the surface of the water, and the sound of her high heels was getting closer and closer. No, Before the man could react, the crawling woman's limbs creaked and twisted. After bending his knees, he once again looked like a praying mantis as he darted in. A horrible figure came, and after a plop, the man was thrown to the ground. Help, help! He opened his mouth and yelled, but it was only in the next moment that the long-haired, disheveled, creepy woman brought her head to the side of his neck. Cluck cluck! A hair-raising chewing sound rang out. A gurgle of blood spread out on the ground, and silence once again fell on the neighborhood road. How did? In the hallway, Rosie stood in the doorway of room 101, looking out of the room, her face white. She had thought that it was all right for Tiger to go, that the neighborhood was already safe. But now, it's not at all what was imagined. Go, Tiger, let's hurry home. She no longer had the energy she had screamed earlier, and stumbled back to the 8th floor with Tiger in her arms. Cluck cluck! The horrible chewing sounds were still echoing in the neighborhood. Zui Yang stood by the window and looked at the horrible crawling woman, analyzing silently in his heart. Twice now. Knockers don't catch Rosie. Creepy women don't kill tigers. The answer is obvious. Creeps, or young creeps that have not yet become horrible creeps, are afraid of black dogs. In the same way, they are afraid of the existence of spells and such. Silently, he glanced at the small incense burner sitting on the coffee table in the living room. Zui Yang had an idea in his heart. Just watch tonight to see if the knocker ghosts show up and will avoid the incense burner. If the knocking ghost is afraid of the incense burner, then it means that the burner at least serves a purpose. Maybe, even escape the neighborhood with this incense burner. But if knockers aren't afraid, that past self was ironically snubbed for $10,000. But even if my incense burner works, I can get out of the Lincoln neighborhood. So what? This world, it's already surrounded by weirdness. If we want to settle down, we might have to find a state-organized safe house or something. Speaking of national organizations, surely they must have been prepared for this as well? No way. No way. We still have to get the information from Zhou Yang. How to get it? Narrowing his eyes, Zui Yang looked like he had thought of something. There. He quickly opened his cell phone and sent another message to his past self. Zui Yang, I have to trouble you to buy 2 black dogs. Pure black ones. If you can. They'd better be military dogs or something a bit more brutal. It didn't take long for the message to go through before the other end sent a. There is no medicine for regret in this world. I've heard of those who hoard supplies. Those who hoard beautiful women. You hoard black dogs. Zui Yang, cut the crap. Whether we can get closer to Zhou Yang or not depends on this wave. There is no medicine for regret in this world. No. He is an otaku and he doesn't like big black dogs Zui Yang, he'll like it. Later, go buy them right away. And of the 2 you get, send one to him, and say that it'll definitely be useful later. After releasing the information, Zui Yang sat on the sofa in a calm and relaxed manner. Rosie's black dog, which was nothing more than a medium-sized husky-like dog, didn't really have much combat power. Maybe it's because of the pure blackness that suppresses the weirdness. If his past self could have bought a better quality black dog, then he could have at least gotten through the pre-weirdfall period fairly comfortably. Of course, it is not that Zui Yang has never thought of wildly buying a black dog and being a doomsday dog king, but if you think about it, it seems unlikely. For one thing, the officials seem to know something inside out. Once past your own substantial dog purchase, you're sure to attract attention from others. Secondly, my past self. I didn't have that much money. Buying 2 black dogs individually is within your spending power and will not draw attention to yourself. Zhou Yang, now you're ignoring me. And when I've given you a black dog that can open the road in advance, what do you think? Zui Yang's face sank slightly. Truth be told, he wasn't a fan of this kind of people-pleasing move. But there's no way around it. He needs the intel. He's a cowhorse and needs information on these Romans. Wait, maybe if my past self buys the dog tomorrow, I'll get outside news. Closing his eyes, Zui Yang just wanted to take a nap. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, once again, the sound of barking dogs came from the hallway. Reacting? The corner of Zui Yang's mouth curled up. If he could guess it, Rosie must have guessed it too. Twice now. Both times Creepy didn't do anything. Anyone who isn't retarded can figure out why they're okay. The difference between her Rosie and the others was an extra dog. Tiger, go downstairs and have a look around on your own. Mommy's a little tired. Woof. After a slight ding, Tiger ran out of the flat again. The walkway outside the building was covered in crimson blood, and the creepy woman had dragged the dead man into the greenbelt. The barking dog attracted the attention of the other floor people again. All of them, with their heads sticking out, watched Tiger run merrily through the neighborhood again. No matter how loud and noisy the dog barked, there was still no reaction at all in that greenbelt. Shit, I got it. Ghosts don't kill dogs. Fart. It's those creepy scared black dogs. Right? Right. 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 I've seen ghost movies. Isn't Black Dog's Blood a ghost killer? By this time, Everyone was in a trance. A pair of eyes, like seeing gold, looked at Tiger. Is that still a dog? That's a get-out-of-jail-free card under the weird apocalypse. Grass. If I had known, I would have bought a dog. Doggy doggy, come to me, come to me. Dogfather, Dogfather save me. I'll worship you as my righteous father if you save me out. In an instant, the buildings were yelling, but Tiger couldn't understand any of this. It cocked its tail as if it was tired of playing with it and headed back the way it came. Da 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 da. Inside the building, the sound of descending stairs resounded again. Rosie boldly went downstairs again. She kind of figured it out completely now. If Tiger can protect himself from being killed by a knocker, can't he protect himself from being killed by a creepy crawly woman? Any way you look at it, knockers are much better than creepy women, right? With that thought, Rosie took the plunge and held Tiger. Tiger, you have to protect Mommy. Mommy will take you to the supermarket, and all the stuff in there, it's all ours. Lips purple, though still shivering with fear, but holding Tiger in her arms, Rosie walked firmly out of the flat. Chapter 12, A Man's Battle Against a Dog, below. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, even if you have a heart, even if you're holding a tiger. Still trembling, Rosie walked out of the flat. At this moment, her actions had attracted the attention of all the survivors in the nearby floors. There was never any movement in the greenbelt, and Rosie grew bolder. Tiger, let's go to the supermarket. Go! There's your favorite ham sandwich. She instigated a sentence, and the tiger in her arms instantly ran in the direction of the supermarket. Not daring to slow down, Rosie took the leash and followed all the way. The seemingly normal act of walking a dog was followed throughout by hundreds of survivors with both eyes glued to the ground. Holy shit! That's great! They're fine, hey! Invincible! This woman has this dog like nobody's business. When they saw that Rosie had really arrived at the supermarket entrance safe and sound, all kinds of envious voices rang out noisily. Now, anyone regrets why the fuck they didn't have a black dog before? Clunk! In front of the supermarket, the roll-up door of the supermarket was slapped incessantly by Rosie. Perhaps it was the courage the tiger had given her. She wasn't at all afraid of the sound attracting spooky attention. The more you knock, the sharper and heavier it gets. Boss, boss, I know you're home. You open the door, she cried out anxiously. But there was not the slightest movement behind the roll-up door. Don't you be afraid. I have dogs. Those monsters won't dare come over if the dog is there. Open the door. Open the door. Rosie kept pleading, and after a good deal of effort, footsteps came faintly from behind the roll-up door. But, it's still not open. Damn it! You selfish bastard! Cursing, the joy she had just felt because Tiger could take herself out was swept away. She couldn't open the roll-up door, and she couldn't open the door of Zhuai Yang's house, and everything was in vain without food. Is it hard to get out of the neighborhood? No way. No way. There's bound to be more shenanigans if we go out. Standing in front of the roll-up door, it wasn't that Rosie hadn't thought about getting out of the neighborhood, but there are still too many uncertainties for anyone to take a chance. Taking her eyes off the roll-up door, she gradually looked around at the flats. The moment, all the occupants, men and women, young and old, looked at themselves eagerly. It was as if he was the center of the world in this moment. Hello, MS. Law, if I may, please protect me. I can open the roll-up door. I just need a little food. Just then, a bald man on one of the building tenants took the initiative to shout towards Rosie. Rosie looked over at the sound and blushed. The bald guy he knew. It's Zhao Deju, the neighborhood maintenance man. He is usually the one to fix leaky pipes and jammed door locks. Zhao Deju has a family of 5, all of whom live inside the neighborhood. I guess the 5 mouths in his family have long since emptied his food stock. Master Zhou, are you sure you can open the roll-up door? Rosie repeated the question. Okay, I installed this door. Okay then, I'll come pick you up. Wait for me at the door. Nodding her head, without saying a word, Luo she took Tiger and ran towards the unit building where Zhao Deju was. A few minutes later, she met Zhao Deju in the hallway with a hungry yellow face and carrying a toolbox. Zhao Deju arched his back like he was starving and had low blood sugar. At the first moment of meeting, he stared at the tiger for a while, before he smiled respectfully towards Roxy. MS. Luo, in advance. I'll help you, I'll just take the rations for my family of 5. Don't worry, I won't take more when the door opens. His smile was kind and there was no hint of hypocrisy to be seen. Rosie nodded, not noticing in the slightest that the guy had surreptitiously put the wrench he'd hidden behind his back into the toolbox again. Zhao Deju, in fact, had an ulterior motive at first. He wanted the tiger for himself, but looking at the size of the tiger's medium-sized dog, he hesitated. Fear of being bitten by the dog instead of grabbing it. It's even worse if you knock the dog dead during the fight with it and don't have anything to deal with the spooky stuff. After some thought, Zhao Deju decided to commit himself to Rosie's side. Don't worry, Master Zhao. The supermarket door is open. Take whatever you want. Rosie waved her hand atmospherically, and Zhao Deju smiled. The two men stayed close to the tiger, which slowed them down to walk out of the cell block. It was a fact that tiger could protect one person, but whether he could protect two was anyone's guess. They still move with caution. Luckily, the two ended up walking across the greenbelt without any danger. Their actions, seen by countless survivors, moreover, immediately caused a new clamor. Beauty, beauty, you take me there. I'm strong. I could have helped you move the goods. Beauty, take me. You give me food. I'll be your bodyguard. I have a black belt in Taekwondo. I can help you clean up the disobedient guys. Look at me. Beautiful. I live well. Take me. For a moment, the floor was filled with wave after wave of shouting because of Tiger's safe haven. Being in the midst of the wave of compliments, Rosie drifted a bit. It killed her to think of it. That one day, she would actually be a human being and be the one that everyone wanted to climb up on? Tiger, ah Tiger. I really didn't raise you for nothing. You're such a good big boy for mommy. Enjoying the reverence around her, Rosie stroked Tiger's head. There has never been a moment when I felt so much as I do now that having a dog was such a good choice. Master Zhao, let's pick up two more. Shouting toward his side, Zhao Deju froze. Then he looked at Tiger and nodded. And rightly so. MS. Luo, you really need a few helpers in your current situation. Just that Taekwondo black belt, and that little white boy, I guess. The chipper man pointed to two men in two nearby buildings. The two men who were pointed out were more than ecstatic, because being chosen allows you to be protected by the tigers, because it's safe, because there will be food to eat soon. People change so rightfully under desperate circumstances. Rosie was also enjoying the men's company so deservedly. The one with the black belt in Taekwondo is called Li Qiong. She had heard about it. A Taekwondo teacher near the neighborhood. Where could she deal with someone like that when a session was said to cost a little over a couple hundred? As for that little white guy, his name is Lin Yixuan, and he is even a well-known face male anchor in the neighborhood. Rosie had been lucky enough to meet him a few times, eyeing his face, but there's no way to afford to reward him, let alone get up close and personal, with a tight pocketbook. But now, because of the tiger, these two men who were picked up and taken out of the house offered themselves as if they were bodhisattvas. Luo beauty, don't worry, in the future, whoever dares to make a move on you, Li Ziyong, will be the first to say no. Rosie-san, I'll help you too. Rosie couldn't help but laugh out loud as a large man and a small man shielded themselves from each other. Go! Now go get full first. With a big, bold wave of his hand, the dog leash acting as a battle flag, the few men swept up to the roll-up door of the supermarket. Click click click. Before how can not open the roller shutter door. In Zhao Deju some drumming, but a few minutes, clatter a lift. The lights are still on in the supermarket. A wide array of merchandise is neatly arranged. Zhou Jian, the owner of the supermarket, was nibbling on a loaf of bread, looking at the several people at the door with a confused expression. You guys, what are you guys doing over here? Chapter 13, Rosie's Revenge. Why are we here? Zhou Jian, how dare you fucking say that? As soon as Zhou Jian's words left his mouth, Li Ziyong, who was beside Luo Shi, rushed into the supermarket with great strides and swung his fist in Zhou Jian's face. Bang! The huge fist smashed Zhou Jian's entire body, staggered and fell to the ground. You! What the fuck is wrong with you? Hit me for what? Covering his swollen face, Zhou Jian gave Li Ziyong a resentful look. Ha! I'm sick? It's you who's sick, isn't it? Let me ask you, when the security guard came knocking on your door the other day, why didn't you open it? I didn't hear you. Didn't hear? You didn't hear that loud? Li Ziyong yelled at the top of his lungs. Zhou Jian tilted his head to the side sheepishly. He heard more than that the other day, didn't he? Even, he could see it clearly. Supermarkets have, basically, security cameras at their entrances. He had watched the little guard get his head bitten off that day. Me? How would I know that much? Strongly arguing a sentence, Zhou Jian even stood up with a terse neck. Besides, why would I open the door? I run the supermarket, I close it when I want to, and I open it for business when I want to. It's my freedom. Well. So you didn't want to open the door just now when MS Law knocked, did you? Li Ziyong reached out and pointed at Roxy, and Zhou Jian's eyes narrowed. These days, he can see what's going on outside the house through the camera. 2. He was polite to the woman who had a get-out-of-jail-free card. What, don't want to open the door? I was just sleeping. Oh, yeah. At that, Rosie's brow furrowed. She just knocked on the door, but she heard footsteps, perhaps. Just now Zhou Jian was hesitating to open the door for himself, but in the end, he chose not to open the door. Can you tell me why you still won't open the door when it's obvious I have a black dog? Roxy looked at Zhou Jian condescendingly, and Zhou Jian pursed his lips and forced out a smile. I was really sleeping. Humph, really sleeping? You're afraid I'll come over and divide up your food, aren't you? Rosie grimaced. It's human to be selfish. If she were a supermarket owner, she wouldn't mind having more food, much less thinking about someone coming along and dividing up their inventory. Able to. Now that she had Tiger, she didn't need to put her heart on the line. She's outside the rules. Are you afraid the food will be divided? Well then, I'll take it now. What can you do? With those words, as if venting her anger, Rosie casually took out a box of lunch meat from the shelf, ripped it open and threw it on the floor. Woof! As soon as Tiger saw the lunch meat, he jumped right in and nibbled on it. Hey, that food, did you pay for it? You just throw. Zhou Jian instinctively cursed, but when he looked back at the room, he watched several people staring at him, and for no reason his body went cold. He almost forgot. It's the end of days. I'm not just going to take it, I'm going to take it all. You guys, what do you want? Hurry up and move it yourselves. Rosie had a big sisterly air about her. A couple of the men around them heard this and even pulled the cart and dumped food into it. You guys. Seeing the food being grabbed by several people, Zhou Jian's eyes were glaring out. He himself has a nickname, Joe Pippi. Even to the end of the day, see their own things are being usurped. Even more anxious in the heart. You're not allowed to rob it. Anxiously pulling out a badminton racket from the shelf, Zhou Jian raised it up and was about to slap it towards Roxy. Rosie's eyebrows frowned slightly, and Li Ziyong, the tiger by her side, snatched the badminton racket with one hand. Splat! Li Ziyong returned with another slap to Zhou Jian's face. You talk about you, and so selfish. You hamster? Stocking up? Your life is a life, but ours isn't? Fuck off. We'll eat whatever we want. Put. Once again being jerked to the ground by a huge force, Zhou Jian looked resentfully at the few people in the supermarket. You guys, you shall not die. Hey, I say, are you not getting the picture? It seemed to be annoyed by Zhou Jian's noise. Rosie knocked on the roll-up door. Your gate is pried open now. Now it's us here. Later we go. Think about it. That woman in red. Will she come looking for you? The corners of her mouth quirked up, and Rosie was full of sarcasm. Now, it is you who holds the life and death of others in your hands. You. Shivering at the words, Zhou Jian came back to his senses and no longer dared to clamor. He looked over to Zhao Doju, who was packing up his goods, and hugged his thigh. Zhao Doju, I beg you, you fix the roller shutter. I don't charge for anything you take. What the fuck is wrong with you? And money? Money is useful. Ha? You begged me? Why don't you beg MS? Luo? Zhao Doju shook off Zhou Jian with a kick, his face full of disgust. Are you kidding me? Fix the roll-up door? Come back next time and get stuck at the door again? MS. Luo. I was wrong. I beg you. Why don't you stay with me? I have everything here. You're better off staying with me than anywhere else. The begging voice was directed at Rosie. At these words, there was instant silence in the supermarket. Everyone looked at Rosie, who was holding the leash. Yes, she's the backbone. Rosie sniffed, but brightened up. Yeah, instead of carrying goods back to the building, you can live in the supermarket for that. One is convenient and the other is close to the neighborhood exit, making it a good choice for escape or settlement. I live here? So, who do you think owns the supermarket? Rosie's eyes narrowed. Zhou Jian's face changed, and after half a minute of entanglement, he looked at the tiger at Roxy's feet before nodding humbly. You own this place. Good. That's what you said yourself. Come on, don't even bother moving. You'll live here from now on. Rosie's words fell. Both Li Ziyang and Lin Yishuan's hand movements paused. For them, it's okay to live anywhere, as long as food, drink, and security are in place. It's a doghouse with Tiger. Only Zhao Deju froze. He can't. He has a family of 4 waiting for him to return. His eyes inexplicably wandered to Tiger and Rosie. At this moment, the desire to occupy the heart was stirring again. Still, it was quickly pressed back. All he could do was lick his face and walk toward Rosie. That, MS. Luo, if I live here, see if you can send me back. Or, how about you walk with me and let me bring my family here? Zhao Deju's attitude was extremely humble. Rosie looked at him for a moment, her mind reeling a little. If we say, let Zhao Deju pick up his family and come over, won't the food in the supermarket be consumed greatly? Wouldn't the best option be to let him take the food back and leave him alone behind? Anyway, he can only pick locks, can't he? With her fine eyebrows slightly locked, Rosie had her own little agenda. As if he had guessed what she was thinking, Zhao Deju's face changed. MS. Ro, isn't there anywhere you'd like to go? I can always unlock the door for you if I follow you around. After emphasizing her role, Rosie's face changed slightly. Want to go places? Unlock the door? Wait a minute. You don't say. There's really a place I want to go. Chapter 14, The Coming Black Dog. Knockout Ghost reappears. Where? Not that I'm bragging to you. Electronic locks. Fingerprint locks. Just locks. I can open them all. Zhao Dezhu patted his chest in assurance. A huff flashed visibly in Rosie's eyes. Right under my building. 101 tenants. Ha? Is there anything there? Zhao Dezhu didn't understand. What's there? There's a dozen days worth of rations there. That's a lot. At that, Rosie's silver teeth clenched. Zui Yang's assassination of her own tiger. And the matter of letting herself run empty. She remembered it. Though, by a stroke of luck, she knew what the tiger was capable of. But it's because of the power she now has that she's getting more and more vindictive. Zui Yang, you wouldn't have guessed, would you? You counted me. I'll count you back now. Vicious thought. Roxy wouldn't feel ashamed at all for counting Zui Yang at the earliest. All she wanted to do now was grab the man's food and watch as he fell to his knees and begged for it. Taking the dog by the leash, she greeted a few men towards the supermarket. Go to 101. You guys don't realize, do you? 101 is taking a building's worth of rations. Meat, vegetables, drink. That's a lot of ingredients. Zhao Dezhu, when you guys open the door, whatever is inside, take it. I don't want a cent. Yes. Several of the men's faces lit up at the sound of another ration. The residents of this 101 are no good either. Hiding so much food themselves. That's just it. And I don't know how to share it. Selfish. Too selfish. Not like my sister. So fraternal. Li Ziyang and Lin Yixuan followed suit and chimed in. A few people yelled and headed towards Zui Yang's room 101. As for Zhou Jian, he didn't dare to stay alone in the supermarket and followed him out. A small, voluminous crowd sought it out. And inside room 101, Zui Yang was looking at the incense burner and was lost in thought. He didn't bother to care about how godlike tiger was outside the house. As long as he wanted to, no surprise, he should have a black dog that could keep the creepy ones at bay in a few days as well. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to sneak his dog around blindly. Gotta be quick to make sure this incense burner is working. Also, what's around the neighborhood? Are there any evacuation points in Linjiang City or anything like that? It's never wise to stay in a neighborhood for a long time. Rubbing the incense burner, Zui Yang was precisely the time of planning when the cell phone in his pocket lit up. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Hey, good buddy. I fucking ran all over the city and finally got 2 pure black dingoes. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to pay for them. The dog dealer actually charged me 5,000 for one of them. It's really dark. However, it's strange to say, Zhou Yang, that cockney, actually wanted this black wild dog. I thought he at least wanted a dog with a pedigree. Wild dogs? Wild dogs are good fierce. Looking at the message sent from the past, Zui Yang's face was delighted. Zui Yang, where's the dog? When will it arrive? There are no pills for regret in this world. Tomorrow I just got my shot tonight and got my license. I'm still in the real world, where everything has to go through a process. Zui Yang, I see. As fast as you can in the morning, you bring the dog back. Sister Luo, are you saying that kid took all the things on the first floor at the very beginning? Didn't give you a single bit? Holy shit. This guy is selfish. Sister Luo, don't worry. My brothers will definitely give him a beating later. I had just finished admonishing my past self when a few yells came to my ears. Zui Yang put away his cell phone and hurriedly came to the window. And he was seeing the 5 people from the supermarket side coming towards his side. Is this having a little brother and coming back to get back at me? Zui Yang is not a cutie. He was well aware of Rosie's intentions in bringing 4 men back at the moment. Brother Zhao, I'll trouble you later. You open the door. Us brothers rush in and beat the shit out of that kid before grabbing all his food. I hate this kind of man who bullies women the most in my life. A group of 5 people, Li Ziyang and Zhao Dezhu, walked at the front. But after just a few minutes of contact, these guys were hooking up as buddies. Zui Yang's gaze was fixed on Zhao Dezhu's toolbox, and between the flickering of his eyes, he had already quickly returned to the living room. He sharply pushed the table couch back behind the security door. Since the door locks can't be relied on, you'll have to stack heavy objects behind the door. After doing this, Zui Yang looked at the time displayed on his cell phone. 1855. I'll give you one more chance. If you guys have to come against me, then just wait and ask for it. Putting away his cell phone, Zui Yang quietly sat on the sofa behind the disliked door. It wasn't long before there was a cacophony of footsteps at the door. Hey, inside, come out quickly if you know what's good for you, and apologize to our sister Luo. Bring us more food. Otherwise, when we open the door later, you'll be in for a treat. Li Ziyang's shouting voice came. It seemed that after following Rosie, he was lest he not be Rosie's number 1 prick. I mean, You guys already have a whole supermarket's worth of food, so you're not going to come here and mess with me, are you? Zui Yang reclined on the sofa and did not look toward the door, but toward the direction of the kitchen. Ha! It's not a matter of food or no food. You counted on our sister Luo. And this building of class rations. You think it's all yours just because you took it? What's the point of bothering with him? Hello? Open the door. After Li Zhiyong's voice, an effeminate thin cursing voice came. The door was kicked in. Zui Yang, don't say I don't give you face. Open the door and give us all the food. Also, apologize to me and give me odd jobs from now on, and I'll forgive you. Rosie's voice came through as well. Zui Yang sneered at the corner of his mouth and just returned with a ghostly voice. Get the hell out of here. There's a ghost in my house. If you guys want to die, go ahead and try. Icy words came, and there was silence outside the building. Ghosts. This is a word that, at this point in time, is definitely a word that no one wants to bring up. Ghosts? There's a ghost in his house? It seems like he's had people die in this house before, right? The heads of several men's voices lurched, and Zhou Jian looked as if he had remembered something. I remember. He's had an explosion in this house before, killing an old man and a young woman. Ha! For a moment, the few people still standing in front of the door froze. The corner of Rosie's mouth twitched. Scared shitless. That thing he's talking about disappeared a couple days ago. Besides, if he dares to stay in a house with a ghost, you won't dare? It's... Sister Luo is right too. Zhao Deju nodded and then opened the toolbox. Don't listen to this kid's scaremongering. When I open the door, I'll show him what it means to be worse than seeing a ghost. Right. This kid must be bluffing. If he can stay inside, why can't we? The sound of voices grew, and several men yelled again. Zhao Deju took out the wire and slowly hooked the lock-eye of the security door. On the other side of the door, Zui Yang no longer responded. For, at the moment, he was looking at the kitchen, which was crimson with the light of blood. In the corner of the kitchen, a dark shadow was slowly rising. The dark figure, on crutches and carrying a child on his back, was taking a step toward the living room. Chapter 15, The Deterrent of the Incense Burner. The Route at the Door. Day. The dark figure's cane tapped the ground as he took a step toward the living room. Zui Yang's eyes were staring at the coffee table in the living room. On the coffee table, the tripod incense burner still stood seemingly flat. It didn't emit a golden light or anything divine like the post said. It just stood still. Asterisk. Did I buy a fake? Seeing the knocking ghost getting closer and closer, Zui Yang is about to flee to the bedroom. I don't know. Just the next moment, as the knocker ghost passed by the coffee table, his pitch-black head snapped around and stared dead at the incense burner. Her whitened eyes stuttered, and her entire ghostly body shivered. The kid on his back, who was holding a firecracker, was laughing ha. As soon as he saw the incense burner, he immediately shrunk his body behind his grandmother. They're afraid? In fear of this incense burner? But this incense burner isn't a magic weapon either, and it's not emitting golden light. Despite the uncertainty, Zui Yang was glad that the incense burner could be useful. Ho. Standing by the incense burner, the knocking ghost's voice trembled. Then, Zui Yang saw the most bizarre scene in his life. The knocker ghost suddenly took a dozen steps backwards along the incense burner, pulling away as if afraid of offending it. Then it was back along the wall, avoiding the incense burner with the utmost respect, and heading for the door. Hiss. Can't it be that this Yonda temple worships some great god? Silently, he walked over to the coffee table. Zui Yang has a lot of guts, and he is not at all afraid of the knocking ghost flying to claim his life. Holding up the incense burner, he hid it in his pocket. He knew that with this, maybe he could travel freely outside as well. Ho. The knocking ghost, from the beginning to the end, did not look at Zui Yang one more time, and walked straight toward the doorway piled with blockages. Outside the door, Zhao Deju clicked, finally used a wire to pry open the lock. Hey. He pushed hard on the door of the room and blushed. Grass. The kid's behind the door with something blocking it. Give me a hand. Big guy. Okay. I'll do it. Li Zhiyong, the largest, responded and immediately kicked towards the door of the room. Grass. Blocking the door. Ha! I have all the strength in the world. Bang. I have to say, practicing taekwondo is different. The door to the room, along with the seat behind it, was kicked and nudged. Go Rico. Go for it. Ziyong, the door is kicked in. You pick what's inside first. Li Zhiyong's leadership also drew applause from the surrounding area. Sister Luo, just don't worry. The pack will cripple him for you. Comparing his biceps, Li Zhiyong didn't forget to take credit towards Roxy. The two men smiled at each other and were just about to let loose some more harsh words towards the house. Suddenly, bang! The house actually resounded with the crash of seats flying and smashing. the door to the room slowly opened, and Li Ziyong's still elevated thighs gave a lurch. What? The wimp inside. Figured it out? Now you know to open the door? I'm telling you, it's late. I'll fucking kill. Before the word you could be uttered, Li Ziyong's mouth opened wide. Crunch! The door to room 101 opened. Standing behind the door was a hunched figure covered in darkness. She held her head high and looked at Li Ziyong, who was a good deal taller than herself. A pair of white cloudy eyes that didn't fluctuate with any emotion at all. Ha. Behind her, an equally dark child was cupping a burning firecracker in his hand. Bare your teeth. The faint threads of fire flickered with a faint light. At this moment, inside and outside the building, there was silence. Everyone looked at the knocker at the door and was dumbfounded. You fucking, what? The mouth just uttered a word. The old lady's eyes narrowed, and Li Ziyong suddenly realized that he couldn't move at all. Ha. The dark child, crawling along the old man's arm, actually stuffed the thick firecracker into his mouth. Well. The smell of gunpowder from the fuse came through, and Li tried to speak, whimpering in panic. Save. Help. He tried to get help from his teammates behind him. Able to. Everyone behind them at the moment had been shocked out of their wits, staring at the doorway in dismay. Shasta. Bang. The booming firecrackers went off. Li Ziyong's head exploded into a puddle of blood mist, spilling out and pouring everywhere in the hallway. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. And Li Ziyong's headless head, after standing for a moment, also fell to the ground with a bang. Gurgling, blood flowed down his headless head and the surroundings were quiet once again. Ho. The old woman let out another eerie laugh. She angled her head at the few remaining people outside the room, as if choosing an execution. Until this moment, the icy sight swept in. Rosie's calves shuddered. A fishy odor spilled over, and she let out a high decibel cry. Ghosts! She finally realized who it was that had massacred an entire class. Taking the leash, she panicked, pulled Tiger and ran. In her subconscious, this ghost, it seemed, was not afraid of the tiger. Rosie ran down the hallway, right in the direction of the 8th floor of her house. As soon as she ran, the remaining few panicked even more. Zhao Deju's eyes scanned in panic for a moment before he followed and ran towards the upstairs. The little white boy Lin Yixuan's face turned pale, and he also stumbled and ran upstairs after him. Only Zhou Jian. He didn't know if he was scared out of his wits, but he actually ran towards the outside of the unit building. Ghosts! Hysterical screams came. Pff. In the greenbelt, the dirt turned over. Next moment, creepy women with messy hair crawled out of the greenbelt. Just as he was about to quickly climb out of the greenbelt, the sound of crutches tapping sounded. The creepy woman gave the knocker a look and actually crawled coyly back to the mound. Ho. Under the blood moon, the knocking ghost laughed strangely, obviously walking slowly, but instantly came behind Zhou Jian. Ha. The mischievous voice of a small child came. Zhou Jian's steps were lurched, and his entire body froze in place in a forward-facing position. No, I don't want to die, he whimpered, regretting why he had come to room 101. Able to. Bare your teeth. A pair of small, dark, childish hands reached out. Mouths have been stuffed with firecrackers. Woo. Eyes full of tears. He looked in the direction of his supermarket. Bang! The next moment, heads exploded like fireworks, and a spray of blood sowed every inch of the neighborhood roadway. The headless body fell to the ground, gurgling blood. At this moment, all the survivors, who had earlier been watching Rosie's group, dared not make a sound and watched the tragedy on the roadway in silence. Until the world fell silent as he watched the knocker walk towards a new block of flats again. In front of the door to room 101, Zui Yang covered his nose and looked at the blood foam in the hallway with disgust, then slowly covered the door that was pushed open. It's all been said. There's a ghost in my house. Chapter 16, Little Inkblot and Zhou Yang's greetings. Bang. Another night, another sleepless night where countless people were enveloped in the sound of firecrackers. Zui Yang took it for granted and moved the tables and chairs back to their original places in the house. I thought that after the lesson of this knocker, that Rosie wouldn't think twice about getting into trouble with herself. Leaning silently on the couch, what Zui Yang is currently most concerned about is Zhou Yang. With the incense burner, he now dared to go out, but without official intelligence. He didn't dare to go straight out of the neighborhood to expand his exploration. Well, maybe when Black Dog is in place tomorrow, Zhou Yang will treat me differently. TSK. Reincarnation is really a skillful job. The cell phone screen stayed on the chat with Zhou Yang. The other side never answered. Zui Yang just thought about things and took a nap in the sound of firecrackers in the past. Slippery. Early morning. What woke up Zui Yang was not the blood-red sunlight, but a big warm tongue. Who? Yang had a jolt. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find a thin wild dog with shiny black fur lying in his arms. Ha ha ha. It exhaled hot breath and licked it toward his face and neck. It looked like it liked itself very much. You're the dog I bought? Yang squinted his eyes at the black dog, but his mind was getting more and more information. A month ago in the morning, he bought 2 dogs for himself, one for Zhou Yang and one for his family. Took the dog out for daily walks myself. Very good emotional. Suddenly there were more images that instantly poured into his mind like waves. Yang knew that it was the past that had changed, and new information was being digested in his head. Little ink? Yang asked out tentatively. Woof woof. The next moment, the little inkblot was intimate in Yang's arms and pampered. Well, little Murph. Good boy. Sit down. Touching the head of the little inkblot, Yang felt the familiar and unfamiliar temperature. It's called Black Dog Little Ink, not because it's really ink. Instead, it was black as ink and ran so fast it looked like an ink stain left by fountain pen writing. The dog has arrived. So, next up, almost immediately, after slowing down, Yang looked at the cell phone screen. Sure enough, the chat message with Zhou Yang changed. Yesterday's are you there? Almost yesterday. I got one back in seconds. Yang, are you okay? TSK. It's true. Favors. Without favors, how can people care about you? Yang scat his tongue. Sent a black dog. This Chowan can do messages in seconds. The change in attitude, before and after, was horrible. Looking at the message and hesitating for a long time, Yang deliberately replied so. I'm not going to be able to get a good look at it, but I'm going to be able to see it. Thanks to the little inkblot, this dog can actually ward off evil spirits. Ding dong. Seconds back again. Zhou Yang, yeah. It turns out that the black dog has a suppressing effect on the weirdness. Yang, thanks to the dog you gave me, I've had a safe journey. I'm glad you're okay. Good brother. How's it going on your side so far? Good buddy? Row. Too good. Looking at the other party's change of address, Yang's eyes fell on Zhou Yang's words. The whole journey was without danger. Sure enough, do families with connections get special care? After thinking for a moment, Yang borrowed a donkey to go downhill. Yang, not really. Although I can rely on the black dog to find food on my side, I vaguely feel that the black dog can't suppress the more powerful weirdness. If a more terrifying weirdness comes to my door, I'm still dead. Mr. Zhou, are you out of Linjiang City? Zhou Yang, yes. A search and rescue team came early, but there were too many spooky things in the city, and not everyone dared to follow the search and rescue team. Thanks to your black dog, our family made it out of Linjiang City safe and sound. Yang, oh, I see. So did the search and rescue team take you to safety? Zhou Yang, outside Linjiang City on the South City River. There's a big boat on the river that is a temporary relocation site. There are very special people here, responsible for keeping us safe. The boat will sail to the vicinity of the capital city, where, it is said, there are safer shelters. Yang, a very special person? I can't say much. Anyway, thanks for your dog. I don't know if you're lucky or what. Your dog did help me. In return, I can tell you a piece of information. You know the Yangda Temple incense burner I took you to buy, right? Yang, I know. What's going on? Zhou Yang, if you can make it to Yangda Temple, there's still the last of the evacuation team there. If you catch up, you should be able to go with the evacuation team. However, you must remember that inside the city, there is still a lot of weirdness. There exists the weirdness that even the black dog can't suppress. Yang, got it. Thank you. Closing his cell phone, Zhou Yang's side didn't return any more messages. Yang sat cross-legged on the sofa, mulling over the small inkblot as he pondered his next move. The Temple of Eternal Virtue. It's a few dozen kilometers from my place, to say the least. If you go out, you need to plan your route, preferably with a car. Also, rightly or wrongly, it's best to be traveling during the day, because beings like the knockers disappear during the day. So, showing up during the day must have encountered less weirdness than showing up at night. In the midst of his dark thoughts, Yang walked over to the window with little ink in his arms. Inside the small neighborhood of Linping, blood-red light reflected on the walkway, and there was dead silence everywhere. It's the third day since the weirdness descended, and there's a lot less life in the neighborhood. The survivors, who had vaguely survived, were breathless and lying by the windows, looking in the direction of the supermarket. At the moment, the roll-up door of the supermarket is open, and it's piled high with food. None of them dared to move. It's the third day. I should get out there. At least, the neighborhood I can search. And the car. Think it and do it. Yang found a backpack in the house, packed some food, put the backpack on his back, attached a dog leash to the little inkblot, and let it and walked to open the door of the room. Although the blood and light outside the house was filled with light, the hot sunlight of the day always dispelled the coldness in the heart. Zhuo Yang pulled the little inkblot, obviously out for the first time since the shenanigans, but incredibly calm. There is an incense burner on his chest and a black dog in his hand. If he's not calm, who is? Hey, you guys look! Someone's gone out again. Who is it? Not afraid to die? Grass. He's got a black dog too. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's the second big dog in the neighborhood after that girl yesterday. What dog, dada? That's my dog, father. Hey handsome, take me with you. I'll give you a hand. Handsome, handsome, look at me. I'm 36D and I'm so big, so beautiful and so slimy. The moment he saw Zhuo Yang go out, the first thing that came from the cell floor was a taunt. But upon seeing the black dog, a wave of pleading adoration rose up in a flash. Chapter 17, Instant Noodles for Cars. Being watched by countless pairs of eyes between the floors, Zhuo Yang calmly led the dog towards the supermarket. 801 Interior. Luo Shi, Zhao Doju, and Lin Yixuan were also attracted by the cacophony. Seeing that Zhuo Yang was also holding a black dog, the three of them had different looks. So he has a black dog too. Zhao Doju's eyes looked over Zhuo Yang's dog, while Lin Yixuan looked towards the supermarket. He went out. Hey, does that mean that ghost in his house is gone? Sister Luo, why don't we go to the supermarket too? We didn't even eat yesterday after being scared by that thing. Lin Yixuan begged and looked at Rosie, who nodded but shook her head. No rush. Let's see what he's up to first. He's obviously got half a month's worth of food in storage, so he shouldn't have to go to the supermarket to get anything now. If he's recruiting help now too, let's make a deal with him to split the supermarket stuff 50-50. If he's just going to go carry things back alone. Rosie's eyes narrowed. Then, without waiting for her to say anything, Zhao Deju coldly grunted. We, then, can go rob his dog. That's right. If he doesn't recruit, we'll be right behind him when he next goes out. 2 black dogs? That's enough for us to take over the neighborhood. Human nature is greedy. The moment he saw the Zhuo Yang black dog, the fear from last night dissipated in a moment. 3 pairs of eyes, deadpan, looked in the direction of the supermarket, and in front of the roll-up door of the supermarket. As if Zhuo Yang knew that his line of action was being watched, he twisted around and looked at the nearby floor. Aha! All eyes, all eyes, all eyes on me. I have an announcement to make. I want a car with a full tank of gas. Which one of you has it? Give me the car keys and I'll move a couple days worth of food over there for you. Zhuo Yang's voice resounded in the small area. A few moments later, the quiet neighborhood rang with a horrible racket. Me, my BYD is full of gas and it's in the parking lot outside the neighborhood. BYD, fuck off. Little brother. Me, my BMW convertible. It's not enough for me to give it to you, my 36E peach, but, little brother, don't listen to them, my big G, handsome and good performance. For a while, it was like going into an auction market. Zhuo Yang narrowed his eyes and listened to everyone's replies. He's poor, he doesn't have a car, but there are plenty of neighborhoods. There was no way he could go door to door and rob a car. The only way was to barter. Before the weirdness descended, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars of cars could only be viewed from a distance. Nowadays, maybe a box of instant noodles is sold. After Zhuo Yang discerned a large amount of owner information, he casually pointed at an old man. You're it. Dump the keys to your Wuling Honda and I'll carry you 2 cases of instant noodles. The oldest man, who was pointed to, immediately blushed at the sound, but a moment later, there was another change in color. No, what if I throw you the keys and you don't move me? Hey, get it straight. It's me choosing you now, not you choosing me. You don't want to give it, do you? There are plenty of others who will. Zhuo Yang gave the boss a blank look. When the boss heard this, he immediately threw down his car keys from the second floor in fear. Give. Here. The car is in the parking lot by the entrance to the neighborhood. Just a Wuling. It's easy to find. Okay, prepare the rope. Zhuo Yang slowly walked to the vicinity of the key, picked up the key, and then casually carried out 2 boxes of instant noodles from the supermarket. Rope? The boss looked at Zhuo Yang in disbelief. As soon as Zhuo Yang threw the instant noodles downstairs in the boss. Crap, if you didn't hang it up with a rope, did I carry it up for you? Ha? Weren't you the one who dropped it off at the door? Do you want it or not? No, I'm leaving. 2. Seeing that Zhuo Yang was about to throw down the instant noodles as he spoke, the boss panicked and rummaged through the house. Looking at his actions, Zhuo Yang shrugged his shoulders. It's not like he's a 250. Delivered to your door? You come to my door with a knife, and when you open the door, you stab me to death. What about robbing my dog? The human heart is unpredictable. Zhuoyang can barter. Already giving enough care. He could have just tricked his way into the keys and run. Here, young man, please ha. Not long afterward, ropes dangled down high in the air. After Zhuoyang casually tied it, he walked towards the entrance of the neighborhood without looking back. The rope-tied instant noodles were shakily yanked high into the air. Eyes, about to be pulled Moncler outlet store to where the third floor is. Suddenly, wow, the windows on the second floor opened. An older woman clutched the cardboard box of instant noodles as soon as she could and yanked it desperately toward the second floor. Bring it on you. You. Fuck you. I bought this. You're robbing me. Who says this is yours? This floated past my window, so it can't be mine? The older woman cursed and gave a deadly tug. Bang! In an instant, the force of the rope yanked the third floor Moncler outlet store stumbled and fell to the ground. And the 2 boxes of instant noodles landed completely inside the second floor of the building. Asterisk. Ah, that's my family's ration. Inside the third floor, Moncler outlet store fell and bruised his face, screaming and cursing in anger. On the second floor, on the other hand, the doors and windows were closed, and a room full of people were laughing and joking. Cries and laughter resounded through the morning neighborhood, but not a single person in the neighborhood said much of anything. Some, only envious glances to the second floor. Holy shit, that kid. Out. You're quite fat. How dare you go out? 801 Interior. Zhao Dazhu and the 3 of them were dumbfounded as they watched Zhuoyang walk out of the neighborhood. Originally, they thought the kid was just going to stock up on food, and end up running out of the neighborhood? Don't you want to live long enough? Poof. Think you can do whatever you want with a dog? Get out. You deserve to die out there. If you die, all the food in the supermarket will be mine. Looking at Zhuoyang's back with contempt, Luo she had a cold and arrogant face. In her opinion, Zhuoyang is not brave, but brainwashed. The other side. Entrance parking in the Lincoln neighborhood. Zhuoyang pulled the small inkblot and finally found the Wuling Hongguang. It's a legendary bread god car. Pulling open the car door, Zhuoyang carried the little inkblot to the passenger side, tried the feel of the car, and then started the car and drove away from the neighborhood. He didn't care what happened in the neighborhood, and don't care if the food ends up in someone's hands or not. What he cares about is how to live. The Temple of Eternal Virtue. The Temple of Eternal Virtue. Stepping on the gas. Perhaps scornful of the more horrific shenanigans, the car drove as fast as it could. Zhuoyang's eyes looked around the street through the car window. A number of people in the forest of houses looked curiously at the traveling van. The little inkblot sat in the passenger side, looking out the windshield mirror at the street scene with a nervous expression on his face. It seemed as if, at any moment, there could be shenanigans out there. Touched the incense burner on his chest. Left Sun throttle to the floor. For the first time, he felt that driving was such a gut-wrenching endeavor. But to his surprise, deadly silent streets, driving all the way through. Surprisingly nothing out of the ordinary happened. I don't know if it's the little ink blot or the incense burner. After a long distance, Zhuoyang finally saw the gate of the Yangda Temple. Chapter 18, Death. Silently. This is it? Looking at the Yangda Temple that was getting closer and closer, Zhuoyang himself was surprised. Would it be too smooth? On the last stretch of street near the Yangdiaxa Temple, there were accidents everywhere with vehicles overturning and hitting railings. This would have been when the shenanigans descended and something happened to the drivers, right? Looking at the abandoned vehicles that passed by along the way, Zhuoyang guessed. However, in the corner where he couldn't see, inside the cockpit of almost every accident car, the driver's body was twisted in an extremely horrific position. Their forms did not look like they had been twisted by the impact of a vehicle, but had been distorted by some force. Almost there. It's coming. Seeing the Yangda Temple getting closer and closer, Zhuoyang's chest was heaving up and down. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the little ink blot in the passenger seat, for some reason, suddenly roared towards the void directly in front of him. Woof, woof. The more it roared, the more it grew, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if, directly in front of them, something existed in the void. Little ink? What's wrong? Zhuoyang looked at it in surprise. The little ink blot still roared towards the front. Click, click, click. However, just the next second, little Inkbrush's foot bones twisted up in a weird way. The originally straight canine foot actually showed a horrifying 180-degree bend. After the sound of breaking bones, the fascia under the skin surged and ruptured, and with a pfft, blood spray splashed on the passenger seat. Ow ow. There was a whimpering sound, and the little ink blot cowered in the car seat in terror. Holy shit! A sudden mist of blood blurred the vision. Zhuoyang cursed and immediately stepped on the emergency brake. Giggle. The car slowed down on the side of the road, and Zhuoyang looked at the little ink blot in alarm. Little ink blot. Little Murdoch. What's wrong with you? The change came too suddenly, and Zhuoyang just wanted to pick up the little inkblot. Ka, ka, ka. This time, it was the little inkblot's head that was slowly and eerily twisting. Ow ow. The little inkblot's eyes were filled with fear and looked at Zhuoyang hopefully. Ha ha. It gasped forcefully and its head pushed against Zhuoyang. Ow. As if asking for help, and as if informing his master. Run. Click click click. Seeing that its head had turned almost 90 degrees, Zhuoyang became more and more anxious. Grass. Fuck. What the hell happened? What is it? What is it? Incompetence roared wildly around. Ow. With a final whimper after the little inkblot. Put. The tiny head spun up, followed by a bizarre drop, and a large spray of blood gushed from the headless dog's neck. Inside the car, there was blood floating all over the place for a while. Grr. Grr. Zhuoyang's eyes were red as he angrily looked into the air. The little inkblot was bought by his past self, but he did live with it for a month. It would be a lie to say I'm not angry. Able to. After the angry curses, there was still nothing to see around. Way. Click. 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 This time, the foreign noise actually came from his own ankle. What? It was too late to react, and a horrible sharp pain came from his left foot. Looking down, the ankle had begun to twist and crease out of shape. After the bones of the foot twisted and squeezed against the ball of the foot, white bones poked through the blood and flesh and tumbled out. Ah! Zhuoyang screamed out miserably. Scrambling, he took out the incense burner from his chest. But, the twisting of the feet continued. Why? Why? Dogs don't work, and neither do incense burners? Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and Zhuoyang inexplicably thought of Zhou Yang's words. Remember, there are far more terrifying shenanigans lurking in the city. Grass. Grass. That's how the old man carries himself. Because of the pain, Zhuoyang's facial features had begun to distort. Cupping the incense burner in his hand, he watched as his paw exploded and blood spurted. Then the calf bones were twisting and tumbling along the thighs. Hiss hiss. The intense pain left him near unconsciousness. Zhuoyang strongly clenched his teeth and was filled with despair. Shit. Shit. Am I, again, going to die? No. No. I can't die. I can't die. The strong desire to survive was like a fierce fire igniting from the heart at this moment, though there was no stopping the twisting on the bones of the foot along the thigh about to come to the small of the back. But, Zhuoyang was already thinking desperately. What other means do I have? The means to live. He racked his brain. In the end, all that comes to mind is that you can reach out to your past self. Contact over. Wait. What if I were to say to my month-old self now that I should never bring the little inkblot to the temple of eternal virtue? Zhuoyang instantly comprehended. In that case, wouldn't it be rewriting history for the self of a month ago to get to the point at hand? Feasible. Think about it. Zhuoyang immediately endured the severe pain and took out his cell phone. Zhuoyang, hey, listen to me. If you're reading this message, I might already be dead. You must remember, after the third day of the bizarre descent, do not bring the little inkblot to the Yangda temple. Ah. After sending this message, Zhuoyang's abdomen also began to twist, and the blood, flesh, and fascia horribly squeezed against the skeleton. Blood churned along his stomach. Zhuoyang's eyes widened as he looked at the screen of his cell phone. On that side, there was no response. Sight, getting dimmer and dimmer. Eye, dying. The eyes slowly closed, and the spirit was in a trance. Woof. Suddenly, next moment, a loud and clear bark sounded. Zhuoyang was in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he was actually sitting in the driver's seat of the Wuling Honda, and the little inkblot on the passenger side was looking at him nervously. In front of us, there is the brightly lit neighborhood parking lot. This is outside the neighborhood? I'm not dead? Zhuoyang touched his ankle in shock and looked at the small inkblot again. Indeed, it's alright. So just now, count what? A dream? Nope, it feels too deep and, wait, like something came to mind. Zhuoyang panicked and opened his cell phone to text. The last words of the line before he died have disappeared from the chat with himself. What in the world? After a moment of trance, Zhuoyang froze and seemed to have figured out something. I'm now, is it not me? Rather, the me from a month ago? He understands. Because of the dead self's dictates, the self of a month ago saw it. So, now that I am the self of a month ago experiencing the steps to the present, I remember what I have just been instructed to do, whether it's the old me, the one I was just now, it's still me. Even if I had just died, as long as the me of a month ago knew how to die, I would have changed my decision at the point in time, and I'm now back at the important point in time and know the end. Interesting. So if I'm the past me, does that mean I can't contact the old me? Thinking of this, Zhuoyang once again chatted with himself. Zhuoyang, hey, did you see the message just now? No time for regrets. What message? Looking at the other party's response, Zui was in a trance for a moment and then laughed. I see. Time has no dimension. Even if I'm the same person I was a month ago, I can still contact the person I was a month ago. I, for one, am infinite. Chapter 19, Creepy at Birth, Creepy at Evolution, above. After figuring it all out, Zui smile grew pompous. If anything, one can go back indefinitely to critical points in time. It means, then, that one has infinite possibilities for trial and error. Of course, every time he dies, he needs to suffer accordingly. And, also, make sure that the message gets through to your former self before you die. There are no pills of regret in this world, but I, Zui, have them. So, this is my gold finger. After the gradual enlightenment, Zui slowly climbed down from the Wuling Hongguang. Since we already know what's going on outside, we can't go to the Yangde temple for the time being. There, it was simply not for a little karami like him. Holding the little inkblot, Zui returned to the Linping neighborhood along the original road. From time to time, I hear people shouting up a few words to themselves as they pass through the neighborhood buildings. Hey, is the Wuling Honda not working well? I just need a box of bread. You can have the paramera, okay? Little brother, all I need is a box of cookies. Will a Porsche do? Grass. It's the end of the day and you guys are still inwardly scrolling. The bustle of voices came from the floor. Zui did not pay attention to it, just passing by the downstairs of the old man's house who had given himself a 5-ling hongguang at that time, and looked up. Hip-hopping and laughter came from the second floor of the house. On the third floor, the old man had gone somewhere, and the sound of huffing and puffing could be vaguely heard in the room. Shaking his head, Zui didn't make much of a stop and walked towards his house. Room 801. Luo Shi. Several people were lying on the window, watching Zui go and return. Hey, Sister Luo, do you see how he's back again? It's not like there's a monster outside the neighborhood that even a black dog can't handle, is it? Lin Yixuan guessed, and Roxy snorted coldly. What do you care? Since he's back, let's find some time to go and snatch his dog. Zhao Doju, do you dare to go? If you dare to go, we'll go downstairs and rob it now. Sister Luo, it's better to forget about it. If he runs into the house, who knows if he has a ghost in that house right now? We'd better wait until he goes out next time and go downstairs to stop him. Zhao Doju flatly rejected Roxy's proposal. The last knocking ghost really left a psychological shadow. Okay, let's wait a bit then. I see the kid's home. I don't think he's going to open the door and go out for a while, is he? Let's go back to the supermarket and stay there. Covered his parched stomach. A few of Rosie's people, pressed to go out because of last night's knockers, were hungry again for the night. After a strong hunger attack, the trio took Tiger and hurried down the stairs. As they passed by room 101, the three of them were more like seeing the plague, panicking and speeding up their pace. 101 indoor. Zui was chewing on a plate of fried noodles while looking at his cell phone with a thoughtful face. On the phone's interface was a chat with Zhou Yang. In fact, after he returned, he thought about it. Was it Zhou Yang who swindled himself about the safe location of the Yangde temple? A place that dangerous, that outrageous, can be called a safe evacuation point? He wanted to stink at Zhou Yang right now, but after his thoughts were sorted out, he put down his cell phone. Outside of the Temple of Eternal Virtue, there should be spooks of notable strength wandering about. It kills by being able to twist and disintegrate a person's body tissues, but the state of its form is unknown. The large number of accidental cars on the side of the road, which at first one thought was a car accident caused by a bizarre resuscitation. Now that I think about it, all of them should have been poisoned by that weirdness. If it's true that the evacuation team has designated Wingate Temple as a safe spot, maybe Creepy can't get into Wingate Temple. Then again, among the evacuation team's personnel, there might be the kind of strange people Zhou Yang mentioned. Just because they were able to fight against the bizarre evacuation to Yangde Temple doesn't mean that ordinary people can evacuate to Yangde Temple. Sorting through the relationships with a fine-tooth comb, Zui Yang's brows became more and more furrowed. Shit, is it true that there is no way of life for ordinary people? Am I, really, going to mope around in the Lincoln neighborhood? Touching the incense burner in his arms, Zui Yang really has no temper. Who can mess with the weirdness that even the incense burner can't fight? After eating in silence, Zui Yang sat down on the sofa breathlessly. The first time out, it made him realize more clearly that the gap between the human and the bizarre was still too big. If you can't, just mingle for a while. Sprawled out on the couch, at least, he was now living more comfortably and more safely than most. The red sun of the afternoon was reflected on his face, and Zui Yang did not know when he slept. Until, day, the familiar sound of a cane tapping on the ground came. Zui Yang instinctively responded by getting up from the sofa. Instead of slowly appearing in the form of a dark shadow, as it had done in the past, The knockout ghost walked directly to the living room in human form this time. Woof woof woof. It seemed to sense danger. The little inkblot glanced toward the knocker. Ho! Didn't think so. The knockout ghost actually wasn't afraid of the little inkblot at all, and looked towards it with a cold grunt. Woof! For no reason at all. The air in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Zui Yang's eyelids jumped wildly and his heart was horrified. No! Aren't knockers afraid of black dogs too? Didn't she skip room 801 last time? Even though he thought about it in his mind. Right now, the knocker had dared to confront the little inkblot. Seeing that the ghost knocking on the door was about to take a step towards the small inkblot, Zui Yang hurriedly took out the tripod incense burner in his arms and set it in the living room. Ho! Next moment, it was as if he had sensed some horrible presence. The knocker screamed coldly and hurried toward the door, never daring to pause inside the house again. Seeing the knocking ghost leave, Zui Yang's heart could not be calmed for a long time. The other day, she was afraid of black dogs. Today she dares to look directly at the black dog? What does that mean? Knockout ghost seems to be getting stronger. That's right. Knockout goes out every night and kills a building full of people. As of today, 3 buildings are dead. Can a ghost get stronger by killing people? At this rate, not to mention the black dog, even the incense burner won't be able to subdue her. Drumming in his heart, Zui Yang's face was as gloomy as water. Sure enough, there's no such thing as tunnels of food to live on in the bizarro apocalypse. If you don't make changes, you can only wait for death. Shit, looks like tomorrow. Going to try to go out and get another chance? Pushing back the previous idea of lying flat. Since you can't go over to the Wingate Temple, maybe you can look around other corners of the city for clues. Making plans in his heart, Zui Yang plopped down on the sofa and fell into deep thought. And the other side, the house of the oldest man who was robbed of his instant noodles earlier. That Moncler outlet store now full of bruises, is holding a broken old woman full of hate tears. Asterisk 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 ah. 2 boxes of food were snatched away. This is a life-saving old partner. It's me who's useless. I can't do right by you. He whimpered and looked over to the rope that had been dangling and pulling the blister box earlier. His face resolute. Since you're gone, I'm not living either. Brush. Wrapping the rope around the ceiling fan, the boss listened sadly to the laughter from the second floor. Dangling the rope and hanging up. I hate it. Hate. The blood moon reflected. The oldest man's face darkened and his eyes sunk in. His body was hanging in mid-air, swaying. Inside the 3rd floor, there was no more crying, and I don't know how much time has passed. Squeak squeak, under the rope suspension, the boss's face, eerily, arched a little. Chapter 20, Creepy at Birth, Creepy at Evolution. Below, 2nd floor. Wang Sui's family had a nice day. Boiling water was boiling in the living room, and 4 or 5 bags of instant noodles were cooking in the boiling water, sending out gusts of flavor. Originally, it was just sparse bubbly, but now, for someone who hasn't eaten in 3 days, it's a delicacy. Mom ready yet? Wang Chui's son, Ding Zhuang, sat at the table and kept urging. What's the rush? We've got 2 big boxes, 2 big boxes of noodles. Eat slowly, maybe we can wait for help. Wang Chui laughed and cursed, and Ding Zhuang muttered. Come on, still rescuing? Everyone's dead, right? Let's see how about snatching that kid's black dog when you have the chance. More than anything else, if you say it like it is. Don't you dare come downstairs. Mother and son had a word with each other. Unlike their calmness, the old father, Ding Chongchun, on the other hand, had a look of apprehension on his face. Hey, I say, isn't it bad that we're taking all the other people's food? As I recall, the old man's partner, who wasn't in the best of health. You worthless thing. You care about them? They care about you? As soon as Wang Chui heard Ding Chongchun say this, a face went horizontal. Ding Chongchun pursed his lips. Why don't you send 2 packs up? Little strong. You just hit that grandpa. It's really, he said apprehensively, and Ding Strong slapped the table. What delivery? He just came knocking on the door asking for food and I'm lucky I didn't break his legs. I pity him? Who pities me? The big face full of horizontal meat trembled. Ding Zhuang looked at his old man with contempt. In this family, he's the only one who's a grumpy old man. Alright, what's all the fuss about? Eat. I had a couple packs for lunch, and they don't fill me up at all. Xiao Zhuang, you eat more. Old man, you just have 1 bowl. Wang Chui said in a housekeeper-like manner. Seeing that the mother and son did not take his words seriously at all, Ding Chunshan shook his head. Hey, just let out a long sigh. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell came on suddenly. Ha! The sudden knock on the door made the family freeze. Who? It won't be that awful old man coming to eat again, will it? Ding Strong muttered and headed for the door of the room. Since he had just gotten 2 cases of instant noodles in doomsday conditions, He was still wary of others coming to his door to rob him. Used the cat's eye to look toward the outside of the house. At the door of the room, a thin, hunched figure was blocking the door. Looking at the dress, it was clearly the oldest man upstairs. The taut nerves immediately slackened. And what Ding Zhuang didn't notice was that the oldest man's hand knocking on the door had taken on a grayish color. Grass, you're still coming? It's all said. Food is for whoever gets it. Cursing, Ding Zhuang opened the door. And inside the house, Ding Changchun panicked and droned. Xiao Zhuang, don't hit him. If you can't, give 2 packs. Crunch. The door to the room opened as the two voices intertwined. To the surprise of the family, the oldest man standing in the doorway is now full of black and swollen face. His neck had a ring of indentations from the rope strangulation. It seemed that because of the lack of blood flow, the bruises that had been on his face looked more like corpse spots congealed on his face. Ha. The moment the door to the room opened, the oldest man smiled wryly towards Ding Zhuang. Grass. You old thing. You laugh yet. Face as black as a ghost. Someone died in the house, didn't they? With a ferocious glint in his eyes, Ding Zhuang swung his arm up to shove the old man. Unthinking. Ha. The boss's arm was raised. A handful of gray skin was bare and bloodless under a white sleeve. Brush. Above Ding Zhuang's head, for some reason, a rein hangs weirdly down. Hissing, the reins wrapped around Ding Zhuang's neck, and then it was like a huge force was dragging it towards the top. Less than 100 pounds. He was actually hoisted to more than half a meter in a flash. Help. His feet kept stomping on the ground, trying to get out of the reins, but the more he struggled, the tighter the rope became. One eye had been strangled to the point of protruding. Ding Zhuang couldn't say anything but look neck deep into the house at the two old men. Strong. You old thing. What did you do to my little strong? Strong. Almost simultaneously, Wang Shui and Ding Chunshan both rushed towards the door in an instant after the shock had passed. But, ha. The boss was still laughing strangely. His big hand lifted again. Rustling. 2 more reins fell out of thin air from above. Brush. 2 ropes were flung toward the 2 old men's necks, and in moments they were tightened and hanged. The 2 men, who were still running, were immediately hoisted high into the air and shaken and flung. How did this happen? A family of 3, all hanging in mid-air at the moment. 3 eyes looked desperately at the oldest man in the doorway, hoping he would stop. But, the weirdness is not humane. The old man's eyes were cloudy and bulging. He just swept the room and walked down the stairs. Crunch. Inside the second-floor living room, the 3 men were just hanging, swaying to and fro, until they died. Ding dong. In a jiffy, the first floor followed suit with the doorbell ringing. Who? Ha. A few moments later, inside the house on the first floor, there were also a few more hanging bodies. 101 indoor. Zui Yang was sitting in front of his computer and was searching the map of Linjiang City, going out of the Lincoln neighborhood. The route to the right takes you to Yangdiaxa Temple, but the opposite route to the left takes you out of the city. Zhou Yang had said that there was a cruise ship specializing in protecting high-level personnel in the South City River outside of Linjiang City. It would be nice to go there. Zui Yang thought so. Asterisk. There's another one out. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of noise from outside the house. Zui Yang sniffed and quickly walked to the window. The blood moon is in the sky. The knockout ghost walked down the neighborhood hallway toward the building on the far side. The sound of pattering came from the green belt, and there was a faint flashing figure in red. And under such a scene, an old man was actually calmly taking a walk. Zui Yang fixed his eyes and saw that it was the old man that he had given instant noodles to before. How dare he go out? The line of sight was too far away, and Zui Yang could not see the boss's state at the moment. But also just the next moment, a youth yelled from the top towards the boss man. Hey, grandpa, how come it's okay for you to go out? He just stuck a head out and looked toward the boss man. Don't want to. It's that glance. The boss looked up, and after meeting his eyes across the room, he raised his large hand. Brush. Fully a dozen meters high. A rein was thrown down from high up in the air out of nowhere. Rustling. With that, the reins tightened around the young man's outstretched head and pulled upward. A bizarre scene happened. The youth, actually pulled out of the window by the suspended reins, hung in the air and kept shaking, like a dead body. Chapter 21, A Completely Dead Morning, intercepted on the way out. A hoarse voice hovered over the small area. Everyone's jaws dropped as they watched the scene. What the hell happened? He just said one word and was hung by a rope that appeared out of thin air? Witnessing the youth hanging alive, Zui Yang's face became more and more ugly. In the neighborhood, no one dared to raise their voice to question the oldest man walking in the building anymore. Shit, Shit. One knocker wasn't enough. One creepy crawly woman wasn't enough. And now there's another one. Cursing. Even though Zui Yang wasn't sure what had just happened, but he also saw that it was the oldest man who, after locking eyes with the youth, appeared with a lift of the reins. Could it be that old man turned weird? Grass. Why? Why would he turn creepy? And will he be consistently strong as well? The more I think about it, just gets more annoying. Zui Yang looked back at the map on the computer in the house, and his heart became more and more certain that he had to go out. If you don't figure out a way to run, no black dog incense burner is going to work well after these three creeps kill the whole neighborhood. Tap tap tap. As his mind slowed down, footsteps gradually sounded outside the house. Zui Yang looked alertly. The old man had already passed by his window. However, I don't know if it was because of the black dog or because of the incense burner. The oldest man didn't even glance toward this side. Tap tap tap. Zui Yang gazed at it. The oldest man's pace was light. His face was purple and blue, and there were strangulation marks on his neck. A dead man indeed, no doubt. Did suicide. Chances of being creepy too? But after becoming creepy, it's like being a zombie and having no sanity? Watching the oldest man walk towards a building, Zui Yang guessed in his heart. Sitting down on the sofa with worry, Zui Yang fell into dreamland between half asleep and half awake. There was no telling how many more lives would be lost this night with the new shenanigans. The next day, Zui Yang got up early. After eating the bread and drinking the milk, he led the little inkling out the door. Outside the house it was a rare rainy day. A light rain pattered down, and the dead silence in the neighborhood was frighteningly quiet. It's already the fourth day since the weirdness descended. Who knows how many are still alive? Even if someone hadn't been killed by the creepy yet, then without food, they probably wouldn't have the strength to go out now. Raising his eyes, he looked around at the higher-ups. Sure enough, there were already half a dozen people scowling outwards out of sight. It's hard to imagine that this is the bustling neighborhood it used to be. Goddamn the end. Spitting a mouthful, Zui Yang quickly walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. Clang. It was also just about time to reach the entrance to the neighborhood. The roller shutter door of the neighborhood supermarket slammed open, and Rosie's three men each rushed out holding the kitchen knives sold in the supermarket. Zui Yang! Stop! Roxy chirped, and the three of them blocked Zui Yang in a wraparound position. Zui Yang's brows frowned, his face unhappy. I said, what do you want? How can you guys not get enough of the food? Right? Food, that's what we deserve. Now, be a good boy and hand over your dog. Zhao Dezhu shook the kitchen knife in his hand and closed in on Zui Yang. Say, you guys have a dog, right? Is there a big difference between one dog and two? Why does it have to be me? His eyes narrowed. Although Zui Yang's heart was annoyed, he really didn't have the means to deal with people at the moment. Ha ha ha. Who the hell would mind a life preserver? Lin Yixuan laughed and cursed, his face full of contempt. Zui Yang, drop the leash and get out. You are now not even qualified to be my henchman. Roxy looked at Zui Yang with indignation. She was now going to watch Zui Yang get robbed of the traitor and then killed by the creepy crawly woman in the green belt. The scene of Zui Yang opening the door and releasing ghosts against them that night was unforgettable to her for the rest of her life. Three bright knives flooded with light and pressed. Zui Yang did not make any fear at all. After a moment of indecision with a cloudy expression, Zui Yang silently loosened the dog leash and snorted coldly. The dog will leave you here for now. But remember this, you guys, anyone who counts on me won't have a good ending. The eyes looked grimly at the three. For some reason, the three rosy people were really chilled by Zui Yang's look. Grass, you're still so tough after being robbed, aren't you? Zhao Dezhu cursed and immediately took the dog's leash and excitedly tugged the little inkblot towards the supermarket. Woof woof woof. The little inkblot was clearly not obeying, lying on the ground and screaming. Seeing this, Zui Yang just smiled. Good boy. I'll be back to collect you later. Seeing him say that, Little Murmur stopped screaming, but Lin Yixuan did. Later? You're fucking dead later. Sister Luo, let's go. Without the black dog, the creepy crawly girl will surely come out. Aha! The two men gave Zui Yang a vicious look, and then held up their knives to distance themselves from Zui Yang and ran toward the supermarket. But what they didn't expect was this. Obviously, he had already pulled away from Zui Yang by more than 10 meters. In the green belt, there was also no movement at all. After Zui Yang coldly looked at them, he actually walked towards the outside of the neighborhood without a dog. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This SB really doesn't know how to spell death, does he? After Lin Yixuan cursed, Roxy's eyes were filled with complexity. How come he's not being chased by that woman? You say? Maybe he smells like a dog? Yes? Whatever. The dog and the food are there now anyway. Why do you think so much? Zhao Dezhu muttered indifferently. Also, but I don't know why. I always feel that I'm really being targeted by Zui Yang. rubbing herself together. Rosie closed the roll-up door of the supermarket with a quick step, outside the neighborhood. Zui-yang didn't lose his rhythm just because Little Ink was robbed. He wasn't talking big. The little inkblot was really put there temporarily. Whenever he wants to, he's perfectly capable of reaching out and keeping himself out of the house for the day. Or, he'd come back tonight and lure the knockers to the door of the supermarket, and after the knockers killed the three of them, he'd be able to collect Tiger on the way. The knockout was already unafraid of the black dog last night, and tonight, even less so. There were many ways to deal with the three Rosie people. Zui-yang just didn't want to delay today's exploration. If you learn from Rosie and the others, you'll just hunker down and close yourself off. In a few days at most, the three ghosts in the neighborhood came to the door. Today, must find a new way. Find the Wuling Honda, get in the car and fire it up. The car drove towards the other side of the neighborhood. Because of the incense burner in his arms, Zui-yang is still driving fast. The streets of the city are occasionally stranded with cars from car accidents, but there is not a living soul in sight. The light around them was rapidly changing. Buildings, plazas, snack streets. As far as the eye can see, there are no living people. The cart drove to the edge of town. I had thought that it should be smooth sailing out of town. But what made Zui-yang unexpected was that the South City River outside the city, the river actually flooded to the roadway, and the depth was not visible. Grass. How come I didn't get the news about the flooding? Cursing, Zui-yang slapped the steering wheel in exasperation. How is that possible? How is it possible that the river is overflowing at this time of year? Shit. There must be something wrong. Staring at the river outside the city for a long time, Zui-yang chagrinedly twisted the steering wheel and returned towards the original road. I thought that today would be another day of fruitless traveling. The car was driving to the People's Hospital, but Zui-yang heard a sound of people. Chapter 22, First Meeting the Ghostbusters. 037. Calm down. Calm down. Stay sane. We've found the injection. A voice full of trepidation and anxiety came. Zui-yang stepped on the brake under his foot, and the car stopped in front of the hospital gate. He took the military binoculars he had used for his earliest observations out of his bag and looked in the direction of the hospital. In the lobby of the hospital, at the window where you pick up your medication, several people in black uniforms were currently panicking around a man. The man crouched on the ground, naked, covering his face. His back was not like a manly tiger's back, but was slender and unusually white. Military binoculars have a clear view. Zui-yang could clearly see that this person's hair was growing out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Short hair becomes long hair and long hair drags to the floor. The hair seemed to have been given a hair stimulant and don't want to grow. And as his hair grew, the man's back became smoother and leaner. And even his chest had a vaguely bulging outline. Medicine, medicine. The man hissed, but Zui-yang heard what sounded like a woman's shrill whistle. 037. You must stay awake. We'll inject you now. A man in black soothed, holding up an injection syringe about to step forward. He had only just wiped the man's back with a cotton ball, and the man's long hair was immediately twisted and windless. Rustling. The black hair seemed to twist like a black snake and instantly wrapped around the black-clothed man's neck. Dirty man. Don't touch me. Another woman's shrill whistle came. The black man's neck was constricted and tightened by the black hair. Click, click, click. In the next moment, the black-clothed man's neck was brittle, and his entire body seemed like a puppet that had lost its strings, and he fell to the ground with his head tilted. His eyes were full of shock and despair, and the syringe in his hand hadn't been pushed halfway. Dead? Killed by hair? Zui-yang held up his binoculars and took in the scene. He never thought that hair could kill? And far away in the halls of the hospital, because of the dead man, the circle of black-clothed men that surrounded the man couldn't help but fall back a few steps. 037. 037. A man in black tries to wake the men. Instead, the man just covered his face. Finally, it's like he's enduring to the limit. The large hand covering his hand loosened, and a face with a beard on one side was the face of a rugged man. On the other side, there was the face of a detailed, white woman, a female and a male. A soft and a hard face squeezed into one face. Weird and inexplicable. What are you waiting for? Get me dresses. I want a dress. Half of the woman's face hissed, her head full of black hair flying. Yes. With a hiss, all the men in black ran towards the outside of the hall. They seemed to have familiarized themselves with men's tempers in general. Running out of the lobby, he then found a pink dress in a business car. Here, the dress. A man in black boldly handed over his skirt. The half-woman's face on the man's face squared off into a smile. Skirt. Between smiles, the man was about to put on that dress. It was also at that moment, the other man's face twisted and exploded in a chortle. Quick, right now, inject the potion. Yes. Upon hearing this, the man in black picked up the injection from his strangled companion's hand. Put. Without saying a word, the needle went towards the man's smooth back. The injection pushed, and the face of the woman who was still smiling suddenly froze, her pink dress falling to the ground in her hands. Ah, you, how dare you? Half a woman's face twisted, one almond eye looking to the man in black pushing the injection behind her. Subsequently, on top of the black-clothed man's head, hairs instantly overflowed crazily like rain. No, he was screaming madly and chaotically, but the hair actually didn't listen to itself and tied toward his neck. Click, click, click. A few moments later, another man in black cocked his head and collapsed to the ground. Cluck cluck, and after being injected with the syringe, the man's back inexplicably bulged a few inches. He covered his face once more and groaned in pain for a few moments before his voice actually changed back to that of a man. Shit, the damn thing. It's finally under control. Ryoko. The man's body grew lanky. Lifting the hand covering his face, the face had completely transformed into a bearded uncle's face. Removing the clothes from the black man who had fallen to his side, he draped them over his back. Picking up his long pink dress, he chortled towards the people around him as if he was used to it. Bunch of losers. Still not going? What are you standing there for? Yes. The group saw that the man seemed to be recovering before they dared to follow him back to the business car outside the house. The car started slowly. The car was about to pull away from the hospital. Zhuo Yang couldn't help it. The way that group of people on the other side is dressed. That behavior. It looks like an organization. Maybe asking them would tell us something? Anyway, one has a bottom card, so one doesn't have to be too afraid of the other side's evil heart. Thinking of this, Zhuo Yang drip honked the horn. With the sound of the horn, the driver in the commercial car, with a somewhat surprised expression, looked at Zhuo Yang's van. Apparently, he couldn't have guessed that there was someone else here either. Hey, who are you? The front window of the business car slowly rolled down, and a man in black looked at Zhuo Yang warily. Zhuo Yang also rolled down the window and returned with a kind face. Hello, I'm a survivor from this neighborhood. Can I ask, are you guys heading out of town? Survivor? Upon hearing this, the man in black looked Zhuo Yang up and down for a long time and muttered, survivors still dare to run out? It can't be a ghost sentinel, right? Snap. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, the back door of the car opened, and the man previously called 037 got out and walked towards Zhuo Yang. You're an Oni? The man narrowed his eyes and went up to take a closer look at Zhuo Yang. He didn't seem to be afraid of what Xiang Nan could do to him at all, and his eyes hated that he could not see through Zhuo Yang. Ghostbusters? What's that? Zhuo Yang was confused by the question. It sounds like the Ghostbusters are pretty awesome. Are they the ones who harness ghosts? A psychic who can control other people's hair like a man? A stormy interchange of heads. The man stared at Zhuo Yang Xiaobai's face for a while, and then looked towards his car before shaking his head. You're not an Oni. I can't feel another presence in you. However, you have a powerful massive oppressive aura on your chest. You're carrying some kind of magic treasure, aren't you? No wonder. You're fine driving out alone. In just a few moments, the man called 037 had analyzed himself thoroughly. Zhuo Yang listened to his analysis with some scorn, and became more and more interested in the so-called ghost sentinel. Excuse me, what exactly is an Oni? I don't have to explain so much to stray fish. Glancing coldly and arrogantly at Zhuo Yang, the man twisted around and walked towards the commercial vehicle. Hey, big brother, Xian, are you going out of town? Reluctantly, he followed up with another question, and this time the man didn't even reply. The business car started slowly, and the driver of the car gave a word. If you don't want to die, don't follow me. Giggle. The exhaust of the car sprayed away, and Zhuo Yang just helplessly watched them go away. Chapter 23, now you're indifferent to me. Later you'll be unable to reach me. Rub. Muggles just aren't human. Looking at the faraway business car, Zhuo Yang gave a middle finger. The other party drove off in a direction that seemed to be towards Yandiaxa. Zhuo Yang had wanted to drive after him to take a look. He wanted to see from afar how the so-called goblins would deal with the existence outside the Temple of Eternal Virtue. Able to. People have warned. If you are dead set on chasing after them, if you're not careful, the 037 will let your hair grow out and kill you, and you'll be wronged. After thinking about it, Zhuo Yang simply got out of the car and walked towards the hospital. He was really curious about what the men in black had injected into the 037 to make him overcome the mutation in his body. Is it a tranquilizer? There seems to be a woman living inside the 037, and that weird power should be that woman's. Ghostbusters, does that mean harnessing the spooky and thus using spooky powers? But just now, it looks like that creepy seems to be able to grab body rights with the subject. With a lot of suspicion, Zhuo Yang has come to the hospital's pharmacy. The blocking glass at the pharmacy was now smashed through and full of drugs had fallen all over the place. Zhuiyang slowly rolled over the wall and looked halfway along the drugs scattered on the floor. Testosterone injection? Cluelessly looking at the unwrapped medication, the corners of Zhuiyang's mouth twitched. It's not a good idea to use this thing. He was not a medical student, but he knew a little about testosterone. To put it bluntly, it's androgenic. Certain men need artificial intervention to replenish their androgens if they disappear too quickly, otherwise the lack of androgens. But if androgen injections are used all the time, men will slowly lose certain hobbies again. 037 What's an androgen supplement for? Wait, recall the state of 037 just now. His body, it seems, is just changing towards female. Could it be that he is fighting his own changes by injecting androgens? Hiss. It's unheard of. Seems to be gradually figuring everything out. The corner of Zhuiyang's eyes narrowed as he stared at the empty boxes of injections all over the floor. He had, suddenly, a bold plan. Silently pulling out his cell phone, Zhuiyang paged his former self. Zhuiyang, come alive. Now I need you to do me a favor. There are no pills of regret in this world. What? Zhuiyang, I need you to go to the people's hospital and buy as much testosterone as you can. There are no pills for regret, huh? Come on, man. Why are you stocking up on this stuff? I'm not gonna be dead in a month. Am I? Zhuiyang, cut the crap. Do everything you can to stock up and fill in your current address when you buy this drug. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Who are you going to let come to your door? Zhuiyang, smart. If you can't buy much medicine, let Zhou Yang help you. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Well, try to get it done for you today. Closing his cell phone, the corner of Zhuiyang's mouth curled up slightly. What if, say, one bought all the testosterone in the hospital a month ago? So following the logic line, 037 would come to the hospital today and pounce, then follow the address he left behind to the door. Though it's unlikely that one would threaten 037 with testosterone for anything, but the intersection thus created should be enough for the other party to reveal some information to him or her, right? What Ghostbusters? What escape plan? How do you become a Ghostbuster? A series of basic cognitive information. Can you at least set out some of it? Hey, you can only blame yourself for being a white guy. One step at a time. Maybe there's a chance I can become a Ghostbuster by traveling back and forth to the past? Thinking optimistically, Zhuiyang climbed out of the pharmacy area and returned to the Wuling Hongguang. The morning slipped away. It was already around 2 in the afternoon when Zhuiyang parked his car in the neighborhood. Strolled back to the neighborhood. The roll-up door of the neighborhood supermarket was wide open. The three of them, Luo Shi, along with Zhao Deju's family, were leisurely sitting in front of the supermarket and basking in the sun. The blood-red sunlight reflected off of them in an odd way. That said, it's a luxury to be able to sunbathe this leisurely now. Yoo-hoo! You're not dead yet, are you, kid? Playing with the small inkblot, Zhao Deju was surprised to see Zhuiyang walk into the neighborhood. That said, it's been almost a day. Is it really okay for this guy to be out there wandering around? Oof. Zhuiyang grunted coldly and just looked at the little inkblot. The little ink was not aggrieved, and looked at Zhuiyang with big eyes. Good girl. I'll pick you up tonight. Grass. Who the hell do you think you are? And pick it up? Seeing that Zhuiyang was simply ignoring this side, Zhao Deju cursed and was about to stand up. His family, which has been very eagle-eyed, ran into the supermarket and grabbed kitchen knives. Zhuiyang, how dare you come back? Lying back in her seat, Rosie's eyes were contemptuous. She was genuinely wondering what this man thought about all day long. Wouldn't it be nice to recruit a few henchmen when you have a dog? Do you have to go outside? Oof. Seeing that Zhao Deju's family was about to come forward and gather around, Zhuiyang did not say half a word and ran wildly toward room 101. Grass. This SB. Don't run away if you dare. Say something about coming to pick up the dog later. You pick up Nima. Sneeringly, he looked at Zhuiyang's escaping back. Although Zhao Deju cursed with pleasure on his lips, he didn't dare to chase after him with half a step, because no one is sure that the ghost knocking on the door in room 101 is there. Sister Luo, what do you say? We just spoil this kid? Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Zhao Deju looked at Luo Shi. Rosie's eyes narrowed slightly. Spoil him? If he likes to hide in the house, so be it. Do you think he has more food? Or do we have more food? His too. But the kid said to come over tonight. Don't listen to him. I don't believe it. Can he still order ghosts? If he could do that, he would have killed us long ago. Good. Next time he dares to come, I'll absolutely kill him. Between their words, the two men looked maliciously in the direction that Zhuiyang had left. 101 indoor. The first thing Zhuiyang did when he came home was to rummage through the house. Finally, he found a sudden extra freezer in the corner. Opened the cabinet door and it's filled with a dozen boxes of testosterone. Yes, getting things into your hands now. Then according to the timeline shift, what happened this morning wouldn't have been the same as it was in the morning. 037 is running on empty. Perhaps he's on his way to me now? Closing the cabinet door, Zui Yang thought silently. Time passes. A blood-red crescent moon gradually curved up in the sky. The moonlight was like blood, spilling over the house. Once again, the sound of footsteps in the kitchen was da-da-da-da-da. Zui Yang raised his eyes and looked, and the figure of the knocking ghost became more and more full and gloomy. How about, let's take care of Rosie and the others first tonight? Touching the incense burner on his chest, Zui Yang's eyes turned cold. Chapter 24, Hoarding Medicine Being Sought. The System of the Ghostbusters. Da-da-da-da. The sound of crutches echoed through the living room. In order to prevent the knocking ghost's strength from rising another step and possibly becoming a threat to himself, Zui Yang directly placed the incense burner on the table. Well, no matter how staring it was still as afraid of the incense burner as ever. Zui Yang was all curious. What was the secret of this incense burner that could make the knocking ghost so jealous? And just as the knockout ghost headed out along the wall, Zui Yang raised the incense burner and just wanted to force the knocking ghost towards the supermarket. Drip drip drip. At the entrance of the neighborhood, a black commercial car came speeding up. Who's Zui Yang? A mid-air shout came from inside the business car. This loud shout directly shouted a few people in the neighborhood supermarket. Rosie, to a jolt. No? Who? Not afraid to die. Ha? Lin Yixuan poked out a head and looked at the sudden black business car in surprise. Aren't you afraid of attracting ghosts to kill you? Hee, this carload of people must die. Zhao Dezhu had a cold look on his face and looked at the commercial vehicle with the same odd expression. However, just after the two men looked at the business car for a good while with a slight gloat, and they were dumbfounded. Creepy women in the Greenbelt or the raining boss last night. Not even the knockout ghosts. They didn't show up. There was no intention of bothering the commercial vehicle at all. What the hell? Zhao Dezhu was confused. Repeat. Zui Yang. Who's Zui Yang? Come out. Snap. The door of the business car opened, and 3 or 4 black-clad men in black uniforms got out. Neat as if they were the elite of the army. I'll go? This. It's not the government coming, is it? Looking at the dress of the person getting out of the car, Lin Yixuan vaguely guessed. Inside the house Rosie sniffed and also looked out curiously, her eyes twinkling. Someone from the government? Did they come specifically to find Zui Yang? Could it be Zui Yang is some kind of official second generation? Unable to help it, she remembered Zui Yang's warning and her heart trembled. If this Zui Yang is really some kind of relationship, later, I'll be in trouble. No, do you see their attitude? Like they're looking for government kids? In my opinion, it must be that this kid went out and did something during the day that alerted the government. Let's observe first. Zhao Dezhu strongly stabilized his mind. To be honest, he was afraid too. Those few men in black really gave off an unusual feeling. Then if it's government agents with guns, a couple of them with 2 black dogs or nothing. Zui Yang, repeat that for the last time. Come out to me. Inside the business car, a third shout went up. This time, the owner of the voice was a non-male, neutral tone. 101 indoor. Zui Yang listened to the familiar and unfamiliar voice, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. 037. See, now, don't you come to me? Pushing open the door of the house, Zui Yang slowly walked out of the house. I am, waving toward the business car. The car immediately drove up. The back door of the car opened, and 037's eyes scanned Zui Yang up and down as if he was seeing Zui Yang for the first time. Also, because my past self took away the testosterone early, the encounter thing this morning is gone. It stands to reason that 037 they went to the hospital and pounced. You, that's Zui Yang? No. 037 narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Zui Yang. What are you doing buying all that testosterone? All by yourself? I'm sexually debilitated. Does that count as a reason? Zui Yang said with a big grin. 037 froze. Then, he looked at Zui Yang for a long time with an odd expression on his face before waving at him. Get in the car. I want to talk to you. Okay. Nodding his head, Zui Yang was not afraid of what the other party would do. For what it's worth, 037's face is normal and his body type is normal. It won't play out the earlier scene at the hospital. After getting into the back seat of the car, Zui Yang casually surveyed the meeting, which realized that there were a lot fewer black-clothed people in the car. There were about a dozen of them left when I looked in the morning, but now it looks like there are actually only 5 people left, except for the one in the driver's seat and the 4 under the car. Could it be that no potion was found, and the creepy lady killed someone? After the kill, 037 forced himself to take control? Darkly speculating, neighboring seat 037 coldly spoke. I won't be delayed either. Personally, for some reason, need a lot of testosterone. You give me all your testosterone and I'll take you to safety. 037 said arrogantly, as if he was sure that Zui Yang would definitely agree. Unexpectedly, Zui Yang's eyes blinked before actually squirming. This, my friend, that testosterone is not a normal thing for me. Though life is important, desire must not be abandoned. What do you mean? What I mean, gotta add conditions or I can't give it away. Helline, how dare you get on your mouth? Go ahead. As long as it's not particularly excessive, I'll consider it. 037 smiled broadly, but the eyes were already overflowing with fury. A mere muggle, how dare you negotiate with yourself? Actually, my strings attached are quite simple. Can you tell me about the Ghostbusters? Zui Yang boldly asked, and his eyes kept surveying the change in 037's face. Ghostbusters? Where did you hear that? Upon hearing this, 037's expression immediately changed to a serious one. I have a friend who was a second-generation official, and he said that when he was escorted by a Ghostbuster. Zui Yang tugged at his skin. Anyway, Zhou Yang said something about a strange person, and he guessed that he was the Ghost Sentinel. So, Ghostbusters, well, it's not impossible to tell you. Thinking for a moment, 037 nodded and said slowly, actually, I guess, there have always been capable people at the top who have predicted the future, and among them, there have been people who have hypothesized about the present. For this reason, the state has created a separate research department to deal with this situation. What is known is that Dao spells have a restraining effect on shenanigans, but not much. With the evolution of bizarre killings, even the Dao can't have the slightest effect on them. And if a man wants to deal with a ghost, he can only rely on the ghost's power. This is the opportunity for the appearance of the Ghostbusters. 037 explained, his eyes deepening as he seemed to be caught up in some sort of memory. Got it. Use the power of ghosts against ghosts. But how is a person to harness a ghost? Is a ghost something that can just be harnessed? A brain asked all the questions in his heart, and Zui Yang looked at 037 hopefully. 037's brow furrowed as if he found Xiang Nan a bit annoying. Still, he pursed his lips and continued, harnessing ghosts? It is impossible for a man to harness a ghost. It can only be forcefully hosted while the weird or creepy props have not yet formed a spirit. Wouldn't that be a disadvantage? When Zui Yang listened to this, he inexplicably remembered 037 the half-male, half-female appearance. That's right, no matter what the weirdness is, once you overuse its power, it will slowly awaken and gradually devour you. And the bizarre awakening is almost irreversible. The only way to reduce the speed of their awakening is with external forces. Each bizarre has different restraining factors. There may be bizarre awakenings that need to be restrained with human blood, and others that need to be fed with flesh and blood. 037 as he spoke, Mo touched his hair. A silence inexplicably fell over the car. Zui Yang looked at him for a while and slowly asked the last question. By the way, do people turn out to be creepy? Chapter 25, Seconds. The power of the Ghostbusters. Why do you ask? Oh, you mean the hangman in your neighborhood? At that, 037 snickered and looked high above the neighborhood. The youth who had been suspended by the reins that day was still swaying in a weird suspension. Zui Yang was a little surprised that the other party had guessed that the hangman was a human being. Don't look at me so stupid. I'm an Oni. I can feel the intensity of the weird power. There are 3 ghosts in your neighborhood. One is only just forming, one hasn't evolved yet, and one is evolving. That freshly molded scent was too shallow, which is why I dared to conclude that he was a new ghost born only after the spooky revival. It's, somewhat enviously, he looked at 037. Although there are many disadvantages to becoming a Ghostbuster, the benefits, too, are real. According to the calculations, there is no such thing as a person being killed by a creep becoming a creep. But if it's a suicide, or a death with great emotion, there's a certain probability of it being bizarre. You kid, should I say you're lucky or unlucky? If this hanging ghost had appeared any later, I might have been able to capture him and help you become a ghost sentinel. This, 037 said flatly, but Zui Yang was a little appalled. According to him, there is a chance that he himself will become one with the boss? Fusion with the grandpa? This heart, it always feels weird. Any more questions? If you don't have it, get me all the testosterone. A moment of silence followed in the car. 037 prodded Zui Yang in annoyance. Zui Yang nodded and quickly walked back to the house, taking out all the testosterone and handing it to 037. Not bad. You kid is good. Tuning in so many hormones. What? Are you getting weak at a young age? Looking at Zui Yang with a snicker. It seems that because of getting the testosterone hormone, 037 is in a better mood. Zui Yang smiled awkwardly. Then, as if something came to mind. By the way, is the safe place for your evacuation the Temple of Eternal Virtue? Oh, you know all this? That friend of mine said that, TSK, either that or reincarnation is a skilled job? He's probably been on a cruise with the Ghostbusters for a long time. Is there another evacuation site in Linjiang City? Nope, there are just 2 in total. One is to prioritize the protection of high-level Oni to send people to the South Castle River cruise. Secondly, the Yangda Temple as an alternative for an evacuation point set up in response to an unexpected situation. 037 said expressionlessly, and Zui Yang's heart chilled. If there are no contingencies, then in fact the Ghostbusters are here to save the top brass. As for the others, emergencies, what does it mean? Zui Yang looked up at 037, who pointed at himself. Like me, the shenanigans on my body revived, and it might hurt the cruise ship's top brass. So, I can only go the alternative. Hey kid, it's the end of days, recognize your place. Still, you're lucky you tuned testosterone and met me. Let's go. At least I can protect you to get to the Temple of Eternal Virtue. 037 with a playful smile, Zui Yang nodded. After simply going to the house to get some food, Zui Yang got into the car, and the car slowly drove. When the car arrived at the neighborhood supermarket, Zui Yang waved his hand. Stop the car. Brat, what are you up to again? 037 muttered a mouthful of boredom, as if every second he was here was going to drain his patience. My dog is here, Zui Yang said matter-of-factly, and 037 his eyelids jumped. Fuck you, give you face? All this time and you want to bring the dog along? Black dog, the one that can suppress ordinary evil spirits. 037 was just about to throw a kick towards Zui Yang, but the moment he heard this, the foot that was stepping up stopped. Are you serious? Really? Well then, go down and get the dog. His eyes flickered as if he was calculating something. Zui Yang did not pay much attention to it, opened the door and got off the car, and walked toward the supermarket with the roll-up door open. Inside the supermarket, a few of Rosie's people were looking anxiously at the business car at the door. This time, Zui Yang was still alone, but everyone looked at the business car behind him, and no one dared to raise a kitchen knife to threaten anymore. Little Murph. Woof woof, Zui Yang casually called out, and little Inkblot rushed out from the store. Come on, I'll take you home. Holding the little Inkblot, Zui Yang rubbed his fur. His words were verified as expected. He really just comes to pick up the dogs at night, and the people in the house, not daring to have a temper at all, especially Zhao Doju, who was now looking down at the little Inkblot that ran out, anxious and afraid. The dog, it would have been all his, but now, Zui Yang took it away. Does he have a temper? Don't dare have one. Zua, brother Zui Yang, where are you going with this? For a change from her usual contemptuous attitude, Rosie's eyes kept looking at the business car. She had just seen it all. Zui Yang was talking and laughing with the people in the car. Where to? It doesn't matter where you go. The important thing is to get the tiger out of there. What? Zui Yang snorted coldly. All of a sudden everyone's nerves in the supermarket tightened. If Zui Yang just took away his dog, they could still accept it. But if we take the tiger with us, what about the ghost that knocks on the door? The creepy crawly girl in the green belt, and the ghost that hangs herself? It's not the dog he wants. It's this house full of people. Zui Yang, ICNM. Don't you give an inch. Don't think you can do whatever you want to us just because you have a backer. MD. If you get mad, we'll all die in a fishbowl. Probably didn't expect things to go the way they did. Zhao Diju was the first one who could not resist, copied the kitchen knife in the supermarket, and was about to cut towards Wei Yang. Grind. Want a dog. So Koan bar bother it. Just then, 037 also stepped out of the commercial vehicle. When he saw Zhao Diju raise the kitchen knife to cut Wei Yang, his eyebrows raised. I'll give you one chance to be a good boy and bring the dog here. I hold NM. No sooner had 037's words been spoken than they drew a rebuttal. Zhao Diju's expletive made his face slowly gloomy. Don't fucking think you guys are some kind of superior people. Even the troops. And you can't rob me of my life. Sister Luo, Lin Yixuan, Mom, Dad, Wife, Dawa, all copy me. I just don't believe it. You guys really want to kill people. Holding up the wobbly kitchen knife, Zhao Diju grimaced. Ironically enough, his words were clearly infectious, but in the end, none of them followed suit. Fear. Everyone is afraid. Could this guy who got out of the commercial bus have a gun? Noisy. Put. It seemed to have finally exhausted all patience. 037's voice became feminine. His hair windless. His big hand pointed at Zhao Diju, and Zhao Diju's eyes crossed. What? Have the guts to make an old man. Pffffffffff. Next moment, not waiting for Zhao Diju to say anything else, on the top of his head, hair grew thickly. The black hair was like a waterfall, covering his face. Well, covered in black hair, Zhao Diju whimpered a few times. There was a crunching sound. Black hair like a snake wrapped around his neck. violently twisted. His whole person, plop sound paralyzed on the ground. Chapter 26, Departure, again to the Temple of Eternal Virtue. It's quiet, total silence. Everyone in the supermarket looked at the fallen Zhao Daju and were too shocked to speak. Dead. Lin Yixuan shivered. Everyone, for one, felt as if they were not seeing an illusion. Zhao Doju, a bald head, held a kitchen knife to cut Zui Yang a second ago. The second after that, his big bald head actually sprouted long curly hair and strangled himself? What's the big idea? Quiet, eerie, panic, brewing in the heart of each. For ordinary people who had never seen a Ghostbuster before, this scene was just too ridiculous. Bring the dog. Hear me, I said. Bring the dog. Suddenly, 037's feminine voice came, pulling everyone back from their trepidation. But, you pulled my dog away. How do we live? Despite her fear, Rosie looked at 037 begrudgingly. It's none of my business if you live or die. For the last time, bring the dog. If you don't lead, you'll all die now. A sorrowful voice rang out from under 037's long hair. At this moment, he didn't look like a man, but more like a ghost. Please, take me with you too. I'll warm your bed, anything, you take me with you, and my dog is yours. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Roxy decisively threw down all her condescension and just knelt down towards 037. Noisy, rustling, but, just the next moment, Rosie's hair also spilled out swiftly, twisting toward her neck. Well, why? Click. There was a small crunching sound between her neck, and Rosie's whole body collapsed to the ground after her head lolled. Dead. Another one is dead. Where's the dog? After Rosie's death, 037 hasn't stopped. The head with long hair covering his face twisted his head to look at Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan was instantly frightened and his calves shivered. Dog. The dog is in the back. No, don't kill me. I'll get it for you, he stammered, not daring to look at 037 at all. Weird. Too weird. A person merely glares at another person and that person's hair comes out to claim their life? Shivering, he ran toward the inside of the supermarket. Lin Yixuan didn't dare to say a single word. He was afraid that he would be killed if he said one more word. Woof. Lead Tiger to 037. Tiger, who had always flaunted his power, had never been afraid even when he had seen the knocking ghosts. But when he stood next to 037, he actually shrunk. Go! Yanking up the leash, 037's long hair gathered. While he was walking towards the business car, he just pulled the testosterone out of his pocket and injected himself. It was obvious that he had become very skilled at this process. Zui Yang wordlessly followed him into the car. The black business car started and slowly drove away from the Linping neighborhood, and only moments after losing Tiger's supermarket, 3 dark figures walked through the door. The knocker on crutches, the creeping red woman, and the hanged man with a bruised face. 3 ghosts blocking the door. Several people in the room looked despairingly at the distant business car. A few moments later, the last of the lights in the neighborhood, too, completely dissipated. Outside the Linping neighborhood, the business car sped down the highway. Zui Yang held the little ink blot without saying anything, looking at the familiar street scene by the window in rapid regression, instinctively remembered the powerlessness of that day. I don't know. This 037. What's it going to take to deal with that creepy? The mind speculated silently. Zui Yang did not dare to tell 037 the news of the existence of the weirdness in front of the Yangda temple. Once you say it, how can you explain yourself? The black dog incense burner is not afraid of the weirdness. One can find out and then retreat in one's entire body? Woody thought. Zui Yang can only hope for 037 now. Maybe there are other uses for 037's hair? And unlike Zui Yang, 037 touched the knot of his throat after injecting testosterone hormone, and his eyes were a little obscure. It seems, a delay is a delay, and there's no way to curb the bizarre resurgence from the root. I don't know whether the methods described by the top have been implemented, he murmured, as if in deep thought. Giggle. The speed of the car was still increasing, and the outline of Yangdiaxa Temple was emerging in the distance. On both sides of the roadway, as in that day's survey, there were many crashed vehicles. This time, Zui Yang looked carefully. In almost every car, all the passengers' bodies were twisted and deformed in different ways. The worst ones had their heads twisted and strained away from their necks. It's not right. Accelerate the car for me. Drive as fast as you can toward Yangdiaxa. Unlike Zui Yang, having only just reached the vicinity of the Temple of Eternal Virtue, he seemed to have sensed something unusual. 037's brow furrowed as his hair began to grow strangely. Long dark hair peeked out right along the doorway of the car. Rustling. However, the very moment the black hair spread out of the car door, The thin strands of hair swirled and twisted around the outside of the car. Bandages, bandages, bandages. The hair spiraled far more quickly than expected, eyeing the hair spinning into a twisted braid that ran along the outside of the door and into the car. 037's face darkened. Rustling, waist-length hair, taut and half-broken directly in the car. Taut. The long hair outside the car was unbound, twisted into a twisted mass, and turned into inches of black silk that floated in the air. It's not easy. Damn it. How come no one reported such a creepy one here? Grimly, 037 looked out the window of the car and looked around for a moment before his eyes returned to the car. His eyes narrowed and he instantly looked at the tiger beneath him. Ow. Tiger was so chilled by his look that he actually shrunk even smaller. 037, what happened? In the main driver's seat, a black-clad man also noticed the anomaly through the rearview mirror. He was just about to ask a detailed question when a sharp, excruciating pain shot through his ankle. Ka, ka, ka. The sound of bones breaking and pulling was unusually clear in the car. My left foot, my left foot. The man in black screamed in pain, and the car began to sway from side to side because of his distraction. Calm down. 037 let out a cold cry and fixed his eyes on the black man's feet. Sure enough, the neck of the foot was twisting in a bizarrely grotesque manner there, and the contours were intensifying. Hey, Zuoyang, you said that the black dog can suppress evil spirits, right? Seeing that the foot was going to be completely twisted and broken, 037 asked Zuoyang so. Right, right, Zuoyang just answered. Put. 037 The tiger at his feet had his entire doggy head cut off by a length of hair. Blood drifted across the car like a thick fog. Gurgling, Tiger, who had lost his dog's head, had blood from his neck staining the entire undercarriage. And inside the car, no one felt horribly bloody. The only person in black who drove the car had a slightly happier look on his face. My foot, it's moving again. Hey. Chapter 27, to a Ghostbuster. Mortals are a number. Above. Cut the crap. Speed up. To the Temple of Eternal Virtue. Interrupting the black-clothed man's cheerful voice, 037 remained vigilant and looked around. Giggle. The car had sped to its limit, seeing that the Temple of Eternal Virtue was just 100 meters away. Ka. Suddenly, that odd sound of bones twisting and snapping sounded again. Ah. The black-clothed man in the driver's seat let out a violent and miserable howl, and a cloud of blood sprayed out from under his feet. Looking down, the neck of his foot, which had stopped twisting, had now been completely twisted off, revealing bloody white bones. Steady, steady, drive the car into the Temple of Eternal Virtue. Hear me, get the car in first. Loudly chortling at the black-clothed man's screams, a flash of fear appeared on 037's face. Able to, click click click. It seemed that the closer he got to the Temple of Eternal Virtue, the stronger the weird power became. The black-clad man in the driver's seat burst open violently with both wrists. Put. Blood splattered the entire windshield and steering wheel. Both of his hands were still gripped on the steering wheel because his bones were twisted, but his arms had separated. Ah. 037. Help me, the man in black hissed. Giggle. The steering wheel, which had lost control of both hands, spun disobediently and the car lurched. Waste. The passenger seat drivers. What the hell are you waiting for? Take the wheel. Not caring at all about the wailing of the black man in the main seat, 037 chortled, and the black man in the passenger seat driver was about to get behind the wheel. Click click click. Just then, the odd distorting sound rang out again. Come again? 037 sniffed with a fury. After looking around with both eyes to no avail, he finally actually locked his eyes on Zuoyang's little inkblot. Put. Not the slightest hesitation. The black hair pierced the little inkblot's head like a rain of arrows. Black dog blood sprayed Zuoyang's face. Zuoyang held the little inkblot, and after his expression froze, a cold light flashed through his eyes. He guessed that 037 might make a move against little inkblot, but he didn't expect the other party to be so sharp. Zuoyang, don't hate me. Our lives, more important than dogs, 037 said coldly, not caring about Zuoyang's reaction, and once again looked toward the passenger side, but just by looking over, his pupils were stunned. The black-clothed man in the co-pilot. At this moment, his neck had rotated into a twist, and his entire head was looking at himself 180 degrees upside down. How? The black dog blood is actually useless. Giggle. Without waiting for 037 to say anything more, the commercial vehicle swayed in the direction of the car, and then crashed into a driveway guardrail with a loud bang. Without being maneuvered by anyone, there was a lurching surge in the car, a heavenly tremor. In a few moments, a thick roll came on. The smell of gasoline laced with blood flooded his nostrils. Zuoyang's head hit the front seat from the impact, and a sharp pain shot through his forehead. Blood dripped down the corners of his eyes, gradually blurring his vision. holding his forehead. Zui Yang braced his spirit. Bare your teeth. There was a faint sound of electricity coming from the direction of the front hood of the car. Shit. Gotta get out of the business car. Or this car is going to explode. Fixed his eyes on the inside of the car. At this moment, the two black-clothed men in the front row had long since flown out due to the impact of the collision, their dead bodies crashing through the windshield mirrors. The three black men in the second row, minus one who was knocked unconscious. Of the remaining two, one had a gash in his forehead and one had his nose deformed by the impact. 037. 037. Hurry up and try to open the door. This car is probably going to explode. Of the two black men, the one with the deformed nose was trying to pull away from the car, possibly due to the deformation of the door caused by the impact. He was slow to open it and could only hiss eagerly towards 037. As for 037, Zui Yang looked at his side. The guy's head was so wrapped up in black hair that he actually didn't do anything at all. Upon being called, the black hair dispersed to reveal his rippling face. TSK. Zinger. I can't believe there's this kind of weirdness here. It seems. Have to give up some. Murmuring in a low voice, 037's voice became increasingly feminized. 037. 037. Open the door. Open the door quickly. The man in black was still urging on. 037 silently drew out a tube of testosterone and injected himself, his long black hair flowing and writhing. After the seemingly soft strands of hair were polymerized, they actually stabbed the car door on their side as violently as iron spikes. Bang! The car door practically lifted out. 037 looked out of the car before hitching a ride with no one in particular, and got out of the car. Hey! 037, open the door for us. Seeing 037 walk away, the two black-clad men in the middle of the car got anxious. Because they were sitting in the middle of the car, the back door of the car, even if it was lifted, was not good enough for them to climb out of their seats if they wanted to get out. And for the 037, lifting the center door in the middle of the car is just a matter of lifting your hand. But, outside the car, there was only the sound of fading footsteps. 037, I can't believe you abandoned us. You heartless. Have you forgotten who got you your medicine? Perhaps because of the despair he saw, one of the black-clothed men had begun to hurl loud curses. Click, 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 but it's just to say the last word. That weird bone-twisting sound rang out again. The man in black, who was still screaming, had a weird twitch in his neck, and a white bone swirled and toppled out of his head, spraying blood and mist. Grass, open the door, open the door. The remaining man in black was even more frightened by the scene in front of him, and his body spasmed. He slapped the car door like a madman. Click, click, click. The tapping on the door came to an abrupt end after the odd distortions sounded again. It was this gap that Zui Yang coldly rushed out of the car door from the back seat. He didn't dare to look more toward the car and frantically ran wildly toward the outside. Maybe it's chance, or maybe it's just not meant to be. Sitting with 037, he unexpectedly survived to the end. Phew. The nerves on his temples kept throbbing. Zui Yang's face was covered with beads of blood and sweat. After running out of not a few steps, behind the rumble a loud noise, the business car violently exploded. A hot wave of fire mixed with thick smoke pushed Zui Yang's entire body 2 meters away. Bang! His entire body fell to the side of the roadway, covered in bloody scrapes and grimacing in pain. Nevertheless, but when Zui Yang raised his eyes to see the signboard of the Yongda Temple not far away, his eyes were filled with the motivation to live. Yo! I can't believe you're still alive. Suddenly, 037's hushed words came. The moment. He had stood a dozen meters away from the temple and was twisting around to look at the explosion behind him, aiming at Zui Yang with a snarky face. I didn't realize. That creepy actually never made a move on you because of the incense burner in your arms? Boy, you've got a lot of luck. Chapter 28, to the Ghostbusters. Mortals are a number. Below. Did you leave the door open on purpose? In the face of 037's smiling derision, Zui Yang's eyes flickered and slowly climbed up. Oh, you boy. What makes you say I did it on purpose? Did I not act selfishly? Listening to Zui Yang's words, 037's smile gradually converged, and his eyes were full of snickers. It's easy, because you don't have to just abandon the few followers around you. For you, opening the door to save someone's life is just a matter of moments in passing. But you're not saving. It can only mean one thing, you're using them to stall for time. As Zui Yang spoke, he limped towards the gate of the Yongda Temple. Soreness from the impact of the crash made every step he took very difficult. Pa. Just as his words finished, 037 couldn't help but give him a round of applause. Ouch. Boy, I'm liking you more and more. You're an ordinary person who can actually see through the Tao here. Not bad. Arrogantly looking at Zui Yang, 037 stopped in place, just watched Zui Yang lumbering forward, with no intention to help at all. You actually noticed, didn't you? This weirdness, although extremely terrifying, but it has a hard injury. That is, it can't attack more than one target at a time. It was attacking the black man in the driver's seat when the black man in the passenger seat driver didn't have anything at all. Of course, this creep is also smart enough to know to take care of the one driving the car first. A car accident is enough to take a carload of lives. Too bad. I'm an Oni. I'm not afraid of car accidents. 037 spoke to himself with an increasingly playful smile at the corners of his mouth. Also, it has a priority determination for killing. For example, it killed the front driver first, not the black dog. That tells me that it will eradicate the least threat to it first. You said it didn't mess with me either. And since it wanted to kill those guys to waste time, why would I bother to open the door to save them at the risk of fighting it to the death? When it's done killing, I'll run to the temple too. How nice. Icy cold words resounded in front, and the corner of Zui Yang's eyes twitched. With a step under his feet, Zui Yang raised his eyes to 037. At this moment, this guy was still standing a dozen meters away from the entrance of the Yangda temple, without the slightest intention of going in. So, if you don't go in now, do you want to see me die? Zui Yang looked at 037 with a cold face. The other man gave a perverted smile. Ha ha ha, kid, looks like you and I are in the same category. But alas, I am an Oni, you are not. To the sentinel, mortals are a number. Clasping his hands in front of his chest, 037 looked at Zui Yang out of the corner of his eye. You didn't think that I would actually save you, did you? Hey, if no one was dead, of course you would have saved me. But with so many people already dead here, I don't think you'd let someone who knows the inside story live. Would you? Zui Yang pursed his lips and had silently pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. His heart was grieving. 037, if you don't leave, aren't you just waiting to see creepy slaughter you? In comparison, how he must have the incense burner does not compare to the 037 of the Ghostbusters. That creepy was going to make a move and definitely start with himself, waiting to witness his own death. A dozen meters or so away, how could 037 walk to the temple? Ghostbusters? Ha! Enviously, he looked at 037's reckless gesture. Zui Yang just wanted to send a message to his past self. But, an unexpected scene occurred. 037's head of long hair actually began to twist out of thin air. Why? Why are you looking for me? Instead of looking for him, it seemed that 037 hadn't even expected things to unfold this way, and he watched in shock as his hair twisted and spun, his eyes filled with horror. Let alone him. It was Zui Yang who didn't understand the current development. What do you mean? Is it surprising that Creepy didn't submit to prioritizing to find his weaker self? Does that mean, does the incense burner have a higher deterrent power than the Ghostbusters? Inexplicably, Zui Yang thought of this speculation. At that time, when he took Little Inkbrush and traveled to Yangda Temple alone, it was Little Inkbrush who died first, and the knocker, having grown up, is not afraid of the black dog, but remains afraid of the incense burner. This speaks volumes about the extraordinary nature of the incense burner. Only that it could be so extraordinary as to be even more intimidating than a Ghostbuster was something he would never have expected. Shit, you're a muggle. Why not you? Wasn't something on you? You muggle. What gives you the right to have such a thing? 037's hiss came from directly in front of him. Things were going very differently than he had imagined, which made him anxious and annoyed. Long black hair grew in wave after wave, sweeping across the entrance of the Eternal Virtue Temple. But even though the rate of hair growth is so amazing, the twisting in the black hair never stops for a moment. Shit, Zui Yang, you hand over your stuff. It was finally a realization of the seriousness of the situation. 037 no longer the taunt he just made. While running towards the Yangda Temple, in a hurry, a strand of black silk on his body scurried towards Zui Yang. Bad. He's taking my incense burner. Losing the incense burner makes me the highest priority prey. Covering his chest, Zui Yang looked at the black silk spreading and actually lost his mind for a moment. Run? Where to? To the front? The entrance to Yangdiaxa Temple is twisted with black silk all over the place. And if you want to enter the temple, you need to cross 037. By himself, he couldn't beat him anyhow. To the back? That's even more bullshit. It's hard to run out on such a long street. No moves. Shit. Even with the incense burner, I'm still no match for 037. The strength of oneself is still hard. Squinting at the entrance of the Yangda Temple, Zui Yang's heart crossed and quickly sent a message to his past self. Zui Yang, the old me, listen, if I don't send you a message in 1 minute, then I must be dead. You remember, when you encounter 037 coming to your door looking for you, never evacuate with him. Remember, after editing and sending the message, Zui Yang grabbed the black hair flying towards him. The black hair wrapped around his hand and was about to spread along his arm toward his chest. Zui Yang didn't stop it. He knew that the black hair was trying to snatch the incense burner, and he was no good at all at resisting it with his human strength. The only thing he could do now was to fight for his life. The footsteps got bigger. Zui Yang clenched his teeth and ran towards the entrance of the Yangda temple. As long as he ran into the temple before the black hair didn't pull out the incense burner for himself, he won. 037. Just you wait. Cursing, Zui Yang limped out 3 steps later. Whoosh! A small green and black incense burner slipped from his chest and fell. Chapter 29, Starting Over. Refusing good intentions. Clang. Almost instantly the incense burner fell. 037. The spinning, twisted hair recovered in moments, swaying like seaweed. Ha! Boy! You're done. He contracted his hair and quickly ran into the Yangda temple, looking at Zui Yang with a smug face. Zui Yang's body, at the moment, was twisting strangely. His lumbar vertebrae were clicking, the fascia of his abdomen had been torn open, and his intestines were splattered all over the floor. But, obviously such a bizarre and horrible picture. Zui Yang is actually smiling. He smiled at 037 with a grim grimace on his face. 037. Don't worry, you won't be complacent for long. A gaze full of venomous eyes gazed at him, and 037 couldn't help but shiver. It was only until Zui Yang's body completely burst into pieces at the entrance of the temple that 037 looked like he had come back to his senses and wiped his forehead. Bah! Muggles! 101 indoor. Ouch! It hurts too much. The nerves twitched violently. Zui Yang hissed, breathing heavily, and his vision went from confused to gradually clearing. Outside the house, a black commercial car drove up the roadway. A few men in black got out of the car and were scanning the area around the neighborhood frequently. Zui Yang? Who is Zui Yang? A familiar yell rang out. Zui Yang's nerves were stunned. I'm back? His eyelids fluttered wildly, and his body still shuddered at the memory of the misery he had just experienced. Grass. In the end, I can't rely on anyone but myself. Disgusted, he looked out of the house, pulling out his cell phone and looking at it. The message he had edited had indeed disappeared. He was now, once again, back to who he was a month ago. Because of his own admonition a month later, he returned to the critical point in time when he encountered 037. It is here that he will make the crucial decision of whether or not to go with 037. Zui Yang! Zui Yang! Outside the house, the screams of the man in black continued. Zui Yang settled down and narrowed his eyes. Now that the bizarre sequence of killings outside the Yangdiak temple has been figured out, go with 037 again and it will still be the same situation. Unless he's made to take everyone in the supermarket with him. This way, if the people in the supermarket die first, all the people in the 037 commercial van will survive. But, can I convince him? The mind races. At that exact moment, the door to the room had been roughly kicked in. Zui Yang! It's the Zui Yang family, isn't it? After a man in black pushed the door in, his eyes scrutinized Zui Yang's body. Zui Yang smiled. Hello, I am Zui Yang. And you are? Come out. There's something for you. The man in black was cold and didn't say half a word more. Zui Yang nodded and followed the steps to enter the business car. You're Zui Yang? What are you doing tuning so much testosterone for a big young guy? 037 familiar snickering eyes looked over, appearing like a movie replay. Zui Yang bristled. I'm vain. Oh. 037 nodded and didn't bother to ask more questions. After glancing at Zui Yang, he said in an irresistible tone, give me the testosterone. I'll take you to a safe area. It was as if he expected that Zui Yang would agree. His head held high and his attitude was unbeatable. This, could be. I have a request. Zui Yang thought deeply for a moment and still decided to try it first. Oh, what's the request? You see the supermarket over there? There are 7 people in the supermarket. Can we bring them along? Don't worry, just have them drive and follow the car. Euphemistically making a request, Zui Yang quietly surveyed the change in 037's face. If anything, taking Rosie and the others with them, death must have started in their car first. How can it not be the turn of the scapegoat link in the business car to play out when the time comes? Only, that just came out. 037's face went cold. What the fuck do you think I am? A bodhisattva? You want something like that from you, and you're stomping your nose with me? 7? Why didn't you say that you wanted me to take the whole neighborhood? The cold voice resounded in the car. Zui Yang's heart thumped. Sure enough, the request still passed. Standing in 037's shoes, he could have grabbed his own testosterone for the $0 purchase. Instead, he himself asked him to bring 8 people, which had probably broken his mental expectations. Brat, who do you think you are? Bargaining with me? You guys, search his house for me. Yes, As the words fell, 5 men in black hurriedly rushed into Zui Yang's house. It didn't take long for them to get their hands on the frozen testosterone. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Piggybacking you to safety is a way of paying back your testosterone. Any more comments? Playing with the testosterone hormone. 037 sized up Zui Yang. I thought the kid must have conceded, but I didn't expect him to arch his hand and walk towards the car. I'm ashamed to say that I'm quite attached to the 7 people in the supermarket. If our friends can't take us with them, then I'd rather stay. All this testosterone, consider it a gift. Get out of the car cleanly and with a straight back. For a moment, 037 looked confused. Grass. SB. It's the end of days and you're still fucking around. Serves you right. Go. Cursing, 037 brought the car door closed as soon as he could. The business car left the Lincoln neighborhood a few moments later. This contact with the 037 was short and sweet. There is no way. Zui Yang can't truthfully say that there is something weird at the entrance of Yangda Temple and he needs to catch someone to cushion his back, right? That way. Not to mention 037, believe it or not, he himself could not explain the ins and outs. The secret of being able to contact the past should not be exposed in the slightest. Watching the commercial vehicle go away, Zui Yang's gaze naturally fell inside the neighborhood supermarket. Over at the supermarket, a few of Rosie's people stuck their heads up to look over as well. Ha ha ha, I told you. This brat, how can he be a second-generation official? See, they robbed him and left. SB, deserved to be robbed. Zhao Diju's mocking voice came out. The fear of the business card just now was turned into contempt for Zui Yang. SB, says you. What are you looking at? Aren't you coming to get the dog? Come on, I'll chop you to death. He cursed, and when he saw Zui Yang looking this way, he was about to twist around and go to the supermarket to get a kitchen knife. Zui Yang did not say anything. His eyes were gloomy, and he walked back to room 101 by himself. Since it was impossible to proceed to get Rosie and the others to follow the 037s, there was now only one possibility left. Take them on the road yourself and make them your scapegoat. Only, how in the world do you get these guys to give up a grocery store full of food and go out on an adventure? Door-to-door persuasion? Then wait for the chopper. It seems, it's going to have to come down hard. After returning to the house, Zui Yang casually packed some food and integrated it into his backpack. He then opened his cell phone VX and contacted his old self. Zui Yang, please buy a barrel of kerosene and put it in the house as a reserve. Chapter 30, Repeating History. There are no pills of regret in this world. Shrimp? Kerosene? What? You want to start a fire? A vibration soon came from the other end of the phone. Zui Yang smiled and quickly returned. Zui Yang, anyway, you do as I say. There's one more thing you have to check for me. There are no pills for regrets in this world. What is it? Zui Yang, that incense burner of yours, where did it come from anyway? There is no medicine for regret in this world. The presiding officer of the Yangda Temple sold my at a high price. It says that the incense burner is tainted with incense and the breath of the gods, and can ward off evil spirits. Why? Isn't it great? Zui Yang, gods? Say, what kind of gods are enshrined at Yangda Temple? There are no pills for regret in this world. You really gave me a question. I just managed to ask him for something, and I don't remember what god was in the temple. Probably city god, the god of the land or something like that? Zui Yang, you take the time to check it out. I think, this incense burner is definitely not simple. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Okay, after I buy you kerosene tonight, I'll check it out tomorrow. Hang up your cell phone. Zui Yang's brows wrinkled slightly. Gods? Would Creepy be afraid of the scent of a god? So is it safe to hide in a big temple? If that's the case, the state should have advocated for people to move to the temple in the first place. Nope, it could be more than that. Touching the incense burner on his chest, Zui Yang felt more and more curious about its existence. After all, it actually scares Creepy more than the Ghostbusters. Asuna waited in the house for a few moments afterward. An oil drum appeared abruptly in the living room under the reflection of the blood moon outside the house. Coming! The moment he saw the oil drum, Zui Yang immediately picked up the oil drum and walked out of room 101. Without rushing into action, he stood outside the building in the neighborhood and looked around toward the perimeter. Finally, it was the door knocker that was seen at the entrance of a building's hallway. Meanwhile, the hanged man and creepy woman Creepy are hanging around uneasily. There shouldn't be many living people in the neighborhood either. Should there? Even if I don't kill Rosie and the others, the knockers should be knocking on the roll-up door of the supermarket in a few days. Silently thinking like this, Zui Yang picked up the oil drum and walked towards the knocking ghost. The blood moon was like blood, pouring over the earth. Zui Yang passed by the hanging ghost like no one else until he came behind the knocking ghost. The knockout ghost's target for the night was probably the only population still remaining on the floor. When Zui Yang coldly stood behind her, the knocking ghost violently shivered. Don't turn around. I'm Creepy. With a cry of mischief, the knocker blew a gasket and was about to run towards the building. But Zhuo Yang, how could he spoil her? Rushing ahead of her, Zhuo Yang directly rushed to the entrance of the building. The incense burner shook in his hand. The knockout ghost instantly backtracked out of the cell block. With the incense burner, he could control the path of the knocking ghost's movements very well. Step by step, Zhuo Yang leaned on the incense burner to suppress the knocking ghost and guided it to the door of the supermarket. The roll-up door of the supermarket is locked at the moment. Inside, there was still a faint whisper of tiny noises. Harder, harder. Lin Yixuan, you fine dog. Can you do it? Harder. Sister Luo, I can't. I'm so tired. Waste. If I had known, I might as well not have had you as a little white boy. The noisy, wanton voices of men and women echoed. Again, Rosie lay on her back on the sheeted section of the supermarket, urging Lin Yixuan to give her another nudge. Suddenly, knock knock knock, an odd knock sounded on the door. The two men were stunned. Who? Alertly rising from the sheets, Lin Yixuan was filled with astonishment. Sister Luo, you say, it can't be that kid again, right? Him? Ugh, you believe he really came to ask for a dog? Might as well believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang. A playful taunt. Without waiting for Luo Shi and Lin Yixuan to arrive at the door, Zhao Deju's family of 5 had already arrived at the cashier's counter at the entrance. There's real-time surveillance outside the house on the cash register. At the moment, under the black and white surveillance, a grandmother on crutches, carrying a half-grown boy on her back, is banging on the roll-up door. Knock knock knock. This is the second sound. How's this? Looking at the ghost knocking on the door under the surveillance screen, Zhao Deju was dumbfounded. How did it get to the door? Damn it! Isn't he afraid of black dogs? I've seen this knocker's spookiness at the door of 101 before. Now, as soon as he saw the knocking ghost, Zhao Deju's legs went numb. Sister Luo, you mean, this thing, it's not coming in, is it? Lin Yixuan was appalled and was about to lean towards the side of the 2 black dogs in the house. It's okay. We have 2 black dogs. It wouldn't dare come. Shivering with comfort, Rosie blushed furiously. She said this, not knowing if she was speaking to someone else or to herself. Her heart was vaguely disturbed, because she knew full well that the knocker wouldn't have knocked at the door at all if the knocker was afraid to do it. It's like the first time you meet it, it jumps through its own portal. Damn. It's not as if black dogs don't work on it, is it? The more Rosie thought about it, the worse it got. How come she came here instead of going to so many buildings in the neighborhood? Could it be that Zhuo Yang made it come? Inexplicably, the conjecture occurred to Rosie. Fart, that kid has this? No need to panic. We have 2 black dogs. I just don't believe that it will dare to come in. As if he had heard Roxy's belly aching, Zhao Deju's face shivered with horizontal flesh. I won't believe it. Knock knock knock. But, his words had just finished. It was like trying to punch him in the face. After the 3rd knock on the door, boom sound, the whole roller shutter door twisted and deformed, was knocked out of an opening. At the opening, the door knocker on crutches showed a cold smile and walked towards the house with a da-da-da-da-da. Grass. It's really coming in. Tiger, little inkblot, little Murdoch. A strange movement at the doorway scared the crowd inside the house into a cold sweat. Zhao Deju shouted in panic. Tiger and inkblot were tied together, staring at the door knocker, but this time they didn't dare to woof and bark. Shit. You guys go. Being watched by the knocking ghost, Zhao Deju was wincing all over. He throws a leg kick towards little inkblot, unhooked his leash and threw it towards the knocker in an attempt that it would scare the knocker away. Woof. When the little inkblot was thrown to the knocking ghost, he looked at the grim face and didn't dare to move a muscle, only daring to faintly let out a canine whine. Ho ho ho. The knocker, on the other hand, stared at the little inkblot with a sneer. Bare your teeth. Behind it, the pitch-black child, showing rows of white teeth, had firecrackers swaying in his hands. It seems, at any moment, to be shoved into the dog's mouth. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Just then, a voice came out unhurriedly. Little Murph, I'm coming to get you. The exclusion of the roll-up door. I only saw that Zhuo Yang slowly walked out, picked up the trembling little inkblot, and stood by the side of the knocking ghost like a nothing. Chapter 31, Repeating History, 2. You. The moment he saw Zhuo Yang, Zhao Deju's entire body was dumbfounded. Inside the room, the rest of the people's faces changed. How did you? What? With his mouth open. It wasn't just Zhao Deju who was in a bit of a trance. Everyone couldn't believe the scene in front of them. A man, standing next to a ghost? He's actually okay? How am I okay? Didn't I say that? I'll leave the dog with you. Come and get it later. You don't think I'm kidding you, do you? Zui Yang stroked the small ink blot and was full of indifference. At this moment, no one dared to half mock his words anymore. This guy, he can really make ghosts come to his door. Shit, you're obviously not even afraid of ghosts. Why bother with me again? Perhaps he was scared that his spirit was too tight. Zhao Dezhu looked at Zui Yang with fear and anger. Zui Yang sneered. Have you got it wrong? In the beginning, it seems like you guys are the ones looking for trouble from me, right? Don't you think so, Rosie? A mocking look was directed at Rosie, who instantly blanched. Merely glancing up at the knocking ghost standing in the doorway made her legs shiver in fear. Zui Yang, Brother Zua, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please leave me alone. I'll do anything you want. With those words, she fell to her knees in front of Zui Yang's eyes, trembling one after another. Along with that, Lin Yixuan beside her also followed and knelt down. Brother Zua, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have said that about you. The two were extremely humble. No way. That's a ghost. Who can deal with it? Even if there are guns. Even if there are numbers. So what? In the large supermarket, there were 7 people. At this moment, no one dares to breathe, carefully looking at Zui Yang, afraid that Zui Yang will be upset and order the knocking ghosts to slaughter the place. But they looked at Zui Yang. Zui Yang, on the other hand, quietly narrowed his eyes at the knocking ghost and looked at the 7 people cowering behind Tiger. Haven't you done it yet? It seems that the knockers haven't grown to the point where they can slaughter the black dog's existence. The mind quietly pondered. According to Zui Yang's original plan, he was prepared to let the knocking ghost kill a random person. And after the crowd collapsed, he used gasoline to burn the goods of the supermarket. With this, he was able to cut off everyone's life and lure them and himself to the so-called evacuation site. But for now, the knockers can still only manage to be unafraid of the black dog, not to kill it. That is the knocker afraid of black dog blood? It's similar to the last time in the business car, when 037 interrupted the weird spell casting with black dog blood. It seems that black dog blood has some effect of curbing the weirdness. It's good if I can't make an example of them. This will make them want to kill me even more. After his eyes flickered for a moment, Zui Yang smiled sinisterly. You guys thought of it so well. Let the ghosts kill you? Wouldn't it be better to let you all simply die? UTM. What the hell do you want? Zhao Dezhu angrily rebuked Zui Yang and waved the kitchen knife in his hand. But he never dared to take a step forward. A house this big, you say, burns? Will it burn fast? You're crazy, aren't you? There's food here. There's more food than you can eat. So what if it's food? I'm going to the safe zone later. Don't you guys like to rob things? Well then, take these things and go on your way together. Zui Yang coldly swept a glance at everyone in the room. With that, he walked past the knocker, and in no time actually did carry a case of kerosene. Shit, you're going to burn us? The knocking ghost guarded the door without making a move, looking like a sentry arranged by Zui Yang. Zhao Dezhu's face was blue, and after biting his mouth for a moment, he actually plopped and knelt in front of Zui Yang. Zui Yang, Zua, I was wrong. I was wrong before. Do me a favor and let my family and children go, will you? He rarely lowered his fierce face and looked at Zui Yang hopefully. Zui Yang looked at the 4 family members behind him, and the image that flashed in his eyes was the image of these people threatening himself with a knife in the past. You know, I like to give people a chance. Many thanks to Brother Zua. Thank you, Brother Zua. As soon as he heard Zui Yang open his mouth, Zhao Dezhu immediately blushed furiously. But the next moment, Zui Yang's words turned around. But I'm only giving it to one person. Now, whoever helps me pour kerosene all over the supermarket, I'll take him. Don't worry. I'm as good as my word. Stand over here if you're willing. The knockers won't kill you. Zui Yang laughed and looked at the 7 people in the room, as if he was a devil who was provoking. Upon hearing this, Lin Yixuan was about to stand up immediately and run towards Zui Yang. Don't want to. Just after he stood up, a sharp, violent pain came from his calf. He twisted around to see that it was actually Rosie kicking towards him. Her gaze was sinister and her heels made a dent in her own calf. Sister Luo. What Sister Luo? You're tired of living, aren't you? Take my spot? Does Zua need a man? What Zua needs is a woman. She took 2 quick steps towards the door and tried, but she didn't dare to approach Zui Yang. She's too scared. It is too afraid that the knocking ghost next to Zui Yang will suddenly make a move. Oh, I can't believe it's you. Zui Yang looked at Roxy with some surprise. The ruthlessness of this woman, who would do anything to stay alive, was indeed decisive. Eyes looked over the remaining others. Ironically, a flash of pity was evident on the faces of Zhao Dezhu's family. They, too, want to defect. Come here. Take it and splash it. When you splash it, light it immediately. Seeing Roxy coming over, Zhuoyang directly handed over the kerosene bucket to Roxy. When Luoshi saw that she was separated from the black dog and was still not attacked by the knocking ghost, she was so happy that she only thought that what Zhuoyang said was true. Brother Zhua, don't worry. From now on, I'm yours. You can do anything you want to me. She offered her courtesy, and her hand movements were not at all subtle. Clunk. Pungent kerosene poured over every shelf. When it was time to pour into the inner sheet area, Zhuoyang called out, "There. All right. Hey, why? Zhua, it's the sheets that are most likely to catch fire, right? You know shit. Am I to burn the fire? I am to burn the food and let them starve alive. Ego Zhua, you're so bad. I like it so much." Showing off towards Zhuoyang. After Rosie lit the kerosene, she came to Zhuoyang's side in a flash. She was like a theater performer who changed her face, and at this moment, after immediately adapting, she looked at the rest of the people with a look of amusement on her face, and the remaining 6, from the beginning to the end, were looking at Roxy with resentment. Do they dare stop Rosie from pouring oil? No one would dare. The knockout ghost is standing in the doorway. Anyone who's ever knocked on a door knows what a knocker can do. Who dares to resist? All they could do was witness the kerosene being ignited. Tug. With the help of kerosene, the fire burned quickly, and the roaring flames resembled a python roaming through the supermarket. Under the firelight, Zhao Diju's eyelids danced wildly. He dared not run toward the doorway where the knocking ghost stood. Pulling up his own child and picking up Tiger, he ran towards the inside of the supermarket. Go! Go! This guy is a demon. Hurry and hide inside from the fire. At his yell, all 6 ran in unison toward the linen area. As for Zhuoyang, the corner of his mouth curled up as he witnessed that the flames were burning the food. Guess, you guys will react soon, right? With a slander in his heart, Zhuoyang patted Roxy's butt. Let's go. Ego Zhua, you're so bad. Angrily, Luoshi directly squeezed towards Zhuoyang's arms, and Zhuoyang wrapped his arm around her waistband and walked straight to the community parking lot. Chapter 32, Repeating History, 3. Tongue. The flames in the supermarket grew bigger and bigger. Zhao Diju watched the supermarket full of food being burned, and his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Thick smoke rolled in. At the moment, he didn't have half a mind to save the food, but grabbed a sheet and ran in the direction of the restroom. All of you, take the sheets and go to the bathroom and wet them and wrap them around your nose. Maybe this way, we can make it through the night. After a squeak, he instantly rushed to the bathroom with Tiger and the baby in his arms. The remaining 5, 2, followed suit, picking up their sheets and squeezing into the bathroom after them. Inside the tiny bathroom, 5 men huddled together, dripping wet, with the faucet on. Woof woof woof. It seemed that the tiger barked in repulsion because it was so cramped and humid. Dogs, be quiet. Shit, this Zhuoyang, pure pervert, likes to torture people when he has nothing to do. Wait for me. If I survive, I'll find a way to kill you. Viciously cursing angrily, Zhao Diju had a lot of fire in his heart right now. Everyone in the small space had a buried face and didn't speak. Suddenly, Lin Yixuan looked at Tiger as if he had thought of something. Hey, something doesn't seem right. No? What's wrong? Zhao Diju's tiger eyes glared at Lin Yixuan, who pointed at Tiger. Do you think Zhuoyang is so powerful that he doesn't care to have an extra dog? Why doesn't he take this dog with him? After his sentence ended, Zhao Diju was silent for most of the day. Ryoga's eyes narrowed. Not rare? Joke. No one minds having multiple undercards. Then why? Why doesn't he want Tiger? Could it be? What is he afraid of? Lin Yixuan muttered. Zhao Diju's eyes, however, grew brighter. Yeah, why didn't he come forward to grab the dog? Since he could order the knocker to knock, he could have snatched the dog and ordered the knocker to guard the door. But, instead of grabbing the dog, he didn't even come in to splash oil on Rosie. Could it be that? Was he afraid he'd come in to grab the dog and get beaten up by the store's resistance? But, he's got knockout ghosts. What's he afraid of? Afraid to knock on the door of a ghost, afraid of a black dog who won't do anything? Even if you are afraid, if you really fight, the black dog cannot attack the knocking ghost. At most, protect a few people to hide on the side. A knockout ghost can properly kill several people. Something's not right. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Diju felt that something was wrong. He's so cautious. There must be something fishy going on. The mind thinks so. Clang. There was a sound of a roll-up door slamming at the doorway. Bad. It can't be the knockers coming. The face went white for a moment. Zhao Diju began to feel anxious in his heart. Inside the small bathroom, a few people couldn't help but breathe heavily. But, after waiting a long time, the supposed knock didn't come. Zhao Diju looked at the door suspiciously and boldly opened the bathroom door, looking toward the outside of the house. Across from the roaring firelight, the rolled-up doorway was pressed into service by the knocking ghost. Knockout ghost. Gone? Gone? Zhao Dezhu was dumbfounded. Didn't Zui Yang order it to guard the door? Can it walk? Wait. The knocking ghost didn't listen to Zui Yang. Plus Zui Yang didn't dare to come in. Could it be because the kid doesn't actually control the knockers? Zhao Dezhu mumbled. Lin Yixuan's brows slowly furrowed even as he listened. That's right. It's precisely because he can't control the knocking ghost that he doesn't dare to come and rob the dog. Moreover, the knocking ghost's delay in attacking us is not because it listens to Zui Yang. Rather, because it's still afraid of the black dog. Grass. We've been tricked by Zui Yang. The more Lin Yixuan spoke, the more agitated he became, and his entire body ran straight out of the bathroom. Zhao Dezhu's eyes were as gloomy as water. Teeth chattered as they watched a supermarket full of food all turn to ash. Shit. Dog scum. Dared to snub me. Zhao. What now? Lin Yixuan's face was also ugly as hell. What's the point of staying here without food? Grass. After them. Get after that kid. That boy has food and knows no safe places. Go after him now. We might be able to stop him. Cut him off. His dog. His food. It's all mine. I'll make him beg for his life and die. Vicious thought. Zhao Dezhu's heart was on fire. He picked up Tiger, wrapped up the wet sheets, and rushed towards the door. Follow them all. He bellowed angrily. He had to take everyone with him on this chase. For safety, he needed the black dog. And once the family is without a black dog, they are sure to be attacked by the three ghosts of the neighborhood. So that's why it's only the whole army. It's a good thing there aren't a lot of things in the supermarket that can burn. And the flames aren't too big. Wrapped in sheets, the 6 men rushed out the roll-up door. Standing in the doorway of the supermarket, he could vaguely see the knocker walking towards a block of flats. Grass. This dog sure can't control a knockout ghost. Maybe, just by coincidence, the knocker came to us tonight. He's holding his own dog, and he's there to make a fool of himself. The fire in his lungs blazed. Zhao Dezhu hugged Tiger and ran towards the neighborhood parking lot. He also has a car. As a maintenance man for the neighborhood, he also has a Wuling Honda to pull tools. Don't want to die. All follow the old man. In the darkness of the night, the 6 men rushed toward the outside of the neighborhood parking lot outside the subdivision. Zui Yang sat in the driver's seat, and the car presented a start. He had little inkbrush in his arms and Rosie in the passenger seat driver. At the moment, Roxy was grabbing Zui Yang's big hand and putting it towards her thigh. Zua, what are we doing? Waiting for someone? She sputtered and hated to be slutty. Right. Wait for someone. Zui Yang sank his voice, his eyes gazing at the entrance of the cell. Are you kidding? Can we get on the road without waiting for the scapegoat? Burning someone's food, insulting him in public, and informing him that he knows the safe spots. Zui Yang doesn't believe that Zhao Dezhu 1T come after him. Ouch. Zua, how boring is this? Why don't you and I have a car sex? Luo, she looked at Zui Yang obsessively. Her body stirred, and she was close to sitting on Zui Yang's lap. Her thoughts were simple. She thought that Zui Yang could manipulate ghosts, and she could lie down by following Zui Yang. She just wanted to hold on to that thigh. But Zui Yang just had a cold face and looked at the entrance of the cell. Grass. This pussy hasn't left yet. I know that old man's 500. There it is, with the headlights on. Grass. Maybe he's car shaking that bitch Rosie. Get up there. Get him dead. Dog scum. Didn't think we were coming out, did you? Suddenly, there was a cacophony of curses coming from the cell door. The big headlights of the Wuling Hongguang hit the past, and it was clearly Zhao Dezhu's 6 people. Looking at their indignant faces, Zui Yang's face was filled with a smile. The fish, at last, has taken the bait. Releasing the handbrake, Zui Yang's Wuling Hongguang, in the direction of Yongda Temple, flew all the way. Chapter 33, Repeating History, 4, Giggle. As he watched the Wuling Hongguang go away, Zhao Dezhu had a sinister look on his face. Grass. Son of a bitch. I'm suffering and you're fucking car shaking, aren't you? Now you know you're scared? Want to run? Late. Hurriedly, he arrived in front of his 500. Zhao Dezhu opened the door of the car, and after all 6 people got on the car gas pedal stepped to the bottom, and chased towards Zui Yang without life. Quiet driveway at midnight. 2 Wuling Hondas, one in front of the other, staged a chase. Both cars had pulled up to maximum speed. It was a good thing there were no more cars in the driveway, and the 2 cars went straight in the direction of the Temple of Eternal Virtue like beasts of burden. Zua, what's going on? Shouldn't those guys be trapped by your knockers? What's with the running out? Forward car. Rosie looked behind her in amazement at the chasing car with a confused look on her face. Zui Yang smiled and did not explain much with this woman. Anyway, it's a dead man. It's okay. You just sit down honestly. I'll arrange for the knockers to kill them. Ha? Really? At those words, Not only was there no fear in Roxy's eyes, but a hint of admiration was revealed instead. The corners of Zui Yang's mouth rose, and as he saw that the car had already driven to the driveway that was full of accident scenes, his smile grew even wider. Yes, right away. You'll be waiting to hear the screams. Really? When Luoshi heard Zui Yang say this, she immediately poked her head out of the car window and looked towards the back of the car. But, in the meantime, there was a horrible sound coming from the Wuling Honda behind him. In the darkness, Rosie squinted and vaguely saw what looked like the driver's seat, spewing some kind of blood. Zhao Deju's car. Zhao Deju stepped on the gas and stared at the car in front of him with a furious look on his face. Dog thing, if you dare to lower your speed, I'll absolutely wreck you. That's it. Zhao, run him over. And that bitch Rosie, run them into disability. Just leave a breath and ask for a safe spot. Lin Yixuan in the back seat of the car agreed. Inside the cart, a sinister, sardonic smile just overflowed. Suddenly, click, 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 an odd sound came from it. What the hell? Woof woof. Without waiting for Zhao Deju to think carefully, the tiger sitting on his chest wailed with pain in his eyes. Next moment, ka-ching. The black dog's head twisted 180 degrees and rolled down under the seat cold as if it were a leather ball. On the headless dog's neck, horrible blood, plop plop spattered, staining the windshield of the car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The smell of blood wafted through the car, and black dog blood sprayed Zhao Deju's face. The lifeless body of the dog in his chest lay slimy in his lap, and he couldn't see the blood-covered glass in front of him. Everything, it all came so weirdly sudden. Zhao Deju's eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open. Only after a long time did he murmur as if he was demented. Tiger, tiger, dead? Ah, finally, like lifting from a freeze frame. On the passenger seat driver, Zhao Deju's wife, looking at such a tragic situation, screamed with uncontrolled emotions. Grass, grass, what the hell happened? The hands on the steering wheel were shaking. Eyes panicked. He looked out the left window of the car, but there was nothing but black night. Invisible. Zhao Deju's back chilled and his lips couldn't help but shiver. It was also as helpless and appalled as when he first met the bizarre Zui Yang. Zhao, it's Tiger. How come Tiger's head is gone? Lin Yixuan was also dumbfounded. How can a good dog just die? Weird. Too weird. Grass. How the fuck do I know how it died? Zhao Deju cursed, attempting to cover his inner fear with anger. Zhao, you said, this can't be made by that Zui Yang too, right? Lin Yixuan guessed, and Zhao Deju's expression was stunned. Did Zui Yang do it? Something so horrible that he did it? He had this ability, and he was still so SB to go after it. Was he looking for death? It can't be him. If it was him, he could have done us just now when we interrupted his car ride. But, look at his car in front of him. It doesn't seem to be any different at all. A dead silence fell over the carriage. Zhao Deju didn't bother to speak again. Or rather, he didn't want to believe that it was done by Zui Yang. If that was the case, this pursuit he was making was a death sentence. The last moment, the small carriage was eagerly discussing how to torture Zui Yang. The moment was as dead as it was going to get. But as it happens, good things don't come in seams and bad things come in piles. That, Zhao, without Tiger, we're still chasing? Lin Yixuan threw out a fatal question. Zhao Deju's foot on the gas pedal loosened after hearing this. But it was only a few moments later that his face hardened. The arrow is in the air. At this time, if we give up, without Black Dog, we're even more dead. That's, rather, between the two men's decision-making, they had just turned their eyes to the Wuling Hongguang in front of them. Suddenly, ka, 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 the eerie voice sounded again. Fuck, it doesn't end, does it? Zhao Deju bellowed, originally wanting to bolster his courage, but what he didn't expect was that this time the source of the odd sound was actually coming from his ankle. Click, click, click. The neck of the foot was twisting in a weird and monstrous way, twisting incredibly 90 degrees toward the inside. The sound of sinewy bones forcibly twisting through flesh and blood rang out, and the white bones of the foot were exposed with bloody flesh. Ah. Sparing Zhao Deju, he couldn't help but cry out in pain at this moment. Grass. Who is it? Fuck. Who the hell is that? Incompetent and furious, Zhao Deju tried to drop the steering wheel and went to wrench his ankle back into place with both hands, but to his horror, he realized that the hand can't move my hands. Click click click. A horrible sound came from the elbow. The arms show a downward twist. Click, click, click. In just a moment, the sound of bones breaking came. The white bone forcibly twisted the flesh and blood, hissed, and broke his wrist with a mist of blood. Ah. Blood mist flew from the main driver's seat, only to see that Zhao Deju had fainted from the pain at the moment. His hands were still on the steering wheel, but his arms had dangled over the sides of the seat. Blood, along his wrist without hands drip 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 oozing down. The scene is extremely treacherous. It's, Zhao. Why don't we beg Zhuoyang? I quit. I'll never dare hit on him again. Lin Yixuan's face had turned pale as he looked at Zhao Deju's miserable condition. On the passenger seat driver, Zhao Deju's wife was so scared that she was twitching, and she didn't say a word. The remaining others, even more so, stiffened their mouths, not daring to breathe. Giggle. However, just between everyone being lost in thought, rumble. The car, which had lost control, crashed unsurprisingly into the guardrail of the driveway. The next moment, the whole car rolled over on its side. The smell of motor oil spills out of the car, and the electric sparks of bare flicker. After a moment, boom! An explosion that went off in the midnight silence of the driveway. Chapter 34, finally entering the Temple of Eternal Virtue. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wuling Hongwan on. Rosie stuck her head out of the car window and watched the commotion behind her with an asterisk 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 asterisk. It's horrible. Zwa. I saw it with my own eyes. That Zhao Deju's wrist exploded. Hey, did you do it? That's horrible of you, isn't it? Roxy's little face turned white as she watched, looking back at Zhuoyang with a face of fear and admiration. Through the rearview mirror, Zhuoyang silently watched the movements in the rear. The corners of his mouth spat imperceptibly. TSK. Dying a little fast. He was a little dissatisfied that Zhao Deju's group had claimed their poop so early. Although, at the fastest hourly speed, he was already no more than 100 meters away from the Yangde Temple. But as expected, 6 people taking turns to die should be enough for him to drive the car straight to Yangde Temple. It should be that creepy is trying to kill all of us, leaving no survivors. So he went ahead and slaughtered the driver of the car. Zhao Deju. To kill Zhao Deju, he has to kill Tiger. Once Zhao Deju was dead, the explosion killed the others directly after the full-speed car hit the railing. This, greatly saving time, will be able to get at me. TSK. Damn it, these guys, didn't any of them survive the crash and get weirded out for more torture sessions to buy me time? With an icy face, Zhuoyang was not in the mood to pay any attention to Roxy at all. The gas pedal proceeded to the floor. The order of death in his car was, unsurprisingly, Rosie, little inkblot, himself. Because of the special existence of the incense burner, he did not have to worry about the driver's seat in the first to be affected. Instead, there's Rosie and little inkbrush. He was able to stretch out the time he drove into Wingate Temple. The howling cold wind blew into the car against the windows. Seeing that Zhuoyang was not in the mood to take care of herself, she simply leaned towards Zhuoyang's side. At the end of the road, the temple signboard of Yangdiaxa Temple has come into view. Wingate Temple? Zhua, is this the safe place you were talking about? Rosie surveyed the sign in the distance. Zhuoyang, on the other hand, looked at the rearview mirror and said indifferently after making sure that Zhao Deju's car was completely invisible. Keep your head down. Ha! Rosie was taken aback by his words. However, in the way of Zhuoyang's intimidation, she had to go and do as she was told. Arching her body, she lowered her head and then looked at Zhuoyang's crotch. Her face flushed for a moment. Zhuoyang, you don't want to do that, do you? Hesitantly, she boldly went to touch the spot. Suddenly, click, 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 an odd sound came. Rosie was confused. The sound, like it's coming from your own neck? Click click click. It wasn't until the sound was thoroughly intense that Rosie realized with a start that her neck had begun to snap unheeded. Sharp pain came, and Roxy scrambled to lie on Zhuoyang's thigh. Zhua, brother Zhua, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'll hold it for you. No, I definitely drank it all for you. Please, don't punish me. The pain made her whimper and beg to look at Zhuoyang. Roxy naively thought that all of this was really Zhuoyang's doing. She only thought that Zhuoyang was punishing himself because of his slowness in ordering. I don't know. Zhuoyang just did not want to let her bow her head because of her death. The blood stained the windshield mirror to affect the driving progress. Zhua, brother Zhua, I was really wrong. Next time you can play any way you want. Don't punish me. Click click click. Creepy noises accompanied by begging were constant. From the beginning to the end, Zhuoyang didn't even look at Roxy. Luoshi's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Zhuoyang in despair. Please, 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 put. Finally, a bloody head rolled from Zhuoyang's leg to under the car seat. A warmth came between her legs. Zhuoyang lowered his eyes and looked at the neck that lost the head between his legs, gurgling blood. Raising his head again to look directly ahead, he murmured, "There's not much time left. We must enter the Yangdiak Temple immediately." The Wuling Honda sped on. The gas didn't let up for a moment. 50 meters. 15 meters. Woof. Just as we were approaching the Yangdiaxa boarding gate, The little ink blot lay in Zui Yang's arms and whimpered. The little guy looked at Zui Yang with despairing eyes, as if he knew that he was not going to live long. Little Murph, don't you worry. This time, I will absolutely not let you die. Woof. The little guy's doggy neck clicked and started to bend. Zui Yang coldly grunted in the nick of time. Boom. The Wuling Hongguan crashed hard into the vermilion red gate of the Yangda temple. Bang. The vehicle, traveling at high speeds, was almost unstoppable as it smashed the gate into wood shavings. This time, Zui Yang did it. He drove the car and finally pulled into the Yangdiak temple. Inside the temple of eternal virtue, the 4 square walls merely enclosed a small space of 40 or 50 square feet. Within the small courtyard, there was only the temple, which was no more than 30 square feet directly in front of it. In the temple stood only an idol wrapped in a red cloth, quite humble, consistent with the message. This is a small deserted temple, but this temple was already full of people. There were upper-class people in public attire, homebodies in pajamas, and even younger schoolchildren. There were all kinds of people, crowds of less than 100. Almost all of them stood at the entrance of the temple, looking reverently at the Buddha statue wrapped in red cloth. And inside the temple, there were only 2 people standing. An old man in a robe and a monk's hat looks like a temple priest. His left hand seemed to be broken, and one of the arm sleeves of his surplice was always hanging. The other, Zui Yang recognized. 037. Everyone in the temple had seemed to be doing some kind of prayer around the statue of Buddha. Able to. The crash from the doorway, coupled with the sudden entry of the Wuling Hongguang, startled everyone. Asterisk. How did this car get in here? Help! The crowd of people standing at the entrance to the temple panicked. Inside the car, Zui Yang stepped on the brakes sharply, but still could not stop the vehicle forward. Casualties are in sight. The temple priest in the robe only glanced at Zui Yang in the car and gave a slight flutter of his broken sleeve. The magic happens. The car, which was still snorting and skidding on the brakes, slowly whitened in the next moment. Yes, white paper. Whether it was the metallic body or the pitch-black tires, it was being whitewashed into what looked like a paper-folded car. Like a tiger surging into the body of the temple, only moments later, it was transformed into folded paper, and after a few moments of sliding on the ground, the paper slackened. Bang! Zui Yang fell from the car while holding Little Murmur. Underneath him, the Wuling Hongguang disappeared, and there was only white paper all over the ground. It's Ghostbusters? The eyes looked at the temple priest in surprise, and at the same time, all the people inside the temple, all their gazes converged on Zui Yang's body. Chapter 35, Cross-Examination. You are? Zui Yang? Master Zua? Zui Yang looked at the temple priest, and the temple priest was also looking at Zui Yang. After a while, the temple priest actually recognized Zui Yang. Yes, the two of them actually know each other, but not much. After all, that incense burner of Zui Yang was from him. Mr. Temple, long time no see. Zui Yang smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to face the gazes around him. The temple priest responded with a kind smile, but his eyes gradually narrowed. Monksua, how did you come to be here? If I remember correctly, I think you live in the Linping neighborhood, right? It's not close by. It was my friend who told me that this was the evacuation point. You know, that Zhou Yang, Zui Yang casually explained. The temple priest nodded and looked at the crumbling gate again, frowning slightly. Monksua, you came all the way here. Deliberating, the temple priest clearly wanted to ask something in detail. However, 037 on the side was not as good as him, and seemed to be unable to resist this motherly nature of Temple Zhu, and grumpily scolded Zui Yang. Hey, brat, I'm genuinely curious. How did you, alone, get here safe and sound? 037 scrutinized Zui Yang, as if he wanted to see flowers from him. Zui Yang's lips trembled slightly. Want to come? If 037 made it to the temple alive, then he must have paid an extreme price to run in from the roadway after all the men in black were dead. After all, this time, he didn't have 2 black dogs to stall for time, and how could he, himself, not make this Ghostbuster care now that he was able to come in unharmed? Pursing his lips, Zui Yang's face gradually became aggravated. This, big brother, didn't you know that? When you came to me then, I begged you to take my friend with you. You didn't promise. Then I persuaded those friends of mine to get together, but I really didn't expect it. This road is actually not right. The car my friend was driving, a car full of people actually died in a car accident. I was driving behind with my girlfriend and her head actually twisted and snapped off out of nowhere. I was so scared that I just hit the gas and came right toward the temple. That's why there was that scene just now. Zui Yang complained. His face was full of a look of aftermath. He picked up the little inkling beside him and shivered. Rather, there were a few tragic moments of falling. 037's expression changed as he sniffed. Looking at Zui Yang's clothes that were dyed red with blood, He also looked at a female paper figure without a human head in a field of white paper, and did not say anything more. His mouth coldly grunted. Your dog lucky. All those friends of yours? They all fucking saved you from disaster. What a good friend, he mocked, and silently walked back to the temple, as if he did not bother to compare himself with the lucky ones like Zhuoyang. Ba. Master Zhua has suffered. Unlike 037, the old temple priest comforted Zhuoyang with a compassionate face. The surrounding crowd that was still hostile to Zhuoyang, once they heard that he died all his relatives, they all cast a pitiful look. Zhuoyang buried his head and didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Hey, since you're here, left cultivator, come with us, early in the morning of the day after tomorrow. This Mr. Nancy and I will lead all of us to evacuate together towards the outside of Linjiang City. The old temple priest pointed to 037, and Zhuoyang panicked and bowed to thank him. Trouble Mr. Temple, no harm done, and find a corner to rest in. Waving his hand, the old temple priest didn't say anything more and walked within the hall with 037 again. Zhuoyang eyed the duo's backs and narrowed the corners of his eyes slightly. This temple priest actually knows 037? Nance? 037 is called Nance? They all seem to have the means of a ghostbuster, so they should have known each other before the creepy descent, right? A temple priest who's actually an Oni? Thinking of just driving into the temple, the temple priest simply waved his broken sleeve, and his car and Rosie in the car turned into white paper. Zhuoyang felt incredible. It always feels like there's something wrong somewhere. Silently searching, Zhuoyang sat down in a corner of the temple. This temple is no more than a few dozen square feet though, but the dirty dirt all over the floor had been packed with people long ago. Perhaps, compared to the bazaar and rampant outside, this place has been no less heavenly, even if the environment is worse. Eyes roamed around the temple. What Zhuoyang is most curious about is nothing more than the Buddha statue covered with a red cloth in the temple hall. Unsurprisingly, it should be that Buddha statue that blesses this place from being invaded by weirdness, right? What kind of Buddha is that? Why cover it with a red cloth? Why are all the other temples in the huge city of Linjiang useless, but only here can avoid disasters? Doubts filled his mind, and Zhuoyang wanted to find someone to ask questions and get close, but at a glance, almost everyone, sitting reverently on the dirt floor, looked toward the Buddha statue inside the temple. The small temple was quiet and peaceful, not a single sound of exchanging words. Seeing this, Zhuoyang pursed his lips and silently learned to sit on the ground and take a nap. There was no talk all night. Until early the next morning, the old temple priest walked out from within the hall. He set a long table with simple fruit cookies at the entrance to the nave. Ba. Gentlemen, special times, special treatment for you all. Simply eat some food, then sit down and rest. Early tomorrow morning, we will leave Linjiang City. At that time, all of you will be able to suffer as well. The old temple blessing did the Buddha's name, and the crowd inside the temple all stood up and bowed reverently. Everyone was organized to get very little food. Only Zhuoyang did not go to get things. He also had his backpack with him before he left, which contained several days' worth of rations. Silently opening his backpack, he ate from an instant noodle packet. The smell of oil instantly attracted many people to look over. Among them, there is no lack of old temple priests and 037 in the temple. I had thought that it might cause a bit of a stir because of what I was eating, but what Zhuoyang did not expect was that most of the people just looked at it enviously and never looked at it more. Zhuoyang nibbled on the bread and became more and more curious about this temple. Suddenly, a fat man wearing pajamas and glasses poked Zhuoyang's back. Zhuoyang was startled and twisted around to look. The man was looking at him with a fawning face. That, dude, I know you just lost a loved one and you're probably not in a good mood. Condolences. It's that. The food given at the temple doesn't matter if it's full, and I have to donate blood at night, so I can't carry it in my big body. Dude, can you share some of my food? Fatty's attitude was extremely sincere, and his eyes were full of pleading. I can see that this person would have been a more qualified person even before the creepy descent. Zhuoyang nodded and took out a piece of buttered bread from his backpack. Somewhat curiously, he followed up with, donate blood at night? What kind of blood? Chapter 36, Odd Prayer Rituals. Oh, you're new here. You're the one who doesn't know ha. Receiving the bread, the fat man took a big bite. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had eaten something so delicious, and he was filled with happiness just from taking a bite of the bread. As he ate, he whimpered and explained, Yangdiaksa, the temple priest is very nice. Get all the food under control and make sure the big guys get one meal a day. After eating the food, people usually meditate and then wait for the evening prayers. Prayer? Zhuoyang was a bit puzzled. Pray for what? Just thank the gods and all that. Fatty said in disbelief. And Zhuoyang nodded. So what does this have to do with donating blood? I don't really get it. Actually, just about every night, before everyone kneels to give thanks to the statue of Buddha, they have to pick the blood of their middle finger with a silver needle and drop it into the bowl of fresh water in front of the statue. It doesn't have to be much, just a drop. The temple priest said it was done to thank the Lord God for protecting us and honoring it. The fat man finished gnawing the bread in 2 or 3 times, and after explaining with a smile, he sat down next to Zhuoyang. You guys, I see, seem to respect this place. Zhuoyang pointed to the quiet situation in the temple. After the fat man sniffed, his face flickered, and he whispered and attached his ear to Zhuoyang's side. You don't know that before this, a punk once broke in, disrespected the idol, and tried to pull the red cloth off of it. As a result, he was turned into a paper man by the temple priest. Oh, no wonder, Zhuoyang released. It is the old temple priests who seem to be the most amiable who are actually the most frightening. Dude, those pajamas, what's the deal? Having nothing to do, Zhuoyang simply climbed into a conversation with the fat man. The fat man scratched his head nervously. I was at home sleeping at the time. The neighborhood is just haunted. I pressed on to change my clothes and ran out the door as fast as I could. I was also lucky to run into Lord Temple Blessing coming over to rescue people, which is why I stayed at the Yangda Temple. Does the temple priest still go out of the temple to save people? Yes, but after saving 100 people, he never went back out, but said the organization was ready to leave. So, hanging his head, Zhuoyang is getting more and more confused about this person. The old temple priest, Yangdiaxa Temple, is safe, but a depressing atmosphere always pervades. It's as uncomfortable as a gym student going into a library. After casually speaking to the fat man, who also seemed to be afraid of spoiling the cleanliness of the place, he never spoke much again, until the afternoon. In Zhuoyang's pocket, his cell phone vibrated. Zhuoyang looked down. It was my former self who came to the message. There are no pills of regret in this world. Hey, man, I really found out something interesting. Zhuoyang, what? There is no medicine for regret in this world. It is said that, Yangda Temple, the former temple priest is not that old temple priested. Zhuoyang, someone else? There are no pills of regret in this world. No. The former Yangda Temple was a small land temple. It seems like a month ago, the new temple priest came over and the top cooperated with him to remove the Buddha statues from the land temple. He brought himself a Buddha statue to put inside. That Buddha statue is covered with a red cloth, and it's said that no one has ever seen what the Buddha statue looks like under the red cloth. Zhuoyang, is that all? There are no pills of regret in this world, that's all there is. And if you check further, you won't be able to find out anything else. TSK. Silently cutting off the chat with himself, Zhuoyang thought for a moment and sent a message to Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang, Mr. Zhou, when you first recommended that I go to the Yangda Temple, were you aware of how different it was? Staring at his cell phone, Zhuoyang silently waited for Zhou Yang's reply. He guessed that Zhou Yang might have known something that made him specifically recommend this old temple priest who had arrived out of nowhere. After waiting a little, Zhou Yang poured back a message. Zhou Yang, that's right. The old temple priest was arranged by the top, so he was a person recognized by the top. I thought at the time, this is a person recognized from above. How come he has some skills? That's why I recommended him. What's wrong? Zhuoyang, it's nothing. I'm at the Yangda Temple. Zhou Yang, awesome. To be able to go there alone. Zhuoyang, you're not so simple either. Ignoring Zhou Yang's bragging, Zhuoyang put away his cell phone and always felt that many things were not right. Forget it. If it's someone recognized from above, there shouldn't be a problem. Touching the incense burner on his chest, he still hadn't figured out why the thing was so weirdly scary. Time passes. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening. The bright moonlight was reflected within the temple. Inside the hall of Yangdiaxa, this time it was still the same old temple that walked out. Gentlemen, today, please, for the last time, come to the temple in order to pray with gratitude. I think that if we are pious enough, the gods will bless us and successfully leave Linjian City. His voice was small but infectious. After a few words, all those who were sitting on the ground stood up and walked into the front of the hall in an orderly manner. Inside the temple, a porcelain bowl had been filled with fresh water and placed in front of the Buddha statue covered with a red cloth. The first man walked in and very skillfully picked up the silver needle at the side of the bowl and picked through his left middle finger. Tick! A drop of scarlet blood seeped into the bowl. Blood instantly stained the clear water red. With that, the man knelt down towards the Buddha statue with an extremely pious attitude. Thank God for the blessings. Please bless me, God, for this trip. Bang bang bang. 3 loud kowtows came. It was a moment when the kneelers were more devout than they were worshipping their parents. After all, he was, indeed, protected here. There was the first one, and then there was the second one. The crowd kneels with dripping blood in sequential order. The bowl of clear water had long been dyed scarlet and blood-black because of the blood of dozens of people. Zui Yang looked at this scene and only felt evil, and he did not feel any solemnity at all. When the 100 people in the temple had finished kneeling, Zui Yang thought that it was over. Unexpectedly, the old temple actually looked at himself by name. Ba. Master Zua? You're coming too, aren't you? His voice was not happy or sad. After one sentence, the entire courtyard looked at Zui Yang in unison. Zui Yang's mouth twitched. He actually wanted to say, I wouldn't have to, would I? But when you think about it, he is also here to receive shelter and to follow the evacuation of the army. If you specialize yourself, you're definitely going to be talked about. Master Zua, it is dishonoring to the gods if you are favored by them and do not return the favor. Seeing that Zui Yang was slow to move, the old temple priest's voice went cold. After Zui Yang's face was tangled for half a minute, in the end, he reluctantly walked into the hall. Chapter 37, Where There Is No God, Above. Reluctantly, Zui Yang also came to the Buddha statue. I don't know why. Looking at the Buddha statue covered by the red cloth, Zui Yang was both familiar and repulsed. Inside the house, 037 had been standing in the corner with an odd smile on his lips. Zui Yang actually noticed a problem. Speaking of devotion to the gods, so as the temple priest himself should be the first to make an offering, right? But the old temple didn't, and neither did 037. Zui Yang has never heard of making offerings to any god that requires blood. He had heard that blood was still an obscenity if it was sacrificed to the gods. Everything in front of me was nothing short of eccentric. What can one do about it? Silently picking up that silver needle, Zui Yang actually wanted to spit. What a risk of spreading disease by sharing needles. However, the old temple priestess sideswept, and Zui Yang still pierced his middle finger. Tick. Scarlet blood dripped into the bowl. At the moment, the water in that bowl was black and disgusting. Good. After Zui Yang had dripped blood, the old temple priest didn't care if Zui Yang wanted to kowtow or not. He hurried over to the Buddha statue and splashed the bowl of muddy blood towards the red cloth. The red cloth was dyed brighter and brighter with blood, and what followed was an extremely bizarre scene. The cloth, which was supposed to be damp from the blood splashed on it, was soaked through in no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Rustling, the red cloth actually tightened towards the Buddha statue. Subsequently, that red cloth actually air-dried fast, it's as if the Buddha statue behind the red cloth sucked up the blood stained by the red cloth in a moment. Odd. It's so weird. Zui Yang looked at the red cloth and was eager to lift it, but he did no more than stand, dumbfounded at the strange scene. Ba. The gods have received the sincerity of all of you. I'm sure the evacuation tomorrow morning will go unexpectedly well. The old temple blessing clasped his hands together and spoke excitedly towards the crowd outside the house. Good. Hey, when we get to a safe spot, I'm going to eat my ass off. Finally, I can go back to my old life. A long overdue cheer went up in the temple at his impassioned words. The old temple priest smiled and looked at Zui Yang still standing inside the hall. He smiled slightly. Monk Zua, you may leave. Oh, yes, Zui Yang promised, and when he was leaving, he looked a few more times inside the hall, only to see 037 the corner smiling even more. Scratching his head, he returned to the corner of the courtyard. Was going to say something to Fatty, but I don't know why. Since the old temple priest had explained the early evacuation, everyone had dozed off after cheering. Maybe it's the many days of taut nerves loosening up. It was clearly 8 o'clock at night, and there was already a patch of people sprawled out on the ground in the courtyard. Sound asleep. Zui Yang also inexplicably felt drowsy. Cradling the little ink blot, he drifted off. He had a dream after a long time. Inside the dream, he was planted inside a tree, unable to move his body. His face was twisted in agony, writhing hideously against the tree's epidermis, trying to observe the surroundings. It was only then that he realized that there were hundreds of other agonized faces just like his own in the tree he was in. Woof woof. This dream gets more and more real. Woof woof. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. Zui Yang slowly opened his eyes, filled with exhaustion. He shriveled his eyes and realized the little inkblot was nibbling on his face. That's right. Nibble not lick. With a closer look, Zui Yang could see that his face was actually full of tree root-like folds. The little inkblot seems to want to help itself to biting through these roots, but the roots of the tree, it was as if they were already a part of themselves. Every time the small inkblot is torn, Zui Yang feels abnormal pain. Shit, what the hell happened? Trying to move my body. Only then did Zui Yang realize that he was lying on the muddy ground, unable to move his body in the slightest. On the face, on the body, on the neck, it was as if they all had tree roots binding them to themselves. Use squinted eyes to observe the surrounding conditions. Zui Yang was shocked to find that the crowd of 100 people in the temple, actually everyone was covered with tree roots. All of them were in a coma, and the roots of the trees growing inside their bodies extended within the halls of the Eternal Virtue Temple. Raise your eyes. Hundreds of tree roots, densely packed, actually connected to the Buddha statue wrapped in red cloth. Grass. Sure enough, nah. It's not a good fucking place either. Zui Yang gave a belly laugh and only felt his body getting weaker and weaker. Looking directly in front of him, the fat man who was still talking to himself during the day was now tied up by the roots of a tree, and had actually lost a small 2 circles of weight. Even as the tree roots became more and more entangled, it was as if the fat man's body had been emptied of flesh and blood, and his cheekbones were exposed on his obese face. Fuck, is everyone being sucked out of their flesh and blood essence? Cursing, Zui Yang didn't need to guess and knew what situation he was in now. 032. You sure did bring this out in Ghostbusters. Suddenly, Zui Yang's heart was stunned when 037's voice came from the hall. Panic squinted. 037 was standing in front of the Buddha statue, holding his arms and looking at the statue covered by a red cloth. Ha! I've given so much to the organization. In the end, the paper ghost devoured one of my arms and revived strangely. What did the organization give me? It took me a lot of work to bring this out. But it's the only thing I have to look forward to now. As 037's words fell, the old temple priest also appeared in front of the Buddha statue, holding his head high as he watched the wrongly coiled tree roots reside under the statue. His expression was epileptically contented, all but unrecognizable from his previous amiable charity. 032? Sure enough, these two knew each other before. As Zui Yang listened to the words of the two, he only felt his body getting weaker and weaker. I think that my own body is now skin and bones. Little Ink, help me bite through the roots of the arm. Barely moving his lips, Zui Yang looked at Little Inkblot hopefully. Woof, the Little Inkblot is very smart. Hurriedly ran behind Zui Yang and began to click gnawing. A sharp pain that tore through his arm instantly. It was as if Zui Yang's arm was being bitten off by the Little Inkblot. Grass. Dogs. To cause so many people to sacrifice? Gritting his teeth, Zui Yang tried his best not to make a sound. How can he not think clearly now? Why everyone grows tree roots? Only 037 and the old temple priest are fine? Isn't the answer obvious? This old man is designing to offer everyone, to that whatsoever Buddha statue. Must send a message quickly to inform my former self. Bitten by a face full of pain and hot sweat, Zui Yang had several times did not hold back. Grunt a few times. Luckily, those two people inside the hall were only focused on looking at the Buddha statue and didn't care about the outside at all. Click click click. With the sound of wood shavings straining, Zui Yang only felt that his hands behind him were loose and hanging down. Flusteredly moving his hands, Zui Yang pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Wait until both hands are passed in front of you. Zui Yang was shocked to find that his arm, which was not thick, was unusually gray at this moment, as if it had lost all its vitality. Grass. Shit. Sure enough, no one can be trusted now. Cursing, he was just about to leave a message for his past self. Buzz buzz. Abrupt. A violent tremor came from the direction of the temple. Chapter 38, Where There Is No God, Below. Follow the sound. Only the Buddha statue wrapped in red cloth seemed to come to life and began to tremble with excitement. It's done. Finally. The old temple priest's excited voice came. Wow. That red cloth covering the Buddha statue finally fell off. Under the red cloth, where was the golden statue of the Buddha? It was clearly a black and brown strange tree. The strange tree was 2 meters tall and unusually thick. The dark brown bark of the tree was filled with hideous, twisted human faces. It was as if the tree was a prison for countless resentful and bitter souls. And at the top of this tree, a branch of a tree branch poked out. A black apple-like fruit grows at the end of the branch. That apple was actually full of twisted and floating human faces as well. With the bottom of the black tree, the roots of the tree to attract more essence. Black apple will grow more and more black and bright. TSK, TSK, TSK. To raise ghost trees and ghost fruits. You went out of your way to pit 100 people against each other. 032. I'm not as good as you. 037 looked at the growing black apple and couldn't help but tisk. The old temple priest laughed contemptuously. Oof. Mortals are a number compared to us Ghostbusters. They should be glad that their deaths can hatch new shenanigans. Also, anyway, that's all the higher-ups said. That you should be stationed here and save as many as you can. Who would have thought it? You take these people and incubate the ghost tree. Ha! If it wasn't for my paper ghost going to kick in, I wouldn't be like this. Come on, you say the information on there is reliable? 037 with his arms wrapped around his waist, his eyes stayed on the ghost fruit of the ghost tree. 9 times out of 10, the only thing that can deal with shenanigans is shenanigans. These people think that it is the gods that shelter them. In fact, all that weirdness is just the fear of the ghost tree's breath. And with the revival of the weirdness in us, by the same token, only the weirdness can suppress the weirdness. So planting a second creepy on your body is the best means of suppressing the creepy. The old temple priest spoke and touched the cuff of his empty, broken arm. It seemed that it had always been a pain he couldn't let go of. Say, the effects of the ghost fruit. Do you know what they are? 037 suddenly changing the topic. The old temple priest froze before shaking his head. Unclear. There are too many uncertainties in that ghostly place. In a deserted temple, I found the seeds of the ghost tree. The mural of the deserted temple was instead sealed with a record of people gaining power after swallowing the ghost fruit. As for what ghost fruit is capable of, maybe, it varies from person to person. Oh, so interesting? The corners of 037's mouth quirked up. Suddenly, just as the two of them were chatting idly, all the faces on the ghost tree wailed in agony in unison. It's like a pregnant woman in labor howling miserably. As the wailing sounded, the growth of the black apples on that branch stopped. The distorted human face on the black apple coalesced and slowly became a giant human face. The human face was expressionless as the black apple bobbed up, put, ripe for the picking. After the branches bend and knot, the black apples suddenly fall off. The fruit is ripe. The old temple priest's eyes were delighted when he saw the ghost fruit fall. He was just about to reach for it. Don't want to. Rustling. A mass of black hair actually took the lead and rolled away the fruit. 037. You. What do you want? Looking at 037 in surprise, how could the old temple priest not expect him to actually grab the fruit? 032. Sorry about that. Me. The weirdness in my body is going to revive too. Testosterone has been restrained. I think it's better for me to take in this shenanigans. 037 with those words, he was about to swallow this fruit. Fuck you. I've worked hard for a month to set this up. What do you think? Is that you can have it just because you want it? A hint of hostility flashed across the old face. The armless cuff of the old temple priest shook up, and a paper hand violently sprang out of the segmented cuff, frantically grabbing towards 037. Ha, take it easy. Big deal. After I eat it first and the situation stabilizes, I'll just find 100 more people for you. The ghost tree has always been here anyway. We'll just raise it a few more times. 037 long hair flowed and his voice became feminine. Between the black hair hanging and curling in the air, the black silk in the sky, it instantly pushed away the flying paper hands. Humph. Then why shouldn't you wait? Do you think that anyone has a month? The old temple priestess' eyes stared, and 037 the black hair that was full of hair actually gradually turned white and turned into silky pieces of paper. The speed of the papering was particularly rapid, scaring 037 into panicking and pulling away from the old temple. You're going to kill me? His full head of black hair continued to overflow, used to delay the papier-mâché-esque climb along the strands to his head, but at the same time, 037's body has also become slender and weak due to the intense use of the power of long hair. His chest, once again, bulged with two masses. Oof. Isn't taking someone's life away from them the same as killing them? 037. Drop the ghost fruit for me. The old temple priest chortled again, and all of 037's big feet began to paper over. It was obvious that he was really angry. Well. 032. Since you want to die, I'll give you a ride. Rustling. Ignoring the papering of his feet, 037 pointed a large hand at the old temple priest's head. In an instant, clumps of black hair slipped from under the old temple priest's monk's hat, gathering more and more, until the black hair, like the coils of a black snake, rested on the old temple priest's neck and curled toward his neck. Don't you dare! The old temple priest was startled. The dark hair at the nape of his neck was rapidly papering over, but almost at the same time, his body, starting from the shoulder of that broken arm, began to paper over after him. The weirdness within him was reviving. Damn it! You dog! You have to fight me to the death, don't you? The papering of his shoulders had come to his chest, and the old temple priest's face panicked a bit. Ha! The old thing that got weeded out of the front line and is only responsible for retreat. You're most useless. Still want to spar with me physically? Death comes. Rustling. A head full of long hair was rooted towards the old temple priest. Even though the tips of the hair were still papier-mâché, the long hair quickly climbed up to the old temple priest's neck even as it twisted around. Rustling. The black silk tightened, and the old temple priest's neck made a click sound. Brush. To the surprise of no one, the taut strands of hair strangled down as the old temple priest's neck broke off. With a poof, a paper man's head fell off. Rustling. The long hair is still being whitened and lengthened. Inside the temple, there were fine scraps of paper everywhere. The body of the old temple priest who had lost his head actually slowly turned into a paper man and collapsed as well. Grass. Old thing. Actually using a fake body? Thinking that he had settled the old temple priest, 037 had a grimly cozy face, but at the mere sight of the paper man temple priest on the ground, he couldn't help but look around in horror. Chapter 39, All Die Violently, above. Oof. Brat, when I was an Oni, you were still eating Yanda Kyokai. Disdainful and disdainful voices came from within the temple. 037 looked around in disbelief. Old thing, where are you hiding? Where do you think I am? Paper can be embedded just about anywhere. You, instead of trying to find me, why don't you think? What should you do? The old temple priest's voice drifted. It's like it's high up in the sky, and it's like it's underground. 037 clenched his teeth, his face a bit ugly. His hair is still whitening. To deal with the whitening, he had to keep lengthening his hair. But if he couldn't find the old temple priest, he himself would have to be consumed until the weirdness in his body revived. Old thing, did you guess that I was going to rob the ghost fruit from early on? 037 cursed, but no more could be heard about the old temple priest. He looked to the black apple in his hand and was just about to take a bite out of it. Eat? Then you need to have a mouth too. The banter came again. 037A clueless. His mouth, suddenly, couldn't open. Yes, desperately wriggling his lips actually did nothing. After stroking it with your hand, it took 037 a moment to realize that his mouth was actually papered and glued together as well. Well, you, with a dramatic change in his face. The mountains in 037's chest stood up more and more with the passage of time. That face of his, too, had become feminine and beautiful. The dress. I'm going to wear a dress. Obviously his mouth was still sealed, but a woman's whimper had come from his throat. The damn shit. Skirt. The full head of black hair was twisting and spreading more and more. 037 finally panicked. 032. I don't want it. Ghost fruit, you take it. I'll find myself another. Find 100 more people. 037 suddenly looking pleadingly around the temple. Outside the house. Zhuo Yang watched this scene and did not understand why 037 suddenly wimped out. Weird. Doesn't he have testosterone? Panic about what? The mind is amazed between. 037 unbuttoned his coat pocket. There hung clear testosterone injections, all of which had turned into injection-like paper at the moment. Zhuo Yang suddenly realized. This papering ability. Unbeatable. Somewhat pathetically, he looked to 037 in the temple. Perhaps the fight was lost at the beginning, when 037 was ready to challenge the old temple priest. He thought he was young and had the testosterone to break bread with the old temple priest and compete to see whose shenanigans would revive first. But he didn't expect it. From the beginning to the end, the old temple priest who presided over everything was a paperman in disguise. Even the injections one relies on have long been papered over. I have to admit, ginger is still hot. Skirt. 032. Please. Inside the temple, 037 had been utterly delirious and slurred. But the old temple priest still didn't show up. Skirt. I want a skirt. Until, after the female ghost seemed to take full possession of the subject, there was no more sound from 037. A standardized daughter's body on display. 037 became small and delicate and stroked her hair. Skirt. She kept murmuring, and without looking at the black apple in her hand, she threw it towards the ground. Then, with a keen gaze, he looked into the courtyard and quickly walked towards an unconscious young girl in a long dress in the temple courtyard. Skirts. I want a skirt. Obviously still hissing. But the female ghost was extremely careful when she untied the young girl's skirt, fearing that it would be torn. Hey, wear long hair and long dresses, waiting for a lover. Odd ballads resounded through the courtyard. Zhuo Yang was lying on the ground and did not dare to look at the female ghost. Rustling. Inside the temple. At this moment, on the roof of the house, a piece of white paper slowly fell from a high altitude. As the white paper fell, it was like an inflating balloon that gradually bulged. In a flash, the white paper actually turned into an old temple priest. 037. The moment you came to the temple and asked me about the ghost tree, I knew that you had your eye on the ghost fruit as well. It's just a pity that no one can covet what's mine. The old temple priest teasingly looked at 037, who had already turned into a female ghost. With a face full of smugness, he walked slowly to the ghostly fruit that had been thrown down by the female ghost. After picking up the pitch-black ghost fruit and looking at it for a while, ka-ching, there was little hesitation. Crisp chewing sounds rang out. Ka-chow ka-chow. It seemed that he did not even bring the flavor with him to savor it, and the old temple priest swallowed it in one gulp. When he had eaten the ghost fruit with not even the core left, the old temple priest untied his blouse. All that was visible was the snow-white paper where his left arm joined his shoulder to his arm. The white paper extends all the way to the palm of the hand. If one were to look closely, one could actually notice that the armful of white paper was still going deeper towards the old temple priest's neck. Guess that's the downside of his nightmare revival. His arm wasn't broken. It was white papered all the way down under the crook of his arm. Oof. Dogs. If you find me hiding on the roof and tangle with me, it's hard to say who will live and who will die. Rubbing the white paper at his arm, the old temple priest squinted his eyes, as if keeping a constant eye on his own changes. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a chuckle came from his papered over arm. Ha! The old temple priest was startled. After fixing his eyes, he realized that the white paper arm was slowly bulging. The long-lost arm actually had a blood color. It's done. Old monk, I'm a success. Two weird parasitic words can really contain each other. He was full of ecstasy, waving his revived arm. Able to. After only a few moments of waving, the sound came from that arm again. Old mongrel ass, what are you swinging at? An angry rebuke came from the old temple priest, and the old temple priest was dumbfounded. The bulge in his arm didn't actually stop after it returned to normal. A mass of flesh swelled and bulged from the direction of the biceps. The meatball grew bigger and bigger, and in the end it was actually the size of a baby's head. The fleshy surface twisted and then slowly creased out a human face. The human face. It was clearly the human face of the old temple priest himself. Only, this human face was full of misery, as good as the thousands of agonized human faces on the ghost tree. You're the creepy in the ghost fruit? The old temple priest looked at the arm in shock, and the man's face showed a bitter smile. Ha ha ha. Old thing. You raised me. Can you feed me? The small human head-sized face continued to wriggle on the fleshy skin, and in the end, it actually grew along the old temple priest's arm and up to his neck. To the eye, the old temple priest looked like he had grown two heads. What do you want? The old temple priest panicked. It's spooky and kind of evil. It doesn't seem to serve as well as the other young state creeps. It's all been said. Hungry. To eat. The human face broke into a smile that was worse than tears. When his mouth opened, a mouthful of white teeth was revealed, and he was actually going to bite towards the old temple. Ah. You're weird. You dare to kill the Lord? I want you to know. Who is the master? Seeing that the human face was about to bite towards his neck, the old temple priest's eyes glared. Papering. Ha ha ha. Never thought about it. The human face just gave a strange laugh before actually reacting with a half-hearted papering. Subsequently, whimper. More white teeth pierced through the old temple's neck. Chapter 40, all die violently. Below, put. A bright red mist of blood spilled from the old temple priest's neck. The bitter smiling human face opened its mouth wide, its tongue sucking blood with abandon. Obviously, the strange face with a bitter smile, drenched in blood, gave off an evil aura. Looking at his bitter face drinking his own blood, the old temple priest was stunned. No way. Why aren't you papered? Ha ha ha. Stupid. You want to control me too? Still, I'll ride you. Gnawing on the old temple priest's neck, the bitterness of the human face's chewing motion became more and more furious. Click click click. More white teeth. Don't want to gnaw on the old temple priest. The old temple priest was also completely flustered at this moment. He pulled desperately at the head growing out of his neck, his mouth yelling frantically. Papering, paperize. He kept fighting back, but the human face, from the beginning to the end, was without any abnormality. Until, click click click, there was a shattering sound from the neck. The old temple priest's neck lulled, and the head of the man with a face of disbelief and a horrified expression rolled to the ground. Put. The headless corpse stood, a fountain of blood spurting from its severed neck. Pff. Inside the hall, there was a mist of blood. The bitter smiling human face opened its mouth and enjoyed the blood and water with a strange smile on its face. It stretched its long tongue and licked the blood while actually wriggling down the neck to the old temple priest's head bit. Watching the scene, Zhuiyang all felt like the world was going crazy. What's it going to do? It's going to be the head of the old temple? Click click click. The odd sound came. After the bittersweet human face was at the neck of the severed head, the old temple priest's big hand disliked it and the neck hard. After a few strange noises, the bitter smile human face was actually spliced onto the old temple priest's head intact. Even the cracks in the splices were healing fast. Ha ha ha. I told you. I'm better suited to be the master. Am I right? After the splicing was complete, the bitter human face twisted his neck with a strange grin, as if adjusting to the old temple priest's body. Aborted. Shit. This dead old man. What kind of monster did he raise out? Such a frightening scene scared Zhuiyang so much that he couldn't bury his body into the earth. Combing long hair, wearing a flowery dress, little girl, waiting for a lover. Behind him, the long-haired ghost-sod ballad was still ringing. In front of him, the bitterly smiling human face looked like it had finally adapted to its body and took a step to get out of the temple. Before and after are evil spirits. Even Zhuiyang could not have imagined that the original two of the ghost fruits of the imperial ghosts. In the end, they all became ghosts. The world, It's pretty ironic. Directly burying his head in the soil, Zhuo did not dare to move. Fortunately, the bitter smiling human face that came out of the temple did not even look at Zhuo, and his eyes looked straight at the long-haired female ghost who had already put on a long skirt. Hey, get your ass over here, little thing, I'm hungry. The bitter smiling human face chortled, filled with an air of superior arrogance. The strange sound of the song stopped at the chortle. Ha! The long-haired female ghost seemed to be very dissatisfied with someone berating her, and all of a sudden, her long hair flew all over her head as she looked into the hall. How dare you yell at me? Long black hair spilled out. Underneath the long hair was a demonically beautiful woman's face, but the only thing that looked a bit hideous and twisted. Ha! I don't just dare yell at you, and I'm going to eat you. The bitter smile human face let out a strange laugh and immediately darted and lunged towards the long-haired female ghost. The long-haired ghost didn't hide. The long black hair was like a black python, splitting into two masses and wrapping towards the bitter smiling human face. Rustling. There's no suspense. The two regiments of long hair were as swift as a spirit snake coming out of its hole, and before the bitter smiling human face could run 2 steps, they bound his feet. Put. The two heads of the group sent out a forceful tug, and bitter smile man face instantly fell on his face. Afterwards, the bitter smiling human face was just pulled by 2 groups of long hair and sent to the long-haired female ghost, never uttering another word. Ah, that's it. I thought you were talking so draggy to abuse the long-haired ghost. Looking at the bitter smile human face spirited out the door, and then within a few seconds was dragged down by the long hair. Zhuo was speechless. After all, it's a newborn ghost, which is extenuating. This thought, Zhuo quietly looked in the direction of the long-haired female ghost. By now, 2 clumps of black hair had tied the bitter smiling human face into a dumpling, hanging upside down in front of her. You said, am I beautiful? Rubbing her slender fingers through her long hair, the long-haired ghost soldiered on and asked for a bitter human face. The corners of the bitter man face mouth grinned, and his already ugly smile became even more disgusting. My, it would have been even more beautiful if it had gotten into my stomach. Ha. Even when he was hanging, this bitter smiling human face continued to be verbally provocative. You, rustling. With one sentence, the long-haired female ghost was completely enraged. 2 clumps of black hair tightened, strangling the body of the bitterly smiling human face into a contracted contortion. Click click click. As he watched, the old temple priest's flesh was about to be forcefully twisted by the hair. Suddenly, the bitter smiler's face froze in a smile. You didn't think, did you, that I couldn't really hide from your hair? The long-haired female ghost was stunned. Rustling. For no reason at all. Her long hair looked like it had lost its strength and fell limply from the bitter smiling human face. Scratching her black hair with her small hands, the long-haired ghost seemed surprised by the situation. What? How? Poof. Stupid ghost. Die. Put. Not waiting for the long-haired female ghost to fox anything else, bitter smile manface sneered when he was free of his long hair and pounced on the long-haired female ghost. Ah. A familiar gnawing sound came. The next scene completely dumbfounded Zhuo. The long-haired female ghost was like a young girl being overwhelmed by an old monk. Unable to move, losing the power of her long hair, she kept struggling but was unable to move at all as she was pressed by the bitter smiling human face. Morphing white teeth peeked out of the bitter human face's mouth, gnawing relentlessly at the long-haired woman's head. Ongwu. It, surprisingly, gnawed down the scalp of the long-haired woman and slowly swallowed all of that long black hair into his mouth. Ongwu. The hollow night was filled with odd chewing noises. Zhuo was lying on the ground and hesitated several times to go up and stop the bitter smile human face. But when you think about it, isn't it sick for him, alone, to go looking for ghosts that aren't? Lying on the ground, Zhuo proceeded to play dead, until the horrible swallowing sound died down. Satisfied, bitter smile man face shook off 037's body and let out a long breath. Ooh, that was awesome. As soon as you're born, you get to eat such delicious ghosts. Licking his lips, the bitter smiling human face seemed to be reminiscing. Zhuo looked at 037's body and his face was odd for a while. Yes, after the hair was devoured by the bitter smiley human face, the long-haired ghost became 037. Only, the 037 was now covered in skin and bones, his bare head and face green and gray, like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. That's the destiny of an Oni. Sigh, Zhuo lowered his head and did not dare to make a sound. He was just thinking about suffering with the bitter smiling man face for a few moments, and then figuring out how to get out of it himself when he left. Don't want to. The guy actually looked towards himself, and the corners of his bitter smile widened again. Hey, you have. It smells like an old acquaintance. Chapter 41, Back to Daylight. What the hell? What familiar odor? Don't you come over here. In his heart, he cursed his mother. But as he watched the bitter smiling human face get closer and closer, Zui Yang still made a move. There was no way he was going to stay down where he was and wait for bitter man face to come over, betting that it couldn't see that he was faking his own death. Gambling with a ghost? That's the stupidest. Scrambling to pull out his cell phone and unlock it, Zui Yang did not hesitate to send the message that he had edited earlier. Zui Yang, hello from a month ago. If you're reading this message, I'm probably dead. Please do remember, after you come to Yongda Temple, do not participate in the blood-dripping prayer ceremony. Instead of a god, the temple is dedicated to an evil ghostly creature. If you give blood, your essence will be drawn away from the offering. Think of a way. Please think of a way to avoid the blood step. After making sure that the message was successfully sent, Zui Yang then dared to look at the bitterly smiling human face that was slowly approaching him. What do you mean? What do you mean by a familiar odor? Though the body was still bound by the odd branch, but this doesn't mean that Zui Yang doesn't dare to deal with the weirdness. Oh, you actually didn't have your essence drained by the ghost tree? Is it because it's protecting you? Looking at Zui Yang with a snicker, the bitter smiling human face did not rush to kill Zui Yang, but his eyes vaguely looked at his chest. TSK. I've been yelling at you so much and you haven't come out. It seems that you have slumbered as well. Well, since this human is destined to be with you, I will use him as a sacrifice to you. Bitter man face said, lifting a finger. The branches of the tree that tied Zui Yang were actually rooted towards Zui Yang's body in unison. Put. The branches of the tree were like parasites that grew brutally, and after drilling into Zui Yang's body, they once again gave birth to new branches, the flesh and blood under the surface of the body or the bone marrow. In the next moment, it was propped up and twisted and deformed by the open branches. As if millions of insects and ants were tearing themselves apart. Zui Yang's miserable screams echoed endlessly within the temple. You, what the hell are you talking about? What an old acquaintance's scent. Zui Yang's eyes were red with pain, but he still didn't forget to extract information from the bitter smiling human face. As a result, bitter smile man face just looked at him coldly. A human scumbag. And you deserve to stomp your nose and talk to me? Come to die. Bang! It raised its big foot high and was about to stomp down towards Zui Yang's head. Woof! Suddenly, a bark came. At this time, it is estimated that he knows that Zui Yang is going to die. That little inkblot that had been accompanying him couldn't help but yell out. It wanted to protect Zui Yang very much. Pity! After screaming twice, the little inkblot shivered more than Zui Yang. Oh, black dog? The large foot hanging high in the air gave a lurch, and the bitter human face seemed to take a few steps back out of repulsion. But then it shook its head. Rather forgetting that I'm not afraid of you. Bang! Scarlet plasma and white brain fluid exploded before his eyes. Zui Yang opened his eyes wide and watched with his own eyes as the little inkblot shrunk against his side and his head was crushed by the bitter smile human face. You! An angry look was directed at the bitter human face. Scumbag! Next moment, the guy's contemptuous gaze seemed to be, and his big black cloth-shod feet slammed down towards the front of his eyes. Bang! Zui Yang only felt his eyes faint and his mind went blank. I fucking got stomped to death by a ghost. The eyes were white. Zui Yang's consciousness stayed in front of the big foot that stepped up. Consciousness was muddled for a good while before the white slowly dissipated before his eyes. Hey, bro. I know it's hard when you just lost a loved one. But can you give me something to eat? I'm so big. I won't be able to carry the blood donation at night if I don't eat something. A familiar voice came. Zui Yang was stunned back to his senses and looked around in a confused manner. Inside Yangdiaxa Temple, the sun shines brightly and there are people meditating everywhere. By himself, he was already back at the Yongda Temple during the daytime, or in the morning when the old temple priest had finished handing out food and he himself was asked for food by that fat man. Hey, buddy? The fat man in the pajamas wearing glasses patted Zui Yang's shoulder again, and Zui Yang then adapted. Oh, this, here, handing the buttery bread from his backpack to the fat man, who was filled with delight. Hey thanks, dude. When I get to the safe zone, I'll make sure to treat you to a nice meal. Tearing open the bag of bread, the fat man gulped it down. He was full of happiness. This expression, to Zui Yang, was like seeing a movie replay. We'll see if we can survive the night. Whispering a belly laugh, Zui Yang ignored the fatty and looked inside the hall of the Yongda Temple. Directly above the nave is a crossbeam. On the beam, vaguely, was a white sheet of paper being put up. Sure enough, in the beginning the old temple priest hid. Already knowing the future, Zui Yang's gaze went back to the idol wrapped in red cloth. Hiss, there's still a way to figure out, a way to avoid giving blood in public. What to do? Head bowed in contemplation. Zui Yang scanned everything as far as the eye could see. Finally, his eyes rested on 037 in the nave. And, on the little inkblot, 037. Testosterone injections. Little ink. As if. One can try. Eyes narrowed. After Zhuo Yang thought for a moment, he looked for the fat man who was eating bread to talk to again. Hey dude, where are the trash cans? In our place? Ha? A garbage can? Dude, you've got some class. Here. In the left corner of the temple. The fat man pointed to a corner of the temple courtyard. There was a dumpster pile high. Not so attractive. Zhuo Yang quickly stepped forward and pretended to throw something from his backpack. In truth, he looked inside the trash can, and sure enough, he saw a couple of testosterone injections in there. Picking up one at random, Zhuo Yang put it in his backpack, picked up the little ink blot and walked to the side. Little ink, good boy. I need a little of your blood. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Comforting the little ink blot, Zhuo Yang carefully pierced the dog leg of the little ink blot with a needle and very carefully drew out a little black dog blood. Afterwards, placing the syringe with black dog blood in his backpack, Zhuo Yang then picked up the little ink blot and returned to the crowd. After doing all this, Zhuo Yang then looked into the hall without turning his eyes. He looked at the ghostly tree wrapped in red cloth and thought back to earlier. 037 Infighting with the old temple priest results in being sanctioned by the ghost fruit. There's nothing to it. But that bitter smiling human face seems to have strange abilities. Even if the old temple priest's papier-mâché didn't appear when he dealt with him, the long-haired female ghost's long hair lost its effect when she dealt with him. That said, his ability may be. Slowly rubbing his chin. If the conjecture is not false, Zhuo Yang actually wanted to eat black apples too. He also wants to that ability. Chapter 42, why don't you stick a needle in it? TSK. That aside. Actually, there's another oddity. That bitter smiley human face said it smelled like an old acquaintance. Talking about. It should be my incense burner, right? That said, I always thought that the incense burner was tainted with the scent of the ghost tree because of the offerings to it, so the general spookiness didn't dare to come near. Now it looks like that might not be the case. It seems that we have to plan and find a chance to ask the old temple blessing what exactly is the situation with this incense burner. Gazing at the Buddha statue, Zhuo Yang secretly meditated for an afternoon. 7 p.m. Inside the Eternal Virtue Temple hall, the familiar sound of footsteps came. The old temple priest and 037 stood together and shouted polite words towards the group of people in the courtyard. Gentlemen, to ensure smooth sailing for tomorrow's evacuation, please pray sincerely tonight. Gods, protect us. Good. Yes, the temple master is right. I'll be first. It is also like a movie screen replay. The crowd lined up in a spontaneous and orderly fashion, bowing one by one toward the blood offering inside the temple. Soon all were efficient in finishing their prayers. When it was time for Zhuo Yang, this time, without waiting for the old temple priest to urge, Zhuo Yang took the initiative to walk towards the hall. Seeing him being so self-conscious, the old temple priest had a look of relief on his face. 037, on the other hand, had a contemptuous grin on his face. Ba. Master Zhuo has a Buddhist destiny. You came to pray on your own initiative. I think, the Buddha nature is not low. The old temple priest made the Buddha's name with one hand, full of appreciation. Watching Zhuo Yang walk toward the silver needle in front of the Buddha statue, he thought that Zhuo Yang was also going to drip blood. Don't want to. Zhuo Yang suddenly looked back at him. Ah, Mr. Temple. Actually, there's one thing I haven't been able to figure out. Oh, what's the problem with the left abbot? Actually, that's an easy one. As a temple priest, you should treat the Buddha with more devotion than we do, right? Why? I don't see you giving blood and praying? It's Ba. The old monks make offerings to the Buddha day and month. It's not too bad for a little prayer. Zhuo Yang's question caused the old temple priest to be confused. Fortunately, he was also an old man, and after whimpering for a while, he came up with a logical excuse to put it off. But what he didn't expect was this. After Zhuo Yang nodded his head and just stopped. Next moment, his finger then pointed to 037. What about him? He is also sheltered by the Buddha and stays in the temple safe and sound. Why doesn't he pray? He's not a monk, is he? There's no such thing as making offerings to Buddha day and night, is there? It's. The succession of questions caught the old temple priest off guard. 037, the smile that was still contemptuous quickly became cold after Zhuo Yang pointed his finger at him. Hey, bastard. What do you mean? I don't mean anything. I just think that everyone is just equal. Why are you specializing? Zhuo Yang smiled and lifted the silver needle up, then handed it toward 037. 037, who has ever been so angry? He has always been upholding the principle that in the case of ghosts, mortals are numbers. How could he possibly hear Zhuo Yang's resistance? Equality, your mom. What's your class? What's mine? His long hair rose without wind. He was just about to have a fit. but the old temple priest stopped him in front of him. Ba. Scholar Nancy I has a blood-based disease, and as far as the Buddha is concerned, his blood is not suitable for consecration. A blood disorder? What? AIDS? TSK. I can't imagine. When Zhuoyang heard this, he didn't care whether this was the old temple priestess words or not, and deliberately looked at 037 with an odd face. After this AIDS, everyone around them looked at 037 with a look of resistance and disgust and took 2 steps back. Boy! UTM. Being denigrated in public. 037 couldn't bear it and was about to make a move. After glancing at Zhuoyang with a grim look in his eyes, the old temple priest looked at the 100 people around him, and still grabbed 037. Ahem. Scholar Nancy I. There's no need. We're all breaking up tomorrow. There's no need. After his words rang out like a persuasion, 037 gritted his teeth before he parted ways and stepped aside. It looks like the persuasion worked, but only Zhuoyang knows the meaning of the old temple priest's words. These people are going to die at night anyway. Why do you care? Skimming his lips, while the old temple priest and the crowd's eyes were still on 037, Zhuoyang was not idle. He quickly withdrew the injection containing black dog blood hidden in his cuff and squeezed a drop of black dog blood onto his middle finger. He then walked over to the bowl of clear water with an old-fashioned look on his face and made a pretend insertion between his fingers with a silver needle. Tick. Black dog blood dripped into the bowl of fresh water. Zhuoyang muttered cheaply. Rather, I'm the one without quality. Blame me. After all, it's embarrassing to talk about this disease. Old temple warden. You say, I'm not going to use up all my merit by revealing that Mr. Lefty has AIDS. Am I? Why don't I take a few more drops of blood and make up for it? Deliberately, he lifted the bowl of fresh water and shook it. Looking at the blood on Zhuoyang's middle finger, the old temple priest spoke in a cold voice. No, as the left cultivator is so attentive to the Buddha's prayers, I think that, knowing this, the Buddha will surely shelter you to live for a long time. Really? That's great. I just don't know if people who don't donate blood can be sheltered. Again, he taunted 037 in the corner again, and this time he wasn't angered. Zhuoyang shook his head resentfully. I guess I can't stand Zhuoyang's yin and yang. The old temple priest snatched the bowl of fresh water in Zhuoyang's hand and splashed it towards the red cloth covering the Buddha statue. Master Zhua, if there's nothing else to do, just step back. Buddha is going to rest. Oh, good. Responding to the voice, Zhuoyang slowly retreated outside the hall. Same memory screen as last time. After the blood stained the red cloth, that red cloth was quickly sucked tight by the covering Buddha statue. Subsequently, the blood stains within the red cloth dried quickly, as if they had been sucked up by something. After this scene happened, it was supposed to go into a flow where everyone was passed out. Don't want to. Zhuoyang just walked out of the hall outside, and the Buddha statue under the red cloth trembled violently. Buzz buzz. The tremors grew from small to large, and under the red cloth there was first a sound like a child's whimpering cry. Yikes! And then, after a mournful, miserable howl, the hall trembled with the statue of Buddha. Following that, the entire temple trembled violently. What happened? The statue of Buddha is trembling. No way? Buddha manifested himself? In an instant, everyone looked at the Buddha statue. 037 and the old temple priest were even more astonished. Could it be, the ghost fruit is going to gestate early? It shouldn't. According to the time, it should be midnight. The old temple priest murmured, his eyes looking towards Zhuoyang outside the hall. Is it because of the extra person? Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. Just as a crowd of people were puzzled, surprised, and confused, rustling, the red cloth covering the Buddha statue fell off, revealing an ancient tree with black bark all over. The ancient tree was coiled with tree lines that distorted human faces, and right at the very top of the tree's end, a bitterly smiling human face twisted, and its mouth actually slowly opened and closed, letting out a hiss. Who is it? Dare I drink tainted blood? Chapter 43, Changing the Course of Things. Terrifying. Lo, hoarse roars echoed within the Yangda temple. Everyone looked at the ghost tree with pale faces. Hey, no way, this is what we kowtow to every day. Ha, asterisk. Is this what I give blood to every day? Nima, this is the Buddha? Whose Buddha looks like this? The sounds of bustling discussion came from the entire Yangda temple, and the entire Yangda temple was in chaos, no longer the peace and quiet of the past. The old temple blessing looked at the sudden change of everything in front of him, and his face was gloomy and scary. It wasn't that he was afraid that the people in the temple would find out what the ghost tree looked like. All he cared about was hearing one word. Who gave the ghost tree a drink of tainted blood? Tainted blood. What tainted blood? Who the hell did this? The mind is a mess. On the ghost tree, 100 or so hideous and twisted human faces hissed. Yeah, Terrifying sounds like 100 ghosts walking at night echoed through the temple. At this moment, everyone realized, it's not Wingate Temple that can repel shenanigans. Rather, there's so much weirdness inside Yongda Temple that normal weirdness doesn't dare to come in. Hey, 032. What now? Watching the ghost tree hissing in an out-of-control manner, 037's face was anxious. After all, he needed the ghost fruit as well. TSK. Forget it. Although catalyzing the ghost fruit too soon will pull down the strength of the newborn weirdness, it's too late now. Hurriedly running to the ghost tree, the old temple priest actually tore off a finger piece of paper from the cuff of his own broken arm. Then, without thinking, he threw the finger paper into the mouth of the human face at the very top of the ancient tree. Yeah. The next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. The human face opens its mouth and begins to chew up pieces of finger paper. Ka-chow ka-chow. Odd chewing sounds followed. As if he had eaten something delicious, the 5 features of the bitterly smiling human face unfolded. At the top of the ghost tree, a branch slowly stretched out. Dark leaves sprouted from the branches, and a pure black apple-like fruit slowly spawned beneath the leaves. The black fruit is only the size of a ping-pong ball at first, but it seems to feed out of this black apple. Under the large stump of the ghost tree, countless black roots grew out instantly, spreading towards the outside of the hall. Almost simultaneously, the crowd still panicking in the temple courtyard, each one of them twitching involuntarily. Ah, my hand, well, why do I feel like I can't open my mouth? Grass, why am I sprouting roots all over me? The sounds of panic morphed into sounds of fear in an instant. In some cases, small saplings grew in their mouths, which then grew into large branches that burst their entire jaws, and their heads exploded and died on the spot. In some cases, branches sprouted from the navel, and as the branches grew, the belly was split by the branches, and the belly was broken. There were also even people whose pores convulsed and overflowed countless black saplings, and the whole person's body size was horribly dried up by a large amount because of the saplings they were nurturing. A scene like purgatory on earth is presented in the temple. Zuo-yang looked at all this with a crumbling twitching face. Everyone, all those who offered blood were at that moment eroded by what looked like the roots of a cursed tree. Holding the little inkling in his arms, he collapsed on his back underneath a man whose roots had fallen to the ground, not daring to make a half-assed sound. Rustling. 1, 2, 10. As countless people fell, the roots that grew inside them met the roots that grew in the temple in a coiled union. It's a picture that kind of looks like 2 tubes butting up against each other, but it's not liquid that's being delivered now. It's human life. It's not even midnight yet. There was no longer half a human voice to be heard inside the temple. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of a root bulging and sucking. Because of the sucking of the tree roots, a corpse became dry and greenish-gray, as if it had lost its vitality. Inside the hall, the luster of the black ghost tree grew brighter and brighter. The black apple growing from the branch was also expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. Soon, the ghost fruit is about to ripen. Greedily looking at the ghost fruits on the tree, the old temple priest didn't bother to care about the crowd inside the temple at all. On his side, 037 looked at ghost fruit with equally fiery eyes. Rubbing his hair, 037 from time to time surveyed up the old temple priest's broken sleeve, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. Outside the temple, Zuo-yang hid under a corpse and didn't move a muscle. He's going to wait. It was only when the 2 sentinels fought that he, a mortal, had a chance to gain a single advantage. The horrible sucking sound went on for I don't know how long. Anyway, Zuo-yang was after feeling that the bodies on his back were a few dozen pounds lighter. Ha. The memory of that familiar laugh came. At the top of the ghost tree, on the skin of the black apple, a bitter smiling human face was molded and was emitting an odd laugh. It's done. The old temple priest's eyes were delighted, and he just wanted to wave his sleeve to pick that black apple. Rustling. Unexpectedly, a mass of long hair danced and actually picked the black apple one step ahead of him. 037. You, what are you doing? What for? Preparing to eat the ghost fruit. Of course. You kid. You dare to covet my things? Humph. Old thing. You're most useless. Do you think that I wouldn't have thought you were compassionate? Paper eyes. The familiar sound of arguing came. It's like a movie replay. The old temple priest looked at 037 coldly, and 037's full head of long hair instantly began to paper over. 037's eyes were full of contempt after he pulled away from him without haste. Old thing. Let's see then, whose weirdness will revive first. Rustling. Under the old temple priest's cap, a mass of black hair floated out, quickly bent, and then tightened with a click. Put. Long hair strangled the old temple priest's neck. and a paper head fell to the ground. And then, the old temple priest's body also turned into a paper figure and slowly fell to the ground. I can't believe you're not the original. Watching this scene, 037 looked around in panic. Oof. Dog. When I was an Oni, you were still eating rice field communes. Next, let's try it. Whose shenanigans will revive first? The old temple priest's mocking voice came. 037 looked around with a startled look on his face as he touched the testosterone in his arms, which had been papered over. And a full head of long hair is still being papered. He couldn't find the old temple priest and could only be passively consumed. At this rate, one is bound to cause a bizarre revival of oneself. Opening his mouth, 037 tried to eat the ghost fruit. But the mouth was actually papered over as well. Not a single movement. Want some ghost fruit? You have to have a mouth too. The old temple priest's voice rang out in mockery again. 037 looked around in annoyance, but couldn't tell where he was. Two heavy mountains had risen on her chest. If he doesn't curb the bizarre resurgence, he's going to be replaced. Thinking of this, 037 gritted his teeth and then confessed towards the surroundings. 032. I was wrong. I shouldn't. He was just about to apologize. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the hall. 032 is hidden in the beams above. Chapter 44, Gambling for Life. What? The words came the instant they did. Inside the hall, two voices sounded at the same time. One voice was 037's, and one, the old temple priest's. The former is confused. Who is this? And the latter, surprise. Who is it? How did he know where he was hiding? Thoughts flashed through his mind for but a moment. 037 It was also too late to distinguish the truth or falsehood of what the speaker was saying. And who was saying it? He was now going to be unable to control his own shenanigans, and had to crush the old temple priest immediately to get the testosterone back to normal from papering over. Even if it was a lie, he would take a gamble on whether the old temple priest was hiding in the top beam. Rustling. It was almost electric. A mass of long hair extended and flew, curling toward the beams above. To 037's surprise, on top of the beam, there was actually a white sheet of paper really lying across the floor. The likeness of the portrait on the surface of this white paper was, quite literally, the same as that of the old temple priest. You're really hiding here. After a cry of dismay, 037's eyes hardened. The long black hair split into countless spiky filaments in an instant, violently zipping towards the paperman. The paperman, on the other hand, panicked and bulged out of the thickness of his human body and floated toward the bottom of the beam. 037, you have help? After the white paper fell to the ground, the old temple priest revealed his form and looked out of the temple in shock, his expression flickering. He was a little confused. Who the hell is that talking? Is it someone from 037? If 037 really did carry a helper, one that could see through his actions, right now the situation is reversed. Oof. Old thing. You actually shaded me? You want me to die? Fine then. You die first. Realizing that he had just been almost killed by his opponent, 037 also did not care about any helpers or not. The priority is to control the old temple priest first. A big hand pointed to the old temple priest's monk's hat. Rustling. Long black hair instantly emerged from under the old temple priest's monk's hat and curled towards his neck. 037. UTM. You pig brain. Have you ever wondered? Who the hell was that person who just spoke? We fight each other internally. And at the end of the day, who profits? In the end, it's old-fashioned. The old temple blessing can be understood on simple, careful thought. 037 It was a lone person who walked into the temple of eternal virtue, and the so-called helpers. Unlikely. What should be the purpose of that person hiding in the shadows to help 037? Jumping a few steps back in a row, he jumped outside the temple. The hair on the old temple priest's neck was only just tangled before it began to whiten and fall. He didn't pay attention to the growth of the black hair. Only his eyes roamed around the eternal virtue temple. It's impossible for regular people to hide outside the temple. Anyone who's still alive to talk right now must be in the pile. Who the hell is it? No longer the kindly person he was earlier. The old temple priest resentfully scanned the field of corpses. However, there was no echo from the press. There was nothing but bodies with branches growing all over the place. 032. Da paper me. I can find out with you who that voice is. Tap tap tap. Following him, 037 slowly walked out of the temple. He's a little self-important, but he's no cutie pie. He knew that there was no such thing as flat-out unhelpful help. Holding the black apple in his hand, 037's throat quirks and trills. The old temple priest glanced at him and then at the black apple in his hand, but did not respond. 037. First you undo my long hair. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? After I depapered you, you were trying to swallow the black apple right away, weren't you? You help me lift my hair. And I can guarantee that only your mouth is papered. You fart. Then you'll get my testosterone back first. Chest heaving. 037 lowered his demands. It wasn't the papered body he was afraid of, but the long-haired female ghost that was gradually reviving. The absence of testosterone is the most significant crisis. Hey, 032. 032. I'll let you restore my testosterone. 037 raged. Her ample breasts and buttocks having slowly protruded from her body. But the old temple priest looked at him. The corners of his mouth turned up. And this time he never begged for anything. Know what? 037. I've suddenly changed my mind. Are you? Can't take it anymore? You. Become a ghost first. I don't think that, after you ghosted me, I'd be able to beat that guy in hiding before my own weird revival. You. Skirt. Skirt. 037 still trying to heckle. But the next sentence out of his mouth turned into a feminine female voice. TSK. 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 No testosterone. You're that embarrassed. Ha! The long hair at the nape of his neck gradually stopped growing, and the old temple priest's panicked eyes eased. He removed his top. The papering had spread across the entire chest at the joints of the papered arms. Stopping at the neck. He was actually just as bad. It's just so much slower than 037's weird recovery. Skirt. Skirt. No. No. Eyes watched as 037 slowly twisted and turned into a long-haired woman. As the old temple priest walked towards her, he looked out into the temple courtyard. Crawlers hiding in corners. Though I don't know for what purpose you helped 037. But sorry, he's clearly not good enough to go against me. You know what? Before he came to Eternal Virtue Temple, he had squeezed his own weirdness to the limit in order to avoid the weirdness on the roadway. A powerhouse wants to deal with me too? When I eat the ghost fruit, everything will all be final. Between the proud voice and the cold piece, the old temple priest was just about to snatch the black apple from the long-haired woman's hand. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a bark came from the silent courtyard. The old temple priest was stunned at the sound and raised his eyes, only to see that under a mass of tree roots human body, Zui Yang was slowly standing up and locked eyes with him. Oh, it's actually you, Master Zua? Seeing that it was Zui Yang, the old temple priest was obviously surprised. How he didn't expect it. This mortal, the one who broke into Yangda Temple like shit in a Wuling Hongguang, actually survived to the end. Why can't it be me? Zui Yang smiled and took out his cell phone from his arms. He edited a message and sent it. Zui Yang, hello from the past. If you're reading this message, please pay attention to the time I sent it. For the next half hour, I might be playing with my life. If I reply to you after half an hour, just pretend nothing happened. If it's half an hour later, I don't have an answer. Please remember, when you come to Eternal Virtue Temple, after avoiding the blood donation, find a way to leave as early as possible. Putting the cell phone away, Zui Yang walked towards a female corpse with a bland face. The old temple priest stared at him, his face flickering. So, the one who fed the tainted blood to the ghost tree was you. I said, why do you have nothing to find fault with? Scanning Zui Yang, who didn't have a bit of tree roots growing all over his body. Even if the old temple priest was stupid, he could see what was going on at this moment. Smart. Except, what I didn't expect was that 037 was lame too. I thought, by telling him where you were hiding, you two could end up together. Skimming his lips, Zui Yang squatted down and actually slowly unraveled the skirt of the female corpse beside him. Chapter 45, Betting on Life, 2. Kid, what are you doing? Watching Zui Yang's movements, the old temple priest drew his eyebrows straight. He's dead. Why are you taking his clothes off? What a pervert. What for? You'll soon find out. Holding the skirt in his hands, Zui Yang grinned. Little Murph, go! Bite the old man to death. Greet the little inkblot with a cry. Woof woof woof. The wild dog's nature kicked in and pounced towards the old temple priest like a wolf. Brat, you don't think that, by relying on a black dog, you can deal with me, do you? Though I don't know how you knew about the sacrifice and my hiding place, but 037 has a saying I've always agreed with. To the sentinel, mortals are a number. Paper eyes. The old temple priest's eyes went cold. Between the mere sight of the running little inkblot, the little inkblot's forelimbs began to paper over. Woof, woof. It just ran a dozen meters away. Little Inkbrush's forelegs faded to white. The subsequent collapse of a piece of white paper that the forelimb had been reduced to because of a burst of impact from a huge run. Put. The large dog's body stumbled as it flew to the ground on unsteady limbs. Ow. Trying to stand up again. The little inkblot's limp white paper forelegs made it difficult to move any further. Woof. It looked at Zui Yang helplessly. Zui Yang's face stared and clenched the skirt in his hand. Hoof. Kid, you're next. Dare to interrupt the business of the Imperial Ghostbusters. Are you tired of living? Paper eyes. After the old temple priest's cold voice came from his neck, the papier-mâché came to his face along his neck. But the old temple priest did not care. Perhaps to him, killing Zhuoyang first or eating the ghost fruit first, everything is a choice that has nothing to do with priority. Click click click. There was a rush of softness on his big feet. The white papering traveled along Zhuoyang's small foot to his ankle. Zhuoyang glanced at the flattened Bigfoot, and although his face was ugly, he still grinned a crazy grin. Ha! Anyway, what I can bet against you ghosts is life. As long as the ghost fruit works that way, I'll win. Raising the skirt in his hand, Zhuoyang didn't care about the old temple priest's condescending stance. He quickly shouted out towards the long-haired ghost. Hey, here's the dress. You give me the apple, I'll give you the dress. Skirt? Skirt. As soon as she heard the skirt, the long-haired female ghost looked towards Zhuoyang as if in a stress reaction. Skirt. Skirt. You give it to me. You give it to me. Almost in the blink of an eye, she turned into a phantom and lunged towards Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang's eyes went cold. Take it. Put. The moment the skirt was thrown into midair, the long-haired female ghost flew and pounced on the skirt, while Zhuoyang pounced on her. Put. After pouncing on the long-haired female ghost, Zhuoyang immediately snatched the black apple in the long-haired female ghost's hand. Boy! You! How dare you! Seeing that Zhuoyang got the black apple, the old temple priest got anxious. How did he not expect this guy to use his skirt to seduce a long-haired female ghost to run to him? He's not afraid to die? You! Papering! Papering! Paperize! He tried desperately to stop Zhuoyang from swallowing the black apple. The papering of his face already had come to his nose and he didn't care. And Zhuoyang's mouth also showed signs of drying up at the same time. Zhuoyang knew that it was the mouth being papered. Little Murph. In the moment when his mouth was papered over, Zhuoyang looked at the small inkblot lying on the ground. After the little inkblot sniffed and squirmed on the ground, it managed to stand up and prostrate towards the old temple priest again. Woof! The stubbornness of the wild dog was on display in this moment. Showing his teeth, little inkblot's hind limbs stomped, and he actually pounced on the old temple priest's legs. Ah! There was little hesitation. The master's order was the main idea, and the little inkblot viciously bit through the old temple priest's left leg. Ah! You dead dog! I should have chopped you up a long time ago. A sharp pain came from his calf, and the old temple priest kicked his right foot furiously towards the little inkblot's doggy stomach. Ow! The kick was so powerful that little inkblot was sent flying straight out, paralyzed and whimpering on the ground. Dogs! You're a dog! Your master is a dog too. For the Ghostbusters, you, all of you, are trash. Cursing in annoyance, the old temple priest's eyes were red. But, look at Zhuoyang again. Ka-chow ka-chow. The sound of crisp chewing came, and the old temple priest's eyes widened. Zhuoyang, has actually finished gnawing on the black apple, even the skin and core, not a bit left. You dog, you dare to covet what's mine. Watching the black apple disappear, the old temple priest gritted his teeth and shivered. You've worked hard for a month to run it, and in the end, you become someone else's dowry? Who can stand it? Shit, dogs, I'll kill you. Anger devoured reason, and the old temple priest completely lost the monk's elegance. His face crawled with white papered creases, and his fingers pointed angrily at Zhuoyang. Papering, paperize, you're a newborn ghost sentinel. Who are you to fight me? You die. With spiteful eyes looking over, Zhuoyang slowly climbed up from the long-haired female ghost. He looked at his newly papered big feet. Sure enough, at the moment the papering anomaly had disappeared. It seems, my guess was right. The ghost fruit spawns a bitter smiley human face with the ability to nullify any weird power. Loosening his hamstring, Zhuoyang gazed at the old temple priest. Excuse me, now the tables are turned. You, who do you think you are? You dog? You a new Oni. Cursing, but when the old temple priest looked at Zhuoyang, who was completely unchanged, his mouth stopped. You, how come you're not papered? You, poof, now I'll give you a chance. Tell me properly what came of that incense burner you gave me before the weirdness descended. Tap tap tap. One step. Zhuoyang slowly approached the old temple priest, who gritted his teeth and looked around with his eyes. The body slowly twisted and folded, like origami to become a paper crane flying away. Without wanting to, Zhuoyang stretched out his left arm. Ha. On his arm, a flesh bag instantly bulged out. Underneath the writing of the meat packet, a bitterly smiling human face floated out. That human face, it was exactly the same as Zhuoyang. Ha. Only, after the human face let out a laugh, the old temple priest was dismayed to find that his body slowly changed back to its human form, and he actually couldn't paper over himself. Your power is nullification? Why are you so skillful? Surprised, He looked at Zuoyang. The old temple priest had an illusion. Zuoyang seemed to have known about the ability of the ghost fruit to breed a long time ago. Bang! Suddenly, a big foot violently kicked towards the old temple priest's stomach, and the old temple priest's body flew backwards for more than a meter. Zuoyang's face was grim as he lifted another foot towards the old temple priest's brain. All that bespeak? Asked you. Incense burners, where did that come from? Chapter 46, Betting on Life, 3. Cough. Cough. You. Covering his stomach, which had been kicked until it was deformed. The old temple priest looked at the large, elevated foot on his head. He couldn't say you anymore. His body, which had been papered over, was dented and twisted by Zuoyang's kick. Without the trickster ability, he is nothing more than a late sickly old man in front of Zuoyang. As long as Zuoyang wants to, the next kick toward his papier-mâché heart stumps violently. He will definitely die. Asked you. Incense burners, where did that come from? The cold voice came, and the old temple priest's cheeks trembled. He couldn't have imagined it. The boy who had been respectful with himself in the temple before was now able to change his face to this. Incense burners. Incense burner. The incense burner was found with the ghost tree. Shivering and shivering, the old temple priest cowered and did not dare to look at Zuoyang. Oh, speak more carefully. Zuoyang's big foot lifted slightly, and only then did the old temple blessing tremblingly recall. At the time, I was in one of the temples of the ghosts, and I saw murals of ghost trees and sacrifices, and that incense burner is placed in front of the sacrificial table of the ghost tree. I thought it was just a vessel for blood and brought it along with me in passing. After bringing it back, I studied it for some time and realized that it really had nothing special about it. So, that day, Mr. Joe brought you to the door to ask for a magic weapon. I thought that the incense burner tainted with the ghost tree scent would be enough to help you set any evil spirits right. And so it was disposed of to you as waste. The old temple priest shivered and said these words, raising his eyes to carefully watch Zuoyang's face change. Zuoyang narrowed his eyes and looked a little strange. What the old temple priest said was actually the same as his own guess. Is the incense burner making the spooky scared because it's tainted with the ghost tree scent? Able to. Can merely tainting the scent of the ghost tree repel the ghosts knocking on the door and make the invisible weirdness encountered on the road prioritize the killing of 037? Nope. There should be more to say. Hey, I ask you, what are ghosts again? Cold eyes looked at the old temple priest, who opened his mouth. Ghosts are similar to the existence of special spatial nodes. In the ghost. His voice suddenly choked up as he spoke. Zuoyang raised his eyes to him. Herself realized that his face was so papered that it actually covered the top of his head. His own shenanigans, after confronting himself, were also completely revived. I don't want to die. Why? Why did my ghost fruit would become yours? Perhaps it was the death of the old temple priest. The old temple priest's spiteful gaze looked at Zuoyang recklessly. Zuoyang did not say anything, ready to raise his foot high and chop his paper heart with a footwind. Ha. All of a sudden, on his left arm, that flesh bag bulged more and more. Boy, my power. Doesn't it fascinate you? The bitter smiling human face on the meat packet bulged as if it had come to life, twisting its face to look at Zuoyang. Zuoyang frowned slightly. What are you trying to say? Be thankful, mortal, and you shall provide for me. Use my power to kill this paper man and that long-haired ghost later. I need to eat them. I need sustenance. This is what you, as the price for using me. The bitter smiling human face looked at Zuoyang grimly, his tone carrying a command, as if he was the dominant person in this body. The corner of Zuoyang's mouth grinned, completely ignoring it. They say it's fun to fight with the sky, it's fun to fight with the earth, and it's fun to fight with people. Let's see. This fighting with ghosts is also a lot of fun. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, the bitter smiling human face glared at Zuoyang with a scowl. Zuoyang sneered out. Provide for you? I'm just afraid that if I use you again, you're going to revive and grow up and climb on my head and take my place, right? How did you know? Bittersweet man face was confused. This human, he's a bit evil. How did he know what he was thinking? Because I've seen it. What are you babbling about? Overuse you and you grow bigger and bigger. Vote to feed you shenanigans, and you'll get harder and harder to control. What I said, right? Angling his head, Zuoyang locked eyes with the bitter smile human face. He had witnessed the violent death of the old temple priest last time. After the old temple priest's arm grows a human face, the human face instantly invalidates the papering of his severed arm. It looks like the new weirdness is containing the old weirdness, creating a benign reaction. In truth, it is the ability of the bittersweet human face to paper over ineffectively. The ability to nullify is so special that if a normal person didn't notice it, they would think that the two weirdnesses in their bodies were balancing each other out. and the physical disadvantages of the ghost's revival had disappeared. But in fact, Bitterface has been using his powers all along, and may have even devoured the paper ghost in the process. This also confirms why the old temple priest failed to use paper on the smiling man's face. The more the nullify ability is used, the more the face bulges, the more it devoured Creepy, the more its power swelled. Now, this human face actually wants Zhuoyang to use its power to kill ghosts? On the surface, it's killing ghosts to feed it, but in reality, it's using its power to catalyze it and revive it quickly. It's so it can compete for the main body. A ghost's trick can be considered sinister. TSK. I can't believe you guessed it. Humans, you are quite clever. But, PFFFFFFFF. Between the bitter smile human face lamentation, Zhuoyang's left arm once again drummed. When that meat bag bulged to the size of a soccer ball, it violently squirmed towards Zhuoyang's neck. I'm just going to replace you. And what can you do about it? A mere mortal. How dare you try to master me? PFFFFFFFF. The meatball moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the human face floated to Zhuoyang's neck. At this rate, in less than a few seconds, the image of the old temple priest exchanging heads in the first place was going to repeat itself. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kid, let you covet my ghost fruit. Such a terrifyingly bizarre revival. Even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to carry it. You just wait to die. Watching the ghastly sarcoma toward crawling on Zhuoyang's neck, the old temple priest who had already papered over couldn't help but let out a bad laugh. Noisy. Bang. Not bothering to pay attention to the old temple priest's sneer, Zhuoyang kicked through his paper man's chest. You, dog. I'm waiting for you in hell. With a hole kicked in his chest, the paper man old temple priest's eyes glazed over and he never made another sound. Humans, your body, it's mine. At the neck, it looks like a tumor is writhing. The jaw seemed to ache from the movement of the sarcoma. Zhuoyang's face sank slightly, slowly taking out the syringe that had previously extracted little inkblot's blood from his pocket. Put. No hesitation. The syringe full of black dog blood was stuck into the sarcoma, and Zhuoyang's teeth were clenched. Come on. Now, is the real time to gamble for your life? Chapter 47, Betting on Life, 4. PFFFFFFFF. With the syringe of black dog's blood being injected all the way through, Zhuoyang only felt a horrible drumming and shrinking activity coming from his neck. The ball of human-faced flesh was trembling madly. You, humans. So that's the tainted blood you fed me earlier. How dare you? The bitter smile human face's features were completely distorted at this moment. After being injected with black dog's blood, it seems to be suffering immensely. What? Isn't it going to climb on top of my head? You climb? Zhuoyang's words were filled with sarcasm as he curved his throat with both hands and pinched away, stopping the sarcoma from sliding up. You. The human face's mouth was wide open, bulging upward in a desperate attempt, but it seemed that because of the black dog's blood, every time it bulged to a certain extent, it quickly shrank again, like a balloon being refilled and deflated. Oof. I know, you're not like the other Creepy, but sorry, I'm not like the others either. I have all the life in the world to bet with you. Click click click. With a hard face, Zhuoyang pushed down hard and pinched towards his neck. The neck was strangled and purple, and Zhuoyang's face became black and red from squeezing in congestion. The human-faced bag of flesh on that neck became blood-filled and purple along with it. UTM. You're fucking nuts, aren't you? Injecting black dog blood and pinching yourself like that. Are you not afraid to die? In the face of such a crazy behavior of Zhuoyang, the bitter smiling human face panicked. Brother, who the hell is Creepy? Come on, don't you want my body? I'd like to see if you get strangled by me first, or if I can't carry on and die first. The hands got harder and harder, and Zhuoyang knew it early on. This bet on his life was not a bet on his life with 037 and the old temple priest, but a bet on his life with the bitter smiling human face. The bitter smile human face is different from other creeps, having a mind of its own, not to mention the ability to devour creeps and grow. Even, it can hook up with people. Compared to it, the long-haired ghost and the paper ghost are nothing. The reason why black dog blood was drawn in a tube instead of a drop at that time, it's because, Left Eye has thought of this step. When Bitter Manface killed himself, he said this, black dog blood? Unfortunately, I'm not afraid anymore. This sentence Zhuoyang remembered before he died. Therefore, he used black dog blood to avoid the blood donation and successfully tested out with black dog blood that the ghost tree also rejected black dog blood. This is enough to prove that the bitter smiling human face in the ghost tree ghost fruit stage is still afraid of black dog blood. In the last death, the old temple priest's paper ghost was eaten by the bitter smile man face, and the man was also killed by the bitter smile man face. Even the long-haired female ghost in the back was eaten by the bitter smiley human face. After eating two ghosts in a row, It's the bitter smiley human face that isn't afraid of black dog blood. Now, it is boarding on Zuoyang. And Zuoyang has not fed him any shenanigans. The only thing given was a syringe of black dog blood. Zuoyang is gambling that this tube of black dog blood can calm the bitter smiling human face in the early stage. Humans, this time, count yourself as a winner. You wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you regret it. The sarcoma between the neck has become black and purple because of the extrusion, and Zuoyang's eyes are all pinched by the huge force of his hands and whitened. Finally, the bitter smiling human face looked like it couldn't stay up. A mass of flesh tumors slowly creasing and flattening out. On Zuoyang's neck, a bitter smile human face pattern appeared, drying into dead silence. Phew. Because of the prolonged squeezing of the neck, Zuoyang's eyes were already dark. As he panicked and let go of his large hand, his entire head instantly couldn't carry the blood back, and with a black eye, he went limp. Woof woof woof. The voice of the little inkblot came from his side. Zuoyang sat paralyzed on the ground, his face full of aftermath. Grass. The old man won the bet. The heart was heaving dramatically. Zuoyang touched the human face on his neck, and the wrinkled skin was a constant reminder that this was not a dream. The brief blindness in front of his eyes made Zuoyang's heart flutter a little. Luckily, the only thing that came out of his ears was the odd song of ghosts with long hair. She didn't seem to be thinking of doing anything to herself. Near the temple, the sound of folding paper could be heard faintly. Zuoyang guessed that the old temple priest's paper ghost had also revived. Holding the little inkblot, Zuoyang rubbed its limbs. Because of the revival of the paperman ghost, the old temple priest lost control of it, and the small ink stains of the papier-mâché forelimbs have also been restored. A cold midnight wind swept through the temple. I don't know how long it took, but Zuoyang slowly opened his eyes, and there was no longer any silhouette in front of him. Long-haired female ghost or paperman ghost. Probably afraid of the grimace, they all disappeared into thin air. The large yard was full of overgrown corpses and blood-soaked mincemeat. Scanning the temple that looked like hell, Zuoyang was a little lost in thought. Before I came here, it was so longing, so alive. Just one night, and it's already infernal hell. That's a world where people eat people. With a sigh of emotion, Zuoyang picked up the little inkblot and walked towards the temple hall with some loss of concentration. Inside the temple, the roots of the ghost tree were still coiled. Zuoyang looked at the ghost tree full of twisted human faces, his eyes flickering. It wasn't that his mind hadn't thought, is it possible to fool 100 more people into coming, so that he himself can get a second ghost fruit and hatch a second creepy? But this thought was only born for a moment, and then it was overturned by Zuoyang himself. None other. There are too many interfering factors. For one thing, the old temple was a collection of 100 people in the lead up to the spooky recovery. Now that he was alone, not to mention the invisible weirdness blocking the path outside the temple, and then these 100 people, where was he going to find them? The second is that he now has a weird nullified host body. Zuoyang thought, if the second weirdness is planted, will the second weirdness be absorbed by the bitter smile face nullification? Fucked up. This weirdness is strong, but it has a lot of criticisms. Scratching his head, Zuoyang looked at the ghost tree, and then looked right behind the Yangda temple. Now, his next step should be to leave from the back of the courtyard and find his way out of the city. I also wonder, what is the old temple priest's escape route? Grass up. One person is still trouble. Fixing his eyes on the ghost tree, Zuoyang's face was a bit tangled. Truly, it's nothing to say that it's okay to go on the road alone and run away. After all, he was a ghostbuster now too. But, this ghost tree is a treasure. Just leave it here? But if we don't throw it here, how can we carry such a big guy? 2 heads in one. Can't we just bury it and come get it later? A vibration came from his chest in the middle of his tangled thoughts. Sacrifices of ghostly, spooky things in exchange for certain information. Reciprocal benefits. Suddenly, an odd sound rang out from the back of his head. Zuoyang's expression gave a lurch. The incense burner on the chest. Getting hot. Chapter 48. Sacrificing the incense burner. Redeeming information. Who's talking? Who? Is that you? Incense burner? Touch the incense burner on your chest. At the moment, this stove was rolling for some reason. Is it a sacrifice? A voice sounded in his head again. The hand holding the incense burner trembled. Zuoyang was sure this time. It's this incense burner that speaks. Sacrifice? What am I sacrificing to you? At the inquiry, the incense burner buzzed and trembled. Ghost tree. Ha? No. You're an incense burner. You can eat a tree that big? It's okay. In the back of his mind, he was answered in the affirmative. Zuoyang looked at the incense burner and hesitated a little. Ghost trees aren't exactly gold. To hand over an incense burner so casually? Is it a sacrifice? The emotionless voice once again came from his mind. And Zuoyang frowned. What can you give me if I sacrifice something to you? Ghost tree equals 3 messages equals a counterpart freshman creepy. Another voice rang out. Zui Yang's eyes brightened. 3 messages? Or 1 freshman creepy? Rub. That still sounds tantalizing. Rubbing his chin, Zui Yang was pondering, weighing the pros and cons. That said, he's now out of the 5 diamonds, so trying to take the ghost tree is definitely empty talk. If you leave the ghost tree behind, you also run the risk of it being dug up. Instead of doing that, it would be better to sacrifice it now in exchange for maximizing the current benefits. Change what? Changing the weird words, not to mention whether it can restrain the bitter smiley human face. At my current level, can I harness 2 ghosts? In fact, at the moment, I don't know anything about the situation in Linjiang City right now. How to run away and where to run are still unclear. If you prioritize, you should pick 3 messages. After pondering for a long time, Zui Yang asked again and again toward the incense burner. Hey, this information of yours, it's fidelity, right? Fidelity. Then why didn't you ever say anything about sacrifices or anything like that when I had you before? There are no qualified offerings nearby. Oh, how do you sacrifice? Simply place the offering in the furnace. Kind of funny. Communicating with the incense burner, Zui Yang had already held it up and arrived right below the ghost tree. Place it under the offering table. Zui Yang merely pulled out one of the roots coiled under the stump and stuffed it into the furnace. The magic happens. The roots of the tree were coiled within the incense burner, and the ghost tree full of hideous human faces actually began to tremble. Buzz buzz. The violent shaking caused the entire hall to shake with it. Bare your teeth. Next moment, whether it was the roots stuffed into the incense burner or the ghost tree on the offering table, black smoke came out in no time. Slowly black smoke embraced, and the ghost tree let out a hiss of pain. Hundreds of faces twisted and screamed at the same time, like 100 evil ghosts howling, and the temple was dead cold. As the black smoke on the surface of the ghost tree's body grew more and more, the ghost tree's figure gradually shrunk, until it completely turned into a cloud of black smoke and was sucked into the incense burner. Inside the incense burner, the black smoke gathered and faded at the moment. The green-colored furnace was ebony and shiny, like it was constantly devouring black smoke. What do you want? A familiar voice sounded from his mind, and Zui Yang was stunned. With that, he cried out sharply, I want 3 messages, please ask. First, what is this weirdness in my neck? Anyway, ghost face sore, bred from a ghostly fruit raised by a ghostly tree. The ghostly face is twisted and can nullify normal bizarre abilities. Feeding Ghostface Sore a certain amount of shenanigans will result in a figurative boost to his ability. Gain and risk go hand in hand. The stronger the weirdness, the less control one has over it. Always watch your neck. When the human face grows, the boarder will die a violent death. Ghostface Sore? So, this thing is called a Ghostface Sore? Frowning slightly, after getting this information, Zui Yang asked a second question immediately afterward. So, does this thing have any weirdness that can be contained? There. The dedication must be spooky, and I can provide you with clues that correspond to the spookiness. Rub? That's gone? Cluelessly looking at the incense burner, Zui Yang thought that it could say more. You have one last question. The cold voice came. Zui Yang pursed his lips and finally looked outside the Yangda temple. So, please give me the most optimal escape route at this time. Based on the analysis of the concentration of ghost energy in the area, a cruise ship is safest on the river 100 miles away. Judging by the speed it's traveling, it will pass over the South City River Bridge in 3 days. You can reach the other side of the Nanchang River from the back of the Yangdiaxa Temple, through the deep tunnel, by taking the evil ghost bus. What? Evil ghost bus? Zui Yang listened stupidly. The previous analysis makes sense. What kind of ghost is this last evil ghost bus? No. What the hell is an evil ghost bus? Questioning the incense burner, the only response in his mind was an icy one. Your question has been asked and you want new information. Please provide a new tribute. Grass. Cursing a grin, Zui Yang inquired further. The incense burner did not respond. The color of the surface of the stove also gradually returned from black to greenish purple. The black gas that was still contained within the furnace was nowhere to be found. So, is this furnace, in fact, a separate offering table? It is the medium. And what is sacrificed? I get the corresponding benefit? Pick up the incense burner on the offering table, which at the moment is no longer as hot as it was just now. It was also unknown to whom the black gas that the ghost tree had turned into had been sacrificed to and where it had been sent. Forget it. It's nice to have something like that. At least, it shouldn't lie to me. Putting away the incense burner, Zui Yang squinted at the tragic situation inside the Yangda temple. Nor did he hesitate much. Zui Yang found his backpack and found some food to pack inside the hall. He ate some hastily and began to meditate and recuperate. It's nighttime, and the odds of running into something creepy if you go out are just too high. though it was said that he was already an Oni. But Zui Yang cannot always use the power of Ghostface Soar. Fragrance Hearth and I said that the cruise ship would be passing over the South Side River Bridge in 3 days. That means it has helped me figure out the best time to make contact with the cruise ship. It can actually count to 3 days later. Kind of interesting. That cruise ship. It should be the safe spot Zhou Yang said to evacuate to the capital city, right? Fox hesitated a little and just wanted to take out his cell phone and ask, Zhou Yang. Buzz buzz. The cell phone screen lit up. I can't believe my former self paged it. There are no pills of regret in this world. Hey, dude, it's midnight. Are you dead or not? Do I still have to listen to you? Rub. Almost forgot about that. A message was hastily returned. Zui Yang is really afraid to think. If his previous self ran away from the Yangda temple privately, what would he do now? Zui Yang, it's okay. I've gambled. There's no medicine for regret in this world. So awesome? Who are you playing with? Zui Yang, you'll find out later. By the way, do you know the death bus? There are no pills of regret in this world, huh? What's that? Zui Yang, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have to trouble you to check then. There's no medicine for regrets in this world, okay. Cutting off the communication with himself, Zui Yang's expression was slightly complicated. Keeping watch over the gradually changing color of the sky outside the temple, the red sun is beginning to show. Zui Yang held little inkblot, found the back wall of the Yangda temple, and jumped out. Chapter 49, Deep Tunnel. Strange smoke. Blood-red sunlight spilled onto the street. It's only been less than a week since the weirdness descended, and the surrounding area is as dead as the end of the wasteland. After Yandiaxa Temple, it is a submerged mountain road. This road is the way to the deep tunnel. On both sides of the roadway, there are countless other standing blocks of flats. It's just a shame that there's no longer any sign of anyone moving around in the cell block. One person and one dog, walking silently on the submerged mountain road. Zui Yang inexplicably had the wrong flavor of being isolated by the world. From the moment the sun came up at 5 a.m., he left Yandiaxa with the little inkblot to walk here. Perhaps because of the ghost face sores? Or perhaps because of the Yangda temple, stopped on the submerged mountain road. The journey was unexpectedly quiet and harmonious. TSK. It seems that the path recommended by the incense burner does say something. Wiped the beads of sweat from his head. The sun was already high in the sky, and it was now 12 o'clock noon. After casually eating something, Zui Yang led the little inkblot and finally saw the end of the submerged mountain road. At the end of Subterranean Hill Road is a gas station. A dozen meters further on from the gas station is the dark, deep tunnel. It is said that the tunnel was cut through the Longnian Mountain in Linjiang City, which is 3,000 meters long. After passing through this tunnel, a few kilometers further on, there is the Nanchang River Bridge leaving Linjiang City. 3 days. It feels like it won't take me 3 days to get to the South Side River Bridge, Zui Yang muttered, already leading the little inkblot past the gas station. What made Zui Yang not expect? There were actually 5 college student-looking young men hiding in this gas station. These 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, had clean faces, but their eyes were always revealing fear. Perhaps it was because the fearfulness of the past few days had made them as alert as birds of prey. Just by Zui Yang passing by, they all looked at Zui Yang with a face of fear, until he was sure that Zui Yang was a human being and had no intention of going into the gas station. He walked towards the deep tunnel, a female college student among the 5 people, which hurriedly pushed open the glass door of the gas station sales house. She seemed to be afraid to go out, just sticking out a head, boldly shouted towards Zui Yang. Handsome, are you going to, deep tunnel? Don't ever go. There's a problem there. Why don't you team up with us? Clear eyes it seems. Zui Yang looked at them, shrugged his shoulders, and walked into the deep tunnel. Boring. In Zui Yang's opinion, the way things are now, he can't trust even a 7 to 8-year-old kid, let alone a college student. The only people he could trust were the little inkblot and himself. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed through the shadowy tunnel. I guess because no one has managed it for a long time. None of the safety lights in the deep tunnel are on. At a glance, the blackness could not be seen to the end. Zui Yang found the flashlight from his backpack. The bright flashlight came on, and there was still nothing to be found except dead silence in the narrow tunnel. That group of college students said it was dangerous here? What could be the danger? Tap tap tap. All the way toward the front. Zui Yang did not know exactly how long he had walked. Able to. It's amazing that you can never see the end of the exit under a strong flashlight. Hiss. Something's not right. Zui Yang frowned. He knew his feet well. Even if it is crawling, this 3,000 meters of tunnel, it should be the light source to see the end. But now, there was nothing but darkness in front of us. Walked toward the front for a while longer. Zui Yang was turning on the pedometer of his cell phone this time. Real-time shows he's gone 3,200 meters. When he looked up, he was still in the middle of the pitch-black tunnel. I'll go. Ghosting? Is this? Stopping his steps, Zui Yang's eyes narrowed. This time, he tried to go towards the back. Another few moments passed, and the pedometer showed that 7,000 meters had been traveled. It's still dark. Bad. This, deep tunnel. There's a big problem. Gritting his teeth, Zui Yang's face was quite ugly. In this situation, if you want to break the situation, you can only use the ability of Ghostface Soar. But, he was now unsure how long he would have to use the Ghostface Soar before he could get out of the deep mountain tunnel. Touching the Ghostface Soar, Zui Yang is hesitant. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke billowed up from the dead silent tunnel. Holy shit? What the hell is this again? Who? Inexplicably, a cold wind blew through the tunnel. White smoke filled the perimeter along the tunnel. Zui Yang covered his nose, and after the silk of white smoke entered his nose, his eyebrows wrinkled. The smell of the smoke wasn't that of watery mist, it was actually burnt incense-like and ethereal. That's right, it's the kind of scent that burns when you burn incense for the dead. Fragrance? How much incense does it take to burn such a big mist of incense? Tightly covering his lips, Zui Yang slowly reduced his speed of movement. He was afraid that he would open his mouth to inhale more of the smoky aroma after his quick action. Tap tap tap. Headless, he walked out another dozen meters or so toward the front of the room. This time, Zui Yang actually saw a silhouette through the flashlight. Within the thick and heavy smoke and incense, a figure crouching on the ground with a somewhat stooped body could be vaguely seen. His arms were braced against the ground, his head pressed toward the bottom in a forward tilt. The odd chewing sound rang out. Zui Yang's eyes opened wide before he could see clearly. The figure appeared to have a bowl set up underneath it directly in front of it. The inside of the bowl was filled with white rice. On top of the white rice, there were 3 incense sticks, and at the moment, the figure buried its head in front of the bowl. The mouth kept chewing the rice like a starving man. Grass. Unexpectedly, the unexpected came. Gently standing on his tiptoes, Zui Yang retreated towards the back. He didn't want to tangle with this odd fellow much. Tap tap tap. But, it was clearly heading towards the back. Zui Yang was shocked to realize that he was actually getting closer and closer to that black shadow. Ongwu. The sound of chewing became clearer. Without realizing it, Zui Yang had already arrived in front of the black shadow. The dark figure was a yellow-faced old man wearing a patched green and gray cloth coat. He was sprawled out on the ground, the bare backbone of his spine thin and visible under his clothes. Ka, and I don't know when. The bowl of rice was consumed by him, and he actually nibbled on the 3 clear sticks on the bowl. Ho. The old man's head lifted involuntarily between chewing on the clear flavor. The moment one of his faces lifted up, Zui Yang's eyelids just jumped wildly. This guy, no face. To be more precise, his face was all crumbled up mincemeat. The forehead was bloody and mushy, the nose and eyes were blood-black sunken hollows, and the cheekbones were full of bulging, twisted tendons of flesh flopping under the red flesh. His face, as if worn through by gravity, was bare of flesh and blood. The whole face. Only one mouth is good. At the moment, it is this mouth that is chewing ongwu, and the rice is constantly overflowing. Even though he had no eyes, when he looked at Zui Yang, the corners of that mouth full of rice actually grinned. You, coming? Are you? Second column of incense? Chapter 50, in the smoke. More people. What the hell? What second column of incense? Eat your food. Being stared at by that disgusting human face, Zui Yang was filled with disgust. With a bang, he kicked at the weird face without hesitation. Put. The rotting man's face was instantly kicked out in a shower of broken flesh and a mouth full of rice. Aha! And woo! You can hit me? Was kicked so hard that he rolled on the ground. The hunched figure gave Zui Yang a surprised look. You're not offering incense. I'm your father. Grass. Cursing, Zui Yang touched the ghost face sore on his neck. Fortunately, this thing has not moved. It certainly wasn't an accident that he was able to kick the strange man in front of him. The moment this ghost looked at him, Zui Yang used the ability of Ghostface Soar in response. The result is, the smoke did not disappear before his eyes, and no brightness was visible in the ghostly tunnel. Only, the kick went out, sending the figure flying half a meter away. I'm so convinced. My fucking luck. Is there too much weirdness? Or am I just dotty? Spectre spat a word. Zui Yang took out an injection from his sleeve. The injections have been replenished with black dog blood. Now that we've done it, there's no need to cower. Come on. I'd like to see if you're still afraid of black dog blood. Taking a big step forward, Zui Yang advanced instead of retreating. He was, now, going to give this thing in front of him a shot while he physically fought. You're an Oni. Why don't you use creepy? There was no response to the silhouette's question. Zui Yang can't say that the ability of Ghostface Soar is special and has no means of attack, right? gazed directly ahead. After the silhouette was kicked away by Zhuo Yang, probably because of the fear of Ghostface sores, hiding in the thick smoke hazy, quickly chasing after him, Zhuo Yang was shocked to realize that he clearly wanted to go up and approach the figure. As a result, it was now actually pulling farther and farther away from the dark shadow in the thick smoke. This situation was the same as what happened just now when he tried to escape from the black shadow. Is it possible to disorient one's senses? Or, can you control the space within the smoke? Looking around speculatively, the dark figure disappeared into the smoke, its silhouette growing farther and farther away. Onwu, Ghostbusters, when I'm done with the incense, come back to you. The ghostly voice echoed in the tunnel. Zhuo Yang followed the source of the sound, but in a split-second's effort, the black shadow had completely disappeared. Shit, this thing, could it be some kind of rule-based shenanigans? Scratching his head, Zhuo Yang pulled little murmur and retreated towards the way he came. Tap tap tap. And I don't know how long it took. Her could hear another footstep. Incoming? He was a bit staggered. Can there be anyone else's in this tunnel but your own? Hey, Cynthia, can we really try to go through the tunnel while that ghost thing is eating people? A gruff male voice came from directly in front of him, causing Xiang Nan to be startled. Ahead? Could it be that someone is coming from the exit side of the tunnel? His feet paused, and Zhuo Yang closed his eyes in an attempt to hear more. Well, Wuming, do you remember? The last time a few of us came here and couldn't walk out. We ran out when Zhao Yue got caught and chewed on by that thing. Right-o. But, do you think the guy who was holding the black dog is gone now? It shouldn't be so bad. Let's hurry up and try to get out of the tunnel while he's being eaten. Tap tap tap. The gruff male voice was followed by a crisp female voice. Zhuo Yang frowned. The voice, he remembered. It was the college girl who poked her head out and asked if she wanted to team up when she passed the gas station at the tunnel entrance. Eat me when you guys come out of the tunnel? Kind of interesting. Is it the same operation as the invisible ghost on the roadway? As long as it's someone else who suffers, you can use the opportunity to escape? Zhuo Yang thought silently, but looking at the source of the sound, he was still puzzled. Logically, the college girl came in at the tunnel entrance and should have been behind him. But why? What about the sound coming from directly in front of you? Reversing his pace, Zhuo Yang walked towards the front, wanting to meet up with the two people at the source of the sound. But here comes the interesting one. After a few steps, the sound of footsteps became smaller and smaller, themselves, in distancing themselves from them. Hiss. It's a bit strange. Hurriedly stopping his steps, Zhuo Yang simply did not move. This time, again, the sound came from directly behind. Sin ah, why did you only bring me out here? Are you? Agi, you're so annoying. I have a crush on you. I'm telling you, oh, just cross here. We'll walk across the Nanchang River Bridge to leave Linjiang City, and maybe we'll be able to go back to our old lives. Really? But, is it good to not bring Ada and the others? Take them for fuck's sake. The food in that gas station. They secretly hide a little bit of it every night. They don't even treat us as their own. Oh, okay. Don't worry, oh. I will protect you. The voices of young men and women conveyed longing faith. Suddenly, ho ho ho, a hair-raising voice rang out from the smoke. Wuming, look now that tunnel top. There's an old man crawling, north of the border. That's the monster from last time. Why didn't he eat the dog puller? Ho ho ho. So, the second incense burner. It's here. Wuming, run away. Run. Tap tap tap. The sounds of running and shrieking echoed through the silent tunnel. Zhuo Yang was sure as well as certain that this time the voice did come from behind him. So, without saying a word, he ran towards the back of the room. It wasn't so much that he was trying to save the day, but he was thinking that he could run out of the tunnel and back to the subterranean road while the figure ate these two. Deep tunnel, he probably had some cognizance of what exactly was going on. That old guy who eats the incense may be able to influence the perceptions of others, keeping people in place without the knowledge of others. Against this thing, it's unlikely to get out of the deep tunnel for a while. Running backwards is the best strategy. Wuming, you've got to go. I'll hold him off. No, Cynthia, I will protect you. On the other side of the tunnel, there were shouts and the play of moving love. At this end of the tunnel, Zhuo Yang picked up the little ink blot and ran lifelessly. Tap tap tap. However, it was running like this that Zhuo Yang realized that he couldn't hear any sound again. But, the unchanging tunnel intersection in front of me, illuminated by a strong flashlight. Actually, something new. Chapter 51, Uncertainty about Evacuation. Directly in front of the roadway, with a strong flashlight, you can vaguely see the tunnel roof collapsed. A lot of debris. Debris piled up in the center of the roadway, creating a conspicuous pile of small dirt bags. It's strange to say the least. The first time Zhuo Yang saw the small dirt bag piled up with rubble, he felt that it did not look like a dirt pile, but more like a grave bag. Sure, it's not the strangest. The strangest thing was that directly in front of the mound, a man stood straight up. When the flashlight hit it, he could see that the man's head was gone. Dark brown scabs of blood congealed on the bare neck. His arms were also cut off, and his whole body stood motionless like a quill in front of the stone pestle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's still this stuff in this tunnel. Ha! Zui Yang boldly and slowly approached the stone pestle. At close range, it can be seen that the headless body was buried by the stone pestle in the calf and stood in front of the pestle like a postman. And right below the stone pestle, you can see the color scabs, which appear to be pure black and purple, overflowing from the pestle in the form of a stream. In the air, at the moment, there was not only the scent of burning incense, but also the unpleasant smell of decay. Zui Yang gazed at the headless corpse and then looked under the stone pestle. The headless corpse's body, though bloody and gruesome, showed no signs of decay, and looked as if it had been recently severed from its head and arms. Under this stone pestle, there should be another person's body, Zui Yang guessed. After looking at the pestle and the body for a while, he took a big step towards the back of the pestle. Under a strong flashlight, the rock pile was followed by a path cluttered with debris. Looking at such a road, Zui Yang's heart was happy. This is a road condition that has not been seen before. That is to say, he should be approaching towards the tunnel mouth exit. Can I just run out of the deep tunnel while those two college students are victimized? Go! Pick up the little ink blot. Zui Yang almost did not even think about it and stepped on the pitted gravel and ran wildly. But the more he ran forward, Zui Yang realized that the gravel under his feet was getting less and less. His mind was vaguely upset. Wooming, sin, just go away. Until the familiar voice came from the ear. Zui Yang seemed to have known what was going on, and his face sank. The next moment, the flashlight shone brightly. The silhouettes of 3 humanoid figures appeared before them in the smoke-filled tunnel. A fresh-faced girl was running and crying. A tall, athletic-looking boy was sprawled out in the middle of the roadway. On top of him, there was a hunched old man. The old man buried his head between the boys' necks, and the sound of chewing went on and on. Grass, going around in a whole circle. And it actually got me to you guys. Look at the anomaly in front of you. Zui Yang's gaze did not look at the old man, nor did he look at the boy lying on the ground, but looked at the girl who was running. The girl was holding a rope in her hand, which seemed to have come from a distance to be pulled. Brilliant! Just tie a rope around the outside of the tunnel on the way in. Then touch the rope and walk. How can you not repeat the walk? For no reason. Zui Yang somewhat admired the caution of that female college student. Ka. Right in the middle of the roadway. The taller boy had his head pinned to the ground by the older man. His neck snapped with a strangled sound following the gnawing sound of Ongwu. Bro, I'm not asking you to save me. Will you help me take care of Qianqian? Follow her? You can run out of here. The taller boy moved his bloody neck and looked at Zui Yang with a strong last breath. Zui Yang's eyes narrowed, didn't agree to anything, and chased straight toward the female college student. Sin. For you. It's all worth it. Click. Put. A strong smell of blood came from behind him, accompanied by a chilling sound. Zui Yang did not look back, but just chased after the female college student with one effort. I wonder if it's just him. This college girl, after merely crying to each other with the taller guy, actually managed to make a full outward sprint. What? Are girls nowadays so tough? Seeing that the female college student was about to run out of his sight, Zui Yang hurriedly shouted, "Hey, stop! Aren't you afraid of being caught up with that monster alone?" Zui Yang shouted this out, not that he really wanted to protect this girl. He was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk out after this only rope to get out was taken away. Tap. Who knows? It was better if he didn't yell, but after this yell, the college girl's steps became more and more rapid, as if she wanted to dump him in the tunnel. It was a change from the warmth that had characterized her when he had first met her. Hey, aren't you afraid to run by yourself and meet that old man? Zui Yang continued to shout. Seeing that the female college student was about to run away from the range of the flashlight without looking back, Zui Yang couldn't help it. Grass, little ink blot, on, catch up with her and stall her for me. Once prompted, Zui Yang can assume that the other party did not hear, but twice prompted, the other party remained indifferent, and with what the woman had said earlier in the tunnel, it made a lot of sense. Woof! When little ink blot sniffed, he immediately jumped out of Zui Yang's arm. I have to say, 4-legged animals just run faster than 2-legged ones. The small inked figure blended into the darkness like a bit of black ink, quickly encroaching into the darkness ahead. Woof! After a burst of accelerated running, it poof! From the back of the front only to run in front of the female college students pounced. Woof! The ferocity of the wild dog is on display. Little Inkblot immediately opened his mouth and was about to bite towards the college girl's thigh. Don't! Don't bite me. Woo woo, I'm just so scared. I'm just a girl. Don't bite me. Unlike the state in which she had just sprinted with all her might, being knocked on the thigh by the small inkblot, the female college student's face was filled with panic and tears. After Zhuoyang slowly caught up, his eyes scrutinized her for a while. Just yelled at you. Why did you run? I'm afraid. More afraid of me than the old man? Zhuoyang's eyes were cold. He could understand the distrust and backstabbing of strangers against strangers in dangerous situations. But the old man's chewing on someone. The odds are that this time period is safe. Besides, even if we're all counting on each other, right? It's still better than running into creepy alone if the two of them are together, right? Is she running like that, confident that she will definitely not encounter any more shenanigans? I'm really scared. I'm sorry. All I could think about was running. I'm sorry. Wooming. I'm sorry. Whimpering, her snot spewed out. Zhuoyang looked at her and didn't speak again for a long time. The girl who had taken the rope into the tunnel had even thought of an escape retreat. Really? Would that be so cowardly? Buzz buzz. It was also too late for Zhuoyang to think more. The rope in the girl's hand began to tremble. Zhuoyang's eyelids jumped. Forget it. We're going out together. Think of it as repaying your favor for taking me out. Don't worry. That old man will be fine when he comes. With a greeting, Zhuoyang pulled up the female college student with one hand. Without saying a word, he took the rope and ran wildly toward the other end of it. Chapter 52, Clues passed on from the past, above. Tap tap tap. After a sharp run, before his eyes, he finally saw the light from the tunnel entrance reflected in. Zhuoyang pulled that female college student and rushed straight out of the deep mountain tunnel and back to the subterranean mountain road. On the submerged mountain road, the afterglow of the setting sun was sprinkled on the street, and Zhuoyang was a little bit in a trance. He actually spent an afternoon in a 3,000 meter tunnel. Bloody hell. Sure enough, there's no such thing as smooth sailing in the present situation. With a sigh of emotion, Zhuoyang shook off the female college student's hand. He could sense that the college girl was gradually calming down. With a sideways glance, the girl was actually quite good looking. Under the reflection of the setting sun, her features were distinct and delicate. Seeing Zhuoyang staring at her, the girl pursed her lips. Thanks for bringing me out. My name is Luo Chanqian. Mr. You. Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang was cold and did not buy Luo Chanqian's beauty. Speaking of which, the woman. She had said something about the idea of letting herself be chewed up so she could run out of the tunnel. For her, Zhuoyang was always on guard. Mr. Zhua. You see, it's getting dark. There aren't any resting places near this tunnel. Do you want to go back to the gas station with me? Luo Chanqian's face was flushed, so that people could feel good at first sight. Zhuoyang looked at the gas station in the distance, where there were 3 people looking this way as well. Probably the companion of Luo Chanqian. You did count me in your debt for bringing me out, but I'll also make sure you're not harmed by shenanigans in the meantime. We're clear. You don't own the gas station. I'll find my own place to rest. Not wanting to get too close to Luo Chanqian, Zhuoyang held the little inkblot and walked towards the gas station on his own. At the entrance of the gas station, a 3-man squad led by a tall handsome man stood at the moment. Seeing Zhuoyang and Luo Chanqian walking one after the other, the tall handsome man immediately shouted, Sin, why did you come back with him? Where's Wooming? He. I want to talk about it with tears in my eyes. Luo Chanqian's face, which was still hijacked, collapsed. Seeing her whimpering, the tall handsome man's brows furrowed and the faces of the 2 companions beside him darkened. The 4 college students gathered in a group hug. None of them said anything, and walked forlornly back to the gas station. Inside the gas station's vending house, the shelves are a bit of a mess of food. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, Zhuoyang deliberately found a corner where the shelves had already been swept away and sat down. Sin, I didn't expect it either. You actually took Wooming with you in order to give that guy a heads up. Hey, condolences. The foursome of college students were sitting not far from Zhuoyang. Among the 4, there was a girl, who was holding Luo Chanqian and comforting her. Listening to their broken words, Zhuoyang's brows frowned. What do you mean? Give the guy a heads up? So, was Luo Chanqian explaining her purpose of going to the deep tunnel this way with her companions? TSK. Thought I ran into an innocent college girl. So it's a heartthrob. I become an excuse for your false benevolence. Coldly looking at Luo Chanqian, Zhuoyang did not point out anything. He unzipped his backpack and fed the little inkling some ham before slowly eating the bread himself. Hey, dude, get acquainted. I'm Su Donlai. What's your next plan? While he was chewing vigorously, the tall handsome man in the college student foursome came uninvited and walked towards Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang glanced at him, The man was small and handsome, not to mention that from the moment they met, he pretty much dominated the small group's conversation. It was obvious that Su Donglai should be the existence of a small leader in normal times. Intended. Not at the moment. Truth be told, although Zui Yang was vaguely clear about the pattern in the tunnel, for the time being, he had no intention of exploring it again. Oh, dude, how about this? How about you join us and we'll try again when we cross the deep tunnel, together? Su Donglai proposed, and Zui Yang was a little surprised. You guys, aren't you afraid to die? Be afraid. We have to try even if we're afraid. The way to be able to leave Linjiang City is right in front of us. We're not so bad as not to try, right? You're leaving Linjiang City too? I'm not going to lie. I'm the president of the student union at Linjiang University, and my dad is the principal. He said that he has a safe place next door in Wanhai City, so he told me to find a way to leave Linjiang City and send a car to pick me up when the time comes. Wanhai City? At those words, the corner of Zui Yang's mouth curled up. This dude's intel. It's a bit of a pull. Zhou Yang and the rest of them were running straight to the capital city on a cruise ship, so it seemed that the university president's energy wasn't as high as Zhou Yang's. Dude, how's it going? Join us, once we run out of the tunnel and cross the bridge over the South City River. I promise to take you to safety. Su Donglai looked at Zui Yang with a certainty, as if he expected an independent group like Zui Yang to join him. Able to. Zui Yang shook his head after squinting at him twice. Sorry, no plans to group up and die for now. You, what kind of attitude is that? Brother Donglai personally pulled you in, and in order to remind you, Wu Ming died. Why don't you have any gratitude at all? After a mouthful of refusal, a spectacled young man beside Su Donglai puffed and cursed. Hey Sun Nan, this brother has his own ideas, and since he doesn't want to join, you can't force him, Su Donglai said, and as soon as he did, he stopped Sun Nan. Sun Nan gritted his teeth, angrily glanced at Zui Yang, turned his head away and walked towards Luo Chanshan's side. Bro, I'm going to ask you one last time. We're all going to try to go to the deep tunnels in a few days. Are you sure you don't want to join us? Su Donglai asked again as if he was undeterred. But this time, Zui Yang didn't even bother to reply to him. Seeing this, Su Donglai shook his head and also returned to Luo Chanshan's side. Inside the small gas station, the atmosphere became a bit depressing because of this communication. The four college students sat together and ate sullenly, and Zui Yang looked at his cell phone and counted the time. If you want to catch the cruise ship that happens to be coming through here in 3 days, it's imperative to get out of the deep tunnel tomorrow. When I went to look at the tunnel this afternoon, it seemed that a section of the road had collapsed. Perhaps there is something to be said for that? His eyes narrowed. Zui Yang sent a message to his past self. Zui Yang, hello, are you there? Can you find out anything about the deep tunnel on Subterranean Road? The message was sent, and his own self over there replied almost in seconds. There's no such thing as a pill for regret, a deep tunnel? Isn't this thing just a tunnel entrance? What's wrong with it? Zui Yang, in a month's time, a ghost will appear here. So, I'm a little curious if something happened to it during this month. There are no pills of regret in this world, I see. Do you need me to go to the tunnel and check it out now? Chapter 53, Clues Passed On from the Past, below. You go over there and check it out yourself? Looking at the past messages from himself, Zui Yang froze. The first reaction, of course, was that he thought it was fine, even quite good. But, on second thought, the road deeper into the tunnel was collapsed and it should have smashed a man to death. If the past had gone to investigate on their own, they would have been killed by a landslide. What then? Is the present self gone? While it can't be ruled out that the tunnel collapse didn't collapse by that much of a coincidence, who knows what day of the month it collapsed? For insurance, for foolproofness, Zui Yang still returned. Zui Yang, you can't go. There are no pills of regret in this world, huh? Why? Zui Yang, the tunnel may collapse, but I'm not sure which day. There is no medicine for regret in this world, I see. You're afraid I'll get stoned, aren't you? But in that case, you'll just have to check the information alone. Zui Yang, well if you can't, the forum message is no good either. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Well, wait for me to check it out. Cutting off the chat, Zui Yang also tried to search for information about the deep tunnel. But basically, you can't search for anything but science. About having his past self checked from the forums. It was also just his bright idea. I read about the no cilantro experience on the forum, but that forum was basically active for a day and then it was shut down, and Zui Yang wanted to discover more information, but there was no way to do it. He is not able to see the banned forums anymore. A month ago he could Between waiting, the four college students across the room, their eyes frequently looked at themselves. Zui Yang did not care, quietly continued to wait for news. The blood moon rose, and the inside of the small sales room was dyed blood red. The phone finally buzzed and vibrated. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Hey, you don't say. You really don't say. I didn't find anything in the regular way, but after searching a few forums, I really found something interesting for me. Left eye, what? There are no pills of regret in this world. Survival forum. A person called Incense Sender posted a thread. This post lists the poor quality construction of the Shamshan Tunnel and the Nanchang River Bridge. The owner of the post also said that a number of people had died during the construction of the tunnel because of the collapse of poor quality work. Once the project was completed, he kept burning incense and inviting food for the dead in the tunnels. According to him, people eat ghosts. When the ghosts have had their fill and their grievances have dissipated, they can make a request of them. The request of the incense bearers is to wish them early reincarnation. Zhuiyang, it's gone? There are no pills of regret in this world, none. But looking at what this guy has posted, he seems to have been persistent in reporting shoddy construction by the builders. He also seems to have a granddaughter who is posting for him, but just hasn't been responding to it. That's all. Looking at the message sent by his past self, Zhuiyang was silent. If nothing else, the incense bearer should have been killed by a landslide while delivering incense to the tunnel builders every day. 037 told me that there's a probability of people turning creepy when they die with extremely intense emotions. That is, the incense eater? The incense giver? Rubbing his chin, Zhuiyang's eyes flickered. Actually, he seems like he could change the current predicament. All you have to do is to let your past self find the incense bearer, and then let the incense bearer not deliver the incense for a month. Does that tunnel-eating shenanigans not exist from the root? Hiss. Seems like it could be a try. Thought about it and sent a message back to my past self. Zhuiyang, you can find the incense sender in the forums and have a private chat with him, and try to get him to stop burning incense for a month. Remember, don't go to the tunnel yourself. There is no medicine for regret in this world, okay? Wait for my news. Cutting off the chat. Zhuiyang's mood was slightly restored. If nothing else, maybe we can get out of the tunnel tomorrow? Thinking prettily, Zhuiyang looked at the opposite side of a few college students. At this look, Zhuiyang froze. The 4 college students, at some point, had actually all disappeared. Ward hair? No way. It can't be. These 4 guys, they're not going to deep tunnel to die, are they? Standing up from the ground in a panic, Zhuiyang looked around. It is true that no one is visible in the sale store. Zhuiyang hurriedly walked out of the store and glanced towards the deep tunnel in the distance. Sure enough, at the entrance of the deep tunnel, there are 4 ropes tied to the green trees outside the tunnel, extending in. Rub? These guys, are they really not afraid of death? Looking at the dark tunnel, Zhuiyang thought for a moment, yanked up one of the ropes, picked up the little ink blot and walked towards the tunnel, turning on the flashlight's strong light. With the pull of the rope, Zhuiyang walked very fast. But what made Zhuiyang unexpected was that at the end of this rope, a short piece of rope actually fell to the ground. Zhuiyang's brows frowned and just wanted to return the same way. In his ears, a voice rang out in a heck of a lot of noise. Wow, Dong Lai, you're telling the truth. Hey, if you go this way, you can really see the way out. A slightly different female voice came, and Zhuiyang's footsteps lurched. Way out? Could it be that they have gained insight into the rules of eating incense in a weird way? Or is there something else going on? The color of his face wandered a bit. Zhuiyang now, either holding a short rope and following the way he came out of the tunnel. Either that, or ditch the rope, which is only so long, and walk alone towards the source of the sound. Faced with a choice, Zhuiyang chose the latter. He's got ghost sores, he can contact the past, and he's free to make trial and error. Even if, up ahead, there is some unknown danger. Try it. He was still curious as to what kind of drugs these college students had in their gourds. Tap tap tap. Step up. In the tunnel without smoke, Zhuiyang actually found 2 figures along the sound source this time. It's Su Donlai and another female college student. They were standing right in the middle of the tunnel, not moving forward, like they were deliberately waiting for themselves. Ha, brother Donlai. You're absolutely right. Hey, this guy really followed me. Looking at Zhuiyang coming over, the female college student revealed a mocking smile. The corners of Su Donlai's mouth rose. What's up, dude? Didn't we agree not to get killed? This is a deliberate attempt to count on me? The corners of Zhuiyang's eyes narrowed, and he had some expectations in his heart, but he was not very dismayed. Ha ha ha, how can it be a reckoning? I knew it. You wanted to go through the tunnel too, but this tunnel, it was a dead end to begin with. Originally, everything was planned, but I didn't expect to suddenly meet you. It seems that Qin Shen doesn't have to go. Su Donlai smiled arrogantly, and Zhuiyang's face was cold. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Hey, if you want to know, just go to hell and find out. Incense eater, the 3rd incense burner. I'm bringing it to you. Su Donlai clapped his big hands. Who? Inside the tunnel, A strong cigarette suddenly appeared at first. Chapter 54, You're actually a ghost sentinel? Who? As Su Donglai finished his words, the white smoke gathered more and more, and the familiar scent of burning incense once again filled Zui Yang's nostrils. The third incense burner? What do you mean? You're making me an incense? Listening to Su Donglai's words, Zui Yang frowned. When he first broke into the deep tunnel alone, the incense eater said that he was not the second incense burner. Could it be? Having already thought of something in his heart, Zui Yang questioningly looked at Su Donglai. What do you get out of your offering to creepy? Ha! What does a muggle like you need to know so much about? It's just that you're lucky. I had thought that you were the second, and Wu Ming could go along to become the third. I didn't expect that after Chanxian brought him in, you actually didn't die yet, and Wu Ming became the second one instead. Good. I'd like to see if you're still so lucky. Touching the rope around his waist, Su Donglai pulled the unroped college girl back into the thick fog. Ho ho ho! A familiar low growl came from the thick smoke. Zui Yang's teeth clenched. How does he not understand what's going on now? There are 4 ropes in front of the tunnel entrance, and it is assumed that only 2 of them are long ropes. One has a 50% probability of catching the short rope, as continuing forward would abandon it. Of course, whatever rope is caught, at the end of the day, he will be led by words to the depths of the tunnel, and then one of them, Su Donglai or Luo Chanxian, will call the incense-eating ghosts to devour him. It's a setup. Su Donglai and Luo Chanxian set themselves up. The difference is that the self holding the long rope can still return the same way to escape. Holding the short rope by itself is a sure way to die. TSK. Sure enough. Under Armageddon, the only person you can trust is always yourself. Zui Yang snorted coldly. In the smoke, Su Donglai's teasing voice came. You're reacting now? It's too late. Incense eater, eat this third stick of incense. Ho ho ho. At the top of the tunnel, a hunched figure crawled in response. The old man with the shattered face was actually able to cling to the top of the tunnel like a spider and swim quickly. The smoke is like an aid to it. Chai Lao's body, which was rapidly drawing away, was hidden in the fog. In an instant, Zui Yang only felt a chill coming from behind him. Whoosh! The incense-eating ghost swooped down from above and landed behind himself, opening his bloody mouth wide and biting towards the back of his head. Eat me? Eat shit you! The ghost face sore between his neck bulged and the bitter smile quickly twisted to the back of his neck. Ha ha ha! The human face revived and smiled eerily towards the incense eater. The incense eater's movements froze, actually stopped behind Zui Yang with its mouth open. How it did not dare to bite the back of Zui Yang's neck. His hunched body trembled. He's afraid. I'm afraid of Ghostface soars from the bottom of my heart. Ha ha ha. See, kid, you are in need of my power. That's why I say I'm better suited to be the master of the body. A sorrowful voice came from the back of his head, and Zui Yang snorted coldly. Shut up. The injection in his sleeve was pulled out, and Zui Yang twisted around and was about to stab towards the incense eater's face. You! The scent-eating ghost's mouth opened and a mouthful of rice fell to the ground. Without the ghost soar's positive gaze, he immediately crawled backwards in a panic and hid in the smoke. And that's all you dare to avoid me? Coldly looking around, the figure of the incense eater hid in the smoke and disappeared further and further away. Grass! You guys are actually Onius. Shit! You're obviously an Oni. So why didn't you get out of here earlier? Watch as the incense eater disappears from the scene. In the thick fog, Su Donglai cursed furiously. Donglai. This ghost won't eat him. What are we going to do? Isn't that the deal? Trick him into coming, let the ghost eat him, and we run? Besides Su Donglai, that female college student's voice was filled with worry. Wu Yating, you shut the fuck up. He's not dead. He doesn't die. You die. When he said that, the sound of a wild stampede of feet could be heard. Donglai, don't leave me. Wu Yating's cry for help came through the thick fog, slightly desperate. It seems that it was Xiao Donglai who abandoned her and pulled the rope to go by himself. Zui Yang watched with a cold face, his palm stroking the ghost face sore on the back of his neck. The good thing is, the thing is just bulging a little for now, not about to go into a violent seizure. Hey boy, how about a negotiation? I'll help you out with this lowly creep. How about you give him to me to eat, and I'll definitely not erode you from now on? Get out! Back came the seductive voice of the ghost face sore. Zui Yang ignored it, quietly listening to the chaotic footsteps in the smoke. He guessed that Su Donglai had grabbed the long rope and thrown Wu Yating off. This Su Donglai, tying the long rope to himself right from the start, he had plans to sacrifice Wu Yating early on, didn't he? That's quite a calculation. Gazing into the distance, Zui Yang was not in the mood to care what would happen to these college students. He looked the way he came, his eyes flashing as he ran furiously, but unexpectedly, he actually found the place where the rope was broken at that time. The corner of Zui Yang's mouth curled up and he couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the more you want to go somewhere when the smoke is up, the more it will go the other way. Reverse is the rule here. Looking at the short rope, Zui Yang did not pick it up. He didn't run here because he managed to come back by the way. Rather, he was running back with the thought of finding the exit at the other end of the deep tunnel. Because of the reversal, the more he tried to run to the other side, he instead accidentally returned to the vicinity of the entrance of the deep tunnel and found the broken rope. If I want to go to the other side of the deep tunnel, the thought of finding the entrance to the deep tunnel is going to be in the back of your mind. But I can't possibly guarantee that my beliefs are strong. And if my thoughts change midway through, I'll be spinning back and forth from where I was, and thus won't be able to walk out of here. If the human heart is unmanageable, what about the dog? Zui Yang's gaze couldn't help but look at the little inkblot. Little Murph, go! Lead me to the entrance. The little inkblot was deliberately left to find the entrance. The dog will be determined to find the entrance based on his scent intuition. But because of the reverse, then the dog's unwavering direction is in fact the exit. Woof woof woof. Sure enough, with the little inkblot's way out of the way, Zui Yang followed it and came to the familiar stone pestle. Here, indeed, is the right way forward. Only now, in front of the stone pestle, the scene is different again. Chapter 55, Destiny. The stone pestle is still the same, but in front of the stone pestle, there would have been inserted a man with no head and no arms. At the moment, next to that person, there was already one more person. It was clearly the same Wu Ming that he had seen in the afternoon. This guy, unlike the one being stood, did not have his neck bitten off or his arms cut off. At the mouth of his neck, there was a horrible gaping pit of teeth, where he could see the meridians and the pinkish-white bones of his neck. Blood flowed down his wounds all over his body, and his entire body's eyes were wide open, as if he had endured intense pain before he died. He was also made to stand in front of the stone pestle, standing with his face toward it. Wu Ming was born tall, and when he was inserted in front of the stone pestle with the man on his side, he formed a tall and low column of two bloody men. I don't know why. Looking at these two human-shaped pillars, Zui Yang thought of joss sticks. TSK. It can't be. It can't be that the incense eater has to be given a full 3 cones of incense as a human, can it? But in that case, that's Su Donlai. He has enough people around him, right? He said that if I came, Luo Chanxian wouldn't have to die. Could it be that the offering to the incense-eating ghosts is not 3 incense sticks, but 5? Thoughts expanding, Zui Yang gazed at the stone pestle for a while and shook his head in disinterest. Forget it. Do what you like. I just need to get out of the deep tunnel. Little Murph. Move on. Greeting the little inkblot, one man and one dog bypassed the stone pestle and headed for the gravel passage behind it. One footstep at a time. Zui Yang thought right. As long as the smoke is up, the more you want to go in which direction, the more you will instead travel. Woof woof woof. The little inkblot ran, and after only 10 minutes, the flashlight shone brightly along the end of the tunnel on a rock wall. The end of the deep tunnel. Surprisingly, it's a dead-end road blocked by landslides striking rocks, grass. So, there's no exit here at all. No wonder the ending was always determined as far as that Xiaodong is concerned. Shit. Incense burner. You're selling me false information, aren't you? How does this get out? Cursing, Zui Yang patted the incense burner on his chest. There's a way out of the deep tunnel. There's also a way to cross the Nanchang River Bridge. The route has been told to you. As for how to get out, it's your business. An icy echo came from his mind, and Zui Yang's cursing tone lurched. Can get out? How do I get out? Is it possible that there are secret passages in this tunnel? Standing in front of the collapsed rock wall, Zui Yang looked around the tunnel, his eyes flickering. Tunneling, construction, collapse, scent-eating ghosts. People eat and ghosts eat. Wait, it can't be. A clue flashed through his mind. Zui Yang remembered the clues he had provided just in the past. The incense bearers said that if you feed the people who died in the tunnel collapse, they will grant you a wish. His wish is for his former colleagues to enter reincarnation early. That, nowadays, can the scent-eating ghosts fulfill their wishes even if they are full? If so, Su Donlai was guarding this place, not at all for the purpose of walking through the so-called deep mountain tunnel and going to some Wanhai city. He's lying to his peers. He will sacrifice everyone to obtain this wish. As for what his wish was, Zui Yang didn't think it was as simple as escaping from here. I say this guy is at least a principal's son. How come the information channel is so pulled? Feelings? This one has been fooling his accomplices. As long as it said that the only way to be saved is to pass through the deep tunnel and head to Wanhai city, then how come these few people around him will follow him and keep trying? Right? Well, all of them are ruthless. After his thoughts gradually cleared up, Zui Yang took out his cell phone in a panic. If we follow the current thinking, then this incense eater can't be immortalized. After all, Collapses are inevitable. Even if the ghost of Incense Eater hadn't died, the stone wall in front of us would have blocked the way. The meaning of the incense burner according to, supposedly, you have to get a wish from the Incense Eater yourself to dig through this collapsed tunnel. How ironic. Before he died, he was delivering incense in a tunnel because a cave-in killed a coworker, and he was killed by the cave-in as well. After you die, you actually have to be sent incense by someone asking for a collapsed tunnel to be opened. Truly a lifetime of bonding with this place. Wait. Bad. So much time has passed. I wouldn't have persuaded the scent bearer in the past, would I? If he's not dead. Scrambling to open his cell phone, Zui Yang was afraid that he had already given advice in the past. At that exact moment, his past self sent a message. There are no pills for regret. I've made contact with the incense giver. Grass. I just found out that the deep tunnel collapsed again. The incense sender himself went to the scene to help. And now this account is run by his granddaughter on his behalf. His granddaughter said she would insist on exposing poor quality work. So the account has been active. I've advised her to keep her grandfather in check. The tunnel could collapse at any moment. Zui Yang. There are no pills of regret in this world. What's wrong? Numbly looking at the message, the corner of Zui Yang's mouth twitched. Sure enough, my pre-weirdfall self was quite the warm-hearted old man. You saved the day. I'm in deep shit. With a black face, Zui Yang looked at the stone wall in front of him. Without the wish of the incense eater, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. However, after just a moment of sighing, Zui Yang looked at the smoke still remaining in the tunnel and reacted. No, this tunnel still smells like smoke. That is to say, the past has not changed because the past persuaded me to do so? His mind turned sharply. Zui Yang frowned slightly but released. Also, a man who has spent his life delivering incense and fighting against certain. How is it possible to give up the daily delivery of incense just because of a couple of words of persuasion from a strange netizen? It seems, some things aren't so easy to reverse. Zui Yang drifted off. The birth of the ghost of Scent Eater was not an accident, but a necessity. After staring for a while, the cell phone buzzed again. Zui Yang came back to his senses and realized that his past self had sent so many more messages. There is no medicine for regrets in this world, by the way. I've been chatting quite a bit with the fragrance sender. I forwarded the post to her and she said she wanted to invite me to dinner. I forwarded the post to her and she said she wanted to buy me dinner. It's a college student's sister. Zui Yang, I don't care if you're picking up girls. I just want to know, is there any other information? There are no pills of regret in this world. Actually, this sister is quite torn. She seems to have come into contact with some upper circles, and according to her, if she has the help of people from this circle, she should be able to break up those 4 corporations. It's just that the people in that circle want her to fake a lot of subtle experiences. What with the student president sympathizing with the freshmen, taking a look around, and finally breaking up the poisonous corporations and all that. Zui Yang, you mean, someone can help her, but make this an honor for yourself, right? There are no pills of regret in this world, yes. She also said that she might have to accompany some people that way. So, Zui Yang, you persuade her. There's no need. After a month, you know what's going on. There is no medicine for regrets in this world. Well, I'll say it. No, I'll find Zhou Yang to try. Zui Yang, by the way, what were those 4 businesses she was talking about? There are no pills of regret in this world. Zhao's heavy industry, Wu's management, Wu's mining, Sun's transportation. Zui Yang. Chapter 56, Sacrificial Incense. 3 lengths, above. It's. Looking at the message sent by himself in the past, Zui Yang's pupils contracted violently. Everything seemed to be strung together by something. Luo Qianqian, Su Donlai, Zhao Yuwei, Wu Yiting, Sun Nan, Wu Ming, and yourself. I see. Luo Qianqian. Did you, in the end, go and beg him? For some reason, Zui Yang's eyes were a little sad. It seemed that it was from his past self when he uttered those words that he felt a strange connection between himself and Luo Qianqian. The butterfly effect. So marvelous. Shit. It seems. I have to take care of this matter. For the last incense, it absolutely cannot be her. Little ink blot. Let's go. Run in the opposite direction of you. Zui Yang prodded. Woof. As if he could feel his master's anxiety, the little inkblot turned around and ran wildly towards the way he came. The other side of the tunnel. Wu Yiting chased after Su Donglai's back, her eyes filled with urgency. Donglai, why did you leave me? Even if that creepy doesn't eat that guy, we can totally sacrifice Luo Qianqian, can't we? What right does she have to hang out with us if she's a pauper? Wu Yiting's face was full of grudges. Able to. Su Donglai tugged on the long rope, his steps getting faster and faster until his figure could not be seen in the thick fog. I'm sorry, Athena. Actually, you're in the plan. After all, Luo Qianqian. She's also an incense burner. I can't help it. I was thinking of bringing you to the tunnels to uncover something from the four of you, but I didn't expect it. What a fucking creepy thing to say. The old man and I talked on the phone, and the Ghostbusters. But it's an interesting existence after this world change. Sinister's dead ghost grandfather is going to be very tame creepy for some reason. If it weren't for the sake of becoming an Oni, I wouldn't bother to tangle with you assholes second generation here. In the thick fog, Su Donglai's contemptuous voice was faintly heard. Wu Yuting's face twisted for a moment. What are you talking about? What ghost sentinel? What are you trying to uncover from me? Hey, there's no need to explain too much with dead people. Your father made a mistake. Go explain it to Grandpa Luo Chanshan. Ho 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 ho. After Su Donglai's words were finished, the odd laughter came from the dark tunnel once again. Wu Yuting was dumbfounded. What did you say? That damn thing. Is that Luo Chanshan her grandfather? Ho ho. Not waiting for her to ask anything more. Who? A cold wind blew from above in front of him. All she saw was a hunched ghostly figure with a bloody mouth, falling from the tunnel above her head and lunging toward her forehead. Ah. There was no time to react, and the incense-eating ghost was like a hungry tiger pouncing on it. Put. Wu Yuting's entire body was crushed to the ground by the incense-eater. Ongwu. The large mouth full of rice and blood residue bit towards Wu Yuting's brain without hesitation. Hissing, the rounded forehead was bitten out in a shallow pit in an instant, and blood gurgled and gushed out. The incense-eater knocked on Wu Yuting's neck with both hands and kept sucking on the spattered blood. You guys. The scarlet smell of blood overflowed the tunnel, and Wu Yuting only felt that her brain marrow had been sucked away. She fought and struggled, but she only felt her brain sinking and her angry shouts getting smaller and smaller until she completely lost her breath. TSK. Stupid woman. You don't really think that I like you or Luo Chanshan, do you? You guys. You're all just tools for me to become famous. Only now the situation has changed. So you guys, just be good incense for me. In the thick fog, Su Donglai's figure gradually approached the incense-eater. The incense-eater picked up Wu Yuting's body on his back and was about to head towards one end of the tunnel, seemingly not paying him any attention. And, 2 incense sticks. A hoarse roar emanated from the hunched figure. Su Donglai nodded. The tunnel entrance there. Your granddaughter and son Nan. Just in time. Ho ho. The scent-eater gave a strange laugh. It seems that after becoming creepy, he doesn't care at all about emotions like blood relatives. The black figure flashed, and the incense-eater disappeared into the thick incense mist. Tunnel exit. Luo Qianxian, wearing a long rope, was wandering through the tunnel with Sun Nan. Sun Nan's eyes scanned around, as if he was always on guard for something. Qianxian, do you think President Su's plan? Will it work? It should work. Look at that creepy. He hasn't even come to us now. He must have gone to eat that guy with the dog. But I can't figure out why we have to split up 2 by 2? Wouldn't it be better for the 4 of us to get together, use 2 ropes, and trick that guy? Probably. It's easier to confuse people if they're separated. Luo Qianxian explained casually, but her footsteps were intentionally controlled. Hey Shining, why don't we get to the end of the tunnel yet? Sun Nan held up his glasses, a little puzzled. According to the agreement, when Zhuo Yang was being gnawed, the 4 of them ran wildly towards the tunnel exit at the same time and then converged. Now, why does it feel like it's been spinning in place? Because, the more you try to get out, the more you can't. Luo Qianxian suddenly gave a strange laugh. Sun Nan was stunned. What's that say? It's like, for example, a tunnel digger who retired to deliver incense. The more he tries to expose something, the more difficulties he encounters until he loses his life. If he had known that, he would have been better off not exposing and not delivering incense. What are you talking about? Sun Transportation's rock crusher is refurbished every year by standard, right? But you guys, with the huge refurbishment fee, did not act, causing the rock crusher to malfunction during the collapse, and not rescuing people in the first place. Do you think it's better to blame an act of God for a death? Or do you blame it on a human disaster? Luo Qianxian's voice grew colder, and Sun Nan's eyelids jumped. Luo Qianxian, what are you babbling about? Now we're on the run. Hey, do you say this with any necessary connection? There is. Because, the father pays the son. What do you mean? You don't really think that you deserve to walk out of here, do you? Scent-eater, eat the scent. The cool voice echoed through the tunnel. Ho ho ho. Next moment, a wry laugh rang out. Sun Nan's pupils contracted for a moment. Luo Qianxian, you lunatic. What the hell are you doing? Enterprises that eat human blood buns. You have to think about the day when you go to hell. Grandpa, granddaughter, incense for you. Put. In the thick fog, a black shadow flickered and swooped in, seeming to be a frightening ghost. What did you say, Grandpa? not waiting for Sun Nan to be half surprised. A shattered old man's face came puffing out of the smoke, catching bright red teeth, viciously biting into his neck. Chapter 57, Sacrificial Incense. 3 lengths, below. Cough cough. Why? You. A sharp, tearing pain came from his neck. Sun Nan could feel the cold and chilling teeth, biting through his arteries and crushing his neck bone. Click click click. That creepy, to bite off his own head. Maybe you don't have to die if the law is still in place. But, Grandpa needs to rest in peace, and President Su needs to be repaid. So, hit the road. No more soft and youthful. Luo Qianqian looked at Sun Nan icily, watching his neck gradually being bitten through by the incense-eating ghost. The horrible sound of chewing echoed through the tunnel. Blood, broken flesh, and slagged bones spilled out one by one along Sun Nan's broken neck. Until, under the gnawing of the incense-eater, Sun Nan's head and neck finally left his body, and was picked up by the incense-eater with one hand and thrown into the smoke. Pfffffffffff. And the neck, which had lost its head, was splattered with blood like a waterfall. The incense-eater's mouth was open, bathing in the blood fountain with an evil grin on his face. He picked up Sun Nan's headless corpse on his back, and his bloodstained face looked at Luo Qianqian with a fierce smile. The fourth candle. There was nothing but distorted excitement in his voice. No emotion whatsoever. Grandpa, you really don't recognize me? Didn't you say you wanted to see me get a boyfriend later? Let me make a video of you and send it out? Bitterly looking towards the incense-eating ghost, Luo Qianqian's lips pursed slightly, but the only thing that responded to her was a back that carried the body away. Tap tap tap. Out of the smoke. Not long after, came again the sound of a footstep. Su Donglai quietly stepped will arrive, revealing his figure from the smoke. Looking at Luo Qianqian, who was standing dumbfounded, and then looking at the blood all over the ground, he coldly asked, all done, right? Sun Nan is the 4th incense burner if you come alone. The 3rd incense burner is Wu Yiting? Luo Qianqian scanned Su Donglai's side, and Su Donglai shrugged helplessly. Qianqian, I'm really out of ideas. It would be good if that what's-his-name's Wei Yan was killed. You wouldn't even have to die. As a result, I didn't expect it. He's actually a ghost sentinel. I'm sorry about that. Sin. Maybe. You're going to be the 5th incense burner. No harm done. President Su, according to the original agreement, you help me find the 2nd generation of 4 corporations to set out information to report them, and I'll help you become famous. Now, Grandpa needs 5 sticks of incense to rest in peace, and 4 enemies, plus one of his own granddaughters, is a good end. That wish. It's kind of what our Luo family owes you. Luo Qianqian had already bowed towards Su Donglai as she spoke. Su Donglai smiled humbly, but he couldn't wait to point deeper into the tunnel. It's okay, it should be. Let's go and give Grandpa Luo one last ride. Weakly, he nodded. The two seemed to have made the rules and pathways here very clear. After walking towards the deepest part of the tunnel, after only a few moments, one could see the stone pestle in the tunnel that was piled up with stones. Originally silent and dead quiet stone pestle, at this moment can be used to lively, bloody to describe. Directly above the stone pestle, the incense-eating ghost was crouching on its side, sucking greedily on something, and right in front of the stone pestle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 corpses, like guards, stood in front of the stone pestle. The first Zhao Yue had his head and arms cut off and stood at an extremely short height. Beside him, Wu Ming stood with his head tilted and his eyes dead gray, standing a hair taller than him. Then there was Wu Yiting, with blood still flowing from her forehead, and her entire face was stuck beside Wu Ming in fear, at the same height as Wu Ming. Finally, there was Sun Nan, the body with the lost head, the same shortness as Zhao Yue, stuck on the other side of the stone pestle. 4 corpses, 2 long and 2 short, were stuck in front of the stone pestle at short length and height in that order. Only, between Sun Nan and Wu Yiting, there was a vacancy. In the silent tunnel, the corpses of Sun Nan and Wu Yiting, and the sound of spattering blood came from time to time. The scent-eating ghosts lay on their backs in front of the 4 corpses, licking the spattered blood over and over. The bizarre and inexplicable scene made people feel that the 4 corpses were like 4 incense burners, offering incense-eating ghosts. Ho ho ho! Seemingly tired of eating blood, the incense-eating ghost jerked its head up and looked at Luo Qianqian, Su Donglai and the 2 of them. The 5th incense burner. Incense! Sin! With a grim look, Su Donglai looked towards Luo Qianqian. Luo Qianqian nodded and locked eyes with the twisted human face of the incense-eating ghost without the slightest fear. Grandpa, You once told me that 3 sticks of incense are used to invoke the gods to reveal their spirits. 4 sticks of incense are used to care for children and grandchildren from dust. And 5 sticks of incense are used to drive away evil spirits and protect the children and grandchildren. Incense is happy to be 2 short and 1 long. And most of all, it is not to be 3 short, 3 long, 2 short. Now, with 1 long incense burner to go, I've come to free you. Consider it, too, as a repayment to President Su. Righteously, he walked between Sun Nan and Wu Yiting. When Luo Qianqian stood to the moment of the 4 people. Short long long short, 3 long 2 short 5 people. Shangli has become. Burn the 5th incense. Burn the incense. Instead of actively attacking Luo Qianqian this time, the incense-eating ghost closed its eyes and used its hollow nose to suck and feel something. Luo Qianqian let out a bitter smile, took out a fruit knife from her bosom, and wiped it against her neck. Hissing, the snowy blade cut across the neck. The weird thing was that there was no blood coming out of Luo Qianqian's neck. A blood-colored mist overflowed from her neck and wrapped around the 5 people in front of the stone pestle. The blood mist instantly spread around the stone pestle. Strange and demonic blood-colored aerosols followed one after another on the 5 people. Ah! Aroma! Aroma! Yummy yummy! Ongwu! With its mouth wide open, the scent-eater sucked greedily on the blood mist. As it sucked, the bodies of all 5 were rapidly drying up and shriveling. Ah! Enjoy! It's really enjoyable. Incense giver, name your long-cherished wish. Sucking on the blood mist, the incense eater's features actually gradually returned to their normal appearance. It looked toward Luo Qianqian, who was already full of pallor at this moment, and her body had lost a lot of weight. The wish, lips wriggling, Luo Qianqian just wanted to speak. Sin. Hearing that he could make a wish, Su Donglai hurriedly shouted. He looked nervously at Luo Qianqian, who smiled and gave him a look. The wish, please give. Toughly raising her arm that was wrapped in blood mist, she was thinking of pointing it at Su Donglai. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a figure raced through the shadowy tunnel. Luo Qianqian, do you really want to? What the hell was your grandfather's wish? Explosive thunderous sound rang out. Zhuoyang followed the little inkblot, and had already arrived in front of the stone pestle. Chapter 58. There is no medicine for regret in this world? Left. Mr. Zhua. Surprised to look at Zhuoyang, Luo Qianqian was a bit puzzled. How could Zhuoyang know that the incense-eating ghost was his grandfather? Zhuoyang, you're an outsider. What are you doing here? Seeing that Luo Qianqian's wish was about to point at himself, but was interrupted by Zhuoyang, Su Donglai's face twisted. Outsiders? It's not easy to say. With a wooden face, Zhuoyang was about to go forward to pull Luo Qianqian. What 5th incense burner? What wishing? Do you think that your grandfather will be happy if you do this? Zhuoyang, what the fuck are you doing? Seeing that Zhuoyang actually wanted to stop the sacrifice, Su Donglai was anxious. It doesn't matter if the other party is a ghost scholar or not. He took 2 steps forward and was about to throw a punch towards Zhuoyang. Mr. Zhua, though I don't know why you are trying to stop me, but this is what I owe President Su. Just let me go with Grandpa. Luo Qianqian stood in the blood mist, facing Zhuoyang's persuasion. She was indifferent. Zhuoyang cold face, the ghost face sore between his neck glared at Su Donglai. Su Donglai then wilted, swung out his fist frozen in midair. How can not hit down? Angling his head, Zhuoyang laughed out coldly and looked at Su Donglai with contempt. You owe him? What do you owe him? He used you as a pawn. And in the end, the world knows about your grandfather? But I've kind of avenged my grandfather. You report shit. You killed these 2 biters. Yes, you are out of breath. But have you ever thought about it? Even if you don't do it, he, Su Donglai, is going to do you all one by one. Because he needs this wish. He's not guarding this place to leave through the tunnel. He's guarding it to harness your grandfather and become a ghostbuster. Luo Qianqian, do you want your grandfather to be dominated by him even after he dies? Zhuoyang's words came out fiercely, shocking Luo Qianqian. Su Donglai and the 2 were dumbfounded. You, how do you know so much? Su Donglai was confused. No, dude, where did you, an outsider, research all these details? Sherlock Holmes couldn't possibly find out. Could he? Mr. Zhua, maybe you're right, but President Su did help me, so me returning his favor, it's only right. Luo Qianqian was pestled in the blood mist, and still had no intention of coming out. SB, Zhuoyang cursed her. You've been used from start to finish. You owe a shitload of favors. If anything, really owe anyone. You know, there's a man who once helped you, and he even advised you to ask your grandfather not to send incense, didn't he? Isn't his help much more selfless? This, Mr. Zhua, you actually even know this? Luo Qianqian was dumbfounded. No one but herself and her grandfather could possibly know anything about what happened on that survival forum. Of course, because there is no medicine for regret in this world. The incense giver, Zui Yang shouted, and Luo Qianqian's pupils dilated violently. There's no medicine for regret in this world? How come? Are you? I actually counted on you. Her eyes became soft, and Luo Qianqian looked at Zui Yang with some shame. The man who was so eager to help himself on the internet that he actually thought of asking him to become a sacrifice in his place. In a split second, Luo Qianqian only felt that she didn't have the face to look at Zui Yang. You owe me a meal, right? Zui Yang looked at Luo Qianqian with certainty. Luo Qianqian let out a bitter smile. I'm sorry, that day, my grandfather happened to have an accident. Sure enough, Zui Yang's face sank. His guess was not wrong, because he did not have the memory of meeting with Luo Qianqian. Luo Qianqian also did not have an impression of himself. So, about the past self and Luo Qianqian dating dinner. This matter must be yellow. You owe me this meal. I want you to come out right now and finish eating with me. Zui Yang took 2 steps forward and was about to pull Luo Qianqian out. The moment the big hand gripped the lotus root arm, Luo Qianqian's heart swam. With that, she looked nervously at the incense eater on the stone pestle. No way. I'm leaving. The sacrifice was interrupted and it will go berserk. What are you afraid of? Isn't there a guy there? Take him top. When Zui Yang pointed at Su Donlai was scared to pee. His mouth quivered. How could I have imagined that I had come to squat for favors and ended up becoming a sacrifice myself? No, Luo Qianqian. You can't be ungrateful. I helped you. He struggled, then looked at Zui Yang with a resentful gaze. Zui Yang, you dare to get me killed? My dad is on the Aurora cruise. If you dare to get me killed, you will definitely not be able to move an inch in the survivor base in the future. Threatening Zui Yang, I thought that the other party would be more or less moved. Unexpectedly, Zui Yang just smiled. I told you, your information can't be that bad. You're waiting to become a ghostbuster and figure out how to get back on the cruise ship, right? But, tap, taking a few steps out, Zui Yang squeezed Su Donlai's shoulder. Luo Qianqian, come out. After saying that, Zui Yang threw Su Donlai towards Luo Qianqian's place. Luo Qianqian, think about it. In the end, who the hell helped you? Giving you exposure. Seeing that he was about to be pushed into the stone pestle, Su Donlai bellowed. Luo Qianqian smiled miserably towards Zui Yang. Mr. Zua, I'm sorry, if I had listened to you in the beginning and persuaded Grandpa, maybe we would have had dinner together. Maybe. Her eyes were full of teardrops. I'm sorry, for the sake of your future, you can't kill Chairman Su. You're right. I only owe you. Scent Eater, wish, please give it to Mr. Left. The fruit knife was in his hand, and the sharp blade completely slit his throat. A large mist of blood overflowed from Luo Qianqian's neck, and she was laughing with some relief. Grandpa, I'm off to keep you company. USB. Angrily rebuking Luo Qianqian, Zui Yang also did not expect that she would directly cut herself off. He underestimated Luo Qianqian's thoughts about her grandfather and underestimated Luo Qianqian's good feelings about herself. Pfffffffff. As blood spurted from her throat, her body grew dry and twisted. A young girl, like a scented candle, burns out and dissipates into red smoke before her eyes. Ongwu. Full. The 5 corpses turned into pieces, and on the stone pestle, the incense eater ghost looked at Zui Yang with satisfaction. Say it. Your wish. Looking at the old face of the incense eater, Zui Yang was a bit dumbfounded at this moment. At his side, Su Donlai yelled, Zui Yang, you said for me to become his Oni. Hear me. You said so. I'll make sure you're clothed and fed on the cruise. Chapter 59, Tunnel Opening. Noisy. Su Donlai's crazy voice hissed, and Zui Yang couldn't help but give him a kick. This kick was more or less with some annoyance. A kick to Su Donlai rolled on the ground twice. Zui Yang's face grew colder and colder. After looking at the incense eater, he looked at Su Donlai again. How dare you have the nerve to ask me? Aren't you afraid I'll wish for your death? As the morose gaze looked on, Su Donlai trembled. He was hysterical just now about becoming an Oni, but now that he didn't have anything to look forward to, he sobered up instead. You wouldn't dare kill me. Patting his clothes, Su Donlai stood straight up. You just don't dare kill me. I know. You're here to get to the docks on the other side of the Southside River Bridge, right? My dad told me that in 2 more days, the Aurora will be passing through here. When the time comes, my dad will bring someone to find me. What do you think will happen if he doesn't see me? What do you think he'll do with someone who survived on his own? With a provocative gaze, it seems that even though Su Donglai's clothes are dirty from being kicked by Zhuo Yang, he is not afraid of Zhuo Yang at all. Oof. You father and son have done your math. But, Ghostface Sore. Ha ha ha. A strange laugh escaped his neck. Ghostface Sore stared at Su Donglai, and Su Donglai only felt that his entire body was like falling into an ice cave. He went rigid for a moment, unable to move. However, he only saw Zhuo Yang copied a piece of broken stone on the stone pestle and smashed it down towards his forehead. Bang! A rush of blood and red filled his eyes, and a shallow crater seemed to have been smashed into his white forehead. Su Donglai could feel a large amount of blood spilling out crazily from his forehead. His brain was dizzy and his body fainted without control. I won't kill you. Since you like the incense eater, let it eat you. In the last moment before he fell asleep, he vaguely heard Zhuo Yang's cold grunt. Zhuo Yang witnessed Su Donglai's fainting, and only then did his gaze look at the incense-eating ghost. I wish. Break through the deep tunnel. Oh, got it. After the words were finished, the incense eater nodded without any emotion, and then disappeared into the smoke. Boom boom boom. With that, the end of the tunnel sounded like a gurgling excavation. Inside the tunnel, the next moment it was as if a wind was blowing from the end, and the smoke that filled the tunnel, at that moment, suddenly dissipated. Deep tunnel, return to what it should be. The old me. I'm sorry. The people you like, the people you help, in the end, are the ones who help me. With a complex expression, he walked towards the end of the tunnel. Zhuo Yang wondered why he did not have much sadness about Luo Chanshan's death. Is it because you're used to the cold-bloodedness of a weird apocalypse? If I were my pre-apocalyptic self, I would have cried out, right? This time, because of my goodness in the past, I am saved. How ironic. The wind in his ears grew louder. Toward the direction of the wind, the stone wall that had originally blocked the tunnel had eerily disappeared without a trace at the moment. At the exit of the tunnel is a bridge several thousand meters long. On both sides of the bridge is the Great Blue River. The night wind came, carrying the water cold, and blew away Zhuo Yang's melancholy, as if everything was a dream. Raising his eyes to the sky, it was already the faint light of breaking dawn. He was in the deep tunnels, and went through another night. Next, it's just a walk across the bridge, right? Fast forward to the South Side River Bridge. There are 3 bus stops spread across the South City River Bridge. The tunnel exits at the head of the bridge, one in the middle of the bridge, and one at the end of the bridge. Zhuo Yang looked at the bus stop at the exit. The plastic glass was old and worn out, and only a bus ride was written on it. Bus No. 4, departs from 9 to 2100 hours. Could it be? Is this the place to take the evil ghost bus? Standing at the bus stop for a while, Zhuo Yang hesitated for a moment, but still walked toward the South River Bridge. Granted, taking the bus was an idea brought up by the incense burner, but it doesn't say you won't be allowed to walk across the bridge, does it? The entire South River Bridge is only a few thousand meters long, a half-hour walk at most. According to Su Donglai, at the other end of the bridge, there should be a dock where the Aurora picks up and drops off. Little Murph, go! Calling out to the little inkblot, Zhuo Yang walked quickly along the bridge. It was a rainy day, with thick dark clouds overcasting the land in obscurity. The river rippled on either side of the bridge, and dead silence reigned all around. Zhuo Yang has the illusion that if you accidentally fall into the South City River, maybe there will also be weirdness underwater to pull you down. When he quickly walked to the stop in the middle of the South River Bridge, Zhuo Yang's footsteps lurched. He looked at the bridge roadway directly in front of him and finally realized why he was taking the evil ghost bus. In front of the bus stop at the South River Bridge Central Station, South River Bridge collapsed. Yes, it collapsed directly into a 10-meter or so void. Beneath the empty depression, there were still twisted and crooked remnants of a few steel bars and broken stubble concrete, and below was the bottomless South River. Grass. This nasty swimmer is going to die? What kind of car can fly over a dozen meters past that? Hearse, right? At this moment, Zhuo Yang finally understood. I feel like I'm taking the evil ghost bus to cross the collapsed bridge with the help of a weird power. What is not humanly possible is born by the bizarre. Not bad for an incense burner, coming up with a route that's all about bizarre openings. Depressed, I sat inside the Midway bus stop. Zhuo Yang thought about it carefully, but he also felt reasonable. My previous self said that someone had exposed the poor quality of the Shamshuepa Tunnel and South River Bridge. Perhaps these accidents are not accidental, but inevitable. If I had enough energy in the past, wouldn't it be enough to send people to build the deep tunnel, the South River Bridge? What about avoiding everything that's happening right now? Hey, what's on your mind? Where did I get that much energy? Boring thought. Zhuo Yang waited leisurely until the time on my cell phone came to 9:30. A scene that made Zhuo Yang unexpected happened. Drip drip drip. #4bus really came up on the South River Bridge section of the road. It's brand new, and it's nothing like a regular bus. Drip drip drip. The car stopped in front of Zuoyang, and after the door popped open, the bus driver looked at Zuoyang. Get in the car? He asked with an expressionless face, a little pale and puffy under the hood of his overalls. Zuoyang did not say anything, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded and hugged the little inkblot and got into the car. Pust. The doors closed and the car beeped. Ride the bus please consciously coin. Front up and back down. Respect for the elderly and love for children. Civilized you and me. Silently pulling out a few coins from his pocket, Zuoyang had just tossed them down into the coin machine, intending to find a seat when he did. Suddenly, all the passengers in the car looked up at Zuoyang, even the driver of the car. Young man, you take the game coin to throw in a coin. Ah, the grim voice came from behind. Under the driver's brim, a pair of puffy, festering eyes glared at Zuoyang. Zuoyang was confused. Bad. Chapter 60, why are you okay? I've seen a lot of people like you. No quality guys. Yeah, young man, you're skipping out on a bill for a few bucks, aren't you? Wu Yang. Contemptuous eyes have looked. Zuoyang face black. I'm so used to riding the bus with coins. I forgot. It's a ghost bus. What do you vote for the ghost train? Plutonium? Seems like. It's not even a big difference between him getting in the car and putting in a coin and not putting in a coin. Hell knows. What kind of coins the ghost bus collects. Vigilantly surveying everyone in the car. The corner of Zuoyang's eyes suddenly jumped. In the last row of seats, he actually saw Su Donlai. Su Donlai was giving him a bad smile. Zuoyang can't imagine. Can you? What can you give for a ride in a ghost train? I'm afraid I can't even give plutonium. Give money to the living? You might as well run away from the bill. You, how are you still alive? Zuoyang looked cold, and Su Donlai comfortably crossed his legs. You say, if I don't have something to fall back on, how can my dad feel comfortable with me waving around here? Silence. Su Donlai's body. Perhaps there is still some kind of magic weapon or something hidden. This is something that Zuoyang did not consider. But right now, he wasn't in the mood to speculate about that. Because, the bus driver or the passengers, they were all coming towards themselves. The weird thing is that the bus was still moving along normally when it was clear that the drivers were out of the driver's seat. Unqualified stuff. Uncultivated. Get off. Get out of the car. Around them two older lords rose and approached, their bodies slightly sickly and puffy. After taking a step, my clothes were oozing with dripping water. Woof woof. Just then, the little inkblot growled in revulsion. Dogs? Take the dog in the car. You can't control it either. A rotten man like you doesn't deserve a dog. Put. The barking of the dog apparently caused one of the passengers to become upset, and he took 2 steps forward to pounce on the little inkblot. Woof woof. The little inkblot screamed twice in rage before biting down hard on the passenger. Put. Sharp canine teeth bit through the passenger's thigh, but instead of blood, the spray was a clatter of running water. Dog! And you bite! The bitten passenger roared. He opened his mouth wide, and horrible acid spilled out of it. Oh wah wah wah! Sticky, smelly liquid that looked like river water and stomach fluids sprayed the little inkblot all over it. Woof woof woof! The little inkblot howled and just tried to flee. Another passenger lunged at him. This time, this passenger, white all over, had black grass like watercress growing out of his body, tying the little inkblot tightly. Woof woof. The little inkblot couldn't move and could only look at Zuoyang with a begging gaze. Zuoyang touched the ghost face sore on his neck and looked a little embarrassed. This busload of passengers can be spooky. It seems that even if the ghost face sore is allowed to explode, it may not be a match. Ha ha ha. Boy, this time, you won't be able to escape. I'll tell you where the way to life is. You let me revive. I'll be the subject, and I'll do it all for you with this load of crap. Rampant laughter came from the neck, and after Zuoyang involuntarily retreated 2 steps, behind him, a large woman suddenly wrapped her arms around herself. Boy, you're responsible for skipping orders. The wet and greasy touch came, and Zuoyang only felt that his back was as uncomfortable as if he was immersed in water. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zuoyang, you want me to die? Good good good. I'd like to see how you're going to die. Su Donglai's maniacal laughter came from the back seat of the car, and Zuoyang pursed his lips and quickly took out his cell phone. Now, there's only one death first. If you use the ghost face sore, it is true that you can retreat from the enemy, but you will definitely be controlled by the recovery of the ghost face sore. That way, it's already the same as death. The only way to find new clues to life is to start over. Beside them, 2 more Moncler outlet store adults came. Their noses and eyes were watery, and they approached towards Zuoyang. Clatter. The foul-smelling sticky water spewed out of the 2 grandmasters' mouths, filling Zuoyang nearly fainted. Zuoyang simply did not breathe, and after taking out his cell phone, He quickly clicked on the communication bar with his past self, and his fingers quickly tapped. Zuoyang, hello from the past. If you're reading this message, it means I'm dead. Please remember, before passing through the deep tunnel, strictly check if Su Donglai is hiding something like a magic weapon on his body. On bus number 4, there may be certain rules, so please make careful choices before getting on the bus. After hurriedly editing the message, Zuoyang clicked send. Tick tick. Also at this time, the driver lifted his hat completely, and underneath it the head had split open, and the liquid, flooded with water and brain matter, slid down in drips. He looked at Zuoyang with a grim expression. Unruly passengers will be punished by me personally. Woohoo! He opened his mouth and a ball of water plants surged out and plunged towards Zuoyang's eyes. Put! Ah. The intense pain came, and Zuoyang only felt that his eyes were crumbling and writhing, but he could not see anything. It's not just that. After the water plants pierced through Zuoyang's eyes, they were actually still squeezing towards the back of the eyeballs. Intracranial. It was like ants crawling inside the skull. Pain. Itchy. Uncontrollable spasms all over my body. Ah, your brain. It seems to be delicious. Just in time. My brain is banged up. So take yours and patch it up. A ghoulish, strange laugh echoed through the bus. And then, Zuoyang could only feel his head shriveling, and he could no longer hear any sound, any movement. The mind was clear, as if it had literally been completely drained of its marrow. Being in the dark for a while, until the tip of his nose once again smelled the clear scent, Zuoyang slowly opened his eyes, and he had already returned to the deep mountain tunnel. Boom boom boom. A strange noise came from the end of the tunnel. He returned, as promised, to the moment when the incense-eating ghosts had tunneled through. Shit, what a fucked up way to die. The zombie didn't eat my brain. The driver did. Covering his forehead, Zuoyang's gaze went to the unconscious Su Donglai. This guy, he must have had something on him to save his life to avoid the attack of the incense-eater, and caught the bus safely after he left. Well. Now, what's yours, is mine. Quickly walking towards Su Donglai, Zuoyang turned him all over. Finally, it was the 3 stacks of yellow paper folded up paper figures found in his pants pocket. Oh, what the hell is this? Money paper man. A trinket that can take the place of the dead. Is it sacrificed? The voice of the incense burner came from his mind, and the corner of Zuoyang's mouth turned away. Sacrifice this and that? Why don't you go grab it? Sacrificing this item will give you 3 ghost lines, which can suppress the ghost face sores. Ha, that's alright then. Sacrifice. Upon hearing that he could exchange 3 chances to suppress the revival of the ghost face sore, Zuoyang chose to make a sacrifice without hesitation. Please place a tribute at. Putting the 3 paper figures into the incense burner, a black smoke rose from the burner. Then, near the ghost face sore on Zuoyang's neck, there were 3 more black marks that looked like finger marks. So, this is the ghost pattern. Touching the somewhat chilly black seal, Zuoyang coldly looked at Su Donglai. This time, you have to die, right? Silently walking out of the deep tunnel, Zuoyang pulled out his cell phone. He had figured out how to give the driver the correct fare for the ride. Chapter 61, The Coin Hidden in the Car. Walk out of the deep tunnel. This time, Zuoyang did not walk to the middle stop of the South River Bridge, but sat at the bus stop at the exit of the tunnel. Removing his cell phone, he instantly contacted his past self. Zuoyang, hello. Something's wrong. Come and help. There are no pills of regret in this world. What's wrong? Zuoyang, now. I need you to go and get on a bus. It must be the first number 4 bus that runs in the morning. When you get to the bus, you hide a few coins under the first seat in the front of the bus, and then get off right away. There are no pills of regret in this world. What are you doing? I'm hiding coins now. Could it be that you can still find them and proceed to use them? Zuoyang, smart. Remember, when you get on the bus, get off as soon as you've hidden the coins, and don't take the bus to the South River Bridge. There are no pills of regret in this world. I see. South River Bridge. Will it collapse in the future? Zuoyang, I guess. Right. There are no pills for regrets. Then I have to help that sense sender more. Why doesn't she answer me back lately? Looking at his own broken thoughts on the other end, Zuoyang only sent a speed to hide coins, and then closed the phone. There is no need for my past self to know the tragedy of the present. Sitting quietly at the tunnel entrance, Zuoyang blew the cold wind. Inside the tunnel, at an unknown time, came Su Donglai's miserable scream. Ah! Damn it! Zuoyang! How dare you take my things? My old man won't let you go. Hysterical screams echoed through the tunnel. Zuoyang is convinced this time. Su Donglai is absolutely dead this time. This guy, he certainly didn't have any coins on the bus at the time either. He should have used the paper man once when he dealt with the incense eater and cast it once when he got on the bus. Actually, I could have followed his example and not sacrificed the paperman, but the ghost pattern is more cost-effective for me. Plus, if anything, I hid money on the bus in the past. At that time, the 04 bus, I remember. It was the one that didn't have any accidents. That is to say, as long as the money was then retained in the car until now, and I remove it and coin it in again, it should be in line with the ghost bus's monetary approval. The South River Bridge collapsed. Together with the weird and unusual appearance of the bus, perhaps the bridge collapsed and the bus fell into the South River, creating the evil ghost bus? The mind raced. Drip drip drip. Since the deep mountain tunnel, a brand new 4 bus stopped in front of Zhuoyang with its horn blaring. Put. The car door opened, and the driver, still with the brim of his hat lowered, asked towards Zhuoyang, "Get in the car?" Zhuoyang nodded, picked up the little ink blot and walked up. Put. The doors are closed. The car beeped. Please vote consciously. Respect the old and love the young. Get on the front and get off the back. And be civilized people. Looking at the direction of the coin machine, Zhuoyang did not dare to rush to put in the coins this time. He stood near the coin machine, his body approaching towards the first row of seats. When he didn't put in the coins, the eyes of the passengers in the car, coincidentally, looked at him in unison. "Young man, you take the bus. Don't you have coins?" A sorrowful questioning voice rang out. The driver had glared at Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang smiled. "Wait, now." Panicked, he reached his large hand under a row of seats to feel around. In a few moments, 2 round, coin-like objects were touched to him. Sure enough, Zhuoyang's face was delighted. What I had stored myself a month ago was indeed still there. The first bus in the morning is basically a regular one, and the one you used to get on is the one in front of you. Pulled the coin out and the wet feel with rust into the hand. Zhuoyang fixed his eyes for a while, and the 2 coins seemed to have been soaked in water and had rusted and corroded. It seems. I'm thinking good thoughts. After putting 2 rusty coins into the bus, the driver never looked at Zhuoyang again. Zhuoyang Woods held the little inkblot and walked towards the last row of seats on the bus. Inside the evil spirit bus, the beeping voice talked about it. Conscientious coin tossing, respect for the elderly, front up and back down. While it is true that these are the basic etiquette of riding the bus, it is not to be denied that they would not be the taboo rules of the ghost bus now. Sitting in the corner of the last row, where there are no seats for the elderly, sick and disabled, should not be a problem. Leaning against the car window, Zhuoyang tried to pull it open, but it was obviously an open and brand new window. But the big hand pushed through it not only did not respond, but even touched a piece of dampness. Not only that, but the clean and shiny roof surface. Tick-tock water stains coalesced out of thin air and kept dripping. Zhuoyang frowned, only to realize that his pants were already soaked underneath. Phew. The little inkling was coiled in his lap, and seemed rather repulsed by the place, making purring noises. South River Bridge is here. South River Bridge is here. The car moved slowly. Before I knew it, I had driven to the station in the South River Bridge. Inside the car, Zhuoyang looked at the South River Bridge. Obviously the front of this site is collapsing, but now in the car, the South River Bridge in front of me is not different at all. Tick tick. The water stains on the top of his head seemed to be dripping faster and faster for some reason. Almost everyone in the other seats was hit in the face with drops of water, but they were all unresponsive. Beneath his feet, on the steel plastic car floor, unbeknownst to him, water was actually slowly spreading out. Shit, this car even managed to get on the car and keep sitting down. I guess I will drown in the water in the car. Right? But it's okay. As soon as the car gets to the stop at the end of the South River Bridge, I'll get off. The mind thinks this way. From the door in front of the car, an old woman came hurrying up. After this old woman got on the car, as soon as the car door closed, she didn't even give money and hurriedly ran to Zhuoyang. "Hey, wasn't it you, who just stole my wallet at the site? Good thing I was smart enough to run ahead and wait for you at this stop." The old woman viciously pointed at Zhuoyang, and Zhuoyang was confused. "What the hell? I gave you a wallet to steal? Humph, bastard. Do you think I'm old and dumb enough to be fooled?" The old woman grabbed Zhuoyang's arm, but she leaned down to his ear and murmured in a whisper, "Boy, you're crazy. This car is full of ghosts. How dare you? Come on, you and me out of the car." After vigorously pulling Zhuoyang up, the old woman was indignant. "Go, you liar, come with me to the police station and turn yourself in." She cursed and her loud voice caused discomfort to many on the bus. Even the driver looked this way in disgust from time to time. "Go, get out of the car. Driver, stop the car," the old woman yelled, slapping the rear door roughly and clanging it. Zhuoyang held the little inkblot and just watched the old woman's performance. He really didn't expect it. This car is halfway down the road, and it's picking up an old man? But, the last time he rode the bus, He sure as hell didn't have this old man. Moreover, at that time, the bridge collapsed in front of the middle of the South River Bridge, and the back of the road and personally walked. This old man simply cannot appear from the sight out of thin air. That said, this guy, too, is creepy. Chapter 62, Still Making Mistakes? This is if I hadn't died yesterday. First time on this bus. Getting on from the South River front stop. Maybe, I really thought you were a living person who popped out of nowhere and tried to save me. Cold faces watched the old woman's performance. Zui Yang just stood behind her. Put. The driver seemed to growl impatiently as the car drove a dozen meters or so. Noisy, noisy, noisy. Just make noise. Get out of the car and fix it yourself. He slammed on the brakes, and after the door popped open, the old woman smiled towards Zui Yang and pulled his arm out of the car. But Zui Yang, however, did not get off. It was only her arm that she was pulling, her eyes cold as she looked at the old woman. The man still standing in the car. Hey, young man, do you want to die? Hurry down. The old woman prodded, her eyes scornful of the car. The look seemed to be that of a really panicked ordinary person, no doubt. Ha, what if I do get off? I'm not dead? Zui Yang coldly grunted. The ghost face sore on his neck twisted and looked at the old woman. Immediately, the old woman's body trembled and involuntarily loosened her grip on Zui Yang's hand. Get lost you! You think I don't know that before the South River Bridge Central Station, the bridge was collapsed and there were no living people at all? Cold words finished, Zui Yang big-handed draw. The car door poof slowly closed. In front of the car, the old woman's eyes, which were still concerned, became gloomy and stared viciously at Zui Yang. The car started slowly. Until then, it was only then that Zui Yang was shocked to realize that looking from behind the soon-to-be-closed car door, the place where that old woman was now standing was not a roadway at all, but a river. Yes, the car is now pulling up to the collapse in front of the South River Bridge median site. That means that if you just got out of the car, you fell straight into the South River. This old woman is a drowned water ghost, trying to pull someone down to find a replacement. Rub. It's a good thing I've already died once. Or hell, I'd know that this is just above the river. Holding the little inkblot, Zui Yang did not return to his seat. Holding onto the railing, he planned to get off the bus as soon as he reached the South River Bridge end station. This bus is evil. If you don't get off early, you're bound to die. The bus car floated eerily on the river, like a paper boat floating on a lake. However, being inside the bus, I only felt that the speed of the bus was slow and there was nothing unusual. As he watched the bus pull away from above the river, the outline of the bus stop at the end of the South River Bridge gradually became visible, and Zui Yang's face was delighted. Just get to that place. Woof woof. Suddenly, the body of the little inkblot in his arms trembled and let out an instinctive low growl. Zui Yang was stunned. What? Up? The words are just coming out. Tick tick. Icy cold drops of water began to seep down faster from the roof of the bus. Tick tick. The bus, which was brand new, also began to grow a grayish-yellow rust as the weird water beads condensed. Da 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 da. The steel and plastic sheets underfoot had been overridden by shallow water at some point. The morose cold water hadn't passed Zui Yang's ankle and was flooding towards his knees. This car. It seems like the closer we get to the end of the South River Bridge, the more the car crashes. No, or rather, the further away from the South River the car becomes what it was. Gripping the rust-covered armrests, he fixed his eyes on the car again. The seats were full of puffy corpses that were soaked and festering. They were like ice cream melting in their seats, their white rotting flesh soft and floppy, and some of them even had water plants growing out of them. A fishy odor filled the air, and the water in the car rose faster and faster, already flooding up to his chest. Damn it! Is it possible that this car won't even make it to the end of the station? Angling his head, he lifted the little inkblot above his head. The original brand new, Bus 04, has now been completely transformed into an accidental vehicle filled with water and speckled with rust. The Nanhwa station has arrived. The Nanhwa station has arrived. Finally, the pleasant beeping of the car rang out moments before the all-over body was soaked under the standing water. Zui Yang pressed the lower car bell. Hello, please open the door. Put. The car pulled up to the station and the doors slowly opened. Zui Yang jumped out of the back door of the car with a brain and landed in the sight. Looking back, what surprised Zui Yang was, the car, which was full of standing water, actually disappeared into thin air after he left. Even the Bus 04, which was supposed to be soaked, is now looking brand new again. Can evil ghost bus only kill people inside the vehicle? Between guesses, Zui Yang was about to pull away from the bus. I didn't want to. Bus 04 actually stopped at the South River Bridge end, stop and didn't drive away. The driver's grim gaze appeared, a look of disgust and loathing under the brim of his hat. No quality stuff. Giggle. The bus is starting. What? Zui Yang's eyelids jumped wildly. He had a bad feeling in his heart and his feet quickened towards the outside of the site. Damn it! Didn't I pay for the car? Didn't I break no taboos? No quality stuff. What a child knows. Such people deserve to die. On Bus 04, the group's mocking rage resounded once again. Zhuoyang picked up the little inkblot and ran wildly towards the outside of the South River Bridge. Is it because of honoring the old and the young? I didn't get off with that old woman? That counts? As he ran, the horrible shadow of the bus car behind him came straight at him. Shit! Toward the edge of the roadway. He hastily lunged and dodged. A cold wind whistled behind him, and in Zhuoyang's thought, the bulky bus car must have already run past, so it is not good to flash around. He forgot that it was a hearse. After the seemingly bulky body of the bus did not hit Zhuoyang in a straight line impact, it actually ignored the terrain and space, slipped a circle in the air, turned the body and then crashed towards Zhuoyang at a rapid speed. This time, it was faster. Bad. Can't hide. At close range, with a rapidly impacting bus and a narrow bridge, it didn't stand a chance. Ghostface Soar. Taking the initiative to use the power of Ghostface Soar with full force, the human face on his neck quickly bulged into a sarcoma. Because of the effect of the Ghostface Soar, the speed of the car quickly dropped, and even once stiffened in place. Run! Run! Taking advantage of the fact that the evil ghost bus was forced to stop, Zhuoyang recklessly ran towards the end of the South River Bridge. At the end of Bridge Road is an arterial road that leads to the highway and other urban areas. The arterial road extends out to the left by the fork in the road, and there is a dock where boats are parked. That should be it. That cruise ship will go through there. Almost with all his strength, Zhuoyang ran straight toward that. Woo-woo. In the distance, there seemed to be the faint sound of a cruise ship honking as well. There is help. Help! Despite the fact that the sphinx on the neck was the size of a man's head, but Zhuoyang knows that as long as it lasts until the cruise ship comes, he could find a way to get on a cruise ship, and the Ghostbusters on board might be able to save his life. Chapter 63, Desperation. Ha. Kid, are you trying to hold out until the cruise ship comes over and then woe betide you and run to the cruise ship? So that will force the Ghostbusters up there to make a move? The Ghostface Soar, which had already swollen to the size of a head, twisted its head and taunted in Zhuoyang's ear. Zhuoyang did not pay attention to it, and when he ran to the pier, a ghost pattern on the side of his neck slowly receded. The Ghostface Soar, which was swollen like a tumor, began to deflate in an instant. The chest continued to rise and fall. In the distance, on the South River Bridge, the evil spirit bus spun eerily in the air. After losing the control of the Ghostface Soar, it still flew and crashed towards him. It was completely and utterly airborne this time. The huge body rotated, but everything inside the car was unharmed, like a boulder smashing towards Zhuoyang. Shit, you're going to hunt down and kill to the end when you violated your taboos? Zhuoyang's gaze was cold, and the Ghostface Soar between his neck bulged for the second time. The huge bus car paused in the air and never crashed for another minute. Ha. Kid, I said, you might die today. A teasing voice came from his neck, and Zhuoyang looked at the cruise ship in the distance. This time, he ran straight towards the water. After jumping into the water, Zhuoyang recklessly swam towards the cruise ship. It's true what Ghostface said. If he wanted to live, the only way to survive was to divert the evil spirit bus towards the cruise ship. Perhaps in this way, the Oni on the ship might step in to restrain the evil spirit bus in order to protect those in the upper echelons. A man and a dog, as if they were drifting lonely leaves, surging wildly across the water. In the meantime, Aurora Cruise. On the deck of the cruise ship was standing an old man with a face similar to Su Donglai's. The old man had binoculars and was looking around for something. His face was solemn, and his demeanor was still slightly tense. On the old man's side, a young man with wavy hair and a somewhat pale face stood in wait and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Su, Donglai didn't show up? Hey, I don't know why, but I couldn't get through on the phone just now. The heart is heavy. This guy, talking about how he has a way to be a Ghostbuster as well. Wouldn't. He's not going to mess up, is he? The old man pursed his lips tightly, and the young man said nothing more. Clatter. Suddenly, not far from the water, there was a strange sound. The two of them looked in unison, and they suddenly discovered Zhuoyang with a black dog, approaching the cruise ship. Behind him, bizarrely, hovered a bus. It was a scene that was really a bit of a hunt. It's spooky. That car is spooky. Chasing that kid. It's a bit strange. Why is that creepy delaying his kill? Looking oddly into the distance, the young man's face was curious. That kid's neck. It seems to be parasitizing a creep. He's an Oni. The old man raised his binoculars and watched for a while before speaking slowly. So I see. I say. It's no wonder that he can still survive in this place. The feelings of this guy. Is a ghost sentinel. A wild Oni? Kind of interesting. The young man's eyes were filled with astonishment and he was about to continue watching when the old man beside him narrowed his eyes. This guy, perhaps he knows Donglai's whereabouts. Hi, can you save him? Hey Uncle Sue. In the water. There's no way I'll lose. The young man grinned. This was followed by a mere wave of a large hand. Put. Terrifyingly huge waves rolled over the water in the distance. The waves pushed 3 meters high, surging towards the half-hanging, evil spirit bus. Rumble. But I didn't want to. The horrible waves slapped on the bus. The bus was deformed by the huge force of the water waves, but it remained motionless, hovering above Zui Yang's head, as if it wouldn't leave until it killed Zui Yang. This creepy doesn't leave even when he's hurt? Bad. This thing is rule-based shenanigans. His face became serious as the young man apologized towards the old man. Uncle Sue, it's not that I don't want to save him. As you can see, if this thing really needs to be expelled away, I guess I'll have to spell out the cost of the bizarre revival. Hey, I know. That guy, it seems, is destined to fold here. The old man nodded and twisted his body to stop looking at Zui Yang. The binoculars in his hand looked away, attempting to identify the new living here. Tap tap tap. Also at this time, from the cabin behind the deck of the cruise ship, another person walked out. This man looks like a tiger. National face, wearing a black suit, a cigarette in his mouth, his face cold. Hey, I say 026, you just used your ability again, didn't you? What? Nothing like showing off? Countryface cursed and 026 smirked. To say the least, you may not believe it. There's a guy in the water up ahead, on top of a bus, coming our way. Are you kidding me? The Countryface's eyes narrowed, but raising his eyes, he actually did see a bus hovering in midair. Hiss. This guy, kind of interesting. A mouthful of cigarettes inhaled, and without a moment's notice, Countryface judged what was going on. He should be a ghost sentinel as well, except that he can only control that psychic bus as well. Able to control the spooky Ghostbusters. Hey, how about it? 023, save it or not? 026 asked 023 snidely, and 023 grunted. Save? Saving him means we take risks. Push him away. In the way of our course. Ha ha, not bad for you. 023. Everything is focused on the mission. Good. Kid, get out of here. Between the two men's words, 026 raised a finger. Wow. On the calm surface of the water, a wave rolled up for no reason, horribly slapping towards Zui Yang. Put. Zui Yang took the little inkblot and just closed in on the cruise ship more than 30 meters away, and the relentless waves lapped at him, instantly pushing him away from dozens of meters away again. Cough cough, choking out a mouthful of water. Zui Yang's neck, ghost face sore is swelling again. Ha. Kid, I told you you'd die. If you can immunize yourself against the abilities of that Oni on that ship and manage to get on board, perhaps you still have a bit of a chance of survival. Hard to come by. Ghostface Sore actually provides decent information. Zui Yang raised his eyes to the water waves that kept coming again in the distance, and already guessed the general idea in his heart. On board, there are Oni who can manipulate water. No wonder we have to go by water. There is no risk for such an Oni to travel by water. Gazing at the cruise ship a few dozen meters away, Zui Yang's face was bitter. Ghost Sore may have the effect of incapacitating a person at a distance of 100 meters, but his Ghost Sore has not once eaten a weird, limited ability to develop. It's a fool's errand to try to nullify the water wave now. Behind them, the evil spirit bus, which was hanging high above the ground, had begun to move. The second ghost tattoo on his neck is also slowly fading. Him, lifeless. Chapter 64, What's Wrong? Top. I will now either use the third ghost pattern and fight to the death. Either. Taking out the cell phone that was still touch-lit from his arms, Zui Yang's mind already had an answer. Instead of exhausting the 3 ghost lines to do a meaningless life and death line, beneath. Start over. Pulling out his cell phone, Zui Yang quickly contacted his past self. Zui Yang, hello from the past. By the time you read this message, I will be dead. Please keep one thing in mind. After getting on the evil ghost bus, there may be other factors other than the coin toss that cause the triggering of its taboos. Personally, I don't feel that it should be honoring the elderly. Please screen the possibilities carefully. And, because of the suppression of the ghost mark, if you can, give the ghost Sore a little bit of weirdness to devour. After the message is clicked to send, Zui Yang looked at the bus above his head and touched the ghost face sore on his neck. Because of the disappearance of the second ghost line, it dried up again. As the ghost face sore dried up, the bus in mid-air, already shaking, towards Zui Yang to smash down. But this time, Zui Yang did not use the third ghost face sore. Rumble. Looking up, he watched the huge bus fall, the massive impact smashing horrific waves on the water. Zhuoyang only felt that he was bombarded by a huge stone, and his whole head collapsed, and his body floated uncontrollably toward the underwater. Clatter! Accompanied by the waves, Zhuoyang's brain floated on the water in a shattered manner. Dead. A ghost sentinel, who hadn't even begun his spooky revival, died like this. Aurora, cruise ship, 023 and 026 watched the scene with calm faces. TSK. After all, it's a wild Oni who doesn't make the grade. 023 exhaled a smoke ring and stepped inside the cabin with a lack of interest. 026, on the other hand, covered his nose in disgust. Pity. It didn't even last long enough for a bizarre revival. Calm was once again restored on the cruise ship as the Aurora sailed away from under the South River Bridge. No one will ever know that an insignificant person died under the surface of this. Cough cough. A sharp pain in the lungs. Zhuoyang dryly coughed a few times. It was as if the whole man had been thrown into the water and his organs filled with ice water. Cough cough. After dry coughing for a while, Zhuoyang realized with a start that he hadn't coughed out anything. He came back to his senses, his eyes brightening. A cold wind blew from behind, and Zhuoyang instantly woke up. When I fixed my eyes, I was already sitting at the station, in front of the South River Bridge. I'm back. Back before getting on the bus from here. Hurriedly, he opened his cell phone. It's only 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 points before the first, 04 bus. Zhuoyang thought about it, picked up the little inkblot and headed towards the manhwa stop. The last time I rode the bus, I don't know why, but I was still able to arouse the hatred of the evil spirit bus when I arrived at the station. Although it is suspected that this is not necessarily due to the taboo of respect for the elderly, it cannot be ruled out that this is not the case. The first time he took the evil spirit bus, Zhuoyang was remembering. If he had gotten on the bus at the South River Bridge Center stop, he wouldn't have met that old water ghost woman on the bus. Instead, the second time you get on the bus at the South River Bridge stop, the bus stops at the South River Bridge stop, and you'll meet the old water ghost woman getting on the bus. The mere fact that the boarding station is different leads to two-event causation. I have to admit, sometimes the butterfly effect is really scary. When he quickly walked to the South River Bridge Central station, Zhuoyang was relieved. If we get on the bus from here this time, whether or not it's because of the taboo of honoring the elderly and loving the young, and the water ghost old woman doesn't exist, then this taboo will be ruled out directly. Drip drip drip. With this thought in his heart, Zhuoyang sat inside the site. It wasn't long before the sound of a bus honking came from behind them. Bus 04, here we go again. Put. The car stopped in front of Zhuoyang. The door opened, and the driver asked in a low voice, "Get in?" Zhuoyang nodded, and after getting into the car, he skillfully found 2 rusty coins under the first row of seats. Clang. Coin. No one in the car cares about how Zhuoyang is. They all sit quietly in their seats. Zhuoyang observed the passengers on the seats and took a step towards the back seats. Before passing the old, weak, sick, disabled and pregnant love seat, his eyebrows frowned. Actually saw the water ghost old woman. This guy, he actually got in the car already? Moreover, she sat quietly in her seat, completely ignoring Zhuoyang. Hiss. Could it be that because I got on the bus at this stop, her stole her wallet at the station lie won't be triggered? In the middle of thinking, Zhuoyang, out of caution, simply stood directly in front of the rear door this time. It's just one sight. It's never a problem to just stand there and wait until you get off at your stop, is it? With this thought, looking out through the rear window, the car drove calmly. Zhuoyang's eyes blinked, and vaguely, he seemed to have caught something. Vehicle in motion. Please sit still and hold on. Next stop, Nanha Chao Yu. Get on the bus. Please consciously coin. Respect for the elderly. Love for the young. Front up and back down. Do civilized people. The car's horn blared again. Zhuoyang pulled on the armrest and chewed the words in the loudspeaker over and over again. Conscientious coin operated. Respect for the elderly and children. And, up in front and down in back. I'm sure I'm fine with self-coinage. Respect for the old and the young. That old woman didn't come to me anymore and shouldn't be guilty of. Front up. Back down. Front up. Back down. Wait. Zhuoyang's eyelids twitched, putting it before the creepy descent. It's actually rude and uncivilized for someone to get on from the back door of a bus if it's not very crowded. Or for someone to just get off from the front door of the bus. He's sure he must have gotten on the bus through the front door because that's where the driver's seat and the coin seat are. It's common sense. But, the hearse, can it be explained by common sense? Is it true what one sees? It's as if you're sitting in your car right now and you see that the roadway outside is level. But having died twice he knew better. The bus, even when spinning and flying, was unusually calm inside. That is to say, inside and outside the car. What you see is one false and one true. What you see outside the car is true. Inside the car, There is no way to tell if you are actually going down the back door of the car. So it is. Zui Yang's face was ecstatic. He felt as if he was going to play it to understand. Looking at the car is about to drive to the end of the South River Bridge. The car again appeared water symptoms. Zui Yang hurriedly took out his cell phone and contacted his past self. Zui Yang, hey, emergency. Find the first 04 bus that's running right now. Get on it. And put a triangle symbol on the back door with glass glue. Remember, put the triangle symbol on the back of the bus. Speed. There are no pills of regret in this world, no way? I just hid coins in the front seat and you want me to take the back door? I'll give you that. Not caring about his own mutterings in the past, Zui Yang stretched out his hand towards the back door of the car in front of him. Sure enough, the so-called triangle symbol was not touched. Chapter 65, What Went Wrong, below. Sure enough, I am guilty of, front up, back down. With a happy brow, Zui Yang quickly sent a message to his past self. Zui Yang, have you posted it yet? There's no medicine for regrets in this world. Get off the bus after you're done posting. TSK. So the last time I got out of the car, I didn't even run out the back door? Putting the cell phone into his pocket, Zui Yang gradually understood everything. When it's true, it's fun to fight with ghosts. Big hands felt everywhere along the back door of the car. No, there are no so-called triangular glue marks on the entire door. Then, when I felt along the car door towards the surrounding windows, there was still no so-called triangular glue marks. Tick tick. The sound of water dripping in the car is getting more intense. The water, piercingly familiar, once again didn't reach the necks of his calves. Zui Yang's body trembled. But in the next moment, he seemed to think of something and touched towards the wet steel plastic plate under his feet. No, still nothing. Almost from the driver's feet to under all the seats in the back of the car, there was not a single trace of any adhesive marks. It can't be. Even if this car had been soaked, the adhesive marks wouldn't have come off this early. Unless, silently, he looked up at the roof of the car. Wait, the windows won't pull up, but water keeps dripping from the roof. I seem, gradually, to understand everything. Rapture welled up in his eyes. Zui Yang knows. Everything in the car was upside down. It's the so-called window side that is the bottom of the car. The roof is the window side. That would explain why the roof was seeping and the windows wouldn't open. The car's been spinning along. If the roof is dripping, then it is seeping water on the window face. On the window face, it's with the door. Scrambling on his tiptoes, Zui Yang touched from the top of the driver's head, all the way to the back seat of the car. The rest of the people were sitting quietly in their seats, but only Zui Yang stroked the roof of the car as if he was nervous. In this regard, it seems that as long as they didn't violate any taboo, none of them bothered about Zui Yang. The Nanha station is here. The Nanha Chaui station has arrived. The familiar horn tone came, and Zui Yang's face became more and more anxious. If he can't find a real back door to get out of the car at this stop, he's going to drown in the water inside and die. Damn it! Large hands stroked up the roof of the car more and more rapidly. Finally, in the back seat of the car on top of a seat, Zui Yang touched the triangular rubber stamp. This is it. Driver, get out of the car, Zui Yang bellowed. On this seat, there was also a woman with a swollen body. Not caring too much, he stepped over the woman's body and leapt onto the seat, then towards the roof of the car. Put! The sound of a car door popping open came. Obviously, the head is a plastic roof, and Zui Yang actually watched it fold weirdly, and then he actually jumped out of the roof of the car. Asterisk. The rear door is actually really on the roof. Zui Yang was confused for a moment, trotted on the roof of the car for a while, and jumped towards the South River Bridge end site. The moment he jumped off the site, he looked towards the evil spirit bus. Sure enough, the car was spinning to a stop. The last time I got out of the car, I guess I didn't see the car spinning until I jumped out of one of the windows, or the hood door, myself. Grass. This time, it's finally over, isn't it? Fixing his eyes on the parked, evil spirit bus. But, what made Zui Yang not expect? The driver still looked at Zui Yang viciously. You rotten bastard. Unqualified. Zui Yang was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the driver angrier this time? Could it be that I've broken some taboo again? Between the doubts, the malevolent eyes of all the passengers in the car looked to themselves. Rotten. Such people deserve to die. Run him over. After the horrible accusations, the sound of the evil spirit bus starting up came. Giggle. The huge body rushed towards Zui Yang. Zui Yang looked at the car, and this time, he did not dodge, but looked squarely at it. The ghost face sore on the neck bulged. The car obviously accelerated, but stopped in front of Zui Yang. Zui Yang silently took out his cell phone and quickly contacted his past self. Zui Yang, hello from the past. If you're reading this message, it means I'm dead. Everything you see inside the evil ghost bus is a fake. Please carefully scrutinize any omissions. There must be a point we didn't notice. The message is edited and confirmed to be sent. Zui Yang has lifted the ability of Ghostface Soar. Woo woo, the huge bus crashed head-on, and Zui Yang was instantly knocked out. His bones scattered, and he spat out blood. Sharp pain filled his body, and Zui Yang did not choose to struggle, for he knew that even if he struggled, he would end up where he had died last time in the South River. Woo woo, the bus was once again crushing towards itself. Zui Yang closed his eyes. At the end of his life, all he felt was shattered separation all over his body. He, crushed alive. Who? The cold wind whistled by. Nerves were drumming on Zui Yang's temples. He opened his eyes in panic, and was already back at before the South River Bridge, site again. Asterisk is up. Wrong again. I'm fine enough this time. Rubbing his temples, Zui Yang slowly picked up the little ink blot and walked out from the South River Bridge front, site. Regarding getting on the bus at the South River Bridge Central, stop. That's absolutely fine. While walking towards the next station, Zui Yang pondered. What went wrong? Could it be that, from the beginning, I got in through the back door of the car? No. The bus is only fake if you look inside. When you look outside, it's real. I did actually get in the car through the front door. Then I found the triangular rubber stamp and did get out of the car through the back door. This completely adheres to the front up, back down rule. Why? Are they angrier than last time? Could it be I've violated some taboo again? All the way to the South River Bridge Central station, Zui Yang's face was bitter. The only thing he could think of now that was wrong was that he ended up stepping on the body of a girl in the back seat of the car. Can't you step on her? But I can't climb out without stepping on that seat? Let her go. Or try another seat? Thoughts are constantly active. Drip. The familiar sound of a bus honking once again. Zui Yang watched the bus approach and waved silently. Without waiting for the driver to ask the question, he got on the bus and found the coins to put in from under the row of seats. Skillfully, consciously walking towards the back seat of the car, Zui Yang looked at the seat of the car that he had escaped from last time. There lay a girl. The girl's body was so swollen that she appeared to have a giant's view of the water. Zui Yang stared at her for a while, and then walked along the old, sick, disabled and pregnant seating area. Suddenly, his eyes rested on the word pregnant and his pupils contracted violently. I think I know what went wrong. The roof of the car is not the roof of the car, and the back seat of the car is not the back seat of the car. Interesting. Chapter 66, You Stole My Wallet. Ah, squinting at the woman in the back seat of the car, Zui Yang smiled. From the beginning to the end, he thought he wouldn't break the rule of honoring the elderly. In fact, this rule is the most onerous. It doesn't matter if it's an old woman with a water ghost or if it's a seat for the elderly, the sick, the disabled and the pregnant. He avoided them all deliberately, but he hadn't thought about it. What if everything in the car was fake? The roof of the car is what makes the windows, and the windows are what makes the bottom of the car. So why, then, can't the back seat be the love seat zone? The love seat zone, not the back seat? From the moment he entered the evil spirit bus, nothing here can be judged by what you see with your eyes, because the old water ghost woman sits on the love seat. She subconsciously assumes that it is the love seat. In fact, she was just sitting in the back seat. The real love seat is the back seat that you keep foolishly running to. Every single time. Myself, I made crucial mistakes, staring at the woman in the back seat. Sure enough, every now and then she covered her stomach and just opened her mouth to dry heave. It's a pregnant woman. Shit. This evil bus. It actually puts the back door of the bus on top of the maternity seat. Shit. This start is a dead giveaway. I can't, by any chance, ask a pregnant woman to give up her seat for me. Can I? Zui Yang slandered in his heart, secretly saying that this bizarre cunning. Can an ordinary person break this game? Die a few times and you don't even see it break. Silently standing near the front seat of the car, Zui Yang's sight swept all the passengers in the car, thinking about how exactly to break the situation. Suddenly, he looked at the old water ghost woman on the love seat. Since I still get on the bus from the South River Bridge Central stop, I will definitely circumvent her harassment. But actually, starting from a different way of thinking, if the old water ghost woman pulls herself out of the car, do we have to follow the rules of the Evil Dead bus as well? Does she also have to abide by front up, back down, and take herself out the right door? If that's the case, could she go to the pregnant woman to get out of the way? Hiss. It seems feasible. Didn't she want me to get pulled down? In that case, Zui Yang's eyes blinked, and immediately walked quickly toward the love seat of the water ghost old woman. The old woman was looking at the street scene outside the window, and she was suddenly blocked by Zui Yang's side. making her a little surprised. The wrinkled face twitched, and the old woman raised her eyes to look at Zui Yang. Something? Of course there's something. Don't want to. Zui Yang's voice immediately rose loudly. You just stole my wallet at the station. You think I don't know? I made a special trip to the station to stop you early. Come on. You get off with me. Ha? The old woman was stunned at the sound and looked at Zui Yang with a stunned face. No, I said that line. Didn't I? What? Looking at you with your old look. I thought you were a good person. I didn't realize that old hands and feet aren't clean either. Grabbing the old woman's shoulder with his big hand, Zui Yang whispered in her ear. Get out of the car with me. This car is full of shenanigans. Ha? The old woman was dumbfounded again. What's wrong with the plot? The rickety body was tugged up by Zui Yang, and when she didn't say anything, there was no movement in the car. Drawing back to look at the movement in the car, everything was as usual. Zui Yang said in his heart, it's true. If the old woman is pulled up from the love seat by herself, it will certainly cause dissatisfaction among passengers, but it wouldn't be unruly to pull her up from her general car seat on the grounds of theft. Go with me. Get out of the car and I'll call the police to drag you to the station. I'll see what kind of sophistry you have. Dragging the old woman, Zui Yang directly bypassed the back door of the car and came to the side of the pregnant woman. He looked to the old woman who hadn't said anything and murmured, I'll take you out of the car and you can borrow a seat for me. Ha, boy. I can't believe you knew. This is the back door? The old woman smiled wryly. Why should I help you? I'll get out of the car myself and just tell her to get out of the way when I get there. Get off the bus, and you have a chance to count me alone. If you don't get off the bus, I am the evil spirit bus, alone. Oh, you actually threatened me? Hey, can't talk about it. I need you. You need me. Zui Yang smiled. Getting out of the car was not as hard as I thought it would be. Respect for the elderly. It is definitely not a taboo to let the elderly ask for a seat, and when they get off the bus, they themselves will follow and step on the unoccupied love seat to get off the bus. As for the old woman helping herself, at this point, it can only be considered Zui Yang's gamble. He bets that the old woman will help herself in order to get herself killed alone with her. Of course, if the old woman didn't help, he'd have to reopen it again. Staring intently at the old woman's face, after the old man's look of hesitation, he looked at Zui Yang for a while, then looked at his neck, and actually took the initiative to approach the pregnant woman. Hello, can you change your seat? Getting old and having trouble getting out of the car on my legs. The old woman spoke kindly toward the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman nodded when she saw it was her, holding her bucket-sized overflowing belly toward an empty seat across the room. Seeing the situation, Zui Yang immediately and frantically knocked on the shed roof of the empty seat. Driver, stop the car. Stop the car. This liar. I'm going to drag her into the police station. Stop the car. Open the door. A direct and perfect replica of the old woman spilling her guts at the time. Under the cacophonous noise of Zui Yang, the driver finally turned around and glared at him. Noisy, noisy, noisy. Shit. Shut up. If you're going to argue, get out of the car. Giggle. The foot brake was applied. The plastic steel surface of that shed roof folded open, and Zui Yang tugged the old woman, signaling her to go out first. The old woman laughed strangely and gave him a look, pulling up Zui Yang's arm and jumping out of the seat onto the roof of the car first. Then, as if he was afraid that Zui Yang would not come out, he struggled to drag him out. As soon as you get out of the roof side of the car, the headwind comes from directly in front of you. The car was leaving from the South River Bridge Middle station and ran over the collapsed roadway, although it is not now driving to the South River Bridge End station. Go, now. It's too late for you to hide in the car. There was a vicious tug on his arm. Plop. Not waiting for Zui Yang to look back, he was pulled by the old woman and jumped off the roof of the car. Giggle. This time, after getting down from the evil spirit bus, the car drove straight toward the front, never stopping again. Zui Yang's expression was delighted. Finally, I'm not missed by this thing. Just got excited not a little while ago. A sharp pain came from his wrist. The shriveled arm that was pulling at him applied force and it cut out to him like an iron vice. What's the joy, kid? Now, it's time for you to accompany grandma into the water. A sorrowful voice came, and Zui Yang fixed his eyes. The water ghost old woman is now full of black and blue. Her skin is swollen and white, and under her wet hair, her fierce eyes are looking at herself greedily. Chapter 67, You want to harm me? I want to eat you too. Ha, did you expect that you could harm me? Calmly looking at the water ghost old woman has changed face. Honestly, compared to the evil spirit bus that kills itself every time it explodes, Zui Yang really felt that she was quite harmless. You're not afraid of me? The old woman visibly flinched. A face full of purple and blue skin wriggled before dense black water plants crawled out of the veins. The evil mouth opened and a gust of ghastly wind blew against Zhuo Yang's face. Afraid? I seem to have gotten used to surviving with you creeps. Coldly looking at the old woman, Zhuo Yang's neck, human face sore awakened. Ha ha ha. Boy, you are truly the most supremely intelligent human being I have ever met. After all that shenanigans just now, you managed to run out of there without counting. TSK, TSK, TSK. I kind of appreciate you. Tumor-like sphinx bulging, rubbing Zhuo Yang's chin. Looks particularly disgusting. Cut the crap. Don't you want to eat shenanigans? Do her. You eat. Zhuo Yang prodded. And sore in the face turned his head to look at the old woman. What cats and dogs? And dare to clamor with me? The moment the twisted face looked at the old woman, the old face, which was still green and purple with a big, foul-smelling mouth open, instantly closed its mouth in a daze. You, is that what you're relying on? Ghostbusters? Throat wriggling, the old woman didn't look the least bit alarmed, despite her stony expression at the moment. Oof, a mere drowned ghost likes to clamor? Hey, Zhuo Yang, get in close. Let me eat her. The sound of ghostly soars coming from the neck. Are you the master or am I the master? With a belly laugh, Zhuo Yang did not go forward, but dragged up the old woman's hand that grabbed him. The old woman seemed to have been fixed by the ghost face sore, and with a casual pull, her whole body fell towards Zhuo Yang's body. Ah! The human face between the neck was bulging more and more, and it actually dragged a flesh tumor from Zhuo Yang's neck and spread and bit out. Ongwu, the unbeatable maw bites away. Put. Imagine that the images of blood and flesh were not seen. The old woman's entire face was crumbled into beads of water in a split second by the ghostly sores biting into it. Clatter. That rickety body, too, was turned into a watery trail that crumbled to the ground in an instant. I know, you're an Oni, but I didn't expect the weirdness in you to be so strong. Kid, count me out. Don't you dare use me. Next time, if you pass by here again, I'll make sure your corpse sinks in the South River. A spiteful voice came from the ground as the water stains flowed and pooled about to flow down towards the bridge. Zhuo Yang's face was cold. Run? Can you run away? Ghostface sore. Ha ha ha. With a command, Ghostface sore let out a strange laugh. A bizarre scene happened. The water droplets on the ground, uncontrollably condensing together, once again reverted to the old woman's appearance. Your powers are. A hint of awe eventually colored her resentful face. So that means you can't run away. Taking big steps towards the old woman, Zhuo Yang did not care that the tumor on his neck was getting bigger and bigger. You're crazy, kid. You're crazy, aren't you? Just to kill me. The monster around your neck is about to revive. Don't you want to live? Ranting and raving, the old woman just felt like she had helped a madman. She'd never met anyone who wasn't the least bit intimidated by weirdness. He's not afraid to die? Ghostface sore. Eat it. Looking at the old woman expressionlessly, Zhuo Yang didn't bother to explain anything to her. If she wants to harm herself, why wouldn't she want to find a single weirdo to strengthen the ability of Ghostface sore? TSK. That's how it's played. It's a bit of a shame to waste a ghost stripe. Smashing his mouth, Zhuo Yang came to the old woman's side. Under the power of Ghostface sore, the old woman not only can't move, but her power is also ineffective. Ongwu. Put. Chewing flies out of terror Ghostface. Zhuo Yang witnessed the old woman's neck being bitten through, and the bruised head rolled down at his feet. GGG. What a pleasurable delicacy. The human face dragged the overflowing tumor, bathing in the blood that splattered from the old woman's neck. Full of enjoyment, Zhuo Yang looked at it, and sometimes, he disliked the perversion of this thing himself. Are you done eating? Coldly, he prodded. What Zhuo Yang did not expect was that the ghost face sore with a face full of blood looked at him strangely. Boy, I don't like humans though, but I like the company of greedy, intelligent creatures. You're good. I admit that I underestimated you a bit before. After escaping the evil ghost bus and designing to devour the drowned ghost, you still wanted me to devour it even though you knew I would revive it. You wanted to gain power, right? With a snarky look, Zhuo Yang skimmed his mouth. Crap, what do I need you for if I don't want power? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Good. Greed is the root of human progress. I'll be merciful this time and not make a mistake with you. Remember, keep devouring. Devour. Until, offer yourself to me. The voice of Ghostface sore slowly flew back to Zhuo Yang's neck with temptation. To Zhuo Yang's surprise, this guy really didn't revive this time. The thick tumor dried up instantly. Not only that, Zhuo Yang also felt that at the moment of the return of the Ghostface sore, his body seemed to have been infused with some kind of power. Argue-sth. One's physical fitness subconsciously improves by providing for it. Do I get a certain amount of feedback as well? If I keep making offerings, do I become creepy, too? One of those evil spirits that punches creepy in the head? Thinking for no reason, Zhuoyang touched the ghost face sore. That said, this was the first time this thing had ever shown itself favor. Is it about my ability to sustain? As long as the more I devour, the more powerful you become as well. At the end of the day, you can just sit back and be a big creep and devour me again? With a cold heart, Zhuoyang never felt that there were any benefits for nothing. Raising his eyes to look directly ahead, the evil ghost bus that was staying at the South River Bridge end, sight in the distance was slowly disappearing. Woo woo, a melodious honk sounded under the South River Bridge. Zhuoyang immediately picked up little inkblot and ran wildly towards the pier. This running, he realized that his body, which was supposed to be an otaku's wasted body, actually didn't have the feeling of breathing hard at all. The whole person was like the wind, and stood on the pier in time for the Aurora to sail under the South River Bridge. Hey! After a mid-air shout, on the Aurora, an old man holding a telescope was looking this way. Chapter 68, Embarkation, Confrontation, Cunning, above, Aurora, on board. A flowery old man and 026 both sniffed and looked at Zhuoyang. The faces of an old man and a young man both coincidentally showed a look of surprise. There can be a living person here. Ha! 026 was puzzled. As one of the protectors of this transportation, he knew the intelligence of Linjiang City like the back of his hand. Deep tunnel, collapsed, and South River Bridge, collapsed. Ghosts and monsters are all around. How in the world did a regular person, get here to the dock safe and sound and happen to wait for the Aurora? Hiss. That little guy, with a black dog in his hand. Hi, do you think it's because the dog protected him? The old man held up his binoculars in disbelief and speculated. It's rumored that Mayor Joe's son has avoided a lot of weirdness because of a black dog. Hey, that was early in the creepy descent. What time is it now? Black dog? It's this time of year. It's the black bull that's no good. 026 shook his head, outright disproving the old man's suspicions. Forget it, there's no point in arguing here. Donglai hasn't shown up either. So let's pick this kid up first. Ask questions. The old man pointed to Zhuoyang and 026 nodded. He simply waved his hand in a big way. Near the Aurora, the river goes poof. It actually slowly coalesced and cohesively floated a crystalline water bridge over the river, extending to the shore. Hey, kid, if you want to live, step over the water bridge. Clatter. The chortling sounded with the turbulence of the water. Zhuoyang watched in shock as a mass of water surged upwards in front of the pier, forming a flowing water bridge. He tried to take a step out on the water bridge and was surprised that he could actually walk on water. It seems, this is the Oni who could manipulate water at that time, right? Eyes narrowed. Zhuoyang stepped on the water bridge, his gaze locking with 026 on the cruise ship. There wasn't much gratitude in Zhuoyang's eyes. The man had contributed to the last death, now taking the initiative to help himself on the boat. Zhuoyang did not believe that he was just helping alone. Clatter. The bridge of water beneath his feet lifted higher and higher, until it was in line with the deck of the Aurora. Zhuoyang picked up the little inkblot and ran quickly on the water bridge, finally jumped onto the deck with a plop. Wait until you get to the boat. Fixing his eyes, Zhuoyang only saw that beside the curly-haired man, there was also an old man who was somewhat similar to Su Donglai. His pupils instantly contracted, instantly trying to understand something. Don't turn around and give a flustered hug toward 026. Thanks to this leader for his help. Ooh, leader? Kid, how do you know I'm the leader? Looking at Zhuoyang with interest, 026's gaze rested on the ghostly face on his neck. Intuition told him there was definitely more to that thing than just a tattoo. In the city, I had the honor of meeting Elder 037, who was dressed somewhat similarly to you. With his help, I fused a creepy. Zhuoyang lowered his head and squinted his eyes as he began to meticulously word his words. He's just a regular guy. Even if he had become a ghostbuster, it didn't mean that he could go anywhere. He needs to spit out his strengths, but not give them all away. 037? At those words, 026's eyes flickered up. Kid, are you kidding me? Can someone like 037 be kind enough to help you? I always keep a lot of testosterone at home, out of my own needs. Oh, instantly, 026 looked at Zhuoyang's eyes and became oddly understanding. So, you're an Oni now too? What the hell is harnessed? What ability? Let's see. Commandingly looking at Zhuoyang, Zhuoyang nodded and walked towards the deckside in front of the handrail, just gazing toward the still turbulent water under the cruise ship. Part of the current stopped in its tracks. Leader, my spooky is the ghost of misery. As you can see when you see this ghostly face in so much pain, his ability is to nullify some abilities to a certain extent. I guessed that near this cruise ship, there should be a water current manipulated by the leader, so I gave it a try. And it was true. Zhuoyang was not subdued and stared at 026. 026 stared intently at his neck, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Let me ask you. You said you got help from 037. What about 037? Elder 037 he seems to have met with a temple priest. In the back. I received a message from a friend that the cruise ship would pass by South River Bridge, so I separated from 037 senpai and came here. Temple blessing? 032 is it? Rubbing his chin. 026 didn't he ask to interrogate anything again for a long time, and seemed to be analyzing the falsehood of what Zui Yang said. Zui Yang's expression was unexpectedly calm from the beginning to the end. He knew what would happen if he let this ghost sentinel know that he had killed their accomplice. The cold wind from the river blew across the cruise ship, and there was an unexpected silence on deck. After a long time, that old man couldn't help but ask towards Zui Yang. Hey, you said your friend told you the cruise ship was going over the South River Bridge. Who is your friend? Zhou Yang. You know Mr. Zhou, previous contact. Okay then, let me ask you again. Have you ever seen a group of college students in the deep tunnel? The old man's gaze scanned Zui Yang like a falcon. Zui Yang nodded after a brief thought. By this point, he could only tell half-truths and half-lies. Su Donglai also knew that the cruise ship was here, so that meant that the people on the ship had spoken to him and must have known about the situation over there. The only deep mountain tunnel leading to the South River Bridge collapsed, and Zui Yang would inevitably pass by that gas station point. To say that I didn't meet Su Donglai and the others would be a lie without a fight. You've seen it? So let me ask you, where is the tallest and most handsome of that group of students now? The old man was obviously agitated and took a few steps to approach Zui Yang. The wrinkled old face was full of scrutiny and excitement. You mean, President Xiao, right? Zui Yang tried to return a sentence, and the old man's eyes went wide. You've seen him? He is my son. I'm his father, President Su Tianji of Linjiang University. Su Tianji said excitedly, just wanting to ask for more detailed clues about Su Donglai from Zui Yang's mouth, only to see Zui Yang's face darken. He said in a cold voice, that, President Su, he's dead. What? A sentence like a thunderbolt. Not only was Su Tianji dumbfounded, even the 026 on the side looked at Zui Yang with a deadpan gaze. Kid, what did you say? How could Donglai be dead? You're lying? Put. Under the voice of anger, fine water spikes surged out from the water waves at the side of the boat and pressed towards Zui Yang's head as much as they could. Zui Yang's eyes stared, but his heart was bitter. Sure enough, what's coming is coming. However, even with the watery spikes on his head, he threw back his voice. President Su. Chairman Xiao was victimized by a weirdness. Chapter 69, Embarkation, Confrontation, Cunning, Below, Creepy, Kid, I advise you to be careful what you say. If you don't say something, I will kill you. Cold water spikes glistened with an ethereal light. 026 gaze coldly scrutinized Zui Yang, and Zui Yang met his gaze without retreating or avoiding. He didn't know how much information the people on this ship actually had about the deep tunnel side. He could, for now, only gamble by saying a blend of true and false. Big deal. Start over. Speaking of which, President Su and I are also on a first-name basis. Over at the deep tunnel, Chairman Su confessed that he wanted me to help him become a ghostbuster, and regarding the opportunity to become a ghostbuster, he had already communicated with a female college student named Luo Chanxian, designed to kill 4 rich kids, plus Luo Chanxian herself, just 5 incense burners. Burning incense for ghosts and wishing to incense-eating ghosts to be your own creepy. Those 4 rich kids deserved to die. President Su is considered to have helped Luo Chanxian solve her grievances. Luo Chanxian repaying his favor voluntarily becoming an incense is also considered a karmic chance. Between Zui Yang's eloquent conversation, there was no hurry. Looking at that, it just seemed to be rambling on about real things. And Su Tianji nodded his head silently as he listened to this. This information was, indeed, the steps that Su Donglai had revealed to him. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to know such a detailed process, let alone this passing kid in front of him. Could it be, Donglai really asked this kid to help him? Looking suspiciously at Zui Yang, Su Tianji coldly said, go on. President Su had promised me that if I helped him, I would be able to get asylum when I got on the boat behind me. I suppose it's the shelter of the 2 of you in front of me. In fine, it's also a shame. In the deep tunnel, the 5 cones of incense have been designed long ago. Where do I need to do anything? Only, what I didn't expect was, at the time of the incense burning, that Luo Chanxian suddenly changed her mind, saying something about hoping that his grandfather would also be happy after his death. His grandfather had been digging tunnels all his life and didn't want to die with the deep tunnel still blocked. So, she actually ended up making a private wish for the incense eater to pass through the tunnel. Therefore, I was able to pass through the deep tunnel that had collapsed. Zui Yang said this with a chagrined and bitter face. This woman, what a fickle one. It's a waste of time for President Su to lay out the groundwork for her. Are you telling the truth? That weird wish that ended up being used to open a tunnel? Su Tianji looked at Zui Yang with a face of disbelief. 026 was different, and his eyes scanned Zui Yang up and down. That's a decent way to put it. What if you killed Torai and made your own wish? Then you've wronged someone. First, I learned from Elder 037 that Eri requires Eri restraint. If I really coveted the incense-eating ghost, I could have suppressed that group of college students with the power of the Ghost Watcher, captured that wish, and harnessed the two creepy. But do you see that I look like I have two creeps now? Zui Yang explained with a calm face, and 026 looked at him carefully for a while, which did not say anything. Secondly, since I don't even need shenanigans anymore, why would I need to kill Chairman Su? Wouldn't it be better to help him in exchange for a peaceful life on the ship? Thirdly, if I did kill Chairman Su to capture the shenanigans, I shouldn't have the guts to get on the ship, right? So yeah, please believe me, Chairman Seo was really killed by creepy. After Zui Yang's words, there was a good silence on the deck. 026 waved his large hand and the roiling water spikes fell back into the water. Go on, he grunted coldly, and his indeed did not find any abnormality in Zui Yang. It started after the deep tunnel was opened. After the deep mountain tunnel opened, we were attacked by incense-eating ghosts. President Su took out a piece of yellow paper and avoided the attack, and I used my weird ability to run out of the tunnel with it, all the way to the South River Bridge. The idea was to cross the bridge to catch the cruise, but we realized that the bridge had collapsed on us. In desperation, I didn't realize a bus was driving by. We watched the bus cross the collapsed bridge and concluded that it was a trick bus. But we took a chance on the bus so we could make it to the pier over here. I didn't think that just as soon as we got in the car, the group of ghosts in the car were going to attack us. President Su used another yellow paper to force back the weirdness. As for me, I used my Ghost of a Miserable Death ability and got on the bus with no surprises. By the time in getting off the bus, the group of ghosts attacked again, and President Su used the yellow paper once more, and I, too, gambled with my life and used my weird abilities. We both thought we could run down to the docks this way. Unexpectedly, that bus actually chased after us. Maybe it's because I have a black dog, or maybe it's because I'm a ghost sentinel. That bus didn't chase after me, but instead kept chasing after President Su. Finally, at last, Zui Yang's voice gradually became smaller. If anything, he gauged the change in the faces of the two men in front of him. 026 was obviously still not convinced, staring at himself critically. Boy, I'll admit you're a good story maker. I have been tipped off that a bus did indeed fall into the river on the day of the spooky descent because the South River Bridge collapsed. It is possible for it to turn weird. But, there are several holes in your narrative. First, if you saw the usefulness of the paper man from the east, who's to say you wouldn't be moved to kill him with compassion? Second, why didn't the bus kill you after it killed Don Lai? Because, I didn't offend the passengers on the bus, did I? When President Su got on the bus, he seemed to be sitting in the love seat. Zui Yang proceeded to explain with a wave-free face. Frankly, he was telling the truth. Su Don Lai did sit in the love seat. Enough! Your words won't clear you. You and I will go into the Aurora's holding cell. By the time you arrive in the capital city, there will naturally be a specialized spirit-type ghost defender to investigate you. Coldly interrupting all of Zui Yang's explanations, 026 looked at Zui Yang coldly. Zui Yang's heart thumped. Sure enough, these national team ghostbusters are not easy to fool around with. Go! I don't care if you killed someone or not. Come with me honestly. If we really find out that you killed Don Lai by then. Humph. Taking a step, 026 was about to lead Zui Yang towards the cabin. Zui Yang blackened his face, still hesitating in his heart. Can you follow me in? Of course you can't. Detained in a holding cell, sent all the way to the capital city again for interrogation, and still finished in the end. Instead of this, might as well reopen. When Zui Yang hesitated, he looked to the side of the ship. If you can't, you can jump ship and run away now. Just as he hesitated from side to side, suddenly a neutral voice came from inside the cabin. Enough! 026. Who do you think you are? Chapter 70, Goodbye Zhou Yang. 023. What have you come to meddle with? There's nothing for you here. After the muffled voice rang out, 026 brow furrowed. With that, he only saw a country-faced stout man with a cigarette in his mouth walk out from the cabin. He had a gangly smile on his face, not caring at all about 026's change in expression. Nothing for me? Those who are on this ship are under the authority of their superiors. Not you 026 alone. Grass, don't you know? This guy, he might have killed my cousin. Oh, don't you have it all figured out in your mind? It's possible, and it's not that he killed it. You, 026 teeth clenched, obviously coming to fire. but looking at 023's face, he didn't dare to make any more moves after all. Hey, what a big deal. Don't you suspect the boy of lying? Simple. Check. If he really coveted Su Donglai's substitute paperman to kill him, then the item must be on his body, right? Also, before you came out of the tunnel, you suspected him of coveting that wish. I can check them all. 023 grinned. After stifling a mouthful of smoke, he slowly exhaled. But the strange thing is, that mouth of white smoke actually spit out after not dispersed, like a wandering soul swept towards Zui Yang. Zui Yang was shocked. Just as he tried to take a few steps back in a row, 023's voice came through. Routine inspection. Don't resist if you don't have a ghost in your heart. After the thick voice sounded, Zui Yang simply did not move. After that smoke filled the surface of the body, it actually managed to pass through the clothes and penetrate the muscles. It felt like the smoke traveled around the surface of his body for a full circle before it slowly dissipated. Hiss ha. 023 followed by another drag on his cigarette, smacking his lips. He doesn't have any traces of the stand-in paperman surviving on him. And also, he really doesn't have the scent of scent-eating ghosts either. That is to say, he didn't get the incense eater in the first place. And he didn't get the replacement paperman in the second place. Why do you think such a person would be good enough to kill Su Donglai? 023 looked at 026 snidely. 026's face plummeted. There's still a chance he used the paperman along the way, no? Enough. That paperman. Without a spell. You think he can use it? It's a sentence that completely choked 026. 026 pursed his lips and glanced at Su Tianji. Uncle, what do you think? It's hard to say. He knows so much. It's really impossible to know all this in just a few days. Unless, of course, it was Torai who spoke to him. Also, he doesn't have a paperman. The more Su Tianji said, the more he felt that Zui Yang was not suspicious. Then you also feel that he is innocent? It always feels like there's something else wrong. An old man and a young woman are still in pieces. Enough. Suddenly, 023 threw the cigarette to the ground as he stomped on it with his foot. There's no evidence. No clue. You wouldn't be in a position to doubt him. Hey, I say 023. Are you deliberately favoring him? Still a little pissed off. 026 choked. Oof. Consider it done. I just heard it too. This kid's ability is a bit special. You know, he means something if you explore the ghosts. After 023 these words, 026 looked deeply at Zui Yang and completely lost his temper. Uncle, let's go. With a wave of his hand, he left with the somewhat disheveled Su Tianji. Deck. Zui Yang silently watched this and secretly said that he was lucky. Fuck. Good thing I sacrificed all the paper people. Or else it just got caught in the bag and went straight to G.H.M. Silly, isn't it? How do I know so much? Master can reach over. Muttering in his heart, Zui Yang looked at 023. At the moment, this man, who was tall, was smiling at himself in a friendly manner. Zui Yang also smiled towards him. He knew that the man wouldn't help him for no reason, but he was polite nonetheless. Thanks for the help, leader. Hey, not a thing. Right. Come with me. Someone wants to see you. Who? Zhou Yang. You are Mayor Zhou's man? Following behind 023, Zui Yang could not help but ask curiously. 023 led the way straight ahead, without looking back. What who's who? It's just that you're important, and you're just doing a favor in the meantime. As it happens, just now, Mr. Zhou also came over and shouted for me to fish you out. So, silence followed 023. After entering the cabin from the deck area, which was a hall that could be passed from side to side, the hall was nearly 100 square feet with many seats. There were also some fruits and snacks on the seats, and some well-dressed people were sitting together sporadically, saying something with frightened faces. Upon seeing Zui Yang come in, these people all cast curious glances, but one look at the 023 around him and no one dared to go up and strike up a conversation. Along the hall to the right is a long corridor flanked by opposing small private rooms. It was expected that Zhou Yang would be staying in one of the small private rooms, but what Zui Yang did not expect was that 023 directly did not go toward the right. He led Zui Yang to the left side of the hall, where there was a separate upward elevator. Opening the elevator door, 023 pressed the button for the second floor, his words blandly explaining, "Where's the first floor? Apart from eating, it's just some place where ordinary people live. The second floor is where the important people as well as the Oni reside. After you, just live on the second floor. I'll arrange a place for you. Oh, please." After complimenting 023, Zui Yang's heart could not help but speculate a little. Before the weirdness descended, he had contacted Zhou Yang, and the company had only said that Zhou Yang was the second generation of a small official in the upper echelon. Now so it seems, to be able to live with an Oni, Even the mayor can't live on the second floor without something, I guess. After all, just after passing through the first floor, Zui Yang looked at the people who were dining, and it was not like simple ordinary people, maybe just living on the first floor. All have to be officials to start, let alone this second floor. With his mind active, the elevator door opened and Zui Yang was led to a large vermilion door. Go in by yourself. By the way, meet me at night in the room with the white iron door. 023 said hello and left on his own. After Zui Yang glanced at him, he pushed open the door of the vermilion room and entered a huge living room. On the wide sofa, a slender, fair-skinned youth was flipping through his cell phone as if checking something. He looked up at the sound of the door being pushed. Seeing that it was Zui Yang who had come, the youth revealed a smile. Zui Yang? You're good, kid. I just mentioned it to you, and you actually managed to find your way here on your own. He first gave Zui Yang a snickering look, and his last gaze couldn't help but fall on Zui Yang's neck. You are an Oni, right? Chapter 71, This ship. It seems not so simple. Zui Yang, don't you know about the ghost sentinel here? Why didn't you say so before? Disgruntled, he glanced at Zhou Yang. The relationship between Zui Yang and him is actually still very good. Covering the door of the room, Zui Yang made himself comfortable and sat on the other corner of the sofa. Hi, it's just that I've been bored lately, that's why I asked around, and I just learned that there's such a thing as a ghost sentinel. Speaking of which, you boys are really something. First, I bought a black dog to escape the disaster. Then I escaped all the way here and became a ghost sentinel. I mean, you're not some fictional protagonist, are you? Zhou Yang snickered. Having closed his cell phone, Zui Yang shrugged. A novel protagonist? If that's true, then shouldn't I kill indiscriminately now? You're overthinking it. It was purely my personal effort to get this far. Come on. All this nonsense. Things I heard. You kid. Did you really not kill Su Donlai? What do you think? The room fell into a calm as Zhou Yang and Zui Yang stared at each other. After a long time, Zhou Yang looked like he was bored and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters if you kill him or not. That guy is weirdly hypocritical. I don't like him. Did you ask 023 to help me? The words have been said. Zui Yang simply also single-handedly. No, I don't think so. I just mentioned it. Don't let 026 give you a hard time. And he actually brought you straight here. I thought you were going to be locked up. Oh, so it's 023 that's actively helping me? Almost. Mr. Zhou, let me ask you something. Tell me, what can't we tell each other? Zhou Yang smiled and sat up from the sofa, reaching out to touch the little inkblot's fur. You, what exactly is your status? Or your old man, what is his status? Hey, I knew you were going to ask that. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I guess when the time comes. 023 will have to tell you too. The Zhou family is not just a family of successive mayors of Linjiang City. The Zhou family, in fact, has an ancient mirror that has been passed down through the generations. Ancient mirror? No. Does this thing say anything? There's certainly nothing to be said for the average ancient mirror. But the organization that has 52 national team ghost sentinels across the country, scarce as aliens, sent a full 4 of them to Linjiang City. Do you think it's really as simple as just coming to save people? You mean, people are unimportant? It's the mirror that matters? Zui Yang's lips were trembling. Turns out, the so-called family situation doesn't work so well anymore. Exactly. We're just incidental. Zhou Yang's eyes darkened. That mirror, which is said to connect to the other world, is now under my dad's control. So, I'm not so high up because I'm the mayor's kid. Ridiculous, you say? No one on this ship is as valuable as that mirror. Zhou Yang laughed to himself, and Zui Yang didn't say anything anymore. Quietly listening to Zhou Yang's complaint, Zui Yang's face flickered. For a long time, as if realizing that the atmosphere was not quite right, Zhou Yang smiled awkwardly. Zui Yang, I'm sorry. It was supposed to be a celebration of your life after the robbery. This, in turn, has turned into a rant for me. No harm done. By the way, are you staying with me tonight? 023 seems to be looking for me for something. Oh, then can you lend me the little inkblot first? My little Blackie probably misses it. Hiss. I just remembered when you said that. By the way, where's little Blackie? It's at my dad's. He's quite fond of dogs. I'll bring it back tonight. Well, little Murph, stay here. I'll be back in a little while. Touching the head of the little inkblot. The little inkblot and Zhou Yang also knew each other and lay down by Zhou Yang's legs without moving. After Zui Yang greeted him, he quickly left Zhou Yang's room, stepping out on the long porch outside the house. I don't know why. After Zui Yang went out, he actually felt a little uneasy about handing little inkblot over to Zhou Yang. It was clear that Zhou Yang was an acquaintance. It was clear that he had helped him. It was clear that he had also given him a black dog. But, it's just that I feel a little uneasy inside. Twisting his head to look at the vermilion door of the room, he was always reluctant to go back in and ask for the little ink blot back. The pace couldn't help but quicken. Zhuoyang thought about coming back quickly to pick up the little ink blot to go. There weren't many rooms on the second floor, and it didn't take long to find a white metal-like door to a room other than Zhou Yang's vermilion door. This would be room 023, right? Bang bang bang. Lightly knocking on the door of the room, Zhuoyang shouted as he stood outside the house. Elder 023, are you there? You're the one who called me. After knocking on the door of the room for a while, there was no answer in the room. Zhuoyang had no choice but to try to push open the door of the room. Without realizing it, with just a little force, the door to the room pulled open and a slow smoke wafted out of it. Surprised, he looked toward the house. The inner room was like a world shrouded in white mist, full of innocence. Zhuoyang hesitated for a moment before taking a step towards the house. Suddenly, the smoke in the room, gathered in an instant, transformed into a hand in the form of smoke and grabbed fiercely towards his neck. Ghost face sore. In a flash, Zhuoyang immediately awakened the human face of the neck. After the human face bulged, the smoke coming from the flying face instantly dissipated. And then, it was like a breeze blew through the room. After the smoke manpower dispersed, the smoke in the room immediately returned and gathered towards the sofa in the corner. After the white smoke rolled and surged, on the sofa, 023's silhouette appeared. Elder 023, what do you mean by that? Looking at 023 with a cold face, Zhuoyang did not feel that the trial just now was a very interesting thing. Little brother, take it easy. I'm only doing this to prove that you're still you. 023 waved his hand faintly, the phone in his hand sliding before he squinted. You, called Zhuoyang, an orphan? Senior, what exactly do your words mean? Still standing in the doorway, Zhuoyang did not choose to enter the house. 023 laughed and turned the cell phone towards Zhuoyang, talking to himself. I'm looking at your file. It's clean. Nice. Are you interested in being on the national team? Seniors, can you not beat around the bush before becoming a national team? What exactly did you mean by what you just said? Ignoring the olive branch thrown out by 023, Zhuoyang intends that this guy will step out the door if he doesn't say anything again. The next moment, a puff of smoke blocked the doorway with white cotton. 023 slowly rose from the couch and shook his head helplessly. You're no fun. Then let's get down to business. Do you think that the Zhou Yang you just met is still Zhou Yang? Chapter 72, This Ship. It seems not so simple, too. You say that. What do you mean? Zhuoyang narrowed his eyes and looked at 023. 023 removed the cigarette from his pocket and slowly lit it. Just literally. Do you think that Zhou Yang is strange? Or is there a sense of strangeness? You mean, Zhou Yang isn't himself anymore? Zhuoyang understood the meaning of 023 words and 023 nodded. Not a bad response. How is it? Is there any problem with Zhou Yang? There's no problem. And my dog thinks he's okay too. Oh, so, slowly exhaling a mouthful of cigarette in his mouth, 023 scratched his head bitterly. In that case, we can rule out Zhou Yang's suspicion. But to be on the safe side, it's best if you try again. Hey, what the hell do you mean? And what the hell were you planning on trying me just now? Too lazy to listen to 023 selling. Zhuoyang looked straight at 023. 023 looked at Zhuoyang for a long time before he slowly said, First, let me apologize. I didn't test you to find out what you weren't or to give you a hard time. Rather, I'm verifying that you're not Zhuoyang. Because, in this ship, hides the creepy that can turn into a human being. 023 The words were shocking, and Zhuoyang's eyelids jumped wildly. Turning into a human. Creepy? That's right. This matter it still has to start from the day that Aurora left Linjiang City. I'm sure that Zhou Yang has already told you that we didn't go through all the trouble of coming here this time. It's not as simple as coming to rescue someone. The Zhou family has an ancient mirror that can reach ghosts. According to the Ghost Sentinels database, the ghosts that the ghost mirror reaches are harboring no possible way, if it's possible, to study through that ancient mirror. Then the plan to spy on ghosts from it, to find newborn weirdness, and to cultivate ghost sentinels will greatly increase its progress. Headquarters has named this operation Operation Mirror Guard. A slow smoke ring came out of his mouth. 023's face was solemn, as if this time the plan didn't go well for them. Zhuoyang didn't squeak, just quietly listening to his elaboration. For this operation, a total of 4 people were dispatched from headquarters. Me, 026, 037, 032. Among them, 032 came to Linjiang City a month earlier as an advance party to keep the Zhou family safe and protect the ancient mirror. Oh, no wonder Zhou Yang is familiar with the old temple priest. It turns out that there is this relationship, Zui Yang suddenly realized. 023 laughed. Oftentimes, people are better at speaking ghostly words than ghosts. If you listen to and believe everything people say, you're not far from becoming a ghost. Laughing at Zui Yang's youth, 023 continued to talk about things. Since the bizarre outbreak, the higher-ups received information that the Zhou family's ancient mirror had revived. Zhou Heshan was able to master the ancient mirror and open the tunnel between the ancient mirror and the ghosts. For this reason, the Aurora departed at the first opportunity for the ancient mirror transfer. I am the primary leader of this operation, with 026 as the secondary and 037 as the forward. As for 032, the higher-ups see him as old and are letting him go back first. Back there, the three of us arrived in Linjian City, in order to completely protect the Zhou family and the ancient mirror retreat. 037 overused the long-haired ghost, fearing that his bizarre revival would be a threat to the plan. 026 and I decided to let him evacuate on his own. This separation. I was not expecting that you could meet 026. It's really fate. Zui Yang faked a smile. It turns out that the reason 037 is so weak and resuscitates so strangely is because it has been depleted so much during the mirror protection operation. And then there was the old temple priest, all on a mission and planning his own. I guess the so-called superiors don't even know that these two guys ended up playing with each other to death because of grabbing the ghost fruit, right? To put it two ways, the change actually came on the day the Zhou family was received on board the Aurora. I remembered that day that the Aurora was originally scheduled to stay for 5 days, saving more citizens of Linjiang City on the way. But 3 days after the cruise ship was anchored, on the night that the Zhou family boarded the ship became foggy. There was feedback from the crew that a few of them were starting to become out of sorts. Not right? What does that mean? 023 said, his face gradually becoming ugly. Zui Yang interrupted him at the right time and seemed to have thought of something. Meaning those people aren't themselves anymore? That's right. They were obviously still wearing their sailor uniforms. And they obviously still had the same voice and body shape and all sorts of things. But the rest of the crew, all of a sudden, noticed that they had become silent and non-verbal, and would inexplicably disappear at night. When it was reported, 026 and I took it very seriously, because the captain is one of the changelings. Has the captain been replaced by Creepy? Then sail the boat. Yes, the ship won't sail, but with 026 around, it's not a big problem. That's why it's important to take 026 with us on this operation by water. His creepy water ghost can control the flow of water within a certain range. At one point we wondered if some alien weirdness had blended onto the ship by pretending to be a crowd, and then gradually and purposefully trying to devour the ship's controllers. This, more like an organized and premeditated action, to stop the Aurora from traveling. So, on the night of the third day, I changed the plan. Let 026 directly gather high water from the south riverbank and push the Aurora to start its voyage. No wonder. Listening to 023's words, Zui Yang sighed for a while. No wonder the morning of the fourth day of creepy descent, he drove his van to the banks of the South River. Outside of the city all piled up high water couldn't get through. For this reason, he had to take the road to Yangdiaxa Temple. Everything makes sense now. So how did you take care of the crew when you sailed? Zui Yang directly asked the most crucial question. What do you think? 023 asked a rhetorical question. Zui Yang's face was cold. One by one found, secretly all thrown into the water? That's right. When they were found, they would even speak out against them. But after sinking to the bottom of the water with their ability to suppress them, one by one, they turn into water mist and dissipate again. It's really weird. Then, since we've done this, having taken care of all the anomalies, the ship should be safe now, right? Zui Yang speculated. 023 but shook his head. If the shenanigans are coming from outside the ship, we've certainly all but eradicated the internal scourge. And by water, there is no more spooky pursuit. It's absolutely safe. But, the horror is, a few days apart, there were crew members and passengers who said they felt something was wrong with someone. This. Zui Yang was confused. TMD. The Aurora that he had worked so hard to get on. Wonder. I can't believe there's shenanigans in there. It's too grassy. Do you realize how tricky this is? A few more puffs of smoke came out of 023's mouth. Although his expression remained flat, Zui Yang felt his pressure. If there's a crowd and there's some stragglers, or unfamiliar cliques, and no one knows about them, even if they're replaced, no one will know. Plus, there's no way to tell right from wrong in the first place if the replaced person turns around and rumors that there's something wrong with the normal person. Because you can't be sure that everyone you face is human, right? Quickly and accurately pointing out the biggest problem at the moment, 023 let out a bitter laugh. Exactly. I can't, of all people, throw every living person into the water. Chapter 73, This Ship. It seems not so simple. 3. There was a good deal of silence in the room after 023's words. Indeed. The scariest thing about this creepiness of being able to take on human form is that there's no way to argue whether strangers who haven't crossed paths are still human or not. Such shenanigans, however, were easily solved for the Ghostbusters, because if it only had the ability to turn into a human, then it necessarily couldn't have the ability of a goblin. Therefore, 023 just met with Zhuoyang and used the ability, in order to force Zhuoyang to use his ability. If Zhuoyang didn't have the ability, it was still good to kill and imitated creepy. Quietly analyzing what 023 said, Zhuoyang gradually understood everything. The slightly dissatisfied look in his eyes looking towards 023 is also gradually dispersing. So, in fact, the aurora looks calm now, but in reality, the grass is greener on the ground? That's right. We can't just hear anyone say that someone is off again and go up and arrest them, much less one person at a time for verification. That would be too much of a shock. Indeed, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if the really creepy was in front of you saying who was wrong. Hiss, is that why you're wondering if Zhuoyang was dropped as well? Gazing up at 023, 023 nodded. That's right, because the only person familiar with Zhuoyang is his old man. The first time this came up, we had Zhou Hushan secured and locked up in the third floor captain's room. No, aren't you afraid that Mayor Zhou has been dropped as well? This doesn't exist, because after the incident, we had him open the ancient mirror once in front of us, which dared us to put him in the captain's cabin at the same time as the ancient mirror. Creepy, shouldn't have the ability to open an ancient mirror, right? Well, if Creepy didn't have the ability to replicate the original body's memory emotion ability, I can rather guarantee that Zhuoyang would definitely still be Zhuoyang, Zhuoyang assured. 023 but shook his head indifferently. Whether he's in person or not is really irrelevant. The most important thing now is still whether the ancient mirror can be transported to the headquarters smoothly. Even if this ship is now full of creeps, when we get to the headquarters, as long as the mirror is still there and the Zhou family is still there, all the creeps on the ship full of creeps will have to die. But, the fear is in the fear that something will go wrong halfway through, right? Zhuoyang asked with a raised eyebrow and 023 sighed. Indeed, we don't know, at this point, how the replacement shenanigans came to be and how the replacements were made. If there's an even more horrifying creepiness hidden inside the ship. 023 as he spoke, his gaze gradually went to Zhuoyang. Hey, kid, join the national team. Use your abilities to keep this shipment safe, and I'll claim any benefits for you. Your ability is, in particular, special. Leader, you don't want me to use my ability to recognize the bizarre and real people one by one, do you? That way, I guess I won't be able to finish recognizing the eerie in my body even after it revives. No, just make sure that the two Zhou family members are always myself. The rest of them, even me, all can be left alone. 023 The words were forceful, as if they had already made an awakening. Zhuoyang looked at him for a long time and did not say anything polite, but only asked in a knowledgeable manner. What do you give for joining you? What do you want? What about me wanting to be weird? If you contribute enough. Oh, protecting the ancient mirror of the Zhou family this time can be traded for newborn shenanigans? Yes. The other party's decisive answer made Zhuoyang's heart flutter. One has to admit that being organized is indeed better than going it alone. Not only that, after joining our Ghost Sentinel organization, you can access our unique webpage for any spooky information. For every mission you complete, you can accumulate merit points and exchange them for various rewards at the webpage. Over at the secure base, there will also be a separate suite for you, even maid servants. I'm afraid that Zhuoyang will hesitate. 023 blah, 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 blah about all the perks and benefits. It was obvious that he really wanted to finish this mission. There is website information. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuoyang nodded. Yes, I promise. How do we count now? You're the captain? Since it's better to have complete knowledge of the system than to figure it out bit by bit on the outside. Zhuoyang does not want to live the days of a white man who did not know anything like before in the Linping neighborhood. After only a slight hesitation, he decided to join the Ghostbusters organization. Anyway, there's 032 and 037 ahead of us. When he's on a mission, he does something else. Who knows? After agreeing painfully, 023 was obviously relieved. Welcome. I'll have the organization send you the registration information later. The message should be delivered in a few minutes. Now, you and me. Patting Zhuoyang's shoulder, 023 waved his hand, and the cotton door at the door dispersed. With a quick step, he led Zhuoyang right to a white iron door on the innermost part of the second floor. The iron gate was locked. 023 opened automatically with a large wave of his hand as the smoke entered the lock. Behind the iron door, there were clearly steps leading to the third floor. According to 023, the end of the stairs is the so-called captain's room. You saw it, didn't you? Up here. That's where Joe Hushan is hidden. Come once every 3 days. There's no need to go up there today. I just asked him to open the ghost mirror this morning. He seems tired. Let him rest. Next time, you bring Zhou Yang and me together. Ensuring the Zhou family lineage is alive and well is just as important as the ancient mirror. Without them, the mirrors are just for show. Understood. Well, since you've joined the Ghostbusters, I won't be polite to you. You'd better stay with Zhou Yang now and keep him safe. Okay. Now go back. Remember, don't trust anyone, before your ability to test others. After 023 once again admonished Zui Yang, smoke filled the inside and outside of the iron door. Bang! The iron door closed and the smoke cleared. As for 023, it has disappeared. Zui Yang hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Zhou Yang's room. This trip out had refreshed his perception yet again. The Aurora, which had been treated by him as the perfect point of refuge, was a pit. Now, it's just the so-called Ghostbusters headquarters that's more convincing. It can't be a pit there too, can it? Footsteps hurried back to Zhou Yang's door. Zui Yang pushed open the door, but Zhou Yang in the inner room was gone. Zui Yang cruised around for a while, and after making sure that no one was in the house, he was a bit puzzled. Can't be taking the little ink blot to his old man, can he? Then just now at the stairway, I didn't hear any movement. Secretly guessing. The pocket phone, buzzing vibration. A message sent over. Internal invitation of the Ghostbusters organization. Please click the link to register and log in. Welcome, you're the new Oni. Chapter 74, no, 027. Oh, this is that registration information? Subconsciously clicking on the link in the message, the screen jumped to a website full of black graphics. In the center of the website, there are only 3 big words Ghostbusters. After clicking on the text, a face recognition scanning program automatically opens. Name, Zui Yang. Age, 24. Driving the spooky, Ghosts of the Dead. Ability, Nullify. Assessment of potential, 4 stars. Specificity, 5 stars. Recommended by Smokey023. Face registration is being recognized. Please do not cover the camera. Asterisk is pretty smart. Lamenting the quickness of the URL. Zui Yang only scanned his 5 senses to the camera before the web page in his cell phone began to jump. Registration successful. Welcome, Zui Yang, the Ghostbuster. After intelligent evaluation of this website, your initial number is 027. In-depth evaluation will be conducted through the completion of your tasks. Welcome to the world of the Ghostbusters. The page refreshes and there are a lot more information bars on the otherwise mediocre URL. There are quests, announcements, mall, and information. Honestly, it's made to look like a game interface. Zui Yang just glanced at it, and on the mission bar, there was a mission in progress symbol. Clicking on it, it was level B quest, escort ancient mirror. Mission reward, 3000 merit points. That's smart? Just give me a refresher quest straight away? Well. Sitting on the sofa with interest, Zui Yang casually clicked on the webpage. In one of the columns, the complete guide to Ghostbusters, he had clearly found his information. Information on the numbered Oni from 20 to 52 is basically published here, but only the information from 20 to 01 has not been published. After Zui Yang made a detailed check, he realized it. It turns out that all of them, starting with the 20, have harnessed 2 bizarre Ghostbusters. In other words, the first 20 Oni are no longer on the same level as the ones that come after them. Double-digit Oni are so perverted. So if it's in the top 10, what kind of gods are they? Secretly guessing. Snap. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open. Zhou Yang was looking at Zui Yang in the room with a confused face. Hey, you're back? That fast? He was obviously a little surprised. Zui Yang looked at him, but his gaze was not as friendly as before. If anything, the Zhou Yang in front of him, was it replaced by a weird one? Looking at him without moving, Zhou Yang touched his nose. What? Is there something on my face? Nothing. After the ghost face sore on his neck wriggled, Zui Yang could feel that there was no fluctuation of any weird ability. This Zhou Yang in front of me is human. Say, you were called over by 023 to not be invited into the Ghostbusters organization. Ha! Zhou Yang sat beside Zui Yang in a habitual manner. Zui Yang's face laughed. You even guessed this? Normal. I've come all this way to realize how scarce Ghostbusters are. It's not that there are fewer people who can harness shenanigans. It's that a lot of people who try to harness shenanigans are quickly turned against them. You must have adapted to your own weirdness if you made it all the way from Linjiang City to here. I don't think it's possible for them not to want someone like you. Let me guess. You had to be assigned a top 40 serial number, right? Zhou Yang snickered. Zui Yang nodded, but he didn't intend to tell him his serial number either. and just stared at Zhou Yang for a while. You know a lot, don't you? My old man told me. Yes? Right. I just took the little inkblot to my old man, and he likes the little inkblot too, and said he'd leave the dog behind no matter what. I have no choice but to ask for it back next time. Right. You don't mind, do you? Zhou Yang smiled and looked at Zui Yang, who nodded and said nothing more. Tonight, are you staying at my place? I have 2 bedrooms in this house. Well, 023, let me protect you. Hey, understand, Leader Zhua. In the future, I might need you to take care of me. Che, there's still a day for Mr. Zhou to look up to me? The two of them had a riff, as if they were back to their routine of getting along before the weirdness descended upon them. The atmosphere was rare and cozy for a little while. Suddenly, Zhou Yang coldly asked, that said, Zui Yang, if you had the ability to rule a party, would you think of dominating? Why are you talking about this? If I had that power, wouldn't I have to be a big shot and let others worship me like an ancestor? Ha ha ha. You, shaking his head, Zhou Yang said as he opened his cell phone from his pocket and scanned it in boredom. On his cell phone page was also the website of the Ghostbusters organization. This made Zui Yang a little surprised. You can get on this site too? I'm sure I can't. It's my old man's purview. I have nothing to do. I'll take a look. After all, to put it mildly, if my old man hangs up, I'll control that ancient mirror. And sooner or later, I'll have to learn about the Imperial Ghost, won't I? Also, nodding his head, Zui Yang saw Zhou Yang open the complete guide to the Ghostbusters. It was like he was looking for something inside. Soon, his face lit up with joy. Ouch! You kid cowboy boia. 027. This is catching up to 026. Let's see. Your weird ability is invalidating. Invalidation. His face, which had been joyful, became a little stiff when he saw the nullify ability. Zui Yang patted Zhou Yang's shoulder. Hey, what's going on? Ah, nothing. This is a good ability you have. Returning to his senses, Zhou Yang looked deeply at Zui Yang. I'm a bit tired. I'll go to sleep first. Good. Suspiciously, he glanced at Zhou Yang. The boy hung his head and went into the bedroom and locked the door. Zui Yang had nothing to do and continued to brush up on the Ghostbusters website. He was interested in the mall section, clicked on it and looked at it, and it was full of really weird items. The lowest price and the best seller is the creepy containment medicine, with a contribution value of 100. The drug is as literal as it gets and has the effect of curbing shenanigans, but when taken over a long period of time, the body becomes resistant to the drug, resulting in the choke drug becoming less and less effective. It seems, the best thing that can be done against creepy is still creepy. Flipping through the mall, Zui Yang was quickly attracted by the goods inside. Attribute class creepy. Burning ghost hatchling, died in a bizarre fire, and after taking control of it, it gradually develops the ability to light fires. Price, 3,000 merit points. Thunder ghost hatchling, died of a bizarre circuit breakdown, and after taking control of it, it gradually develops the ability to discharge electricity. Chapter 75, A Calm Routine. Conceptual shape creepy. Is there a type of creepy? Slide the mall. When Zui Yang saw the bottom, his eyes were glaring out. Conceptual shenanigans. Probable ghost, it's strangely spooky, and the Ghostbusters organization went to great lengths to subdue it. You will see the probability of success of a thing when that spooky ability is activated. Pay the corresponding price and the probability rises infinitely. Price, 100. 000 merit points. I chow. 100. 000 merit points. I've been born to die to deliver this whatever mirror, and it's only 3,000 merit points. Is this creepy so expensive? But, this ability, it does seem a bit buggy. Assuming I'm going to run, I can see the probability of success of my run, and I can make the most successful choice at each choice. It's pretty buggy to have it, even if it doesn't cost anything, and use it in everyday life. 100,000. Forget it. Instead of earning this 100,000 points, why don't we please the incense burner? After closing the mall page, Zui Yang sighed a little. 023 says that completing this mission will help him apply for shenanigans. Said it should be one of those attribute ghosts that just happens to be right at 3,000 merit points. But Zui Yang is aware of it. Ghostface Soar is also special in that it nullifies and devours weirdness. That said, normal shenanigans trying to contain it are nearly impossible. So, my second creepy has to be one of those off-conceptual shaped creepy? Finished. How many offerings would that cost? Closing his cell phone, Zui Yang walked into the other bedroom with some disappointment. After lying on the bed and taking a slight nap, Zui Yang went into dreamland. This sleep he didn't sleep to death, because he had to always be on guard against the possible existence of weirdness to change people. Zui Yang basically spent the night half asleep and half awake. Early the next morning, the door to Zhou Yang's room opened. He didn't seem to look too good either. Like he'd lost sleep. What's wrong? You can't sleep with me protecting you? Walking out of the house and looking at Zhou Yang's tired face, Zhou Yang snorted. Zhou Yang squeezed out a smile. Come on. Where's the peace and quiet? Go eat on the first floor. Okay. The two walked out of the room after each other. Walking along the elevator entrance, he happened to run into 026 and Su Tianji right in the elevator. Out of vigilance, Zui Yang also used Ghostface Soar on these two people. Still no response at all. It does seem like the second floor is going to be safer. 023 is right. I guess it's harder for a large crowd on the first floor to tell the difference. Standing motionless in the elevator. What Zui Yang did not expect was that 026 actually took the initiative to talk toward himself. Hey, is your boy's shenanigans not that simple? Oh, what do you mean by that? How do you think I got the position of 026? It took me 3 missions to get promoted from 042 to 026. But you, actually, hit the beginning and position 027? Is it true that you're creepy, Grim Reaper? Didn't get what you said. Zui Yang shrugged and 026 glared at him. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened and the four of them parted on bad terms. Inside the dining hall on the first floor. Perhaps because it was a morning dining spot. As many as 100 people could be seen active this time. Many of the well-dressed people were disciplined enough to form a small faction of each and sit at a table. There was basically no conversation between neighboring tables and neighboring seats. It is obvious that the so-called ghost for human should have been rumored among the public for a long time. Zui Yang casually found a seat and sat down. And the people at the surrounding tables all cast gazes of envy and awe at him. Nothing more than that. He came down from the second floor, casually picking up a piece of steak on the table and nibbling on it. Zui Yang looked at Zhou Yang, who was still chewing and swallowing slowly, with some curiosity. Right, this unified dining spot. Your old man, isn't he coming? Him. Someone to bring food. Zhou Yang smiled and asked rhetorically. What's the matter? You want to see him that badly? Hi, I don't care. I'll see him the day after tomorrow anyway. Did 023 send you? Worthy of being Mr. Zhou, he figured it out right away. Oh, casually drinking some red wine. Zhou Yang didn't seem to have a good appetite. He looked to the other tables with a bored gaze. At the corner table, a young girl was looking around suspiciously. Like, she's looking for something. But with their respective dining environments, no one cared much about what the young girl was up to. Ding dong. At the elevator entrance on the first floor, the doors opened again. 023 still had a cigarette in his mouth and walked out with an expressionless face. He first glanced at Zui Yang before walking straight toward 026. I say, 026, it's time to go. It's been stopped all day. Ice-cold eyes looked at 026, and 026 eating movements were lurched. Wait a little longer. Wait for your mom. That cousin of yours? Dead is dead. Wait, what can you wait for? I don't believe 027. I don't care if you believe me. The ship sails at noon today. If you don't move yet, you'll wait to be punished by the organization. With a cold drink, 023 finished and left, not giving 026 any face at all. 026 pursed his lips and looked at Su Tianji. Uncle Su, sorry about that. Hey, it's just that Dong-like kid. Su Tianji's old face instantly disheveled a few more points. The two sat woodenly at the table, never uttering another word. A calm breakfast time, and I don't know how long it lasted. Suddenly, there was a scream from the corner. You're not my brother. My brother eats with his left hand. Who are you? The scream was so loud that it immediately caused everyone to look over with attention. Zui Yang looked at the sound. It was the girl who was looking around at the corner table before. Across the table from the girl sat a little boy who looked a little like her. The little boy was eating his meal with his head buried in his hands, looking at the girl with a dumbfounded look on his face. What did you say? Who's your brother? You are definitely not my brother. My brother got up early this morning and told me he was coming to dinner first, and I looked all over for him. He eats with his left hand, and every time he eats he shoves green peppers into my bowl and calls me sister. But from just coming over, just eat. I can't feel it. There's a connection between us. The girl spoke and had pulled away from the little boy. The little boy pulled a face. No, I told you, I'm not your brother. Are you the one with the problem? The argument between the two grew louder, drawing the attention of those around them. 023 took a drag on his cigarette, and with large strides he headed toward the duo. Does anyone recognize the siblings? Better come out and clarify which one is right. He shouted out with a bang. A fat man in the next seat got up. I know. This little brother, at the time, was on the boat by himself, so it was the girl who lied. I saw it too. As soon as he got up, several people followed. Instantly, Everyone looked at the girl with unfriendly gazes. Chapter 76, Initial Manifestation of Capacity. You're all liars. I don't even know you guys. The little girl panicked when she saw 3 or 4 people pointing towards her. She flushed red and finally looked hopefully at a man with glasses on a table. Uncle Gu, I'm Xia Taohong. You recognize me, right? My father even did your spell. You know that, right? There's a brother in my family. The girl's voice begged the man with the glasses, who took one look at the situation and shook his head vigorously. What are you babbling about? Don't know. It was like he was afraid of getting into something that wasn't, and he panicked and brushed it off. The little boy sat back in his seat with a smug look on his face. Look, I told you, you're the liar. Leader, please dispose of this liar immediately. I suspect she's not human. The little boy tilted his head and looked at 023. 023 pressed and ignored him, but waved towards Wei Yang. 027. What do you think? What do I think? I don't think anyone's word can be trusted. The little girl is now being blamed by the crowd though, and seems to be in trouble. However, it can't be ruled out that this little boy, as well as the ones who just answered, are the fakes. The chances of backpedaling are high. How about full control? Zui Yang slowly sat up from the table, his gaze sweeping towards everyone who had just answered. There was a pause in the response. A crowd of people looked at Zui Yang in surprise, and even the little girl was a little surprised. She obviously couldn't have imagined that anyone else would help her. That's good. Then, arrest them all. Who? Nodding his head, 023 took a leisurely drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. Next moment, the white smoke actually flew weirdly towards the little boy, and the 3 people attached to him. Rustling, the smoke, which was clearly untouchable, instantly knotted up into a rope-like shape and tied up the 4 people. Go! 023 made a big move and looked toward the little girl and the bound few. No one dared to utter another word, cowering behind 023 as he walked toward the right side of the hall. 027. Follow, the greeting shouted, and Zui Yang already knew what was going to happen below. He glanced at Zhou Yang who was still sitting in his seat. I'll be right back. With that, he hurriedly followed the pace of several people. At the right end of the first floor hall is the aft deck area of the Aurora. At the moment, the place is empty. 023 smokes a cigarette and leans comfortably on the armrest of the rear deck area. The cold wind gusts on the river in the morning, blowing and shivering. 023 looked at the group of people he had captured and the corner of his mouth tickled with a smile. You dogs, think you can mess things up by learning a little human language? 027. Say, who's the real one here? Raising an eyebrow at Zui Yang, Zui Yang also did not bother to use the ghost face or ability. It's only straightforward to identify who is telling the truth and determine whether the little girl is a human or a ghost. The human face between the neck emerged, and after only sweeping the girl and seeing that she had no reaction, Zui Yang pointed at the remaining few people. It seems, these creeps are starting to get good at planting people. Looks like I guessed right. At the beginning of the fight, they were only silent, and now they are capable of counter-framing people. They seem to be evolving? TSK. Stifling a puff of cigarette, 023 looked towards the little boy who had screamed the loudest earlier. Say it. What the hell are you guys? Leader, what are you talking about? That woman, she's the one who's fake. Noisy. The little boy was still trying to weasel his way out of it. Bang! The next second, 023 just glared at him. The smoke that filled the air around him suddenly condensed into a large palm in human form, and smashed towards his head with a boom. Put! A palm went down, and the little boy's head was directly smashed into a mist of water. Yes, not flesh and blood, but water spray. Even after his head was slapped and cracked, the little boy's body dissolved into a mist of water. What about you guys? And don't say? Narrowing his eyes slightly, 023 applied pressure to the few who had just responded. One of them, a man with a slightly chubby figure, opened his mouth. He obviously wanted to say something. Able to. Bang bang bang. In just a split second, the 3 people bound by the smoke had their bodies bizarrely crack. Boom. 3 clusters of water spray exploded on the back deck, and in just the blink of an eye, all 3 of them exploded in unison, bursting into a cloud of water spray. This. The little girl looked at the scene in front of her in amazement, her mouth hanging open. 023 bit the cigarette in his mouth, his face indignant. It seems, although they have a spirit, the control of this body is in someone else's hands. Who the hell is messing with the ship? The morning breeze blew away the water spray on the back deck, but not the 023 gloom. He chewed on his cigarette and wigged out. Zui Yang looked at the water mist for a long while, and then he turned around as if he had thought of something. Right. I still have to go back to protect Zhou Yang. I'll leave first. Well, take the girl with you. Okay. With a promise. Zhuoyang tugged the girl's arm and headed toward the hall. He walked briskly, and the girl beside him looked at him sharply. Leader, can you save my brother? Please, my dad is dead. He's all I have left. Perhaps it was listening to 023 shouting Zhuoyang 027. The girl hopefully begged Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang sniffed, and after just pausing his steps, he never paid attention to the little girl again. He was aware of it, since it has been spookily impersonated. The person himself. Hang on. When he pulled the little girl back to the hall, Zhuoyang was still sitting in his seat taking small sips of red wine. But what made Zhuoyang unexpected? Beside him, there were actually 026 and Su Tianji sitting. 026. What does Su Tianji want with Zhuoyang? What? Ask him to delay the sailing of the ship? Secretly guessing, Zhuoyang walked towards the three people without moving. Yo, left leader. You're back? Seeing Zhuoyang return, Zhuoyang snorted. He smiled and just wanted to stand up and walk towards Zhuoyang. Suddenly, Zhuoyang's neck rose as he raised a red wine bottle on the dining table and smashed it towards Zhuoyang's head. Bang! The wine bottle smashed on Zhuoyang's head, and the sound of glass breaking instantly caused a cacophony of noise around him. 027. Are you fucking crazy? Dare to make a move on Mr. Zhou? Do you think you can act recklessly now that you're a member of the organization? After a moment of confusion, 026 instantly cursed. With a wave of his large hand, numerous bottles of red wine burst forth from the restaurant. The red wine coalesced in midair and turned into spikes, about to aim at Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang indifferently held up the already shattered bottle and stabbed at Zhuoyang's head again with the glass spiked end. Put! A spray of water went off. Zhuoyang's head, which had been stabbed through a hole, was looking at Zhuoyang with eyes full of fear. Look out! He's not Zhuoyang. Chapter 77, The Water Mist Rises Again. I killed Su Tianji? Put! Pushed Zhuoyang's body away. The guy's mouth was wide open, probably trying to say something, but the opening of the head, after the water mist overflowed, the whole thing kept bubbling up as if it had been vaporized. A living, breathing human being. Just like that, in a moment, it dissipated into smoke. He's a fake? Watching the scene, 026 was clearly not expecting it. Hey, what did Zhuoyang just do? How just like that? It was replaced. His face is a bit ironic, and Zhuoyang can't think of it. TMD. You've been gone so long. You can steal it? If it wasn't for his strong sense of defense, he quietly used the ghost sword on the three Zhuoyangs at the dining table. He wouldn't have guessed that this Zhuoyang was no longer a human being. Sir Zhou, it seems that Mr. Zhou just went back to the second floor. But, he's suddenly back again, and calling me and Hai over for a chat. Su Tianji explained, and both he and 026 looked at Zhuoyang again, their gazes somewhat strange. Up and down? Grass. So doesn't that mean that there's something wrong with the second floor as well? Not bothering to pay attention to the panic in the hall, Zhuoyang quickly ran towards the elevator. Behind her, the little girl followed. After getting on the elevator, he waited until he reached the second floor. Zhuoyang ran all the way towards Zhuoyang's room. Bang! Kicked the door to the room. What Zhuoyang could not imagine is that at this moment, Zhuoyang is lying on the sofa and looking at his cell phone. He looked at Zhuoyang, who kicked the door, and was dumbfounded. No, what are you mad about? Zhuoyang cursed, slightly disgruntled in his eyes. Zhuoyang didn't reply, and alertly used the ghost face sword to face him. Luckily, the ghost face sword didn't bulge. Hiss, it's actually true? Doesn't a replicant need to kill the original? Silently guessing, Zhuoyang removed his guard and pulled the little girl behind him into the house with him, closing the door to his room. He explained calmly, downstairs, there was just an exact replica of you that I slaughtered. Ha? Me? I haven't been out since I got back. Upon hearing this, Zhuoyang's eyes widened as he acted quite surprised. After Zhuoyang glanced at him, he didn't say anything more. Anyway, now just hide in the house and don't go out if nothing happens. Okay. Nodding his head, Zhuoyang very cooperatively returned to the bedroom. Zhuoyang watched him close the door to his room, then he let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa. The task of escorting the ancient mirror is not as simple as one might think. The next time he saw anyone on this cabin, he couldn't easily trust them. Thinking like this, the little girl who had been following along cried out in a glutinous voice. Leader, my brother, if your brother isn't dead, I'm sure he can be rescued when I think of the terminal. Well then, giving an ambiguous answer. The little girl's mood was clearly a little low. Zhuoyang didn't care about her either. Are you kidding? You can't even say you'll get there alive. So why talk about promises? Sitting quietly on the sofa, Zhuoyang took out his cell phone. Just after logging onto the Ghostbusters website, he noticed that there was an additional red dot on the message bar. Clicking on it, It was actually 026 Ghostbuster who had privately messaged him. 026 Ghostbuster, Zhuoyang, did you kill Dong Lai or not? 027 Ghostbusters, you're sick, aren't you? I told you, Su Dong Lai was killed by a ghost. 026 Ghostbuster, you know what? Just now that fake Zhou Yang told me that you designed to kill Su Dong Lai. 027 Sentinel, scratch that. You know he's a fake and you're asking me? You don't know if you're stirring up trouble, do you? After disliking 026 a few sentences, Zhuoyang's face became a little ugly. This creepy, and he knows this? How can you play the mind games? The message was sent for a long time, and there was no more reply from 026. The little girl beside her boldly sat on the edge of the sofa, and her small head curiously swept Zhuoyang's cell phone a few times. Hey, can you still get on the forums and post messages now? This is not a general forum. Kids, stay out of it. Zhuoyang put away his cell phone, but he did not expect the little girl to mutter, I don't know. My previous post, if it helped. Posting. What did you post? A sentence attracted Zhuoyang's attention, and the little girl cocked her head. Just that I wrote on the survival site that my dad's dowsing is useful for shenanigans, but not very useful. Wait, you're not eating cilantro? Zhuoyang was dumbfounded. This ninny, who was actually the first to creepily descend and edit the safety post. Ha, leader, have you seen it too? The little girl was shocked, and could not imagine that among the people who read the post, there was a big shot like Zhuoyang. Sort of useful dry stuff. Your post was useful. Your father. The straight guy's talking about what he shouldn't be talking about. There was a bit of silence in the living room. The little girl pursed her lips, as if it took a long time to find a new topic. By the way, leader, can I ask you a question? You say, what's your name? Zhuoyang. Net name, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Oh, my name is Xia Taohong. Leader, that's an interesting name for you. Regret pill. Regret pill. If only I could take a regret pill to go back in time and remind my dad not to go out and kill ghosts. Then, wouldn't he have died? And my brother wouldn't have disappeared. Xia Taohong murmured. On his side, Zhuoyang's eyelids jumped wildly. If Zhuoyang wanted to, it's totally okay to have your month-old self find no cilantro, and then have her remind her dad. Would that have avoided the dead end? The mind saved up. Zhuoyang looked at the despondent Xia Taohong and just wanted to take out his cell phone. Day. Inside the house, water droplets fell from the ceiling for some reason. When I looked up, the snow-white ceiling was actually getting wet. Not only that, but even the couch on which he lay down gave him an uncomfortable feeling of dampness and coldness. It's not right. Immediately alert, Zhuoyang looked around, and only then realized that from under the doorway of the room, there was a mist of water overflowing into the spread. Dum. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door of the room and a spiteful voice rang out. Zhuoyang, how fucking dare you touch Uncle Su? I'm going to play with you. It's 026's voice. What's he mad about again? Confused, he looked toward the door of the room, not waiting for Zhuoyang to open the door. Boom sound. The door of the room from the outside was kicked open. When the door of the room opened, 026's gloomy and cold gaze shot straight at Zhuoyang. Behind him, the walkway was a mist of water. Oi. 026, you got nothing better to do? Zhuoyang muttered in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, the guy's head was bruised and his eyes were red. Uncle Su raised me from a young age. He's not my father, but he's closer than my real father. You can touch Su Dong Lai, but don't you dare touch him. Rustling. In an instant, the watery mist streaming behind him assaulted him. The terrifying water droplets coalesced and turned into spikes, shooting towards Zhuoyang like a heavenly maiden. Chapter 78, Trust No One. Rustling. The water spikes attacked, and Zhuoyang couldn't dodge in time. Ghost face sore. The human face on the neck twisted slowly. Ha. After only a cold laugh, the water droplets hanging in the air, rustling fell down. Hey, 026, are you out of your fucking mind again? When did I move Su Tianji? Exasperated, Zhuoyang looked toward 026. Zhuoyang was in a continuous roll this day. Where did he find the time to contact that bad old man? And sophistry? I saw it with my own eyes. Just now after the water misted up, Uncle Su was on the deck with binoculars still looking for someone. You took advantage of my absence and actually found him and strangled him with your own hands. I chased you all the way here and you have the nerve to hide in this room? What? You think you can live if you hide? 026's eyes were filled with sinister venom, as if they could spit fire. Everything he said, Zhuoyang was baffled. No, I've just been in the house until now, okay? If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhuoyang. Ask your mom. He'll round you up and you can say whatever you want, since you're so dead when you get down to it. None of them will live. Tick tick. Behind 026, the water droplets gathered more and more. The terrifying water spikes had formed 100 or so, with the needles pointing straight at Zuoyang. Zuoyang's right eyelid fluttered wildly. He had snapped out of his daze. What himself killed Su Tianji? That was clearly creepy, posing as having killed Su Tianji himself, and then deliberately showing it to 026. In this way, there was no need for creepy to make a move, and infighting began within the Ghostbusters. Grass. 026. Wake the fuck up. Think about it. If I did do it, would I need to find out for you? That's fucking creepy acting me out. You get on top and you're hit. Zuoyang angrily rebuked, and he could already think of why creepy wanted to intensify the conflict between him and 026. He can tell the difference between the real and the fake, and 026 can drive the Aurora. As soon as they die, the Aurora is not far from becoming a ghost ship. Shit. USB. Do you understand? Sternly and angrily, but 026's eyes were already red. Whoever dares to touch Uncle Su will have to die. Rustling. Terrifyingly sharp water spikes were instantly stimulated, like a torrential rain parachuting towards Zuoyang. Shit. You stinking SB. You're playing for keeps. The boat won't open, will it? With a push away from Xia Taohong at his side, Zuoyang urged, hide in Zhou Yang's room. You'll be fine. Good good. Xia Taohong had already been stunned and ran towards the bedroom in a panic. Rustling. It seemed like 110 bullets were hitting, and there was a gust of cloudy wind in front of Zuoyang's body. Ghost face sore. The human face on the neck bulged out completely, and the water needles instantly turned into drops of water and fell. SB. Since you're not sober, I'll beat you sober. With nullification. Zuoyang is not at all weak. 026. The ghost face sore swelled to the size of a steamed bun, and the water mist around Zuoyang receded on its own. The physique that had previously been strengthened by the ghost face sore was especially crucial to display at this moment. With only 2 or 3 steps, Zuoyang closed the distance to 026. Without waiting for 026 to beckon for more water condensation, a stern fist swiftly slammed towards his chest. Bang! The seemingly soft fist actually smashed 026 backward several steps, and his body fell out of the room without listening. Zuoyang! You! Cough cough. Obviously not expecting Zuoyang to be so swift with this punch, 026 was knocked to the ground and knocked out blood from the corner of his mouth. His palms were still gathering water droplets, but his skin, all over his body, had begun to glow a sickly white color, and his entire body was swelling strangely. It's the spooky water ghost that's reviving. Brain clear yet? Do you think that if I really want to kill Su Tianji, I need to bypass you? I'll totally kill him and you together. You're here to fight me even though you're spelling out a weird revival in your body. Whose will have you taken on? 3 steps and 2 steps. Zuoyang moved again, and had already buckled on 026's body. With his legs pressed against 026's chest, Zuoyang's big hand ruthlessly curbed 026's neck. Zuoyang intends that if this bastard makes another move, he will choke him. One does have a murderous intent towards him, but this, escorting the ancient mirror, mission, without this guy, ended straight away. Coldly gazing at 026, the gradually tightening force at his wrist finally eased the guy who was overwhelmed by anger. His neck was reddened by the knock, and the whole person gasped and looked at Zuoyang. It really wasn't you? Do I have to invite hate? Between the two men staring at each other. Da 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 da. A rush of footsteps sounded in the water-filled walkway. 023's voice rang through the watery mist. Hey, 026. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did the boat stop? With an angry face, 023 gradually reveals his form. He looked at Zuoyang, who was wrestling with 026, and his face was cold. What are you guys up to? He's the one who's sick and tricked by shenanigans. Zuoyang shrugged his shoulders and saw that 026 was already awake and slowly moved away from him. 023 didn't say much when he saw this, and reached out his hand to pull 026. Follow me. Hurry up and get the Aurora out of the water mist zone. Big, thick hands reached out, and 026 instinctively had to reach for them. But the next moment, it was like he thought of something. You, how did you? Pulling me? Nope. He's not 023. Zuoyang's eyelids jumped, and the ghost face sore instantly looked at 023. Bare your teeth. The next moment, under the gaze of the ghost-faced sores, 023's body began to emit a mist of water. He smiled sinisterly. Worthy of being a ghost sentinel, your reaction is quite fast. But, under the gaze of ghost sore, the body of 023 began to evaporate. But before it dissipated, it still threw a punch at 026's head. After this punch went down, 026's eyes turned white and he completely fainted. In the corridor filled with water mist, Zuoyang was the only one left standing in a moment. His face was hard to read, It always feels like, step by step, I'm going into some kind of vortex. Looking at the already unconscious 026, Zui Yang somewhat helplessly carried him up and walked toward the house, despite disliking the guy immensely. But in fact, for Zui Yang, anyone can die, only he cannot, because, without him, this cruise ship is a dead end if it's anchored at sea. Putting 026 on the sofa inside the house, Zui Yang closed the door of the room tightly. Now, it was his job to keep this house absolutely safe. As long as he dared to leave this place, he could not guarantee what would happen to 026 and Zhou Yang inside the house. That weirdness, it was intentional. Knocking 026 out was meant to restrain me? Between dark thoughts, the door to the room, once again, was knocked on. Chapter 79, only you can see through this. Who? The sudden knock on the door couldn't help but cause Zui Yang to be stunned. Outside the house, once again, came the thick sound of 023. Me, 023, what the hell are you guys up to? I just heard a fight on the second floor. Where's 026? Is it with you? Why did the ship stop? Get him to steer the ship. Something's not right here. A series of questioning sounds rang out, but Zui Yang didn't move at all. He just looked coldly at the door. You, how do you confirm yourself? As 023? There was a sudden lurch of voices outside the house, like obviously did not expect that Zui Yang would ask this. Ha ha ha. Well, good boy. I told you, you're fit to be a member of the organization. How do I confirm myself? Simple. Who? The words were followed by a cloud of white smoke that burrowed under the doorway. The white smoke then slowly took shape and coalesced into the outline of a humanoid. 023, her appeared in the house. Seeing this, Zui Yang's hanging heart was finally put down. Just now, a fake you found your way here and knocked 026 out. Explaining lightly, Zui Yang pointed at the unconscious 026. Now that he's unconscious, what do we do? Wait for him to wake up, then sail the ship? At those words, 023's expression was slightly thoughtful. He frowned. 027, have you ever felt that all of this, came too suddenly? How? After the ship raised the fog, they went straight for you in 026. You two have a role to play, and it speaks for itself. They are trying to destroy you and take the Aurora completely under control. That I know. It's just that, how did those creeps, how did they know about my conflict with 026 and use it as an opportunity to do something about it? Zui Yang doesn't understand. Not many know about Su Donglai's affairs. Is it hard to believe that Creepy became Zhou Yang and was able to take over his memories? You mean? The scuffle on the second floor just now was you and 026 fighting? 023 looks like he understands something. Zui Yang nodded his head and spoke out what had just happened with his own speculations. Some moments later, the room was silent. 023 took a drag on his cigarette, his face growing more somber. It's as if everything we do is being invisibly planned. Yes, the most prudent method right now would be for us all to squat inside until 026 wakes up and drive the Aurora toward headquarters, Zui Yang suggested. That's the best we can do for now. After all, now that the water is misting up outside, who knows how much weirdness you'll run into if you go out? Who knows if the people around us will be switched? His offer was only just made, and 023 hesitated. What? More questions? Have you forgotten about the mission? In this situation now, the safety of Zhou Hushan and Ancient Mirror, TSK, 027, you need to get out there. 023 suddenly looked at Zui Yang commandingly. Zui Yang nodded his head in understanding. He understood why he was the one going. If it was 023 going, then he could not tell whether Zhou Hushan had been replaced or not. Only if you go yourself, you can tell the difference. As for why he can only go alone, in this house, there are still Zhou Yang and 026. We can't all carry it, right? Leaving 023 to guard and going out on his own was the safest decision. Zui Yang, now, the only one who can see the situation clearly is you. 023 emphasized a sentence. Zui Yang did not say anything, just looked at 026 the house. Take care of them. I'll be right back. With a greeting, Zui Yang opened the door and walked out of the room. The mist of water in the walkway seemed to be getting thicker. The air was full of wet vapor. Zui Yang was a bit skeptical. Is such a horrible vapor really due to the seawater area? It was no longer visible within 2 meters of the line of sight. With his memory, Zui Yang found the iron door. The iron door remained locked. Special circumstances, and he didn't have the heart to slowly tinker with the iron gate. With a bang, Zui Yang directly kicked open the iron door. Behind the tightly closed iron door, there was still a dense spray of water. Toward the stairs going up inside the house, on the 3rd floor, there was a huge captain's cabin. Electronic displays, helm, radar charts, All kinds of amenities densely packed. The thick mist of water dyed the place damp. And when you looked around, you couldn't even see a single figure. Uncle Chow? Mayor Cho? Zui Yang let out a few calls, let alone a response. Not even the slightest movement was heard. Weird. Where are the people? I remember Zhou Yang saying that my little inkblot is here too. Little inkblot? Little Murph? After a few more loud calls, the captain's chamber remained unresponsive. Zui Yang had no choice but to wander around the large interior. Finally, in the corner of a bunch of instruments, Zui Yang saw an ancient equivocal mirror. The mirror was about 2 meters tall, and the edges of the frame appeared to be patterned with carved wood. The mirror was, at the moment, full of wet water spray. This is Zhou family's ancient mirror? Quickly walking towards the ancient mirror, Zui Yang stood in front of the mirror, and there was no face of his own on the mirror. The wet water spray had frosted the mirror. Zui Yang wanted to reach out and wipe the water spray from the mirror. Unexpected. This time, the hand actually reached directly inside the mirror. Zui Yang's eyes narrowed and he tried to touch towards the mirror again. Until his entire arm was stretched out, he could still feel the abundance of space behind the mirror. Shouldn't. Zhou Hushan opened the ancient mirror and took little Inkblot and little Blackie into the ghostly world. Didn't he? Silently guessing, Zui Yang hesitated for a moment before taking a step towards the mirror. Buzz. The mirror seemed to tremble slightly, and Zui Yang's entire body disappeared into the mirror. After a moment of darkness in his immediate vision, Zui Yang suddenly felt a wet mist on his face. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he had appeared in a cave. The cave was dark and humid, with thick fog everywhere. Behind him also stood a 2-meter-tall ancient mirror. It seems to have come from here itself. The ancient mirror looked like it was stuck on one of the cave's stone walls, and the ancient mirror on the aurora looked like 2 intersections, teleporting each other. Zui Yang turned back to look at the ancient mirror and tried to drill towards it again. The next moment he was back in the captain's cabin, after traversing back and forth like this 2 or 3 times, until it was determined that the 2 realms could be traversed stably. Zui Yang's face gradually became strange. He went back into that cave again. This time, he walked straight towards the outside of the cave. On the walls of the cave, unintelligible writing could be seen through the sticky water spray. It's like ghost writing. Zui Yang couldn't read it, so he moved his neck. Ghost face sore. Hey kid, what brings you to the ghost region? The human face on his neck surfaced with a questioning sound just as soon as he opened his eyes. Zui Yang's face was calm. Came here to look for someone. Chapter 80, Mirror Ghosts from Both Worlds, with bizarre item types. Looking for someone? Ha ha. You're looking for someone in a ghostly place? Did I hear you right? Ghostface Sore grinned pompously. Zui Yang's face slumped. What? No way. More than no. Aren't you kidding? Ghosts. That's the realm of ghosts. It can do whatever it wants here. Do you think regular people can get in here and live? A playful mocking voice sounded, and Zui Yan was dumbfounded. That shouldn't be, should it? If that's the case, wouldn't the user of the ancient mirror, upon entering the ghostly world, be bound to die? Questioningly, he asked Ghostface Sore, and Ghostface's eyes rolled back and looked at the wall. The user of the ancient mirror? What ancient mirror? That's a mirror ghost. It's just a human double for the mirror ghost. Ha? Mirror ghosts? That's right, the mirror ghost thing. It can open up the connection between the real world and the ghostly world, but they need a real world medium, a carrier. Well, it's a parasite. According to you guys, do you mean that taking control of the ancient mirror is actually becoming a ghost sentinel in disguise? That mirror counts as spooky? Hey, it's just humble item type shenanigans. Hiss. Item type weirdness? For some reason, when he heard Ghostface Sore say this, Zui Yang inexplicably thought of the incense burner. Could it be that? Item type shenanigans don't kick in like normal shenanigans don't kick in unless they're moved. Once they do not have a regular supply of food, they will not be able to maintain its form. Following that, they eat away at the host's chi and blood. They are more like bloodsuckers than bizarre. The Ghostface Sore talked eloquently, and Zui Yang's face was a bit odd. Wouldn't this be the equivalent of getting yourself a ticking time bomb if it's bizarrely bound to an item type? However, if we can stabilize and reach a sustenance relationship with item-based shenanigans, it's also a nice gain. Sort of a pro and a con. His eyes narrowed. Zui Yang didn't think deeper. He scanned the writing on the stone wall with some curiosity. What else is written? On this? Che. It's nothing more than an indentured servant of the mirror ghost, and once indentured, it needs to be passed down from generation to generation in the family bloodline. It looks like a family heirloom, but it's just a creepy one that won't stop until this family is dead. And, as a carrier of the mirror ghost, one can roam around and deal with ghosts. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Ha, kid, I know what you're thinking, but I can tell you responsibly that if your own weirdness is strong enough, you can deal with ghosts too. Okay, Okay, I know what you're going to say. I'll try to find some more shenanigans for you to eat. Waving his hand, Zui Yang strolled out of the cave. Beyond the cave was a forest of dead and dying trees. The bare trunks of the trees seemed to interpret the deadness of the place. Here, it's still aerosolized. The muddy ground beneath the trunks of the trees was mossy, and the moisture horribly nourished them. After Zui Yang simply walked out a few steps, he realized that the ground was sinking badly. It seemed that the ground beneath the mud had been wetted down to a quagmire from the prolonged moisture. Pff. The stepping sound from his feet made Zui Yang not feel a little panicked. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Zui Yang did not dare to let out his voice and yell Zhou Hashan's name, but only slowed down the pace of his feet, and his eyes looked around intensively. Visibility is still too low. This is a haunted place, and there may be spooks drilling out at all times. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but Zui Yang's eyes suddenly narrowed. A few dog paw prints on a shallow mossy ground caught his attention. Dog paw prints. Is that little ink blot? But if it's a small ink blot, why are there only dog paw prints and Zhou Hashan's footprints? With disbelief in his heart, Zui Yang still walked towards the dog paw print. Put. The muddy ground underfoot seemed to loosen up even more. After following the dog paw prints out for another dozen meters, Zui Yang's face stiffened. Because, not far from his eyes, he saw the body of little inkblot. The little inkblot collapsed on the moss. Its neck dry and rotting. Black scabs of blood formed a dark circle around its neck. Its eyes darkened and its size contracted slightly. The green moss of the ground was spattered with blood everywhere. The little inkblot, it seems, was cut in the neck and bled to death. Grass. The bad feeling in his heart was fulfilled. Little Murph. Zui Yang couldn't help but shout. His feet immediately stepped fast, and he was about to rush to the side of the little inkblot. Don't want to. Just as he took a step, the mossy ground in front of him instantly collapsed. Pff. Zui Yang only felt a softness in his feet, and his entire body sank towards the ground. His body instinctively struggled violently, but he only felt that he was bound up by an invisible force, and the more he struggled, the more he sank. Phew. Breathe out a few ragged breaths. Zui Yang forced himself to regain his composure. He fixed his eyes on his side. It turns out that in this area of the little inkblot's body, the moss is all boggy underneath. As soon as you approach the area, you are bound to step in a quagmire that is difficult to escape from. Pff. The body was encased in a quagmire and the smell of earth filled his nostrils. Although it was hard to bear, Zui Yang's face was already gloomy when he looked at little inkblot's corpse. It wasn't that he was horrified at the death of the little inkblot. Start with a different idea. If this is a quagmire, then how could the little inkblot die lying here? This situation arises. There's just one possibility. Someone purposely placed the body of the little inkblot at the quagmire to lure himself there. After all, this is a ghostly place. Ghosts can't be afraid of mud bogs, much less fall for a black dog corpse. That is to say, it was a trap, only for him. Slowly, he pulled all his body out of the mire. Zui Yang has seen on TV that expanding the contact surface of the body to the quagmire, thus affecting the strength of the fall, makes it possible to slowly climb out of the quagmire. However, it was only just pulling out a hand. A mocking sound then came from within the watery, mist-dense woods. Hey, you guys don't say. He really got hit. The head is just great. Anticipating that he will come to see the black dog. Ha. Indeed. We'll play him to death without the head's hand. After the taunts got closer and closer, Zui Yang squinted his eyes, and he could clearly see 4 or 5 tall men walking in the thick fog. These men Zui Yang had never seen, but he guessed that this should all be the replica bazaar of the passengers on the Aurora. You guys aren't people, are you? Angling his head, Zui Yang was able to notice that these people stepped on the wet swamp ground, and the ground did not sink. Ooh, you're pretty quick to respond, but the head explained that you must die here. A tall man approached towards Zui Yang with quick steps. Zui Yang's body was still deep in the mud, and his head was flush with the ground. Death comes. The tall man kicked towards Zui Yang's head. Zui Yang's face turned cold. Ghost face sore. Over to you. Resuscitate though. Ha. Kid, this time, you might have played it off. The man's face wriggled around his neck, looking coldly at the big kick coming his way. What the hell? And worthy to come and call me names? Put. The big foot strides in the air, not yet close to Zui Yang's face. That tall man instantly turned into water mist and disintegrated. Chapter 81, Speculation. Sure enough, the head said this guy's no good, but this is a ghostly place. As they watched one of their companions dissolve into water mist, the remaining 4 did not panic in the slightest. They looked at Zui Yang with strange smiles. Immediately afterward, they darted towards Zui Yang as if they were going forward and backward. Zui Yang had already withdrawn his hands and spread his arms on the quagmire in an attempt to drag his body out. Placed in the mire. He couldn't care less about the 4 men coming at him. The human face on his neck dragged out a fleshy tumor that hovered in midair and was watching the 4 fly by with interest. Ridiculous. Just you guys? Death comes. Pffffffffff. With just one look, the 4 men's running movements froze. Following that, their bodies cracked and exploded into 4 puddles of watery splashes. A ghost tattoo on his neck began to dissipate. Zui Yang didn't care and had already tumbled out of the quagmire. His next step, now, was to try to roll out of the confines of the mire. Put. Slow tries to roll to the body. Ha. Kid. Seems like there are quite a few fog barrier ghosts coming from the distance. Suddenly, Ghostface Sore gave a reminder. Zui Yang's body shook. Are you saying that the creepy ones that spray water when they die are fog barrier ghosts? Right. A splinter of the fog barrier ghost, to be exact. The mist barrier ghost's ability is to create water mist, which can manifest a doppelganger or mimic other human forms. The ability of the main body is actually not strong. Where the main body is the key question. As long as the main body is not eliminated, the water mist doppelganger can stay illusory. So, no wonder the people on the ship keep disappearing and appearing. The main body. Could it be? Is it Joe Hashan? Thoughts are becoming clearer. If anything, after the aurora appeared in the mist of water, he opened the ghost mirror and brought the little inkblot here. But it's not like he left footprints on the road just now. Is there a possibility that? Was he the one who first opened the ghost mirror and then hid in the ghost? Releasing the fog barrier ghost ability to diffuse the water mist into the aurora? Because the ghost mirror was opened, the misty ghost doppelganger here was able to infiltrate the aurora. And the little inkblot wandered through the haunted area out of instinct and was purposely placed in the swamp area after being killed. Joe Hashan also has login access to the Ghostbusters webpage. And he knows what I'm capable of. So, he deliberately lured me into the ghosts and set me up to do away with me? Think deeper. Could Joe Hashan have entered the ghostly world long before 023 found him and harnessed a fog barrier ghost here? After all, the ability of a ghost mirror holder is to communicate with the spooky. He can open the ghost mirror and control the fog barrier ghost at the same time. Is he a double trickster? This would explain why he opens the ghost mirror in front of 023 every time to confirm that he is a real person. Hiss. The more he thought about it, the more Zui Yang felt that Joe Hashan was more likely to be the big boss. Think of the endless possibilities for someone who has mastered the ghostly mirror and the spooky. He may succumb to the Ghostbusters? The thoughts in his head continued, and Zui Yang had already rolled out of the quagmire. Rustling. In the water mist, countless silhouettes weaved in and out. As you look around, the 2 front and back roadways are already full of humanoids. These guys don't have a silhouette yet. Their bodies were covered with ripples of water, like humanoid water monsters. However, they merely glanced at Zui Yang. After the appearance of Zui Yang was reflected in the water, in an instant, 110 Zui Yang distorted and appeared. Grass. You guys are boring. Shaking off the mire on his clothes, Zui Yang didn't care about how many enemies there were and whether he could cope with them. He just hurriedly took out his cell phone from his arms. Tune your phone to the chat screen with your past self. He planned to reopen it without hesitation as soon as the ghost patterns were all used up this time. He always felt that there were still a lot of details of things that hadn't been straightened out. Boy, so many of you. I'm killing them all here. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. The teasing of a ghost-faced sore came from the nape of his neck. Zui Yang was cold. Go ahead and do it. Recovery is on me. Okay. After listening to the ghost-faced sore's answering the voice, Zui Yang quickly stepped away from the muddy swamp. With that, he bypassed the immediate area and ran towards the deeper depths. In front of you. Despite the numerous selves blocking the way, but Zui Yang just too close to them. Ghostface Sore's bulge up after a moment of water mist. Pffffffffff. He was running, and the water spray was erupting from the pile. Being in a ghostly place, whether it was exploring inside or retreating towards the ancient mirror, the risk was actually the same. Instead of that, Zui Yang chose to explore more. He wanted to try to find Joe Hashan proper. Even if you don't beat him this time, then investigating the environment and reopening it next time will at least be a lot easier. Grunt grunt. The sphinx on his neck had bulged to the size of a fist. Ha. Boy, do I have you to thank for this? When you die and I revive, I will avenge you. Don't worry. This ghostly land, the future master, will be this great master. The second ghost tattoo on his neck disappeared as the shrill laughter continued. Zui Yang had a wooden face and ignored no one. All the way forward, through a mist of water with no end in sight. Finally, the mist of water in front of his eyes slowly thinned. At the end of the watery misty woods was actually a lake with no visible head. On the edge of the lake, An old man who looked a bit similar to Zhou Yang was gnawing on a dog corpse that had already decomposed. The dog corpse was covered in black hair and looked similar to the little ink blot. Zhou Yang's eyelids flickered. He recognized this dog. It was the black dog he had given to Zhou Yang before the eerie descent. Zhou Yang named it Little Blackie. I didn't realize that it was actually being killed here now, and gnawing away. You are Zhou Hushan, right? Zhou Yan looked coldly at the old man, who was still gnawing on the dog's corpse, and did not have the slightest intention of taking care of him. Shit, have you become like creepy? This is your son's dog. With a snarl, the old man's mouth gnawed at the corners in a lurch. The old man grinned as the rotting dog meat still hung in the corners of his mouth. This stuff isn't tasty. Flesh and blood have to be fresh to be tasty. That dog of yours is quite fresh, but it'll have to be hung out to dry for a while to keep you fooled. You. The ghost face sore between his neck bulged up 3 times again. The third ghost tattoo on his neck disappeared. Zhou Yang's footsteps were in a hurry and he was about to throw a punch towards the old man. The old man had a smile on his lips. After the bang sound, his head was actually directly blasted into water mist. Just kill it? Nope. This is also a diversion. After watching the headless body of the old man turn into a mist of water, Zhou Yang froze slightly, and a gust of cloudy wind gusted behind him. Turning his head, he saw another 100 or so old men, standing all around the lake. Chapter 82, returning to the initial point of suspicion. Ha, kid, I know you're good, but this is a ghostly place. Hundreds of old men looked at Zhou Yang in unison, revealing hideous smiles. Zhou Hakusan? Which one is Zhou Hushan? Or, in fact, neither at all? Zhou Yang's face darkened. He knew he could be wrong. Even if you come next time, if you can't find the body here, it will be a wasted visit. Ghost face sore. Over to you. Not caring to entangle with the fog barrier ghost anymore, Zhou Yang pulled out his cell phone and instantly contacted his past self. Zhou Yang, hello from the past. If you're reading this message, it means I'm dead. After getting on the Aurora, everything you feel is out of place needs to be carefully observed. After being called out by 023 to chat, you know everything. Please don't believe anyone's words, and from this moment on, doubt everything. After editing the text message and sending it, Zhou Yang calmly put the phone into his pocket. This time, 100 or so old people jumped forward. Ghost face sore but did not make a move. It bulged larger and larger, and the sardonic smile at the corners of its mouth resembled a demon. Ha, kid, you won't last much longer. I simply don't kill them. They're not instants anyway, so there's no point in killing them. When I become a subject, I'll clear this place properly. The third ghost tattoo is no longer enough to make the ghost face sore obey. It got more and more exaggerated the more it bulged, until it looked like 2 heads had grown on Zhou Yang's neck. Zhou Yang looked at it with cold eyes and suddenly opened his mouth. I'm going to die anyway. How about, I beg you for something? Ooh, it's rare. You begged me? Right. Show me your true power. And, if I can, I'd like to see them all dead before I die. Is that okay? Zhou Yang fought and negotiated. He inexplicably had an intuition that perhaps the body of the fog barrier ghost was not here at all. So he wanted to see if there would be any new fog barrier ghosts after they were all dead. See my power? Hey, gotta admit, kid, you're letting me down a bit, but it's good to spend time with you at least. Let's show you what kind of power you really have. The head twisted between the necks. Zhou Yang suddenly realized that his body was no longer under control. His arm raised autonomously and his left finger pointed at Hyaki. Ben also looked over a piece of weirdness in a big way. At this moment, like an explosion of hair, have turned to run. Scumbag. Suppression. Fingers fall between them. The 100 ghosts were instantly fixed in place. Immediately. Pfft. Hundreds of clusters of bizarre tons crumbled like waterworks, and rain poured down by the lake. Zhou Yang looked at all this with surprise. Never imagined that there would be suppression after the ability to nullify the ghost face sore. Snap snap. Fine spots of water splashed down on his face. The 100 ghosts dissipated, but the fog and miasma in the forest remained. Zhou Yang knows. The chances of the body not being in the ghostly world jacked up. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. Put. The next moment that crumbled was his own head. After the head on the neck instantly exploded, the ghost face sore head moved from the neck and took over the position of Zhou Yang's head. Zhou Yang's consciousness dissipated in an instant. In a trance, he seemed to hear the murmur of the ghost face sore. Boy, you disappoint me. Consciousness gradually sinks and begins to fade into clarity again. Zhou Yang suddenly smelled a cigarette flavor odor. In his ears, the voice of 023 rang out. Alright then, I'll have the organization send you the link later. Returning to his senses, Zhou Yang realized that he had suddenly appeared in the room of 023. This is, talking to 023 the other day about joining the organization. Let's go. Now I'll show you where Joe Hushan is. 023 said to himself. Having walked out of the room, Zui Yang came back to his senses and quickly chased after him. Once again the two men came to the iron door, which 023 opened and pointed to the passageway above. This is the passageway to the captain's room on the 3rd floor. I've just seen him this morning. In 3 days, let's come back. 023 snorted and was just about to close the iron door. Zui Yang looked like he had thought of something wrong. Right. When you went to see Joe Hushan in the morning, did he have a black dog by his side? Black dog? What black dog? It's the one Zhou Yang raised himself. Oh, you mean that one? It was, put in the captain's cabin after he met his father. One day while opening the ghost mirror, said the dog got in and couldn't find it. Are you sure? That's what he said? Right. What else do you think? 023 said without thinking, closing the iron door in the process. Zui Yang's eyes flashed with a meaningful light. This Zhou Yang. That's not what he said to himself at that time. He was saying at the time, put the little inkblot at Joe Hushan's, and little Blackie would be happy. Now the little hacks have all disappeared. He was too trusting of him originally. Plus it was just a trivial matter of no importance. So he didn't give it a second thought. But that's when the finer points come into play. Posing at the entrance of the iron gate, Zui Yang did not leave in a hurry. He looked at 023 again and asked a second question. Zhou Yang, is it possible to come here to see his father at any time? Well, if he wanted to, he'd have talked to his father on his cell phone ahead of time. And his father would have opened the door for him inside. And we wouldn't have known. So that's something I didn't bother with meticulously. So, say, what's with all the questions all of a sudden? 023 glanced at Zui Yang, and Zui Yang smiled. It's fine. By the way, 023, should it be okay if I don't sign up for the Ghostbusters organization? It's fine. You can register whenever you want. The mission rewards, they'll be counted together. Well then, I'm fine. Zui Yang nodded, but still did not leave through the iron doorway. 023 eyed him suspiciously. You are? I'm validating a thing. What is it? I'll let you know when I verify it. Selling a secret? 023 saw that Zui Yang did not say, shrugged his own shoulders, and did not bother to ask more. He looked toward the iron gate and simply barked better not go in there and bother before walking out of the place on his own. Zui Yang leaned against the door, recalling the details from before. He remembers. At that time, after going back from here, he was anxious to go protect Zhou Yang. But once he returned to Zhou Yang's house, he did not see Zhou Yang. He then received the registration link for the Ghostbusters organization, and beautifully studied the Ghostbusters website, in his house. After that again, Zhou Yang went back to the house, and the little inkblot was led to Joe Hushan's place, as he said. That is to say, if Zhou Yang wasn't lying, Zhou Yang should have been at his old man's place while he was in the house tinkering with the Ghostbusters website, according to the timeline comparison. This time, if he didn't go back to the house and stood guard in front of the iron gate, he would definitely be able to wait until Zhou Yang came out. Doubt anyone. Leaning against the wall, Zui Yang waited silently. Ryoko. The iron door creaked. Zhou Yang actually really walked out from inside. Chapter 83, If I don't register my information, will I not be targeted? Above. Hey, Zui Yang, why are you here? The iron door opened, and Zhou Yang looked at Zui Yang in surprise. Apparently, he hadn't even imagined that there would be someone guarding the doorway. Zui Yang stared at him for a while and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Little Murmur? Little Ink?" Being asked this question, Zhou Yang's mouth lurched before he squeezed out a smile. This. Sorry, my dad likes it too much. So put it at his place. Yes? Eyes gradually narrowed. Zui Yang thought of the scene where the little inkblot was wiped out and lay on the mossy ground. His face turned cold. Zhou Yang, if Uncle Joe asked you to help, would you help? Why do you ask? I'm his son, so if he wants me to do something, don't I do it? Zhou Yang smiled as Zui Yang's gaze looked behind the iron door. It was like he was afraid that Zui Yang was going to go in. Zhou Yang hurriedly pulled up Zui Yang's shoulder. Hey, go away. My dad has a foul temper. Don't bother him. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it if he doesn't see 023 next time. Dragging Zui Yang along the way, Zhou Yang changed the topic. By the way, 023 called you over to become a Ghostbuster, right? Yes, Zui Yang responded. Despite the fact that there is already a gap between the Zhou Gongzi. But right now, it wasn't time to be able to show his hand. There were still some things he hadn't figured out. If we show down now, and Joe Hushan upstairs runs into the ghost mirror, it's all meaningless. The most important thing is to find out where the fog ghost is. The two of them went all the way back inside the bedroom, and Zhou Yang couldn't wait to turn on his cell phone. Zui Yang noticed that he was also logging into the Ghostbusters website. Last time, he just couldn't wait to register his personal information. And then, his information was refreshed within the complete list of Ghostbusters. Once the personal information was released, both Zhou Hashan and Zhou Yang could see what he was capable of. Therefore, because of his special nature, there was a layout against him later on when the water mist descended. But, reopen it once more. What if Zhou Yang doesn't register the information this time? The only people who knew about his abilities were 023, 026, and Su Tianji. Wouldn't that change the course of things? Zhou Yang thought so and sat on the sofa without saying a word. At his side, Zhou Yang poked Zhou Yang's shoulder in some confusion. Hey, leader left. Why don't I see your message? Say, didn't 023 yell at you to become a member of the Ghostbusters? I don't want to join them for now. Zhou Yang casually pulled a mouthful. Without wanting to, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Why? Why don't you join them? By joining them, you are certainly safe, but at the same time you are bound, aren't you? Oh, you really think so? And what else? Zhou Yang, what is your ability? It's not worth it. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. The conversation drifted to a halt. It could be that there was already a disconnect in his heart towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang didn't say a few words before heading towards his room. I'm going to sleep first. Call me if something happens. Okay. Lying on the bed inside the house, Zhou Yang closed the door to the room. Now, he wasn't the least bit worried that Zhou Yang had been replaced by something bizarre. Fog barrier ghost. That's his old Chao's family. What? How can you harm your own family? Earlier they had wondered if there was a creepy intrusion from the outside, when in fact, the mole was inside the ship, and possibly a presence that had been protected all along. Zhou Hashan, where exactly is the mist barrier ghost's main body? Hidden? Wait. According to the current timeline, I'll run into the confrontation between Xia Taohong and his brother at dinner tomorrow morning, right? Xia Taohong had said that her brother would be at the restaurant a step ahead of him. That means his brother is going to be replaced tomorrow morning. And if he goes ahead and lays it out, isn't there a chance to find the body? With this thought, Zhou Yang set a cell phone vibration for himself at 4 in the morning and fell soundly asleep. This time he slept soundly, for he knew that nothing must happen tonight. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. At 4 a.m. The vibrating cell phone rang next to the bed. With a jolt, Zhou Yang climbed up from the side of the bed. He opened the door of his room gently, while then looked at the door of Zhou Yang's room next door. It's also locked. Opening the door of the house, Zhou Yang took the elevator to the first floor. The halls were empty at 4 in the morning. Zhou Yang thought about it and found the table where Xia Taohong dined last time. As promised, her brother would be the one dining here. Crouching down, Zhou Yang simply hid under the table. Just crouching and crouching at the bottom of the table. Zhou Yang did not know how long it took. At last, a pattering of footsteps sounded, vaguely visible. A small, bouncy creature came bouncing along. Ha. As long as I come early, no one can steal the meat and rice balls for me to eat. I'll grab 2 for my sister. Little Dot twisted his body and slowly sat down in front of Zhou Yang's table. Zhou Yang still didn't come out. He would like to see what would happen here. In a jiffy, the little guy stomped his legs and another footstep sounded. Da. The visitors seemed to be several. The sound of steps being taken was towards the little one's side. Ha. Little doll, up so early? An old voice came, and Zhou Yang's body was stunned. It was a voice he had heard before. It was Zhou Hashan's. Does this guy get up early every day to catch orders and then implement weird substitutions? Silence, then squatting on the dining room table. Until, Zhou Yang saw several pairs of big feet lined up under the table. Grandpa, why are you sitting at a table with me? The little one's voice came with a hint of fear. Zhou Hashan laughed. Because, we always welcome those who fall alone. Pff. A sound similar to the splashing of liquid came. Zhou Yang vaguely saw it. From the direction of the elevator, a waterman whose entire body was bubbling and rippling with water was walking fast. Once that water person came to the table, the face of the little one reflected on the water shadow. It quickly twisted and morphed into a little one of equal size. You're. The little one's frightened voice came. A couple of big feet stood up at once under the table, as if they were going to catch the little one. Ghost face sore. Just then, on Zhou Yang's neck, the human face was twisted, and the ghost face sore revived. Looking toward the surrounding, pff. In an instant, several figures at the table exploded and crumbled into a mist of water. Zhou Yang rolled out from under the table and raised his eyes. The little guy was sitting at the table, looking at the mist of water bursting out around him with a stunned expression. And the scene? No more. Damn, this Zhou Hashan is also a fake. Damn it, you don't even use your main body when you come out to do bad things. How prudent. looking at the water mist all over his body. Zuo-yang was full of ugly faces. Chapter 84, If I don't register my information, will I not be targeted? Medium, if there is water mist everywhere, it means that Zhou Hushan has also been nullified by the ghost face sore. Then that Zhou Hushan just now was definitely not the original body. Gaze in the direction of the elevator entrance. Zuo-yang recalled the appearance of the waterman just now. It should have come down in an elevator. The characteristics of the fog barrier ghost doppelganger. After a few encounters, Zuo-yang almost understood. A doppelganger split from the main body can only take the form of a waterman at first. When the silhouette is reflected in the water of the waterman, it can instantly transform. If this mechanism holds, well, the fact that the waterman just came down from the second floor suggests that the subject may have just split into a doppelganger. The main body should still be on the second floor. If I were to reopen it again, wouldn't it be better to just wake up at 4 o'clock and crouch that waterman's point of differentiation to find out where the main body is? Thinking like this, Zuo-yang still gave up this idea for the time being. If that waterman had come from 3 floors down, dying all over again would be pointless. Brother, are you a Taoist priest too? Behind him, Dot's voice came. After the rescue, he looked at Zuo-yang with eyes full of admiration. Zuo-yang came back to his senses and shook his head at him. From now on, don't get up early again. But, if I don't get up early, I won't be able to eat the meat and rice balls. Okay, I'll wait with you. Anyway, it was fine. So Zuo-yang simply sat down and accompanied this little bit. Little Dot was very talkative. And after a while he looked at Zuo-yang and asked questions. Brother, my name is Xia Zhucheng. What's yours? Zuo-yang. Oh left brother. Are you a Taoist priest? No, isn't it? But you're like Dad. When you show up, all those ghosts and demons, they die out. Hey, your dad? As if reminded by Xia Zhucheng's words, Zuo-yang's eyes blinked. There's actually not quite enough manpower on the Aurora right now. If only we could have more than one dog. Thinking of this, Zuo-yang asked jokingly, your father, where did he used to live? Living in the Lotus neighborhood. What unit and floor? Unit 1, second floor. Where's his cell phone number? Let's see. 138. Good. Silently memorizing the phone number Xia Zhucheng said. Zuo-yang smiled and joked with him again. You tell me everything. Aren't you afraid I'll come to your house and steal something? Brother, do you take me for a 3-year-old? If you can still go to my house now, take whatever you want from the house. Ha 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 kid. Have a word with the little guy and rip him off. From outside the deck area, a sliver of morning light mapped in. From the right side of the hall, within the resident area, sporadic people came out in 2s and 3s. According to what Xia Zhucheng had said, there were indeed meat and rice balls delivered in the dining car of the first shift. After asking for a few for the little guy, Zuo-yang noticed that 026 walked out of the elevator with Su Tianji and Zhou Yang. Unlike last time, Zhou Yang's face looked good. It didn't look like a late night at all. Seeing that Zuo-yang is eating now, he quickly ran over and smashed his fist on Zuo-yang's shoulder. Good boy. You girl back me out to eat first. Is that how you protect me? I actually wanted to bring you something back. Casually pulling the skin, Zuo-yang noticed that 026 did not even look at himself this time. It's because I'm not registered as a ghostbuster that he doesn't bother with me, right? Good lord. The chain reaction belongs to yes. So this way, is it possible that what happened back there with creepy picking on me and 026 won't happen either? Thinking like this, Zuo-yang's dining table, without realizing it, had already sat down 2 more people. One was Zhou Yang, and the other was Xia Taohong, who had arrived late. Xia Taohong watched as Xia Zhucheng and the stranger ate the meat and rice balls, and after just a moment of shock, she followed suit. The meal went unexpectedly well. Because there was no Xia Taohong to confront the fake child, Zuo-yang did not have to use his ability to detect the authenticity of the crowd. But, it didn't take long for the elevator doors to open again. 023 stepped out with a cigarette in his mouth and hurriedly walked out. Without saying a word, he kicked towards 026, who was still eating. I say, you girl can do it? Still not sailing? I want to wait. Kicked by 023. 026 just kept his head down and didn't say anything. Wait for your mom. What a cousin you have. Dead is dead. Can't you tell the difference between him and the task then? Ripe for the picking? A chorus of voices rang out, and 026 didn't say a word. It was Su Tianji who couldn't look away. He stood up, his face drooping with an ugly expression. Forget it. Shao Hai, you go steer the boat. Hey, I'm not going on deck. He touched the binoculars in his pocket, as if he wanted to break his thoughts about Su Donglai. Su Tianji disheveledly walked towards the elevator alone. Probably didn't have an appetite for breakfast either. 026 raised his eyes and glanced at Su Tianji, pursed his lips, and walked quickly towards the deck area. A fair STH. It seems to be heading towards a different plot. Zhuo Yang remembered that according to the original direction, he would go with 023 to eliminate those fake weirdness. When you come back, you will encounter the scene of fake Zhou Yang and 026 Su Tianji at a table. But, since he hadn't registered his Ghostbusters information, he definitely wasn't being targeted right now. Then naturally, the fake Zhou Yang stirring up trouble will not happen. That's interesting. Zhuo Yang secretly sighed at the interesting aspects of the butterfly effect. At his side, Zhou Yang patted his shoulder. Hey, Zhuo Yang, are you done eating? After we finish eating, there's something I want to talk to you about. Wait for what? Never mind. You go back first. I'll find you later. Zhuo Yang waved his hand and could not say anything explicitly. He couldn't say that now that Creepy wasn't going to do it to him. He was definitely going to do it to 026. After all, 026 was the power source of the Aurora. He was himself one of the targets of the shenanigans. Now, he needs to be reminded to protect 026. But reminding 026 of this matter is definitely not something that Zhou Yang can see. Zhuo Yang is aware that Zhou Yang is roughly the same as Zhou Hashan, quietly sitting at the table. Zhuo Yang had no intention of leaving, and Zhou Yang gave him a blank look. You're an incompetent bodyguard. Forget it, you didn't join them, and you don't need to obey their orders. So dashing off is fine with you. Sickly, he left the table. Zhuo Yang personally watched him enter the elevator after, just about to get up and go alert 026 in the deck area. Suddenly, the downward elevator door opened, and Su Tianji hurried over again, heading straight for the deck area. Chapter 85, If I don't register my information, will I not be targeted? Below, Su Tianji? How could he have the heart to come back? No. As if realizing something, Zhuo Yang immediately stood up from his seat. If Creepy isn't targeting himself now, then follow the previous timeline. What was supposed to be a plan to sow discord might now be skipped over in favor of going straight for the 026. That's Su Tianji. It could be a fake. Big steps toward the deck area. On the deck area, 026 was observing the scene around him. His gaze took one last look at the South River Bridge, followed by a decisive lift of his large hand. Buzz buzz. Aurora, the water rolls by the huge silhouette. The boat, propelled by the waves of water, began to move forward again. Hi. The mind is precisely looking at the waters at the moment. Su Tianji's pale voice came, and 026 twisted his head to look at it, and his face changed. Uncle Su, why did you come down? Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. As Su Tianji spoke, he waved towards 026. 026 without question. He walked quickly. Uncle Su, you, condolences. With a somewhat complicated face, he looked at Su Tianji. The old man bowed his head and arched his back, seemingly in mourning. His hand, however, was slowly wandering behind him, as if he were trying to pull something out. Hey, 026, you, he's not Su Tianji. Suddenly, Zhuo Yang's voice came from the distance and 026 was startled. What? Rubbing. Not even waiting for him to react. Su Tianji, who was originally disheveled, raised his head, his face full of scorn. He pulled out a fruit knife from behind him and violently stabbed it towards 026's chest. Uncle Su, you, being approached by those closest to him, 026 was defenseless. Bared, the fruit knife cut through his shirt and stabbed a small hole in his chest. Gurgling blood gushed out, but fortunately, Zhuo Yang's timely reminder, so that he woke up in time, panicked and retreated a few steps, and Su Tianji to pull away from the distance. But, even so, the sharp fruit knife sliced off a piece of living flesh from 026's body, and 026's chest was instantly red with blood. TSK. Bloody hell. Brat, how do you know I'm a fake? When he failed to win, Su Tianji looked at Zhuo Yang with annoyance. Zhuo Yang smiled. People have emotions, people have hearts, but Creepy doesn't. You, 026, do it. Urging 026 to do it, Zhuo Yang did not want to use the ability of Ghostface Soar in public. 026 covered his chest and looked at Su Tianji and Zhuo Yang with complicated eyes. Waves of water crash over the edge of the moving cruise ship. Rustling. In an instant, the water flow coalesced into a spear that slowly raised and rose. Dared to turn into Uncle Su. You die for me. But, unsurprisingly, from outside the deck, a spear condensed by the water flow, pierced through the head of Su Tianji in an instant. A cloud of water mist appeared, and Su Tianji slowly dissolved into a fog barrier. 026 gasped, and despite the reluctance on his face, he looked at Zhuo Yang. Hey, this time, thank you. Hey, that's a rare thing. You'll thank me too. Ha, Zhuo Yang snickered, and 026 looked at him and quickly walked toward the cabin again. He looked like he had realized something, and his face hardened a bit. Hey, you can't be alone now. Seeing 026 leaving at a fast pace, Zui Yang could only follow. Jogging all the way back to the second floor, 026 hurriedly opened a door to a room. Inside, the room was empty except for the neatly arranged chairs. Shit! Uncle Su he. Damn! Bang! Covering his wound, 026 slammed his fist against the wall. Cough cough. Blood seeped out of the wound on his chest, and he couldn't help but cough out, his entire face turning white. Hey! Don't you dare think of wandering around. You now. Better get 023 over here on your cell phone right now. Right now. The situation, I guess it's going to be wrong. Zui Yang urged 026 to press the next development. Unsurprisingly, the water mist is coming, sweeping from the ghost mirror to the entire aurora. Only, the last layout was aimed at him and 026. This one will probably only target 026 alone. How do you know that things are going to be wrong? 026 covers his wounds and leans against the wall. Even though he was still refuting Zui Yang, he honestly took out his cell phone. I'm guessing. Do you believe me? Zui Yang blindly talked about his skin, looking out of the corner of his eye at the door. A white mist of water was, indeed, spreading from within the walkway. He guessed right. The water spray was either coming from the waters of the first floor deck, or from the second or third floor. Fog barrier ghosts. Where the hell is it hidden? Narrowing his eyes, Zui Yang closed the door to his room. He wasn't in the mood to worry about Shouyang tourists or anything like that right now. It is imperative that 026 be secured. As long as the Aurora can drive to the finish line, even if everyone on this boat disappeared, he wouldn't interfere much. As for what the hell mirror? Love whoever. The situation was just too passive, and every step, it seemed, was in a bizarre plan. Wait quietly in the house. Finally, a footstep sounded outside the door. Zui Yang just wanted to pull the door, and the sound of 026's vigilance sounded behind him. Careful. It could be a fake. You're once bitten by a snake. 10 years afraid of a well rope. It's okay. I have my own means of discernment. Opening the door, Zui Yang glanced outside. 023 is walking this way with a black face and a cigarette in his mouth. Hello, Zui Yang, what's the situation? He asked with his head held high, and Zui Yang looked at him and did not respond. Only after he was sure that the ghost face sore was not bulging, Zui Yang retreated and introduced him into the room. See for yourself. 026 is under attack. 026? Surprised, he looked at the pale-faced 026 in the room. 023 with an odd expression. No, you can still get hurt. Ha, it's the weirdness that turned into Uncle Su. 026 answered coldly. 023 shaking his head. These dogs, if I don't go to trouble them, they actually dare to take the initiative to trouble us? 023, I think that the priority now is to hold this place and wait for the Aurora to reach the end. Zui Yang decisively made his suggestion. There's him and 023, plus 026, with the three ghost masters gathered together. Even if Zhou Hashan was a double weirdness controller, it was impossible to break through here. But, after listening to this opinion, 023 took a puff of smoke and swept his eyes twice at Zui Yang and 026. I know, you mean protecting the 026 voyage. The creepy side, I think, is eyeing 026's ability to stop us in the waters. But, just have me and him. This time, the organization sent 4 ghost sentinels, so they can't return without success. Tell you what, I'll stand guard here, and you go fetch Zhou Yang. As for the Zhou clan's ancient mirror, Zhou Hashan might hide in it if he encounters any weirdness. Zui Yang, although it's excessive to make these demands on you who have yet to join the Ghost Sentinel organization, but please, now, you're the only one who can tell the truth from the lie. 023 pleading gaze looked. Zui Yang hesitated for a moment, nodded, pulled open the door of the room and walked out. Chapter 86, Zui Yang, join us. The moment you walk out of room 026, countless thoughts popped up in Zui Yang's mind. Suddenly he thought of a solution that wasn't a solution. If we have not been able to determine the location of the main body of Zhou Hashan, can we directly capture Zhou Yang and use his life to blackmail Zhou Hashan to come out? Although this is a bit despicable, but as long as Zhou Hashan really misses Zhou Yang, then there is a chance. Alternatively, if it's a father's honor, son's honor, the more vigilance will be aroused by Zhou Hashan. While his thoughts were wandering, Zui Yang had already arrived in front of Zhou Yang's door. Crunch! Pushing open the door to the room. The house was calm as usual. Zhou Yang was sitting on the sofa and was calmly scratching his cell phone. But, beside him, there was an old man sitting. Zhou Hashan. Yo Zui Yang, you're back? Seeing Zui Yang return, Zhou Yang stood up and just wanted to approach Zhuo Yang with a quick step. Zhuo Yang, however, frowned and took 2 steps back. The ghost face sore on his neck has bulged. The pair of Zhou's father and son in front of us are all fakes. What the fuck? What did this father and son fake to find me for? Could it be that Zhou Yang prejudged me and knew that I would use him to threaten Zhou Hashan? It can't be. He's not even sure if I'm hostile to him. Inwardly it rippled, but the face was expressionless. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuo Yang said in a cold voice, Grand Duke Shou, you have something to find me, don't you? Ha, Zhuo Yang, do you, by any chance, know something? When Zhou Yang saw Zhuo Yang retreating, the corner of his eyes lifted, but he did not care. What can I know? I've been on the ship, before and after, and it's only been a full day, so what else could I know? That's true. By the way, Zhuo Yang, to introduce you, this is my father, Zhou Hashan. Zhou Yang pointed to Zhou Hashan on his side, who also stood up and grinned towards Zhuo Yang. However, Zhuo Yang did not respond and only looked at them vigilantly. I mean, it's foggy out. It's not right that you brought your dad to make a point of getting to know me, is it? Ha ha ha, I told you. You're sharp. Zhuo Yang, I don't know why. You, as a person, give me the feeling of a metaphysical existence. You asked me to find spells before the creepy descent, and afterward, you purposely bought the black dog to send me. It's as if all of this played a huge role after the weirdness descended. I sometimes wonder if you've contracted some kind of time trick or something. Ha ha ha. You, but someone I rarely appreciate. Zhou Yang said to himself, and Zhuo Yang looked at him with cold eyes, but in his heart, he could not help but be shocked. This guy actually paid special attention to me? Not to say that you're a mundane person, just those alone are not surprising. However, where you surprised me is that I only told you an address, and you actually managed to find your way here and became a ghost sentinel on the way? Talent. I really appreciate you. So, I'll make an exception. Zhuo Yang, I'm only going to ask this question once. You want to join us? As the words came out, Zhou Yang's eyes went straight to Zhuo Yang. The corner of Zhuo Yang's mouth curled up. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by joining you? Stop pretending. You stood outside the Iron Gate that day and guessed something, didn't you? And I'm not going to lie to you. We're the ones who made all this happen now. Just kidding. My Zhou family, with its ghostly creatures, will worry about being spooky, as long as the ghost mirror is around. Explore the world inside. Not to mention 2 bizarre, even 4, 5. We can just as well try to harness them, with infinite possibilities. Do you think that the Zhou family would be happy to cooperate with some ghost sentinel organization? Zhou Yang's voice instantly pulled up. Zhuo Yang's eyelids picked up, and he suddenly remembered the question Zhou Yang asked himself last time. What do you think you'd do with the ability to dominate? So, that's when you were torturing me about my choices? With his eyes blandly looking at Zhou Yang, Zhuo Yang smiled. What can you offer me if I join you? Been floating around in this boat? Of course not. We'll keep attacking 023, 026, and reviving them bizarrely. In that case, there are 2 ghosts on board. Next, turn everyone on board into doppelgangers and make this ship a ghost cruise ship of the Zhou family. This is where we will settle down in the bizarre apocalypse. On top of that, we can proceed to explore everything within the ghost mirror. We have infinite possibilities. The more Zhou Yang said, the more excited he became, and Zhuo Yang felt that he was in the marketing scene. Zhuo Yang, join us. By the end, his tone was close to commanding. A powerful aura pressed in, but Zhuo Yang just shook his head. That's very nice of you to say, but I refuse. Why? Because you're a family business, and I hate family businesses. You, again, Grand Duke Shou, you're not sincere either. Inviting me to join, and actually sending a fake body? Oh, you actually knew? The face that was still annoyed by Zhuo Yang's refusal. After hearing this sentence, Zhou Yang suddenly became interested. You're afraid. I'll take control of you, right? Worthy of being a second-generation official, you do act cautiously. Zhuo Yang snorted, and Zhou Yang's face slowly clouded. After all that, you still refuse too. I'm sorry then. Here, there's only room for the Zhou family. The words have come to an end. Zhou Yang, Zhou Hashan, looked at Zhuo Yang in unison. With that, the 2 men pulled out fruit knives from behind them and cut towards Zhuo Yang. Boring. Ha ha ha. The ghostly sores on his neck bulged rapidly. Put. Before the 2 could get close, under the watchful eyes of the ghost-faced sores, they turned into a fog barrier and shattered. Looking at the wet living room, Zhuo Yang scratched his head in annoyance. Shit. Still too passive. He just won't come out in his true form. On our side, even if we have 3 ghost sentinels, and he keeps harassing us with his doppelganger, we have no chance of winning at all. Silently, he stepped out of the room. Zui Yang did not choose to return to 026 room. If you go back, you'll just have to wait with 026 and 023 for the successive depletion attacks of the fog barrier ghosts. There's no point. Feet drifted toward the iron door heading to the third floor. Zui Yang's face was bitter. Maybe there will be a reopening, he murmured. Boom! And kicked the white iron door open. Passing through the thick water mist, Zui Yang once again stood in front of the 2-meter-high ancient mirror. TSK. Let's hope that this time, there will be something new to discover. Chapter 87, The Truth, Buzz. After a ripple in the water-mottled mirror, Zui Yang came back to the familiar cave. The world behind the ghost mirror was still filled with a watery mist. Sweeping the murals in the cave, Zui Yang quickly stepped out of the cave. Outside the cave was the familiar wet mossy mud. Zui Yang looked in a familiar direction and ran furiously for a while. According to his memory, he came to the place where the last Little Inkblot accident happened. Fruity. Once again he saw the body of Little Inkblot with its neck dry, lying on the green mossy ground. Zui Yang's face turned green with some annoyance. Well, you're still going to use my concern for the Little Inkblot to get me down in the mud. Damn it, playing with people's hearts. You're really good at it. Did you guess that I would come in here looking for you and find the Little Inkblot? Zui Yang. With the experience from the last time, Zui Yang just looked at the small ink stains and bypassed the wet swamp. Try to be as light on your feet as possible. Zui Yang is not sure if there is an ambush of fog barrier ghosts in the Deadwood Forest. Luckily, after skirting the mire, we didn't see any fog-blocking ghosts along the way. Perhaps they will only wait for me to get caught in a trap before they come out? The butterfly effect again? Thinking like this, Zui Yang slowly approached along the lake where he met Zhou Hushan in his memory. At the end of the thick mist of water, a lake could not be seen. This time, Zui Yang saw two people at the end of the fog. Zhou Yang and Zhou Hushan. Far away, Zui Yang hidden in the fog. In the neck of the ghost face sore sense, Zui Yang identified. Zhou Yang by the lake is real, but Zhou Hushan, still fake. The father and son, looking out over the sprawling lake and shaking their red wine glasses in their hands, looked like they were discussing something over a drink. Pops, you said, what's across the lake again? What shenanigans are hidden there? Again? Zhou Yang took a small sip of the red wine and frowned a little. It seems, he can't drink red wine in general and is somewhat repulsed by it. Zhou Hushan on the side. Grunt drinking red wine. A rough pig tastes fine chaff rude. He did not respond to Zhou Yang's question. He just licked the remnants of the red wine in the glass and looked at Zhou Yang's red wine glass with some eyes. Are you still drinking? Ha! You're not even afraid of this stuff anymore. It doesn't matter if I drink it or not. Take it and drink it. Pass the red wine glass to Zhou Hushan. Zhou Hushan seized the wine cup and had another bout of bull drinking. Ah, I have to say, it's fresh. It's just not the same. He murmured praise, and Zhou Yang glanced at him and shook his head again. Replicants are just replicants after all. No fun. After saying that, he slowly turned his head and looked across the lake once again, his face somewhat forlorn. This side of the world, wandering alone is a bit boring after all. Zui Yang, why don't you, join us? He muttered in a small voice. Zui Yang hid in the thick fog and took everything in. With a shrug of his nose, Zui Yang could smell a faint scent of blood. Looking again at the red wine glasses in the hands of the two, Zui Yang vaguely sensed something. Drinking blood? The body of the Little Inkblot. Could it be? With his feet striding towards the edge of the lake, Zui Yang indifferently looked at the duo. You two are so elegant. Look at the lake and drink blood. Is it black dog blood? Cold voices echoed off the edge of the lake. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang and Zhou Hushan immediately looked at Zui Yang. Zhou Yang was astonished. You actually managed to find this? It's just luck. Lucky enough to avoid the trap I set for you? Little Murdoch. I'm sure you killed him. With both eyes staring angrily at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang had quite a bit of snickering in his eyes. Zui Yang, oh Zui Yang. Is it that I can't read you anymore? Or have you really changed? Knowing what I know about you, you would definitely have risen to the occasion to see Little Inkblot and fall into the muddy swamp. However, you clearly saw Little Inkblot, yet you looked away and walked here calmly. Honestly, I'm wondering if you're still that Zui Yang. So you're still the same Zhou Yang as before? Zui Yang coldly shouted without answering. Zhou Yang's face was stunned after hearing this. But then he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Who the fuck is a human being in this motherfucking creepy apocalypse? Very good, very good. Zui Yang, I appreciate you more and more. I'll ask you one last time. Join me? With you and I joining forces, I feel that we may not be unable to create a force like the Ghost Sentinel organization. This was the last time Zhou Yang threw an olive branch to Zui Yang. He held out his hand, as friends do to each other before the end of time. But this time, Zui Yang didn't respond with half a word and moved his neck. Immediately, Ghostface sore. Ha ha ha. the human face between his neck began to emerge and twist, and Zhuo Yang snapped, running out 2 meters away and coming straight at Zhou Yang. His speed explodes in a flash, comparable to a sprinter. Watching Zhuo Yang's movements, Zhou Yang's face changed. Why? What about you coming at me instead of at the old man? What? You want to threaten the old man with me? Zhou Yang did not move, but the Zhou Hashan beside him had already blocked in front of him. Zhuo Yang still did not respond, but indifferently blasted a punch towards Zhou Yang. The punch was so fast that it dispersed the surrounding water mist. But, bang! A wrinkled old hand caught the punch steadily. Zhou Hashan smiled and held Zhuo Yang's fist. Kid, are you not taking me seriously? Ghost face sore. Kid, stop screaming. You're in luck. This one's a home run. The human face surged around his neck. After Zhuo Yang's face flickered, he secretly said sure enough. Bang! The right fist also struck towards Zhou Hashan's body with great speed. Zhou Hashan calmly waved his hand and blocked another punch from Zhuo Yang. TSK. Little guy. Can't tell. There's still such a strong and fruitful power in your body, but it's not like it was artificially worked out. To your care? Bang bang. Another 2 kicks, toward the crotch of Zhou Hashan. Zhou Hashan calmly retreated 2 steps back. The water mist behind him twisted and actually hatched a water mist silhouette. Buzz buzz. The water mist silhouette twisted into Zhuo Yang's appearance, and was about to join the match. Ghost face sore. The human face at the neck turned into a ball of flesh and flew away, shattering it with a bang. Can we get it done? Whispering a question to the ball of flesh between his neck, Zhuo Yang was now certain. Zhou Hashan is dead. The Zhou Hashan in front of us is the body of the fog barrier ghost. It's Chao Yang's shenanigans. Chapter 88, The Truth, 2. Hiss. Boy. A little hard to get a hold of, if you ask me. Why? The first time he heard an uncertain tone coming from his neck, Zhuo Yang's face was a little surprised. Because, the creepy, was constrained by the ghostly mirrors to each other. That is to say, it can call upon its abilities at full power without fear of the host being revived by the trickster. But you, unless, of course, you revive me, which is fine by me. I won't be able to restrain it for long without spamming the full force of the bizarre revival. The sound of words at the neck caused Zhuo Yang's brows to tighten. He looked towards Zhou Yang, who had a bland face by the lake, and asked in a cold voice, Actually, Zhou Hashan died a long time ago, right? Oh, how did you know? Zhou Yang raised his eyelids and pointed to Zhou Hashan in front of him. I'm looking for a replica of this fog barrier ghost of mine, and it's okay, right? What? Can your shenanigans tell the difference between real and fake? He thought quickly and figured out Zhuo Yang's ability in an instant. Zhuo Yang shook his head and said calmly, In fact, from the beginning to the end, everyone was fooled by you. You father and son come on board with the ghost mirror, and at the first moment, no one will bother to suspect your identity. That is to say, you make the misty barrier ghost turn out to be the dead Zhou Hashan. People will then naturally assume that that is your father, or even the holder of the ghost mirror. A very important role. You do this to always make sure you're outside the event, right? Even just now, you were fooling me as to why you didn't make a move on Zhou Hashan. Because, subconsciously, everyone would guess that he is the ghost mirror holder. The eerie driving essence. Pa. After Zhuo Yang finished his words, Zhou Yang couldn't help but give him a round of applause. Awesome. I told you I wouldn't look away. You sure are different from those people I fooled. Tell me, when did you, at any point, suspect that I was the Oni? Actually, I thought your old man was the Ghostbuster until you guys were drinking red wine, but the black dog's blood exposed you. Oh, how? Do you remember? You once told me that the black dog I gave you helped you avoid a lot of shenanigans. Now that I think about it, you're a second-generation government official, and you're protected by 3 Ghostbusters. Where did you get so many weird encounters? If there really is a ghost, it's the ghost in the ghost mirror, right? Zhuo Yang pointed to the red wine glass that had been abandoned on the ground and his nose twitched. In this glass, not surprisingly, is the black dog's blood from the little ink blot. Black dog's blood. It can suppress the weirdness, but it's only the early stage of weirdness. Zhou Hashan drank it alright because the fog barrier ghost proper is already an old ghost. As for why you drink, you're trying to see if black dog blood still suppresses weirdness, right? You borrowed little ink blot to start off with this experiment. It's just that when I refused to join you, you thought of using little inkblot's corpse and design to trap me. After Zhuo Yang's call, Zhou Yang smiled noncommittally. Awesome. You're really good. I was truly surprised that before the end of days, a small staff member who was casually found for fun, after doomsday, it can actually compete with me. Ha, you know what? At the time you texted me for help, I was dismissive. What is your status and what is my status? But the change came on the 3rd day. The old man harnessed the ghost mirror, and as a result, His body simply couldn't withstand the exertion, and was sharply reversed. I took the little black dog you gave me into the haunted mirror out of defense, and found that Creepy was actually afraid of black dogs. Up to this point, I have a plan. Sooner or later, the ghost mirror is going to grind the old man to death. So why not let him die? After he died, I became the master of the ghost mirror without any process. Straight away. I'll try to drink black dog blood if the ghost mirror backfires on me. I didn't realize that it really worked. In time, I entered the wet marshes and found the fog barrier ghost by the lake. I tried to use the ghost mirror and black dog blood to suppress and harness it at the same time, and to my surprise, it worked. At this time of the day, good grief, the Ghostbusters are here. They took the tone of the higher-ups and asked for my old man by name. I was forced, perhaps because I didn't like the way they instructed me on my attitude, to let the fog-blocked ghost become Pops and muddle through first. Anyway, they don't know what's going on with my old man. That's it, we're on the boat. Every now and then, in order to boost the power of the fog barrier ghost, I let him go out and find a few people to eat, and split up into separate bodies without disturbing the ship's passengers. But a fledgling doppelganger doesn't possess spiritual intelligence at all. That, on the contrary, was a mistake on my part, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, you idiots, how can you not guess on me? The second generation of the government. They will, presumably, only think that the weirdness is under the ship, and not even suspect it at the ghost mirror. Zhou Yang spoke with a bland expression. As he said that, his gaze fiercely gazed at Zui Yang. Zui Yang, I was never expecting this. I just casually picked you up a few times, and you actually managed to step in front of my eyes, even seeing through everything. You're a talent. Join me, or else die. The commanding tone came. Zui Yang looked again at this official second generation with a smile on his face, who had always been very good at talking, and his heart was mixed. This guy, before the end of the day, was courteous and gave off a good vibe. Turns out, it's all pretend. After the end of the world, he automatically started researching spooky everything and actually managed to become a double spooky harness before the Ghostbusters found him. Moreover, he used the fog ghost to fool all the people on the ship. Even later, knowing his abilities, he engineers his own infighting with 026. Such a person, whether it is means, intelligence, or talent, is a top-notch genius. If he hadn't been able to contact the past, he would have played him to death. Zhou Yang. So, you're the biggest boss. Sighing and looking at this former best friend, Zui Yang had a complicated face. The one who can arm wrestle with me. Zhou Yang. You, Zui Yang, are the first. You make me feel threatened. So either get on your knees and swear allegiance to me now. Either. Zhou Yang's face gradually turned cold. In front of him, Zhou Hashan is splitting into 4 or 5 humanoid water mist. At Zui Yang's neck, the ghost face sore bulged greatly, but it only curbed the output speed of the doppelganger. Ghostface sore is right. Having 2 creepy Ghostbusters allows for more extreme use of Creepy's power. By himself, he couldn't beat Zhou Yang, it seems. Gotta call in a few more people. Zui Yang silently took out his cell phone between his lowered face. Chapter 89, reopening again. Counter layout, What? Are you reaching for your cell phone now to call for 023 and 026? You won't be able to drag it out then. Watching Zui Yang take out his cell phone, Zhou Yang snickered. Zui Yang didn't answer him. Take out your cell phone and contact not 023 and 026, but your past self. Zui Yang, hello from the past. If you're reading this message, I'm already dead. You know that, don't you? Zhou Yang is the big boss behind the scenes, and I hope you took advantage of all the conditions when you boarded the ship. Remember, it's after you get on the boat. Grab all the time you can. After the message was sent to himself in the past, Zui Yang put away his cell phone, and looked calmly at the doppelganger behind Zhou Hashan. Zui Yang, how come I can't read fear in your eyes? Could it be that you're not afraid that the mist barrier ghost's doppelgangers will become more and more numerous? So numerous that you won't be able to carry your guile? Zhou Yang held his head up, looking like he had already won. Zui Yang looked at him for a long while, and only after a long time did he make a sound. Perhaps, by following you, I am able to get the fastest rate of growth. But, sorry about that. You have your secrets and I have mine. We, for one, are not going to work together. Goodbye, Zhou Yang, Zui Yang blandly said. Then, he jumped into the lake with a plop. Zhou Yang was dumbfounded. Along with it, the Zhou Hashan, who is still divided, is also dumbfounded. What do you mean? Running away? What's the point of jumping into the lake? A row of bubbles spits out over the lake. Zhou Yang squinted his eyes and was slow to see Zui Yang floating up. He was confused, mouth muttering, this guy, Wouldn't kill himself, would he? No. That's suicide? It's not so bad, is it? Is he not afraid to die? Quietly, he watched the lake until he was sure that several dark shadows flickered underneath the lake, pulling a dark mass completely under the water. Zhou Yang then shook his head. Shit. What SB? Kill yourself if you can't beat them? He looked at the lake with some disappointment. And under the lake, Zhou Yang looked at the underwater several green ancient robed faces approaching without resistance. Jumping in the lake is all about reopening. But I didn't realize that there were spooky wanderings under the lake in this ghost mirror. The body was dragged under the water with a heavy thud. Zhou Yang exhaled a breath, and the ice-cold cold water filled his lungs. Cough cough. A fiery stabbing pain filled his lungs until he couldn't breathe at all. Whew. A blur of vision followed by a burst of clarity. Zhou Yang was panting heavily, and the afterglow of the setting sun was reflected on his face, bringing a hint of warmth. On the deck, 023, 026, and Su Tianji all looked at him with confused faces. Hey, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just questioning you for killing Su Donlai? As for that, the corner of 023's mouth twitched. I can't imagine that this little guy is actually so mentally challenged. 026 saw him do so, and even more immediately seethed. Look at it. You see, he's a suspect. Why else would he be breathing? Enough. Just now, I searched on him and didn't find anything. Now, Zhou Yang, you come with me. I'll take you to see someone. 023 interrupted 026's suspicions with a bite, pulled Zhou Yang's hand, and headed toward the cabin. Zhou Yang was dragged by him and his mind began to race. He remembers that the next step was to meet with Zhou Yang. Then he guessed that he was a ghostbuster, and then asked for the little ink blot. Seeing that he had already stepped into the elevator with 023 and the elevator door closed, Zhou Yang cleared his throat. Elder 023, I would like to leave the dog with you for now. Is that alright with you? Put me here? Why? Zhou Yang. He has a habit of eating dog meat. I don't quite dare to bring it over. Oh, no wonder. I said when I went to his house. His house smelled like dog blood. Alright, when you guys are done talking, you meet me in the White Iron Gate room. I have something to tell you. 023's voice lowered. Zhou Yang's eyes blinked. In fact, it should be possible to subdue Zhou Yang right now by talking to 023 that Zhou Yang is the man behind the curtain, and then rallying his 023, 026 forces. But, how do you convince 023 of yourself? Saying you've died twice? Not to mention whether the other party believes it or not. This kind of behavior of exposing the bottom card is impossible for Zhou Yang to do. Well, I don't have much to say to him. Nodding, Zhou Yang was led to Zhou Yang's door. 023 after saying goodbye to him, Zhou Yang thought about it and pulled up the collar on his neck to cover the ghost face sore. He then pushed open the door of the room, also like a movie screen replay, and saw Zhou Yang sitting on the sofa. Yoo-hoo, isn't this Zhou Yang? I can't believe you actually found your way onto this boat. As soon as Zhou Yang saw Zhou Yang, he had a face of pleasantries and politeness. Zhou Yang smiled. Thanks to Mr. Zhou's news. I went through a lot of effort, and this is how I ran out. By little ink? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang looked Zhou Yang up and down. Carefully, Zhou Yang smiled. Luckily, I ran into 032 and 037, and took me all the way. And Su Donlai well. He also helped me. Hiss you this luck. So heavenly? Squinting his eyes and looking at Zhou Yang for a while longer, Zhou Yang looked around him. Right. Where's little Murdoch? I heard 023 say that a fellow with a black dog was on board before I asked him to help you. Quickly bring little Inkblot here. Let me take a look. Little Inkblot, it's probably tired these days, so I asked 023 to take it to rest. Why don't you? In a couple days? Zhou Yang face calmly explained. Zhou Yang's eyes, fine not faintly flashed a trace of annoyance. This way. Okay, then let's have a good natter brother. Speaking of which, I'm kinda curious as to what made you think of giving me the black dog. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as Zhou Yang patted the empty seat of the sofa beside him. Zhou Yang did not go over, but pointed to the door. That, Grand Duke Show. I'm really sorry. I still seem to be under their suspicion. So why don't you wait until I'm done being questioned by them and then come back to catch up? TSK. Well, there you go. Waving his hand, Zhou Yang was somewhat disinterested. Zhou Yang turned around and left Zhou Yang's room with a quick step, a trace of arc emerging from the corner of his mouth. Doing it all over again? It would have been a very peaceful way to overdo the first day of boarding if I could have changed Zhou Yang's perception of himself before meeting him. Last time, he felt that Zhou Yang was a good person and came to Zhou Yang with his neck exposed indifferently. Being seen by him, with his eyesight, he could immediately tell that he was a ghostbuster. But this time, covering his neck in advance, plus after boarding, He only gave it 023, 026. Su Tianji demonstrated the ability. It was impossible for him, Zhou Yang, to know when he stayed in the house. Once he knew that he was a muggle. The attitude of this Zhou family's son was obviously not as polite as the previous times. Not being targeted by him, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked toward 023 the room. He is, now, going to have to scramble. Chapter 90, Reopening Again. Counter Layout, 2. Tap tap tap. Fly to the door of 023. Zhou Yang just pushed open the door. The ghost face sore on his neck appeared. Tug. No surprise there. The room was filled with smoke, and a big hand formed by the smoke grabbed towards Zhou Yang's neck. Ha ha ha. The large hand dissipated after the human face at the neck emerged. Zhou Yang's cold face, still repetitive, looked at 023 with a cold face. What do you mean? Didn't mean anything by it. Just wanted to see if you were still yourself. 023 leaned on one of the couches and looked at his cell phone with a calm face. Unlike the last time, this time he had the little inkling sitting in his arms. Zhou Yang. Orphan. Stop looking at my file and get to the point. Too lazy to listen to him beat around the bush. 023 sniffed and looked at Zhou Yang in surprise. Aren't you curious why I attacked you? Didn't you say all that? The suspicion that I'm not myself on the ship is that there are creepy things that can turn into people, right? Zhou Yang single-handedly entered. 023 narrowed his eyes and then nodded. Nice. Not bad. You boys have great reflexes and adaptability. Join our Ghostbusters organization. This is an afterthought. This turning into a human being shenanigans. Have you ever wondered where it came from? It appeared on the third day of the Aurora's docking, and we suspected that there might have been a creepy turner on board. Well, indeed. Zhou Yang's face was rather odd. According to the correct interpretation, it is indeed the ghost of the fog barrier who becomes Zhou Hashan and gets on the boat. Currently that weirdness turns into crew, passengers, all sorts of people. The ship looks peaceful, but it's actually a mix of people and ghosts. Zhou Yang, your ability is very special, so I want to ask you to protect the Zhou family's father and son. 023. Why? Did it never occur to you that Creepy turned out to be the Chow family's father and son? 023 just looked at Zhou Yang righteously. Suddenly, he was given a head start with this comment. How can they be creepy? The Zhou family's father and son were rescued from the Zhou family by us 3 ghost sentinels. Moreover, they opened the ancient mirror in front of us. With that alone, they wouldn't be spooky. 023 retorted with conviction, and Zhou Yang grinned. Sure enough, it's all a hard task to get 023 to believe in itself in the first place, not to mention directly asking him to cooperate with himself to eliminate Zhou Yang. Pursing his lips, Zhou Yang asked rhetorically, is it possible that this father and son, one is a human and the other is a ghost? Anyway, you all don't know them, so how would you know if they're real or not? TSK, that's something I've thought about. So, I'd also like to ask you if you saw anything wrong when you just came into contact with Zhou Yang. 023 took a drag on his cigarette and looked at Zhou Yang with a burning gaze. Zhou Yang shrugged. Zhou Yang is himself. But is his old man? Definitely. His old man just opened the ancient mirror yesterday in front of us. How can someone who can open an ancient mirror be creepy? Ho ho ho. That's the step that keeps you from thinking about them. Let me ask you, was Zhou Yang present when the ancient mirror was opened? No. Are you sure that the ancient mirror must be opened in the presence of the holder himself? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? It's simple. Suppose Zhou Hashan is the creepy and Zhou Yang is the mirror master. Then, what if Zhou Hashan doesn't matter? As long as Zhou Yang's mind moves, the mirror will open, right? You mean, the Zhou family's father and son are both in trouble? Or what? No. What right do they have? We're giving them like babies. We don't have to ask for trouble, do we? 023 wondered. Zhou Yang laughed. Maybe, people don't even think that the Ghostbusters headquarters is much better. Maybe, you and 026 shenanigans are also in their dabbling range? An inexplicable chill ran through his body. 023's eyes widened. If it is really as Zhou Yang said, then this Zhou Yang is simply more intelligent and close to a demon. This step-by-step scheme is perfect, despite what you say. But, we can't possibly make a move against Zhou Hashan and Zhou Yan without solid evidence. After all, they are also the key to this objective. With all the words chattering away, 023 still shook his head. Everything is just a speculation of Zhou Yang. It's impossible to deal with the Zhou family's father and son just because of one word, right? I knew I couldn't hold you by persuasion alone. Let's see. We've had a short time for this conversation. Could intercept. As Zhou Yang spoke, he walked towards the outside of the house. 023 looked at him in surprise. Intercept? What intercept? You take me to the house where Zhou Hashan is being held. By the chat Zhou Yang and I just had. He should be going to his father. We've only been talking for so long. We should be able to get to them in time for them to make contact. As Zhui Yang explained, his feet paused and looked at 023. Of course he knew how to get to the captain's room, but at this point in time, he still doesn't know. If he takes the lead, 023 will question how he knows where Zhou Hashan is locked up. Then again, Zhou Yang didn't say he would go to his old man. It's just an excuse for yourself. Having that excuse made it easier for him to take 023 with him to find the truth. Last reopening or not? Last time too. In fact, during these two time periods, Zhui Yang noticed a problem. That is, after he finished talking to 023 and he sent himself Ghostbusters registration link, Zhui Yang went to find Zhou Yang again, and he was not even in the house. That is to say, while he was communicating with 023, Zhou Yang was taking the little ink blot to the ghost mirror, and after that, kill the little ink blot there, bleed the collection, and try to see if the black dog's blood still suppresses its own weirdness. This time period, if stuck well, it is possible to catch them in the ghost mirror world after Zhou Yang went to the captain's room, although Zhou Yang didn't get the small ink blot this time. But according to the progress of the events of the previous times, Zhou Yang, it is still possible to go to Zhou Hashan and explain something. Well, though I don't know why your brat is so resistant to the Zhou family's father and son, but your analysis is not unreasonable, so I'll go and take a look and sort of dismantle your inference. After a moment's hesitation, 023 followed. The two of them sprinted for a while and came to the iron door leading to the captain's room. 023 glanced at the eye of the lock on the iron door and shook his head. No one opened the door. That doesn't mean. No one opened the door from the inside. Zhui Yang retorted to him. 023 glanced at Zhui Yang and wanted to say something, but still opened the iron door and walked straight towards the captain's room, stairs inside. Chapter 91, Reopening Again, Counter Layout, 3, Tap tap tap. Down the stairs, the house was silent. 023 The body turned into a cloud of smoke, half hidden and half visible as it flew towards the upper floors. It had to be said that this guy's mouth said that he didn't doubt the Zhou family's father and son, but his body was honest to a fault. Turning into smoke would be the perfect means of approaching. He was in front and Zhui Yan was behind him. Both of them were cautiously approaching the door of the captain's room. But, to the duo's surprise, the door to the captain's room was half open and empty. Zhou Hashan isn't here? 023's face froze for a moment, his eyes scanning the room suspiciously. Zhui Yang looked around calmly, and finally his eyes went to the 2-meter-high ancient mirror over there. It seems, I guessed right. At this point, Zhou Yang did come here once and went inside the world of the ancient mirror. Pointing to the ancient mirror, Zhui Yang took the lead and ran towards the mirror. 023 fixedly looked at Zhui Yang. What are you going over there for? Without a user. The mirror world is closed. Yes? Buzz. The mirror rippled. Zhui Yang ignored 023 and half of his foot had already stepped into the mirror. What? Seeing this strange situation, 023's mouth opened wide. This mirror passage. Is it always open? TSK. You finally figured it out. Skimming his head, Zhui Yang glanced at 023 and then drilled into the mirror. In fact, it is very simple to solve the mystery of Zhou Hashan's ability to open the mirror world, as long as Zhou Yang, as the owner of the ghost mirror, keeps the ghost mirror open. In his body, the mist barrier ghost and the ghost mirror were suppressing each other, so even if the mirror is always open, his own consumption is minimal. Again, the mist barrier ghost continued to absorb the passengers on board the Aurora and feed the body, which could be considered a constant supply. The continuous opening of the mirrors facilitates the continued presence of the fog barrier ghost in the territory. As for every time Zhou Hashan demonstrated opening the ancient mirror, what the hell difference does it make if the mirror is open and closed? The mirror, in fact, was always on. As soon as 023 came to check, Zhou Hashan pretended to walk in. To an outsider, it was he who opened the mirror channel. The answer, more often than not, is that simple, but those in the situation often just can't see through it. Tap tap tap. After watching Zhui Yang walk into the mirror, 023 hesitated for a moment and followed into the mirror. In the next moment's effort, the two were already inside a familiar cave. Zhui Yang is accustomed to it. 023 curious to look east and west. So, in this mirror, it's like this. Don't look. Let's find Zhou Yang and we'll know his true colors. Zhui Yang quickly stepped out of the cave and led a headlong rush into the deadwood forest full of fog barriers. 023 following him, he found that Zhui Yang's pace was unusually firm, as if he had recognized a direction. Zhui Yang, have you been here before? So familiar? He coldly muttered, and Zhui Yang's pace slightly lurched. No, my Grim Reaper can sense creepy over there. Oh, glancing suspiciously at Zui Yang. The two of them travel through the forest. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Zui Yang was able to come to the lake at the end of the deadwood forest very skillfully. On the edge of the lake, Zhou Yang had his hands behind his back. He looked at the lake. Behind him, Zhou Hushan is holding a black dog carcass is constantly gnawing. TSK. What a bore. I had thought that Zui Yang could bring me some fun. I thought he was some kind of powerhouse, looking for spells and buying black dogs before the weirdness descended. As it turns out, it's just a lucky muggle. Of the people on this ship, only 023 and 026 are of any use, Zhou Yang said quietly. Zhou Hushan looked up at him. Then why don't we do it tonight? Stupid. Don't you know about attacking one by one? Although you are also growing well now, but really want to give 023, 026 a combined effort against me? I'm not sure. So what do you mean? Early tomorrow morning. Fog up. Then wait for Su Tianji to return to the house, and you go and slaughter him. After you duplicate the doppelganger, have the doppelganger take on 026. With that Curly's character, he will definitely not put up a defense against Su Tianji. One blow if you get it. Wait for the water ghost inside him to revive and draw it into the ghost mirror. If the blow doesn't land, you then arrange for another 023 clone to assassinate him again. With this repetition, the water ghost in his body will definitely not be able to carry the revival. So far, after the revival of the water ghost, the Aurora has stopped the ship. With everything on this ship, we can then take our time. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly about the plan. Zhou Hushan nodded and suddenly looked at Zhou Yang with some scorn. I say, human, are you trying to harness a third creepy by trapping the water ghost? The third one? Ha ha ha. The third one? At those words, Zhou Yang twisted around, his face full of mockery. Do you think I'll be satisfied with just 3 creepy? 023 smokers? I want them too. His fists were clenched and his eyes were filled with an intense desire to control. On the edge of the lake, behind a corner of trees, 023 looked at the hostile Zhou Yang with an odd face. Is this still the same Zhou Yang? The always smiling, flamboyant gentleman? Didn't realize him, the mastermind at the root of it all. This guy. What a great calculation. Keep pulling our attention with Zhou Hushan and keep yourself out of the picture. He's playing a big game, and we, however, are all his pawns. Inexplicably a trace of fear arose towards Zhou Yang. 023 teeth clenched, about to step out from the bushes. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed his shoulder violently. Now, not yet. We could have a chance to counter-engineer him. Zui Yang quickly pressed 023 the body and retreated toward the deadwood forest. The 023 has now been made to recognize the situation. Then the next step was to get 026 into the game as well. And the 3 of them would find an opportunity to take down Zhou Yang in one fell swoop. Looking for an opportunity? What are the chances? 023 looked at Zui Yang in disbelief. Zui Yang did not elaborate. Just pulled him back toward the original road. Tomorrow night at the latest, I will make him, of his own accord, enter the game. Now, let's leave the ghost mirror area and don't let him notice the difference. Walking fast, the duo jogged all the way back to the captain's room and proceeded down the stairs, closing the white iron door behind them. After repeatedly urging 023 not to do anything for the time being, Zui Yang hurriedly ran back to Zhou Yang's room. He sat down on the couch, turned on his cell phone, and contacted his past self. Chapter 92, Reopening Again. Counter Layout, 4. Zui Yang, hey, Tai Z, are you there? There is no medicine for regret in this world, yo, isn't this me? It's been a long time since you've looked for me lately. The message had just been sent, and there was another second reply on the other side. Zui Yang looked at the screen and could not help but smile enviously. My own self a month ago, at this point in time, would have been lying in bed, debating what takeout to order, right? Zui Yang, something's come up for you. There are no pills of regret in this world. What is it? Zui Yang, you now go to the Lotus neighborhood, the second floor of a unit, to visit a Taoist priest. He has 2 children, a boy named Xia Zhuqing and a girl named Xia Taohong. His cell phone number is 138. There is no medicine for regrets in this world. Stop. Let me get to know people again. This person, is he going to be a bully in the future? Zui Yang, I'm not sure if no Boi is no Boi, but knowing him is definitely not a bad thing. There are no pills for regrets in this world. Okay, anything else to explain? No? Zui Yang, yes. This explanation. You must remember it well. On the day before the Mid-Yuan festival, you call the Taoist master and tell him never to go out. Anyway, by all means, make sure he doesn't go out on the Mid-Yuan festival. There are no pills of regret in this world. Why is that? Zui Yang, because if he goes out, he's going to be killed by a creep. I'm going to make sure he survives. There's no such thing as a pill for regrets. Alright, I'll do my best. Hanging up his cell phone, Zui Yang's eyes narrowed. If that Taoist did survive, perhaps the fog barrier ghost double incident on the Aurora in the beginning wouldn't have been so rampant. In this way, the mist barrier ghost devours fewer living people, invariably weakening Zhou Yang's power. Coiling his thoughts, the corner of Zui Yang's mouth curled up. Zhou Yang, it seems that this game of chess is between me and you. The reason why Zui Yang wanted the Taoist priest to survive was not only to increase the battle power for the ship. The deeper meaning is the assumption that Xia Zhuqing's old man, the Taoist father, who doesn't eat cilantro, isn't dead. Going along with the timeline, this Taoist will definitely be on the Aurora as well. Then, if he was on the ship to begin with, although he was not strong in battle, he also had a weak Dao. He will be able to fight back in time and stop the Misty Ghost's double incident, curbing the growth of the Misty Ghost. His appearance potentially improves the chances of Zui Yang, 023, 026 winning against Zhou Yang. Just watch, tomorrow morning, if he does survive. Thoughts mumbled between. Crunch. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open. Zhou Yang walked into the house and looked at Zui Yang with a surprised face. Hey, you're done being interrogated so soon? Hey, I didn't kill the guy in the first place, so of course there's no trial. Zui Yang smiled and pretended to lie on the sofa in a cozy position. Seeing him looking so self-conscious, Zhou Yang's eyebrows rose, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. Also, I heard that Su Donglai also has 3 yellow talismans, bought from a Taoist. He has the yellow talisman. You have the black dog. In fact, it's not much different. Both are lingering to survive. You guys, there's really no need to kill each other. Zhou Yang analyzed, but his words were tinged with a bit of sarcasm. Perhaps in his mind, under the weirdness, people who are not Ghostbusters no longer count for anything. He squinted at Zui Yang and didn't have the previous politeness. I'm tired. Just went to nag my old man, so I'm going back to the house to rest. If you don't mind, sleep in the room next to mine. Pointing to the door of the room in the next house. Zhou Yang's basic politeness was still there. He walked straight into his house and closed the door. Zui Yang looked at him for a while, still lying on the sofa without movement. TSK, TSK, TSK. Knowing that I'm not an Oni. That's the attitude. Zhou Yang, you're really real. Silently muttering, Zui Yang closed his eyes. He set his cell phone to vibrate again at 4 o'clock and fell asleep. Buzz buzz. And I don't know how long it took. A familiar vibrating sound came. Zui Yang opened his eyes and didn't rush out the door, but looked at the door of Zhou Yang's room. He remembers that this morning, the Misty Ghost would be prioritized to appear and eat up Xia Zhucheng. At the time, he also suspected that he could locate the subject of the schism if he found out where it had split. In hindsight, it was a bit naive. Zhou Hashan is the main subject, but the rightful owner, or Zhou Yang, who was currently lying in the house, huffing and puffing. Shall we do it now? At 4 o'clock in the morning, in the quiet living room, Zui Yang looked at Zhou Yang's room and could not help but feel a little strange. But on second thought, is it really a sure thing to go on by yourself? How long will it take for Jan Chao to move back to Foggy Ghost? Forget it. Better to wait for 026 to join in as well before we do anything. Do it quietly from the couch. Zui Yang tiptoed and pushed the door open. As usual, he went downstairs and hid under the dining table that Xia Zhucheng had chosen at that time, waiting quietly. This time, looking under the table, the visitor was 3 pairs of feet, a big one and 2 small ones. The 3 of them walked leisurely on their feet, seemingly unafraid of the weirdness that lurked on the Aurora. Pops, do you think that the one who boarded the boat yesterday was Brother Zui Yang? It looks a bit like it to me. Xia Zhucheng's childish voice came, and Zui Yang under the table was stunned. He knows me now? But then, the mind swelled like a sponge, and a memory it had not possessed was exploding. Xia Zhucheng, Xia Taohong, Xia Qing Yuan, single elderly father with 2 small children. Myself, I used to go and play with them in the past. One thing leads to another, and you get acquainted. It's new memories the past me is creating? Am I, in fact, now very familiar with the Summer family? When he opened his cell phone in a trance, Zui Yang suddenly realized, on his own VX, there were already 2 new friends, No Cilantro and Chang Yuan Dao Chang. I'll go? The past was altered successfully? Staring blankly at the phone. Until, that is, another muffled male voice came from beyond the table. Whether it's your left brother or not, we'll find out later at dinner. I lost my cell phone a long time ago, and yesterday it was that some kind of ghostbuster who let him away. Hey, that kid lives in the Linping neighborhood. I don't know what he's been through all this time. Slightly concerned words came, and Zui Yang's heart warmed. This family of 3, at least, really did worry about themselves. Dad, speaking of which, if you do meet Brother Zhua, You must thank him properly. Do you remember? You were going out that night and he called and said he knocked me up and wanted you to stay out and take care of me. And you cursed him at the time. Now I realize that there was a big creep in the Lotus neighborhood that night that killed 13 buildings in a row. I reckon you're dead even if you go out. Dad. Xia Taohong's voice came, and the thick middle-aged voice gave a start. That brat. And I don't know how he knew I wanted to go out then. I can't believe I could come up with such a bullshit idea. To hell with it. Sighs came. Zui Yang under the table was listening to all this, and his brain was sweating. Good. I told you to trick Xia Qingyuan not to go out. You tricked him like this, right? Not bad for me. Chapter 93, reopening again, counter layout, V, forget it. If I see him today, I'll give that yellow talisman to that kid. And thanks for reminding him. The mellow middle-aged voice was talking. Da. From the direction of the elevator, a footstep sounded. Zui Yang squinted and saw that it was Zhou Hushan and a few young people. They took one look around the restaurant and turned their heads. How? It's not the same as the original story. Ha? Zui Yang froze for a moment, and then he was relieved. According to the plot, the double of the fog ghost should come up and kill all those who were left alone. But now, with the Taoist priest, things are different. Go what? They turned their heads and left. The thick middle-aged voice sounded. Zhou Hushan. Several people's footsteps were instantly fixed. Taoist Master Xia. Morning. Zhou Hushan twisted his head and smiled awkwardly towards Xia Daoyuan. Xia Daoyuan snorted coldly. So early in the morning, hanging around with a couple of men. What? You doppelgangers need to find a replacement? Ego Taoist Xia. What are you talking about? I'm just taking my bodyguard with me. I have nothing to do. I'm just out for a stroll. You know, I have a special status. Sneaking around? This early? Could it be that you guys are also here for the meat and rice balls? Pretty much. Zhou Hushan's voice was a bit weak, and his heavy feet couldn't help but start to fall back. Zui Yang silently watched everything, his face snickering. Sure enough, these several doppelgangers, they are still afraid of Dao magic, but if the real insta-creep comes, Xia Qingyuan definitely can't deal with it. LOL. Xia Qingyuan, who was sitting at the table, instantly got up and took 2 or 3 steps towards the several people. Didn't you say you wanted meat and rice balls? What? Leaving again? Shit. You old newbie Taoist. Don't give a damn about living, do you? Seeing Xia Qingyuan chasing after him at a fast pace, the Zhou Hushan people simply did not retreat. 4 or 5 Huns directly pounced towards Xia Qingyuan. Demon! How dare you! With a shake of his sleeve, a copper coin sword knotted with red thread fell from Xia Qingyuan's sleeve. Buzz! The sword was no more than a dozen centimeters, and between Xia Qingyuan's fluttering sleeves, the copper coin sword flew out. Shoo! A sword flung. Oncoming a person. Plop sound by the copper money sword through the brain. Put. With that, a spray of water exploded. Between the water spray, Zhou Hushan and Xia Qingyuan closed the distance with a few quick steps. Xia Qingyuan, on the other hand, retreated 2 steps in a row and tried to take out something from his body again. Don't let him take the talisman. Get up there and pounce on him. Zhou Hushan exclaimed. The 2 big men who rushed at the front could not help but jump forward, wanting to use the downward momentum to grab Xia Qingyuan's thighs. Xia Qingyuan's eyelids jumped wildly, and it was too late for him to retreat any further. Ha. Also at this time, a spine-tingling laugh came from within the hushed hall. Put. In an instant, the 2 big men who had fallen over turned into water mist and exploded bizarrely. Ha! Zhou Hushan and Xia Qingyuan were both startled. Who? Zhou Hushan looked around uneasily. In that instant just now, he felt an unprecedented weird power invasion. It's not 023. It's not 026. Could it be? There are still Ghostbusters on this ship? He was about to flee in terror, when the man beside him just twisted around. Ha. The strange laughter came again. Put. Another cloud of water mist crumbled. Zhou Hushan looked horrified and eagerly wanted to go back and tell the news to the main body. But, sinful animal, where to run? Buzz. A short sword of copper, which had been drawn and flown, stabbed into his chest. You. Raising his eyes, Xia Qingyuan, at some point, had already picked up the previously thrown coin sword and threw it towards his side. Bare your teeth. After his chest was pierced by the copper sword, a horrible burning sensation came. Put. Finally, under his own unwilling eyes, Zhou Hushan collapsed into a mist. It was only within a few minutes, when the 5 people came. At this time there was no longer the figure of one of them in the hall. Stepping on the wet carpet, Xia Qingyuan picked up the copper sword on the ground. After wiping it off and storing it in his pocket, Xia Qingyuan clasped his fists towards the surroundings. I wonder which friend is helping. Tap. Under the dining table, Zui Yang's body slowly crawled out. Uncle Xia, it's me. Slowly standing up straight, Zui Yang's appearance not only made Xia Qingyuan freeze. At the dinner table, Xia Zhucheng and Xia Taohong were both confused. Brother Zua, how did you got out from under the table? You kid. It's not creepy, is it? How come you're hiding under the table? Xia Qingyuan also sized up Zui Yang suspiciously. Zui Yang smiled and scratched his head. It just happened. I just happened to be checking something out and hid under that table. Oh, yeah? Taking a close step forward, Xia Qingyuan gazed at Zui Yang for a long while before he slowly sat back in his seat, with a rosy face and a midriff. It really isn't a ghost. No, Uncle Xia, you're talking about this as soon as we meet. Blankly, he gave Xia Qingyuan a glance. Before the weirdness descended, his past self was very close to this family. Sitting back down at the table, the four of them looked like a family and had a good time. Brother Zua, how did you escape that day after the call? I'm telling you, if my family hadn't fled in such a hurry that we didn't have our cell phones, my sister would have had to blow up your phone. Xia Zhucheng tilted her little head, then came to Zui Yang's side. When he said that, Xia Taohong's face couldn't help but blush. Well, it's a long story. Zui Yang paused, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, Xia Qingyuan slapped him on the shoulder. I say, you kid, you're pretty skinny. I can't believe I can think of something as outrageous as messing with a big peachy red belly. I'm so convinced. Uncle Xia, this is also a helpless move. If I didn't say so, with your character, the night the weirdness descended, you definitely had to go out. It's also, say, the commotion just now, was it also made by your kid? Zui Yang thought about it and lifted the corner of the neck and showed it to all the Xia family. Unlike Chou Yang, the family of three in front of me, that's the people who did get along extremely well in the past. Looking at the hideous ghost face sore, Xia Qingyuan frowned. Zui kid, you're weird. Ghost chi condensation is thick. It's not simple, and I won't ask much about how you navigated him. Here, this one's for you. As Xia Qingyuan spoke, he pulled out 3 yellow talismans from his pocket. Zui Yang took the hand. Hurtingly, he realized that these 3 yellow talismans were actually made of the same material as those 3 substitute paper figures on Su Donglai's body. Chapter 94, Reopening Again, Counter Layout, 6. A talisman to ward off evil spirits and minimize spooky contamination. Is it a sacrifice? 3 talismans of evil equals a message equals a ghost tattoo. The moment he received the yellow talisman, Zui Yang's chest was hot, and he heard the long-lost voice of the incense burner. Sure enough, the material is the same as Su Donglai's substitute paperman, so it meets the criteria for sacrifice. Only, these 3 talismans only have 1 ghost pattern. This is too cheap, isn't it? Zui Yang muttered, rubbing up the talisman in his hand and receiving it in his arms. With that, he looked at Xia Qingyuan. Uncle Xia, do you still make paper figures? How did you know? Being asked this, Xia Qingyuan was immediately stunned. Well, I've seen Su Donglai. Oh, that's no wonder. His stand-in paperman. I made that. Does that say anything? Why do I think he's a little more powerful with that one? It is said that the runes on his paper figure were drawn with the blood of a tragically dead baby. And those babies. I think I heard from those Ghostbusters that they all turned into Creepy after Creepy came down. Hiss. So, it's not really the substitute paperman that's powerful, but the owner of the blood that's turned weird to have a big effect? You're right to understand it that way. In fact, the substitute paperman would have needed something with a heavy Yin energy as a guide, so that it would be easier to attract those weirdness. Now that I think about it, ever since Creepy descended, Creepy has been getting stronger. So naturally this talisman drawn with the blood of a dead baby has gotten stronger as well. In the end, the root cause is still using weirdness against weirdness. Zui Yang released. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and gave a strange laugh. You kid, don't you think that your Uncle Xia is engaging in differential treatment? Giving Su Donglai something good and not giving you something equivalent, right? No. Uncle Xia, this talisman of yours is precious at first glance. I'm already content if you can give it to me. Once he heard Xia Qingyuan say this, Zui Yang hurriedly shook his head. How long has it been since the weirdness descended now? Is this paper even working now? Goes to show how valuable this thing is. You know, the later it gets, the more impotent the dowsing becomes. A mere yellow talisman could suppress weirdness, and its value was self-evident. Count on your kid having some vision. The paper for this yellow talisman is not just any paper. It's dead man's money, or one of those old-fashioned ones that's been sitting in the grave for 7 days. It's tough. Now, I guess it's all gone. If it wasn't for that phone call from your boy, I wouldn't bother giving you so much as a few things. Xia Qingyuan said with a meaty expression on his face. Zui Yang smiled and casually fished out a few more home truths. Since the deck, some slight light in the morning shines in, and Zui Yang interrupts the topic at the right time. Right, Uncle Xia, there's something I need to ask you. What is it? You say. Seeing Zui Yang's face turn positive, Xia Qingyuan also became serious. 026. You know it, right? Ah, the guy who harnessed the water ghost? That's right, he's now the energy source of the Aurora. I'm worried that Creepy will lay a hand on him, which will leave the Aurora grounded in the water. Left boy. You're not mistaken, are you? What can those creeps do to 026? Xia Qingyuan felt that Zui Yang was joking. How could a creepy doppelganger that he could hold his own be a threat to the Ghostbusters? He's fine, but what about that uncle of his? You mean Principal Xio? Well, what if 026 and Xio Tianji get separated and some creepy takes the opportunity to do Xio Tianji and take his form again and get close to 026? After Zui Yang's set of analysis, Xia Qingyuan was silent. After a long time, he repeatedly looked at Zui Yang several times again. When did you, boy, become so delicate of mind? He felt that just a few days after not seeing Zui Yang after the bazaar descent, Zui Yang was not at all like the optimistic office worker before. Creepy poisoned. Zui Yang smiled blandly. Getting down to business. When we eat later, you pay attention to whether Su Tianji will fall behind. If he's alone, would you please go follow? Hey, I'm with him. What about my kid? You watch. Glancing at Zui Yang, Xia Qingyuan's remark was originally a joke. Unexpectedly, Zui Yang's face stared. Uncle Xia, don't worry. Today, your child will surely be fine. Well, though I don't know where you kids get your confidence. After giving Zui Yang a strange look, Xia Qingyuan lowered his eyes and looked in the direction of the elevator. Morning will come. In 2s and 3s, passengers have come out of the housing area. Most of the people, when they passed by Zui Yang's table, smiled respectfully towards Xia Qingyuan. Taoist Master Xia, up early for meat and rice balls again. Good morning, Taoist Master Xia. Taoist Xia, you look great today. Constant compliments came in, and Xia Qingyuan all just nodded in agreement. Even the auntie who was pushing the food cart was the first to push the food cart to Xia Qingyuan's side. How many of these are you going to eat today? Little bamboo green? 4. 1 for each of our families, and 1 for Brother Zhua. Good. The hot meat and rice balls were served, and Xia Zhucheng ate them with her mouth full of oil and a happy face. Looking at him, Zui Yang really couldn't help but sigh. It's true, kids with dads are different. The reaction of everyone here is vastly different from the last 2 performances. Exactly between meals. Ding dong. The elevator on the left opened, and inside the elevator door, 026 and Zhou Yan walked out of the elevator with a smile on their faces. Even 026, Su Tianji, and Zhou Yang all sat at a table and talked about something. As for Zui Yang's side, of course Zhou Yang saw it, but he chose to ignore it. TSK, that's the butterfly effect. One thing, if I change something slightly, the consequences of what happens are completely different. Once I was recognized by him as a muggle, Zhoujian wouldn't even say hello to me. The mind belabored. Over there, at the table, there had been the sound of a conversation between the 3 of them. Aya, what a trouble for Mr. Zhou. I'm really troubling you. Let the Aurora stop for a few more days. That boy don't lie. If he can come back, I'll make him kowtow to you a few times high and low. Su Tianji said, already raising his wine glass towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Hey, just mentioning a mouthful of things. 023 stopping the ship or not? Or to see his own meaning. Where? You, Mr. Zhou, are the sole heir to the ancient mirror. More or less. You have more weight than us. Ha ha ha. Between a few conversations. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened again. 023 walked out with a cigarette in his mouth and an annoyed look on his face. Without saying a word, he kicked out in the direction where 026 was sitting. UTM. Still not sailing? Who gave you the nerve? Chapter 95, you don't want anything to happen to your uncle either, do you? Bang! 023 throws a hard body kick that comes in. 026 fell down on the table with a sudden force. The red wineglass splashed his face and head. But even if it is so embarrassing, 026 half a word does not dare to say more. Su Tianji even dared to only slightly open his mouth and lowered his head with an ugly expression. Zhou Yang was the only one who pursed his red wine, his eyebrows slightly raised and then loosened. He was clearly upset. 023, I'd say the Aurora's voyage is not so bad for a day or 2, is it? His voice was a bit cold, but 023 listened and looked straight at Zhou Yang. What? Mr. Zhou is going to help them too? I just thought that the ship would be able to fly with 026 in it anyway. Shouldn't you consider his mood? With those words, 023 was silent. He looked at Zhou Yang with biting eyes, his face growing more and more irritated. This Zhou Yang, one sentence directly widened the gap between himself and 026, and was even selling 026 favors good feelings. How? Not bad for a second-generation official. Oof. A mission from the Ghostbusters organization. And you're talking to me about moods? The mission said to get back as fast as you can. Don't say dead Su Don Lai. Even if you or I die, this ship can't be stopped. What? Mr. Joe isn't in a hurry to go to the headquarters there. Is it because he doesn't want to go? Choking back Zhou Yang. 023 but he knew. This guy, he couldn't wait for the Aurora to stop moving. Zhou Yang furrowed his brows, then shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless look. Principal Su. 026. NOI did you see it? It's not that I'm not helping, is it? It's the 023 Commander-in-Chief who's not happy about it. Resentfully taking a sip of red wine, Zhou Yang seemed to be out of the mood to eat and quickly walked towards the left elevator room. Hey, 026. What the fuck are you waiting for? Why don't you go start the boat? Another kick towards 026's chair. Under 023's urging, 026 fists clenched, only to turn his gaze towards Su Tianji. Hey, hi, go ahead. Don Lai he doesn't have this life. Hanging his head low, Su Tianji got up and walked towards the elevator as well. Just then, Zui Yang looked at Xia Qingyuan who was at the same table. Uncle Xia. Understand. Xia Qingyuan nodded and immediately ran after him. Principal Su, there's something I want to talk to you about. The two got on the elevator together, and with a black face, 026 made his way to the deck area. 023 looked at him and then looked at Zui Yang. Zui Yang blinked at him and actually followed towards the deck area. Seeing this, 023 followed along. Aurora, on the foredeck area. 026 finally looked at the overhead, South River Bridge, and sighed. Hey! Between a large hand lift, the water around the Aurora surged, and the cruise ship sailed once again. The cold morning breeze blew his curls, somewhat sickly pale face, eyes lowered in thought. 026. That said, you don't have to be so sentimental. After all, your Uncle Su is still around, isn't he? Suddenly, a voice came that made him prick and scratch. 026 snapped his head up, his eyes full of shock. It's you? How dare you come to me? Since the cabin, Zui Yang actually led 023 to find himself alone. He didn't ask for him, no, and he actually sent him to the door of his own accord? Eyes narrowed, and gradually a mist of water rose up behind 026. 023, what do you mean? Came with this kid. What? You favor him? Trying to get at me? With a cold glint in his eyes, 026 is not without speculation. Don't want to. Zui Yang smiled and directly interrupted his suspicions. Against you? No. We're heartbroken and can't wait to protect you. You. What do you mean? Oddly looking at Zui Yang looked at the empty deck and took a few steps closer towards 026. 026. Haven't you thought about how important you are? Let me break it down for you. The first step of the bazaar replaces the crew, and the Aurora can only be driven by you from now on. So, try to ask what you're going to do next if you're spooky. In order to control the Aurora? What do you mean? Those creeps are going to move me? Just them? What can they do to me? With a disdainful smile, 026 although he felt that Zui Yang's speculation was reasonable, it was nothing more than empty talk. They can't do anything to you, but have you thought about it? What if they go after your Uncle Su? Finish him off, then turn into him and give you a stab? Zui Yang said quietly, and 026's eyelids jumped. No way. Uncle Su lives on the second floor. Why not? What if the weirdness is on the second floor? The questioning words were just half spoken when Zui Yang interrupted him with a stern voice. No way. Zhou Yang is also there on the second floor, and the room where Zhou Hushan is hidden is also on the second floor. Spooky if it's in. So what if I say that creepy is them? The Chow family? After a few words, 026 could only feel the hairs of sweat standing on end a little. He actually still doesn't believe it. After all, Zhou Yang's father and son were saved by him. 037, 023 together. Are they creepy? Then wouldn't the three of them, the ghost sentinels, have been fooled before and after? A cold wind blew, and the deck was silent. 026 glanced at 023 and eyed him without saying anything. 023, you think so? I saw. 023 nodded, and 026's eyes narrowed. No, what if you're the ones who are fake? He took 2 wary steps back. 023 just about to exhale a smoke ring. At this time, from inside the cabin, the figure of Su Tianji stumbled over. Uncle Su? Seeing Su Tianji arrive, 026 immediately had to go over to welcome him. Zui Yang's warning sounded at the right time as well. don't you forget what I said. Grow a pair yourself. Without promising Zhuo Yang, 026 quickly greeted him, looking at the uncle who went and returned, and thinking about Zhou Yang's words. 026 carefully observed the Su Tianji in front of him. He does look exactly like Su Tianji, looks and height notwithstanding. That walk towards himself, that lost look on his face, it was all the same. It's fake? 026 was suspicious, and noticed that after Su Tianji approached, he kept his head lowered for no reason, and put his right hand behind his back. The heart couldn't help but go on a string. 026 walked over eagerly. Uncle Su, you, rubbing. Next moment, a cold, glittering fruit knife stabbed straight into 026's chest. 026 eyes narrowed, rustling. In fact, the palm has already condensed a number of water spikes. Plop sound, shot through the Su Tianji head. Clang. Su Tianji instantly turned into a cloud of water mist. The fruit knife landing sound, crisp into the ears. Chapter 96, it's easy. I'll just eat it. All three men were lost in thought as they looked at a puddle of watery mist on the ground. A fruit knife. After a long time, 023 looked at Zhuo Yang with a strange face. Ah, this. Zhuo Yang, are you sure? You just gave an example, right? He's a little confused. Almost a second before Zhuo Yang finished. Suppose your Uncle Su was bizarrely killed and turned into him sneaking up on you with a fruit knife? And the next minute, it's really true? Ancient Greek god of the crow's mouth, right? Don't look at me so strangely. You're spooky, and you could have done that. Except we just happened to coincide with the time he was going to attack. Zhuo Yang shrugged his shoulders with a breezy expression. 023 frowned and thought about it, and it did seem to make sense. 026 also gave Zhuo Yang an odd look. But then, as if he thought of something, he flew towards the cabin area. Oh no, Uncle Su. He ran fast, and Zhuo Yang followed behind with 023. When passing by the hall table, Zhuo Yang was not assured and also called Xia Zhucheng and Xia Taohuang together. Several people followed 026 all the way back to his bedroom. After the door of the room was kicked open with a bang, two people were sitting in the room, looking at the tense-faced 026 with a dumbfounded expression. Kohai, didn't you go to sail the boat? Why are you back? On the sofa, Su Tianji was talking to Xia Qingyuan about something. There was obviously some consternation at seeing 026 return. Uncle Su, it's good that you're okay. 026 held onto the wall as if he had finally dropped the boulder in his chest. Zhuo Yang looked at this scene and led the people into the house. He closed the door to the room and glanced at Xia Qingyuan. Uncle Xia, did nothing just happen? Nope. But, if you really say there's something. Just now. Ah, that Zhou Yang came over for a visit, looking like he wanted to say something, but when he saw me in the house, he just laughed and left. Can't stay. Xia Qingyuan recalled, and Zhuo Yang nodded. Then it seems that Zhou Yang is the doppelganger of the fog barrier ghost, sent to kill Su Tianji and take his place. But he obviously couldn't have imagined that you were here. Uncle Xia. Oh, that guy was actually a doppelganger just now? It can be left boy. Such a keen sense of smell. If you hadn't let me come over ahead of time, I would have guessed that Principal Su would be gone by now. Xia Qingyuan smiled. Inside the room, the only two people who could instantly react to what was going on were 023 and 026. They all looked at Zhuo Yang in dismay. You guessed that creepy would attack Su Tianji a long time ago, and then send Dao Lord Xia over ahead of time? Right. Was it hard for me to anticipate his anticipation? Zhuo Yang shrugged his shoulders, and 023 looked at him strangely. Kid, it looks like I'm going to have to change my impression of you. You have a delicate mind. It's really scary. In other words, that fake Zhou Yang just came to the door of his room to take a look at Uncle Su, and then in the effort of going downstairs, he became Uncle Su. Are these weird replica abilities so terrifying now? 026 muttered, his gaze stopping on Zhuo Yang. Although the heart is very reluctant and upset with Zhuo Yang, however, he still solemnly bowed towards Zhuo Yang. This time, I owe you. How? Believe us now? Reason yourself. All of us were just on the first floor, and only the Zhou family's father and son were on the second floor. Even if that Zhou Yang is a bizarre transformation, then, how could this fake weirdness suddenly appear on the second floor? Zhuo Yang smiled at 026. 026 bowed his head, as if combing through logic for a while. Ryoga looked at 023 again. 023, are you sure you saw Zhou Yang's father and son being weird? That's right. Yesterday Zhuo Yang and I went to the ancient mirror world and accidentally discovered the secret of everything. That Zhou Hushan is just weird. Zhou Yang is a ghost sentinel. We've been teased by him the whole time. But if Zhou Hushan dies, can we still move this Zhou Yang? This mission. It's the ancient mirror and the Zhou family. 026's face was rather skeptical. 023 exhaled his cigarette. If the three of us strike together, the probability of killing Zhou Yang is high. However, if we let Zhou Yang honestly cooperate with us behind us, TSK, he's a double trickster controller, it's a bit difficult. Without him, the ancient mirror can't be opened. Simple, just let him become only an ancient mirror master. Suddenly, Zhou Yang interrupted the two. Both 026 and 023 looked at him instantly. What do you mean by that? Actually, this ghost of miserable death of mine also has an ability to suppress revivals by eating ghosts. What? Eating ghosts? Both 023 and 026 froze as soon as those words were uttered. Ghost eat ghost? I've only heard of it. Using ghosts to contain ghosts. This ghost eating? What's the deal? What? You're spooky, don't eat ghosts? Seeing their strange faces, Zhou Yang asked curiously. The two shook their heads outright. Spooky recovery? That's also cannibalism. What kind of ghost eater is there? You're so weirdly weird. I have a feeling that if you're registering Ghostbusters information, the serial number shouldn't be too low. 023 shook his head and tried to say something else. Outside the house, the thick mist of water gathered again at some point. Oh no! Is this Zhou Yang making a move? 023 with a cry of alarm. Zhou Yang nodded. Almost. The time is this time. What? What time? When? Hearing this, 023 looked at Zhou Yang strangely. Zhou Yang did not say much, just looked at the people in the room. This time, the targets to be protected. All survived. The time he was talking about was the time after every meal when Zhou Yang would let the foggy ghosts fog up and launch the final general attack. Rubbing his chin. According to the timeline, at this point in time, Zhou Yang should be standing by the lake in the ghost mirror with Zhou Hashan, holding a small ink stain of black dog blood and savoring it. But this time, little Murph is protected. What will he do? Bang bang bang. Between thoughts running. Suddenly, there was a horrible rushing sound from the door of the room. Boom! In the next moment, the door of the room was slammed open, and a dozen watery humanoids were bizarre, and they were clearly blocking the doorway. They had no human faces, but the water refracted the faces of everyone in the house before turning them into the corresponding character forms. The boss ordered it. Fix that curly first. Whatever it takes. Tap tap tap. In a swarm, a dozen or so fog barrier ghost replicas flooded in. Inside the long corridor filled with water mist, dozens more water mist silhouettes came running. Looking at this scene, Zhou Yang's face chilled. If any accidents don't happen, then Zhou Yang's next move is to revive 026 Water Ghost. Stop these Aurora, completely. Chapter 97, United. Counterattack, Zhou Yang. You kid. It's a pity if you don't go to be a military advisor. Zhou Yang, he's really coming to get 026 killed. Watching the batch after batch of fog barrier ghosts split, 023 silently lit a cigarette. Hiss ha. As he exhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, his body actually sprouted cigarettes strangely, covering his entire body. After that, his entire body turned into a ball of curling smoke. Toward the pouncing mist barrier ghost split disc. A dozen fog-blocked ghosts filled the doorway. 026 wouldn't dare to slack off. Around him, the water mist began to condense into water spikes. But fog is not water after all, and condenses slightly slower. Just as a few of the mist barrier ghosts were about to come forward, Zhou Yang was hesitant to make a move. Hiss ha. Cigarettes in the air, all towards the nose of the first few fog barrier ghosts, into their respiratory tracts. Just a few moments later, put, at the neck of the fog barrier ghost doppelganger, white smoke arms poked out from the inside out. Put. The sound of exploding water splashing was constant, either from the throat, or from the chest, or from the mouth. Smoke coalesced inside them into thin, sharp fingers that stabbed through their bodies and propped them up. In a flash, the fog barrier ghost splitters blocking the doorway. All of them were stabbed by the smoking hand and were instantly turned into water mist and dissipated. In the water mist, the smoky hands spread out again, gathered together, and slowly coalesced into a human form. 023 stepped out of the cigarette, still holding it in his mouth, with a breezy expression. Hiss. No, it's no fun. 026. Over to you. He exhaled a leisurely puff of smoke, no longer intending to make a move. Zhou Yang silently watched 023, secretly sighing that this is worthy of being a smoker who can rank serial number 023. It can be turned into smoke, not to mention even inhaling any bit of it into the body. Smoky can take any shape and stab through the body. The ability to, kind of sick, tongue. Outside the house, another dozen or so fog barrier ghost doppelgangers came running, but this time, 026 strides toward the door. He blocked the doorway, his gaze cold. Do you guys really think that I can rank 026 for nothing? Rustling. Behind him, several water spikes whoosh and whoosh pierced through. The watery humanoid that was running in the aisle was shot through in an instant, only to hear the sound of bursts and splashes. Rustling. Rustling. There was no telling how long the intense firing had lasted. Anyway, Zui Yang is seeing that 026's face is pale and water is oozing out of his hair. Outside the aisle, this went quiet. Well, almost. This Zhou Yang is also ruthless. If 026 you had been stabbed by the fake Su Tianji, plus controlling the Aurora, sending in so many doppelgangers, not to mention killing them all, probably halfway through the kill, your water ghost will be revived. 023 narrowed his eyes slightly and listened for a moment to the utter lack of movement outside the walkway before pulling 026, who was in the doorway, back inside as soon as he could. Now, 026, you rest here in the house. Daoist Xia, please help look after it. Zui Yang, let's go. That Zhou Yang, splitting so many shenanigans. Even a double shenanigans harnesser should not be in a good position right now. Let's go get him while we can. With a decisive command, 023 headed for the house. Zui Yang nodded and looked at 026. Again, right. If you've recovered well, go and stay in house 023. Maybe, you can end up taking great credit for it. What's that supposed to mean? 026 looked at Zui Yang in disbelief, and Zui Yang smiled. Because in that room, there was a black dog. Didn't explain anything more with 026. Zui Yang followed behind 023, and the two of them quickly walked through the water mist and went straight to the white iron door. The iron door, at the moment, still looked as if it had never been opened, but wet water stains dampened the frame under the cracks of the iron door. After 023 slowly opened the door, he looked at Zui Yang. You lead the way. We'd better get close to Zhou Yang without any obstacles and subdue him in one fell swoop. Okay. Tiptoeing, Zui Yang quickly entered the house and then went up to the third floor. Inside the captain's room, the ancient mirror still stood alone in the corner. The first two times Zhou Yang launched a general attack, he would stay by the lake. Then this time, it will be no different. Between the certainty of his mind, Zui Yang passed through the mirror and ran out of the cave with 023. Stomping through the wet mud along the way, he arrived very skillfully at the lake in the world of Ghost Mirror. At the edge of the lake, Zhou Yang was still standing with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. TSK. What a bore. None of the people on this boat even caught my eye, he murmured proudly. At his side, Zhou Hushan sat on the ground, his face exhausted. I say, boy, is it really a good idea to hollow out your power like that to take on that water ghost? Those who accomplish great things don't sweat the small stuff. There are only 2 ghost sentinels on this ship. First revive the water ghost and confuse the Aurora, and that smoke ghost will naturally go through the trouble of trying to subdue the water ghost. In this way, they fight each other. Once the twin ghosts are revived, we can try to harness them and become the possessors of 4 spooky ones. As long as we can reach this situation, what is today's exertion? But, we're so weak. What if something goes wrong? Error? Who do you mean? This ship. What are they all? But it's all muggles. Spooky offerings. That Taoist priest? It's just trash. Who? Try who? Can it be harmful to me? Zhou Yang? Zhou Hushan asked cautiously, not realizing that Zhou Yang was arrogant with his head held high, and I don't blame him for being proud. After all, from start to finish, everyone looked, foolishly, in the middle of his play. And, of course, it was only him who seemed to. Behind an old tree in the withered folds, 023 listened to Zhou Yang's words and his face grew more and more grim. That asshole. Send someone from above to save him. He's going to eat everyone. No one is a match for him? Let's see. He's the one who's really being kept in the dark, isn't he? Zui Yang, did you deliberately hide the power of the ghost sentinel in front of him? Turning his head to the youth beside him, 023 suddenly, he felt that he had run into 2 giant outrageous heartbreakers. One is too devious by design, the other too cautious and analytical. Not on purpose. I just did. There are more details between Zhou Yang and I that will allow me to pick his foxtail. Well, this is not the time for that. 023, do it. Take him while he's sick. Between Zui Yang's whispered urges, 023 nodded. With that, a wisp of white smoke emerged and drifted along the water spray to the edge of the lake. Chapter 98, United. Counterattack, 2. Who? At the edge of the lake, a sudden gust of cold wind blew. Zhou Hushan sat cross-legged on the ground and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Speaking of which, I can't sense the splinters since just now. Is this 026 so beatable? Can you fight? That also means that he's using his shenanigans more and more often. He was probably stabbed by Su Tianji and now he's dealing with so many splinters. So I guess he's at the end of his strength now? Wait a few moments. And if that 023 hasn't come looking for you yet, I guess it's a fight with him. Follow this step. I'm going out tomorrow so I can meet two creeps, Zhou Yang arrogantly analyzed. Suddenly, the tip of his nose shrugged. Phew phew. Why? Why does this fog smell like cigarettes? No. Almost the instant he sniffed the cigarette, Zhou Yang's brows furrowed and he looked around in a panic. 023. It's 023, isn't it? What are you doing here? One had to admit that Zhou Yang was definitely smart. In just a few moments, he was able to put his arrogance away and his mind was cautious. A hint of white smoke drifted through the air. If anything, from the mist of water. In a flash of lightning, the white smoke violently transformed into two hands and choked Zhou Yang's neck to death. Humph boy, did you just say to harness the shenanigans of me in 026? You've got a lot of guts. You've got a lot of guts. Between the distortions of white smoke, 023's face slowly took shape. His head suddenly coalesced and appeared, floating in midair as he locked eyes with Zhou Yang in a bizarre manner. Cough cough. 023. You wouldn't dare kill me. Even by 023 suddenly getting a hand on his neck, Zhou Yang's face was red and slightly distressed. But, he looked at 023 with dead eyes. No panic or fear to speak of in his eyes. Well, you kid, by virtue of your status, do you really think I wouldn't dare to do you? Anger rounded his eyes. 023's smoke hand force. Zhou Yang's neck choked creaking. If you have the guts, you can strangle me. Angling his head, Zhou Yang remained playfully mocking. 023 cold face. Even if the force of his hands is still applying pressure, he really does not really dare to do Zhou Yang. There's no way around it. This guy, he's the one who wants the ancient mirror control from above. Zhou Hushan is already dead. If he, Zhou Yang, dies again, that's a mission for nothing. If you don't dare to kill me, then I'm sorry. Fog barrier ghosts. Tick tick. With a command, the water mist around them thickened. Zhou Hushan, who was still sitting on the ground, had already disappeared. What? It was only at Zhou Yang's neck that an outline of water mist gradually bulged out. Then, a large hand in the form of a watery liquid snapped out from under his armpit and viciously grabbed the smoking hand in reverse. Between the sailor's mere grip of the palm and retraction, 023's smoking hand was already pinched and overflowed. What power? The power of your fog barrier ghost body is actually this strong? A puff of surprise went through the smoky face of 023 in midair. Zhou Yang grinned. You wouldn't think it. Much more. Bang. Not waiting for 023 to react. In front of Zhou Yang's head, a head with a watery mist outline took shape before transforming into a head with a watery outline and smashing straight towards 023's smoky face. Only for a moment. The 023 that was still dominant was knocked out of the air, leaving only one large hand still gripping Zhou Yang's neck. Zhou Yang smiled and took a few steps back towards the edge of the lake. Behind him, a water mist evolving into a sailor once again reached out and slapped the smoking hand completely away. 023. Though I don't know, how did you get here without a sound? But, if you're the only one, even a weak misty barrier ghost isn't something you can take down. Cold faces looked around at the watery mist. Zhou Yang knew that 023 could not be killed. His smoke was simply slapped away, waiting for the next moment to coalesce and strike. Tap tap tap. A response of 023 did not come out of the water mist. However, in the woods in the distance, someone came out who Zhou Yang could never have imagined. Zhou Yang is slowly coming out of the woods. Zhou Yang? You? Why did you show up here too? Zhou Yang admitted that at this moment, his brain did go down a bit. No? What makes you, a mortal muggle, able to show up here? Would you believe me if I said I was fine and walked in here by mistake? Looking at Zhou Yang's surprised gaze, Zhou Yang grinned. Zhou Yang stared at him dead on, his gaze gradually deepening. I know. Did you sneak up on me and find something? Otherwise, I really can't imagine how someone like 023 could have found this place. TSK. Zhou Yang, you're really smart. Almost every moment of this, Aurora, is in your plan. But what if your plan, I see through? One I may not deserve. But, Zhou Yang spoke, but halfway through, he just smiled. Don't think that just because you're stalking me, you can do anything. Even if you come, even if you hide something, today, you still can't do anything about me. Growling, Zhou Yang coldly looked at Zhou Yang, and a watery humanoid silhouette gradually drilled out behind him. The fog barrier ghost, creating another diversion. You're so smart. I suppose you're already guessing by now if I'll be a ghostbuster? Silence lifted the collar from his neck. Zhou Yang snickered at Zhou Yang. The human face sore on his neck has bulged. You guys, you were actually watching out for me from the start. Well, Zhou Yang, I admit that your mind is worthy of gaming with me. But what are you going to do with me? You creep. Put. The words are just coming out. Zhou Yang was about to sneer something more when an explosive sound came from behind him. He glanced behind him in disbelief as water spray erupted all over the place. The splinter had just been formed. And it actually died? What's going on? Kid, it's that ghost-faced kid who's the problem. The voice of the fog barrier ghost came from his ears, and Zhou Yang's pupils dilated as he stared at Zui Yang. You, how is it possible that you, a muggle, can subdue me at every turn? Who are you two? Time and time again, Zhou Yang felt that his perfect layout was countered by Zui Yang. This little man, he's not convinced. On what grounds? This guy, who can only survive if he opens his mouth, can outsmart himself? 023, late is late. Hurry up and knock him out. Looking at Zui Yang with an indignant face, Zhou Yang still wanted to have a seizure. Who? At the back of his neck, a coolness came instantly. Chapter 99, United. Counterattack, 3, Fog Barrier Ghost. It was almost a close call. Behind Zhou Yang's unseen back, a cloud of white smoke coalesced into a palm blade, to slap towards Zhou Yang's neck. Who? Shasta. On the back of Zhou Yang's white neck, a large hand of watery mist reached out and narrowly fanned away the smoke palm knife. Shit. Just by you guys. Trying to subdue me too? The eyes were a little red. Zhou Yang, who had always had a smooth ride, inexplicably had a trace of uneasiness rise in his heart. It made him feel a little irritated. Just then, there was another sound in the distance that he was extremely annoyed by. Hey, 023, you don't have to shoot him unconscious. Trap him. I'll go over and get close. I can fight him. After Zui Yang's words fell, he was seen walking without haste. The obviously weak body inexplicably brought an invisible pressure to Zhou Yang. Tongue. The white smoke under his feet rose again and had condensed into a pair of large hands that held Zhou Yang's legs in a death grip. Zhou Yang's face darkened as he reached out his foot and tried to shake it off. Ha. In his ears, there was suddenly an odd sound. Fix your eyes. On Zui Yang's neck, the human face actually turned into a meatball strangely, and flew out of Zui Yang's neck in the form of a drag. Shit. What the hell are you? Cursing, the ghost-faced meatball approached. Fog Barrier Ghost. Forced by instinctive rejection, Zhou Yang bellowed, a large hand of water mist reaching out from under his armpit, about to slap away the ghost-faced meatball. Don't want to. Ha. The Sphinx opened its mouth oddly wide. Ongwu, the bloody mouth, meeting the wind, bit down hard on top of the water mist hand. Hissing, with one bite, close to half of the palm of the large hand was gnawed off, and black ghost blood sprayed all over the place. The ears violently exploded with the screams of the fog barrier ghost, the blood and flesh shattered sailor, instantly retracting into Zhou Yang's body. Kid, run, he's weirdly off. He can eat ghosts. Run. Eardrums were going to explode from the hissing noise. Zhou Yang's face was white, looking at the ghostly face floating on Zui Yang's neck and chewing on it. At this moment, he finally understood where the sense of unease came from. That ghost face is really evil, not like the usual weird. Zui Yang, you have great luck. All this weirdness and you can handle it? With a furious roar, Zhou Yang realized that he never seemed to see Zui Yang clearly as a person. Did it start when he came on board, or was he wrong about this man before the end of time? Myself, it's like you've been played by the other side all this time. I say, Mr. Zhou, why don't you just be honest? You wouldn't want, would you, to have your fog-blocked ghost eaten by me? Tap. One step. Zui Yang approached with slow steps, and on his neck, the ghostly face was even emitting a sinister and strange smile. In this moment, it was as if he was the villain. Shit. What am I and what is your status? You're just an ordinary citizen. By what right? Why should I be subdued by you? Fog barrier ghosts. Fog barrier ghost. Come out. Seeing that Zui Yang was about to get close with that horrible thing, Zhou Yang could no longer hold back. His entire body planted itself towards the ground. The body seemed to be detached from a silhouette, and after a few moments of being paralyzed, it actually ran towards the distant woods, and where he stood, a rippling waterman was being held by 023 smoking hands on his thighs, unable to move. Boy, you're so cruel. Actually separated from my disembodied body? Do you think that, if you leave me, you'll still be alive? Seeing Zhou Yang running away, Waterman cursed bitterly. In the water mist, 023's figure also gradually emerged. He was still hugging the waterman's thighs and looking at Zui Yang. This should be the fog barrier ghost body. I'll hold him off while you control Zhou Yang who just escaped? 023 asked Zui Yang tentatively. Just now, the smoking ghost inside him had also felt afraid of the ghostly face on Zhou Yang's neck. What the hell? What the hell is that? No. Leave this fog barrier ghost to me. you go to your own bedroom. I reckon. And 026 can bring him to you. Zui Yang smiled. The human face on his neck was already wrapped around the neck of the fog barrier ghost like a snake. Yes? What makes you so sure that he'll go to my room? 023 let go of the legs of the fog-blocked ghost with a questioning look on his face. Because, while he appears to have given up the fog barrier ghost, he is in fact gambling. Bet? What's the bet? He thinks that the water ghost of 026 has revived. He escaped in order to find a water ghost to harness. Once he masters the water ghost, he still has hope of turning the tide on the Aurora, but he doesn't have the fog barrier ghost to help harness the weirdness. So, what do you think he needs? You mean, Black Dog? That's right, he needs Little Ink. How can you be so sure? Because, that's how he navigated his fog barrier ghost. He's the kind of guy who dares to do it, Zui Yang said with emotion, looking like he knew Zhou Yan very well. 023 frowned and contemplated for a moment before nodding and running towards the way he came. There's nothing wrong with what Zui Yang said. Giving up on the fog barrier ghost to escape was a stupid thing that someone like Zhou Yan couldn't possibly do. The reason why he did this was to take the most crucial water ghost of the Aurora, because he didn't know 026 was not injured at all, so he had to take a gamble with the little inkblot. But, the truth is that he lost a long time ago. Zui Yang protected 026 in advance, and then let 026 go to protect the little inkblot. Everything seems to be controlled by Zui Yang. Shit, these two young people, what horrible brain circuits. Running through the water spray, 023 lamented. If I hadn't run into Zui Yang this time, I'm afraid. This boat, it's all gone, right? Lakeside. The ghost sword was like a deformed splinter, wrapping the fog barrier ghost to death. It smiled and opened its mouth, its white teeth biting down towards the faceless face of the fog barrier ghost, hissing. Perhaps it is because it is the body, or perhaps the fog barrier ghost is really too much consumption. With one bite, a shallow crater was gnawed out of the fog barrier ghost's head. Black ghost blood sprayed all over the face of the ghost face sore, but it was powerless to resist. Ha 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 ha, boy, I was right about the man. Ongwu. Looking at the face that looks like his own eating and laughing, almost drilled into the fog barrier ghost brain, Zui Yang frowned. Fuck, that's not what you said the first two times. Don't look away. Don't bother to watch the gorging of this thing feed. Lakeside or soggy mire. The water mist that has been permeating the world of the ghost mirror is being swallowed up by the fog barrier ghost and it's dissipating bit by bit. Chapter 100, Union, Counterattack, 4, Ongwu. I don't know how long the sound of chewing went on, but my ears gradually cleared. Kid, I'm satisfied with the food this time. In return, whoosh, the human face tumor that flew out rebounded to Zui Yang's neck like a spring. Subsequently, bang bang bang, Zui Yang only felt that the blood inside his brain seemed to start speeding up. On his neck, the veins bulged exaggeratedly. Pft, the heart is racing, and the body seems to be aroused and longing for something. It was as if some power had been injected into the limbs and bones. Breathing became rapid. On Zui Yang's chest that he couldn't notice, a black star mark appeared. In the future, you can perform my other ability, shock and awe, distinct from nullification. Shock is more conducive to group control of shenanigans. Kid, work hard. I look forward to the day when you and I are truly united. Ha. A sardonic laugh followed from the neck. Zui Yang's breathing gradually evened out. He could feel that the physical quality should have improved a lot more. There was also a pause in the chest with a bridging force. Looking down, Zui Yang's face gave a start. The bitterly smiling face of Ghost Sore had, at some point, turned into a serious face. Under the human face, a black meridian protruded from the skin and was spreading to the heart. A black, four-pointed, prismatic star in the center of the heart connects to the meridian. It was as if the ghost face sore had nourished itself and made a starflower in its own chest. Asterisk. This ghost face sore. How come the more I look at it, the more evil it becomes? The power is real. Though, when we get to the Ghostbusters headquarters, I still have to do some research and find a way to restrain its weirdness. Stared at the chest for a while. At the edge of the lake, the fog barrier ghost was eaten to the last crumb. After Zui Yang was in a trance for a moment, he scratched his head and walked towards the already clear woods. Now, it's time to check on Zhou Yang. Same time, on the Aurora, Zhou Yang ran all the way out of the ghost mirror area. Along the stairs down from the captain's room, he rushed out of the white iron gatehouse, recognizing a direction to run wildly in. Damn it! Why that Zui Yang? He would hide something from me. What makes him spooky enough to eat ghosts? Zui Yang, Zui Yang, you're a real nuisance. Tap. Running wildly within the watery walkway, Zhou Yang's footsteps stopped in front of 023's bedroom door. Guess you guys wouldn't have guessed. Ha! I'm not running away. But I'm going to find the black dog blood to harness the water spirits. I won't lose. You're all just my pawns. My stepping stones. Bang! Towards the door of the room fiercely kicked a foot. Zhou Yang. This kick was not light. The door was directly kicked to deform and fall to the ground. Little ink blot? Little ink? I'm Zhou Yang. Where are you? Stepping into the house with large strides, Zhou Yang changed his face to a cordial one. Woof woof woof. At the sound of his voice, a dog barked from the direction of the bedroom. Zhou Yang sniffed and his face was instantly delighted. Little Murph, come. Follow me. Tap tap tap. 3 or 2 impatient steps to the bedroom door. Rustling. Suddenly, the sound of whistling shuttles came from the mist of water inside the house. Zhou Yang's face suddenly changed, and his stepping body directly fell forward in a forward position. So he fell to the ground. Rustling. 3 cold lights flashed from behind. Bang bang bang. The wall in front of him was shot with 3 shallow craters in response. Zhou Yang crawled to the ground, his heart rumbling and his eyelids beating furiously. He saw it clearly. What just shot past were 3 water spikes. Water spikes? This ability. 026? You're here? Unable to help himself, his face began to shift and flicker. If it was 026 who had just used his ability against himself. So, doesn't that mean that 026 is not in trouble at all? His shenanigans didn't even revive. So what's the point of coming here and looking for black dog blood yourself? How could a roughneck like 026 ambush me here? The face became more and more ugly. Zhou Yang nervously looked inside the house, behind the couch in the living room. 026 walked out with a grim face. I didn't expect that you actually came here. Mr. Zhou, this Zhou Yang is eating you up. Between the words, several clusters of water spikes began to buzz and coalesce behind 026. What did you say? Zhou Yang? Is he the one who told you to wait for me here? 026's words came, and Zhou Yang was dumbfounded. It's not. Why? Why is Zhou Yang so predictable? Did he watch himself grow up? Did he know that he would definitely use black dog blood? His own experience of using a black dog to blood pressurize a fog-blocking ghost is, he dares to say, unknown to anyone. That's right. He said you'd want the black dog. Although I don't know what's going on between you two. But, you dare to make a move on Uncle Sue. 026's eyes grew cold. I don't mind killing you. Rustling. It was simply too late for Zhou Yang to say anything more, as a dozen water spikes, once again, arrowed towards him. Rustling. As the cold wind poured into his face, Zhou Yang rolled on the ground and shouted angrily. Fog barrier ghost. Split. Put. The water mist that should have appeared to coalesce in front of his body. At the moment nothing moved. Put. 3 or 4 water spikes, along the side, shot through Zhou Yang's calf stomach, and blood spray burst out all over the place. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Zhou Yang rolled on the ground in pain. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were clenched. Why? Where's my split ability? Fog barrier ghosts. Is it hard to believe that they're already dead? Zhou Yang didn't dare to think about it. In such a short time, that creepy Zhui Yang ate the fog barrier ghost? Oof. I was kind enough to save you. And you're thinking of harnessing my shenanigans. Feedback to my superiors that I accidentally hit you hard and it's okay to slaughter you, right? The sound of ghostly words came out as 026 walked up to Zhou Yang. He held his head high, a water spike spinning and molding in his palm. Know what? Whatever. But you dared to make a move on Uncle Sue. So, whoosh. The spikes of the water spikes in his palm spun and aimed at Zhou Yang's head. A cold aura appeared, and the corners of Zhou Yang's mouth trembled furiously. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me and the ghost mirror is without a master, your mission will be considered a failure. I don't care. Rustling. Hydro entanglement drilling motion. It shot along Zhou Yang's head. Enough. A close call. A chorus of 023's chortles rang out of the door, and a white smoke pushed its way through the water spikes, disrupting their direction. Miso. The sharp water spikes narrowly scraped a bloody groove on Zhou Yang's head. What was still a genteel gentleman instantly turned into a strange man with a crater in his head. Ah! Another scream echoed through the house for a long time. Chapter 101, Ghostbusters Headquarters. The World of Ghosts, TSK. You stinking SB. If I had come a few steps later, this mission, it would have gone straight to hell. Amidst Zhou Yang's miserable howls, 023 slowly walked into the house. He had a cigarette in his mouth and looked coldly at 026. 026 similarly chilled his face. This guy, he wants to move Uncle Sue. You know, anyone who crosses my boundaries has to die. Die NMLGB. Isn't the old man alive? That won't work either. Grass. It's bad luck for me to be on a mission with you. Behave yourself. He chided 026 again. And 023 quickly approached Zhou Yang, now looking at the graceful second-generation government official again. At this moment, he was twitching and twisting with several bloody holes distributed on his legs. The sunny handsome face he was so proud of. From the front of his head to the back of his head, a shallow groove was opened and blood was gurgling out. Blood gushed out, staining his face and calves. He looks miserable now. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shouldn't be dead yet. If you're going to fucking die, you're going to have to wait until I've handed in my mission. Disgusted, he glanced at Zhou Yang. Even though he looks pathetic now, 023 will always remember that if it wasn't for him, where would the Aurora have gotten so much? Give me some peace. Exhaled a smoke ring. White smoke diffused and wrapped towards Zhou Yang. On his calves, on his brain, the smoke closed Zhou Yang's wounds in inhibited forms. Not most of the time, his still flowing blood sort of dried up and solidified. As for Zhou Yang as a person, long ago, his eyes rolled white in pain, and he lay down on the ground, unmoving. Outside the aisle, on the cruise ship, the mist of water that filled the room was gradually dissipating. Not long after, another figure came through the doorway. Zhou Yang stepped into the house, looked inside and frowned slightly. Didn't kill it, right? No. But even though he's not dead, for what he did on the ship, being held for research within the organization in the future, he's not far from being a vegetable. If he died just like that, he'd still be relieved. 023 mocked, his eyes looking towards Zhou Yang. A faint mist of cigarette smoke scuttled and had dragged his body to the couch and pinned it down. Next, I'm in charge of guarding him, I guess. This matter is over, and the Aurora will be able to reach the headquarters in a day or two. The look just eased. 023 looked to 026 in the corner, and his eyes glared again. 026, get the hell out. Steer your ship. TMD. You almost caused Zhou Yang and I to lose 3,000 merit points. Next time I won't go on the same mission with you even if I die. Cursing underneath, 026 resentfully lowered his head and looked deeply at Zhou Yang before he quickly left. Zhou Yang, on the other hand, walked to the bedroom on his own, picking the little inkling up. He then followed suit and walked out of 023's room. The moment he went out the door, he looked back at 023 as if he had thought of something. Right, 023, send me the link to the Ghost Sentinel website. I'll go sign up. Anyway, now that the ship is settled, Zhou Yang thought that it would be good to register an account and learn more information on the website while he hadn't arrived at the Ghostbusters headquarters yet. Can. But you'd better not register yet. I think that you'll have to go to the appraisal section to check your abilities when the time comes. By registering directly, the system judges your potential and may affect your sequence ranking. I think that your weirdness, it might not be that simple. No? 023 looked at Zhou Yang and did not choose to send the link. Instead, from Zhou Yang's pocket, he tossed his cell phone to Zhou Yang. You're okay to go ahead and check out the webpage on his cell phone. No, can't I just register the serial number myself? As for even bothering to authenticate it? Somewhat resisting, he took the phone. Zhou Yang wasn't afraid of exposing his abilities or anything. He is afraid of the so-called appraisal. If it is identified that he played the death of 037 and 032, that would not be good. Kid, you're too young. The higher the serial rank number, the more you are hired and the higher the ceiling on the level of missions you receive. And, each Ghostbuster gets a minimum of 300 merit points per month for low security. For serial numbers 40 to 52, 300 merit points. 400 merit points for 30 to 40 serial numbers. 500 merit points for serial numbers 20 to 30. 1,000 merit points for serial numbers 10 to 20. For serial number 01-10, 3,000 merit points. 023 can said. Zhou Yang's eyes unconsciously widened. I'll go? What did you say? That's a lot for a moonlight lowball for a 01-10 serial number? No, it's only so many merit points for us to do a quest. Normal. It said that the Ghostbusters with serial numbers 01-10 were the earliest of the bunch. I even wonder if some of them are in control of 4 or 5 spooky. With such a ghost sentinel sitting in the town, even if you don't go out on a mission, it's only right to get these merit points in hand. No wonder you value serial numbers so much. Nodding his head, Zhou Yang was somewhat relieved. Well, by the way, Zhou Yang, if you register an account afterward, remember to add me. I think it would be good to go out on a mission with you. 023 smiled and threw out an olive branch. Zhou Yang nodded and walked out of the room holding the little inkblot. All the way along the roadway, Zhou Yang returned to 026's room. Inside the room, Su Tianji and Xia Qingyuan's family were talking about something in a bored manner. Upon seeing Zhou Yang return, Xia Qingyuan's eyes immediately lit up. Zhou Yang, you guys got it done? Done. 023 says that it's only within the next day or two that we'll be able to get to the Ghostbusters headquarters. Right. That's good. That's good. At that, a room of people unloaded their tension. Zhuiyang casually found a corner of the sofa and sat down. Looking out through the window in one corner of the room, the aurora had sailed away in one direction. Think it's the 026 that's on a roll. Ghostbusters headquarters? There. It shouldn't be so dangerous as well, right? Opening Zhou Yang's cell phone. In his browser, Zhuiyang found the record of the Ghostbusters website. Clicking on it, the account number of the person who logged in was Zhou Hashan. Specialized Ghostbusters. No. 054. Special type? It seems that this Ghost Defenders headquarters has a lot to say about how each person is categorized. Sliding his hand over the homepage of the Ghostbusters website, Zhuiyang typed in keywords such as special type Ghostbuster, number ranked Ghostbuster, and so on. Soon, information about the personnel classification of the Ghostbusters headquarters was immediately displayed. Chapter 102, Ghostbusters Headquarters. The World of Ghosts, 2. About the division of the population of the Ghostbusters headquarters base in Kyoto City. In order to facilitate the management of affairs inside and outside the base, the masses of the base are divided into 3 categories of people. The first category of people, ordinary people. Those who are lucky enough to survive can be sheltered in the base by the Ghostbusters headquarters. But accordingly, ordinary people need to serve the base and gain a certain number of merit points. The base doesn't keep idle people, and various jobs that provide a minimum of 30 merit points per month. Ordinary people's welfare, they can apply for a humble single room. The second category, specialized Oni. Weird powers, 1001. Among the Oni, there is no shortage of Oni who appear to have no combat power, but are valuable. Such people are collectively known as special type Oni. They may be able to bring special value to the base, or they may facilitate combatants. For them, the base provides generous treatment at its own expense. Special type of Ghostbusters benefits, after verifying their identity by the base, they are entitled to 150 merit points per month. You can apply for a separate 3-room apartment to live in, and you can apply for a servant to wait on you. The servant's food, clothing, and housing are also reimbursed by the base. Note, special type Oni must respond without reason to requests from the base. The third category, numbered Oni. Not everyone can become a Ghostbuster, and not everyone who has harnessed Guile can utilize Guile in combat for long periods of time without being eroded. There are very few people who can manage to harness the combat type of Guile and not be eroded. The base plans this category as numbered Onius, the initial number of a numbered Oni, as assessed by ability potential. After missions and combat performance, the number can be raised with it. The higher the number, the more generous the benefits package. Each numbered Imperial Demoner has a chance to go to the appraisal room to appraise their potential once. After the appraisal, your numbering order may be raised again due to your potential. Numbered Oni benefits, for the best of the best. The base gives more benefits. You will enjoy exclusive private residences with servants and butlers to take care of your lives. In order of numbering, you will receive reciprocal welfare merits. Note, the base will not force numbered Ghostbusters to carry out missions, but the base does not keep idle people either. Each numbered Ghostbuster is required to carry out at least 3 missions per month. After reading down a long list of planning information, Zhuiyang finally had an understanding of the so-called Ghostbusters headquarters. Hiss, just the benefits package looks. The numbered Ghostbusters are truly human. However, looking at the description, it seems that those who can navigate bizarre battles for long periods of time are considered few and far between. No wonder the numbering is 52 at most. With vacancies, I don't know if the serial number is still 027 after I went to authenticate it. Flipping the information in his hand, Zhuiyang squinted his eyes and thought. On his side, at some point, a small figure had sat over. Xia Taohuang cocked her small head and was looking at the message on Zhuiyang's cell phone. The more she looked at this, the more chilled she became. Ignorant as she was, she had thought that she should be able to live a peaceful life after arriving in the capital city by boat. But this cold information looks. People. Ordinary people who go in there are just doing odd jobs for the base to survive. 30 merit points a month. Although she didn't know what merit points could be used for. Looking at the treatment of commoners, Xia Taohuang was confused. A simple single room? Does that mean you have to sleep crammed in with someone else? Is there a shower yet? A place to go to the bathroom? With her small face looking white, Xia Taohuang pursed her lips and didn't dare to say a word. She looked up at her father, who was still talking eloquently with Su Tianji, and her heart wasn't in the right place. Spooky before, their father took them well-fed and well-dressed. Now, the little girl silently lowered her head and suddenly turned her gaze to Zhuiyang. She hesitated for a long time, but she didn't have the heart to say something to Zhuiyang. She knew that Zhuiyang should be that numbered ghost watcher. As long as she opened her mouth and demanded a word from Zhuiyang, It was roughly possible to morally kidnap Zhuo Yang and let him take his family to live in a single room. Able to. Why should they help you? Wouldn't it be nice to have that right to pick a few surviving stars as maids? Eyes downcast. No one knew that Xia Taohong, at her young age, had already thought so much. Woo woo, and I don't know how long it took. A hooter sounded on the Aurora, for the first time in a long time. I'm going? Arrived? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Relief at last. We're finally going to be safe. As the hooter sounded, countless passengers had climbed up to the handrail on the first floor deck area. The huge cruise ship was docking toward the one-corner pier. On the dock, 4 or 5 commercial vehicles and a pulling van were waiting quietly. Hey, it's a friend from Kyoto City, right? Haha, we're finally going to be safe. The crowd reveled, and along with it, the dead air that had permeated the Aurora all day long was swept away. The air was all free excitement. Able to. There was no sound of response at all from the car on the shore. In the business car, a couple of men with guns and military uniforms got out. They were led by a man with glasses in a black uniform. The man with the glasses had a shaved flat head, and underneath his black-rimmed glasses, there was no emotion whatsoever. On his chest, a silver nameplate was pinned. On the nameplate, there were 3 shining words 019, hands behind his back. He just quietly watched the Aurora dock. 026, 023, come out, leave the ancient mirror, the Zhou family to me to transfer. Suddenly, 019 a cool voice came out. Yes. With that, 023 was seen walking onto the deck with Zhou Yang on his back and an ancient mirror wrapped in smoke behind him. Buzz buzz. Cruise ship docking. 019 took a glance at Zhou Yang and the ancient mirror, then pulled open the back door of the commercial vehicle with a bang. Send it up. I'll go ahead and turn in the mission. Understood. There's nothing gangly about 023 in the face of someone with a higher serial number than yourself. After respectfully shoving the man and the mirror into the back seat of the car, he stood off to the side like a rabbit on a good behavior. You maintain order and take these men to the base. By the way, that Ghostbuster you mentioned, the appraisal section has already arranged it. Understood. 019 greeted and immediately never cared about anything at the scene again. Snap. The door of the business car opened and he got in, taking a couple of gun-toting soldiers with him, prioritizing the business car to go first. By the time he was gone, on the Aurora, the crowd was also swarming towards the business car on the shore. One of them, a big-bellied man, was rightfully about to pull open the door of the business car and sit in it. Don't want to. A gun-toting soldier in the front car seat jumped straight down. The blackened barrel of his gun pointed directly at him. Hey, recognize who you are. This car, it's not for you. Chapter 103, Ghostbusters Headquarters. The World of Ghosts, 3. Ha? What the fuck do you mean? Do you know who I am? I'm the vice mayor of Linjiang City. The fat man yelled, a little annoyed at the reaction the soldier gave. But, bang! The blackened muzzle was not a warning, but a threat. After a booming gunshot, the fat man's head instantly opened. Poof fell to the ground. Sorry, I don't need to know who you are. Right now, aside from the Ghostbusters, even if you're the king of heaven, it's all just a number. The indifference of the soldiers made those who had been running off the ship with them wince. Honestly, most of the people who make it on board, who don't have a bit of a background in connections, but now, this seemingly thick relationship doesn't seem to be working at all. Shit, that's the deputy mayor. He just shot him? Nonsense. The one who was just escorted away is still our downtown prince. Done and done. What the hell are we doing over here? The sound of panic, a touch of it. Bang bang bang. Just then, a few more shots rang out. Cut the crap. All of you who want to live, get on the rearmost collector truck. It's come to this. Do you think you're still somebody? Smoke fills the air. All the passengers, like swine, were driven to the collector cars. All of them held their heads and huddled together in a nest, not daring to say a word more. Aurora, on board. 026 watched the gradually quieting shore, before walking nonchalantly back to the bedroom. He shouted faintly towards Su Tianji, Uncle Su, let's go. I'll take you to the safe zone. Hi, am I, like, going to that cargo loader too? Su Tianji had long since taken in everything on the shore, and he couldn't help but feel terrified inside. Nothing, as long as I'm numbered Ghostbuster, you'll always be Principal CO. They dare not disrespect you. 026 raised his head, showing his arrogance in a rare way. Well, trembling, he followed behind 026. Almost the moment the 026 comes ashore, the differentiation should not be too obvious. The gun-toting soldier himself got out of the car and opened the door to greet him. Oniai-chan-sama. Good job. The doors opened, and even the driver in the driver's seat saluted towards 026. To this, 026 seems to be accustomed. Uncle Sue, let's get in the car. Don't worry. You'll only be enjoying yourself if you go in. Calmly pulling Su Tianji into the car, 026 rode away under a crowd of envious eyes. The deck of the Aurora. Xia Qingyuan's family also slowly prepared to disembark. They wouldn't dare get their hands on the front row of business cars, and walked slowly toward the last row of collection trucks. Zui Yang quietly watched all of this, holding the little inkblot, just ready to follow Xia Qingyuan's family onto the collection truck. Suddenly, 023 was sitting in a business car and called out towards him. Hey, Zui Yang, which way are you going? Come here. I'll lead you to the appraisal. But I'm not. At this point, a numbered ghostbuster, am I? Zui Yang hesitantly asked. 023 shaking his head straight. You boy, not thinking straight, are you? What are you missing from becoming a numbered ghostbuster? It's just an appraisal. Hurry up. Get up here. Besides, how degrading for you to ride in that car. Well. Zui Yang turned his steps and took another look at the Xia Qingyuan family and pointed at them. That business car of yours is quite big. Can you bring Uncle Xia's family along? Piggyback them? Okay. It's all well and good either way now. But when your status benefits come down, you'll think twice about whether or not you want to still piggyback on them. 023 waving his hand indifferently. Zui Yang's eyelids jumped. What do you mean? When the status benefits come down, you'll reconsider? Without bothering to think more, Zui Yang took 2 quick steps, pulled Xia Qingyuan's family, and got into the back seat of the commercial car. The car lifted off and drove all the way towards the outskirts of the city. Looking through the car window towards the city, dust rolled in from a number of houses in the city. The streets were strewn with blood and human tissue on the walls of buildings. It's not hard to see that a horrific and bizarre disaster has also erupted in the capital city in the past few days. The good thing is, the car is getting more and more remote. Until, the car actually drove to a cemetery. Yes, the cemetery. It's still one of those barren mountain cemeteries that doesn't even have a fence. Driving along the large and small graves, I actually ended up driving the car towards a grave. The grave looked almost unremarkable as a small mound of dirt, and there wasn't even a headstone. Giggle. But, the car just crashed straight towards the graveyard. This, above the car. Xia Qingyuan's family looked dumbfounded. Zui Yan also looked at the grave suspiciously, until the ghost face sore on the neck throbbed, and his eyes cleared up for a while. When I looked over again, the car had hit a graveyard bag. It was clearly heading towards an underground parking lot. Take it easy. This is the Ghostbusters HQ's perimeter protection. Special Creeper number 048's Phantasmagoria Creep. It doesn't have the ability to fight, but it can visualize the outside of the base as a graveyard. 023 explained lightly, and the few people in the car breathed a sigh of relief. After smoothing the ghost face sore that throbs on his neck and is not invalidated, Zui Yang looked out the window again. Nice guy. The front end of the car had actually hit the mound of dirt, the wheels rolling, deep in and out, frozen in place for a while. Giggle. I don't know how long the car had been driving. Here it is. The driver in the front seat shouted respectfully. 023 pulled open the door and jumped out. The car door opened and there was another sight before him. Looking over, the car stopped at a vast underground base. The overhead is filled with bright lights, and the parking lot alone is nearly 1,000 square feet of vacant area. In addition to the parking lot, you can also find a department store, supermarket, pedestrian street and various modern facilities. Only, as big as the place was, there weren't a lot of people moving around the place right now. As soon as I saw the commercial vehicle stop, most of the people moving around in the plaza cast attentive and envious gazes in this direction. There were even a few women with revealing clothes and shapely bodies who came right up to them. My lord, is your family still short of domestic servants? They didn't dare approach the car, but only greeted it from outside the parking lot. Roll, roll, roll. What kind of goods? My old man's house is full of actresses, seemingly acclimatized to the set. 023 didn't bother to look at the women more than once. Go, Zui Yang. Now, I'll show you what the world of Oni is all about. He spoke, ignoring the winking girls, and walked towards the other side of the parking lot. The edge of the parking lot, a separate corner of the walkway, actually has a separate elevator facility. When 023 walked in the forefront, he touched a magnetic card from his bosom and showed it to Zui Yang. Chapter 104, Ghostbusters Headquarters. The World of Ghosts, 4. What is it? Glancing down at the magnetic card in 023's hand, the light gold color seems to be very representative of status. It's the identification card for our numbered Ghostbusters. Take it and you can unlock floors 1 to 5 of the elevator at will. Also, you purchase things at the Ghostbusters base by using this card to swipe merit points. Now, let's go to the second floor and register your identity. 023 explained. already swiping his card on the elevator door. Drip. The buttons for the elevator are also explained for each floor. Zui Yang roughly swept his eyes, and the floor correspondences above were all very interesting. First floor, peripheral hall. Infrastructure. Second floor, information registration. Mission solicitation. Identification section. General population residential area. Third floor, special goblin gathering place. Fourth floor, no. Gakujin residential area. Fifth floor, Oni collection room. Sixth floor, emergency room. Seventh floor, HM. Can a numbered Ghostbusters card stroll through the fifth floor? Looks like the authority isn't low. Looking at the description of the elevator floor, Zui Yang once again appreciated the preferential treatment of becoming a numbered Ghostbuster. At the same time, he finally understood the cause of Su Donglai's desire to become a ghost swordsman. Su Donglai is right. Ordinary people, if they can know a numbered Ghostbuster, in this base, will not take off. Perhaps, this was the reason why Su Donglai was quite confident at that time, because he knows 026. However, what he could not have imagined was that Zui Yang would be able to become a numbered ghost scholar later on. So, if it's a normal person's magnetic card, you can only go to the first two floors, right? Zui Yang guessed and 023 nodded. Yes, though it's true that those guys were a handful before their weird descent, but the base doesn't need any leadership command. They're rescued, and most of them have to go to the second floor to register their magnetic cards and go get their base work assignments. What can they do? There's a sea of them. There are human generators on the first floor, and all kinds of chores go to them. The third floor, those special imperial ghosts, sometimes do experiments. Not also need ordinary people? It's 023 said indifferently. Perhaps the common man really has no further role to play. The elevator was slowly descending. Along with that, the hearts of Xia Qingyuan's family hung in the balance. Ding dong, when the elevator doors opened again. This time, it was the coaxing crowds and spacious counseling halls that came into view. As far as the eye can see, notice boards stand to the left and right in the 1,000-square-foot hall. There were some simple tasks posted on the notice board. For example, go to the first floor and manage the supermarket warehouse for 1 month, 30 merit point bonus. Those who are physically fit and limber are required to come to 304 on the third floor to do experiments, 10 merit points at a time. All sorts of ordinary tasks of all shapes and sizes. Looking at Zui Yang's size in awe, this so-called Ghostbusters headquarters has formed its own unique ecosystem. A number of people were standing in front of the notice board and were constantly looking at the task to pick. Zui Yang followed 023 and walked through the crowd, not without some curiosity. Say, where do we usually pick up our quests? We number Ghostbusters and just pick up our assignments directly from the website. Once you've collected it, spontaneously go and find your group teammates to discuss it and just apply for a paramedic to send a car to follow. Oh, 023 explained, and the group had come to the end of the hall. At the end, on the left, there is a small queue of 5 windows at the magnetic card registration/remittance office for ordinary people. On the right, there was the Oni-chan registry, which only had 2 windows but was empty. 023 came to the right window and said something to a receptionist at the counter inside. That receptionist looked at Zui Yang and hurriedly ran to the backstage. Afterwards, she found a woman wearing sunglasses and opened the door of the room by the reception window again, respectfully shouting towards Zui Yang, "Lord Oni-chan, your appointment for the potential test can begin at any time." Zui Yang looked at the woman behind the reception window and looked at 023. 023 nuzzles, "What are you looking at me for? Go inside." "Ha? The so-called appraisal section is. It's just one person." "Ha? Or what? You think you're being dissected with an X-ray machine?" Well, faithfully walking to the room behind the reception entrance, the woman wearing sunglasses smiled towards Zui Yang. "Hello, it's my first time meeting you, so I'll introduce myself. Special Ghostbuster, number 039, sensing ghosts." "Oh hello Zui Yang. Spooky is. Ghost of miserable death." Zui Yang politely stood to the side as the woman gestured for him to sit on the sofa inside the house. After Zui Yang did as he was told, he looked at the woman with some curiosity. "Excuse me, what's next? Give me your hand." Oh, a pair of miserable little hands instantly held Zui Yang's left hand. Zui Yang only felt that his hands were soaked within the ice pool. He looked at the sunglasses woman in surprise, because, at the moment, the woman was holding his left hand, and on both of the woman's hands, a strand of black vines was growing, seemingly hair-like toward the fingernail cap of his own hand. Hiss! The fingertips could not help but tremble, and Zui Yang instinctively wanted to shake off the woman's hands. "Don't move! It's the sensing ghost testing your fit with the spooky. Bare your teeth." Hearing the woman say this, Zui Yang could only frown and endure the pain. The woman, in turn, suddenly spoke up and voiced her analysis. Degree of fit, 89%. Control and harnessing proficiency, 91%. Very good. Very good. Eerie intensity. Snap. When it came to the bizarre intensity, the black vines extending from the sunglasses woman's hands burst and shattered uncontrollably. Under the sunglasses, a pair of eyes quivered. Eerie intensity. Comparable to a double eerie harnesser? Her mouth was wide open as she looked at Zui-yang incredulously. You creepy. What the hell? I should have the right not to go into detail, shouldn't I? Zui-yang's face was calm as he asked the sunglasses woman in return. The sunglasses woman froze, then smiled. Also, sorry, I lost my temper. Your potential is so high that it does lower your serial number if you just let the site evaluate the predictions. Tell you what, I'll notify the admins right away. I think your serial number, at least, is in the top 25 or so. Top 25? That high? Even Zui-yang was a bit surprised. Last time I registered, it was still 027. Maybe, by devouring the misty ghost, the strength of the ghost face sore was affected by the subtle influence of the misty ghost? With that in mind, the sunglasses woman had dialed the phone and communicated with whomever she was talking to. Soon, after the call ended, the sunglasses woman smiled towards Zui-yang. Unsurprisingly, I think Ghostbusters HQ has already sent the registration information to your cell phone. You can, right now, register yourself. Yes? Taking out his cell phone from his pocket, Zui-yang lowered his eyes. On the screen of the phone, there was an invitation message written. Ghostbusters HQ, dear Mr. Zui-yang, how are you? After appraisal by the appraiser, we will open the serial number 022 for you. Please open the link, register the corresponding serial number and collect the magnetic card at the window. Officially welcome, serial number 022 Ghostbusters, Chapter 105, Ghostbusters Headquarters, The World of Ghosts, v. 022? Holy shit? This I'm one step above 023. Ha! Unbelievably looking at the message, Zui-yang looked at the sunglasses woman again. The woman still had a smile on her lips. What's wrong? Sir? Is the serial number low? No. Pretty good. Tapping his cell phone, Zui-yang followed the steps and once again registered for the Ghostbusters website. Only this time, his ID changed to 022 Ghostbuster. This change, which was really a bit strange, caused Zui-yang to be in a trance in place. Here Oniai-chan number 022. Here is your magnetic card. Please take it. By the way, the 3,000 merit points regarding the mission, escorting the ancient mirror, have already been credited to your card. That is, until the sunglasses woman walked up to the front desk and handed a gold magnetic card towards herself. It was only then that Zui-yang came back to his senses. Oh trouble. No trouble. By the way, Mr. Left, right? I wonder, are you free tonight? What's wrong? I think, in my bed, I'm missing a companion. The sunglasses woman had taken off her sunglasses as she spoke. Underneath the sunglasses were a pair of peach blossom eyes that seduced. The woman smiled and extended her large hand towards Zui-yang. Hello, get acquainted. My name is Huang Ziqian. Hello. After shaking hands, Zui-yang avoided Huang Ziqian's fiery gaze and looked outside the reception desk. I should have something else tonight. I'll be in touch sometime. After saying that, Zui-yang walked towards the outside of the house without looking back. For this kind of unexplained flirtation, Zui-yang understands in his heart that it is carnal desire or interest. 022. Don't be shy. I added your website ID. Remember to get back to me. The enthusiastic shouts came from behind, and Zui-yang no longer took care of it. Upon stepping out of the reception desk, 023 greeted him with a wicked grin on his face. Well, is the measured serial number not low? I see that slutty fox, all scowling at you. I'm telling you, that slutty fox, Huang Ziqian, has always been indifferent when she encounters a Ghostbuster with a serial number lower than 25. You kid, I guess you've caught her eye. You goblins, you do this too. Shaking his head, Zui-yang didn't take this to heart and turned his eyes to look around. Hey, I said where's Uncle Xia's family? Looking around suspiciously, Xia Qingyuan's family had already disappeared. 023 points indifferently to the commoner registry. Nah, there's a bunch of people on hold. They're going to register their magnetic cards, and they're going to claim their residences. You, follow me to the 4th floor and claim an empty room. Right, do you have any intentions regarding your house slaves? 023 as he spoke, he actually revealed a meaningful smile towards Zui-yang. Zui-yang froze. This thing, what does it say? It seems you don't understand the gold content of our numbered Ghostbusters. 023 snickered. In the next second, he was seen shouting towards the busy, ordinary people, registry. Hey, there's a freshly registered numbered Oni here. One that hasn't recruited a servant yet. If you want to fight for it, come over and apply for the job yourself. What? A new Onisama? Me. I'll do it. Who the fuck are you? I'll do it. As soon as the words fell, the pile exploded. Several women with handsome faces and delicate figures grabbed and squeezed and ran over. Among them, there were even 2 or 3 that Zui Yang recognized. It's the daughter of a certain group that you used to be able to swipe on TV. But now, they came to Zui Yang's body. Their collars were pulled extremely low, and they were extremely humble and flattering. Oni-chan-sama, pick me, I can cook and take care of the house. And crucially, I know a lot of poses. Lord Oni-chan, choose me. I can take it many times a night. Me. I can take all kinds of large-scale requests. These bright women are saying things that are totally unashamed. They are extremely flirtatious and show their physique. And they are eager to give Zui Yang a striptease. It's hard to imagine the day when the previously unattainable girls would be like this. It's being surrounded by all kinds of swallow fat and thin women. Zui Yang somewhat understood. Why would 023 say he still wants to contact the Xia family after getting benefits? Ask who? Who wouldn't want to have a few beauties tucked away at home? As for why they took the plunge so actively, it's actually quite understandable if you think about it. Ordinary people work hard, but only 30 points of merit value a month, and the living environment is still poor. But if you follow the numbered Ghostbusters, not to mention that you can be reimbursed for food, clothing, and shelter, the numbered Ghostbusters were earning more points than they could ever earn in their entire lives for a single mission. If they could serve the numbered Ghostbusters to their satisfaction, I'm afraid that the merit points they rewarded would be more than 30 points. Ponder STH. Don't say white rich girl, or any heavenly singer. When they come here, they all have to kneel and lick TSK. Destiny is messing with people. Narrowing his eyes, Zui Yang somewhat rejected these women who came up. The scariest thing was that among the group of women, there was also a fair-skinned man who was yelling, "Does your honor have a special hobby? Pick me. Get away from all of them. I don't see any of them." The human face sore on his neck was twisted, and Zui Yang gave a cold shout. Instantly, the crowd that had come crowding in waves fell silent. Everyone looked at Zui Yang with bated breath, expecting him to pick himself out of the pile. 023 stood off to the side, while sighing, "Not bad for you, and quite discerning. The mediocrity here really doesn't work. I heard that those few first-tier stars, they've been adopted by a few special Ghostbusters. Why don't I introduce a few of them back to you?" 023 snickering, Zui Yang waved his hand. "No. Hey, what are you pretending to be so serious about? We're all playing for our lives. It's a lot of pressure. What's wrong with coming back to relax and unwind? No means no. Tell me, which window is Uncle Xia and his family at?" Zui Yang cold face. 023 which shook his head resentfully. "Convinced? You're as fucking pointless as 026. The pile of people checking in at window 5. See? Reaching out and pointing to window number 5. 023 shrugged bemusedly. "You're taking them to the 4th floor, aren't you? Well, I can't trust the general public." Zui Yang nodded his head, and Woody squeezed toward the pile of people. This was not a polite remark on his part, but the truth. Why wouldn't he want to have a beautiful woman on his pillow? But it's a long way from the Lincoln neighborhood, like walking on thin ice. Zui Yang summarized the truth. In this world, don't trust anyone, even the seemingly safe Ghostbusters HQ. Recruiting a few women to fulfill their carnal desires. Who can guarantee that these women will not reveal any of their secrets? Insurance is much safer and trustworthy when it comes to Uncle Xiao's family. With this thought, Zui Yang stepped into the ordinary people registration area, causing a cacophony of noise. Chapter 106, Ghostbusters Headquarters. The World of Ghosts, 6. Wow, he's coming towards me. Hey, wasn't I looked at? Are you fucking dreaming? Your boobs are padded. That's better than you. You're sagging. Nonsense. It's clearly coming for me. The crowd chattered, all fantasizing about being taken out of the 2-story building by Zui Yang. Xia Taohan looked at Zui Yang walking, and her heart was inexplicably nervous. "Dad, do you think that Zui is here for us?" Actually, it would make sense if he had his eye on someone else. You know, this situation now. Your brother Zui isn't the little office worker he used to be. The 3 members of the family, all of them looked at Zui Yang with trepidation. On her side, a tall woman with a stunningly beautiful face was holding her head high. "What are you delusional about? Definitely coming for me. I'm telling you, too many people who become Ghostbusters are too lazy to talk to their friends. After all, you can't bring anything to them anymore. What about me? Not me. I'm well versed in all kinds of positions," the woman Baba said, and her slender thighs took the same step towards Zui Yang, just ready to stretch out the coupled white thin arm, to embrace into Zui Yang's arms. Unexpectedly, Zui Yang took a step over her side and came to Xia Qingyuan's side. Uncle Xia, come with me, my house. It should be enough for the few of us. Zui Yang sincerely looked at Xia Qingyuan, and the friendship of a month before the end of that day was real. This, left boy, even if you don't pick beautiful women, you should have picked some skilled people. We have this, a family of 3 that can't do anything. Xia Qingyuan spoke frankly, and Zui Yang smiled. No need for you to know anything. You guys just live your lives as usual and add a pair of chopsticks when you cook. It's the same as before the end of days, when I stopped by your house for dinner. It's you again this chance to give it to someone else. You'll take the 2 kids and go cry in the little shitty house. Zui Yang urged a sentence, and Xia Qingyuan nodded in a panic. That's good. You kid, you're not allowed to back out. Don't worry. Leading the 3 members of the Xia family, Zui Yang walked out of the registration area under the astonished gazes of a crowd. 023 sighs and looks at a few people, silently leading them to the elevator. This time, the elevator swiped the card and went straight to the 4th floor. Upon arrival on the 4th floor, the elevator doors opened and let in a brightly lit sky. Classically decorated street lamps played light on both sides of the long street, and greenery was planted everywhere around it. The street stretches out in all directions on both sides. There are gardens, water features and even recreational facilities. The environment and the air, compared to the 2nd floor, is a world away. After walking towards the inside for a while, you can gradually see that on both sides of the street, small 2-story villas starting from a few hundred square feet began to stand. The further in the villa you go, the more extravagant and spacious the building becomes. The villa in the deepest part is like a small palace with more than 10 floors, and it is staggering to see Zui Yang. Hey, don't look, that's the residence of Ghostbusters 01, and I haven't seen him in all the time I've been here for so fucking long. The lavish house inside. I don't think we should think about it. At your level, just live across the street from my house, 023 said, and led the way to the center circle of the villa area. The vast majority of villas here are 3 levels with their own pool gardens. At the entrance, there is even a sign that reads, recommended serial number 025 or higher to live in. This base of yours, it's really about strength. Zui Yang snickered and 023 took it for granted. Normal. Anyone who wants to move up the ladder. One day your serial number gets squeezed down and your house is someone else's. TSK. They do inward rolls here too. Hi. Roll? A bad roll. I'll die out there. It's something that can't be said. Silently picking up a cigarette, 023 walked to the room numbered 223. Here, look, this is my house. Your words, 224. 225 is still empty. Pick any room you want. Right. After knowing each other for so long, you still don't know what my name is, do you? Introduce yourself. My name is Baisu. Remember to come and play with me when you're free in the future. My house is big. There's a lot of little netizens. As he spoke, Baisu whistled towards Zui Yang. Gangly. Zui Yang smiled and looked at the several surrounding houses. Hello, is room 222 up front occupied? Nope, but it's near the top 20 numbered Oni, and people aren't happy to go there. Oh, I'll go then. Hey, you're not, are you? You're not afraid the house will be robbed? As he watched Zui Yang walk towards room 222, Baisu frowned. Right, I forgot to tell you that my number is 022, and the only one in front of me is 021. So, odds are, he won't steal the house from me. What? Grass, you're ranked ahead of me? Zui Yang's faint words came, and the cigarette in Baisu's mouth fell to the ground. Full of shock. This kid? To be judged by the organization. Better than yourself? What the hell? On the Aurora. He's still the squad leader. This time back, you're no better than a newcomer? 222 inside the villa. After Zui Yang simply assigned the rooms, Xia Qingyuan's family busied themselves with packing up. When I say clean up, it's really just organizing ingredients and such. The numbered Ghostbusters have food delivered to their homes on a regular basis every day, and their houses don't even need to be taken care of. But I guess Xia Qingyuan's family was embarrassed and still found something to do to keep themselves busy. Zui Yang had nothing to do and lay down in a hut, playing with his cell phone comfortably, all the way over. Until now, he dared to say, completely unplugged from the world. At least here, he could enjoy a moment of leisure without worry. Opening the Ghost Sentinel website, Zui Yang casually looked through the information on the website. Friends bar, there. 3 more little dots of light. Zui Yang clicked on it and saw that it was, Baisu, Huang Z Kaori, and 026, S friend applications. 026? Asterisk. He actually friend me? Agreed unanimously. The avatar of Yellow Purple Kaoru lit up and sent a message that was nothing more than, are you free tonight, again? To this, Zui Yang turned a blind eye. After looking at the website for half a day, What made Zhuiyang more concerned was the website's newly released tasks. Class A mission, investigating the Song family village. On the day the weirdness descended, 130 people from Song's village all disappeared, and a big weirdness was suspected to have appeared. Mission requirements: find out what happened in Song's village and report back in a timely manner. Note: ghosts may have appeared in the Song village. This mission recommends 2 Ghostbusters with serial number 025 or higher to team up and go there. After investigating the incident clearly, return to HQ to report back with 5,000 mission merit points. Extraordinary performance. Disarming the paranormal event. 8,000 mission merit points. Mission status: pending. An A-ranked mission. Sliding the mission description. Zhuiyang blinked. Having just come down from his last mission, he wasn't in the mood to take on a mission for the time being. With a slide of his finger, he tapped on the mall page. Chapter 107, Redeeming Potential Ghost Blood. As I recall, I have 3,000 merit points in my account right now, don't I? Opening the mall page, Zhuiyang wanted to find out if there were any items with substantial effects. The last time I browsed the mall on the Aurora, I didn't study the mall either. Lie quietly on the bed and go through the mall in detail. In addition to the more cared for, creepy class category, the other prop classes also have some say. In addition to the eerie resurrection prop, eerie containment pill, there are a variety of unique eerie props. For example, the 4th ghost finger that Zhuiyang is watching now. Spooky props, 4th ghost finger. Effect: the ring finger left behind by a long-fingered ghost. By transplanting the ghost finger onto one's own finger, one can to a certain extent demonize the palm or even the arm, and use the power of demonization to fight against the weirdness. Price: 6,000 points of merit. TSK. Should prop-based ghosts be better controlled than the spooky itself, and therefore sell for a relatively high price? Flipping through the props bar, what Zhuiyang did not expect was that in the cheapest thing underneath, he actually found dead man's money. General props: dead man's money. Efficacy: when burned, it soothes the eerie revival to a certain extent, but the effect is minimal. Price: 100 merit points per sheet. Hiss. This thing, is it something Uncle Xia used to make talisman paper? If I buy them and sacrifice 3 of them apiece to the incense burner, how much information can I get? With his mind so alive, the corners of Zhuiyang's mouth could not stop rising. But soon, Zhuiyang's smile was extinguished. He ran to the house and showed Xia Qingyuan the dead man's money message. Xia Qingyuan nodded and shook his head. Single, dead man's money, cannot be, but also need, vermilion sand, wolf brush, a variety of some psychic apparatus. At his gesture, Zhuiyang immediately looked at the various auxiliary things again. Oh, come on, it's all there in the mall, but the price can't be pretty. It seems that it's not possible to pick up the pieces. Those 3 talismans on me. If I use them now, I can only exchange them for 1 message. What I need most urgently, at the moment, is how to get a second match for the bizarre harness in order to enhance my own strength. Silently thinking, Zhuiyang flipped through the shopping mall, and his eyes went to a prop. Potential ghost blood. Effects: extremely inchy blood produced from special bizarre bodies. When consumed by a normal weirdo, it can potentially enhance qualifications and strength. Price: 1,000 merit points per bottle. Hiss. This kind of fits the ghost phase sore. Thinking of the ghost phase sore eating ghosts, Zhuiyang hesitated to exchange this prop. None other. Other props are of little significance to Zhuiyang. Hoarding merit points for shenanigans doesn't necessarily fit the ghost phase sore. And if it's any other effect props, Ghost Sore has the ability to nullify. Those props are a bit of a waste. Forget it, redeem it. It's useless for me to keep the merit badge anyway. In one breath, he directly exchanged 3 bottles of potential ghost blood. The order had just been placed but a few minutes ago when there was a knock at the door. Hello, Ghostbusters Mall. That fast? Hurriedly arriving at the door, Zhuiyang opened the door and didn't even see anyone. Only saw a sophisticated iron box placed at the door. The top of the box was also annotated with Ghostbusters Mall Delivery. Picking up the iron box, Zhuiyang walked back to his hut. Opening the case, 3 vials of dark brown, eerily inexplicable tubes were lying quietly inside. That's potential ghost blood? Taking out a bottle, Zhuiyang shook it. The dark brown blood shook inside the test tube, and even faintly emitted a bizarre black aura. Uncorking the bottle, a foul odor hit the room. Zhuiyang couldn't help but wrinkle his nose, but the ghost face sore on his neck suddenly twisted. What the heck? It smells so good. Fragrance? You say this stuff smells good? Passing the test tube to the mouth of the ghost face sore, the human face's mouth wriggled and directly gnawed on it. Along with the test tube, the ghost sore was chewed up and swallowed along with the black blood. Ongwu. Tastes kinda good, kid. Got any more? There. Zui didn't dawdle. Observing the reaction of the ghost face sore, he took out the second bottle of ghost blood from the iron box again. Ah. Still swallowing in one gulp, the ghost face sore chewed and swallowed, then looked at Zui. Any more? No. Big brother, you've had 2 tubes of it, and there's no reaction at all? Lifting his shirt, he looked toward his chest. Neither the ghost face sore nor the black star mark on his chest reacted. Reaction? What reaction do you want from me? Don't you ever feel that you're strong again? Ha! That's all there is, and I'm tired of burping. Ghostface Sore's gaze went to the last tube of reagent in the tin case, and left I was speechless. It seems that one's shenanigans, after all, can't be treated the same as normal shenanigans. Maybe the other spooky ones, drinking a tube of ghost blood and holding up this one on its own. It's a bit like a bottomless pit. Hey kid, don't be stingy. Isn't there still a pipe then? Bring it and honor me. No way. I have other uses for this pipe. Seeing that the human face was about to squirm down from the neck, Zui panicked and covered the lid of the tin box. 2 tubes of ghost blood went down, and the ghost face sore didn't even react, let alone this last tube. You're of no use. You drink it yourself? Seeing that Zui is not happy, the ghost face sore did not force it and retracted its neck. Drinking by yourself? No. 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 This tube of blood, I want to give to other shenanigans. Oof. It is, isn't it? The human face was cold. His eyes glanced at Zui chest, and he stopped speaking. Zui nodded and walked back inside the hall with the box in his arms. He took out the 3 talismans that Xia Qingyuan had given him earlier, and took out the ghost blood from the box, and directly found Xia Qingyuan. Uncle Xia, look at this blood. Can you use it to make a substitute paper man? This is ghost blood with a high concentration. Rather, it can be used to make paper figures. Only, there's no talisman paper. Take my charm and change it? Handing the 3 talismans to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan's face was stunned. Good boy. You're using me as a processing plant. After all, a substitute paper man is better than a yellow talisman. Okay, I'll try to make it. Receiving the ghost blood and paper talisman, Xia Qingyuan skillfully folded the yellow paper into the shape of a paper man. He then opened the cap of the bottle of ghost blood, dipped his middle finger into the blood, and dotted blood marks on the top of the paper man's head and navel one after another. 3 paper men, evenly dotting down a bottle of ghost blood. Xia Qingyuan lit the blood seal while chanting an incantation that Zui could not understand. After a long time, the 3 bright red substitute paper figures were returned to Zui by him. Here, the steps, the items, I did it all the same old way. Only, with the spooky resurgence. I'm not sure if this stand-in paper man of yours is still good or not. As Xia Qingyuan spoke the truth, Zui took the paper man in his hand, but shook his head. Uncle Xia, don't worry, it will work. A warmth came from his chest, because in Zui mind, the sound of the incense burner had echoed. 3 paper men equals 3 ghost stripes equals 3 questions. Is it a sacrifice? Chapter 108, 3 messages. Good for you? You kid. You're not comforting me, are you? Seeing Zui smiling face, Xia Qingyuan shook his head. He knew too well that the Tao was too weak now. It really works. In the future, I might have to ask you to make more paper figures. Just relax. Waving his hand, Zui impatiently walked back to the room. Xia Qingyuan smiled and didn't bother to pursue anything more. Inside the small room, the door was closed. Zui had already taken out the green and black incense burner on his chest. Using ghost blood to increase the value of the 3 talismans was still something that Xia Qingyuan himself had said. I just didn't realize that. With the addition of the ghost's blood, the equivalent value of the incense burner went upward a whole lot. Cast the 3 substitute paper figures into the incense burner. A black smoke slowly rose from the incense burner and then faded away. Substitute paper man is not meaningful to Zui at all. Being able to contact the past is not a fear of death. Not to mention the scapegoats. As for the ghost tattoos, they don't mean much with a second creepy word. The sound of the incense burner echoed in his head. 3 ghost lines? Or 3 messages? 3 messages, almost without hesitation. Zui chose the latter. Please ask questions. The voice sounded again, and Zui pondered for a while before opening his mouth to ask the question. Please give me information on the adaptation of the creepy with the ghost face sore. This information, including where the adaptation creepy is and how to subdue it. Already pitted by the ignorance of the last one. This question of Zui, which seems to be a question, actually encapsulates a lot of information. Apprehensively, he waited for the incense burner to respond. Well, the incense burner didn't refuse when the question was asked. 2 options are recommended for you based on where you are currently. 4-1. On the 5th floor of the Ghost Sentinel headquarters, the deepest part of the 5th floor, there are probable ghosts hidden. You can use merit points to exchange them, or try to forcefully snatch them at night while there are fewer people. Secondly, within the Song family village in the capital city, there lurks a depressed ghost with endless depression. If you can break the depression, you can also try to harness it. Nima. After the response sound of the incense burner, Zui Yang's eyelids jumped wildly. The first message is simply outrageous. Probability ghost requires 100,000 merit points to redeem, and he gets a few thousand merit points for a single mission. How long will it take? As for robbing it, does Zui Yang have the guts? The top 20 Ghostbusters of the sequence number made a move, and he or she would definitely not be able to carry it. Probability ghost. Direct pass. As for the second one, the depressed ghost of Song's village? This thing, isn't it related to that quest in some way? Over there. But there are ghosts. It's dangerous. After silently contemplating for a while, Zui Yang's gaze went to the incense burner itself. Second question. Assuming you're creepy too, how am I going to harness you? Another tricky question. What appears to be one question actually asks for two pieces of information. The incense burner calmed for a few moments before coming out with a reply. 10 offerings. After 10 sacrifices, the sacrificial incense burner will be bound to you, as well as open more sacrificial abilities for you. Current progress March 7th? When progress is completed, the ritual scales will be unlocked. Sacrificial scales. After you sacrifice a certain level of sacrifices, you will be granted a potentially bizarre asylum. Oh, that is, if I bind you later and sacrifice you, can you find a trick to protect me? This answer, on the contrary, made Zui Yang somewhat unexpected. The seemingly simple prop incense burner seems to be more than that. What the hell kind of haunted world did the old temple priest go to at that time? Another ghost tree, a ghostly sore on the face, another incense burner. That ghostly creature of his has a lot of gold in it. When you get a chance, find someone to ask. The sound of the incense burner came again as his mind moved. You have one last question. One last question. The only way to get stronger now is to go find that depressed ghost. So, I was going to ask how to harness that depressed ghost with minimal damage? The ghost of depression is the result of many years of accumulated depression in life after a person's death. They are traumatized, obsessed, despondent, or entangled. As long as you find the root cause of the depression and cut it off, you will be able to successfully master this weirdness. Grass. The Riddler, right? Buzz. After the question was asked, the incense burner never moved again. Zui Yang resentfully took it back into his pocket, and then opened his cell phone again. Even though I've only been here for a day, I'm afraid that the A-rank investigation mission will be taken over by someone else and ruin the weirdness that I'm trying to manage. So, Zui Yang had to go and grab that mission. Tap, Ghostbusters website. The new quest, investigating the Song family village, that was hanging there showed that 2 people had already taken it. 024 Anticipation Ghosts. 025 Emotional Ghosts. Zui Yang's eyelids jumped. This mission, is someone grabbing it so soon? Try clicking on the task. The good thing was, the mission, investigating the Song family village, wasn't an executive mission for a single squad. After Zui Yang clicked to accept the mission, he became a new squad alone. There's an open spot in the squad quota. Zui Yang thought about it and chose to close the vacant bit. He's going on this mission alone. It wasn't that he was trying to act 13, but he was better able to try to understand the depressed ghost when he was alone. And again, it's not the weirdness that's scary right now. It's the hearts and minds. What if you do harness the depressed ghost at the end and your teammates stab you in the back and steal the shenanigans? It's no joke. Even though we all work for the Ghostbusters headquarters, who cares about others when they are out and about? A foregone conclusion, as is the case with 037 and 032. After determining the choice to take the mission, Zui Yang's cell phone received a text message from the Ghostbusters headquarters. Greetings, Sequence 022 Goki. You have been confirmed for this mission solo. The allotment will depart at noon tomorrow. Please be on time and wait on the first floor. Tomorrow at noon. It seems that I'm really not destined to enjoy my life. A grumble. The chat window flickered. Zui Yang opened it and saw that it was a message from Baisu. 023 Sentinel, good boy. You just got back and you're taking on a mission? And you're alone. You're floating, aren't you? 022 Sentinel, I have to go to Song's village for personal reasons. 023 Sentinel, okay, I won't ask too many questions. You're going out and not inviting me to team up? 022 Sentinel, afraid to disturb your relaxation these days. 023 I don't want to talk too much. Let me remind you of one thing. 024 and 025. These two goods no one wants to team up with them. You're sticking your foot in the muddy water. Be careful. They're counting on you. Count on me? Looking at Baisu's message, Zui Yang blinked his eyelids and instantly understood what it meant. When you're out and about and something comes up, you can't die a Taoist death. The reasoning is obvious to anyone. Yang thought deeply for a moment, but still gave Baisu a sentence back. 022 Sentinel, don't worry. Not alone. I'm sure. Myself. 023 Ghostbusters, what are you talking about? The thing to you said. Love to do what you want. Chapter 109, the two who came to the door of their own accord. Looking at Baisu who never sent a message again, Yang shook his head and smiled. His best teammate. Not Little Ink. Not Baisu. Not anyone but himself. Past self. Yang was able to fully put everything he had into his past self. Only you. Never betray yourself. Yang didn't lie. He silently closed his cell phone and lay down on the bed to take a nap. It wasn't until the night was getting late that Xia Taohong tentatively knocked on the door of his room. Brother Zua, it's time to eat. Out of the house. Yang had a rare happy dinner with this family of three. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed the same peace and quiet that I had before the end. After the meal, Yang Woods hugged the little inkblot and went back to the house. One man and one dog hadn't slept together peacefully for a long time since the creepy descent. This sleep was probably the most peaceful sleep that Yang had ever had since the bizarre descent, and I don't know how long I slept. Dum. There was a knock on the door from outside the house. Yang rubbed his head and looked out the window. The artificial light of the fourth underground floor was already daytime. Who? Rubbing his eyes. Yang has no acquaintances here except Baisu. Beck Wook? Oh Mr. Left? We are 024 and 025. 024? 025? A feminine male voice came from outside the house, and Yang was slightly stunned. What are you guys doing here looking for me? Hey, it's not like I saw you apply for this assignment as well. We thought, there's strength in numbers. Look, should the three of us make another big joint in private? Anyway, in the end, we all report the same information, don't we? The feminine and pleasing voice came, and Yang hesitated for a moment, but still coldly refused. Excuse me, I'm used to being alone. Mr. Left, don't you? I'm telling you, it's easy to warp out of an A-class mission. Listen to me, the three of us. Enough. If you guys are still looking for someone to team up with, the quest isn't closed yet, is it? You guys go find someone else. A stern voice cut off the chatter outside the door. The voice outside the room gave a lurch, but it wasn't at all exasperated. Well then, since Mr. Zua has said so, I hope that when the time comes, we can still look after each other in the ghostly world. Tap tap tap. Hasty footsteps sounded. Yang watched the two backs go away through the cat's eye. You're in a separate group, and if you had a better reputation, I might listen to what you have to say. 023 shouldn't lie to me. 024 and 025? Guarding the door, Yang silently opened his cell phone. The time on the screen showed that it was 7:30. It did seem like he had slept very deeply this sleep. Opening the Ghostbusters URL, Yang found the complete list of numbered Ghostbusters. A closer look reveals the profiles of the serial numbered Oni from the 20th onwards. Ghostbusters No. 024, Foresight Ghostly Wants. Meeting ghosts, you can briefly see what is about to happen. However, because each vision will greatly consume one's own blood, meeting ghosts should not be activated more than 3 times, and the advantages and disadvantages are too great, so it is ranked 024. 025 Ghostbusters, Emotional Ghost Lu Yu. Emotional ghost, seducing people or bizarre mood swings can often achieve unexpected results. However, when the difference in strength is too great, the emotion ghost will be ineffective. Foresight ghosts? Emotional ghosts? Well. These two shenanigans are a team blessing when used well, but if it's used to harm people, it's also a killing weapon. In the middle of their thoughts, Xia Qingyuan's family also got up. The family was industrious and started to get busy with breakfast. At the dinner table, Yang briefly said that he was going out, and Xia Qingyuan's eyebrows frowned. It's only been a day and you're out again? I'd like to lay flat too, but don't look at us comfortably now. Who knows what's to come? The base is strong, but inevitably there will be a day when more powerful shenanigans breach it, and the only thing that matters is to improve yourself. Hey, it's not unreasonable for you to say that. So you're going to take little Murph with you, this time? Pointing to the small ink blot on the side of the dining table, Yang touched it. No, the way things are trending right now, black dogs aren't very useful anymore. Little ink blot, when you protected me from weakness, after I raised you without worry, in the future, you just stay at home. Stroking the little inkblot's head, the little inkblot gave Yang a somewhat sorrowful look. Yang shook his head and after having his meal, he bid farewell to Xia Qingyuan's family and walked towards the house, all the way to the 4th floor elevator. The elevator was also showing a slow descent at the 4th floor elevator entrance. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened. To Yang's surprise, there were also 3 people in the elevator who were walking towards the outside. One of them Yang recognized. It was Huang Zixian who gave himself an appraisal yesterday. Of the remaining two, one was 019 with black flat-framed glasses, and the other, a middle-aged older man with a stern face. His form was plain, but he wore a silver nameplate, 016, on his collar cuff. Zhuiyang silently made way without making a sound. His appearance, in turn, caused the three people in the elevator to blush. 019 glanced at Zhuiyang, did not say anything, and walked out of the elevator. 016, on the other hand, put his arm around Huang Zixian and swept Zhuiyang a snickering glance. I heard that you rejected Zixian. Ha! With his head lowered, Zhuiyang did not speak. TSK. Boring kid. This fine morning should be spent in bed. Pa. After saying that, he slapped Huang Zixiao's arse, causing Huang Zixiao to pout. Let's go. The two leaned together and left the elevator in a dainty gesture. Zhuiyang eyed the backs of the two men, walked into the elevator, and closed the elevator door. And what a random woman. Ding dong. The elevator went straight to the first floor. The time now is 9 o'clock sharp. According to Zhuiyang's meaning, he wants to go out early, and 024, 025 make a time difference, and go first. But, what made Zhuiyang not expect? On the parking lot, in front of the two business cars, there were already two people standing, a man and a woman. The male one was short and thin with a big head and very pale skin, paler than a woman's. He beckoned towards Zhuiyang showing a smile. Mr. Zhua, hello, over here. As soon as the feminine voice came, Zhuiyang frowned slightly. As for the man's side, the woman had short hair and triangular eyes, her face expressionless. That's Li Xiang and Lu Yu, right? With a cold face, Zhuiyang didn't want to bother with these two people. He bypassed the two men and made his way to another commercial vehicle. In the car, the driver was already ready. Oniai-chan-sama, should we leave now? Or, a respectful voice came, and Zhuiyang nodded. Now, giggle. The black business car started up and took off, but immediately afterward, another commercial vehicle, followed by, Chapter 110, Congratulatory Gifts. These two guys. Through the rearview mirror, Zhuiyang gazed at the accompanying business car and his face sank slightly. How did they know that I would leave early? Could it be that Li Think has already used his foresight ability once? Just to catch me? That's not so bad, is it? The mind sank in silence. The business car made its way down the suburban highway toward the mountainous area at one end of the capital city. From a distance, you can vaguely see the ancient and dilapidated old mountain village. Yellow clay walls, green stone tiles, and the outline of a hut with a small courtyard gate were unfolding. Is that Son's village? Eyelids fluttered slightly. Sitting in the car, Zhuiyang was not idle. Since we can't get intel now, what about in the past? Is it possible to be in the past and have your past self get some information in Son's village? And now, the double row begins. Pulling out his cell phone, Zhuiyang opened the VX and poked himself. That was fast. The past self then sent a message back. There are no pills of regret in this world. What? What's the matter again? Zhuiyang, smart. This time, I have to trouble you to help me investigate the Song family village in Beijing City. If there is a need, I have to trouble you to go there. In fact, when Zhuiyang had taken on this task, he had wondered if he wanted his past self to investigate the Song family village of a month ago. But when I think about it, this Song family village, whole village disappeared. Even a month ago, Zhuiyang did not dare to let his past self to explore the road, unless it's absolutely necessary. Who knows what the past self will encounter? There's no medicine for regret in this world, Son's village in Kyoto City? I'll check it out for you. Still going to the forum? Zhuiyang, right. Just simply read the information on the science and focus on reading the tidbits of information on the forums. It might be useful. There is no medicine for regret in this world, the line. The cell phone screen went dark. Zhuiyang sat quietly in the car and waited for a while. Buzz buzz. On the other end, once again, came the reply. There is no medicine for regret in this world. It's a bit interesting. Son's village in Kyoto City used to be the land of the artists of the Paper Man Theater. Legend has it that in the last era, the place lived on this craft, but the village remained poor and sparsely populated. Zhuiyang, is that all? There are no pills of regret in this world. Wait, there's a small forum with news. It says that the Song family's old lady is celebrating her 100th birthday, and that she has never been sick in her life, so she's preparing to organize a wedding banquet. Zhuiyang, a wedding banquet? Maybe this information is somewhat useful. Is there any more? There are no pills of regret in this world, not for now. Zhuiyang, that's good. Keep in touch. Cutting off his cell phone, Zhuiyang's gaze looked out the car window. I don't know when. That small village in the distance was shrouded by a thick layer of smoke, and I couldn't see the picture in it. The 100th birthday banquet. The whole village disappearing. Is that tied to this thing? Giggle. Between meditations, the car had stopped at the foot of a hill. The driver's face blanched slightly and hesitantly opened his mouth towards Zhuo Yang. Oni-chan-sama. Up ahead. I don't dare to drive. Well, I understand. Nodding, Zhuo Yang pulled open the door and got out of the car. He was now a few thousand meters outside the entrance of the Song family village, and after looking at the spreading curls of smoke, Zhuo Yang hesitated for a moment and then walked towards the smoke within. The smoke seemed to cut off the world. When he stepped into the smoke, Zhuo Yang smelled a pungent odor of firecrackers. Pa. Even. He vaguely heard the sound of festive firecrackers. What the hell? Raise your eyes. Zhuo Yang's pupils contracted violently. Large red lanterns, knotted in red silk, circled along the village. In the thick smoke, a number of figures were running in the direction of the village, and the sound of joyful yelling could be faintly heard. Let's eat! Let's eat! This is the fucking village where the population disappeared? Zhuo Yang's face moved slightly, and there was a commotion on his neck. The eyes of Ghostface Sore opened, and a cold voice came out. Kid, you've entered the ghostly world. Be careful what you see. Understood. Step forward. Tap tap tap. Behind them, a footstep sounded again. Mr. Left. Mr. Zhuo, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Let's do it together. The feminine voice came, and Zhuo Yang turned his head to see that Li Xiang and Lu Yu had actually chased over. Zhuo Yang's face was cold. Do you all just have to follow me? Is it knowing my nullified abilities and following me with the idea of reducing the use of my own abilities? Hey, you can't say that. Mr. Zhuo, this is the only road into the village. We definitely have to follow you. Li wanted to show a harmless expression. Zhuo Yang secretly clenched his teeth and couldn't do anything about him. This kind of person, doggedly clinging, one can't do anything to kill him now. Can one? Poof. With a cold snort, Zhuo Yang took a big step forward. The three figures traveled through the smoke until they arrived in front of the stone monument erecting the Song family village. At the entrance of the village, there are two old men standing and sitting. The one sitting, smiling and happy, was writing something with a quill in one hand and a notepad in the other. The crying face standing guarded the center of the village entrance with a big bladder. These two men, like roadblocks, guarded the entrance to the village. Before Zhuo Yang stepped into the entrance of the village, the crying face man had a stiff expression and drank. Stop. What for? Between the wide-eyed gaze, Zhuo Yang only felt that he was pressed by something and could not breathe. Pathkeeper or hallucination? Between eye flashes, Zhuo Yang felt that his answer might be related to the next development. His mouth opened and he hesitated for a long time before a reply came to him. Here to congratulate old Mrs. Song. The moment he said this, the crying-faced man then nodded. Well, good. The atmosphere eased up a bit. Zhuo Yang's heart fluttered. Guessed right. His past self checked out an old Mrs. Song's big birthday. And with the red lanterns and firecrackers, it wasn't hard to guess what the village was up to. Just now eating in the smoke. What does it mean? After the sentence was released, the crying face man didn't speak anymore, but the smiling face man with the quill in his hand did. This comes to congratulate. Empty-handed? His eyes narrowed into slits on his smiling face and the corners of his mouth puckered. It didn't take much thinking to realize what he meant. Where's the congratulatory gift? Congratulatory gifts. Zhuo Yang looked puzzled. Can't you go in and give it again? No. The cold voice came, and Zhuo Yang did not move. His eyes looked behind him. Li Xiang and Lu Yu, who were looking at themselves with interest, didn't seem to care at all about what would happen next. These two guys. No. Why? That cry-face guy just now only asked questions of me. There were three of us. Why did he pick me? Wait. I know. 025 is counting on me. Chapter 111, Paper Men Gatekeepers. Realizing that something was wrong here, on Zhuo Yang's face, a fierce aura was instantly raised. He is not a cutie. With a 1 in 3 chance. What makes creepy come after him first? None other. Emotional ghosts. Lu Yu invoked the emotional ghost and targeted himself. She swayed the keeper's emotions, aiming the spear directly at herself. Shit. Disgusting. Isn't it? Zhuo Yang frowned and turned his head just to deal with Lu Yu when two gloomy and cold gazes attacked. Looking back, the two creeps guarding the door were closing in on themselves. Gifts. Where's your congratulatory gift? A gift? I have. I'm giving it to you. Gloomily, Zhuo Yang turned his feet, countering towards the smiling man and rapidly approaching. Oh, what's the gift? I'll palm it. The smiling man laughed playfully and similarly approached Zhuo Yang. A gift. This is it. Ghostface Sore. It was almost electric. The human face on his neck twisted and a ball of flesh flew out, slamming hard into the smiling man's neck. Ah! Ghostface Sore opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth instantly pierced through the smiling man's neck, and its human face buried itself into the smiling man's chest. frantically gnawing at it, hissing. But the weird thing is, even after being bitten through the neck, the smiling man's face still glowed. After being bitten, his body dried up and curled up inside like a leaky balloon. Black gas filled the neck, and the whole person actually slowly deflated into the thickness of a piece of paper. Paper facade with an image of an old man in black, with a quill account book in hand, a round hat, and a white blushed face. He stood rigidly at attention. The look was that of a paperman. Blah blah blah. What the hell? Ghostface Sores chewed a few mouthfuls of the wrong flavor, cursed and returned to Zui Yang neck. Zui Yang was also shocked. I thought the door opening was creepy, but I never thought it was actually a paperman? Oopsie daisy. How dare you? Forget about not bringing a congratulatory gift. How dare you hit someone? When the crying faceman who was guarding the door saw the smiling faceman turn into a paperman, his eyes glared and he flew to pounce on Zui Yang. Get out of here! Zui Yang reacted quickly and raised his leg to give the crying faceman a kick. Bang! The kick was powerful. The fat-faced man who seemed to be able to hold up to two Zui Yangs was kicked in the chest in only one round, and his body was filled with black smoke, turning into a thin sheet of paper that floated into the fog. Is this still human power? Outside the village entrance, witnessing everything in the blink of an eye, Lu Yu slightly opened her mouth. Li Xiang's face was playful and his eyes flickered. The information is correct. His weirdness is not simple. It's not his power. It's the power of weirdness. The two men stared at Zui Yang silently. After Zui Yang kicked away the paperman, he walked towards the village with big steps. He could feel that ever since he made his move, there were eyes in this mist that were always watching him. But if he hadn't done it just now, the gatekeeper would probably have taken the initiative. Just consider it an opening. Take a few steps into the village and then look back. The two papermen at the doorway seemed like refreshed NPCs, bulging and filling up again, turning into the smiling man and the crying man again. They remained in front of the village entrance. He turned a blind eye to Zui Yang behind the village entrance, still eyeing Li Xiang and Lu Yu. So, you guys, how are we going to get into the village? Stop. This time, it was Zui Yang's turn to observe the duo of Li Xiang and Lu Yu. Never thought about it. Li wanted to take a step forward and clasped his fists towards the gatekeeper duo. He drew the gourd like a model and directly took the initiative to say, both of you, we've come to congratulate old Mrs. Song. Is it convenient to make way? Congratulations? Did you bring the congratulations? Bring it on, bring it on. Under the icy cold sniffing, only to see Li Xian literally take out a heavy object wrapped in a suit from his body. With the gift, 3 pounds of fresh meat. Oh, fresh meat? Bring it to me. The smiling man beckoned, and Li wanted to present the suit wrapper with both hands. Snap. The suit opened and inside was a cut of thigh meat. Grr. Seeing this scene, Zui Yang couldn't help but curse out. He knows where Li wants his meat. That suit, those thighs, no surprises. It belonged to the driver of his business car. He was using foresight again before getting out of the car. Zui Yang's brain revolved rapidly. Why Li wants to be able to prepare a congratulatory gift early? Killing the driver with a suit tied around the thigh meat? There is only one possibility that he saw the scene at the entrance of the village in the future through foresight. Shit. This guy, it's not easy to deal with. Thinking about the ability to meet ghosts, Zui Yang felt a headache. Li foreseeing ghosts. Who knows what he saw in his 3 visions? Assuming that he was going to kill him in the village afterward. Did he foresee such a picture? If only that had been foreseen. Has he made any preparations at this time now? No wonder. People don't like to team up with you. A belly laugh. Under Zui Yang's ugly face, Li Xiang and Lu Yu sent a thigh each and passed through the village entrance safe and sound. Let's go? Mr. Laughed, once again revealing that human and harmless expression. Li wanted to smile towards Zui Yang. The corner of Zui Yang's mouth clenched, and he always felt that he was caught in some whirlwind. He had an illusion in his mind that from the time he took the mission until now. In fact, Li wanted to foresee it. Everything is still under his control now. Okay. In the morning you foresaw my early departure, and now you foresee my scene at the village gate. I'd like to see how many more times you can foresee it. With a cold face, Zui Yang walked quickly towards the place where the silhouettes gathered. The pungent odor of firecrackers faded in the thick smoke. What could be smelled was the aroma of a meal. Following the scent, the Song family compound, one of the rare large houses that could be seen in the Song family village, was presented to the crowd. It was said to be a big house, but it was really just a fence wall in front of a small quadrangle. Looking through the short fence, the yard was filled with laughter. People sat around a round table and ate. But the hanging silks, the lanterns, were white in this house. Is this old Mrs. Song's 100th birthday banquet? In doubt, Zui Yang stepped into the courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a man in white mourning clothes, and as soon as he saw Zui Yang come in, he yelled, Guest of honor. Sir, may I ask which family you belong to? The man's eyes sized up Zui Yang. Zui Yang's mouth opened. And only after a long time did he teased. Distant relative. On behalf of his parents, he came over to see old Mrs. Song. Ah. So, this way then. The man sniffed and did not say anything more, leading Zui Yang straight to an empty table in a corner. Have a seat. As he spoke, he waved his hand again to signal Li Xiang behind Zui Yang to take a seat. Only, did not greet Lu Yu. Chapter 112, The Red Coffin Hanging Upside Down. Snap. Lu Yu pulled out the chair in front of the table for herself and was about to take a seat when all the gazes around her instantly looked at her. Li wanted to panic and drank. 025. You stand behind me. Ha, whatever I say, just listen. Well, even though she didn't know why, Lu Yu obediently stood behind Li Xiang, not daring to go to the table. Zui Yang narrowed his eyes and scanned the duo, already calculating in his heart. Is it with foresight to see what happens afterward? Is Lu Yu's presence at the table going to create a situation that is unfavorable to them? Why? Is it because of some village custom? Between the thoughts of the mind, the empty seat where the two men were seated was also gradually filled with people because of the villagers who kept coming. Yell, it's so festive today. That's right, people from all over the countryside have come to see the old lady off. The old lady's life is good. I lived for so long before leaving. No disease and no suffering. This is a blessing. Leaving at 100 years old and unhurt. She can enter the old Song family's ancestral tomb. Yeah. Everyone eat and drink well today. And dip into the old lady's blessings. I don't know if I'll be able to live a long life. Walk. Without realizing it, the atmosphere grew lively. Zui Yang's eyes flickered as he listened to the words of the surrounding villagers. 100 years old and walking in peace? Blessed? The meaning of these words is, Mrs. Song is dead? Did she die before the weirdness came? How did a proper birthday banquet turn into a funeral banquet? The coffins will be raised and the people who see them will get their share. Suddenly, a yell rang out again from the center of the small courtyard. Only 3 young men came out of the house, carrying a bizarre, upside-down mahogany coffin that staggered right into the center of the courtyard. Good. As the coffin fell to the ground, the courtyard full of villagers yelled after it. The wooden red coffin was quite festive and even had dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Zui Yang knows this custom. Generally old people are buried in black coffins, and only old people can use red coffins. Moreover, the lucky coffins are chosen by the old people before they die. When the old man dies at an advanced age, it is not considered a bad luck event, but rather a joyous event of going away with a great life. To be 100 years old and walk away without a care in the world, it is indeed a joyous occasion. Only, in that case, what's with the depressed ghost? And, does this upside-down coffin say anything? A lucky coffin? Fortunate coffin? Inverted? Fortunate? There are still too many doubts in the matter, and Zui Yang can't figure it out. Bang! A knock on the table exploded violently in his ears. Zui Yang only felt a chill in his body. The villagers that were sitting around the table, at some point, had already turned their eyes to themselves and Li Xiang. Speaking of which, I've heard it said that several of you are distant relatives of old Mrs. Song. Then you should know. We're all about seniority here. You're new here. Don't you want to show us something? After one of the villagers finished saying this, the atmosphere of the courtyard, which was still joyful, suddenly froze, and everyone fixed their eyes on the 3 Zui young people, who, the cold wind snatched at his face, and the overhanging moon demurely transformed into a curved crescent, reflecting every villager's face began to redden and the corners of his mouth grinned. Snap snap, the villagers' faces inexplicably began to cave in and squirm, rolling down flesh-colored lumps, each of them like burning candles beginning to dissolve and twist all over. Snap snap, the stench and weirdness came from the face, and originally, all the greedy eyes of all the people were beating on Li Xiang and Zui Yang, but just for a moment, they actually all looked towards Zui Yang. Zui Yang's right eyelid fluttered wildly as he angrily looked at Lu Yu. How dare you fuck me? Ghost face sore. Gulp. Human face activity at the neck. Sure enough, after Ghostface Sore appeared, everyone's gazes were once again spread evenly towards him and Li Xiang. Zui Yang guessed correctly. Just now, this Lu Yu was deflecting all the hate to himself again. Ahaha. Mr. Zua, why are you so excited? Don't worry, this time, I'll give you a front. In the neighboring seat, Li Want was still smiling and calm. He actually stood up and took the initiative to push Lu Yu out behind him. Several distant relatives. In fact, this is the gift I brought. What? As soon as Li Think's words came out, both Lu Yu and Zui Yang froze. A living person? A gift? What? Giving people away like pigs? Good. You're very good. You really are a good seedling for our village. Upon hearing this, the gazes focused on Li Think instantly dissipated. Lu Yu was stared at by a few villagers. Her face looked at Li Think strangely. Li Think shook his head to signal her not to ask more questions. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile and he looked at Zhuo Yang with a snicker. Mr. Left, it's your turn. Ha, this foresight of yours is really good. Zhuo Yang snorted coldly. Could feel the chill down his back as all eyes at the table turned toward him at that moment. How about you, young man? No indication? Yeah, don't you ever learn from the others? A gust of whispering accusations came, and a pair of big hands of dissolving dripping flesh had reached towards Zhuo Yang. Want me to give you a gift? The last one who asked for a gift is dead. With a stare in his eyes, Zhuo Yang also slowly stood up, recalling the shock and awe move on the Aurora. Ghost face sore. He raised his large hands, the black stars on his chest burning, the human face on his neck inexplicably majestic. Shock and awe. Buzz. One moment. It was like there was invisible gravity that spread all around from Zhuo Yang's body. Time and space seemed to be frozen. Li Xiang Luyu's mouth was wide open, motionless and stiff in place. At this time, as long as Zhuo Yang wants, a fruit knife can take their lives. But Zhuo Yang didn't rush to make a move, just swept his gaze around frequently. Because, at the moment, in his eyes, the courtyard full of villagers had long ago become deformed monsters. Even the red coffin hanging upside down was becoming a mouthful of twisted red mud. They were stiff and unable to move their bodies, but the collapse all over their bodies seemed to continue. Tick tick. A chill came from his body, and Zhuo Yang was stared at by them, and his neck actually began to show the twisted folds of flesh and bone. Damn. This place is a little too evil. Frowning, Zhuo Yang knew that right now. Even if he had, invalidation, to limit his own decay and collapse, he couldn't carry the continuous visualization of all these villagers' awe. Once he overused the Ghost Face Sore's ability, it was estimated that he would have to plant himself in the Song family village. Damn! What kind of village wants a gift that will be alive? Anyway, in the middle of his thoughts, Zhuo Yang's eyes looked towards the red coffin hanging upside down. He suddenly had a bold idea. If the creeps in this haunted place wanted intact women, did the dead, Mrs. Song's, body in the coffin count? Though it might be a bit much to say that. But, how do you know if it will work unless you try? Shock. Under the release of the high-intensity ability, Zhuo Yang's feet were already almost twisted as he limped towards the red inverted coffin. Chapter 113, No Body in the Coffin? Above. Tap tap tap. Reflected under the blood-red crescent moon, the courtyard full of surly people stared at Zhuo Yang in death. Under the gaze of all the people, Zhuo Yang slowly crept to the side of the coffin, and one hand had already grabbed the twisted coffin lid. Tick tick. The wet, slimy twisted touching sensation came, and Zhuo Yang frowned with some repulsion. Is this still a coffin? He'd believe it when he said it was a piece of deformed meat. 024. I say, did your foresight tell you what's in this coffin? His eyes skimmed over the face of Li Think, who was still in a state of stupor. His foresight could be used up to 3 times. Any more and he'd be harming himself, leading to a bizarre revival. The first time he foresaw that Zhuo Yang would leave early. The second time he foresaw the incident of the congratulatory gift at the entrance of the village. And the third time it was the villagers in the compound who asked for gifts. As for that weird, red-blessed coffin, how could he know what was inside? Hey, isn't this still our honorable 022-sama? Eyes teasingly looking at Zhuo Yang. Li wanted to witness Zhuo Yang reaching out and touching the lid of the coffin, and his heart was inexplicably a little terrified. TSK. Gritting his teeth, his eyes inexplicably blanched for a moment, and he actually forcefully opened the foresight for the 4th time. Yes. Multiple mission experiences told him that red coffin, once opened, nothing good would happen. He didn't want to push himself into unmanageable danger. After a pair of eyes strangely whitened, Li imagined that he was seeing some very appalling scene, and his face suddenly turned as pale as snow. Oh, it's foresight again. The corner of Zhuo Yang's mouth slowly curled up as he looked at Li Xiang. The reason why he had to ask such a question with Li Xiang before opening the coffin was simply to use the coffin to force Li Xiang to see the future and say something. As far as Song's village is concerned, anyone knows what this innermost coffin means. Thinking with your ass, you can tell that it's what's in the coffin that's the most dangerous. But, others are afraid of death. But he, Zhuo Yang, isn't. Holding the opening of this coffin hostage is the perfect way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Tick tick. Inexplicably, strange writhing sounds began to come from the coffin in his ears, as if there was something inside that was trying to surge out impatiently. Reaching out and pushing the coffin is like pushing a wall of flesh. Wiggle wiggle. Only just pushing the red coffin lid for a moment, not waiting for Zhuo Yang to take a closer look at what is inside. Zhuo Yang, don't uncover there. The ears exploded violently at the sound of Li Wan's exclamation of surprise. His eyes had regained their usual sparkle, but panic had crept over his face. Oh, you look like this. Did you see some future image again? Let me guess. Is there some irreversible consequence of me opening this coffin? TSK, TSK, TSK. The body has begun to crease so much that even Zui Yang's entire face has begun to collapse. But when he looked at Li Xiang, he was still flippant in his words and calm in his face. You, Zui Yang, you wouldn't dare open it. You know what? Open that coffin and we'll all die. A very bad death. Li wanted to scream and looked at Zui Yang, and the corner of Zui Yang's mouth curled up. Actually, I don't care. If there's really something that powerful in here, one of me dying in exchange for two people accompanying me, I'd say it's quite a bargain. Oh. Wiggle wiggle. Between his words, Zui Yang actually pushed the red coffin once again, emitting a sound of meat grinding. Fuck. Crazy man. You maniac. You stop it. Li wanted to be blindsided. In this world, is there really someone who dares to fight with his life like this? If he had known that Zui Yan was such a crazy batch, he would not have taken this mission, even if he had died. Speaking of which, I've always been curious. We've got nothing against each other. Why do you two just catch me wool gathering? Is it true that when this mission was given, you actually didn't think of participating at all? It's just that you had nothing to do at the base and foresaw that I would take on this mission. So you came too, because you knew I'd take this mission, and you're out to get me for some reason. So, that's why you took this mission, right? Zui Yang snickered and looked at Li thinking, his fingertips already buried in the slit where the coffin was pulled open. Li wanted his face to jump. What are you babbling about? We just happened to run into each other. Who won't tell the truth? Then I'll lift the lid completely. Wiggle wiggle. Zui Yang laughed evilly. His large folded hand exerted force, only to see the mouth of the crimson coffin opening wider and wider, and even the foul-smelling black mucus had already begun to slowly flow out. Li Xiang's face darkened, completely taut. You're fucking crazy. Wiggle wiggle. The bizarre black liquid twisted on the ground and actually slowly emerged in the shape of a human face. That human face was like flowing water, slowly rising as if it was trying to put together a body. Nullify. However, under Zui Yang's cold shout, the flowing liquid froze for a while. Zui Yang held the red coffin and coldly looked at Li Xiang. Say it. This is the last chance. If you don't tell the truth, it'll be interesting when my invalidation time is up. Say, why me? You, TSK. Tough talk. Disappointed. He glanced at Li Xiang. As early as the beginning of this mission, Zui Yang felt that something was wrong. Li Xiang and Lu Yu, who have meat ghost and emotional ghost, don't go to that kind of large number of group mission to be a shitstirrer to increase the survival tolerance rate. But instead, why did the two of them team up to participate in this A-level mission? What? Two non-combatants looking for death? The prerequisite for participating in this mission must be that Li wants to know that Zui Yang will definitely participate in this mission. And why would they risk coming to this mission and targeting themselves when they didn't have any beef with the newcomer Zui Yang at all? Discount STH. The only result is, someone in the base is trying to target themselves. Someone has offered something to make them target themselves. Who is it? Let me guess. 026? Or is it the same purple smoky Wong? Hey, I'm going to open the coffin. The eyes looked straight at Li Xiang. Li Thing's expression changed for a while, and he finally clenched his teeth. I don't believe it. I can't believe you're not afraid to die. You're swindling me. Excuse me. Rumble. Under Li Xiang's horrified gaze, Zui Yang calmly smiled and finally pushed open the upside-down, red coffin. Clatter. Clatter. After the upside-down, red coffin was opened, inside the entire coffin, a large amount of pitch-black liquid gushed out. These liquids were like the evil silt that had long piled up from rotting flesh and blood, and after gushing out of the ground, they actually slowly polymerized together, slowly forming a tall humanoid black shadow. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. These humanoid black figures took the form of what appeared to be two women. Their molded outlines. One seemed to be a fashionable girl with long flowing hair and a dress, and the other a plain girl with a ponytail whip. Tick-tick. The foul-smelling liquid kept dripping from them, and Zui Yang was closest to them, but he couldn't see their liquid-flowing faces. Their appearance also calmed the villagers who were still staring at Zui Yang. Tick-tick. Black mucus continues to gather. The too tall liquid female body, poo-poo-poo, violently exploded countless black spikes, living like a hedgehog ball. Shocking, bizarre, giant view like two bizarre liquid personalities appeared, and the whole yard was chilled with clamor. Only Zui Yang, after canceling the shock, looked inside the upside-down, red coffin, with a puzzled expression. This blessed coffin that was supposed to have the body of old Mrs. Song buried in it was actually empty. Chapter 114, No Body in the Coffin? Below, this, how is this? There's no Mrs. Song in the coffin. So what's the point of having a hammer party? And who are these two hedgehog ball ladies? Why are they in the coffin? Could it be Is it because this is a ghostly place that things won't be the same as reality? The sudden messy change in the situation made Zui Yang's thoughts somewhat unprepared. Perhaps there was something else going on in the so-called funeral feast. Tick, tick. There is no opportunity for Zui Yang to think for an instant. The two huge liquid silhouettes, the black silt surging all over the body. Rustling black lines such as torrential rain pear blossom from the surface of the body emerges. Buzz. Their smooth water film body, in a moment sunken out of countless holes. Fine black lines such as sea urchins, like a huge sea urchin creature. You guys. You two bitchy maids. You two rule breakers. Asterisk. A better. Damn you all. The villagers inexplicably started shouting at the appearance of the huge sea urchin monster. It was as if they had a natural enmity towards these two bizarre. Swoosh. But the next moment, the two huge sea urchin women looked at them indifferently, and countless black lines shot out from their bodies like black rain, piercing through all the villagers instantly. Pff. Visible to the naked eye. After a cloud of black rain tilted, dense holes appeared in the villagers' bodies, and they collapsed onto the table with wide eyes and unwillingness. Tick. Blood flowed from the holes and eyes of countless collapsed corpses, coloring the entire Song family compound crimson. In the midst of the blood mist floating and filling the air, the two tall black women did not say a word, standing like black towers, the black threads all over their bodies constantly writhing as they bulged and shrank. This TM. What the hell kind of weirdness is this? Such a horrifying battle power shocked Lu Yu, who had already sat on his butt on the ground, and Li Xiang was even as pale as paper, constantly cursing and grinning. Zui Yang, I'm CNM. I told you not to open the coffin. Don't open the coffin. You've got to die. Good. You have to die. I'll play with you. Panicked, he ran to Lu Yu's side. What Li wanted to do now? Of course Lu Yu understood. Almost very skillfully, she subconsciously stared at the two standing women. Buzz. A large black mouth misted up behind it. Not waiting for the emotional ghost to transfer emotion, Zui Yang sat paralyzed by the coffin and inexplicably smiled. Using emotional guile again. Thinking of pressurizing me again. It's useless. Still, if you don't tell me why you're after me, we'll die together. 1 for 2. The package doesn't pay. Ghost face sore. The human face on the neck floated. Invalidation was enabled. And the two black pillar-like women, one looked at Li Xiang and Lu Yu, and the other looked at Zui Yang. Their black, watery membrane-like bodies were frequently dented with densely packed holes, as if they were about to spray dense black lines again. Grass. You crazy bastard. Seeing the situation, Li wanted to panic back to Lu Yu behind. So dangerous juncture, he actually closed his eyes, the whole person vainly lying on the back of Lu Yu. It's foresight again? Trying to see how to escape in the future? Zui Yang calmly watched this life fighting scene. As he was speculating, Li wanted to open his eyes again like lightning. Lu Yu, run, hurry. He pulled the uncomprehending Lu Yu and ran directly towards Zui Yang's side. Pff. In the next moment, the black lines that were waiting to be fired came like a rain of arrows. Clank. Dense black rain shot, running in front of Li Wan's face cold. Directly behind Lu Yu cold as shove. Li wants to. It was probably because Lu Yu did not expect that Li Xiang would come to such an operation at this time, and she stumbled uncontrollably a few steps backward in her daze. It is this hiatus. Pff. The dense black lines instantly pierced her into a sieve. Pff. Spattered with blood, Lu Yu unwillingly collapsed to the ground as Li Xiang was filled with determination. I'm sorry, I just have seen the future. If we run together, it's destined that none of us will be able to escape this attack. We will all die. Lu Yu, I will take your share and live together. Tap. Almost without looking back, Li Wan actually ran towards the crimson-blessed coffin. Oh, so the way to live now is actually this coffin? Watching Li Xiang's movements, Zui Yang's body chilled in front of him. Pff. Another sea urchin woman with long lines all over her body was already spraying towards herself. Swoosh, cold wind gusted in front of him, and when he looked up, there were already hundreds of black arrows shooting at him. But Zui Yang is not Li Xiang and Lu Yu. His body has already been strengthened twice by the ghost face sore. Losing the corruption curse of all the villagers, he swiftly flipped violently towards under the crimson-blessed coffin, and rolled directly into the inverted coffin. Bang. The sound of countless black threads shooting from outside the coffin. Zui Yang braced his arms and legs on the inside of the coffin, and panicked to close the coffin lid that fell to the ground. Wiggle. What surprised people was that the moment the lid of the coffin was closed, Zui Yang's entire body was able to lie in the coffin against gravity. Grass. Zuoyang, I see NM. You open the coffin. Open it. Vaguely, Zuoyang seemed to hear the wailing of Li Xiang outside. After all, he is not as fast as himself, and he is not as close to the coffin as himself, so it is inevitable that Zuoyang will be one step ahead. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's interesting. You're the one who just told me not to open the coffin, and now you're the one who told me to open it. Tell me, aren't you being difficult? WDNMD. Open the coffin. You open the coffin. Bang bang bang. The coffin was knocked and rumbled. Zuoyang exerted his strength to drag the lid of the coffin, and with the outside pulling in how, he still lay comfortably inside the coffin. How can Li Thing's strength be a match for the strengthened Zuoyang? PFFFFFFFF. In the next moment, a sound of arrows raining down came, and the sound of slapping against the coffin gradually dissipated. A strong smell of blood spread around the coffin, and the crimson coffin grew redder and redder. Zuoyang knows. Li wants, presumably, to be dead. Chapter 115, I need your help. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a surprise. You guys are counting on me in every way possible. In the end, but I'm not afraid to toss it to death. This coffin. It's surprisingly sturdy. Silently rubbing the red coffin, Zuoyang did not dare to think, if he did not run in just now, facing the two sea urchin woman, how horrible it would be. Attaching his ear to the side of the coffin, Zuoyang carefully listened to the movement outside. Tap tap tap. Faintly, footsteps could be heard approaching this way. But the good thing is, the footsteps stopped in front of the coffin, but came to an abrupt halt. Are they afraid of this coffin? Or, they don't want to destroy the coffin? Zuoyang is not Li Yi. He cannot foresee the future, can only hold his breath and stick to the coffin. Pay close attention to the movements outside, although it is not clear what is the reason, but at least, those two horrible sea urchin women really do not want to lift the coffin to drill in. Quietly lying in the coffin, Zuoyang knew that as long as he dared to show his head and go out to look, his head would definitely be pierced by millions of black lines. Show your head? Show your head and it's seconds. A silent minute passed inside the cramped, dark coffin. 2 minutes passed. Zuoyang never heard the sound of a pace leaving outside. Bad. I'm fucking becoming old Mrs. Song. You two are weird in mourning me, aren't you? The face became a little darker. Some people live who are actually dead. Zuoyang is. Being kept in mourning by a ghost was not something he expected. It wouldn't be so great to be guarded in a coffin all the time. You can live hiding in a coffin, but it's definitely not the right solution. Those two guys out there, maybe they don't want to desecrate Mrs. Song's coffin for some reason? As his mind continued to ponder the various reasons for this, Zuoyang's neck suddenly shook. The human face of Ghostface Sore silently emerged. Kid, you can't stay in this coffin for long. There are depression here. If you stay for long, you will also become one of the members of this ghostly spirit. Ha! Stunned, Ghostface Sore looked at Ghostface Sore, and that face of Ghostface Sore indifferently skimmed the inside of the crimson coffin. Sure enough, if you look closely, the internal perimeter of the coffin has begun to knit out a black thin line, like hair strands, wrapping the crimson coffin, living as if the coffin had grown black hair. Zuoyang had a premonition that if he waited for the coffin to be densely covered with black hair, perhaps, he might become a sea urchin man like the two sea urchin women. Hiss. Looks like it's going to have to start all over again. Silently took out his cell phone, and under the light of the screen, Zuoyang began to contact the past. From time to time, he glanced at the Ghostface Sore on his neck to guard against the other party seeing his maneuvers, but it seemed the other party couldn't detect his movements at all. Could it be? Am I in a special state when I use my cell phone to contact the past? The heart cannot help but have some doubts, but Zuoyang cannot care about so many thoughts now. Holding up his cell phone, Zuoyang did not hesitate to contact his past self. Zuoyang, hello past me. When you see this message, not surprisingly, I'm already dead. 024 and 025. Should be because of what benefits, so to design to trap you. There are a lot of issues within the Song family village that you need to rethink. Please try to trust your past selves. This time, it may be necessary for you to work together before the mission begins. After clicking the message to send it, Zuoyang didn't make any more moves. He buried his face in the side of the coffin slab that had grown pitch black fur, and a chilly, suffocating scent filled his nostrils. Rustling. The next moment, these hairs poured in frantically through the nostrils, eyelids, ear holes, and mouth. In just a moment, Zuoyang's entire body was wrapped into a black human dumpling. Why? There's no Mrs. Song in the coffin. How could such two things crawl out of the coffin of a 100-year-old man? Why didn't they attack the coffin? And why did the villagers call them untouchables? What is the root cause of these depressions? Phew. With questions, Zui Yang's thoughts grew hazy. Phew. After the strong choking sensation, Zui Yang's chest continued to rise and fall. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, could feel a soothing clarity around him. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room in Villa 022. Looking at the cell phone held in his hand, Zui Yang looked at the mission interface on the screen that had been clicked to accept, and instantly understood. What am I? Back to the night I took the mission? After a slight trance, Zui Yang's gaze cleared up. We'll be approached by 024 and 025 first thing in the morning, and we'll leave tomorrow. If you want to get more information, you'll have to let the past me go to Song's village tonight. It's just that his safety. With this thought, Zui Yang had already found the chat interface with his past self. Zui Yang, need you to go somewhere. There are no pills of regret in this world. What place is it? Zui Yang, capital city. Song family village. Go there and investigate everything about the village. The more detailed and informative the better. There are no pills of regret in this world. Go now? Zui Yang, now. There are no pills of regret in this world. Okay. Is there anything else you need to explain? Zui Yang, pay attention. Remember to buy 3 pounds of fresh meat before entering the village. And then buy a silicone doll to try. When you enter the village, say that you're here to see old Mrs. Song, and that the meat is for the people at the village entrance. And as for the doll, if anyone comes to you for any gifts based on seniority, you give it to him. There is no medicine for regret in this world. I go? Are you kidding me? You seem to know the village well, don't you? I don't. What the hell is that doll? Zui Yang, it's just a guess on my part. Because, there's no way that you, too, could bring a woman into the village. There are no pills of regret in this world. What the hell are you up to? Zui Yang, you go. You'll know when you go. Closing his cell phone and looking at his curiosity in the past, Zui Yang secretly shook his head. I can't imagine that one day I will be able to recognize certain needs of the villagers in the village in the past through the present. Though, it is known from the ghosts. Zui Yang, that village is a bit of a mouthful. To be on the safe side, you'd better ask Zhou Yang. If you don't contact him for a day, have him just call the police. There are no pills of regret in this world, huh? That place doesn't eat people, does it? Zui Yang, I don't think so, but that place always gives me a weird feeling. Sorry about the past. There's nothing I can do about it now. I can only rely on you. There are no pills of regret in this world. Alright then. I'll try to be more careful. Cut off the cell phone. Zui Yang secretly let out a sigh of relief. The Zhou Yang of the past, with a playful mindset, might have helped himself. Or perhaps, the Song family village of a month ago wasn't a ghostly place, and wasn't as sinister as he thought. Sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, Zui Yang fell into deep thought. The night was getting late, and he drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Buzz. The next day, it was no longer the knock on the door that woke up Zui Yang, but the vibration of the cell phone. When I opened my eyes to see it, it was a picture sent by my past self. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Songjia Village JPG. This is it? Zoom in and open the photo. It was a telephoto. The photo is clear enough to see the stone monument of Songjia Village at the entrance of the village. At the entrance of the village, as with the ghosts, there were also 2 old men standing and sitting respectively. One fat and one thin. But what's different is that they actually took the initiative to say hello towards the camera in a nice way. Zui Yang, you're at the entrance of the village? There are no pills for regret in this world. Yeah, last night's expedited cabin. It's killing me. This village looks quite festive. It's the old lady's birthday, isn't it? What do you say now? Should I go in? Looking at the message he sent himself in the past, Zui Yang thought about it. Zui Yang, you first do as I say and see if you can get into the village. Chapter 116, Video with the Past. There are no pills for regrets in this world. After the message came back, a little while later, Zui Yang's cell phone came vibrating again. There are no pills for regret. Hey, it's funny. I actually did come in like you said. They're not the least bit inquisitive. Zui Yang, you go to the biggest courtyard in the village and see if the table is set up there? There is no medicine for regret in this world. Wait for me to see. What seat? There's nothing at all. But in this village, they're tying red ropes and red lanterns. It's very festive. Zui Yang, then it seems. This point in time of yours is not the point in time when the banquet was eaten and the old lady passed away. In that case, I am relieved. You should first see if you can enter that old Mrs. Song's compound. There is no medicine for regret in this world. You can't get in. The door is closed. Zui Yang, then you should ask around the village first. If there's anything, communicate immediately. There is no medicine for regret in this world. The line. The cell phone screen darkened, and Zui Yang's face flickered. If your past self doesn't get a clue, then setting out today will still just be a repeat of where you ended up last time. Sitting quietly on the bed contemplating. Dumb. Suddenly, There was a knock at the door of the villa. The familiar disgusting feminine male voice came through. Mr. Left, are you there? Mr. Left, we're 024, 025. Can we discuss this mission together? Coming. Like a movie replay. Zui Yang came to the doorway, this time speaking bluntly. You guys. Who sent you? The curt voice at the doorway lurched at the end of the sentence. After a long time, Li thought before he teased. Mr. Zua, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Can't understand? Then you guys go back. I'll leave later. Ah, that's right. Then we'll wait for you in the parking lot. Tap tap tap. Through the cat's eye, Zui Yang watched Li Xiang and Lu Yu leave. Poof. You're going back now to unleash anticipate the ghost, aren't you? This time, I'll have some fun with you. Turning back to the house, Zui Yang ate breakfast and then returned to the bedroom. He didn't leave the house this morning until noon, when a message came from his past self. There is no medicine for regrets, there is one thing. Zui Yang, what's wrong? There is no medicine for regret in this world, just now I inquired. Let's say that this old lady Song, when she was young, had a good relationship with a teacher who came to the mountainous area to teach, and she had a good relationship with that teacher's daughter. Only, Zui Yang, only what? There is no medicine for regret in this world. I heard that the paraprofessional and his daughter had a problem with the shuttle bus out of the village and fell off the mountain while they were finishing up their teaching duties. Conditions in those days made it basically impossible to find any body remains. It seems like ever since that incident, Mrs. Song has been depressed. Zui Yang, oh, is there such a thing? Sheesh. I know. I'd like to trouble you to keep an eye on this for a while longer. The information about this old lady's house is very important. There are no pills for regrets in this world. Why don't we just make a video? I'll show you live. Will it work? Taking the perspective of the present and looking at the past through a cell phone? Just as Zui Yang was still hesitating, a video call on the other end really hit. Zui Yang tried to connect. Surprisingly smooth. On that end, his past self would have been shooting with a back camera towards the courtyard, and the scene is quite clear. In the picture, that compound is not filled with tables or packed with villagers. Instead, in the yard, there was a large red coffin, which was still hanging upside down. In the yard, a little boy was bouncing around. I think that's Mrs. Song's grandson. Inside the house, some noisy conversations could be heard vaguely, but Zui Yang could not hear them. For a while, only to see 3 men and a woman out of the small earth house. Those 3 men Zui Yang did recognize. Is the Song family compound, in the coffin carrying 3 people. I think these are the 3 sons of old Mrs. Song. They seem to be calculating something over the planning of the reception, and headed out towards the courtyard. The woman called out as she passed the little boy. Joy, stay here properly, don't run around. Got it. Mom, is Grandma feeling better? The little boy cocked a head and glanced toward the small dirt hut. The woman shook her head and didn't say much. Same old. Joy, do you want to go in and see Grandma? Oh. The little guy bumbled towards the house. When the 3 men had left, this time they could hear faint voices from the house. Grandma, why are you always staring out the window? Isn't that the mountain pass out there? Isn't the city just beyond the mountain pass? What's there to see? Joy's voice kept muttering. After a while, the cell phone footage shows him running out of the house again, coming to the casket, and actually pushing the upside-down red casket violently. Rumble. The coffin fell apart straight away. Grandma says it's not a blessing. She said she didn't like it. He beamed, though he didn't know why he was doing it, but it was something his grandmother didn't like, so he went ahead and pushed it. The naive look made the others Wei Yang behind the cell phone laugh out loud. Yeah, what are you doing there, brother? Ha, me? I was passing by. Let's see. Zui Yang's voice came through the screen, and the little boy came over with a small head. Brother, you're not an alien, are you? What are you talking nonsense about? I'm from the village. A foreigner is a foreigner. Grandma said the village people are not that nice. The little boy's innocent words heard the Zui Yang face confused. But the phone this end. Zui Yang's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if he had already thought of something. Could it be? In the midst of doubt, barely the video over there suddenly disconnected. My past self returned a message. There are no pills of regret in this world. Wait a minute. The video consumes electricity. I'll charge my cell phone first. Okay. Closing his cell phone, Zui Yang looked out the window. Without realizing it, it was already mid-afternoon. This is too much of a difference from the leave later that he gave to Li Xiang. In the past I ran into Mrs. Song's grandson. So why, then, didn't I see him in the ghosts? After silently standing up and passing away a piece of fresh meat from the kitchen, Zui Yang walked out of the villa and headed towards the second floor of the Imperial Ghostbusters headquarters. Chapter 117, They're Dead. On the second floor, in front of the numbered Ghostbusters special table, there was still a clean look. Zui Yang quickly crossed the crowd and came to the window, and the attendant behind the windowsill showed a bright smile. Honorable Lord 022 Oniai-chan, how may I help you? I'm checking something. May I ask what you're looking into? Song Family Village, Mountain is teaching files from earlier years. Old Mrs. Song, herself, and her grandson Lele. Can you find out about these situations? Zui Yang threw out the known information completely. He wanted to use the power of the Q City Ghostbusters base to understand the secrets hidden in this village. Starting from another way of thinking, it might be possible to gain new information. Okay, please wait a moment. Lord Oniai-chan. The service staff listened to the words, crackling on the keyboard. It seems that the information about the Song Family Village was destroyed by a high-ranking person named Song Yuan-shan before the strange arrival. The grandchild of old Mrs. Song, Lele, you mentioned, seems to be his child. On the day the weirdness descended, Lele and her mom had an accident while riding in the car to Song's village. Dead. No wonder I didn't see Lele at that banquet. Nodding his head, Zui Yang left with a somewhat odd expression. Song Yuan-shan, as the son of old Mrs. Song, actually eliminated the Song Family Village file, which is quite a statement. Between musings, he headed straight in the direction of the first floor. Even though the trail is broken at this end, there can be no further delay in the departure time for today's mission. All the way towards the parking lot. Unsurprisingly, Zui Yang again and again encountered the interception of Li Think and Lu Yu. You guys, haven't left yet? Zui Yang laughed, and Li Xiang followed suit. Hi, Mr. Zua. You're staying a bit long with this leaving later. Haha, my stay will be like this. What? Wait for me? Of course, it's safer to go with the 022 ND Oniai-chan. That's good. How about a car? Zui Yang followed his words and pointed to a commercial car, signaling Li Xiang Lu Yu to get on the car. Li wanted Lu Yu to hear. Eyes flashed oddly after, but the face with a slight joy on the car. Snap. The doors closed and the commercial vehicle headed towards the outskirts of the capital city. Zui Yang sat in the passenger seat driver, his eyes looking through the rearview mirror at the two people in the back seat. Lu Yu was looking out the window in boredom, while Li Want, he slumped back in his seat, his eyes closed and his face hard, as if he had fallen asleep and was dreaming of something. Sure enough, you were anticipating the events at the entrance of the village even before arriving at the Song Family Village. Well, this time, I'd like to see how you're going to choose. Giggle. Just as the commercial vehicle arrived at the location where Song Family Village was still a dozen kilometers away, Zui Yang suddenly said in a cold voice, "Stop the car." The driver was clearly flabbergasted. Oniai-chan-sama. There's still a ways to go. I said stop the car. Understood. Giggle. Immediately, the business car came to a direct stop. In the back seat, Li wanted to wake up with a sudden shock, and looked at Zui Yang with a strange expression. Mr. Zua, what are you? I think that the rest of the trip is going to be dangerous. So, Mr. Driver, you get out now and walk back. I'll drive the road below. After Zui Yang finished a sentence, a car full of people looked at him with uncertainty. Without explaining anything more, he pulled himself away and headed for the main driver's seat. The driver sat in the main driver's seat, looked at the two people in the back seat, and then looked at Zui Yang, and did not dare to move for most of the day. Oniai-chan-sama, if you drive, how am I going to explain? So do you want to risk your life on the mission field? Or do you want to walk back to base? I see. After a slight hesitation on his face, the driver got out of the car instantly. In the back seat, Li Want's expression was cloudy. No way. The driver can't go. Oh, why can't he go? Zui Yang had already gotten into the main driver's seat as he spoke, his face snickering as he looked at Li Think. It's their mission to escort the Oni to the mission site. How can you run off halfway? What about the fact that I just want him back? Zui Yang's words were cold, followed by a drink. Get this straight. On this vehicle, I'm 022. My sequence is above yours. According to the rules, you all have to listen to me. A cold shout echoed through the cramped car. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was oppressive to the extreme. Li Think's mouth opened and he couldn't utter a word for most of the day. He looked out of the car at the driver walking away, his fists clenched, obviously trying to do something about it. But Zui Yang didn't give him a chance. The car starts, the clutch is pushed in, the handbrake is released, and you have to drive instantly. Seeing this, Li Xiang's eyes narrowed and he revealed another sinister smile. Mr. Zua, it's fine to let him back in, but I've met him several times. I'm a little uneasy about him being alone, so if you give me a few minutes, I'll go bug him a few times. Is that okay? No problem. Get out of the car? Zui Yang smiled harmlessly. Li wanted to immediately face a happy face, pull open the car door, and ran towards the driver who had already walked away. Liu watched uncertainly as Li Xiang left. She just couldn't figure it out. Why would Li want to be so close to a driver? Shouldn't I? But just after Li wanted to run a dozen meters, boom, the business car actually jerked off. Ha! Liu Yu was dumbfounded. Li Xiang, who ran out, was also dumbfounded. No, don't you have any morals? Where's the weight? 022. What are you doing? Liu Yu looked at Zui Yang in confusion, and Zui Yang smiled. Nothing, I suddenly realized. I'm in a hurry. I can't wait that long. Why don't you wait for me to drive the car to Song's village, and then you can drive back to pick him up. What do you think? You. He looked angrily at Zui Yang, who was calm in the driver's seat. Liu Yu, in this moment, trance, felt that Zui Yang, this person's heart is also very deep. She was aware of it. Li wanted to intercept to Zui Yang, deliberately used foresight. And now, Zui Yang just made up a reason for the driver to get off the car, and Li wanted to follow him out. He easily shrugged off Li Xiang. It's a dozen kilometers away from Song's village. Even flying, that is, would take a small amount of time. It is estimated that, by the time Li thought of the Song family village, Zui Yang did not know where to run. Damn, Li Xiang, why did he get off? With his IQ, he could definitely think that Zui Yang might have driven away. Ha! Did he have to get something from the driver? With his mind guessing wildly, the corners of Zui Yang's mouth silently rose. Li think. It seems that between the mission and life and death, you still chose life and death. Throttle to the floor. Zui Yang's face was pleasant. Playing the beginning. Sharing the same car with Li wanted for this step. As long as they were in the same car, Li wanted to even foresee the scene at the entrance of Song's village. Wanting to kill the driver, Zui Yang was present, and he could not be attacked. Then, if this develops, after the car drives to Song's village, Zui Yang can't get out of the car in order to ensure that the driver is not killed. Li Xiang won't get out of the car either for the sake of fresh meat, which will lead to a stalemate. For this reason, Zui Yang drove the driver away at the halfway point, and Li wants to see the future already. He knows that it takes fresh meat to enter the village. The driver has gotten out and gone back. Either that, or he's now getting out of the car and killing the driver. Either he is not afraid to live or die, and follows Zui Yang into the village empty-handed. Obviously, he didn't dare enter the village empty-handed, but he did not expect that as soon as he got out of the car, Zui Yang would drive and dump him. Chapter 118. Why do I have the foresight that every step is in his grasp? Above. Zui Yang and MLGB. You don't speak martial arts. At the same time, Li wanted to look at the business car far away with an ugly face. How could he not have thought that he had foreseen the future of the entrance to the Song family village, and had just wanted to go down and fix the driver? This Zui Yang fucking drove off in a car? Grass. Obviously I saw the future. Why does it feel like you know what I'm going to do? The car in front of him drove further and further away. Li wanted to look at the faraway car and then at the driver beside him. After further hesitation, he chose to go after the car. If he killed the driver, it would be too late to catch up with Zui Yang. Zui Yang. 022. Stop the car. Stop the car. Because he was a ghost sentinel, Li Xiang's running speed wasn't too bad. For a short time, he could still see the rear license plate of the business car, waving and shouting. In the car, Liu Yu looked at Li Xiang, who was in hot pursuit, and inexplicably had a vestigial feeling of watching a movie from before Doomsday. If Li wanted to call out Yanzi now, then she would have felt a sense of agency. Liu Yu, what the fuck are you staring at? Stop Zui Yang. The roar came. Liu Yu was stunned, and immediately looked at Zui Yang. Hey, 022, don't you go too far. Li Xiang has returned. TSK. That driver, he owes me his life. Looking at the rearview mirror, Zui Yang already knew that Li wanted to not make a move. He was a little lost. Frankly speaking, if Li wants to make a move, he can make a time gap in this mission to avoid fighting with Li, who has the ability to foresee. It seems you guys are really determined to follow me. Giggle. The business car stopped, and Zui Yang stretched his head to look at the back of the car. The soot-covered and woeful Li wanted to finally follow. He pulled open the rear door and got into the car on the uptake. Zui Yang, NTMD. He no longer had the feminine stability he had before, and he looked at Zui Yang with a spiteful face. Ha! Get your shit together. You're 024. I'm 022. I do things. I need you to teach me? Zui Yang held his head high and turned his nostrils on Li Xiang. Li wanted to be red in the face, but there was nothing he could do about it. You wait. You can't fight and you can't compare identities. There was nothing he could do but put in a harsh word. Okay, I'll wait. Let's play slowly. Zui Yang smiled, and the business car started again. Not long after, the car once again drove to the familiar Songjia village entrance. At the entrance of the village there is the stone monument of Song family village. And at the entrance there are still two old men, fat and thin, guarding the door. Snap! Zui Yang got out of the car and walked towards the village entrance without greeting. Li wanted to follow him, his face flickering. He has seen the future. He knew that Zui Yang would immediately pull out a piece of fresh meat, but he doesn't understand. Why? Would Zui Yang prepare a piece of fresh meat in advance? Could it be that this guy has been here before? At the entrance to the village, Zui Yang had already taken a big step in front of the fat and thin two gatekeepers. Stop! What's going on? As if a movie screen reappeared, the fat old man heckled Zui Yang, who cupped his fists and respectfully said, "Congratulations to Old Lady Song for coming." "Oh, well. What kind of congratulatory gift did you bring?" The thin old man sniffed and looked at Zui Yang, who took out a piece of lean meat from behind him as if he was doing a magic trick. 3 pounds of fine meat. Let's see. Receiving the lean meat, the thin old man sniffed and his face sighed a little. TSK. This meat isn't fresh enough either, but the visitor is a guest. Go inside. Although he was a bit dissatisfied with the gift, the fat and thin old man still got out of the way. After Zui Yang calmly walked into the door, he twisted around and then looked at Li Xiang, Lu Yu and the two of them. He wanted to see what they would do without human flesh this time. What about you guys? The thin old man's gaze couldn't help but look at the duo at the entrance of the village. Li Wan's face flickered. When he decided not to kill the driver and chased and fixed Zui Yang, he thought of this scene. We're also here to congratulate Mrs. Song. Where's the gift? Gifts. Lu Yu. Quickly. Control them. Let's run. Li wanted to give a prod, and Lu Yu froze. But looking at Li Xiang, who had already rushed to the entrance of the village, Lu Yu could only forcefully unleash his emotional ghost ability. A black mist lifted up and a large black mouth seemed to murmur. At the entrance of the village, the faces of the two old men, which were still questioning, were slowly becoming peaceful. Quickly. Into the village. For just a moment, the two spread out and ran towards the village. Zui Yang looked energized and wrapped his hands around his waist. What's the matter? You guys can handle it on your own, right? You. Li wanted to glare at Zui Yang angrily, and Zui Yang smiled. You what you? Let's go? Go congratulate old Mrs. Song. Watching Zui Yang take a step further toward the village, Li Thing's face flickered. He knows. Just now, Zui Yang clearly can start nullification to disgust himself and Lu Yu, but he didn't. Could it be? This guy isn't afraid of me and Lu Yu? Looking at Zui Yang in puzzlement, Li wanted to close his eyes and unleash his third foresight of the day. He saw it. Saw the scene at the dinner table later in the Song family compound. He saw. This time Zui Yang unleashed the ability. Every villager looked at himself. He seems to be the only way to hand over Lu Yu to calm the hostility of the villagers. Bad. This village. Is it so dangerous? With a hesitant face, Li wanted to think about whether to follow Zui Yang again. Suddenly, Lu Yu's back came into view. Li Xiang's eyes blinked, and immediately followed behind Zui Yang with a calm face. Old Mrs. Song is blessed. Living so long to pass away without illness or disaster. It's a blessing. Come on everyone, eat and drink well. Dip your hands in the blessings. There was still the lively sound of eating coming from the table. Zui Yang led the way, and after explaining to a youth clad in mourning clothes at the entrance of the courtyard, he was once again led to the familiar table. Still in the same seat as last time. It was still not long before he sat down, and the table was crowded with a bunch of villagers. Tung. In the center of the table, white smoke rose from the hot meal. Zui Yang's face was calm, and he suddenly looked at the villagers who were full of people. TSK. Let's see. These are all seniors from the same village. It's the first time for us who are juniors to come to a party. I feel like it always has to mean something. As he said this, one of the villagers on the side froze. The villagers looked at Zui Yang in shock. No, I haven't asked you yet. Why are you leaning upwards on your own accord? After a little while, the villager nodded after slowing down. That's right. The young man is very self-aware. I've heard that you're all from out of town, and those from out of town should know how to respect their elders. With those words, the gazes of the people at the table looked at the three Zui Yangs. Lu Yu stood behind Li Xiang. A black mouth has just appeared. Put. Zui Yang's neck jumped, and the black mouth suddenly dissipated. The villager's shoulder coldly tapped on Li Xiang's arm. Boy, aren't you going to do anything about it? Chapter 119, Why do I have the foresight that every step is in his grasp? Next, the cold palm caressed his arm, and Li wanted to feel goosebumps all over his body. Ka-ching. He was just teasing when he heard a camera snap in his ear. Looking at the sound, that guy, Zui Yang, actually took a cell phone and was secretly filming himself. Shit, you're watching a good show even if you're recording it? Excessive. Teeth clenched. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Zui Yang, he would definitely go up and fight him now. His face stiffened and his gaze went to Luyu. Seniors, this is my gift. You're a good boy. This woman can. Despite not knowing why it would be useful to send a woman. After these words were uttered, all the sight gazes did move away from themselves and then looked at Luyu. Luyu shivered a little uncontrollably as she was stared at closely by countless gazes. She always had the illusion that the group looked at the women, not like they were looking at people. At the table, all eyes slowed down. The people at the table were all joyful into a piece, but only Li Want, with an ugly face, looked at Zui Yang. What about him? Doesn't he want a gift? Isn't he a late bloomer too? He's not an outsider. What kind of gift does he need? At the sound of the voice, Li wanted to be confused. He looked at the source of the sound in shock, and it was the villager who had just asked him to show some respect, only to see that he is now excitedly embracing the shoulders of Zui Yang, a face of enthusiasm. Brother and sister are not good like that. It was a scene that made Li want to look at him in a daze. No, on what grounds? He's a distant relative of your family. How is he not an outsider? His last name is Left, not Song. Li wanted to be puzzled. How can you make a distinction when you are the same person? Hey you little b-boy, how do you talk? This my former friend, Zui Yang. Friends are both family, why can't I help him? As the villagers spoke, they actually enthusiastically gave food to Zui Yang's bowl, and Li wanted to be even more confused. No, man, you really know people in this village? Opening his eyes wide, he looked at Zui Yang, who smiled and did not squeak. Probably, even Killingly thought that everything changed. It was the photo shoot of Zui Yang just now. That's right, the photo shoot that had just taken place was not filming Li Xiang making a fool of himself, but rather the villager who had demanded the meaning. After taking the photo, Zui Yang sent it to his past self almost immediately. Zui Yang, that's the guy. Talk politely when you meet him, try to give him the silicone doll and make a good relationship. There's no medicine for regrets in this world, okay. After a simple and clear greeting, your past self has performed this in the past. So, the past has changed, and this villager is rightfully familiar with Zui Yang. Everything, it's just so subtle. Only the fact that the other party really received a silicone that resembled a female body made Zui Yang's speculation even greater. His face gradually became a bit gloomy, and most of the people at the table smiled at Zui Yang. Grass. Zui Yang, have you been here before? Li Think finally couldn't help but ask. Zui Yang did not squeak, but a villager returned. That's not true, Zui Xiaoyu, but before often come to our village to visit. All Hook 8 acquaintances. Grr, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. Exasperatedly pounding the table, Li wanted to be a little indignant. If he plays like this, he still counts the hammer Zui Yang. Now, Zui Yang was sitting on the table without any injury. What about yourself? Having already used foresight 3 times, forcing it again meant the risk of experiencing a bizarre revival. Luyu behind him was even more so. Guess, to be taken home by this bunch of creeps when the meal is over later. Sitting at the table with a pale face, Li wanted to already regret why he had come to take this mission. Come eat. Little friend Zua, you said, you and Lele are so close. You're here, why didn't he come? Zui Yang, when you're done eating, remember to give old Mrs. Song a line. Obviously a bizarre table. At this moment, for Zui Yang, it has changed the picture. It was as if Zui Yang really just came to attend a simple banquet. Everyone eat and drink well. I'll take a walk. Getting up, Zui Yang once again walked towards the redwood coffin, without a single person looking at him with attention. Standing in front of the coffin, Zui Yang stared at the upside-down red coffin for a while, pondering in his heart. He knew that the coffin was empty. So where did the real Mrs. Song go? Thinking for a while, Zui Yang turned back to look at the villagers who were still eating throughout the small courtyard. The paraprofessional who died in a car accident, and her daughter. After they left, Mrs. Song was depressed, and now there are 2 women forms of depression in this coffin. So, at that point, what was going on? Eyes narrowing, a footstep came from behind him. Unsurprisingly, Lu Yu and Li Xiang had already followed them as well. Still trying to be bad. Just in time. I'd like to get some information out of you. From you. Slowly approaching the crimson coffin, Zui Yang squatted by the mouth of the inverted coffin and reached out to touch the lid. He placed his hand on the lid of the coffin, his eyes looking at Li Xiang playfully. 024. What do you think will happen if I lift the coffin? Zui Yang, what do you mean? Li wanted to just walk over. Was Zui Yang hold this out? The whole person did not return to God. I feel like there's something in this coffin. Why don't you, with foresight, see what happens to us when I open it? Upon hearing this, Li wanted to look at the crimson coffin, somewhat nervously. He does seem to be walking on thin ice a bit now. The meal is about to end. Liu may be the next moment to be captured by the group of shenanigans. Want to live. Even now by Zui Yang threat, he had to try to foresee. He must have control over the future. Closing his eyes, Li Xiang's brow furrowed, because he saw it. Zui Yang really dared to open the coffin. The coffin will flow out too horrible, sea urchin woman. Don't! You can't open that thing. His eyes opened again, and Li wanted his face to go white. He panicked and persuaded Zui Yang, and Zui Yang smiled even more. You're teaching me how to do things. Anyway, don't want to die. Don't you move that coffin. Don't want me to move. Fine. You tell me who sent you guys. Oh, by the way, let me remind you, if I open this thing, Liu won't have the ability to have them emoted. Will he? You should be able to see the future. Who ends up surviving when this thing opens, right? You. Mouth agape. Li Xiang's eyelids fluttered wildly. This was the first time he had ever used foresight, and it had backfired on him. It was never him who used foresight to count on others, and this time, after being asked by Zui Yang to foresee, he himself had to be threatened. No, I'm the one who saw the future. Why is every step in his calculations? Chapter 120, A Different Course of Events. Help from the past, above. Say it. I'm sure I'll be fine anyway, however you foresee it. Zui Yang slapped the coffin lid with a bland face. This time, though, it was the same as the last time I threatened Li Xiang. But, this time Li Xiang might lose Liu's assistance at any time. And the group shenanigans in the Song family compound were all towards Zui Yang. And he also used foresight to see who survived to the end. He doesn't have the capital to call out Zui Yang. Do you just have to fish out of water? Li wanted his face to be tangled up. The first time he had been pressured by a person who couldn't breathe. What the fuck? You weren't in such a posture when you came to the door. I still like your untamed look. Please recover. Hissing, the coffin lid had been pulled open by Zui Yang. Don't, I said. Seeing that Zui Yang really wanted to lift the coffin like a madman, Li Want finally couldn't carry the pressure. The thing is rewarding, but one must always have the life to enjoy it. Oh, tell me about it. Who the hell sent you guys? It's 016. 016? The country-faced uncle? Right, that's him. He came to Liu and I after you registered at the Ghost Sentinel headquarters. His request was to participate in a mission with you, and find a way to make you die tragically or have a weird revival inside you during the mission. According to him, up there, someone's got their eye on your shenanigans. TSK. No wonder I said that I saw Huang Zichu and 016 together in the elevator that morning. I suppose she told 016 about my weird intensity after she appraised me? What does 016 want with my shenanigans? What? 2 shenanigans of his own. Isn't that enough? Zui Yang's face was unconsciously cold. It's still the same. No one can be trusted after the weirdness descends. It seems to say that 016 isn't asking for itself, but for the higher-up Oni to ask for it. Li wanted to say it apprehensively, and Zui Yang's eyes narrowed. Higher up? You mean, before serial number 10? Right. Competition for the top serial numbered Ghostbusters is strong, and many consider their third guile and fourth guile at their discretion as a way to boost their battle power. The intensity of one of your shenanigans compares to 2. Just think about it. Those upper echelons. Who wouldn't want that? Li thought teasingly, his eyes quietly sizing up Zui Yang. Zui Yang's expression became more and more gloomy, which means that if I had rolled in bed with purple smoky Wong that night, I might not even be human the next day? Can the person at the front of the serial number just take a shot at the person behind the serial number? Theoretically it's not allowed. But, in terms of value, with you 022 dead, there's no way that HQ would offend the top 10 serial numbered Ghostbusters for your sake. I see. This world. It's really interesting. Want my shenanigans? I'll rake you over the coals one step at a time. Darkly clenching his fist, Zui Yang was silent for a long time. Finally, Li Xiang, who was standing in the doorway, couldn't help himself. Brother, I've finished. You can put your hand on the coffin and put it down, right? He looked at Zui Yang curtly, and Zui Yang looked back with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Excuse me. I didn't say that I wouldn't lift the coffin if you told the truth. Zui Yang, UTM. The coquettishness in his eyes turned to anger in an instant, but not before Li wanted to curse more. Put. The crimson coffin panels snapped open. Wiggle wiggle. The thick black liquid inside the coffin began to drip and began to rapidly polymerize like a living thing. Tick tick. The familiar sound of dripping water sounded. Lee wanted to blush. No good. Lu Yu. Run. Almost in the blink of an eye, Li Wan pulled Lu Yu and ran towards the crimson coffin. Pffffffffff. Unlike the last time, the two sea urchin women did not attack the villagers of the Song family compound at the first moment after they slowly took shape, but instead looked at the two of them who were constantly approaching the red coffin. It seemed that this crimson coffin was prioritized much higher than this group of villagers in their hearts. Swoosh. On the black water film, holes were constantly sunken in, holding out a long dark line, like an exploded sea urchin on the smooth water film body. Swoosh. Long thorn-like sharp black lines came through the wind. Lee thought, and again pushed Lu Yu behind him. This time, it was exactly the same as last time. Pffffffff. Lu Yu fell back uncontrollably, his body exploded with bloody holes, blood mist splattered, and his entire body collapsed on the ground with wide eyes. Li Xiang. You. Sorry about that. I've seen the future, and only one of us can live. Zui Yang. Don't you stop me. With his eyes filled with crimson blood, Li wanted to look at Zui Yang in panic, because in the future, this guy is going to get into the coffin before he does, and lock himself out, and get shot through the heart with 1,000 arrows. But, oddly enough, Zui Yang looked at the coffin this time and actually did not rush to drill into it. Not caring what Zui Yang thought, Li wanted to get into the coffin himself and panicked to close the lid. Your foresight. What you see is only this much of the future. It seems that you didn't see the depression that was subsequently created in this coffin. So, the way to life is? Standing by the coffin in a daze, Zui Yang actually did not panic at all, because he knew that as long as he didn't touch the higher priority, crimson coffin, those two, sea urchin woman, were definitely going to prioritize attacking the villagers. Bastard maid. It's you guys. How dare you guys come out? A better. Damn you. Sure enough, like a slideshow replay, the villagers once again insulted the two water film women. Zui Yang quietly stood by the coffin, watching the show like nothing. His eyes kept moving over the yard and the coffin. Swoosh. The terrifying sound of black threads weaving continuously resounded as black clouds filled the air. Blood mist sprayed inside the Song family compound, and between the bodies falling to the ground one after another. The two sea urchin women gradually turned around and looked at Zui Yang. Zui Yang's heart gradually rose and fell, but inexplicably, he stared intently at the crimson coffin in front of him. There was an additional sense of vestigial vision. He seems to know what to do. Perhaps the way to life is actually around the corner, and past selves have long since figured out ways for themselves to cope with it. Chapter 121, A Different Course of Events. Help from the past, below. Grandma said, that's what's not a blessing for her. In his mind, inexplicably, he flashed back to a scene from his cell phone screen at the time. Joy, as the oldest grandson of Mrs. Song, he naively and ignorantly helped his grandmother kick open the so-called blessed coffin. Why did he do it? A kid with an urban upbringing can't do that. The only explanation for that is that he got a sign from old Mrs. Song. Since old Mrs. Song, who is at the center of this incident, doesn't even like the coffin. So what if you follow the example of her grandson, Lele, and go kick the red blessed coffin in the ghostly world away? What about going along with Mrs. Song's wishes? Blessed is down, blessed is up. Old Mrs. Song says it's not a blessing. In that case, then, crush it. Boom. Almost before the two sea urchin woman's black line bursts, Zui Yang's feet stomped on the crimson blessed coffin. Rumble. The coffin, which was originally hanging upside down, violently flew out 4 or 5 meters away, spinning continuously in mid-air, and finally landed with a bang, exploding into a field of broken wooden planks. Asterisk. Zui Yang. NMLGB. Why are you so selfish? You don't want to live, so you'll dry crush the coffin? Asterisk is up. Cough. Between the 4 or 5 collapsed planks, Li wanted to look at Zui Yang with a face full of gray, his face sulking. You dog, you know what? This is the only way to live. And you fucking ruined it. You're finished. You wait to die. Looking viciously at Zui Yang, as if in response to Li Xiang's words, those two sea urchin women, all over their bodies, the flow of black silt became more and more rapid. Buzz. From the circumference of their watery membranes, furious black lines continued to extend out. Did you ruin Huanawan's home? You deserve to die. For the first time, Zui Yang heard those two sea urchin women emit a figure. Chilly, harsh, hard. Kid, what have you done? The ghost face sore on his neck seemed to have sensed the crisis as well, quickly bulging up as his eyes looked at the other party with coldness. Hiss. Could it be? Did I guess wrong? Zui Yang was a bit stunned. Rustling. On the body surface of the two sea urchin women, raging black lines were now gathering at their feet like waves of black water. Pffffffffff. Not waiting for Zui Yang to take a step, the horrible black water wrapped around his thigh. None. Put. There was no time to activate, nullify. Zui Yang was swallowed by the raging black water within the thick black line. Coo. Zui Yang. ICNM. It seems that Li Xiang, who is in the distance, has not been able to avoid being swallowed by the black water. Rustling. The thick black line looked like it had completely entered a berserk phase after the crimson blessed coffin exploded. Inside the entire Song family compound, there was darkness, no longer able to see any light. Well, failed? Going to start over? Between the gradual blurring of Zui Yang's consciousness, when he reached out and wanted to take out his cell phone, his vision brightened again. Buzz. After a ringing sound in his ears, Zui Yang's eyes were dim. It wasn't until his eyesight was restored as well that he realized, to his surprise, that he had actually appeared in a small, rather ancient village. Here? Looking around, there was an inexplicable sense of vestigial familiarity here. If you look closely, you can see that the layout and construction of the surrounding villages are no different from the Song family village that you were just in. Here, could it be a new ghostly place? Zui Yang guessed and wanted to move his body to investigate the surroundings. As a result, he realized he couldn't move at all. His body was moving uncontrollably towards a distant house. Tap. With light footsteps treading, Zui Yang saw the muddy mud on the roadway and the young man sitting under a big tree with a bare upper body. The gazes of the Hans, when he himself walked past them, were always directed at himself with aggression. Ward hair? What the hell? Before Zui Yang could slow down, he had already walked to the side of a middle-aged man. Village Chief Song. A soft to the core voice came, and Zui Yang froze. Female voice? Asterisk. Did I say female voice? At the moment of confusion, Zui Yang then reacted. He is not talking about the female voice anymore, but in a way similar to the soul grafting. He has been sent in the body of a woman. He was, with this woman's perspective, looking around. Isn't this Mr. Lin? Is Mr. Lin going to teach again? Song Village Chief smiling. Hands also carry a cage. Locked is the wild sparrow. Look, how's my new little pet fight? MS. Lin likes it. I'll give it to you. The man's polite voice came through. The woman's a little chilly. Village Chief Song, if you really like it, you shouldn't have bound it with a cage. Birds belong in the sky. If you're giving it to me, you might as well let it go now. Hey, I fought hard to get it down. You don't want to forget it. Skimming his lips, a hint of dissatisfaction and resistance flashed in the eyes of Village Chief Song as the woman gave him a deep look and walked quickly towards an earthen room in the distance. Grass. Asterisk. Witnessing the woman's departure, Village Chief Song spat after his greedy gaze traveled over the woman's body. Tap. The woman, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear any of the tirades, and walked briskly toward the earth room. Inside the dirt room, there were extremely rudimentary desks and chairs, and even the blackboards on the walls were pitted. The seats were already filled with many girls. Interestingly, the place was full of girls, but no boys were to be seen. Juan, aren't the two dogs and the others coming to class again today? The woman gave a somewhat disgruntled inquiry, and a clean-looking girl in the front row of seats nodded. Anan. They say there's no use in studying, so you might as well learn to swim and catch fish, and work in the fields. Hey. At those words, the woman sighed, her eyes looking slyly at the classroom full of girls, and finally uttered a sentence in a serious tone. Today is my last day of teaching on the job. We're only going to have one lesson today. In this class, there is only one topic, and it's called dreams. Dreams? Mr. Lin, what is a dream? Teacher, can dreams be food? Teacher, with a dream you don't have to work in the fields or be a wife to Erdog and the others? After these words were uttered, the entire classroom let out an unprecedented sound of inquiry. Zui Yang fixedly listened to all this, and his face was a bit saddened. He had already established that he seemed to have come to the Songjia village decades ago and possessed the female teacher who was teaching. Chapter 122, Caged Bird, when will you get out? Above. Dreams. What is a dream? I think Student Lin gently can give everyone an answer to this question. The woman's voice echoed through the shabby classroom. At the sound of the voice, a girl with a ponytail and plainclothes stood up at Song Huanwan's seat at the same table. Dreams. My dream is to be a people's teacher. Like my mom. To teach and educate people. Because the only way to see the wider world is to read. To teach someone to read is to give a bird wings to travel the world. Crisp voices echoed through the classroom. Individual female students with pitch black faces, and even the slightly plainer Song Huan, All stared blankly at Lin gently. In this moment, she seemed to glow. Very well. Does everyone understand now? A dream is what one strives for in life and what one aspires to and enjoys. Everyone. Don't we have dreams? The woman spoke, looking frequently at the children in the classroom. The most important thing about coming to the mountains to teach is to open their minds and let them recognize a wider world. Teaching is more important than educating. The eyes kept looking into the classroom. Many of the girls in were frowning and scratching their heads in thought. Perhaps their little spiritual world consists only of 3 meals a day or fruit farmland, or even marrying and having children. It seemed, the law of the mountain Inc. Hiss. The culture in education here is a bit terribly backward. To see it from a god's perspective, even Zuoyan was a little marveled at the thought of the closed mountain villages of that era. His gaze was instead fixed on Song Huanhuan's face. Song Huanhuan, unsurprisingly, is the highly respected, old Mrs. Song, of Songjia village decades later. What happened in between to create that situation? Gazing at Song Huanhuan, Zuoyang discovered that the one called Lin gently, her eyes were also looking at Song Huanhuan without blinking. From within her body, Zuoyang sensed something. Grass. Li Xiang. Zuoyang, where the hell did you fuck me? Is this still the country? The silhouettes of the two figures emerged in the shadows of Teacher Lin and Lin gently, and after looking at each other, they were both astonished. Good lord. Those two sea urchin women were holding up the black tide at that time, not to kill them at all, but to bring them to the ghostly world of decades ago. Zuoyang guessed right. Smashing a coffin that is not a blessing is the switch to return to this place in the past. That's funny. Actually brought Li Xiang over with him, because the depression ghost belongs to old Mrs. Song. Is the ghost also connected to past and future memories? That's quite a claim. When his eyes met Li Xiang looked at Zuoyang blearily, and no longer had his previous arrogance. Hey, what do we do now? Why can't I use my precognition? You ask me? Who am I asking? Watch honestly. This place may be the central element in the formation of the ghosts. Blankly glancing at Li Xiang, the two Futurians looked at the room full of children scratching their ears in boredom. Maybe the word dream is too far away for them. Long ago, Song Huanhuan raised her hand in a glutinous manner. Oh, what's your dream, Huanhuan? As soon as she saw someone raise their hand, Mr. Lin's eyes were delighted and he panicked and pointed at Song Huanhuan. Song Huanhuan had a red face, and her gaze went to Lin gently, who was at the same table. My dream is to visit the outside of Song's village. I've heard gently talk about what big buildings there are out there with nice clothes, good food and fun, and all kinds of big cars that move, colorful televisions, light bulbs that come on at the push of a button. Too much. I want to see it all. Song Huanhuan spoke with a bright color in her eyes. Ha. Cheerful, you're joking again. That's just it. You have acres of land at your house. How do you have time to go out? It is. If you go out there, your father will break your legs for sure. You're going to marry Airdog Z next year. You'll have to give birth to children, and you'll have to give Airdog Z many boys to carry on the family line. Never thought about it. After Song Huanhuan finished saying this, there were quite a few cacophonous jeers coming from the classroom, and these jeers were from the female dolls of Song's village. They have subconsciously taken a life of conformity as a life of necessary execution. As soon as she heard the cacophonous jeers, Song Huanhuan's eyes, which had managed to brighten up, once again darkened. The village chief has said that we women are the ones who make the dolls, farm the land, and run the household to bring up the children. That's right. Don't dare talk nonsense. Huanhuan, it's better to farm with us. The clamor resumed, and Ms. Lin's eyebrows knitted slightly as she tapped the table with some regret. Bang bang bang. Quiet. Fellow students, just imagine. Do you really like this life? Do you guys think it's a certainty to live like this? Were you born and destined to farm and have children? You can be painters, singers, dancers, athletes, teachers. You, by nature, have infinite possibilities. Don't you guys want to try? The cool voice echoed in the room, and the girls, who were still laughing, closed their mouths one by one. Is it really possible for me to become like Sensei? I've seen color TV. I still want to watch it, but I'm afraid my family will scold me. My dad says I sing like a cow mooing, and I just love to sing. Teacher, can I sing too? Suddenly, someone had the audacity to ask. Immediately afterward, throughout the classroom, countless people shouted out. In a flash, countless pairs of small eyes were beaming with hope as they looked towards Teacher Lin. Mr. Lin nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Boys, I want you to always remember this day. Perhaps, you may not be able to leave here because of your families and parents, but when you grow up, you might want to go out and walk around. Life is a long way and there are many choices. What you want to live out of yourself. What you think is your dream. 5 is not too early. And 50 is not too late. If one has the heart, everyone can be who they want to be. I want to see the big car. I don't want to give Ernie a child. I don't like him. I want to visit the city too. The children with dirt on their faces and clothes on the pitted desks in the shabby classrooms are boldly and confidently proclaiming their inner demands at this moment. This dilapidated old room seemed to glow. Looking at the room full of bright shining eyes, Zhuoyang inexplicably admired this teacher Lin a little. She is planting a seed called dream for all children. This seed, perhaps after time, will burst through the dry soil and blossom into a branch. Chapter 123, Bird in a Cage. When will you get out? Medium, the sun is setting in the west. Teacher Lin held Lin Gently's hand and stood on the only arterial road leading out of the village, Songjia village. She has completed the most important lesson in teaching in the mountain villages. And now she, with a red face full of relaxation under the setting sun, waits eagerly for the village shuttle bus that comes only once every few months. Mom, do you think Joy will fulfill her dream? Lin gently tilted his head, his childish face filled with hope as he looked at Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin nodded. Huanuan's dream is actually not hard to say, but easy to say. As long as she has the heart, even a caged bird can fly out of the cage one day. Yes? If only Huan could come back with us. I heard her say that she has to cook for her family every day at dawn, and that she cooks all her own meals for lunch. Every night when she comes home, she has to wash her father's feet and do the laundry. I've heard from the village that her father was out loafing around every day, and that her mom was pissed off at him. Cheerful also said that she might soon be sold by her father to the Two Dogs family to give birth to a baby. Mom, you know that, right? Two Dogs? That's the guy who limps and likes to look at girls' chests with crooked eyes. Huan she. Lin gently and childishly spoke of the terrible constraints of the Song family village, in 100 uninhibited ways. Mr. Lin, as a culture smoker, cringed as he listened. Gently. Don't say it. Her beautiful eyebrows knit up in a tangled and unbroken cackle. Her face was very unattractive. For this kind of thing, Teacher Lin couldn't control it even if she wanted to. It's still hard for a clean official to settle a family matter. What's more, it's family-owned, Song Village. If one disobeyed anyone's orders here, it was hard to say whether or not one would still be able to walk out of the Song family village. The weary cold wind blew. The remnants of the sun gradually fell. The sky healed. And Mr. Lin was slow to see the shuttle bus that drove up. The shuttle bus today. How come it's late? No, it shouldn't be. Between the mother and daughter doubt, they were pulled by the long shadow of the evening sun. And Zhuoyang and Li want to look different and different. Hey, Zhuoyang, what do you think this is? What kind of bullshit mountain mission trip is that? What's the point of talking about it to these people? Look, after all these years, the village is still the same? Li wanted to tease, and Zhuoyang's expression was cold, silently looking into the distance. Shuttle bus, supporting teacher, car accident. If nothing else, there's going to be an accident soon. Could it be? Is it because of this lesson that some tragedy has brewed? Gazing at Teacher Lin with some pity, Zhuoyang, even if he wants to help this teacher, it is impossible to cross decades of time to reverse this passage. Perhaps being a witness to this event would also be the best release for her. Just teach and have a clear conscience. As to whether it will succeed or not, whether the seed planted will germinate or not, that is up to God. Hey you selfish bastard. And you can say that? Tap tap tap. Just between the two men's deep discussion, on the village road that had been sprinkled with moonlight, a figure with a bruised face ran over at a fast pace. Tap tap tap. She ran and cried at the same time. The moonlight shone on the ground as if it were sprinkled with salt. Looking at that helpless figure, Mr. Lin seized his heart and hurt. Huan, what's wrong with you? What happened to your face? Quickly stepping forward, Ms. Lin couldn't care less about why she was here. Just a little heartbroken that this half-grown child, just a little half-seen, landed on a face full of bruises. Woo, Mr. Lin, I went home today and talked to my dad, and I asked him if he could let me visit the city later when the house is free. Turns out, covering her small face, Song Huan huffed. As a result, he hit me directly in the face with the handle of his shoe, saying that I was shameless, that I didn't care about my family. Your father lips pursed. Teacher Lin looked at Song Huan heartily and swept her into his arms. She's only a few years old, already knows so much it hurts. Without a mother, she had to cook for her father every morning and go back in the evening to serve him, and simply knew how to be compassionate. But it's kids like this. Favor STH. Woo, Dad said that he would sell me to Airdog Z tomorrow, so that Airdog Z would pay to raise him. He said he wants me to give Air Dog Z 3 male children, and that I will serve Air Dog Z every day in the future, and that I will never be allowed to leave Song Family Village for the rest of my life. Mr. Lin. Teacher Lin, I don't want to marry him. Woo woo. The child, no more than a few years old, had a white frost creeping over his face in the ghostly moonlight, and jade beads were flowing from the frost. The only clothes worn on the wood-thin body were those left behind by his mother, which were now covered in footprints. Looking at her, Mr. Lin's heart broke. Gritting her teeth, Teacher Lin stomped her foot. Huan, it's okay. You and teacher go home. What parent in heaven's name could be so cruel to a child? Your father doesn't deserve to be your father anymore. Go to the city with your teacher. Right. Huan, if you come with me, your dream will come true. Lin Gently's childish voice rang out, and without letting her answer or not, he pulled Song Huan out towards the village entrance. Yo, where is this going? Suddenly, a playful taunt rang out from the direction of the village road entrance. Who? Teacher Lin's heart bumped, and he turned around violently, and was surprised to find the village head of Song in the daytime, walking over with a group of male village names and half-grown boys. You guys, what do you want? An instinctive uneasiness rose within, and Mr. Lin's wanted to pull the 2 girl dolls towards the outside of the village and run. Drip drip drip. In the distance, between the mountain passes, an old bus drove up. Teacher Lin's face was delighted. But in the driver's seat of that car, several Song family members were holding knives on the driver's neck. Do you realize? You're breaking the law? What do you want? Yelling towards village chief Song, the other party laughed. Mr. Lin, yeah, I respected you as a scholar from the city, and welcomed you with a smile every day, but you're so good, you turn a cold face to me every day. Well, it's not a big deal. It's normal for city people to have a bit of a temper, but you, 1,000 times shouldn't have. What's all this talk about dreams today? I asked you to come here so that you could teach culture, not for you to teach the villagers for me. Song Village, it's the Song family that has the final say. Let me ask you, you want to take the Song family Song Huan, where to take it? Chapter 124, Bird in a Cage. When will you get out? Next. You guys, if you guys dare to mess around, when the higher-ups see that I haven't returned, they'll definitely come looking for me. When the time comes, you will all be severely punished by the law. Linya looked forcefully at the people who filled the village road, her body already trembling indisputably. But you can be so patient. You think you're the only one with a brain? Tell the truth. I've been wanting to taste a city woman for a long time. It would have been fine if you hadn't done more. Taught and left. And what happened? You mouthy bitch. What's all this talk about dreams and freedom? Do you know? Just because you said so. Those silly ninnies in the village are really clamoring to go to the city without working. This is great. How many men in the village have reacted to this? You say I'm the village chief. Can I not care about you? The culprit? Song village chief's face was grim as he looked at Linya, and between a wave of his big hand, a dozen or so half-grown boys came wrapping up with thick hemp ropes. You guys, what the hell are you guys doing? Do you have a conscience? Have you? Snap. Without waiting for Linya to speak, a large palm directly smacked her in the face. Grass. I'm sick of your mouth. The crooked-eyed second dog spat, and Linya looked at him with a shocked face. How could she not have expected that this half-grown boy of a few years old had such a nasty heart? TSK. Guess. Why am I cutting off the shuttle? Ha! Village Chief Song sneered as he walked forward, one hand about to reach towards Linya's chest. Scum! Bah! Linya cursed and raised her foot to kick Village Chief Song. Yoo-hoo, still so hot. Good. That's it. It's fun to play at night. Panicking and retreating a few steps, Village Chief Song was still full of playful smiles. Asterisk. Did you think that you could leave today? I'm telling you. Song Village. The Song family says it all. It's up to us whether you can leave or not. Someone from above? We won't have the means below us? Let this shuttle roll off a cliff and say you had an accident on the way back and everyone died. We'll imprison you mother and daughter, and who will know? As punishment for your promiscuous teaching, you will be locked in the village cellar from now on and slapped by us every day. As for tonight, come on, take Mr. Lin to my house. You. Linya's face was white. How could she not expect that the Song family village people would be so terrifying? Poor mountains produce unruly people. The words of the old patriarch may indeed have his definition. Be honest. Pa. The men who had gathered around them kept smacking Linya's face. Grass. I'm sick of you being mouthy and my niece going back to singing. What to go to the city? Song family women should stay in the Song family village. It's all you. All sorts of abusive and thrashing noises came. Linya was still struggling and whistling shrilly, and a moment later her face was already swollen like a pig's liver. and her eyes had lost their vigor. She was flung toward the largest house in the village by push and drag. Mom! Mom! Lin gently was grabbed by a couple of half-grown boys by his braid and tried to go after them, but he was kicked so hard that he rolled on the ground covering his stomach. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! Song Huan looked dumbfounded at the moment. She stumbled to catch up with Linya, and with a thud, the back of her head burned. Looking back, his own father was holding up the handle of his shoe viciously, glaring at himself. Come back with me. No. No. Hissing and shouting resounded across the roadway as three women were dragged in three directions. The bird that lifted its wings and flew high did not escape from the cage after all. Hey! Zhuoyang looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Sure enough, 100 causes must have consequences. The tragic death of the entire village of Songjia village has turned weird, and being enslaved by old Mrs. Song, that's not wrong at all. Damn, is it hard to believe that next, I'm going to witness everything that happens to Linya? Attached to Linya's shadow, Zhuoyang looked at the men dragging her with some disgust. It was not until Linya was tied into a dark earthen house that Zhuoyang realized that he had underestimated Linya's chastity. She first looked at the closed room in a godless manner, and then she actually laughed miserably and bit off her tongue viciously. Tick tick. Blood filled her mouth and she whimpered in misery. We will be free birds at last. Flesh yes. Soul. Also. Put. The woman's head tilted down, and Zhuoyang's tongue inexplicably followed the pain. Hiss. This. After the pain gradually became clear, Zhuoyang's eyes flashed and actually returned to the muddy village road again. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Someone along the village road greeted him or her, and he or she walked to the classroom once again. Class. Today is my last class here. Asterisk. Looped, struggling continuously in Linya's shadow. The sharp pain in Zhuoyang's tongue was still increasing. Grass. Zhuoyang. IRNM. That Lin gently that I possessed was pinched alive by a couple of brats last night. Fuck. This choking sensation of mine. Why is it still there? Grass. The sound of Li Wan's cursing could be faintly heard in his ears. He seemed to feel worse than he did. Does the pain endured by the possessed object continue to intensify in us because of reincarnation? Then if I were to witness Rinya's death once again, I mustn't die of pain alive? Thinking of this, Zhuoyang wanted to struggle to break away from Linya's shadow, only to realize that he had been wrapped by countless black lines and was dead integrated into Linya's shadow. This is how the rules are in this side of the ghostly world. He was wrapped up in Linya's black thread in the Song family mansion, where he was bound to Linya, and if Linya kept reincarnating on this day of her accident decades ago, she herself would suffer along with the reincarnation, and the pain would increase with time after each reincarnation. Shit. Damn. That is to say, is it not a living thing to break a coffin? What's it going to be? Watching the Song family compound get weirdly active without breaking coffins? Shatter the coffin, draw out Linya and Lin gently, and suffer their pain constantly? Hiss. Damn it. The way to life. Where the hell is it? The pain coming from the tongue had already made Zhuoyang's brain hot and sweaty. Not that he was panicking about a certain death situation. He can cancel this mission anytime he wants as long as he gets in touch. Now, he meditated bitterly on what was left of the way of life. Zhuoyang. ICNM. Between the gasps of a mournful cry from Li Xiang, Zhuoyang could not bear it anymore, and after the ghost face sore on his neck throbbed for a while, he finally chose to contact the past. Zhuoyang, hello, past me. Before choosing to smash open the coffin, please think carefully about whether there is any other way to live. Smashing the coffin may be the right thing to do, but he is not the key to solving the depressed ghost. Chapter 125, One cannot travel through time and space, but the belief in freedom can. After the message in the cell phone was sent, in front of Zhuoyang's eyes, the picture began to distort and wrinkle. His contact with the past seems to be way above depressed ghosts. In just a moment, Zhuoyang pulled out of Linya's shadow and witnessed the reversal of the surrounding images. Eventually, in a whirlwind, he returned to a point in time. This point in time was clearly before he kicked open the crimson-blessed coffin himself. Swoosh! The sound of a needle and thread being drawn was in my ears. Zhuoyang fixed his eyes. Linya and Lin gently have been released by themselves, and are mercilessly reaping the villagers' bazaar. Almost in the blink of an eye, their tall, twisted sea urchin bodies moved to look their way. Buzz. When the black line was hideous and about to turn on himself, Zhuoyang took out his cell phone. He wanted to do an experiment. Is it possible that one is really in a kind of stasis when it comes to contacting the past? I don't have any clues at the moment to unlock the ghosts here. Maybe I can get my past self to learn any new clues from the living, Mrs. Song, again? Thoughts were running through his head. Zhuoyang thought he was right. The depression ghosts appeared after the death of old Mrs. Song, then before her body. More or less information can be closely related to the ghosts. Whether or not you can unlock the depression ghosts, only your past self can help. After thinking about it, Zui Yang did not hesitate to dial his own VX in the past and show's video call. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. After a familiar ringing of the bell, the picture came through on the other side. And between Zui Yang's sidelong glances, sure enough, those jetted black lines were in a state of stagnation. Case solved. It worked every time the message was sent before. That's why. Hello? What's going on? What's with the sudden video call? The self on the other side of the cell phone seems to still be wandering around Song's village from a month ago. I've got something on my side. You still have to go to that, Mrs. Song, once. It's not like you haven't seen that people's old ladies live in the house. So if I'm just going to go in, they don't necessarily want to meet, right? The past Zui Yang complained. Zui Yang eyes blinked, suddenly thought of an idea. I'll tell you a law. When you arrive, say you are a teacher from outside and want to talk to the village elders. Old Mrs. Song will definitely let you in. Masaka? Really? The package is real. Go on. Casually perfunctory past self. Zui Yang dare to be sure. Based on Linya's influence, Mrs. Song absolutely will not refuse the city teacher under the halo of the two visitors. Tap tap tap. On the other side of the cell phone, Zui Yang once again came to the entrance of the Song family mansion. This time, he still ran into old Mrs. Song's grandson, Lele. The little guy was still in the yard constantly dismantling the coffin, and I wondered if his parents would just untie the 7 wolves and whip him when they saw him. Hey, Joy, come here, there's something for you. Zui Yang lightly called twice. When Lele saw it was Zui Yang, her face muttered. It's you, strange big brother. Aren't I the outsider big brother? Okay then. Big brother from outside. Forget it, there's something serious to say. Go tell your grandmother that an outside teacher wants to visit her and ask her if she'd like to see me. Big brother, are you a teacher? Yeah, why don't I get a chalk head and smash you? Okay, then wait for me. Grandma loves talking to cultured people. Tap tap tap. Shaking his head, Joy ran into the dirt hut on the side of the compound. Not long after, he waved his hand towards Zui Yang, signaling that he could come in. Big brother, come in. Grandma says that an outside teacher, she just has to meet even if she's in bad shape. Oh, really, get in there? Zui Yang's face was a bit surprised. It seems that my future self has really eaten this place up. After quickly stepping into the earthen house on one side of the Song family compound, Zui Yang saw a simple layout in his eyes. A sewn and mended floral sheet was laid on the mound where the pulp had been ground out. The side of the mound was lined with a scattering of small seats, and against the wall of the earthen floor, a window opened. Only that the window was surrounded by a circle of window frames made of stainless steel, looking like a cage. Under the tattered sheets, an old man with a face as wrinkled as a tree root was staring blankly at the light outside the window. She looked at the blue sky now and then, and at the fluttering swallows and sparrows, and wondered what she was thinking. Ouch! Grandma! You're looking at those things again, and I don't know what there is to see in those things. Aren't you tired of looking at it? Lele muttered, and only then did this old man come back to his senses. His eyelids laboriously propped up, smiling miserably. Can't see enough. There's not enough freedom outside this cage to see in a lifetime. Grandma, you're talking such nonsense again. Here, I've brought someone with me. Lele pointed at Zui Yang and walked out of the room a little bored. Zui Yang looked at the old man in front of him and inexplicably felt a little miserable. I don't know why. Obviously carried over 100 years of age. Zui Yang from her words feel lonely and resentful. That old lady. Hello. Zui Yang smiled modestly. Old Mrs. Song waved her hand. Her eyes looked up and down Zui Yang. Boy, I hear you're a teacher? This. You can't fool me. It's not a teacher. I can tell at a glance. Then you still let me in? You're not a bad person. That's enough. Boy, tell me about the outside world. Old Mrs. Song's voice suddenly turned, followed by looking out the window again. Are those tall buildings out there tall? And how many students does a teacher out there have to teach? How many kids does it matter how many kids are born out there now? She murmured, like a child pleading for answers. Zui Yang's face paused and replied directly. The tallest building now has to be hundreds of stories. As for how many students a teacher can teach, now that it's possible to webcast, a teacher can probably teach millions of viewers. Having a baby, that depends on the young man's wishes. You can have none, or you can have more. After all, it's a very free society now. Between Zui Yang's eloquent speech, old Mrs. Song's lips inexplicably began to shiver. Is that it? Is it like that out there? Freedom. Freedom? Chapter 126, one cannot travel through time and space. But the belief in freedom can, too. Clear tears seemed to glisten in the cloudy eyes. Old Mrs. Song's entire body rotted like a piece of rotten wood on the bed couch, muttering constantly. So, it's been so wonderful out there. Outside. So free. Mrs. Song? Zui Yang looked at old Mrs. Song as if she was bewitched, and unconsciously called out to her a few times. Oh, I'm sorry. People always tend to wander off when they get old. Young man, I took the liberty of asking you one more question. You say. The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened, and Zui Yang sat upright. If your family doesn't really allow you to go out, if no one around you is allowed to go out, if that's the way the rules are, do you think, is the one who wants to go out guilty? The other party suddenly asked this question out of the blue. Zui Yang froze. At the end of the screen of the cell phone, Zui Yang, however, smiled bitterly. Song Huan, you are, after all, still too plain. To this day, do you still doubt that it is wrong to choose freedom? Did not bother the cell phone at the end of the Zui Yang. Zui Yang is very curious. The previous self again did not experience these events before. What answer will be given? Just what I think. Everything you just said is as if it's like an animal out of its herd, and not fitting in with its surroundings just isn't right. But otherwise, when I was a kid, there was a rooster at the orphanage as well. Perhaps to the common eye, isn't a rooster's life born to eat, to reproduce, to serve as an ingredient on the human table? Wouldn't it be better for them if they were just honestly kept in the coop every day and grew up honestly? But that rooster is interesting. It was flying with its wings up every day and it felt like it thought it was an eagle. Every day it lifted its wings. Every day it lifted its wings. And it seemed so out of place with everything around it. The story of Zui Yang obviously aroused old Mrs. Song's curiosity. Then what happened? Mrs. Song stared at Zui Yang, who smiled. Later, that guy actually did manage to fly a few meters at once, run out of the chicken coop and escape into the wild and disappear. I think, from the moment he flew out of the coop, he enjoyed something that no other rooster had ever seen in his life, and was about to live a completely different kind of chicken life. Are you saying it's right for it to gain freedom without being limited by the surrounding factors? But, you have to realize that people are different from chickens. Supporting their parents and taking care of the family planting are all duties, right? Are we going to, for the sake of freedom, go? No. When Mrs. Song said these words, Zui Yang interrupted her decisively. I understand what you mean. You want to talk about family factors and human factors, right? For example, if a child from a poor family is born with a paralyzed loved one in the family, he may be born with a lot less joy than other children. She has to take care of her loved one. She has to do the laundry and the cooking. Are you trying to say that people like that don't have the freedom to go out? Isn't it? Hey, you've overlooked one thing. What? Love. Love? Old Mrs. Song looked at Zui Yang in a daze, and Zui Yang smiled faintly. I think that all giving goes both ways. It's like a child working hard to be kind to a paralyzed loved one, and the loved one can feel that it's her love. Ask, which parent under the sky, and will not be heartbroken for their own such a well-behaved child? So, as a two-way give and take, even if they are paralyzed and have food or whatever prepared ahead of time, surely they can take care of themselves for a few days for the sake of their children? Even if it's only 2 or 3 days a week, this child under a heavy burden gets time all to himself. The child takes care of the parent. The parent sympathizes with the child. Isn't that love? After Zui Yang's words, old Mrs. Song froze. The other man said all this, and his own father, in earlier years, never seemed to have had it. Love? Have I ever owned one? That kind of so-called care, she seemed to, only ever felt it from Mr. Lin. Boy, you said, if one-way giving. Stop. Love between a man and a woman given one way is dog licking, but love in a family is still given one way if you put it this way. Parents taking care of their children and the children having to do it to them is rebellious. What is it when a child takes care of a parent and the parent doesn't even have basic empathy? Isn't that a monster without feelings? But you said all that, and I didn't. Never seen any of it? If you stay in this village all the time, of course you won't see it. In the wider world, there are boys who work while taking care of their paralyzed mothers in school. His mother, even though she is paralyzed, is thinking of cooking for him at home to lighten the boy's stress. And that's not touching. That's love. There are elderly people with Alzheimer's who carry cold dumplings and walk a dozen miles to deliver them to their children. There are mothers who can't sleep thinking about their children and hike dozens of kilometers out to find them. It's not something rare, because it's the most basic human feeling. Yes, yes? The words of Zhuo Yang impacted Mrs. Song's heart one by one. So the outside world. Is that so? So parents are supposed to take care of their children's feelings? So, even children can have freedom? Her lips quivered, as if years of aggression and habit had collapsed into tears at the moment. Mr. Lin, I missed you. Gently. The old man began to choke continuously. Zhuo Yang suddenly dared not speak. He looked with some sympathy at this seemingly respected grandmother, who, perhaps, had a child living in her heart who had never grown up. For some reason, her worldview never got underway. Hey! On the other end of the cell phone, Zhuo Yang's voice suddenly rang. What? Zhuo Yang froze. Ask her if there's anything she wants to bring to Mr. Lin that I can deliver. How are you going to deliver it? Old Mrs. Song is so old. Her teacher. She shouldn't have turned to dust long ago. So much trouble. Just ask. Well, putting away his cell phone, Zhuo Yang looked at the centenarian with surprise. It was as if, in his own correspondence with the future, this old man could not perceive it. He boldly asked, Old Mrs. Song, Old Mrs. If it's inconvenient for you, I think I can help you send a message to Mr. Lin's family, or something. Chapter 127, Man cannot travel through time and space, but free will can. 3. Can you find Mr. Lin's family? Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Song looked at Zhuo Yang excitedly at the first moment. In her subconscious, she thought that Zhuo Yang must have given something to Mr. Lin's family. After all, Mr. Lin has, I have a friend who said he could deliver it to Mr. Lin, Zhuo Yang said with an odd expression on her face, and, old Mrs. Song was stunned. How is this possible? She stared blankly at Zhuo Yang. Zhuo Yang's cell phone. Wouldn't came a sound. One may not be able to meet through time and space, but your bond with Mr. Lin, your will for freedom, can surely resonate across time and space? At some intersection. Rumble. These words were like thunder, exploding in old Mrs. Song's mind. Freedom. The desire for freedom? Yeah. We are all hungry for freedom. We are united in our beliefs. Suddenly bright eyes. Mrs. Song did not care whether this sentence is Zhuo Yang said, or Zhuo Yang's cell phone said. She moved her stiff body and silently ripped the sewn and torn sheet away. Hisla. Hidden amongst the old cotton wool is a yellowed, scrawled drawing in pencil. On the top of that painting, there were tall buildings painted and cars shuttling underneath them. In the automobile sat 3 women, one large and 2 small, who looked out at the traffic and smiled sweetly. The painting, which looks like the work of a child, is scribbled. However, it is now being respectfully carried by this old man and delivered to the arms of Zhuo Yang. Please give it to Mr. Lin's family. Just say that Huan has apologized to them for not fulfilling their dreams for so many years. The old man spoke, shedding tears as he coughed again. Zhuo Yang received the graffiti painting and silently put it in his arms. On the other side of the cell phone, Zhuo Yang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly uttered another sentence. At that time, Rinya died at the village headman's house. Words that only she knew. One day, your body will be free, and so will your soul. Yes. Hearing these words, old Mrs. Song lay down on the bed with relief. She looked at Zhuo Yang, and a smile appeared on her bitter face. Thank you, young man. I think I need to rest. Oh good. Nodding his head, Zhuo Yang quickly left the Song family compound. As he walked, he stared at Zhuo Yang across the cell phone and muttered, Hey, future me, I'll make sure to keep this painting. You must bring it to Mr. Lin. Don't worry, will do. After Zhuo Yang's calm voice came, with a ding-dong sound, he took the initiative to hang up the video with the past. There was an inexplicable coldness in his chest. Zhuo Yang looked down. The graffiti painting that he had gotten in the past was sitting intact on his chest. Mrs. Song's dream has never changed. Even after the accident that night, she remained determined to paint the vision in her heart. This obsession with dreams, I think, across time and space species. Mr. Lin gently, you guys can feel it too, right? Clatter. Raising the piece of graffiti painting in his hand, Zhuo Yang turned off his cell phone and looked at the 2 sea urchin women who were spewing black lines at him with a calm face. Huan. The long lines still spewing were momentarily framed and frozen in front of this scribbled and yellowed picture. Tick. The silt kept coming off under the dark film of water. The faces of Linya and Lin gently slowly emerged from under the face of the water giant. Is this Huan's painting? Huan. So it turns out that your dream, all these years, has never changed. Linya looked at the painting with an expression of relief and release on her face. Rustling. The black line drew away. Graffiti drawing. Lin gently looked at the drawing, her small eyes continuously blinking, and suddenly smiled. So, is this the freedom we never saw? Huan, will your dream come true after all? Tick tick. Because of the appearance of this graffiti painting, Linya and Lin gently seemed to have regained their senses. They pulled at the painting, their figures thinning as they dripped black water in rapid succession. Lin Yagis looked up at Zui Yang and solemnly bowed towards him. Thank you, my depression. Understood. To see that she still has a dream after all these years. I'm so relieved. Thank you, big brother. Huan's dream. It's beautiful. The mother and daughter smiled in unison towards Zui Yang. Rustling. The twisting and twitching black threads in the air were dispersing like black mist. Bare your teeth. The two sea urchin women, which were still huge, evaporated as if they were water vapor, and turned into two masses of black gas that slowly rose upwards, condensing into a pitch black cloud high in the sky. Tilting his head and looking at the black cloud, Zui Yang's expression was complicated. Linya and Lin gently died a long time ago, and these two sea urchin women should be part of the depression ghosts. In other words, they are also Song Huan's depression. The reason why they appeared in the crimson blessed coffin was because this pair of mother and daughter was the obsession that Song Huan couldn't let go of the most. In Song Huan's consciousness, whatever their original character is, that's how they are in the ghosts. They love Song Huan. That's why they don't dare to destroy Song Huan's red blessed coffin. Song Huan paid the most attention to them. That's why they were qualified to lie within the red blessed coffin. Everything seems to be karmic in nature. Unlocking Linya's and Lin Gently's depression is also a disguised solution to part of Song Huan's depression. That's interesting. Does the past dissolve the future obsession of the heart? Looking at the suddenly calm surroundings, Zui Yang was somewhat emotional. The yard was littered with bodies and the coffins were still hanging upside down. Wooden. Zui Yang once again walked towards the upside down, crimson blessed coffin, his eyes bright. So, now without Linya and Lin Gently, what will happen when I kick the coffin again? Curious to walk toward the coffin, Zui Yang without saying anything, put on sound will be hanging upside down coffin kicked away. Zui Yang, ICNM. Along with the spinning and tumbling of the coffin, the angry curses of Li Xiang came from inside the coffin. Buzz buzz. In the next moment, the Song family compound in front of him began to tremble extremely dramatically. All the light around them looked like it was flowing backwards and fast. Chapter 128, Witnesses of Depression. Because, has your depression dissipated? So this world is going to dissipate? Watching the light around him change, Zui Yang calmly stood in the corner. Abruptly, he reappeared within the Song family village decades ago. Only, this time, his perspective was no longer teacher, Linya, but Song Huan. Money loser. You dead money loser. You haven't supported me enough. I haven't even earned your dowry yet. And you run? Ah, how dare you run? Snap, snap. In the familiar Song family compound, a middle-aged man with a fierce face kept raising his shoe wrench and smacking Song Huan's face. Dad, I beg you, please save Mr. Lin. She's innocent. She did nothing wrong. Lying on the ground, Song Huan's little face was red and swollen with tears, constantly begging the man. Grass. That bitch. It's better to die. What dream? What's the Song family running for if they don't stay in Song village? She deserves to die if she dares to abet the villagers to go out. The man ignored Song Huan's words and kicked Song Huan in the chest with a boom. That tender body was kicked several meters away at once, covering its stomach and convulsing on the ground. The intense pain made Song Huan unable to speak. She covered her stomach, her eyes blurred with tears and sobs. Grass. Money loser. You'll be on your knees tonight. No reading in the morning. Read. My ass. I'll send you to the two dogs' house in a few days. Staring viciously at Song Huan, the man slammed the fence gate of the Song family compound, shut with a chain and quickly walked back inside. The cool moonlight sprinkled on the tiny Song Huan, like it was sprinkling salt on her wounds. Mr. Lin. Gently. Right. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to. Not being able to help you guys. I wanted so much. Wanted so badly to get out of here. She kept whimpering and twisting as she crawled toward the fence gate. Hiss. Watching the scene, Zui Yang felt his heart tighten. Even so, did Song Huan, at that time, even think of saving Mr. Lin and Lin Gently? TSK. Don't dare to look at the tender and feeble hand knocking on the fence gate. Between Zui Yang's eyes, the surrounding scenery has already changed again. This time it's daytime. Song Huan was chopping wood piles in the courtyard, and her previously bright eyes gradually became dark, as if she had lost her soul. Tap tap tap. A couple of uniformed men came outside the door and shouted towards the yard. Hey, have you met Linya and Lin Gently? TSK. I don't know. I think it was an accident in a car? Song Hwanhwan's father stood in the courtyard, casually perfunctory. He was perfunctory. The few uniforms outside the door were even more lazy to bother more, shaking their heads and wanting to go between. Song Hwanhwan looked at them and just wanted to open her mouth to say something. Snap. A big shoe handle slapped her hard across the head. Mr. Lin is gone. Be honest with me. The large hand like an iron clamp had a death grip on the back of her neck. The corners of Song Hwanhwan's eyes reddened, and her hollow eyes were filled with tears slipping down. Her body shivered as she chopped the woodpile, her whole body completely losing its mental energy in general, moving mechanically. Hey, it seems that the Song Hwanhwan at this time already knows about Linya. Without Rinya, she's probably even more desperate, isn't she? Silently looking at the girl in front of that woodpile, Zhuiyang closed his eyes, and the picture of this side of the world began to distort once again. When the world was restored, this time, the location was actually not the Song family compound anymore, but a remote earthen house. The room was simply decorated with a few red she stickers. Song Hwanhwan sat on the edge of the bed, her feet actually shackled and locked to the legs of a large bed. Strangulation marks had been pulled from her feet, and tears were still streaming from her eyes. I don't want to marry two dogs. I don't want to. Ooh-hoo. I want to go out. Mr. Lin, I want to go out. Tick tick. Tears blurred her vision as Song Hwanhwan kept pulling on the shackles under her feet, pulling her entire little feet to a bloody pulp. Hiss. This is supposed to be married to the second dog? Is the shackles on her feet an indication that Song Hwanhwan escaped before she married? Damn thing, treating people like what they are. Prisoners in shackles? Fists clenched. Zhuiyang looked at Song Hwanhwan sitting helplessly on the edge of the bed. He didn't dare to imagine how desperate and helpless this half-grown child was at the moment. Can a caged bird escape the cage after all? Closing his eyes, the images around him distorted and shifted again. This time, it's in the Song family compound. A lot of people had gathered in the compound this time, and Song Hwanhwan stood in a corner position, looking to be in her late teens already. In the center of the compound, the crooked-eyed Erdog, holding a swaddled baby boy, was talking and laughing with a group of villagers. Only, Song Hwanhwan in the corner stood with even more obscure eyes. Buzz buzz. The scene changes again. This time it's still the same Song family compound, still the same light. Song Hwanhwan's figure looked only half as big, still standing in the corner with a dark face. And in the center of the compound, the two dogs were both holding half-grown children in their hands. Following, the screen jerks and changes again. Still the same light, still the same desperate Song Hwanhwan. Only the second dog in the center of the crowd was now holding a half-grown boy and carrying two boys in his arms, talking and laughing. The noise in the courtyard seemed to have nothing to do with Song Hwanhwan. People are not connected to their sorrows and joys. As Zhuiyang looked at this scene, he only felt a vicious chill. The few times he watched the footage, he realized that Song Hwanhwan had barely grown in size. So did the second dog. In other words, within these years, Song Hwanhwan hardly stopped having children. She was treated like a birthing machine. The gleam and childhood hopefulness had long gone from her eyes. What a life of despair. Zhuiyang stood by Song Hwanhwan's side, gazing up at the dense black clouds high in the sky. No wonder for old Mrs. Song, that coffin, which symbolizes longevity, is not a blessing. Nima was disgusted for 100 years. Who would think this longevity is a blessing? Perhaps an early departure would not be a relief. Gazing at Song Hwanhwan with pity, until the picture here changed again. Zhuiyang's eyes flashed a trace of pity. Chapter 129, the feathers of freedom will eventually lift their wings and fly. Grass. Money loser. It's only been 3 births, and you can't have any more. Grass. Inside the cramped little dirt hut, the slant-eyed Erdog kicked and punched at Song Hwanhwan. Song Hwanhwan covered her stomach and paralyzed helplessly on the ground. Having given birth to 3 children in a row, she was as thin as skin and bones at the moment, her eyes hollow as she lay on the ground. Motionless, she let the second dog kick and stomp her, not resisting or making a sound at all. As if, she's dead. Yes, she died long ago on the day Rinya died. Money loser, can't even scream? Grr. Seemingly out of temper from the kicking, the second dog spat and dragged a couple of half-grown kids into the bedroom. Song Hwanhwan closed her eyes and tears flowed from her empty eyes. 3 babies in a row. So that led to the loss of fertility. There's some scum in this village. With his sight coldly looking at the direction of the bedroom, Zhuiyang suddenly figured out why the information about why he went to the capital city Ghostbusters base to consult this place at that time was monopolized by the old lady Song's eldest son. Just kidding. What kind of bird can be taught in a village like this? When I was young my father was bad, And when I was old my son was ungrateful. This depression, can it not be deep? Sighing and looking at Song Hwan-hwan, Zui Yang wondered how this old woman, who would be highly respected in the future, had carried through this life. Flatly staring at Song Hwan-hwan until she numbly stood up and limped to the outside of the house. Sha 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 sha. In the pile of firewood stacked outside the house, Song Hwan-hwan painstakingly drew out a piece of thick leather paper. As if hiding a treasure, she took a pen out of her sleeve and scribbled on the piece of paper. Sha 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 sha. Big buildings, long streets, the big car that moves, gently, and Mr. Lin. She smiled inexplicably as she drew. That piece of drawing paper was clearly the same graffiti drawing that Zui Yang had gotten. Dreams, Mr. Lin. My dream is to go out and see. I want to get out of this village. I want to. Woo woo. Laughing, Song Hwan-hwan cried again. Hey. Zui Yang let out a long sigh and couldn't bear to look at Song Hwan-hwan anymore. How old is she now? 20 there? A normal girl's age is when she's pampered in her parents' arms, running around in school being innocent, talking about love, and enjoying everything with abandon. But what about Song Hwan-hwan? Nothing. She has to deal with a thick pile of firewood, 3 children to take care of, and a husband who can't move without hitting her. How sad for the caged bird. Sha 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 sha. Caressing the painting full of dreams. Only at this moment, Song Hwan-hwan is Song Hwan-hwan. It was the only moment she was happy. What a fleeting pleasure. Witnessing Song Hwan-hwan hiding that dream once again, Zui Yang watched as she walked back to the earthen house. The mouth that looked like the entrance to hell. Buzz buzz. The picture of the world around them changed again. Zui Yang witnessed Song Hwan-hwan turn from a young girl into an old woman. 1,000 labors to bring up children. Only when she took out that pair of dreams every night, it became her short-lived body and mind support. Perhaps it is true. As Rinya said, the soul of Song Hwan-hwan in this moment was free. Time has passed. Maybe it's karma. The second dog died early, falling ill and dying while Song Hwan-hwan's eldest son was out at school. Song Hwan-hwan returned to the Song family compound with the 3 children. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. This compound is sewn up and repaired. Eventually, it became the future. And in the meantime, Song Hwan-hwan never left the room again. She didn't seem to have much emotional interaction with her own children, except for a few perfunctory smiles whenever her grandson Lele came over. Grandma, why are you staring at the window again? In front of the metal security window opening, Lele cocked her head and looked at Song Hwan-hwan, who smiled at the corners of her creased mouth. Because Grandma wasn't looking out. She was free. Ha? Freedom? Aren't you free, Grandma? Joy, you don't understand. You were born in a good time. Yes? Tell Grandma what you see every day in town. Ouch, Grandma, I have to say this every time I come here. I'm tired of saying that. Aren't you tired of hearing it, Grandma? It won't. Because what you can easily see is what I can't hope for. Well, Lele muttered, saying something taken for granted, and Song Hwan-hwan listened extremely carefully. After a long time, perhaps Joy got bored and ran outside the house to play. Zui Yang stood by the mound and quietly watched, until he heard Lele call out, Grandma, there's a teacher who says he's from outside who wants to meet you. See? Let him in. Almost without hesitation, Song Hwan-hwan agreed. Zui Yang froze. Then he saw himself from a month ago, walking in cautiously, followed by the scene he had seen earlier in his cell phone video. Conversations between the 2 men about love and freedom. Even, he could hear himself saying the words from across the phone. Your flesh is free after all, and so is your soul. I'll go. All the memories of all the times you were alive, overlapping in the ghosts. Watching this scene happen in front of his eyes, Zui Yang inexplicably had a sense of predestined interlacing and reincarnation. Boy, thank you. I'm tired. Witnessing Song Hwan-hwan sending himself away once again, Zui Yang became a little curious. What, exactly, is going to happen next? It's the next key piece of information that leads to the depression ghosts. Grandma, what did that big brother just say? What rooster not rooster Lele cocked her head and asked a question. And Song Hwan-hwan smiled. Joy, do you have a dream? Ha? Grandma, why do you ask? My dream is world peace. How's that for ambitious? Good. It's good to have a dream. Nodding, Song Hwan-hwan's eyes narrowed as if recalling something. Time passed, and it was as if she had seen that scene in the dilapidated classroom back then. Hwan-hwan, what's your dream? I want to go to the city. Oh, that's great. If you have the heart, your dreams will come true. It's not too early to be 5, and it's not too late to be 50. As the memories hit her brain, Song Hwan-hwan suddenly sat up from the bed and leaned on the crutches that had been useless by the bedside. Watching her move, Zui Yang's eyelids jumped wildly. He knows. Mr. Lin planted the seed called dream decades ago, and today, Probably because of his past self-motivation. It's going to break through the ground. Chapter 130, she will always be left in the Song village. Hey, Grandma, are you going down? It's been a long time since you've been down there. Do you want me to call Mom and Dad? Lele looked at Song Huan in surprise, and Song Huan shook her head. It's okay, I'm just going for a walk alone. I'll be back soon. Oh well then. Does Grandma want me to stay with you? No need. Grandma, there are dreams to realize on your own too. A little time has passed. A moon hung outside the window at some point. Quiet and peace fell in Song's village. Old Mrs. Song walked out of the Song family compound and looked at the cramped little earthen house, her eyes all disgusted. For the last time, I'm going to fulfill my dream. Along with that, Mr. Lin and gently share. Looking up into the distant sky, old Mrs. Song left the house on one crutch. At this point in time, when all is silent and recuperative, the village is unpopular. Ta. She leaned on her crutches and walked quickly toward the entrance of the village. As I watched, I was getting closer to the stone monument at the entrance of the village. Suddenly, at the location of the village entrance, 3 people came out, a fat one and a thin one. It was the 2 men who guarded the village. There was another person gazing at old Mrs. Song with icy eyes. I say, Mrs. Song, where are you going this late at night? The grim voice came, and looking along the cold moonlight, the new Song village chief was standing at the entrance of the village, coldly gazing at old Mrs. Song. You guys. Old Mrs. Song's body trembled. She obviously wasn't expecting anyone else at the entrance to the village at this hour. You are not remembering. Decades ago, you escaped with those 2 instigating women and were beaten to death? What? After all these years of living, are you living on a dog? The village headman snarled as the fat and thin men had surrounded the only way out of the village entrance. I'm not trying to escape from here. I just wanted to go out and see and then come back. Timidly retreating a few steps back, it seemed that in her bones, old Mrs. Song was afraid of these people who had once hurt her. Didn't want to leave? That's good. You get your ass back in there now. A handful of years old. What are you thinking of going out for? You're a man with grandchildren too. Isn't it good to enjoy your life honestly? The village chief cursed and old Mrs. Song twisted her head to look at the Song family compound. In the darkness of the night, it was like a vicious beast with its mouth open. She stubbornly twisted her head and looked at the village chief. You guys just let me go. I just want to. Just go out and see the free world. I won't go out and talk nonsense about what happened back then. Say which ones do you want to talk about? I know. Of course you wouldn't say those things. After all, your good oldest son is an official in the city, and it wouldn't be good for him to talk about it. But now it's not about whether you can go or not. You are now the only elder in the Song village. You can't leave here. Raising the village to handle the 100th birthday banquet. Are you leaving us to work blindly without you? Also, Song family women. No leaving Song family village. Get the fuck back. At a handful of years old, I don't even bother to hit you. The mayor of the village stank in a gangly manner and spat. Old Mrs. Song shrunk her neck, but looking out at the vast sky outside the village, she still walked over without any hesitation. Ta. A decrepit old body, like the roots of a withered tree. It would have been hard to imagine that the broken body could have moved if it hadn't been supported by the crutches. Please, I don't feel like I'm going to live much longer. So it's fine for you guys to follow me. Just let me go out and see. Old Mrs. Song stubbornly squeezed toward the door. Among the 3, the fat old man's face was vicious. Hey, I say you old thing. What's going on today? What's wrong with you today? Are you being stupid again? Let me out. Let me out. But, even though he sternly rebuked him, Mrs. Song was strong enough to squeeze out of the Song family village. Fuck off. I usually call you old lady twice, and you really think you're capable? I'm telling you. What you were before is still what you are now. Bang! As if impatient with the old lady's pushing and shoving, the fat old man casually pushed and shoved, and old lady Song's whole body landed on the back of her head and fell to the ground, unable to move. A long time. The old lady stubbornly stretched her hand out beyond the Song family village, and her entire body shivered for a while, and she completely stopped moving. Hey, I mean, it's not going to die, is it? The fat old man looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel a little weak. You know, in the past, it was nothing to kill a woman by mistake in Song's village. But, now Mrs. Song's oldest son is a city official. If this is found out, Mayor, you said, this, I didn't mean to do it. The fat old man had a dark face, and the village chief gave him a blank look. Waste. All these years, you've been living on a pig. Walking slyly to Mrs. Song's side, the village chief stroked her nostrils, his eyes narrowing. It's really dead. At such a great age, it's forbidden to fall. Ah, What then? Village chief? At those words, the thin old man also panicked. Afraid of what? Bury her in the back of the hill. Bury her. According to the Song family village rules, those who are 100 years old are blessed, may enter the ancestral tomb. She will stay in the land of Song village for the rest of her life and bless our Song village. Want to get out? There's no door. Even if you die, you'll be buried here. Go. The village chief greeted with a big hand and a bandit face. The fat and thin old man hurriedly carried old Mrs. Song and followed towards the Song family village ancestral tomb. Along the way, the fat old man was still a little flustered. Village chief, you say, we secretly bury this old lady, her eldest son. Can't have a problem with that, right? What are you afraid of? I'm the village chief. Let's just say she was approached about the village feast in the evening and she died without taking a breath. According to village rules, they should be buried immediately. You say the man is buried, and he, as a son, can't dig it up and see it? Besides, no one will suspect anything if she's gone at her age. The mayor had his hands on his hips and looked like he knew what he was doing. The fat and thin old man nodded his head repeatedly. It's still you, village chief, who is great. You guys are just getting more and more cowardly the longer you live. Have you forgotten how many of these things we've dealt with in the past? Yes, it's. Under the darkness of the night, the figures of the three people were getting hazy. The sounds of digging and murmuring could be faintly heard until they reached the darker backcountry. Hey village chief, what do you think she needs to go out for at her age? Has it been an irritating few days? In my opinion, it's that new kid from the village these days, isn't it? Didn't I hear that he was a teacher? Let me tell you, this old Mrs. Song, didn't she used to like to be with those two instigators? Oh, no wonder. So it's because of that kid. Under the moonlight, the whispering sound came, and Zhuo Yang, who silently watched everything, was struck by lightning. The cycle of cause and effect, once again, holds true. It was because he had irritated Mrs. Song by having his past self appear to meet her in order to change his present situation that Mrs. Song had thought of a last-ditch escape, and this move precisely catalyzed the tragedy, creating a birthday feast into a blessed coffin feast. It is really because of this that in the red coffin, there is no more body. Chapter 131, The Real Depression. Shocked, stunned, in a trance. For a moment, Zhuo Yang was a bit dumbfounded. Often the people who want to change history invariably become the ones who drive the wheel of history. This is the case with Zhuo Yang. He stood at a distance and witnessed the three village chiefs burying old Mrs. Song. Under the bleak moonlight, this pathetic girl, after all, was bound to Song's village for life. So, it turns out that you've been trapped here for a long time. So the empty coffins were there because of my appearance. Your real depression is just to escape from here. Standing in front of the small dirt bag without a tombstone, Zhuo Yan was doubly saddened. At the wedding banquet where all the villagers were cheering, her children were all celebrating. Who could have known that a sad soul had been buried in the earth? Village chief, you say, if we bury old Mrs. Song here, what about the birthday banquet in the village? Pig brain, how can this be so simple? A banquet of blessed coffins. The coffin is ready. And who, do you think, will be happy to lift it and see if there is anyone in that coffin? People will only care what dishes are on the table. Right. Then, village chief, this schedule, let's say 7 days from now, held on July 15th. Ha, Midwinter Festival. Ha, cut. You believe in ghosts? Hey, I'm getting old. I'm a bit shy about that. Waste. How many people have you killed? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? In front of the small mound of dirt, the trio patted it down, already one person at a time, and headed toward the village. They seemed to be used to all this and disappeared into the moonlight as if they were chattering. Zhuo Yang gazed at them, and the vision in front of him gradually became distorted and blurred. In his ears, he faintly heard the familiar shouting and cursing again. Zhuo Yang, left, are you fucking dead or not? Ha, do you hear me? Run, run, the black tide is coming later. You run out and find help. We're still saved. Hysterical curses came, and Zhuo Yan was stunned. When he came to his senses again in a trance, he realized that he had reappeared in the Song family compound. He stood by the red coffin that had lifted off the ground, and the surroundings remained silent. What had just happened seemed like a dream. Shit, I've really finished reading Song Huanhuan's life. Zhuo Yang was dumbfounded for a while. Rustling. Suddenly, within the crimson coffin, terrifying black silk gushed out. In the sky, the dark cloud splashed black threads, devouring all sources of light around it. Dense. Too dense. Thickness was unavoidable, as if because Song Huanhuan's death had just spurred them on. Zhuo Yang's sight passed through the dense black silk and looked out to the previously remembered backyard graves. The real answer Where? Ghost face sore, suppression. The thick black silk came in like a black tide. Lee thought that he should have foreseen the future again when he experienced Song Hwanhwan's life, and he could only hope that Zui Yang escaped from here now. But Zui Yang, too, was about to be swallowed up in the boundless waves. But, after the heartbeat-like drumming of the ghost face sore at his neck, the serious human face stared around. Buzz. The world seemed to be frozen, and the surging black silk paused in frozen place. Kid, that's too much power. It'll last a minute. Tops. In a minute, the ghost patterns won't even be able to collect the power of suppression, and I won't hesitate to devour you. The ghost face sore beat came, and Zui Yang muttered a smile. A minute? 1 minute. That's enough. Let's go. With a stomp toward the mound at his feet, Zui Yang scurried out of the small courtyard full of black silk like a cheetah. Grass. Zui Yang, you fucking run faster. Nope. Why don't you run towards the village entrance? Ha? Why are you running blindly towards the back of the village? Inside the red coffin, Li Xiang's cursing voice came again. I don't know how many times he foresaw it, and now he's still breathing. Zui Yang ignored him and rushed towards the back of the village with an incredible explosive force. Thick dark clouds covered the top dome of Songjia village, rendering the place as a site of prison. Phew, 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 chest heaving from the strenuous running. Zui Yang followed the light in his memory and found the small dirt bag that was alone without a grave on the many mounds. This is it. The ghost face sore on his neck dried up and a minute had passed. Rustling. Dark clouds rolled and gathered black lines, and a large number of black lines once again fell from the air and extended towards Zui Yang. It was as if, as old lady Song had been bound to this place for her entire life, they were going to bind Zui Yang to the Song family village forever. Shit. It's too late. It's simply too late. Plunging his hands on the grave soil, Zui Yang quickly plowed the grave soil. Heave ho, heave ho. Under the fine dirt, the old lady Song, whose body was already crawling with maggots, appeared in front of Zui Yang. Her face was filled with regret and sorrow. Zui Yang gazed at her for a moment, picked up her body, and ran quickly towards the outside of the Song family village. Get out of here. Leave the Song village. That's what the depressed ghost, Mrs. Song, is depressed about. Just get out of here. The place that had imprisoned her all her life. Huffing and puffing, running towards the entrance of the village in large strides. Zui Yang clearly felt that the gloom behind him was sinking more and more. He didn't dare turn around. If he used the ghost face sore now, he would be devoured by the bizarre revival. He no longer had any means of survival, and could only fight to the death to take old Mrs. Song out of Song family village and dissolve the depression here. Tap tap tap. Vaguely felt the stiffness of the arms and legs. Bandages, bandages, bandages. The arms have been bound by the black thread, and Zui Yang's legs dare not stop. Able to. Until he ran to the entrance of the village and saw that the exit of the village entrance had been wrapped by the thick black silk as if it were a bag of cocoons. Zui Yang was completely desperate. How does this get out? It's not even possible anymore. Rustling. The black silk hanging down in the sky once again like rain, hanging Zui Yang's body, tying him and old Mrs. Song tightly. It could also only stop at the entrance of the village, just like the old lady Song that night, and be left in Song's village forever. Bandages, bandages, bandages. The silk threads binding his body are getting more and more, and Zui Yang's face only has pity, not fear. Big deal. He'll reopen before he gets here. He was not psychologically burdened, but just looked at old Mrs. Song behind him, his face moving. Now, is there a way to diffuse all this desperation? There is, and it's very simple. As long as they let their past selves figure out a way to subdue the village chief and the gatekeeper duo on the night of old Mrs. Song's accident, everything would be solved. Not only that, if in the end, Mrs. Song had gotten out of Song's village, then even the depression here wouldn't have existed. That is to say, Zui Yang, who can make the past himself, change the fate of the whole village. Chapter 132, Goodness for Goodness. The past me, redeeming the present me. Barely pulling out his cell phone from his pocket, Zui Yang's face was a little tangled. None other. If he did, and the depression here disappeared, it would also mean that the depressed ghost disappeared. Then all his earlier efforts had been in vain. Times are different. Circumstances are different. The current Zui Yang needs to be a depressed ghost and needs to improve his strength. Even if you can't take old Mrs. Song away by yourself now, what about later when you're well prepared? Does it make it possible to harness depressed ghosts? But, if he asked his past self to help now, with his past self's character, he would definitely help old Mrs. Song leave. Once he left, the depressed ghost disappeared, and now Zui Yang can work blindly. Zui Yang admitted that he was selfish. After all, behind his back was the creepy depression ghost. Its intensity. Who doesn't desire it? How about, die and reopen it? Just go straight to the back of the mountain next time. Zui Yang thought so and was already planning to reopen it. Lying flat on the ground, behind her, Mrs. Song also lies on the ground, as she did that night, never able to leave the village that held her captive. Bandages, bandages, bandages. The binding of the silk threads grew heavier. Zui Yang could feel that the neck was already breathing rapidly. He just stared at the dark sky in silence, struggling with his insides. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone screen lit up. Zui Yang glanced at it. There are no pills of regret in this world. Hey, you haven't contacted me in a while. Are you going to GA? I'm telling you. I looked at that old lady today and felt so sorry for her. Do you think there's anything else I can do to help her? Tell me, will the graffiti painting you sent be delivered? Why do I always feel that the old lady is not happy squatting in the house? The chatter came. Zui Yang had a headache looking at it. My past self is still as enthusiastic as ever. You're like this. You'll suffer in the future. Zui Yang sighed and just wanted to ignore the cell phone. Buzz. Another message came through. There is no medicine for regret in this world. I would like to ask Zhou Yang to find out what this old lady has been through before. Don't. Looking at that message, Zui Yang instinctively wanted to resist, because he knew full well that if his past self had really found out anything, it would have affected the changes in the present. Wanted to go fetch his cell phone and counter past his own message. There are no pills of regret in this world, that said. I'm quite curious. What have you become? Now. Exactly. Arms trembling, Zui Yang raised the cell phone. Half a day without a response. Grass. Forget it. You can toss it if you like. At best. Let you ruin Son's village, depression, and I'll find a new one. Perhaps his past self touched him. Zui Yang did not pick up the phone, but looked at the dark-colored sky. There are no pills for regrets in this world. I went to look it up. It was night. The same deep sky night. Same land. Same village. Same people. But not the same. It was Zui Yang who held the cell phone and stared blankly for a long time without responding. He was sitting in a room, just as if he was waiting for some news, with a sad face. Outside the house, a villager with a lewd face walked in and greeted Zui Yang with a smile. Hey left kid, what are you holding a cell phone for a day? Oh Uncle Lu, I'm watching the news. News? What news? Uncle Lu silently looked at the instructions for the silicone doll and shook his head. Where's the news as interesting as this? Well, I was watching the news about Song Village and Mrs. Song. Strange to say. Why do you think there isn't a bit of news in such a big village? Zui Yang shook his cell phone suspiciously, and Uncle Lu's face immediately changed when he heard this. Old Mrs. Song, what does she have to find out? I say you, kid, just have nothing better to do. Hi. I don't know why. I just felt that the old lady was extraordinarily kind and pathetic, Zui Yang said with a smile, and Uncle Lu looked at him suspiciously for a while. Anyway, for the sake of this thing, let me remind you not to over-involve yourself in some things. Picking up the silicone doll, Uncle Lu slipped inside the bedroom in one corner. Zui Yang glanced at him, and the phone suddenly trembled. Buzz buzz. It's please Chao Yang's investigation has returned. What are you doing in that place? I'm telling you. I found out that the Song Village is not a good place. There are no pills of regret in this world. Oh? How? Zhou Yang, I've heard that it used to be very poor there, and that there was a strong sense of gender. You're also a cultured person. You don't need me to say more. You know what I mean, right? There are no pills of regret in this world. You mean to tell me that women don't have a high status here? Chojan, stupid. At that time, there were more constraints with less status. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. There are no pills of regret in this world. Is it? Zhou Yang, anyway, be careful. Keep in touch with me all the time. If you're not in touch for a day, I'll find someone to look for you. There are no pills of regret in this world. Thanks a lot. Zhou Yang, what's the point of being polite? Say, I'm not even sure. What's wrong with you kid lately? You've been delivering black dogs and running around. Why? It feels like you're saving for a rainy day. After hastily nagging Zhou Yang for a few sentences, Zui Yang hung up his cell phone. Looking at the full moon outside the house, he left the house a little wanly. Hey, left boy. What's wrong with you? Not staying with me tonight? Oh, just looked at my phone and got criticized by my leader. Bad mood. Let's go for a walk. TSK. You kid. If you get criticized, you get criticized. Come back early. Otherwise I'll have to live in a world of two. Uncle Lu yelled, and didn't pursue the matter much. Zui Yang covered the graffiti painting on his chest and wandered around the village with a heavy heart. If anything, the women of this village have a low status. That, old Mrs. Song, will it? Thinking of this, Zui Yang stared intently at looking at the graffiti painting for a while. Coupled with his previous contact with old Mrs. Song at the Song family compound, He inexplicably had a guess in his heart. Could it be old Mrs. Song has been confined here all along? So, that's why she's so curious about the outside? I said, calling you old Mrs. Song is to give you face, don't stomp on your nose. Suddenly, outside the village road, a shout of curses came from the distance. Please, let me out. It's the old lady's voice? Zui Yang was stunned at the sound and ran over in a panic. Chapter 133, Goodness for Goodness. The past me, redeeming the present me, too. If you're told to stay in the village, you stay. A big old man, living to be a dog? The village chief guarded the entrance to the village with an icy expression. Old Mrs. Song looked at the entrance of the village and then in the direction of her house. She gritted her teeth, still on her crutches, and stubbornly walked toward the village entrance. I want to get out. GNM. Step aside. Bang. The fat old man kicked old lady Song in the chest, and she stumbled and was about to fall to the ground. Hey, what are you guys doing? Suddenly, a silhouette in the darkness quickly galloped out and held old Mrs. Song. Granny, are you okay? Zui Yang patted the dust on Mrs. Song's chest, and Mrs. Song looked at him in surprise. Boy, why are you still here? Oh, I'm on a flight back tomorrow. Zui Yang assisted old lady Song and looked at the village head trio angrily. Can't you talk properly? 3 guys bullying an old lady? Hey, I say, outsider boy. This is our village business. Where the hell are you staying? The fat old man chortled. And old Mrs. Song looked outside the village entrance and then at Zui Yang. Boy, thank you. Never mind. Just assist me home. We're not going out. No way. I heard it all just now. Grandma just went out to take a look. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Zui Yang stood in front of old Mrs. Song and chided the 3 people at the entrance of the village. The village chief's face darkened. Giving you face? Now roll. Take her home. Otherwise, you outsider brat. I won't even frown if I break a few of your legs. Come on lad. Let's go, let's go. Old Mrs. Song's begging voice came, and Zui Yang shook his head. I know what this outing means to you. So, I'll do everything I can to help you. You, old Mrs. Song looked at Zui Yang in surprise. This person made her think of Mr. Lin Grass. Kid, you really think I wouldn't dare to do it? Skinny, go. Who swept? Give him the whole live. Between the curses, the 2 old men, fat and thin, punched randomly towards Zui Yang. Zui Yang is not Zui Yang, haphazardly swinging his fists to meet him, and fighting chaotically. But 2 fists can't beat 4 feet. Soon, he was beaten up and collapsed to the ground. Grass, kid, you've got thick skin. As the fat old man spoke, he had copied a stone from the ground. Zui Yang gritted his teeth and shouted to old Mrs. Song behind him, Old Mrs. Song, when we fight later, you take advantage of the chaos and run out of here, okay? Why are you helping me so much? Old Mrs. Song's eyes flickered, and Zui Yang smiled. Nothing, just that poor people shouldn't be pitted all their lives. Yes? Bang! Before the words were finished, Zui Yang felt a sinking in his head. Looking back, the back of his head had been opened by the thin old man holding up a stone. With a moment of dizziness in front of him, Zui Yang looked at old Mrs. Song. Run! Run! He picked up the thin old man's thighs. At the same time, the fat old man came over and punched and kicked at Zui Yang. Thank you. Old Mrs. Song took her walking stick and just wanted to take a few steps out of the village entrance. Bang! A pair of big feet kicked hard towards her body. She stumbled and fell to the ground, never to move again. The village chief stood guard at the entrance of the village, looking at old Mrs. Song on the ground with an impatient face. Annoying. It's all been said. Your whole life. Your Song family villages. Even after you die. He moved his big feet, his gaze sinister. Why did you hit so hard? She's just an old lady. Zui Yang cursed angrily, and from his perspective, old lady Song had already lost her breath. His eyes glazed over, but all that came was an icy response. Lock this kid up. Old Mrs. Song is buried in the back of the mountain. Locked up? Not buried together? The fat old man grinned evilly. USB? You killed him? This isn't the old days. If he disappears for a long time, the police will come to investigate. How bad luck is it to cause the police to come to the village at this time? Not kill him. If he makes a false report, also have to him out of this village. Besides, if he reported it, do you think that we need to defend ourselves? Old Mrs. Song's good old son, for the sake of his position, will only say that it was an accident of a few old villagers pushing each other. Or the village chief is great. The abhorrent face echoed in front of his eyes, and Zui Yang's eyes blinked and he completely fainted. In the meantime, still the same village entrance. Yang lay on the ground and was surprised to find that those black wires had somehow slowly loosened from his neck. His arms, neck, and even the door of his head were developing many more scars in a bizarre manner. Alike, once as a result of a beating. Hey, what is it now? Did I, in the past, do anything? Fox stroked his brain, and there was a small notch on the back of his head, and Yang was depressed. He picked up his cell phone and wanted to ask his past self what was going on now. Suddenly, a cloud of black silk spilled from the sky, and Yang instantly tightened up. But, this mass of black silk raised down, not to bind Yang, but to gently caress up the scars on his body. Like unwanted hugs. No, 1 second you want to kill me, the next second you do? Trance carried Mrs. Song on her back. Yang realized that the cocoon-shaped black line at the entrance of the village was actually rapidly decomposing and dispersing because of his proximity. It seemed as if they were some kind of honored guest, that they were giving way. Am I allowed to go over? You won't stop me? Still can't believe it. Yang shook the old lady Song behind him. I'm taking her out. Oh? He weakly shouted towards the sky above the Song family village. What you get is a dead silence. Boy, what have you done? Creepy's hatred for you. Gone. On his neck, Ghostface Sore looked around in surprise. Yang gave a sniff. Hatred disappeared? Is it because of what I did? In the past? The depressed ghost is Mrs. Song. Did he do something to make Mrs. Song as favor up? At this point in time, he should have helped Mrs. Song, right? But the fact that the depressed ghost didn't disappear means he didn't succeed. Combine that with the scars I have. TSK. It's a good thing he didn't get into serious trouble. Sighing quietly, Yang just calmly carried old Mrs. Song out of Song family village. He pulled out his cell phone and tried to contact his past self. Yang, is it in? Only to find that his past self didn't respond at all. Shit. Not going to play hospitalize yourself, are you? Grumbling, Yang turned back to look at the Song family village again. In the darkness of the night, the black fog barrier within the village had unconsciously transformed into a star and moon, illuminating every inch of the land. Chapter 134, Goodness for Goodness. The past me, redeeming the present me. 3. This, sort of lifts the depression? Staring blankly at the silent village. This farce, like a pathetic dream, is vain and sentimental. Tongue. What made Yang didn't care. The moment he walked out of the village, the old lady Song, behind him was turning into a cloud of black smoke and drifting away in the direction of the city. The wind is free. She, too. Thank you, boy. You helped me twice. Both, in life or out of life. The voice of old Mrs. Song came coldly to his ears. This was the moment she finally left the shackled prison of a lifetime. Yang watched her fade away, and suddenly seemed to think of something. Wait, what happened to the promise of helping you with your depression and being able to navigate the weirdness? Me Naya? Where's my weirdness? Who? It was the very moment he was depressed. A dark cloud struck from the top of the sky within the Song family village. That dark cloud. Yang couldn't be more familiar with it. Rustling. In an instant, dark clouds covered his head, sprinkling thin lines of black rain. Yang's face was horrified, and he just wanted to pull out his legs and run away. Only, this time the silk threads were not binding Yang, but instantly pouring over his body, along his 7 pores, madly surging into his body. Hiss. It was like a black waterfall galaxy falling from the sky, washing over the body. The pores are penetrated with an unexpectedly penetrating coolness. Being in the black rain, Yang felt as if he was taking a cold shower and was refreshed. This is combining weirdly with the black line. It's depressed ghost who is actively recognizing his master. Rustling. The sound of dense silk threads moving around was unceasing, and Yang was wrapped into a black cocoon in a matter of moments. The ghost face sore on his neck also slowly emerged. What a pure ghostly aura. Again. Hey, this is a creepy thing I found with great difficulty. Don't you fucking eat it all. Seeing the ghost face sore open its mouth to devour the black thread, Yang became anxious. Ghostface sore chewed on the black threads bashfully. If it wants to be on par with me, at least, it has to be able to curb my appetite. Regardless, the ghostface sore frantically devoured the black threads. Yang couldn't do anything with it. Well, that black rain seems to be endless. The black cocoon wrapped around Yang not only did not decrease in the slightest, but instead grew bigger and bigger. Between the black rain irrigation, Yang could feel that the strength of the body was invisibly moisturized. On his chest, the black 4-pointed star, once again splitting into a black line, was blossoming into the next black star. The whole process of being invaded by the black line was incredibly pleasant and refreshing. Perhaps, It was also thanks to the relationship between his past self and old Mrs. Song. What a loss. The old me. I can't imagine that one day. Your kindness will save me now. Lamenting, Zui took out his cell phone. He wanted to ask what was going on at that end. Within the sealed black cocoon, the phone finally lit up. There is no medicine for regret in this world. A couple of old motherfuckers almost didn't kill me. Zui, can you consider the consequences before you strike next time? These are at least 3 humongous old men. If you really want to forcefully take someone and run away, and the entire village finds out, you'll be in deep shit. There are no pills of regret in this world. Hey, I'm not a cutie. It's just that the situation was urgent. If I didn't get on, Mrs. Song would have been beaten. You know, if I didn't make a move, she would have been beaten to death for sure. Although, she still seems to be. Zui, at least, you have a clear conscience now, don't you? There is no medicine for regrets in this world. In fact, I definitely won't go up when the elderly are bullied in general. But old Mrs. Song, she's too pitiful. And she, Zui, I know, don't worry. She ended up leaving Song Village. There is no medicine for regret in this world, really? I just heard that they're going to bury the old lady in some backwoods mountain. And it's no good even if the police come. They say that old Mrs. Song's good oldest son, too, is in favor of the village rules. Even if I told him what happened to Mrs. Song, he wouldn't admit to it for his own sake. How did you take Mrs. Song out? Zui, the future. It's not something that can be controlled. Forget it. Is your problem serious? There are no pills of regret in this world. It's okay. They said they'd keep me locked up, but they didn't take my phone. I guess they think that old lady Song's eldest son has a lot of energy, so they're not afraid of me talking nonsense. However, I spoke to Cho Yang. Zhou Yang just presumably communicated with whoever it was that an emergency vehicle had already come to the village. He told me to go out and keep quiet about the village and there would be no trouble. Hey, you say this. Zui, it's okay, that good old boy. The whole village, all dead back there. There is no medicine for regret in this world, huh? So cool. What about Lele? What should we do? Zui, this. Unless you can keep Lele from going out on July 15th. Otherwise, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Hiss. That would be the end of it. I have a grudge against them now. The Song family boss will never listen to me. Zui, you did your best. After pacifying his past self for a while, Zui lay inside the black cocoon, his eyes flickering. Joy, for the most part, can't be saved. It's also cause and effect. Songjia village, since the ghosts are there, it means that their past selves didn't succeed. If Lele survived, then the one who harnessed the depressed ghost would probably be him. The Songjia village incident. And now there won't be one. The way things were going had come to this. Unless his past self had heavenly means to force the Song family boss not to go out on the Mid-Yuan festival. Otherwise, the crash was meant to be. Time change. The butterfly effect. Still really weird stuff. Pfft. Thinking quietly, Zui felt a hot current surging in his chest. Pfft. As that heat flow continued to overflow in one direction. Hissing, Zui suddenly felt a sharp pain that opened up on his chest. Looking down, a black 4-pointed star that had extended a black line from the ghost face soared and splintered off. Extended again and splintered off into yet another black 4-pointed star. And under this black 4-pointed star, there are black lines extending, but the extension has been extremely slow. It was as if, as long as there was enough ghostly energy to nourish it, the eerie star would be able to keep on blooming. These two stars, and the shape of this black line, how does it feel? It looks a bit familiar. Reach out and touch the newborn black star. Suddenly, the black star that had grown on his body grinned weirdly. It was like a small mouth that was opening towards Zui finger, revealing a small mouthful of broken teeth that were hideous. Asterisk. Why do I have a mouth on my chest? Rushing to close his hand, the black star also closed in an instant. Calm down. This is my ability. Ghost mouth. Ghost mouth? The sound of ghost face soar came from the neck, and Zui was surprised to look at the star that kept opening and closing. Right. Ghost mouth, which can devour weirdness to strengthen itself, as well as withstand attacks for defense. It's not dead. It's alive. Imagine if someone shot you in the back of the head. But what happens to the back of your head when you suddenly open a mouth that can eat anything? Ghostface Soar's snickering voice came, and Zui complexion changed. That and looking into that little mouth. It was instantly less annoying. Chapter 135, Uninvited Guests. You mean, it can be used as an imperious and offensive devourer? Right. You can even grow ghostly mouths all over your body if you're not afraid of a spooky revival. Ghostface Soar came the seductive voice. Zui froze and didn't pay attention to it, but pointed to the two black stars on his chest. Say, Do you know how many of these stars of yours can be born? Is it true that every time a star is born, you get one more ability? Zui Yang was not without speculation. If stars could breed indefinitely, then the potential of Ghostface source could definitely rank among the top few in the world. How many can be born? Hiss. Let's see. It's like 7 of them. As Ghostface Soar pondered, that serious ghostly face actually revealed a humanized expression of distress. Yoo-hoo. Along with that, you unlocked a new emotion? Zui Yang snickered, and Ghostface Soar looked a little odd. Boy, perhaps when you unlock the 7 stars, you can realize true fearlessness. Really? Then I'll work hard to find 5 more depressed ghosts of that intensity. Yeah, I'll wait for that day. Inexplicably, the Ghostface Soar laughed and actually shrunk back to Zui Yang's neck, rustling on the black silk cocoon. The sound of black rain falling also faded away. Beyond the silk cocoon, light gradually shone. Countless black silks surged towards Zui Yang's body. The process of harnessing depressed ghost seemed to be coming to an end. Instinctively, Zui Yang began to have a birthright proficiency in controlling silk threads. He closed his eyes and savored the ability of the depressed ghost, indulging in it. Songjia Village. Inside the Song family's compound, the dark clouds that filled the yard dispersed, and within the entire yard, it had been reduced to a mess. The feast on the table is crawling with maggots and flies because of the corrosion of time. In front of the dining table, the villagers who were eating the table, each one of them sprawled on the table with horrified faces, as if they had experienced the ultimate horror before them. Each of them had their mouths wide open, their eyes glazed over, and their mouths crawling with wriggling bedbugs. In the center of the courtyard, in front of a coffin made of mahogany, the village headman was wrapped around his neck by the churning threads, his tongue lolling out as if he had been strangled alive. He was lying on the red coffin, and underneath the red coffin, there was now a thud of violent kicks. Asterisk is up. It's finally okay. That stupid fool Zui Yang, did he attract the depressed ghost away? Ha ha ha. I'm saved. Bang. After the wooden coffin was violently kicked open, Li wanted to jump out of the coffin. Upon seeing the tragic situation that filled the yard, his pupils could not help but contract, and his entire body sucked in a breath of cool air. Nice guy. So this village died here. TNND. Hoping to fight with these dead people for most of the day. I don't know what happened here at that time. A whole village died. As his eyes wandered through the courtyard, Li Xiang's gaze was unconsciously attracted to a figure. It was Lu Yu who was running towards the outside of the village in a hurry. To be precise, that wasn't Lu Yu anymore either, but a human body that had been boarded by an emotional ghost. The emotional ghost trotted along, presumably fleeing this obscure place, running to the entrance of the village. It looked like it was glancing towards somewhere. Then the whole body shuddered and ran faster and faster, disappearing beyond the entrance of the village. See what? So flustered? Li wanted to follow the emotional ghost's line of sight. Nice guy. A dark cloud, different from the clear sky, was perched at the entrance to the village. Beneath the dark clouds, a huge human-shaped black cocoon was lying dead. Hiss. Is that Zui Yang? Zui Yang was wrapped up in depressed ghost and died? Asterisk. This guy, dare to command me? I'll call for 016 to come. Wait for 016 to come. Then offer the bizarre deprivation in your body to the higher-ups. He. A mouthful of bad jokes. Li wanted to hide in the coffin and was not at all sure what had just happened at the village entrance. He was no longer able to foresee it, and only thought that Zui Yang was being haunted by the depressed ghost, so he was able to get himself out of the tiger's mouth. After all, the last image he could foresee was Zui Yang being invaded by black lines. Quickly removing his cell phone, he dialed a string of numbers. On the other end of the line, there was an intense sound of biological reproduction. Hello? What? 016. A heavy gasp filled with ill will came, and Li wanted to smile. Hey, brother, are you busy? Crap. Say something. Oh, that's the one. Zui Yang, who you asked me to follow, should have been pushed to his limit by the weirdness in this mission, and is trapped at the entrance of the Song family village. I don't think I can handle that weirdness of his alone. Do you think you should come over? Crunch. After these words, the sound of the bed shaking over there gradually calmed down. Good thing too. If I capture that weirdness, I'll personally offer it to His Excellency. Wait. Do. After the phone was hurriedly hung up, Li wanted to let out a long sigh of relief. Finally. This trip, folded Lu Yu, almost did not give me a ride too. Zui Yang. If you want to blame me, don't blame me. Blame me for your weirdness being too good to be targeted. Blame me for your strength being too weak to protect your weirdness. With his eyes on the black cocoon at the entrance of the village, Li wanted to leave the Song family compound in a hurry. Songjia village entrance. The body of that fat and thin old man was nailed to the stone monument at the entrance of the village, and the intestines in his stomach flowed all over the place, causing Li Xiang to frown for a while. I don't know what you guys have done to deserve such a horrible death. Fearful of the gusts of death coming from that black cocoon, Li wanted to hide far away from the corner. In the meantime, Kyoto City Ghostbusters base, 4th floor. Inside the detached Villa 16. 016 put his arm around Huang Zichang and walked quickly towards the elevator entrance. Almost as soon as he left the house, the door to Villa 19 opened. 019 also walked out quickly. 016 glanced at him silently, a cold glint in his eye. What? Your master wants to stick his nose in too? 019 didn't answer, just held up the frames of his black glasses and walked ahead of him to the elevator. Ding dong. Moments later, the elevator went up to the 1st floor. 3 people in 2 cars, tacitly driving towards the outskirts of the capital city. But, after about a few more minutes, from the direction of the 6th floor of the Ghostbusters base, an elevator followed up 1 floor. A short-haired woman in jeans and a black leather jacket came out of the elevator. She simply beckoned, and in the shadowy corner of the base, a motorcycle covered in black eerily ran towards her. With a leap of her long legs, she jumped onto the unmanned oncoming motorcycle and proceeded to head towards the outskirts of the capital city as well. Chapter 136, Depressed Silk Threads, Black Cloud of Ghosts. Rustling. Songjia village entrance. The gloomy dark clouds were gradually dispersing, and the huge black cocoon was slowly shrinking, visible to the naked eye. The threads on the black cocoon closed in towards the inside, as if they were being devoured by what was inside. Zuoyang was in the black cocoon and could feel the sensitive perception of the fingers on the silk threads. Even his memory of how to perform the paperman trick was invisible. Black cloud ghosts. Spill olive, depression ghost threads to form a ghost cloud, where ghostly clouds envelop. Ghostly threads are everywhere. Hiss. So, depression ghost's most powerful ability operates like this. Rustling. The dark clouds in the sky completely dispersed, and the huge black cocoon poked out a human hand at that moment. Zuoyang just wanted to step out of the black cocoon. Rumble. I just heard 2 commercial vehicles driving up the mountain road in the distance. Front and back. Driving at the front, 016 was in the main driver's seat and was looking his head toward the distance. What's that? Cocoon? Human cocoon? 016 was surprised. What kind of shenanigans is this? And why haven't I seen it before? Not cocoons, but silk threads. Dense silk threads. Look closely. Those threads are still writhing and shrinking toward the inside. The co-pilot, Huang Ziqiao, defended. In 024's call just now, it should be talking about this weirdness. It trapped Zuoyang inside. Cut. What does the old man care about weirdness? Drive over it. Boom boom boom. The gas pedal is pressed to the floor, and the face of the 016 is full of pride. Giggle. At hundreds of speeds, the tires crushed thick 2-wheel marks on the mountain pass. Boom. The huge front end of the business car slammed towards the black cocoon. Who cares if you're dead or not? It's all for you to knock out before you do. Buzz. The terrifying impact hit the black cocoon, and the force caused a recoil inside the business car. The original seemingly weak black cocoon was actually not even pushed a hair under such an impact. Buzz. Under careful observation, one could see that the black cocoon had already been propped open, and all the black threads coalesced to the front end, turning into a thick, semicircular round shield. And behind the round shield, Zuoyang stood on the flat ground, unharmed. Dense black threads dispersed the forces at work, and the black threads quivered at the roots. Giggle. The car's tires were still spinning, but there was simply no further advancement of the slightest fluctuation. I said, hit someone with a car. I'll blow up the car and the person with it. That's decent self-defense. Behind the black half cocoon, came Zuoyang's ghostly voice. Inside the commercial vehicle, 016 and Huang Zishuan were stunned at the words. This, Zuoyang, you're not dead? I won't die if either of your children die. Instead of worrying about me, think about what you should do next. Rustling. Under the originally clear sky, Zuoyang's body emitted a horrible black smoke that went straight to the clouds. The black smoke coalesced in midair and converged into a dark cloud. If you look closely, you can actually find that what is coming out from behind Zuoyang is not smoke, but black threads that are so thick that you can't tell the number. Rustling. The sound of silk threads twisting came. Inside the commercial vehicle, 016 and Huang Zishuan were in a dark and obscure place. This scene was like the state of Zuoyang at that time when he was enveloped by the depressed ghost in the Song family compound. This. From afar, Li Wat looked at this scene and had been dumbfounded. How does the current development look like Zuoyang has been eroded by the weirdness? Instead, it's more like he's already harnessed, depression ghost. If he really harnessed that creepy up. His own weirdness combined with depression ghost, that intensity. At the thought of this, a trace of bruising was added to Li Xiang's already white face. He panicked and looked at the commercial vehicle, shouting urgently, 016 Lord, run, run quickly, Zui Yang, he has most likely gotten hold of 2 tricksters already, he screamed in a hurry, but the 016 of the commercial vehicle was not impressed. Harnessed 2 creeps? So what? If it wasn't too much trouble, I would have killed this kid myself long ago. Now, come on, let's kill it. With his foot on the gas, 016's bare skin was being covered with a layer of black leather. It looked like some special kind of weird power had been unleashed. Kill me? Did it ever occur to you that you, too, would be killed one day? Shit, bastard, do you really think you're capable? Behind the black cocoon, Zui Yang's cold voice came. 016 eyes narrowed, just wanting to attack. Black cloud ghosts, rustling. In the next second, the terrifying sound of filaments flowing came. 016 only felt that the interior of the car was getting darker and darker, and it was as if there were countless heavy swords hanging above his head, capable of killing him at any time. Looking up, 016's eyes twitched. On the roof of the car, under the dense black clouds, is rustling down countless black rain. In moments, black rain ran through the roof of the car. Bang bang bang, like a sharp sword, the black silk shot through the roof of the car and stabbed towards the 2 people inside the car. Tai, help me. Put. In just a moment, a black thread was like a poisonous snake, piercing through the roof of the car for a split second, opening a bloody hole in Huang Ziqiao's arm. Huang Zixian screamed in pain. 016's face darkened, and he immediately shielded Huang Ziqiao under his body. Clank clank clank, the black rain smashed dense holes in the roof of the car, landing on his black skin and bouncing off with a clash of crossed iron. His black skin, which seemed to have the ability to fight off ghost lines, did its best to stop the falling line of sight. What shenanigans, but nothing more. Thundering, can't hurt me a bit. Looking proudly out the window, the black cocoon in front of the car had dispersed, turning into dense black water pouring into the front hood of the car. The wheels were paralyzed after a couple of giggles. Zui Yang's harmless face was revealed, and the corners of his mouth were hooked in a smile. You wouldn't. Thought it was the silk thread I was so proud of, didn't you? Ghost face sore. Ha ha ha. The human face at the neck instantly swelled up in response, and after that serious human face looked at 016, the black skin of 016 faded away in an instant. UTM. At the sight of the protection fading, 016 was shocked and angered. Don't move your nullify if you can. Ha ha ha. Are you an SB? Knowing what I'm capable of, how dare you come to show off? Die. Zui Yang's eyes narrowed, rustling. In an instant, the black rain fell even more violently. Bang bang bang. The front cover of the commercial vehicle was instantly smashed through, with crackling sparks and the smell of gasoline. Pfft. Inside the car, 016 hugged Huang Ziqian and was stabbed by black threads. His whole body was scarlet. Without his black skin, he was no different from a mortal in front of Zui Yang. Tug. Perhaps the filament had shot into some vital part of the car, and a large flame burned violently out of the front hood. Immediately, boom, a huge burst of flame swept and exploded, incinerating the entire body. Rustling, the black threads quickly reunited and turned into a black coat, protecting Zui Yang from the flames. Snap snap. Under the flames, the business car was so thick with smoke that it was impossible to see inside. In the distance, Li Xiang had looked dumbfounded. It was only about 10 minutes before and after. Zui Yang, it's hard. Just killed 016? Chapter 137, 016 of being rubbed against the ground. Rustling. The twisted black line coiled and knotted in Zui Yang's hand. Zui Yang stroked the silk thread and waved his big hand. The black rain that fell under the black clouds stuttered and solidified in midair. Time seems to be frozen in this moment. He's like a god under this cloud. As long as he wanted, everything under the cloud was as he wanted it to be. Gaze into the business car. Under the blazing fire, 2 charred figures were struggling to push open the door and roll out toward the car. Ah, my face, my face. Although Huang Zixian was well protected, her charming face had been twisted and distorted by the flames at the moment. Lying in the arms of 016, she screamed in agony. Put. As for 016, his body was black and red, and his body was still burning, and he kept rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. The gnarled body was stabbed with bloody holes, large and small, and the flesh underneath the dark skin was blackened and wrinkled by the flames. When you look at it, it's a black spirit from hell. Hey, weird, being burned by flames and bled. You're actually still alive. 016, are you that resilient? Let me guess. It's because of your second weirdness? What is your second weirdness? Ability? The body leaned down, and under Zui Yang's ass, black silk condensed into a seat. Zui Yang leisurely sat on top of the black chair, smiling at 016. 016 Ben was still rolling on the ground in a sorry state, and once he heard this sneering voice, he immediately got up and glared angrily. Boy, I'll admit, your weird power is a bit tricky, but can you nullify my skin ghost and still nullify my regeneration ghost? The crimson eyes looked towards Zui Yang, and behind the broad shoulders of 016, a big bizarre black hand stretched out. Zui Yang looked carefully. The big hand held a black injection tube. Put. A syringe is inserted into the back of 016 and the dark liquid is injected into the syringe. Click click click. The body of 016 began to fragment and shed its black charred skin. Underneath the charred skin, his pierced wounds or not, his burned skin or not, all of them were now newly generated with pink and young skin. His body was recovering at a speed beyond normal. Tai, hurry, quickly help me recover. My face. In her arms, Huang Zixin begged 016. 016 looked at Zui Yang, and then looked at the woman in her arms. Put. Without hesitation, he pushed Huang Zixiao to the ground. Fuck off. I don't have any extra ghost chi for you to recover right now. All my strength. I'm going to use it against him. Deadly staring at Zui Yang, 016 didn't have the slightest fear. Zui Yang crossed his legs and leaned on the black chair. His eyes narrowed. There's a skin ghost who can put protection on you, and a regeneration ghost who can restore your wounds. You've got two spooky ones that do work real well together. This is like a human tank if it kills ghosts. No wonder. You're ranked 016. Humph kid. Your ghost of miserable death is going to keep suppressing my skin ghost. Now that it's one-on-one, do you think you can really hold me with this silk thread? 016 stood up slowly and seemed to be moving his muscles. He turned his body sideways, like a swift cheetah, to make a staged pounce towards Zui Yang. Zui Yang did not care about his movements, but slowly stretched out his finger and made a one gesture. I'll give you a chance. All you have to do is tell me who's minding my shenanigans, and I can send you on your way in pain. I'm on NM. Put. 016 felt utterly underestimated. The gnarled thighs stomped on the ground, and the whole person lunged towards Zui Yang like a cannonball. The physical strength of someone who was able to harness two bizarre ones was no longer like that of a normal person. The huge body carried a raging fist wind, and the sandbag-sized fist smashed towards Zui Yang's face. Noisy. Rustling. The corner of Zui Yang's eyebrow was raised, and the black rain that was suspended in midair fell again with a crash. Put. In just a few moments, the body of 016, which had taken a few steps, was pierced with numerous bloody holes. Scarlet blood stained a piece of soil. 016 pace does not retreat. Body hole eyes are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boy, just let me into you. You just wait for me to die. Put. Ignoring the pierced body, 016 continued to run towards Zui Yang in a sorry state, obviously a dozen meters away from each other, but the 016 walk is very bumpy. Rustling. The black rain stabbed him like a hedgehog, and he was covered in blood, like a brave man who was dying righteously and sadly approaching towards Zui Yang. TSK. You're making me look like a fucking villain. Still sitting calmly on the black chair, the corner of Zui Yang's mouth rose. Come on, you should be able to run into me. UTM. Die for master. Put. A cloud of black rain pierced 016 from his back to his chest and nailed him to the ground. Tap tap tap. However, under the amazing recovery power of 016, it was actually dragging countless threads and pouncing towards Zui Yang. Finally, the fist that was full of hot blood had been able to reach Zui Yang's body. Die. 016 was full of twisted confidence, expecting that this punch was not something that Zui Yang could stop. Bang! Unwilling to do so, Zui Yang sat on the chair without moving, and came over with a pair of fists. Ha 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 boy, with your meaty fists, you will definitely be blown apart by me. Put. Between the words, a mass of flesh and blood crumbled and exploded, an arm split into a bloody mist in an instant due to the impact, and the bones of the hand flew out along with the bloody mist. Two punches were thrown against each other and indeed someone's arm was shattered. But, not Zui Yang's. PFFFFFFFF. Scarlet hot blood sprayed all over his face, and 016 watched with wide eyes as his fist was blown to pieces. How can? Put. With an unwilling face, he knelt down in front of Zui Yang. This punch, which had gambled all of his chi, was easily defused. That full of anger and killing intent was also extinguished cold at this moment. How? Still can't think straight? Speak. The man behind you. Who is he? Shaking off the blood on his fist, Zui Yang reached out with one hand and grabbed 016 by the neck. With a body half as thin as 016, Zui Yang lifted him up with one hand. Cluck cluck cluck. The palms of his hands were strong, and 016's neck was pinched and deformed. Last chance. To speak, or not to speak? Rustling. Under the black clouds, black rain poured. Zui Yang's voice echoed like a demon at the entrance of the village. In the distance, Li wanted to lie on the ground, not daring to breathe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This nigga, is he still human? Damn. It's meaner than the village creep. Chapter 138, 019? Ghostface Soar's second ability. Ghost Mouth. You. How did you? So strong. Being carried in midair by a little guy. 016 didn't have the same arrogance as he had at the beginning. He looked into Zui Yang's indifferent and cold eyes, and he was certain that this man would do himself at the drop of a hat. Why? Because I have endured death. Too much. Click click click. The thick neck was twisted into a twist under Zui Yang's hands. No, if you don't tell me, I'll eat your two creeps. Ha ha ha. When Zui Yang's words fell, the human face at the neck revived and turned into a sarcoma and floated out. The sarcoma, with its white teeth, ran along 016's skin, locking onto the back of his shoulder. Two spooky ones, hidden in each of his two loot bones. Boy, the food was good this time. Ah. The creepy human face laughed and opened its mouth wide. 016's face immediately changed miserably when he heard this. His body trembled, but he still didn't open his mouth to say anything. The ghost Soar was about to bite through his shoulder. In the nick of time, a reprimand came from the distance. Stop. 022, what do you want? Looking around, 019 slowly stepped down from another commercial vehicle. He held up his flat glasses, his face still nonchalant, his eyesight aggressive. What am I doing? Eat a ghost. Zui Yang smiled and shrugged indifferently, only to see 019 slowly pull out a pistol from his body, aimed at Zui Yang. Put him down. You don't have enough serial numbers to take on his opponent. Ha, you're holding this over me? Say, out here. It would be okay if I killed you all, right? Zui Yang smiled evilly as the dark clouds in the sky were spreading. Don't you dare. Do you know who's behind the 016? You kill him, you go back to the base. You're a dead man. Ha ha ha. Don't hold that official stuff over me. I killed you guys. 4 creeps. Oh, forgot. There's a 024 in the distance. 5 creeps were eaten by me, and I'm still afraid to roam around out there? I just have to go back? I see you have an honest look. What? You didn't stop me from hitting 016 just now, and now that I'm going to kill him, you're jumping in? Are you trying to get a good look at my tactics, and to pick my shenanigans as well? You let go of 016 first. It seemed that Zui Yang had penetrated his mind, and 019's face changed. He raised the pitch-black pistol in his hand. If you don't let go, I'll shoot. You think I'm SB? I let him go and you two join forces against me? Dine. Ghostface Soar. With a command, the big mouth of Ghost Soar bit hard on the left side of 016's loot bone. Put. Instantly, the flesh and sinews could not withstand the gnawing of the Ghostface Soar and was bitten out of a bloody groove. This bite down. Even the shuddered 016 could not help but scream out. Beneath the blood-colored grooves, amidst the whitish bones, a black, viscous liquid was cowering in fear. Oh ho ho ho, hiding here. Mori White Mouth is about to bite again. Stop. I fucking told you to stop. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots rang out in his ears. Zui Yang gazed. 019 actually disappeared from view. 3 pitch-black bullets were coming towards his own brow. It was too late. Zui Yang was simply too late to dodge. He couldn't determine if his physical strength was able to resist the bullets, but even if the bullet was going to be shot towards the door of his life, Zui Yang was not afraid at all. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, and the fleshy skin on his brow actually began to flare out and wriggle. A weird black lip propped out. Those black lips greedily opened their mouths wide, and underneath them were all fine, eerie teeth. Swoosh. The 3 bullets were all shot, but they were all swallowed by the big mouth. Ongwu. As if they had a spirit, the black lips that swallowed the bullet kept chewing. Zui Yang could feel that after the black lips swallowed the bullet, his own body seemed to have a hot current surging. This bullet, not just any bullet, after being devoured by the ghost's mouth, I received a certain amount of power in return. Squinting to look around, Zui Yang really did not see 019 again. Monster! You monster! On the left side, suddenly came 019 angrily. Zui Yang followed the sound to look. Still no trace of him. Oh, it seems that one of your 2 abilities is guns and the other is stealth? Could you have a stealthy ghost? Looking around without the slightest bit of panic, the more interesting the opponent is, the more excited Zui Yang is. Such shenanigans, if you eat them all. Bang bang bang. With this in mind, a sudden burst of gunfire rang out behind him. The ghost mouth on Zui Yang's eyebrows closed. and instinctively opened a ghost mouth on the back of his head. Put, put. But this time, the bullet did not come at the lifeblood, but opened two bloody slits at Zui Yang's legs. The calves of his legs trembled, and Zui Yang instinctively spasmed his muscles and fell to the ground with a plop. Gurgling, there was a constant flow of blood in the legs. Zui Yang's face darkened. Damn, he's in the shadows. It's not good for me to resist at all if he doesn't attack the lifeblood. Ah! On both calves, ghost mouths appeared one after another. After devouring the bullets embedded in the flesh, Zui Yang's legs were slowly stopping the bleeding and healing at the split. Now, I'll say it again. Put 016 down. Once again, the sound of 019 was heard around the room. Zui Yang pursed his lips, did not agree, but looked at the ghost face sore. Come, take the weirdness from his peepa bone and eat it quickly for me. Next, nullify the dog that can cloak. Ha ha ha. Boy, that's the way to do it. Ongwu. The huge bloody mouth fiercely gnawed on the shoulder of 016 again. Click click click. This time, a large section of white bone was bitten off and devoured by the ghost face sore. The pitch-black liquid in the bone, as if whimpering and wailing, was swallowed by the ghost face sore as much as possible in the mouth. Ah! It seemed to be forcibly stripped of the weirdness. 016 could no longer carry. The whole person's eyes rolled over. Fainted. TSK. If we eat the rest of that regenerating ghost of his, will he die? Casually throwing 016 aside, Zui Yang paused to devour the next bizarre thought. In his chest, the burning sensation surged again. The second black star stuck out with another length of black thread. Because of the devouring of the skin ghost, the ability of the ghost face sore should have increased again, but it wasn't enough to blossom again. Eyes looking around, Zui Yang twisted his neck and his face gradually became vicious. 019. Next, you. Chapter 139. Today, none of you can escape. 022. How dare you do it? Feeling Zui Yang's cold sight, a tremor of 019 came from the air. Nothing more than that. He did feel the pressure. The 016, which has a higher serial number than him, was eaten in a weird way, and his life and death are now unknown. If nullification is directed at one's own, how can a house dog like you, who work for the top, understand the joy of a wild dog? I said, you shot me twice. Figured out which creepy apology to use? Zui Yang listened to the direction of the voice, and the human face sore between his neck trembled and jumped. You're crazy. You know what? Who's behind us? So tell me, behind you, who are they? Sooner or later, one day, I'll eat even them. You. Bang bang bang. The sound of alarm and anger came from the right, but this time, the bullets were fired in the direction of the left. Put. There was no time to dodge. The left arm unfortunately had a bloody eye, and blood was gurgling out. Zui Yang's left arm shook violently for a while, and his eyes grew colder and colder, talking to me on the surface to attract attention, but secretly switching directions and firing a sneak attack? So true. 019. But, Ongwu. The bloody hole in his left arm. A ghost mouth grinned and swallowed the bullet, and as the wound slowly healed, the human face on his neck suddenly flew out. Ghost face sore. Time for a meal refill. Ha ha ha. Put. The ghost face sore bulged violently, swinging to the left, its evil eyes intimidating everywhere it passed. Who? The wind blew through the wild roads of the countryside, but there were no revealed figures. It seems, you shifted your position again. Squinting and looking around, Zui Yang is not sure where the 019 of stealth is, and it is impossible to hit the opponent with nullification. I'm not going to let you go, gorilla. Ghostface Sorshock. With a large hand, the human face of Ghostface Sore's expression was solemn. Buzz. The space around them trembled, as if snapped from the sky by a large-scale air pressure that quickly radiated to the surrounding area. Tap tap tap. Directly in front of them, a blurry silhouette was slowly appearing. Zui Yang fixed his eyes and saw that 019 was raising his pistol this time, aiming towards his stomach. At this moment, he also looked at Zui Yang in surprise, because it was like he was frozen in place. His finger was on the trigger, but he couldn't press the trigger. Peekaboo is over. 019. Zui Yang's face turned cold. Ghostface sore. Ghostface darted and lunged, and behind 019, the dark shadow of an old man holding a blind stick suddenly floated out of his body in terror. At this moment, because the blind stick was locked by the Ghostface sores, his body's deterrent slackened, then panicked towards Zui Yang. Bang bang, 2 more shots. So it's a blind ghost that can make people lose their vision? Swoosh. 2 dark bullets shot toward the stomach, this time with defense. The black line chair behind Zui Yang sorted out black silk and turned into a round shield to block in front of Zui Yang. Clank clank. The bullet was stuck in the dense interweaving of silk threads, and it was difficult to hurt Zui Yang. Zui Yang silently stood up and looked at 019 again. He still held his gun up and stared at Zui Yang. but his body shape could not stop trembling. Without the blind ghost, what are you going to arm wrestle me with? You better not move me. 019 put in a harsh word, the next moment actually holding the gun and ran toward the commercial car. Run? Can you run? Dark cloud of ghosts. Rustling. The dark clouds that had been condensing in midair for a long time instantly descended into black rain. Without the blind ghost stealth 019, even if the movement is rapid, it is difficult to escape the black rain range. PFFFFFFFFF. In just a few seconds, a large amount of black rain passed through 019's back, stabbing him into a hedgehog and pinning him to the ground. The rain is falling. The blood spray is rising. 019 held the gun and slumped to the ground with a horrified face, unable to stop the blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Are you really not afraid of them? I've told you. There's no need for me to go back after I've eaten you all. Looking at the ground dyed red by the blood of 019, Zui Yang waved his hand and the black cloud stopped raining. Between his fingers, several black threads in the sky pulled 019, as if manipulating a paperman, and dragged him in front of him. What? Not now? Gazing at 019, he too, like 016, had a disheveled face and didn't say a word. Because, it's worse to talk about it? TSK. No talking. Then you go to hell too. Ghostface sore. Eat that old man too. Reaching out and pointing to the blind stick and black shadow behind 019, the Ghostface sore he smiled, opened his mouth and wrapped around 019's neck. The Ghostface sore he a smile, opened his mouth and wrapped in the 019 neck. It just opened its mouth, and the black shadow of the blind stick seemed to be uncontrollable, turning into black gas and sending it towards its mouth. As the black shadows faded, 019's face grew paler and paler. Under the black clouds, Zui Yang stood calmly from the beginning to the end. In front of him, 016 and 019 were stuck on the ground by black threads of human meat skewers, one unconscious, one wailing. On his neck, the ghost face sore coiled out like a snake, strangling the neck of 019 and swallowing black gas. The picture, extremely weird and sinister. Obviously, it was 016 and 019 who came to the door looking for trouble, but now they are in the tragic situation of the brave being ravaged by the Devil King. On the muddy ground filled with blood, Huang Ziqiao looked at this scene and didn't dare to breathe. She couldn't have imagined it. It's only been 2 or 3 days, right? The kid he tested actually crushed 016 and 019 in less than half a quarter of an hour? Please, are you turned on? Shit, if I had known, I wouldn't have thought about this kid's shenanigans. This man is too evil. Snap snap, crawling across the dirt floor in as minuscule a motion as possible. Huang Ziqiao just wanted to get away from this demon in front of her. But, after squirming a few meters, a ghostly voice came. Where to run? That. I have something else. I'll just go first Huang Zixian's face trembled, and she didn't dare to look back at Zui Yang at all. Get over here. Rustling. Between the fall of the words, a ball of black silk hung down from the sky, binding Huang Ziqiao tightly. The moment the silk thread tightened, her entire body was hoisted in front of Zui Yang. Hey, handsome left. Look, the one who drove the car and hit you was him 016. I was just passing by. Why do you have to be so calculating? Teasingly, Huang Ziqiao scowled and looked at Zui Yang. The corner of Zui Yang's mouth curled slightly. Still giving you a chance. Say, who ordered it? If you don't, I'll eat your shenanigans. This. Huang Zixian's face glowed with difficulty, only to see Zui Yang's expression cold. The one hiding in the corner. Get out of there. Today, none of you will escape. Just after he finished saying this, he only saw Li Xiang with a shit-eating expression on his face, coyly really rolled out from a nook and cranny. Chapter 140, The Motorcycle and the Machete, 022. Oh no. Brother Zhua, do you think I rolled standardly? Rolling humbly on the muddy ground, Li wanted to be afraid that Zui Yang is not happy. Give himself a rain. It was already difficult for him to withstand any more damage in this body. Flatteringly looking at Zui Yang indifferently hooked his hand. Not bad. Get over here. Hey. Hurriedly rolled towards the back of the yellow-purple smoke. Li wanted to think about how he would torture Huang Ziqiao first, then himself, right? Without wanting to, Zui Yang waved his hand. Rustling. It was like being back in the Song family compound, with 2 balls of thread falling from mid-air, strangling themselves and Huang Ziqiao. Cluck. And, the force was still climbing. I said, 1 chance, and you guys don't appreciate it. I don't think. I've had enough of my shenanigans. Hiccup. Just after the words fell out of his mouth, the ghost face sore finished devouring the 019 blind ghost and hiccuped. Zui Yang gave it a blank look. Say it. Whoever says more may survive. This. Brother Zua, I also took 016's commission. I really don't know what's above him. Li wanted to cry his eyes out, and Huang Zixian began to beg. Yeah, I'm just 016's fuck buddy. I'm fine with giving him some intel and getting some merit points. How do I know who's above them? Oh, Mr. Zua, please let me go. I'll give you all my merit points. Okay, that thing, too, is only worth something if I'm willing to go back? There's no information. So you, Ka-ching. Zui Yang's finger hooked, and on Li Xiang's neck, a black line tensed rapidly. Tot. His neck was instantly cut with a bloody gash. Blood splattered wildly. Li wanted to cover his blood-spurting neck and looked at Zui Yang with a face of disbelief. Why? When you wanted to count on me, you should have thought about what would happen to you. Coldly gazing at Li Xiang. Under Zui Yang's cold sight, his expression finally froze on his face, and his head hung, completely lifeless. Inside his left ear, a small black shadowed figure then slowly crawled out. When that little man saw Zui Yang, he just glanced at him and panicked, and then he wanted to drill back towards the ear of Li Want. It's foreseeing ghosts? Trying to run? Rustling. With a flick of his fingers, a black thread went with the little man into Li's ear, pulling it back out. The little man was trembling, but Zui Yang saw it, but he liked to fight. If you can control the ghost of foresight, you should be able to die fewer times, right? Ghostface Sore. You see? I was just about to ask Ghostface Sore about the intensity of this weirdness. The Ghostface Sore flew straight out and actually swallowed it into his mouth and chewed it up. Ongwu, what did you say? Hey, are you doing this on purpose? You've eaten 2 ghosts. Aren't you holding up? Zui Yang's face changed, and the Ghostface Sore gave a strange laugh. I know, you want to harness the creepy, but, sadly, it's too weak. Not that I'm saying, but do you think, with a gadget like that, it could survive me and the depressed ghost? Take your time. There will be bread and there will be milk. Grass. So you ate 3 ghosts. How come my chest didn't react at all this time? You're not going to take a kickback, are you? How? These few small calories are simply not enough for me to digest. The further back the 7 starflower goes, the more energy it requires. Instead of arguing with me, why don't you let me eat all 3 remaining creeps? Ghostface Sore laughed strangely and had already redirected his gaze to the 3 people who were paralyzed on the ground. 016 also has a healing ghost. 019 has a gun. And Purple Smoky Wong has a special retrieval creepy. All good feeding indeed. Hear that? My guile. It's going to eat you. With cold eyes, he looked at Huang Zixiao, whose body began to tremble at the words. This man and ghost, how come they see eating ghosts as a family affair? Are they, like, demons? I guess The top of 016 is supposed to be the existence of the top 5 serial numbers. Perhaps frightened by the flying human face tumor, Huang Zixian shivered and squeezed out a sentence. Look, isn't that something you know? Zui Yang smiled, and the silk thread in his hand loosened a little. Here, go on. Why? Do you think it's a top 5 serial number, Oni? You're late to the party, so you might not know. The top 5 Imperial Ghostbusters are actually not similar in strength, but there's always a gap in benefits, and most of their rankings are ranked by their contributions to the base. Of course, this caused the rest of the serial numbered Imperial Ghostbusters to be dissatisfied with 01. They want to be 01, and simply harness another creepy. Surely they can't beat in 01 with a small power gap. So, the high intensity of the shenanigans becomes the focus of the upper-level Ghostbusters. With your appearance, I suspect it was 01 who revealed the information to 02 or 03. Huang Zixiang explained, and Zui Yang nodded slightly. Kind of makes sense. Say, have you seen the top 3? No. They usually group up and take their men out on missions. But 01. What happened to 01? You know the 7th floor underground, right? Isn't that a bunch of gibberish there? No. 01 is there. Oh, there should be some kind of secret involved. Anyway, 01 has been seen entering the 7th underground floor, and rarely appears. TSK. It seems that this little, Ghost Sentinel headquarters, has quite a few secret disputes. That's right. Where there are people, there will always be a jungle. That little handsome left. Can you let me go? Huang Zixian looked at Zui Yang as if to curry favor, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of Zui Yang's mouth. You know what? Reckoning. Only once and infinitely. I mean, I'm not going to kill you, but I didn't say. I'm not going to force you to weirdly revive. Did I? You, Ghostface Sore. With a taut hand of Zui Yang, Huang Zixian was directly suspended in midair by the black thread. Ghostface Sore laughed and opened its mouth to gnaw at Huang Zixiao's small hand. under the bite of the Mori white teeth, a section of greenish-purple color similar to a plant root emerged on Huang Ziqiao's arm. Functional class shenanigans. I don't know how much ghost energy to count. Snickering, he watched as yellow-violet Smudge's face filled with devastation. The lull. A motorcycle buzzed quickly in the distance. Come again? Zui Yang's face was slightly unhappy. But this time, that motorcycle stopped beyond the black cloud. The motorcycle flipped off a man with short hair and thin eyes and a tall figure. Her looks were a bit tomboyish, but Zui Yang looked at her plump peaks and still recognized her gender at a glance. What? Which upper-class dog are you two? Zui Yang sarcastically. The woman just coldly returned. Are you sure? You're never going back to Ghostbusters HQ again? Chapter 141, The Motorcycle and the Machete, 2. What do you mean? With a wave of his hand, the ghost face sore paused in its gnawing. Zui Yang coldly looked at the woman, who was leaning on the side of the black motorcycle and pointed at Huang Zixian. The ones who are going to deal with you are 02 and 03. This woman, just plain mouthy, sold some information. Actually, even if she doesn't reveal the information, your information will still be targeted. What do you mean by that? I mean, it's almost enough. She may be scrappy, but she's still needed at headquarters for her testing abilities. Oh, you mean by that you're going to protect her? Headquarters needs her. That's all. You killed 016. You killed 019. And at best you let 02 foot and 03 hunt you down. But if you go on to kill Huang Ziqiao, it's the entire Ghost Sentinel headquarters that will hunt you down. You threatened me? Zui Yang's eyes narrowed, and the silk thread in his hand secretly began to tighten. Ah! Miserable screams instantly came from Huang Ziqiao's neck, which was instantly strangled with blood marks. I'm not threatening you, and I'm here with a mission. You come back with me and I'll take you to someone. If you get his patronage, 02 and 03 won't dare to do anything to you. The woman spoke faintly, no mood swings visible on her face. Zui Yang raised his eyebrows. Who is it? Such a big face? Is it 01? Nice. So, 3 waves of you, or 3 factions, a small base. The whole nifty thing is like the romance of the 3 kingdoms? The choice is yours. You want to kill? I'll stop it. But if I don't bring purple smoky Huang back, you'll definitely be hunted down. That family of 3 in your villa will be arrested. 2. Why should I believe you? Both 02 and 03 miss me. What if I go back with you and 01 just kills me? You can rest assured on this point. 01 is the chief commander of the base. He's someone who has the greater good in mind and won't care about these petty disputes. Spoken word. I don't believe it. Zui Yang's eyes were cold, and his hands pinched the thread faster. It wasn't that he didn't trust the man in front of him. It was that he had never trusted a person again since the bizarre apocalypse. It was his creed. A creed traded for countless deaths. You're going to target Uncle Xiao's family? It's okay, I'll let the past me. Who didn't take in Uncle Xiao's family at the time? When you get off the Aurora, look for him as a talisman before entering the base for testing. In that case, Uncle Xiao won't be implicated because of me. Tot. The movement in his hands tightened again. The eye was about to rip a bite out of Huang Ziqiao's neck. Shoo. What made Zui Yang unexpected was that the woman actually waved her left sleeve, and a short black knife was thrown out from her sleeve. Bandages, bandages, bandages. Obviously dozens of meters away, the short knife was able to accurately cut through the silk threads hanging Huang Zixian, and save the half-hanging Huang Zixian from falling to the ground. Oh, flying daggers? Kind of interesting. Zui Yang's face flickered, and his fingers still wanted to pluck the silk thread. Shoo! The woman swung her right hand, and a flying dagger shot directly towards her face this time. And the moment she swung out the knife, the woman rolled over and got on the car, started the motorcycle, and crashed towards Zui Yang. That move, 016 has been used. Dare to come under the black cloud ghost. You seek death. Rustling. Thick black lines coalesced in front of his body in an instant, forming a round shield-like shape. Shoo! The strange thing was that the flying knife was thrown in midair and actually circled in the air. After crossing the height of the round shield and circling back, it flew towards behind Zui Yang in a weird way. Hey, kid! Ghost face sore chortled, and black lines also rapidly condensed behind Zui Yang. I know. Something's not right with this pair of swords. Clank. Flying knife impacted on the black line, popped out sparks, did not choose to continue to cut deep into the silk thread, but whoosh flew back to the woman's right hand. At the same time, the knife that had saved Huang Ziqiao earlier had returned to the woman's left hand at an unknown time. Boom boom boom. The black motorcycle drove fast. The woman did not use both hands to control the front of the car, but the whole person ambushed on the car, holding a short knife in each hand. Like an eagle swept towards Zui Yang. Tongue tongue tongue. The tires seemed to start burning flames under the roaring motorcycle. Zui Yang's eyes flickered as the black silk in front of his body knotted more and more. That motorcycle. It's not right either. Intuition told Zui Yang that this woman might not be the same as the other Imperial ghosts. Black rain. Rustling. Rain fell like iron threads under the accumulated dark clouds. The woman's arms crouched over the car turned, and two short knives spun in beautiful blades. Clank clank clank. None of the black threads were chopped off in midair. Boom boom boom. The motorcycle was going faster and faster. Ghostface soar. Use nullify on her car. I doubt it. That car is a spooky object too. Boom. Almost as if on cue. Serious human face looked over at the black motorcycle. Buzz. The motorcycle had slammed into the round shield of black wires, and all the wires began to hum in unison, offloading the force of the onslaught. Rumble. The flames on the tires of the black motorcycle dissipate under the watchful eye of Ghostface, but the engine remains on. Between the activities of Zui Yang's 10 fingers, black threads wrapped like snakes towards the motorcycle that collided with the round shield. His idea was simple. As long as the tires of the motorcycle were completely wrapped in silk thread, then the bizarre motorcycle was temporarily scrapped. Unexpected. The silk thread only just extended out, and the woman seemed to have guessed what Zui Yang was thinking. She threw out 2 knives in her hands, and 2 knife lights attacked left and right, and a chill ran down Zui Yang's back. Another bizarre pirouette fling of the knife. Rustling. Unable to do anything about it, silk thread quickly moved back towards his back, but in that gap, the woman clutched the twin handlebars of her motorcycle with both hands and lifted upward with all her might. Rumble. With the terrifying horsepower added to the mix, she actually lifted the front end of the car so that the tires went from flat to slanted to make contact with the round shield of black lines. Subsequently, boom, she drove the car, actually drove on black silk, and the man car took off. Her balance was extremely good, and the moment the car flew out, her lower body stuck to the body and her upper body crooked out the side of the car. Looking at that, it actually looked like she was going to go along to fish for Huang Zikaori who was paralyzed on the ground. What an anticlimactic fellow. So it's not the motorcycle that's awesome, it's the person who uses it. When Zui Yang's mind hesitated, the woman pulled Huang Zixiang into the car. Rumble. The car made a 360-degree turn in front of his eyes, and then ran toward the black cloud of ghosts outside. The ground splashed with horrible tire fire marks. By the time Zui Yang came back to his senses, the double knives on his back were also retrieved, and the woman had already driven the motorcycle out beyond the black cloud ghost. Boom boom boom. The car stopped outside the black cloud, and the woman, with her feet on the ground and her hands holding a knife, still looked at Zui Yang in a calm manner. How? Now, can we have a nice talk? Chapter 142, The Motorcycle and the Machete, 3. You're rather fast. Zui Yang looked at the woman coldly, and the woman showed a rare light smile. Fight. I definitely can't beat you, but when it comes to agility, on a motorcycle, I never lose. Ha, you've got the man too. Why don't you leave? Zui Yang waved his big hand and slowly dispatched the dark clouds. Falling rain or silken condensation is not as fast as a woman's car or knife. Once the other party ran out of the range of the black cloud, Zui Yang really couldn't do anything about her. Although the Ghostface swords can nullify the strange flight path of flying knives, or motorcycle fire tires. However, these bizarre objects retain their original abilities after nullifying their special abilities. It's not the twin swords and motorcycles that are great, it's the people who maneuver them. The woman in front of her was a holder of a double demonic object. I thought you said, you can't trust me? Now, you can kill 016 and 019 in front of me and I won't blink an eye. In this way, it will be proof that I am not on either side of their superior. Furthermore, I've already completed my mission, so all I need to do is pick up Huang Ziqiao and return. However, the fact that I'm still lingering here to make peace with you, the bogeyman, is enough to witness my sincerity. The woman's words were justified, and Zui Yang raised his eyes to look at her after a little thought. What? You 01 short on men? It's not a lack of henchmen, it's a lack of someone who can hold down the fort. 01's situation is unique. He needs someone with potential, or someone strong enough to join him, in case he needs it for an emergency. Ho, you mean you wouldn't have cared if I'd just been killed by 016 and 019? Because I'm not qualified. You'll just watch, right? Is the party that represents the Ghostbusters base that powerful? Zui Yang's words were full of sarcasm, and the woman shrugged her shoulders in disbelief. Shouldn't it be? You can't even hold 016 and 019, so why should the officials look at you? It's so realistic. Good. Tell me, what are the perks of joining you? And what was that you said about from time to time? The perks of joining us are simple. You no longer have to fear that you'll be targeted by other sequential Sentinel Ghostbusters because you're a member of 01. Furthermore, you can safely and boldly team up with people under the 01 camp without fear of backstabbing. 01's men, at least, are on the official side of things. As for what I said about needing it from time to time, as a brief disclosure, 01 is not in good shape. It's possible that 02 and 03 find out one day and make a scene, and their men might mess up the base. We need people with superior abilities to guard the base together. After all, not everyone understands the importance of the base. The woman was inexplicably depressed as she spoke. Zui Yang bristled. That's your business. All I care about is, where's your sincerity in letting me join? Also, I'm still not sure what makes 01 not eyeballing my shenanigans. Although the words are all righteousness, Zui Yang can carry out what he is. As long as there is no benefit to women today, he will eat 016 and 019 and leave without saying a word. This, simple. If you don't kill 016 and 019, I can use 01's name to make them compensate you with 10,000 merit points. In that case, their superiors know it's an 01 request, and you're considered in 01. 20,000 merit points is already worth more than eating them. I've been observing you for a while now. That weirdness inside you shouldn't be able to evolve even if you eat them. The woman hesitated for a moment before voicing her plans. Zui Yang listened, nodded and shook his head. What? Still not satisfied? You're a little over the top. A hint of sulkiness was revealed in his narrowed eyes, and Zui Yang smiled. 2W merit points. I want these too. Give me 2W merit points each. Also, there's Huang Zixuan behind you. Give me 2W merit points as well. What? 2W points? You ate me. Upon hearing Zui Yang's request, Huang Zixuan's face darkened. You don't make a big offer like that, do you? What? Lives or points matter? Zui Yang's face was cold, and Huang Zixuan's face, which was still struggling, suddenly wilted like a frosted eggplant. Zui Yang, don't you go too far. How about this? Huang Zixuan compensates you for 10,000 merit points, and those two, each compensates you for 15,000 merit points. That's as far as I've fought for. The woman frowned as if this was her last line. Zui Yang looked at her for a while before he put on a reluctant look. 1W5 ah. 1W5 is okay. But, I have one more request. Hey, don't you go too far. Hey, why are you so nervous? Listen to the end first. Okay, go ahead. The woman looked at Zui Yang nervously, afraid that Zui Yang would ask for a lion's share again. It's a simple request. 032. You guys know, right? The temple priest you sent to Linjiang City. Him? What's wrong? I need all his files. That's all. Oh, what do you need his file for? He didn't even come back from his mission, so he's probably dead. That's out of your hands. Alright, I'll be able to give you permission for this request. When we get to the base, I'll give you login access to 032 Sentinel's website. You can see everything about him in past missions. Well said. So these two, Zui Yang said, pointing to the unconscious 016 and 019 on the ground. Leave it to me. I will detain them until they pay the 30,000 inch merit points. Then we will release them. As for Huang Ziqiao's 1W merit points, when we arrive at the base, I'll have her transfer them to you immediately. So, I thought that it would arrive immediately. With a little lost face, the woman blankly glanced at Zui Yang. Come on, do you think they'll be able to cough up 3W merit points right away? Also, Purple Smoky Huang, go drag them into the commercial vehicle while you drive them back to the base. I'll escort you in a motorcycle. As for you, the woman commanded, her gaze finally landing on Zui Yang. You, seemingly afraid that Zui Yang would run away halfway, she pointed to her motorcycle. You get on my motorcycle. I'll take you straight to 01. Hiss. I'm on your motorcycle? Looking at the woman's dark motorcycle, Zui Yang froze. What? Afraid I'm a bad rider? No. I was wondering where to put my hands when I'm sitting in the back. Zui Yang's gaze, involuntarily cast to the woman's waistline. The woman's face went cold. Don't give me the evil eye. You've got silk thread. Just tie yourself up behind it. Oh, okay then. By the way, what's your name? 015. Long Xian. Chapter 143, The Power of 01. Who? The cold wind poured into his face, and Zui Yang sat motionless behind Long Xian. His hands were braced behind him on the side frame of his motorcycle, and he had a very strange expression on his face. Like, in his whole life, he had never gotten on a female rider's locomotive. On the long roadway, the commercial car was driving in front of the road, and Zui Yang pondered things from time to time. He wasn't afraid of what 01 would do to him then. What he was thinking about now was the plan after he returned to the base. As of right now, the only thought that keeps him going back is where the hell did 032 get the ghost tree and incense burner? The origin of these two things is involved in everything. When you have the chance, you are definitely on the hunt yourself. Between thoughts, the grave head of the Ghostbusters base was in sight. Rumble. The motorcycle followed the commercial vehicle into the base. From the parking lot, 2 numbered Ghostbusters came flying, 029 and 034. The 2 men's nameplates flashed as they respectfully saluted towards Leng Xian. When they saw Zui Yang sitting on the back of the motorcycle car, they were obviously a little surprised. But after just a few moments of surprise, these 2 men quickly came to the front of the commercial vehicle and detained the 3 of them. Huang Ziqiao, into the elevator. You, with me, Leng Xian shouted quietly, and after jumping out of the car, Zui Yang was directly yanked down. The motorcycle, permeated with black gas like a military dog, drove eerily into a dark corner by itself. This scene, looking at Zui Yang, was a wonder. Ding dong. Following the 2 numbered Ghostbusters, the 2 men entered the elevator. However, the button that Leng Xian pressed this time was level 6. Oh, the conference hall? Looking at the buttons of the elevator with a snicker, Zui Yang looked towards the 7th floor. Say, what's on the 7th floor? His question was like a chilling agent in the air. Leng Xian grimaced. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Okay. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened again. Walking out from the elevator door, Zui Yang came to the 6th floor conference hall for the first time. In front of us was a long, wide metal passageway with metal doors closed in equal columns on either side of the passageway. The metal door will have in use and not in use displays. Leng Xian led Zui Yang along the long path for quite a while before stopping at a metal door that displayed in use. Swiping the card towards the metal door's display, the metal door popped open. Inside the house, it's just a couple dozen square feet of space. A long conference table with a huge display. Other than that, there is no more setup. Zui Yang entered the house along with Leng Xian. The long table was filled with people, but the only place where the main seat was just an LCD TV. At a glance, 017, 014, 013, 09, 05 and other serial numbered Imperial Ghostbusters were sitting quietly at the table, their gazes all looking towards Zui Yang. Ooh, 01 kinda has a charisma. Plus you. All 6 of the top 20 Oni are here. Zui Yang snickered. Leng Xian glanced at him and walked towards the seat on the right. Although all the people here are from 01, the class equivalence of the serial numbers remains serious. On the right, it's all the people after the 10 name. On the left side, only 09 and 05 are seated. Zui Yang was very self-aware and directly found the seat in the right side of the most corner and sat down. When he took his seat, 05 took the initiative and stood up, coughing lightly. He was an old man, and even though his hair was all gray, it was still hairy. With his long hair and beard stored up, he was quite immortal. Ahem. With regard to incident 022, after a careful investigation by 015, it was determined that he did not initiate the strife. The strength of 022, as verified, has reached the strength of the top 20 serializers. On behalf of the officials, we have hereby issued punishment to 016, 019, and Purple Smoky Wong. The Class A investigation incident, Song Family Village, has now been resolved, and the original mission of 8,000 merit points has increased to 16,000 points due to 022 completely resolving the incident. 024, 025 was killed in this incident and we sincerely feel a moment of silence. The old man blah 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 said official polite words, and Zui Yang listened to it and dozed off. Not bad for a faction affiliated with the crown. Just like to get into these setups. The mind belabored. Until the main seat, the LCD TV flickered. Suddenly, the room went inexplicably quiet. Bare your teeth. After the snow flashes, the screen lights up and a pale young man, dressed in work clothes, is sitting in a wheelchair. He had a smile on his face and gave off a very warm feeling. Everyone's here. When he spoke, 05 instantly tightened. Yes, this time, excluding 022, the members with the top 20 serial numbers, all came. 022. After this time, he's not 022 anymore either. Understood. His serial number will be verified by us and relocated by the website system. 022. The youth in the screen softly called out, and Zui Yang raised his eyes to the screen. Nice. Harnessing a second guile within a few days, or a guile of no lesser strength. Your current strength is already trending towards the top 15. Let me ask you, would you like to join us and serve the Ghostbusters base? The youth's voice was soft, magnetic and charismatic. But Zui Yang just shook his head directly after looking at him. Just kidding. What am I doing serving the base for nothing? You boy. How do you talk to an adult? As soon as this was said, 05 stood up instantly. The rest of the royal ghosts also looked at Zui Yang angrily. Zui Yang shrugged his shoulders. Please don't press me with any mass obligations. When you go out on a mission, which one of you doesn't live and die? If you want me to help you serve, you can. You represent the officialdom. You have to give some benefits, right? Ha ha ha. As long as you have the appropriate value, the benefits will naturally be there. On the TV screen, the youth smiled at the words. In addition to your 3 missions per month, your serial number goes up and so do your guaranteed merit points. Again, if it's a mission we assign you to, you can make demands with us. Merit points are things in the mall, all in reciprocal exchange. On top of that, you're not like the other Ghostbusters. You go out and represent the crown, dealing with scattered groups of goblins or making contact with goblins in other cities. They'll all have to weigh our goblins headquarters. Wait, TSK. Nice big pie. The fact that I'm here means I'm interested in joining you. But if it's something that's too dangerous, or if I don't think the value of something is equal to the risk, forgive me for turning you down. I have my own judgment, and I won't be one of your random instructions. Zui Yang responded word for word. Slowly, he stood up and locked eyes with a room full of Oni. Pa pa pa. After a long time, the youth on the other end of the television set clapped his hands. Yes, it's right to be selfish. So, welcome aboard. Ghostbusters 012. Chapter 144, 012. The wind is blowing. 012? My lord. This intensity, will it be given too high? Upon hearing the youth say this, 05 was a bit surprised. Not high. If 011 wasn't one of theirs, I would have just given it to 011. The youth smiled and looked at Zui Yang one more time. With that, he slowly stood up from his wheelchair, his skin somewhat frighteningly white under his formal attire. Well then, with 012 out of the way, let's briefly talk about what's going to happen in the ghost world next month. My lord, when you make a break, you get a break. The ghost world still needs to be explored, whether it's the spookiness there or the former Ghostbusters. Next time, I'll organize a big meeting of the whole group, and as for whether to go or not, we'll judge for ourselves. I see. 05 sniffed and nodded deeply. Snap. The TV turned off without warning. Zui Yang sat in his seat and opened his mouth to find someone to ask what the ghost world is. Unexpectedly, once this matter is finished, this room of people, all stinking face have scattered. Having no choice, Zui Yang could only find Long Xian. Hey, I say, what the hell is the ghost world? What? You all look like dead horses when you talk about this stuff, Zui Yang asked grumpily, and Long Xian's eyelids jumped. Get yourself on 032's account and see for yourself. Also, if you log back into your Ghostbusters website, your serial number, and the merit points they compensated 016 for, the rewards for the mission, should all be here. After saying this, Lang Xian also left in quick steps. Zui Yang shrugged his shoulders in a bored manner. If you don't say it, it's none of my business. Silently leaving the 6th floor conference room, Zui Yang took the elevator alone and returned towards the 4th floor. Exit the elevator and walk back down the familiar street. On the way, Zui Yang coincidentally met 026. 026 was leading Su Tianji around the streets as if he was taking a break. Zui Yang had wanted to say hello to him. I hadn't thought that the moment I saw him, 026's face was unusually complicated. After raising his eyes and looking at Zui Yang for a while, he actually pulled Su Tianji and turned back towards the original path. What for? See a ghost? In disbelief, he walked towards his villa 022. The entrance of the villa was also blocked with a circle of people at this moment. There were men and women, but most of them were serial-numbered Ghostbusters wearing nameplates on their chests. As soon as they saw that Zui Yang had returned, this group of people swarmed and squeezed towards Zui Yang. 012-sama, get acquainted. I'm 038 Oniai-chan. Can I invite you to a meal at my place? Lord 012. I'm 042 Sentinel. My ability is soft body. Can you go with me on the next mission? I will serve you well. Lord 012. I'm a good friend. I just simply want to add you as a friend. The crowds of people crowded the entrance of Zui Yang's villa. Zui Yang frowned. How do you guys know I'm 012? Ha ha ha. Zui Yang, what happened to you has been spreading on the website for a long time. You are, now, the first person under the 10th serial number. Suddenly, opposite the 023 villa, Bai Su walked out with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at Zui Yang with more or less envy and surprise in his eyes. This Nima, you just went out for a day or two and jumped straight to being the number 1 double weirdo? Is this still human? The website said that? Right. Or an official announcement. You'll see what they're all about when you have time to look at them. Bai Su pointed to a room full of men and women, the smoke in his mouth slowly sipping out. Get out of here yet. Really think he has a good temper? Tap tap tap. Under the stern rebuke, the people who surrounded the group looked at Bai Su's face full of gangsterism, and only then reluctantly dispersed. Zui Yang's eyes flickered, pointed to his own villa, and greeted toward Bai Su. Why don't you come and sit here with me? Just waiting for you to say that. Baisu took a drag on his cigarette and flung it into a side trash can. The two entered the house slowly. Inside the house, Xia Qingyuan's family looked at Zui Yang's return, and they also looked joyful. Left kid, you're back so soon? Well, this trip, the mission, it's still pretty simple. Yes? Right. Uncle Xia, go make some dishes. Mr. Bai will eat together later. Good, good. After supporting Uncle Xia, Zui Yang led Baisu to the study. The two casually leaned on the chair, and Zui Yang coldly asked, "You, one of 01's too? Nice." Baisu answered dryly. "No wonder. I said you were so insistent on completing the mission on the Aurora. By the way, the ghost mirror and the ghost world, is there any connection?" Zui Yang speculated for no reason, and Baisu shook his head. "Not sure. Anyway, I've heard about it. The base organized a ghost world exploration earlier, but something went wrong during the retreat. If the ghost mirror, it's probably to try and find new value in the other side of the ghost world. As for that mirror, it shouldn't be able to connect to the ghost world." "Oh, why do you say that?" "The ghost world, how can I put it? I've never been there either, so you'd better ask someone else about this." That said, Zui Yang, 012 your authority is much higher than mine now. As Baisu spoke, his tone couldn't help but sour. Zui Yang smiled. "It's just luck. Just happened to harness the second creepy grass. I'm scared to death to make contact with the new creeps, and you're good grabbing them. Okay, maybe I'll hug your thigh in the future. So, you and I are coming." Zui Yang looked at Baisu with a snicker, and Baisu scratched his head in a rare embarrassed manner. "Hey, I'm not hiding anything from you. I'd actually like to team up with you for a quest. I've only done 2 quests this month, and you're still short 1 too, right? Look, we're all 01's again. Ha ha ha." Baisu rubbed his hands, and Zui Yang nodded cheerfully. "No problem, but let me adjust for a few days first." "That's natural. Let's do it 3 days later. I've focused on a mission. I'll send it to you then." "Okay. Haha, that's good. Left thigh. Take a good rest. I'll leave you alone." After speaking, Baisu walked towards the outside of the study with a smile on his face. Zui Yang didn't stop him. The main reason for agreeing to Baisu's cooperation was that he was more trustworthy than other strangers. Furthermore, Baisu and he belonged to the same 01 lineage, so he shouldn't be counting on his companions. This is also somewhat evident from the Aurora. After seeing Baisu leave, Zui Yang took out his cell phone and clicked to log into the Ye Ghostbusters URL. This time after the reface recognition, the interface welcome also changed to "Welcome to the Ghostbusters URL, Honorable 012 Sequencer, TSK. This gap treatment." After clicking into the website, the account number, very conspicuous, can see 56,000 points of merit points. Boy, that's a few more robberies. I probability ghosts don't take it all? Mentally calculating, Zui Yang's eyes, then attracted by the website headline. Chapter 145, Accidents Before the Eerie Advent. Ghostbusters Base Announcement. Summary of the detailed process of the investigation into the Song Village incident and the egregious acts it has triggered. The Song Village investigation incident was originally carried out jointly by 022, 024, and 025. It is reported that after the incident was solved by 022 alone, 025 was sacrificed and 024 communicated that 016 had come to take 022's shenanigans. In this operation, not only 024 and 016 are involved in framing 022, but also the special weird possessor, Huang Ziqiao, and 019 will go along with her. 015 will go along as a supervisor. By the time investigators 015 arrived at the scene was in shambles. 022 alone will be 016, 019 subdued, and abolished their respective bazaar. 024 died tragically in the trap activity plan. Huang Zikaori was burned by his cheeks. In critical condition, by 015 intervened to reconcile. The incident is suspended. After the above incident, the base decided to give 016, 019 and Huang Ziqiao a 3-way punishment. 016 and 019 will compensate 022 with 15, 000 points each. Huang Zixian needs to compensate 10, 000 points of merit value. 022 was a victim in this incident, but has been promoted to serial number 012 based on his battle prowess. Above, for the debriefing of this accident. This announcement had thousands of hits. In other words, less than 1,000 people on the site. Someone has read this announcement over and over again several times. There was even an anonymous comment at the bottom of the announcement. Anonymous 1, Ilua saw just 3 counting 1. Wasted 2. Killed 1. You will not play Anonymous 2. Upstairs, do you know how to count? Anyone with eyes can see that 024, 025, 016, 019. And that Huang Zixian. A total of 5 people counting 022. He killed them all by himself? Anonymous 3, is that what you're focusing on? Come on, guys. The point is that 022 alone has defeated 016 and 019. One weirdo each. This guy can fight 4 creeps and still kill 2 of them? What kind of power is that? Anonymous 4, I knew that Huang Zixian was no good. She even said I was a small cow last time. And she talked a lot. Anonymous 5, is it possible, upstairs, that it's really you in some way? The comments alone have anonymously covered nearly 100 floors. Zhuoyang sighed a little. No wonder. With that kind of influence, it's probably hard to not know about me. This announcement, however, is invariably a slap in the face of 02 and 03. Even this announcement, mitigating my killing of 024's words, clearly shows favoritism towards me. 01 Is this a demonstration for me? Flipping through the webpage, Zhuoyang could see the your friends bar, constantly flashing. Most of them are private messages from female serial number ogresses. Zhuoyang casually looked at 2 and only agreed to 015's friend application. After casually strolling around the website, Zhuoyang's eyes looked at his merit points. 56,000 merit points. That's not a small amount of money. Regarding its use, Zhuoyang can even order a complete set of tools for Xiaoqing Yuan to start making the substitute paperman. In this way, the 10 supplies of the incense burner might be completed immediately. But the incense burner will always play a supportive role, and it's a bit of a waste to use so many points to pull a bizarre prop. I remember the probability ghosts cost 100,000 points, right? Why don't we wait a little longer? After dispersing the thought of squandering points, Zhuoyang's cell phone buzzed with a vibration. A text message had been sent. Serial 032 Ghostbusters Paperman login link has been sent. This link only provides 24-hour login access, so please use it as soon as possible. Oh, the old temple account sent? Curious, I clicked on the link, and on the Ghostbusters website, that popped up again. The account had changed to 032. A few random scans. 032 account. Not a single merit point left. This could not help but remind Zhuoyang of the conversation he had with 037 at that time. The old temple priest was taking these things and organizing 100 people to offer sacrifices under the pretext of mission. In the end, he had already decided to give up the Ghostbuster base at that time. He was going to use the ghost sword to start his own operation. Only the ghost face sword is too evil. He did not manage to succeed, but in turn, it is cheaper than Zhuoyang. There was nothing on the account, and if he clicked on the purchase record, Zhuoyang could not help but see his eyes light up. Spend 3,000 merit points to buy an abandoned temple courtyard in Linjiang City? That's okay? I can't help but marvel at the energy of the Ghostbusters base. Scanning this barren account for a while, Zhuoyang finally found the historical admission quest in Quest. Mission, Paranormal Phenomenon at 302 Lijianghai Villa in Capital City. Investigation difficulty C. Investigators, 042 Zhuping, 047 Nanshur. The survey has been completed and ends on February 13th. Mission, Ghost World Investigation. Mission details, since the early morning of March 3rd, an irregular black fog was suspected to have been generated under the Bohai Bridge in Stellar City. The black fog persisted, and after the first group of personnel blocked the scene, after exploration, the other end of the black fog led to a hollow world. There are no signs of human activity within that world for the time being, but it is vaguely spooky. It was named Ghost World by the higher-ups. There are unknown risks in the ghost world, but the spookiness within is more abundant compared to the real world capturing the spooky ride. If we can investigate, we may be able to expand the quota of 52 serial-numbered Ghostbusters, and perhaps, a breakthrough in driving limits from it. Mission requirements, all serial number Imperial Ghosts can participate in the investigation and start reporting after exploring a certain area of the ghost world. Mission participants, 01, 02, 03052. Asterisk. This nigga? Pouring out the nest. Ha! Looking at the Investigate the Ghost World quest, Zhuoyang's eyelids jumped. Good lord! At the time that whatever irregular black mist arose, the whole organization probably thought they were going in for a gold mine, right? But then, 032 was still 042. What? After this quest, he becomes 032? Doubtfully looking down, Zhuoyang finally did understand why. Within the conference room, all the ghost sentinels had kept their mouths shut about the ghost world. Follow up to the mission to investigate the ghost world. After entering the ghost world, the ghost sentinel realized that the deeper they went, the more uncontrollable the weirdness in their bodies became, and their mental state began to fluctuate. The ghost world was surrounded by black mist, and the original 52-member squad began to scatter and disorganize. A week later, the first 10 Ghostbusters, led by 01, completely lost contact with the base after penetrating the deepest part of the city. With the situation out of control, the headquarters began evacuating all Oni. In the end, except for the top 10 Oni, the rest of the Oni returned in a state of mental disorientation. Upon inquiry, they seem to have entered a different world in the ghost world, which is quite strange. The loss of the top 10 Ghostbusters traumatized the base significantly. The state of the other goblins seems to be unstable as well. Early in the morning of the Chinese New Year festival, the entrance to the ghost world began to expand. For security reasons, the roads around the ghost world are completely blocked. At 1915 on the Chinese New Year's Day, the world bizarrely began to recover frequently. Forced by the order of the base, all survivors' serial numbers will be adjusted upward by 10 digits. Investigating the ghost world incident, temporarily put on hold. Chapter 146, Indeterminate Level Quest, The Inconvenient Longstreet. Hiss. It's. No wonder I said 02. 03 defies 01. So the big guys have risen from the teens. I was still playing games as a community animal before the weirdness descended. And this has already happened to them? Looking at the words, Ghost World Investigation, stranded in, mission, Zui Yang was a bit saddened. The OP actually mastered a certain amount of ability to harness the weirdness long before the weirdness was revived. This is evident from the fact that the old Temple Zhuping carried out the mission for the month of February. At that time, there were already people planning such a thing as serial number Ghostbusters. Sure, it's tough enough to find the creepy and find 52 people who can harness it when the creepy hasn't been revived. But, I guess they didn't expect the ghost world to be so treacherous. Missing out on 10 of the best ghost sentinels, coupled with the bizarre revival, caught them even more off guard. For this reason, it is only possible to change the serial numbers of all the serial numbered Mikados and expand them subsequently. Baisu said he hasn't been to the ghost world. It means he's also a subsequent addition. Or, he was the one who didn't become a serial number Ghostbuster before, registered later, and made it all the way to 023. If those top 10 ghost sentinels hadn't disappeared, Ghostbusters base, it should be called a brick wall. TSK. It's a shame. Lamenting the impermanence of the world, Zui Yang continued to slide the mission history of 032. After this investigation, Xu Ping was promoted from 042 to 032, but it can be seen that his spirit does not seem to be very good. After March, April and May, he actually didn't even go on a single mission. Perhaps it was because of the side effects of the ghost world, and no one had accused him of eating low. By the time it was early June, Xu Ping had picked up a escort ghost mirror prequest, observe Zhou Haishan. For this reason, he used his merit points to buy a small abandoned temple in Linjiang City. Say, what exactly did this old temple priest see in the ghost world? How come he's all bent out of shape? The mission says that everyone will be affected and see all kinds of light in the world. In this, there's just too much uncertainty. Continuing to scroll through the mission log for 032. By this point, nothing more could be seen. Zui Yang was somewhat disinterested. What I can figure out now is that the current 01 is going to organize a convention next month, and also send out Ghostbusters to explore the ghost world. What is the purpose? Zui Yang is not clear. But go, he was definitely going. With cell phone communication, he's not afraid to die. Investigating the cause of the ghost tree and the ghost fruit is a must. TSK. Still can't touch anything with just that. I don't know. Can we check out 032's residence and maybe find some details? Turning off his cell phone, Zui Yan walked out of the 022 villa. Along the door number, he soon found the villa 032, but when you hit your eyes, there's already a Ghostbuster living inside. Seeing Zui Yang looking towards the house, that ghost sentinel had a joy in his eyes and immediately ran out in a hurry. You are Lord 012, aren't you? Excuse me, what do you want to see me about? The visitor was a small man, but well dressed. Zui Yang looked at the nameplate on his chest. 035. I think I moved to this house after seeing 032 die? Speculating in his heart, Zui Yang pointed to Villa 032. Do you have any traces left by the previous owner in this house? Traces? Well, you have to say there are. There are some strange stickers to be seen on the wallboard in the master bedroom. Stickers? Right. Paper twisted fonts and patterns. Show me. No problem. Hearing that Zui Yang wants to enter his home, 035 cheerfully pulled open the courtyard door. The two of them went down the stairs on the first floor and went straight to the innermost room on the second floor. The room was so closed that it didn't even have a window. Turning on the light, you can see some words set in white paper on the wallboard of the house. Those words were twisted and distorted, and Zui Yan looked familiar. It's not Chinese characters. It's the same kind of characters you saw that time in Zhou Yang's ghost mirror cave. Is this ghost writing? The left eye flickered. Just wanted to greet the ghost face sore. In his ear, a thin, inaudible voice came instantly. I can't get in. And I can. My spirit isn't quite right. Why can't I get out? Ha? What are you talking about? Zui Yang looked at Ghostface Sore in bewilderment, and Ghostface Sore faintly returned to him. This is the meaning of these words. Grass. Riddles again. Returning to his senses, Zui Yang swept the room with some unhappiness. Following that, he looked to 035. Any other remaining traces? It's gone. After all, 032 hasn't been back in a while. Okay. Trouble. Zui Yang waved his hand and twisted around to leave. Suddenly, 035 whispered a greeting towards him. That. One thing I don't know if it counts. You say. There was a time when 032 used to bring ordinary people back to spend the night, but those ordinary people disappeared behind them. Oh. This. Nothing. Thank you. Smiling towards 035, Zui Yang quickly left. This message, which should indicate that Zhu Ping was in the back, should be guessing the purpose of the ghost tree. Eventually he discovered the principle of sacrifice. I can get in, and I can't? My spirit is starting to get confused and I can't get out? This is the lead that 032 brought back? On the way back, how could Zui Yang not understand the meaning of these words? Just, when we enter the Heat Ghost world, next month, maybe we'll understand. Back in Villa 022, Zui Yang and Uncle Xiao's family had a meal and slept until the next morning. It's rare. He laid around the house leisurely for a few days, like he was back to the peace he had before the creepy descent. During that time, Bai Su had also come to be a guest, and even invited him to the ordinary people's area to choose a consort, which he had sternly rejected. 3 days were spent at leisure. On the evening of the 4th day, while Zui Yang was idly browsing the Ye Ghostbusters URL, he received a link from Bai Su in the background. Indeterminate level mission, investigation of Puning Changjie, Puning Long Street, Yaohai City. After the weirdness descended, some citizens of Yaohai City realized that no weirdness appeared on this street. As a result, a large number of citizens traveled to enter the area. But as the population increased and food was in short supply, a portion of the masses wanted to leave when they found out this street never goes anywhere. However, just people can't get out. Cell phone signals still communicate and outsiders can get in. Mission requirement: this mission is not graded for the time being. Please cooperate with the members of the Imperial Ghostbusters in Shangguang City to investigate the secrets of Puning Long Street. Mission reward: 3,000 merit points. Chapter 147, Other Ghostbusters Groups. Indeterminate mission? Can't walk the streets? Looking at this task, the first thing that Zui Yang thought of was the ghost-beating wall. Based on the bazaar experience, he thought that perhaps it was safer for Puning Long Street to host a bazaar, which was why no other bazaar dared to come. But, once inside, you will be affected by the Puning Long Street and be trapped in it for the rest of your life. The quest rewards are okay, but what the hell is working with the Wahiro City Ghostbusters? Are there any other groups of Ghostbusters? Sent the doubts in his mind to Bai Su. A response was soon given on the other end. 023, there have always been other Ghostbusters groups. It's just that they're not as formalized as our Ghostbusters base. The most famous one is the Demon City Ghostbusters Alliance, where Ghostbusters are trained by people who are rich in resources before the Eerie Advent. They are not affiliated with our administration and form separate groups. Again, it's the Kamihiro City Ghostbusters. They are groups that have formed spontaneously after the sharing and popularization of their experiences since their success in harnessing the spooky, and the continued emergence of ghost watchers. In addition to these, there are actually wandering self-masters of ghosts. These people, like you, became Ghostbusters by chance. However, they do not belong to any group and roam the world. To put it bluntly, compared to them, we, Capital City Ghostbusters base, are the most authoritative and stable. 012, oh, there seems to be a lot of hugging going on. But here in Kyoto City, the bonfire is the biggest. 023, exactly. That's why people are flocking to this place. 012, say, how did you get this assignment? 023, I've been looking around, and the easy ones have all been grabbed by other Ghostbusters. And the hard ones, I think, I'm afraid of dying. So, then I saw this unclassified joint quest. 012, this mission. It was also sent to the Shangguang City side? 023, yes. Although we can't get out of Puning Street, the signal can come out. The leader there sent a message saying that as long as the problem of not being able to get out could be solved, he would regularly send Ghostbusters to the two bases. 012, no wonder. I said how could the base give rewards for missions sent from other regions? So there's this connection. When do we move? 023, tomorrow morning. I guess, if you take the bus, you can probably get to Yaohai City in the evening, and meet up with the Gakujin in Shangguang City. 012, line. Hanging up his cell phone, Zui Yang lay down on the bed in a ghostly manner. He wondered if it was necessary to exchange some props on the way up. Thinking for a moment and looking at his cell phone, he smiled. Big deal. We'll reopen it, and all the merit values should be saved for the third creepy. Stifle your head and go to sleep. On the following day, there was a knock on the door of the room. Zhuoyang hastily got up and saw that Bai Su was already fully dressed outside the main door. Leaving so early? Surprised, he opened the door of the room, and before Zhuoyang could slow down, he was pulled out of the house. Right, Yaohai City is too far away. If we don't go earlier, we might not arrive until evening. Drawn all the way by Bai Su, Zhuoyang didn't even eat his breakfast before he was dragged to the elevator entrance. The two silently took the elevator to the first floor. On the parking lot, a mission-specific business car was already parked. Hurriedly getting into the car, the commercial vehicle pulled out of the base and drove all the way towards the north. Yaohai, located in the northern neighboring city of Kyoto. Once upon a time, it was also a bustling seaside tourist town. Unfortunately, now sitting in the car, looking out through the window, the azure sea water is still there, but you can't see half of the people. In contrast to the ruins of the downtown area of the capital city, the city of Yaohai was in a state of tranquility. As the car pulled into the city, there was a calm everywhere before the creepy descent. Only, it was so calm that it pervaded the dead silence of the unseen. After a long day of driving, the car finally pulled into a long, one-way street. Punning Long Street. You can't see the end of this street at a glance. On both sides of the road are a forest of small two-story buildings. Further on, there is the square at the main center of the street, which in turn spreads out into four long, thin lanes. The streets are lined with supermarkets, scenic spots, KTVs, pet stores. As you look around, you can still see people walking in twos and threes within the streets. The reddish hue of the setting sun poured over the streets in a peaceful manner. No, they're, like, too cozy for that, right? Bai Su rolled open the window and poked his head out towards the inside of the street. This one street had more of a worldly atmosphere than the capital city Ghostbusters base. It does get a little too quiet. It stands to reason that even if there's a problem here, it's not like we're going to see any wolves along the way. These streets, it's excessively quiet. Pulling open the car door, Zhuoyang jumped down from the car. The business car didn't dare to drive straight in, so they had to enter the street on foot. At the intersection of the street stood a huge sign. Long Street, Punang, Yaohai City 5th Fuyu Street. Fancy signs with the words 5th Affluence flashing neon. After Zhuoyang looked at it, he walked towards the front on his own. At the main entrance of the street, Zhuoyang suddenly found that a man and a woman were standing at the street entrance talking about something with a middle-aged man. As soon as they saw Zhuoyang and Bai Su coming towards the side, the three of them looked at each other in unison. That middle-aged man's face was obviously a happy one. He seemed to want to come forward to greet them. However, when his steps reached the entrance of the street, it was as if his whole body was blocked by a wall of air, and he could not get out. Instead, the man and the woman looked over with some small discontent in their eyes. Yo, worthy of coming out of the YQ City Ghostbusters base. That's a big rack. Are we going to have to wait an extra night for it to come? The man had a shaved-inch head, tall and thin, and his words were full of provocation. When Bai Su heard this, he was not happy at that moment. Hey, I'm just better than you. What? Hold your tongue if you're not convinced. Are all of your Q City Ghostbusters base Ghostbusters this crazy? What? You're not convinced? Hee, I'm afraid you won't even know how to die later. The more the inch-headed man said, the more ruthless he became, and Bai Su took 2 steps forward, wanting to make a move. Just then, the girl behind the inch-haired man pulled at the inch-haired man. Brother, stop it. We're all teammates this time. Cut. I just don't like them guys who think so highly of themselves. That is to say, is it possible that you guys could come in later and make us wait for you as well? Zhuoyang coldly sarcastic sentence. The inch-headed man looked at him angrily, and wanted to say something. Suddenly, the middle-aged man behind the street entrance coughed. A few. Can you sell me a favor? For this mission, I still need you guys to come along and cooperate. Guys, there's no need to throw a tantrum before we even get in. Is there? Chapter 148, A Calm Abnormality. The middle-aged man stood behind the street with a good old-fashioned grin on his face. Outside the street, the 4 men looked at him in unison, none of them choking each other anymore. Zhuoyang looked at the street entrance, and then looked at the 2 imperial ghosts of Shangguang City. Why are you guys standing here and not just go in? Hey, don't you realize that if you go in, you can't get out? The inch-haired man asked a rhetorical question, and Zhuoyang smiled. Afraid? It is the time to prepare the tongue again and the national essence to bloom. Behind the mouth of the street, the middle-aged man drank. A few. I suppose you are the 4 Onisama who received the assignment. Let me introduce myself. I'm the police chief of Yaohai City, Wei Chongsheng. It was also me who formed the safety squad in the first place to bring the citizens into the streets of Putnam. It's just that I didn't realize that this would be such a place. I can assure you all that as long as you can solve the problem here, any future ghost sentinels that appear in Yaohai City will be transported to the base where you are at the first opportunity. Even will defect to both of your bases as well, Wei Changsheng promised with his words. Suddenly, his face stared and his tone became serious. But what I need to tell you again and again is that once you come in, you may not be able to get out. Even if you are the strongest ghost sentinel, stand at the end of the street. This is the only time you can back out. Are you sure you want to come in and find out the truth? Wei Changsheng scrutinized the two ghost sentinels from Shangguang City were obviously a bit hesitant. But the next moment, Baisu stuffed a cigarette towards his mouth and directly stepped into Puning Street with a big stride. So much trouble. I've come all this way for nothing. He grinned broadly as he walked in and turned his head to look provocatively at the inch-haired man. What? Afraid to die? You! The inch-headed man gritted his teeth, and the girl behind him pulled the inch-headed man with a hand and smiled apologetically towards Zui Yang and Baisu. Excuse me, gentlemen. My brother has always been a man with a broken mouth, so don't mind what he just said. My name is Chu Ro. Please take care of me when you two go in. Chu Ro, small head, less than 1 meter 6.5. Smile, some neighborhood little sister's wrong flavor. Baisu looked at her for a moment and didn't have the heart to say anything more. Okay. My name is Baisu. Hey, Inch, what's your name? Chu Kong. Chu Kong stifled a cry and pulled Chu Ro to follow into the Puning Street. At this time, Zui Yang was the only one who still looked at the street and hesitated to go in. What's going on? This Ghostbuster? What are you? Nothing. I don't know why, but I always feel that this street, no, to be precise, the whole other side here, gives me a feeling of being watched. Oh, when these words came out, Wei Changxing's eyes narrowed. Do you feel that way? Right, cut. It can't be that you're afraid, right? Get lost if you're scared. Chu Gang broke another mouth. Zui Yang smiled and shook his head and walked into the street. The moment he walked into Puning Street, Zui Yang could feel that there was a sense of alienation all over his body. But for just a moment, the sense of alienation disappeared. Turning back to look, the business car that had carried him and Baek Wook Lai was still parked outside. He himself was only a few meters into the street. In order to verify if he couldn't leave now, Zui Yang turned back and tried to extend his hand beyond the street. Buzz. It's like touching something. It was clear that the light outside the street was clear, but the big hand was just hardened in the air. Sure enough, is this the beginning of the end of getting out? Zui Yang somewhat lamented the weirdness of this place. The three of his peers looked at him in silent agreement, and this time no one mocked anything more. Only Wei Changsheng squeezed out a smile. A few. It's getting late. Why don't we go to my house first, have a simple meal, and start looking for clues in the morning? He suggested. But Trullo shook his head. Shouldn't we start looking for clues now? Commissioner Wei, you guys here, have you ever found any problems? It's just not there. You can't find anything wrong with it. You can't get away from it. So yeah, I don't think there's any need for you guys to rush. Even rest up here and sleep for 3 or 5 days before looking for clues. Wei Changsheng explained. Chu Ro did not take care of him, and her eyes looked at the three people of Zui Yang, slightly inquiring. How about, better find it first? Zui Yang held an agreeable attitude. Despite being a little tired from the journey, the oddly uncomfortable feeling of the place didn't make him think that he could stay here for long. Then look for it first. Chu Kong nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Wei Changsheng cannot be argued, so he had to act as a guide in it. Okay then, a few of you. A brief introduction. Puning Long Street, there are only housing areas, shopping areas, entertainment areas, and barren to be developed areas. The housing areas are, as you can see, small buildings. The shopping area is directly in front of the plaza, with the entertainment street to the left of the plaza and the still undeveloped wheat field to the right. Along with Wei Changxing's choo-choo, several people had already walked to the center of the square, standing in the center of Nin Street and looking around. It is not unlike most shopping streets. The shopping street is just small stores for food and clothing, regular supplies. In the entertainment district, a small haunted house looks a little different, minus the KTV footbath place, but it was the right side of the square. The barren field of weeds, that was the most intriguing. The weeds are growing to the height of a man's head. At a glance, you can't see the end of the green. Hey, I said, won't anyone try to cross the green grass? Zui Yang pointed in the direction of the green grass, and Wei Changsheng smiled. Any law you can think of, we've thought of. Don't even talk about crossing over. At that time, we even burned down the whole heathland so we could get out. After the grass burns through, there's an endless prairie back there that doesn't go anywhere. The strange thing is that it clearly burned that day, and then the next morning, It was back. Hiss. Is that so evil? Squinting his eyes, Zui Yang gazed at the grass and silently shrugged his neck. Hey, Ghostface Sore, can you tell anything? He tries to communicate with Ghost Sore. But, strangely enough, Ghost Sore didn't promise himself. Hey, Ghostface Sore, patting his neck, the human face pattern remained unresponsive. Bad. Zui Yang's heart couldn't help but thump. For some reason, the Ghost Sore fell into a deep sleep. Here, it's not simple. His face gradually became gloomy. Zui Yang had already discovered that something was wrong. The other side of the square. The Chu siblings' eyes were then drawn to the haunted house. Go there and look. Chapter 149, A Calm Abnormality, 2. Haunted house. Mention those two words and most people instantly associate them with spooky. It is indeed possible to find fishy spookiness by checking out haunted houses. Chu Kong greeted. A bunch of people followed behind to see it. Haunted house. It's a strange thing to say about this haunted house. There were no fancy decorations, just two large letters spray painted in black spray paint on the front house. It's so minimalist it's scary. Zui Yang raised his eyes to look at the facade of the haunted house. What made him care was that there was a fuzzy spray paint of one on the front door of the haunted house. If you look closely, it actually says one haunted house. This haunted house. We checked that too. Nothing, just a little room in there. Wei Changsheng introduced. Chu just ignored him and blasted a kick towards the door of the haunted house. Bang! The doors popped open in response. The cramped scene inside came into view, but a small empty house of little 30 square feet with a few mirrors hanging around the house. Other than that, nothing. Ouch. You call this a haunted house? Bai Su suspiciously walked around the house, and this was really all that was in the house. The others looked at it with some lack of interest for a few moments. Following that, the initial caution was washed away by the successive mundanities. I've said it all. There's really nothing here. Why don't you go ahead and rest tonight? We'll check tomorrow? Wei Changsheng reminded again, and this time no one refused. Walking back along the road from whence he came, Zui Yang purposely went to look at other areas carefully. A very normal residential neighborhood, with occasional glimpses of people in the houses looking up at them. However, these people who stuck their heads out to see it had gray, dark eyes and no light. Maybe, it's because you've been cooped up in here for so long that you've gone numb, isn't it? Thinking like this, Zui Yang followed Wei Changsheng to a small villa. Guys, this is my house. I've gone ahead and had my wife prepare dinner, he said respectfully and hastily pulled open the door of the villa room. The villa is greeted by a large dining room. In the bright light, at the dining room table sat two children, 4 or 5 years old, their little feet wiggling under the table. Beside the child, a woman with a delicate face stood waiting very politely. Please, Wei Changsheng greeted. The four of them didn't make themselves polite and walked to the table one after another to take their seats. On the table, a steaming hot, self-heating fondue is set. Wei Changsheng smiled somewhat embarrassedly. You all have traveled a long way, and this is the best we can offer here. Nothing, just have something to eat. I'm guessing that you guys are emptying out the supermarket here, aren't you? This meal, looking shabby, is probably considered extravagant, right? Although this man, Chu Kong, had a foul mouth, he looked at the children at the table with unexpected politeness. Onii-chan-sama is so good at talking, so eat up, while it's hot. Uncle Wei, you eat too. Seeing that Wei Changsheng's family was still polite, Chu Ro urged a word. Good. Then we'll eat too. Da bao, bao, shall we? Come over here. Suddenly, only Wei Changsheng greeted him. This family of 4 actually got together and hugged in a circle. Wei Changsheng kissed toward his wife's forehead, and the children kissed toward the top of their mother's head. With that, the family only moved their chopsticks on the table one after another. Hey, I'd say this pre-dinner ritual at your house is kinda cute. Bai Su scat a mouth. Wei Changsheng smiled and did not say much. Zui Yang ate his meal, and his eyes looked at Wei Changsheng's family from time to time. His 2 children, on the other hand, were not as dead as those outside, and there was some bright shine in their eyes. Murphy, is this family optimistic? Uncertainty ate the meal. The meal was harmonious and uneventful. When the meal was finished, several people entered the room Wei Changsheng had arranged one after another. Midnight is approaching. Lights out for bed. It seems like a flat-out average life. Zui Yang buried his head in the quilt, trying to communicate with the Ghostface Sore. Hey, tugging at the human face pattern around his neck. There was still no response. However, if you try to use the nullify power with your mind, the face of Ghost Sore will still be active. The ability was there, but only the spirit of Ghost Sore seemed to be deprived of its intelligence. After trying for a while more, until he heard Bai Su's snoring in the next house, Zui Yang's eyelids were fighting and he was also thinking about falling asleep. Daddy. Suddenly, a thin voice came from outside the house. What's wrong? Daddy hungry. Not full. Milk tender voice came. Zhuiyang did not need to think to know that it was Wei Changxing's two children. Hungry? Bear with me. When a couple of daddy's friends get busy, you'll have your fill. No. Hungry. Spoiled-like voice came, and Zhuiyang couldn't help but listen to his mouth sighing. Indeed, it is true that the original family ration was divided by 4 extra people, which is a bit of a harsh division. Just as Zhuiyang was somewhat apologizing. So, Daddy will take you guys to steal some. Remember, never make a sound. Well, LOL. The door to the next room was pushed open, and Zhuiyang's brows wrinkled. What? Is it hard to believe that his family's stock of food is kept in Baek Wook's room? Between the doubts, the sound of footsteps came out of Bai Su's room and then passed through the Chu siblings' room one after another. Finally, the door to Zhuiyang's room was pushed open. 3 figures slowly walked in. Zhuiyang was silent, and only felt a small dot that was approaching him, and then brought his head over, as if he wanted to stick with Zhuiyang. Hey, what are you doing? Coldly, Zhuiyang chortled. Snap, the lights in the room came on. The 2 children are lying on the side of Zhuiyang's bed, stretching their little heads to look at Zhuiyang. Brother. Sticky. The childish face is full of innocence. Zhuiyang narrowed his eyes at them, and his gaze finally looked at Wei Changxing in the corner. He was fumbling under the bed for a bag of powdered milk. This, Oni-chan-sama. Excuse me, I forgot. The formula is in this room of yours. Take it and get out. Seeing him take out the milk powder, Zhuiyang did not have the good sense to urge a word. The door to the house closed once again as the 2 little ones looked on fondly. The lights went out. This time, Zhuiyang didn't hear any more movement. Half asleep, half awake, Zhuiyang fell into a deep sleep. Kiki. Early in the morning, the sound of crisp birdsong came. Zhuiyang slightly opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar house, and an inexplicable sense of emptiness came. He got up and looked out the window. The sun was just right, and there were pedestrians strolling along the streets in a soothing pattern of age-old tranquility. Hiss. Weird. It always feels like there's something wrong. Step out of the room. In the dining room, Wei Changxing's family was preparing breakfast. Zhuiyang looked around. Bai Su and the Chu siblings had not gotten up yet. Waiting until about 8 o'clock in the morning, these 3 still did not come out of the room. Zhuiyang's eyebrows couldn't help but frown. Chapter 150, A Calm Abnormality, 3, TSK. These 3 guys, did they not sleep to death? Zhuiyang muttered in dissatisfaction. Wei Changxing smiled. Perhaps. Too tired? Tired? How can my friend sleep when he's not tired night after night? Quickly walking towards Bai Su's room. Bang! Pushing the door to Bai Su's room violently. A violent rattling startled the sleeping men in the house. Bai Su scrambled up from the bed in a panic and looked at Zhuiyang with a confused face. Zhuiyang, why are you in my house? What's your house? This is a mission. Are you fucking sleepy? Yao, I'm on a mission. I forgot all about it in my sleep. Under Zhuiyang's speechless eyes, Bai Su hurriedly got up and looked around with confused eyes. Hiss. His grandma used to wake up every morning on a woman's belly. I said, how come I slept so much this morning? The feeling is that the environment is not right. Get out. If you want to play with women, you can do whatever you want when the mission is over. Well, let's go. My Lord 012. Bai Su scratched his head and wobbled as he followed Zhuiyang towards the restaurant. Along with that, the sound of the 2 bickering woke up the Chu siblings. It also seemed to come out of the house with a confused look on his face. It was only until they saw Zhuiyang and the 2 of them that they sat down at the table in a sudden realization. The morning meal was silent for several people. When the meal was over, the 4 tacitly walked out of the villa and onto the street. You guys, what are you going to check today? Chu just opened the door. Zhuiyang pondered for a moment and pointed to the deserted wheat field on the side of the square. I'm going to go there, and if they can't walk out, I want to try. What? They can't walk out, but you can? Chu Gang smiled disdainfully and Zhuiyang shrugged. It's hard to say whatever, my sister and I, or we'll go to Entertainment Row to investigate. Then Bai Su, why don't you go to the commercial street and casually stroll around? Seeing the siblings leave, Zhuiyang pointed in the direction of Commercial Street. No, I'm just going shopping? Bai Su's face fell, and Zhuiyang rubbed his neck. Then otherwise, if you're not afraid of getting lost in the meadow, you can also join me. Then forget it. I'll go to Commercial Street and see what's out of the ordinary. Well, meet us at the plaza at noon. Okay. After the 2 parted ways, Zhuiyang walked alone towards the thick grass. The morning sunlight hit him, giving him the wrong flavor of a commuter back on the eerie eve. Clatter. The wind whipped through the grass and swept up a blue wave. Zhuiyang stood at the entrance of the grass forest, hesitated for half a moment, looked straight ahead, and took a big step into the grass forest. Within the grassy forest, There was nothing more than weeds. Not even a wild animal in sight. Zhuoyang plucked the layer upon layer of weeds, as if he could not get to the end. Could it be that the reason for not being able to walk out is that it's being interfered with by shenanigans? Ghost face sore. The human face on his neck emerged, and Zhuoyang began to run wildly toward the front, puffing. After lifting the weeds for a while, Zhuoyang saw an open space. The vacant lot wasn't large, nearly a couple dozen square feet. It looked a little out of place in an area full of weed-covered grass, like a comical shaved bald spot on a prairie. Here, after walking along this open space for a while, Zhuoyang felt that the size of this place was somewhat déjà vu. But no matter how you go about it, the place is unresponsive and undulating. Hopeless, Zhuoyang could only walk back toward the road. A morning of fruitless searching had left him a little disoriented. In the square at noon, Bai Su was eating a puppy-shaped popsicle. When he saw Zhuoyang, he greeted him from afar. Hey, did you find out anything? No. What about you? And no. So you're just sitting here eating popsicles? Zhuoyang gave him a blank look, and Bai Su finished the popsicle in 3 or 2 bites and smiled. I don't know why, but when I see this popsicle, I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before. You mean, did I used to have a dog? I don't suppose you've ever had one? So you raised it? Me? Jokes, how could I possibly have a dog? Zhuoyang vetoed it flatly. LOL. But suddenly that strange feeling of falling away came back again. Do I or do I not ever had a dog? You certainly haven't raised one either. You're such a mean person that you can't keep a dog without killing it? Bai Su interrupted Zhuoyang's thoughts with one hand. Under the midday sun, the two were stunned. Or Bai Su came back to his senses first. Say, what's next? It seems to be stuck. Well, go look for the siblings on Entertainment Street. They haven't been heard from in so long, they might have found something. Right. Go. Quickly, he walked toward Entertainment Street. In front of one haunted house, the Chu siblings were holding hands and staring blankly at the signboard of that haunted house. Hey, what are you two doing there? Ha? What are you standing here for? Wasn't this place here yesterday? Bai Su spoke with a big grin, and Chu Gang twisted his head to look at him with suspicion in his eyes. It's you? It was a moment before he unloaded his hostile scrutiny as if he were uncertainly sure of something. Rub? What? Just one morning and you're out of your mind? GNM. Comfortable here in the sun? Eye to eye. The two were about to mouth off again. Suddenly, Churro scratched her head and gazed to look at the hand she was holding with Chu Gang. Brother, why are we shaking hands? Did we just unleash our powers? I'm not sure. Isn't this the second time we've been here? DD. The two men stared at each other in confusion. Zhuoyang looked at them and then at the one haunted house, his eyes flickering up. You guys just went in? No. Almost in unison, the Chu siblings agreed. Zhuoyang's eyes narrowed as he looked at their confused state, and it looked like something was about to catch in his mind. But then there's a buzz. His thread, which he had managed to hold on to so easily, was once again taut. A cool breeze blew on Putnam Street. The four were like ordinary tourists, stopping cozily with nothing to do. After a long time, Bai Su broke the silence. Hi, what's in this? Can't we just go back in and have a look around? Also, Chu Kong responded, and the two old men walked to the entrance of the haunted house. Snap! The door to the room was pushed open and inside this time stood a sculpted man covered in white powder. He kept his smirk on, but it gave off an icy eeriness. How many? Want to come play in a haunted house? The snow-white face revealed a stiff smile, and Bai Su and Chu Gang froze. Chu Kong stared at the sculpted man, his eyes blinking. Haven't I seen you before? Hi, guests are joking. How could we have met? Yes? Fox stepped inside the haunted house. The expressions of the four people in the group all froze. Because, inside the cramped haunted house, a door to the next room actually appears. It clearly says 2 in black, but they remember well that they came here yesterday and there was no door at all. Chapter 151, The Game of Lies. Here, when was there an extra door? Bai Su pointed suspiciously at the door in the corner of the room. The sculptor laughed. There's always been a door here. Aren't you pulling your punches? We came to see it last night and it wasn't even there yet. No. It has always been there. Only it needed some sort of opportunity for you to realize it. The sculptor showed his snow-white teeth with a placid face. How? Guys, are you going to try the haunted house game? This haunted house. There are 5 of them. All clear. And you're out of here without a hitch. 5 rooms? After the sculptor's words, the faces of the 4 people in the group were filled with shock. A house that was previously so small could have 5 houses? Are you fooling around again? Bai Su looked more and more alertly at the sculptor, who was expressionless. Flimsy or not, you guys play, don't you know? Wait, you said that you can go out by leaving all 5 rooms. This going out, Does it mean going out of Nin Street? Zui Yang suddenly followed up with a question, and the sculptor looked at him with a snicker. It's, don't you know when you play? The room was silent. In the next moment, the four of them looked at each other as if they had unanimously decided on an opinion. Well then, let's play. How do I start? Zui Yang looked at the sculpture man, who stretched his hand. Before you start the game, you always have to buy a ticket, right? How do I buy it? As soon as this sentence was asked, the sculptor's big hand suddenly coldly patted Zui Yang's shoulder. His face was first surprised, but then a flash of pity flashed across his face. Oh, geez, you're not whole either. Damn it, someone else is stealing food. What are you doing? Zui Yang pushed away the sculptor's hand in disgust, and the sculptor sighed and shook his head. You guys, you've already bought your tickets. Start the game. If you win this level of the game, you can go to the next room. Here, how do you play the game? Uncertainly looking at the sculptor, Zui Yang wondered what else was there in the empty environment of the room. Except for the mirror. What else can be played? This game is simple. Game of lies. Later, I will ask you one question in turn. You look into a mirror to see your own face or the face of another person. And if you answer incorrectly, there is a penalty in the mirror. But it isn't visible to all but the person who looks in the mirror. There is no change in the mirror if you answer correctly. And I, for one, need you to tell me how many people in this room have lied after one round of play. Answer correctly and you guys can move on to the next room. Oh. The sculptor snickered and pointed to the mirror in the room. So, why don't you all find mirrors and stand? Despite not understanding what's going on here, after Zui Yang's few people looked at each other suspiciously for a few moments, they still found the mirror and stood. The order of the four was by Su, Zui Yang, Chu Gang, and Chu Rou in that order. But although the order was so ranked, the sculptor was obviously more interested in Zui Yang. He bypassed by Su and came behind Zui Yang, his tone ghostly. First question. You, ever had a dog? Why do you ask? Answer the question. Yes or no. The questioning voice behind him was urgent. Zui Yang looked at his calm face in the mirror and said with a bashful face. No. No means no. Zui Yang asked himself that he just didn't have any memories of owning a dog. He chose to tell the truth and looked in the mirror with a straight face. But the next moment, his own face in the mirror actually smiled weirdly. He slowly stabbed his hand to his temple, viciously stabbing a hole in it as blood gushed out down his temple. Zui Yang in the mirror stuck his blood-covered finger into his mouth and started sucking it in a weird way. Grass. Zui Yang cursed in his heart and his face changed greatly. Is it fun to play like that? Reaching for the mirror. The vision in the mirror, however, was gone. The remaining three people present all had their eyes fixed on Zui Yang. They were speculating whether Zui Yang had told a lie. Because, only those who tell lies see punishment in the mirror. Oh, I wonder what you saw. But now the game continues. Sculptor's bitchy voice came out. With that, he came to Bai Su's side. Excuse me, have you ever had a dog? It was still the same question, but Bai Su hesitated. He also knew clearly that he definitely did not have a dog. But when he saw the black dog-shaped popsicle today, it just looked familiar to him, though I don't know why it's familiar. I had a dog. Bai Su was in a bit of a trance. He silently twisted his head to look at Zui Yang, who shook his head after a brief contemplation. I didn't have a dog, Bai Su responded decisively. The next moment, he looked into the mirror, which showed no change in himself. The sculptor didn't say anything and proceeded to Chu Kong's side. This gentleman, do you think, have we met before? Another ambiguous question. Chu Kong scratched his head, his memory telling him that he definitely hadn't seen this person before. Yet, there is something inexplicably familiar about this place. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Kong shook his head. We haven't seen it. After promising these words, Chu Kong immediately looked at the mirror, and then his face became extremely ugly. The rest of them looked at him with different colors. The sculptor smiled and finally walked towards Cho. So, ma'am, did you just unleash any weird abilities? As soon as these words were asked, everyone in the tiny room's expression changed. Nothing more than that the question is too jumpy. What is Trulo's weird ability? Did it start? Trulo frowned, thinking back to the moment just before entering the house. She has abilities that only she and her brother know about. And generally speaking, the only way to activate an ability to try to take someone is to make physical contact. She didn't have a brother fetish, so it was impossible for her to hold Chu Kong's hand for nothing. So, now that we're holding hands, just means that the creepy ability should have been used. Only, one has no recollection of it at all. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Rou responded. I used it. Ka-ching. After those words were said, Chu Rou's mirror exploded into a crack, and an identical Chu Rou stuck out half of its head and smiled hideously towards Chu Rou. GGG. She cocked her head and bit off a section of Cheo's hair, then quickly dug back into the mirror. It's. The bizarre and frightening scene made everyone in the room forget everything for a while. Ryoko. Pa. A bright round of applause came. Alright. Now, gentlemen, please tell me how many people in this room have lied. 4 people. 4 chances to answer. Make sure you think about it. The corners of the sculptor's mouth rose under the white powder. A group of 4 people looked at each other. Finally, Chu Kong took the initiative to stand out. Chapter 152. Error. All that be business. I'll do it. Isn't that easy? There are 5 people in this room. And the problem is that a couple of them are telling lies. In here, there's actually a little trap. So it's this sculptor guy. What if he's lying? He told us that we would see strange things if we told lies. But I can tell you very responsibly that my sister and I have definitely never seen him. So I must be right in answering that I have never seen him. But I still saw myself shedding tears of blood in the mirror. So, I'm not telling a lie and saw something weird. Just means he told a lie. Then again, my sister doesn't usually like to be intimate with me. Since she shook hands, that means that ability must have kicked in. Then she just told the truth too. But she also saw something weird in the mirror. Doesn't that, once again, solidify that he's telling a lie? From this we can deduce that my sister and I spoke the truth and the sculptor spoke lies. Because speaking the truth leads to seeing illusions. Then that Zui Yang also spoke the truth. And he should have seen the illusions as well. He didn't have a dog. On the contrary, Baekwook told a lie before he saw anything. Summarize. That's 3 people telling the truth and 2 people telling lies. In this house, it's 2 people telling lies, right? Chu Gang gave an analysis. Hearing the people in the room couldn't help but look at him highly. I didn't realize that the man with the broken mouth had an unexpectedly quick mind. Awesome. Analyzing the set, Zui Yang began to think a little highly of Chu Gang. Indeed, as far as he could remember, he really didn't have a dog himself. But then he saw the visions himself. Using the logic that the sculptor told a lie, then everything makes sense. Within the small silent space, by the time Chu just finished speaking, everyone looked at the sculptor, expecting him to announce the correct answer. Who knows? Nope. Oh. The sculptor smiled and turned to the other 3. Come on. Next. No, not right NM. I know. It must be that you're still telling lies, right? Chu Gang was full of disbelief, stepped forward and wanted to make a move on the sculpture man. The sculpture man was still smiling, and on his white face, the human face of Chu Kong suddenly twisted out. You're out. Get out. Buzz. The sound of his words seemed to carry magic. After finishing a sentence, Chu Gang's face, which was still angry, was strangely quiet, gradually becoming godless. And like a dull goose, he walked out of the haunted house in general, having been drained of his sanity. Brother! Chu Ro looked anxious and just wanted to go after them. The sculpted man appeared eerily in front of her. Not so fast. Where's your answer? I. Chu Ro pursed her lips and looked at the 2 Zui Yangs. If what you say is true, I'm seeing visions, and so are my brother and Mr. Left, then only you and Mr. White aren't lying. The answer is that the 3 of us lied. TSK. Nope. Oh. The sculptor smiled, and the face of Chu Kong turned into the face of Chu Ro in an instant. Get out. He gently patted Chu Ro's shoulder, and on his pink and white arm, the color of blood that only a human can have had has been added. Chu Ro, on the other hand, looked like she had been drained of her soul and was walking towards the outside of the haunted house like a puppet. Zui Yang and Bai Su watched this silently and secretly. This haunted house. It's spooky. Moreover, the sculptor seems to have the ability to abstract the emotions of others. Sa, it's your turn. Chio's innocent face seemed to give off a vicious chill. Bai Su opened his mouth, didn't he dare to analyze blindly, and just looked at Zui Yang. Hey Zui Yang, how many people did you say lied? Pay attention to the way Chuzo Chozu just went out. You should have noticed, right? Are they the same as we encountered outside the haunted house? Very dull? Hiss. Right. Oh. So what do you mean? I think they may have come to the haunted house several times this morning, but every time, I answered something wrong and then I was dismissed and lost my memory of this place. Only this can explain the state in which they stood outside. And, looking at the way the siblings swore, they must have had a positive attitude towards the answer. But not realizing that the false memories made it even harder for them to distinguish the truth. Zui Yang's eyes flickered. Now, at last, he was grasping at a string that had been floating around in his head. The reason why it feels like something is always missing is because something is wrong with your memory. It wasn't that he sensed something. Rather, it was the scene of the Chu family siblings just now that gave him the clarity to peel away the clouds. Perhaps the memories were being altered from the moment we entered the streets of Nin. Or rather, absorbed. Zui Yang looked at the sculptor critically. If, say, you told the truth, the Chu siblings have lost their memories of their previous time here. Then their judgment of the problem must be confused. Since they've been here, then Chu Kong must have seen you. His memory is gone. That's why he's sure he hasn't seen you. But in fact he really has seen you. He doesn't even know it himself. He's lying. As for Chu Ro, whether or not her so-called ability has been activated, the result is even simpler. You were able to deprive her of her divine sense, and the possibility of her unleashing her ability simply didn't exist. But she also felt that she had unleashed her ability because of her false memories. So, she lied too. Based on the lies of these two men, I can tell that the statement you made, that those who lie will see punishment, is true. So, I saw punishment too. Although I'm certain I never had a dog, I did see the punishment. So I lied too. My memory is wrong. Above that, there have been 3 lies. By Sue. I guess I told the truth by mistake. So I didn't see the punishment. The answer is already obvious. Either I, the 3 Chu siblings, have told a lie. Either I, the Chu siblings plus the 4 of you sculptor told a lie. 3 people lying has been wrong. There is only one answer. This house. Me, the Chu siblings. The sculptors lied, Zui Yang said forcefully, staring at the sculptor. Pa pa pa. The sculptor had a rare serious face. Awesome. With misplaced memories and still able to analyze the correct answer. You're one of the few that made it out of the first door. Come on. You are qualified enough to enter the second door, Sculptor Man said, already pulling open the second small black door for Zui Yang. Zui Yang touched the cell phone in his arms, and after hesitating for a moment, he quickly walked towards the small door. Bai Su listened to all of this in a daze, feeling like his cup was about to burn, and followed into the second door in a daze. Chapter 153, The Only One I Can Trust Is You. Tap tap tap. It probably didn't occur to anyone. From the small haunted house, room 2 is dark. Yes, black. Thoroughly black. There are no edges or outline bearings. Even, reaching for the stars, Zui Yang walked quickly, and Bai Su behind him kept muttering, ouch. Where the fuck did this come from? Is this still domestic? It's hard to imagine that it would be behind a haunted house. I suspect that this is another ghostly place, Zui Yang said blandly, trying to move the ghost face sore on his neck. Between the floating human faces, one could see what appeared to be a ball of light directly in front of them. Tap tap tap. Walking rapidly in that direction, there was a white door with the word 03 written on it. That's the third door? Just about to reach out and knock on the door of the room. Tick tick. Suddenly, he felt a vicious chill run through his body. A sticky and strange feeling came from his shoulder. Zui Yang raised his eyes to look, and the pupils in his eyes contracted violently. Where the head hangs, unseen at the top of the darkness, a dozen or so expressionless heads are tangled together in a spinning sphere. Every head had its mouth wide open, drooling, staring dead at Zui Yang. Asterisk. What a nifty thing to do, Bai Su exclaimed, hastily about to light his cigarette. 3 questions. Suddenly, a dozen large mouths spat out words in unison. What? 3 questions? If you answer them correctly, you can leave. Conversely, you will be one of us. The human head twisted without regularity. Zui Yang's face flickered. A dozen heads hovered, as if because they had not been answered. A teasing look surfaced on numerous faces the next moment. If you're afraid, you can also go back the way you came. Snap. As their words fell, another door, 02, opened in the dark space. Zui Yang, you're saying our memories are faulty. Then the questions we answer will certainly not be right. This is a sure loss. Bai Su knew exactly what the situation was at hand. The heads hovering in midair were definitely not something that could be suppressed by bizarre abilities alone. Bai Su, you go out first. I have a way to get there. Shaking his head, Zui Yang looked at the spinning heads. Say it. What is your problem? Zui Yang. Bai Su pulled his arm strongly, trying to force Zui Yang out. Back look. I told you. I've got it covered. Nothing's going to happen to me. Well, I'll wait here. Eyeing Zui Yang, Bai Su has already taken out a cigarette from his pocket. He planned to do it as soon as something happened later. Cluck cluck cluck. A dozen heads swirled irregularly, followed by a ghostly sound. First question. Your dog. What's his name? Ha? This question. Zui Yang, you yourself have forgotten what your dog looks like, right? As soon as the question came out, Bai Su's face darkened. After pondering for a moment, Zui Yang took out his cell phone without hesitation. Since my own memories are faulty, I can only please my past self, although the time difference is a month. But as long as it's a question about what happened before the weirdness descended, there's no chance that my past self could have been wrong. Zui Yang, hey, emergency help. There are no pills of regret in this world. What are you doing again? I've just been discharged from the hospital after being beaten up in Song's village. Zui Yang, it's a small matter. Just a few questions. There are no pills of regret in this world, alright. You say it. Zui Yang, do we have a dog? What's its name? There are no pills of regret in this world. Hey, you're not. Are you? You can forget even a small ink blot? Do you have no heart? Little ink? Regarding this name, Zui Yang didn't feel anything at all. My dog's name is Little Murph. Zui Yang did not hesitate and directly responded toward the Madare head. A dozen hovering heads were visibly stunned. You actually answered it? This part of your memory, wasn't it devoured? How do you remember? Cut the crap. Next question. Zui Yang stared intently at the heads, which also looked at him in unison. You live in that room in the Linping neighborhood? Hiss. The face was odd again. Zui Yang's mind was in a foul mood, and he only felt that all those heads knew him better than he did. Dialing his cell phone, he could only ask his past self. Zui Yang, where do you live in the Linping neighborhood? There is no medicine for regret in this world, no way? Did you get hit by a big truck and lose your memory? Didn't you ask me to move from 701 to 101? You don't even remember that? Zui Yang, I am now in an extremely weird space, and my memory seems to be erasing bit by bit. There are no pills of regret in this world, no wonder. Then will you forget to say hi to me and don't go for anything? The heart skipped a tight beat. Zui Yang's pupils dilated for a moment. Yeah, wouldn't it blow up if you forgot you could communicate with the past? But, the good thing is that this is the only memory that definitely sticks out. My past self was right. If I get to the point where I forget about it, I likely won't have a chance at all. As insurance, Zui Yang thought about it and entered a new message. Zui Yang, now every 10 minutes. If I don't reach out to you, remember, for the rest of your life, don't enter the streets of Puning. After sending this message, Zui Yang raised his eyes to look at the heads in the air. I used to live in 701 in the Lincoln neighborhood, then moved to 101. Grunt grunt. After this reply, the heads in midair were even more surprised. It was fun. How? Exactly. Do you know all this? A dozen heads turned over in turn, and a pair of eyes kept scrutinizing Zui Yang. Zui Yang shrugged. What? Not allowing me to have a good memory? Ha! Don't know how you know all this though. But, no one has ever been able to get to the third house, and neither have you. The third question. What number are you, a ghostbuster? Ha! What number am I? You ask? I must be. When the words came out of his mouth, Zui Yang froze. Right. What's my number again? Bewildered, he looked at Baisu beside him, who suddenly froze as well. What's your number again? Looking at each other without words, Zui Yang looked at the dozen or so heads, and at this moment, they were twisting their odd smiles, as if they had succeeded in their plot. My memories are still fading. Zui Yang's brain circuits turned quickly. He got it. It's that these heads have just devoured his latest memories and used them to question themselves. In that case, the question is bound to ask itself. Bad. How could I, in the past, have known that a month ago? Chapter 154, isn't that you? Above, a long silence fell upon the little dark room. Zui Yang also did not expect that the other party was so mindful. Seeing that the questions of the past could not be difficult for him, he simply now devoured a memory to ask a question. What's the answer? There. Just log on to the website. Go up and see what number I am. Zui Yang quickly switched the cell phone page, but the moment he switched his cell phone screen, he actually forgot. What was the web page again? Hello, Baisu. Do you remember how to log into the Ghostbusters website? Hiss. Baisu took a drag on his cigarette. You got me with that question. I fucking forgot too. The two of them looked at each other for a while, speechless. What's wrong? Can't answer? If you can't answer, you can leave. The spinning heads laughed strangely. Zui Yang could only hope for the past again. Zui Yang, what time is it for you? There are no pills of regret in this world. July 14th, I think, and tomorrow is the Midwinter Festival. I'm doing what you said. Preparing good food and getting my testosterone ready. What's going on? Zui Yang, July 14th? By this time, Zhou Yang's house should have been protected by the Ghostbusters. You ask Zhou Yang to reveal to you what the Imperial Ghostbusters website is. If he asks, you'll say you asked from the old temple priest. There are no pills of regret in this world. The Ghostbusters website? That sounds lofty. That said, isn't it not good that we're squeezing Zhou Yang so much? Zui Yang, it's okay. I'll repay him later. Perhaps, based on my current situation, it's possible that I'll survive with him in the future. There is no medicine for regret in this world, so, then I'll try to ask for it. Just say I'm curious. Right. How should I fool Uncle Xia so that he doesn't go out tomorrow night? Zui Yang, simple. Let's say you knocked up his daughter. Do you think he'll still go out if he knows Xia Taohong got knocked up? There is no medicine for regret in this world. Your reasoning, Naya, it's brilliant. Zui Yang, Bao Ling's, rapidly tapping his cell phone. The only way for Zui Yang to survive now is to rely on his past self. He stared at his phone, clearly looking past his own VX. Instead, the human head smiled wryly. What? You think you can find traces of what you forgot on your cell phone? Can't it see my communications with my past self? With some clarity in his heart, Zui Yang turned his head to look at Baisu. He's also learning to rummage through his cell phone records on his own. A while. It seemed that the human head orb was getting tired of waiting. Snap snap. A few heads fell off, and a sarcomatous vein stuck out from the inside of the head-wrapped sphere. Enough! I can't wait. Either you leave or you get in here. Rustling. The tumor tube full of blood reached towards Zui Yang's neck, as if it wanted to add his human head into the new sphere. Depressed ghost. Rustling. Several black filaments protruded from the body, instantly holding the sarcoma tube in place. Dozens of human faces floated to look at Zui Yang, but did not get annoyed, revealing a weird smile. Now, you remember your powers. In a few minutes, you won't even know what your own name is anymore. Tick tick. The human head spoke, stinking water leaking from its mouth. The atmosphere was absolutely depressing in the darkness. Zui Yang, how about, let's go? Baisu couldn't carry it anymore, and he realized with fear that he didn't even seem to know how to use a cell phone anymore. Amnesia here, all targeted. The more you want to know something, the more associated memories will be devoured. Pulling up Zui Yang's arm, he raised his steps towards the door of room 02. Buzz buzz. Zui Yang's cell phone finally received a new message. There is no medicine for regret in this world. The URL link got it for you, but I don't have an account. A link sent in the past. However, because there was Zui Yang's login record on his phone, after tapping in, there was immediately the welcome screen of, welcome, Honorable 012 Ghostbusters. It's 012. I am Ghostbuster 012. The resounding voice came, and the using heads closed their mouths in dismay. You, how is it possible for you, that this is all coming back to you? Are you a monster? A dozen eyes looked at Zui Yang in unison, and Zui Yang's face was dark. Monster? I'm a lot more human than you memory-devouring freaks. Fuck off. Out of my way. With a change in footsteps, Zui Yang was about to walk towards the door of room 03. Baisu looked at Zui Yang in surprise. No, this you can think of? Do you and Creepy share a brain? Don't be poor. Hurry up. The longer we stay here, the worse it gets. Pulling up back Wook, he rushed to the door of 03. Snap. After the door of the room was pushed open, Zui Yang realized that Baisu did not follow him in, but stood outside the door, looking at himself with a confused face. Only the person who answers the question can enter room 03. The human head spun around and looked at Baisu. Are you going to answer the questions too? Baisu, go back. Zui Yang chortled. This time, Baisu nodded and walked towards the door of room 02, and right in front of him, in room 03, looking down, this time, a crimson corridor. The corridor was long, like a vein snaking its way to the heart with no end in sight. Tick tick. Blood-scented liquid was oozing from the ceiling, the walls, and the floor. Zui Yang looked at it for a while, and then he walked forward with uncertainty. This time, and what could it be about memory? Speculating, all the way toward the end of the roadway, the outline of a figure gradually appeared before him. The silhouette stood in the blood-soaked pathway, all red. His neck was throbbing in one strand, covered in outturned mouths. The body was clearly wearing a dress, but the dress was so demonically red that it looked like it was constantly oozing blood. At the waist of this figure, there was also a small square-shaped tripod, greenish-black and wafting smoke. Phew phew. The dark figure kept panting heavily, like the hissing of a wild beast. I don't know why. The moment Zui Yang saw him, he was scared and affectionate. Hey, you, gurgling. Zui Yang just asked a sentence. The black shadow lifted his head from the blood water, and his face was full of fine mouths that were spitting blood. On its neck, a human face tattooed angrily, like it was coming to life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell are you again? Zui Yang was shocked by this poor and vicious scene. He kept backing up. Gulp, gulp. The dark figure's stomach was flared with a huge population that continued to devour the blood. Grunt grunt. The scarlet walls, too, began to grow densely packed with tiny mouths. Grass, grass. Here. What the hell? Zui Yang suddenly felt a sharp pain under his feet and fixed his eyes. A sharp mouth full of fangs was opening at his feet, biting hard through his ankles. Chapter 155. Isn't that you? Below, grass, grass. Panic pulled at his feet. The harder Zui Yang dragged, the tighter that mouth bit. Ah! There was a horrible chewing sound coming from his ankles. Ah! Zui Yang's body trembled. One foot had been bitten off hard, and the bones at the ankle were twisted and spattered with blood. Grass, grass. There's no way to get through here. This is a dead end. Directly in front of him was the terrifying human form. He stopped in the middle of the road. Directly behind him was the long road back to 03. Right now, Zui no longer has a way to live. Cold sweat from the pain was all over his forehead, and he felt, in a trance, that he shouldn't be in such a mess. One should have a lot of means to save one's life. But, he doesn't remember it all. Right. He doesn't remember anything. It was obvious that the figure in the aisle was so familiar, and yet he himself was scared to death of him. Is this what that head said? That I would soon remember nothing? Squeak. Just then, a door opening sound came from under the blood pool of the blood shadow in front of him. Zui followed the sound and saw that the door to room 04 under the blood pool had opened. The way of life. The way to life is there. Zui stumbled, step by step towards that. Ongwu. But the mouths that kept popping up on the ground made him look away. Take one step and stop 3. Buzz. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Zui opened his cell phone in shock. There are no pills of regret in this world. How are you doing? You haven't messaged me in a while. Zui, it should. It's dying. Remember, never enter the streets of Puning. Sitting on the ground in despair, Zui felt that he could not climb to the 04 door. There are no pills of regret in this world. Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You used to look so majestic even when you were dying. But today you're not right. Why are you sighing? Right. Yao. How can I be afraid of those mouths when I've obviously died so many times? Zui looked at the screen, and a kind of afterthought struck him. Yes. Is Creepy devouring my character memories? Clenching his fists, Zui used his hands to support himself and climbed out a few more steps. Thanks to the past me. Yes. Even if you lose your memory. Even if you die. I'll see what kind of thing you really are. Puff. A few staggering steps and crawling out. His thighs and arms were already ragged with population bites. When he really came to that blood shadow, Zui bravely looked straight at that blood shadow, and the sense of familiarity came again. Able to, just couldn't remember who the figure was. Kaching. I had no choice but to take pictures and ask my past self. He might know something. Zui, Bloodshot JPG. Do you know him? There are no pills of regret in this world? Are you kidding me? Isn't this yourself? Ha! In an instant, Zui was like being struck by lightning. This is myself? Grunt. Looking at the monster clad in blood, full of mouths, with a huge mouth opening and closing on its chest, Zui was a bit incredulous. Is this really me? Zui, how can you tell it's mine? He's got a mouth on him. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Look at the neck. The lines there. The last time I videoed you, you were the only one who had them. Righto. I have a tattoo on my neck. But why do I have a tattoo? Zui was puzzled. Grunt. Under the pool of blood, the door 04 was flooded with blood and was about to close. It's too late. The thought of having a pact with my past self and not being afraid to die myself. Puff. Zui plunged into the blood pool with a jerk, growling. But when we entered room 04 under the blood pool, there was no such thing as a new room. To the eye, there was a sea of viscous blood, so deep that there was no bottom. Gulp. Growling. Zui gasped for a breath, and inside his throat and nose, all the thick blood surged into the thick blood, and he could not breathe. Shit. Wrong. Here. This isn't the exit. Growling. With his eyes red and his mouth full of rusty blood, Zui slowly closed his eyes. Hey. Says you. You're not afraid to come in, are you? If you're afraid, get the hell back. There was a trance in front of his eyes, and when Zui came back to his senses, the ghastly drops of blood were not seen around him. The slightly cool wind of the evening blew against his cheeks, and he was currently standing outside of the Puning Street, silently looking at the Baisu trio who had already walked into the street. Chu Kong somewhat impatiently prodded again. No, a man, afraid of this and that? Ignoring the other party's provocation, Zui touched his neck. Ghost face sore. Are you there? Ha, boy, something wrong? You've been on Nullify since now. What's wrong? Even though there's depressed ghost at the bottom, you won't be able to carry it if you keep turning on Nullify. The human face on his neck floated, and Zui smiled. And what if, in the middle of it, you're told to eat? It's not impossible. Turn it on first. I think that later on, you'll be affected by the shenanigans and lose your memories, thus turning into a dork. So, it's better to keep it up. Yes? The human face slowly floated, dragging a small sarcoma with it, and looked at Ninstreet in surprise. Here, in the middle of the sentence, the ghost face sore also seems to be unable to see through everything, resting on Zui shoulders. Boy, be careful. Don't worry. Zui nodded, then once again stepped into the Puning Street. Still the same steps, still the same process. The Chu siblings insisted on going to search a bit, but this time, Zui Yang bluntly said that he wanted to rest. Hey, Director Wei, they can look for clues if they want to. First you find me a place to stay and some whole food, Zui Yang ordered nonchalantly. Wei Changsheng looked at the Chu family siblings, then looked at Zui Yang, and finally led Zui Yang toward the residential area. Bah! This is some kind of Q City Ghostbusters base, Ghostbusters? There is no sense of responsibility at all as there should be, and sooner or later you will die in slowness of action. Seeing Zui Yang go, Bai Su followed along. Only the Chu siblings cursed and walked towards the original entertainment street. In residential areas, Zui Yang this time took a close look at several homes in the neighborhood, and in most of them, there were one or two people with bright eyes. Only, these guys never go out, they nestle inside their bedrooms. It seems, I'm going to have to do something to start experimenting with my ideas. Quietly following behind Wei Changsheng, Zui Yang and Bai Su once again came to the villa room. Chapter 156, I see madam, she is also still in style. Both of you, please come in, I'll arrange for you to stay first. As for dinner, let's wait until the two ghost sentinels from Wahiro City return to join us, Wei Changsheng said respectfully and had already led the two Zui Yangs into the house. He wanted to give the two of them a separate room to live in, but he was strictly rejected by Zui Yang. Inside the cramped bedroom, when Wei Changsheng left, Zui Yang stood in front of the window and looked at a villa next door, his eyes flickering. Hey, I said Zui Yang, wasn't it you who mumbled and said something about being tired? What? Don't you want to lie down when you get to the house? Bai Su lay on the bed with a big grin, rather enjoying himself. Do you remember the dog I had? What was his name? Coldly, Zui Yang asked. Bai Su froze. What? Have you ever had a dog? Sure enough, eyebrows raised, Zui Yang knew he hadn't guessed wrong. As soon as you enter the streets of Puning, the memories are subconsciously devoured. But this progress is slow and will only devour irrelevant memories. Inside the haunted house, it's the memory devouring there that's terrifying. Zui Yang can't help but feel a little chilly when he recalls it now. The first room stripped him of his past memories. The second room stripped him of his current memories. And the third room, does that deprive me of my self-personhood? Silently speculating, a strange movement came from the neck. Boy, hungry. Let me think of something. Woody pushed the door open and Zui Yang walked towards the outside of the house. Bai Su glanced at him. Hey, what are you doing? There's still time before dinner. Sneak. Oh, never mind. I'll take a piece. Perhaps having nothing better to do, Bai Su also followed along. When the two came to the living room, Wei Changsheng was no longer there. Looks like it's going to the Chu siblings. Inside the empty living room, two 5 or 6-year-olds with bright eyes looked at the two men. The clear eyes revealed the innocence of a child. Big brother. Hugs. One of the children, making milky noises, made a reaching gesture that one could not refuse. Even a person like Bai Su couldn't help but go forward, wanting to be intimate. Hey, if you don't want to be an idiot, just don't touch him. Just a few steps out. Zui Yang's cold voice sounded behind him. Bai Su was stunned. What's wrong? You can become an idiot by hugging a baby, can't you? You trust me. Don't touch anyone but the four of us. Zui Yang's voice through his voice. He wasn't fooling around, but his last experience had made him notice details. The strings of these kids at night, the touch of the haunted house sculptor, the slimy drool of the human-headed monster. Wherever it touches itself, the memory is discounted by a certain amount. Well, Bai Su paused in his steps in bewilderment. He was listening to Zui Yang's words and didn't move, but looking at Zui Yang, he was speechless. This guy actually stared at the kitchen, Wei Changxing's wife, and took a beating. Murphy, Zui Yang is also a descendant of the Prime Minister? It was precisely when he was guessing that Zui Yang had already stridden into the kitchen. Wei Changxing's wife is wearing an apron and is unpacking that self-heating hot pot. Snap! Suddenly, a large hand was placed on her shoulder. Zui Yang's body came over and said intimately into her ear, Madam, I see you. You also have a lot of flavor. The light words were said, and Zui Yang's hand clasped the back of the woman's neck. Able to. The woman just grimaced and continued her work. Behind him, Bai Su had already looked dumbfounded. Zui Yang, I didn't realize you were so good at this. Told you so. I told you I'd help you find it. If you do this, we won't be able to explain to Director Wei later. Bai Su nervously took a few steps forward, and Zui Yang glared back at him. What are you thinking? Let me ask you this. Do you think the average stranger can say something like that to a woman and come near her without her reacting? Hey, right. Why isn't she angry? Even if she's not angry, she should be resisting. The line of sight returned to the woman. Zui Yang had already curved her neck until it was red, and the woman was still busy with her own business. Grass. This isn't a puppet, is it? Or else, she's alive. But those two kids, they're the puppets. Zui withdrew his big hand and looked at the two children with bright eyes at the table. They are still sitting at the table, seeing their mother being bullied and looking adorable. When you savor it like that, you feel a nasty chill, like two doll-like machines, good looking but emotionless. Hiss. Shit. Why does it feel weird in here? Baisu finally came back to his senses, and Zui glanced at those two children, then walked toward the outside of the villa. You can't experiment on them. Gotta look somewhere else. Quickly walking out of the villa, Baisu followed closely behind. Inside the seemingly drab residential neighborhood, the lights are on in every home at the moment. Through the windows of the house, you can see many families dining in harmony. The calm happiness is not calm at all in Zui eyes. Coming to a villa in the distance, Zui stood outside the window and could see that the family was a young man and an old woman having a meal, probably mother and son. Same with Wei Changxing's family. They also display a strange ritual before they eat. The youth would let his mother kiss him on the forehead. The old woman's eyes were bright, and after kissing the youth, she did not look at the meal. The youth, on the other hand, after being kissed, sat down at the table in bewilderment and ate his meal like a machine. Now, who do you think is the puppet? Zui smiled, and Baisu's eyes were strange. That kid is feeding that old woman something? Go inside and see, won't you? Bang! Without saying anything, Zui blasted open the door of the room with a kick. Who is it? The youth looked like he had just come back to his senses and looked out of the room in confusion. Water meter checker. Zui rushed into the house, and a ball of black thread in his hand shot directly at the old woman sitting at the dining table. Rustling. Almost instantly, the black threads plunged through the old woman like a shower of arrows. Well, the old woman's body merely trembled. No blood drifted out from her body. Only the mouth of her skin pierced by the black thread was oozing white particles. No! What have you done? Seeing that the old woman was blown into a hedgehog, the youth roared with rage and was about to charge at Zui. Bang! Baisu kicks him off. Zui patted the ghost face sore on his neck. How is it? Can you eat this? The human skin is practiced by ghost chi, but what keeps it functioning should be the memory particles. Those memories. I'm not interested. Ah! The ghost face sore flew out and gnawed at the old woman's skin, puffing. Soon after losing the epidermis, fine white particles sprinkled like fine sand under the skin. No! The youth screamed miserably, trying to stop everything, but to no avail. Hey! Is it really okay for you to be swallowed up in memories like this all the time? Zui looked at the youth indifferently. The youth picked up the broken sand on the ground and raised it towards Zui. Asshole! You don't know shit! Puffing. The fine sand was raised to Zui eyes, and Zui could vaguely see that the youth and the old woman had some memories. Chapter 157. Some are willing. Some are in pain. Wah! When you get a wife, mom won't have to worry. Wah! Spend this money, might as well keep it. This old bone of mine, I'm afraid I won't be able to carry it anymore. The images range from youth graduating to going to work to buy gifts for their elderly mothers. Finally, a flash of the operating room. In just a few short pages, Zui saw and understood what was going on here. So, you volunteered? Voluntarily lost in a false skin? Zui gazed at the youth, who let out a bitter smile. It's the only way I can see my mother. She needs memories. I'll give them to her. And what will she do if, one day, you become an existence without any memories? Zui's voice gradually turned cold, and the youth's eyes flashed. If that day ever comes, I can die. But my mom, I'll do everything I can to keep her alive, even if, is it tricking the people outside in? Zui scrutinized the youth, whose body trembled. How could you? How long can one man's memories feed them? The Walking Dead? Trying to make sure they last. Only the memories of outsiders, right? But keep your eyes open and take a good look. What are you raising? Is it possible that your mother, in your eyes, is such a being who is so bent on claiming your memories? Do you think your mother would be happy that you resurrected such a monster? The cold voice blazed, and Zui's eyes were filled with anger. Puning Long Street. Though it is not clear what kind of weirdness this is at the moment, it draws on human emotions and continues to board in other people's families like a bloodsucker, using the family's feelings as a bond and constantly drawing memories from it. Creeps like this are going to be more disgusting than any previous creeps. No, you don't understand. I just want her alive. The youth slumped to the ground, grief-stricken. Behind him, in the shadows, a newborn human skin was slowly crawling out. The human skin caressed the youth's back, slowly laying on top of him as the skin began to fill up. Gradually, another appearance of the form of an old woman. As for the youth, he slumped to the ground in even greater bewilderment. It seemed to have lost all judgment of the memory of what had just happened. He knelt godlessly as the old woman stroked his forehead. The monstrous scene was more than a frown to Zui. Go! Not eating this too? Bai Su pointed to the old woman behind the youth, and Zui Yang glared at him. I'm ruthless, but I'm not. Since he's so obsessed with providing for his old mother with himself, he'll do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't do any harm. It was his choice. Oh, also, so, what do you say? This street is full of families like this? Wouldn't it be nice to see the long thought of, departed deceased? Bai Su thought rightfully. Zui Yang shook his head. Otherwise, there are pros and cons to everything. This is the family you saw. So let me ask you, what about Wei Chongqing's family? What happened to his family? It is now possible to analyze that those two children are parasites. In order to ensure that those two children survive, Wei Chongqing should have sacrificed his wife's memories. Therefore, no matter how I tease her, she won't have any emotional memories. For Wei Chongqing, the dead child is more important than his wife. But how is it not a sin for the wife? Anyway, the weirdness here is so gross. It's not resurrecting loved ones. It's stripping the memories of every sentient being with a puppet-like product. If there are selfish people among them, they don't want to lose their memories and want to provide for their loved ones. Then the so-called outsiders are the perfect sustenance. So it is. It's not just that, Nin Longstreet, can't go out. It's also that they don't have the concept of memory of going out anymore. Bai Su came to a realization. So, this mission, it's not really for us to save people. But, right, you can see it too, right? Wei Chongqing's wife is already like a puppet, which means he's running out of memories to feed. So, he's turned his attention to us Ghostbusters. A Ghostbuster may have deeper memories than the average person. Grass. This. I'm going to do him now. Zui Yang slowly analyzed. And the more Bai Su listened, the more angry he became. It doesn't work. If you kill him, there will be a second Wei Chongqing and a third Wei Chongqing standing up. As long as someone lacks memories, someone will think of looking for outsiders. The only way to really solve everything here is to find the source of the weirdness. Zui Yang shook his head. I thought that the ones alive in Yaohai City were still people, but I didn't realize that they were all a bunch of puppets who couldn't let go of the past. Go back. The Chu siblings should be coming back. Tap tap tap. All the way towards Wei Chongqing's villa. The commotion here was not big enough to attract the attention of the other residents. By the time they got back to the villa, the Chu siblings were already sitting there at the dining table. Chu Ro is holding one of the children. Haha laughs constantly. Beside him, Wei Chongqing still had a good old-fashioned smile. 2. I heard you guys went out for a walk. Well, simply take a look. Zui Yang sat in a corner away from the child, and Chu Gang had a look of displeasure. You're the ones who say you're tired, and you're the ones who sneak around before meals. What? Are all of you people from the capital city sentinel base so pretentious? Hey, I say dead inch. You be mouth. Don't talk if you don't know how. Bai Su countered with a mouthful. Seeing that the two people are tongue-tied to start the nationalism, Wei Chongqing rushed to serve dinner. A few. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Get some rest. We'll have to rely on you all in the morning. With him as a step down, Bai Su and Chu Gang disliked each other and didn't say much. Dinner was still quiet. The difference is that this time Wei Chongqing did not hold the ceremony of kissing his wife. His two children, a male doll and a female doll, were both sitting beside the Chu siblings at the moment, especially the female doll, who had been hugging Chu Ro and kissing her, with the appearance of a little angel. The boy doll, on the other hand, kept slapping Chu Kong's arm. Chu Kong's tolerance for children was very good, but did not care much. Seeing such a cozy scene, Zui Yang was frowning straight away. Hey, Zui Yang, you said they. Bai Su sat next to Zui Yang, and his hand under the table stabbed Zui Yang's arm. Zui Yang just shook his head slightly. It's too late. Guess. Those two had already interacted with the kid before we got back. After dining in silence, Zui Yang did not say a word and took Bai Su back to the house. What a guy. No hello, no manners at all. Chu Kong disdainfully watched the duo leave. At that exact moment, Wei Chongqing looked at Chu Ro and gave a snickering smile. My little treasure seems to like you very much. Look, can you sleep with her tonight? Chapter 158, Bai Su lost memory? Is it okay? Chu Ro was a little surprised as she held the little cutie in her arms. Of course. Shobu, remember to stay with your sister at night. Don't be too greedy. Wei Chongqing touched the forehead of the girl doll. The girl doll has smile. Really cute. Wow. The boy doll, on the other hand, slapped Chu Kong's arm. Wei Chongqing turned to him. Look, do you want it? Exempt. Chu Kong decisively refused. Ha. Well then, after dinner, everyone went back to their houses. Inside Zui Yang's room, Bai Su looked at Zui Yang. I say, should we tell those two guys the truth? Telling or not telling doesn't mean much. Hey, why? Because with time, that part of the memory, they all forget. Well, don't I? Right. Zhuoyang sighed and looked a bit forlorn. At the end of the day, everything here is still for him to do alone. Can't we control Wei Changqing now and make him reveal the secret of this place? There are risks. He serves as the outside contact here, and it wouldn't be good to move him directly and cause public outrage among the residents of the entire street. Unless, of course, you can kill all the living. The two men blacked out. It was a while before the familiar voice sounded again outside the house. Daddy hungry. Still hungry? Didn't you eat a lot? Hungry don't eat as much as my sister. Well then, crunch. The door of the room was pushed open, and a small head poked out of the doorway of Zhuoyang's room. Hey, brother. Hug. Get out. Zhuoyang coldly drank with an expressionless face. The little one's adorable eyes stared blankly, and his round, smiling face then tensed. Woohoo! Woohoo! He was actually scared and cried by Zhuoyang. Hey sorry. The kid wandered off. Wei Changqing's voice sounded outside the house, and then this child was carried away. Zhuoyang unlocked the door and twisted his head to look at Baisu. Hey, we're taking turns on duty. I'll sleep the first half of the night and you sleep the second. Keep that guy from coming back later. Okay, you go to sleep first. I'll browse the forums. Baisu promised, and Zhuoyang fell asleep. He wasn't really afraid of anything going wrong with Baisu. The current memory devouring, even more violent, as long as it does not come into contact with those parasites, the devouring progress will be very slow and it is impossible to wear down the recent memories. Phew, and I don't know how long I slept. In Zhuoyang's ears, a purring sound rang out. Holy shit, rubbed his eyes. When Zhuoyang climbed up, he suddenly saw Baisu asleep on the ground. Hey, no, when did this guy fall asleep? Without saying hello? Boy, you, my friend, fell asleep 2 points after you did. Ha, Baisu isn't the type to be lazy. No, there are bizarre abilities attacking both of you after you sleep. I nullified the attack on you. He didn't. The human face on his neck throbbed, and Zhuoyang's eyes flickered. There's a weird ability attack? Couldn't those parasites be able to suck up memories across the room? No. Suspiciously, he went to the door, and the lock had not been moved. Zhuoyang simply opened the door and walked outside. Across from his room, the door to Chulu's room opened, and it was empty. The door to Chu Kong's room was closed instead. Weird. Is it hard to believe that the siblings are sharing a room as well? Unexplained. Back to the house. Zhuoyang didn't sleep again this night. By the time it was light, there were sounds of breakfast being made outside the house. Zhuoyang pushed Baisu who was lying on the ground. Hey, get up. Ha beauty. The thick and heavy arm hugged toward Zhuoyang, and Zhuoyang's face darkened. Get out of here. Put. A slapping leg kick lands for Baisu. The pain made Baisu open his eyes. Hiss. Motherfucker oh. Where is this place? Who are you? Opening his eyes to look at Zhuoyang, Baisu was dumbfounded. You don't remember me? Zhuoyang gazed at Baisu with cold eyes, and Baisu got up and was about to pull out cigarettes from his pocket. It's not like he's joking about launching Smokey. Who the fuck are you? And where is this place? TSK. Your memory loss. Why is it still serious this time? Zhuoyang was also too lazy to make more moves with Baisu. The ghost face sore on his neck quickly throbbed, and without waiting for Baisu to smoke, it had already slammed into his ceiling. In an instant, the 1-meter-8 strong man was knocked out of his head and fell to the ground unconscious. What's wrong? The sound of movement caused the Chu siblings in the next house. Chu Ro ran over in concern. Mr. Bai, is he alright? It's alright. Young men are in good health. Fall back to sleep. Nope. Zhuoyang just wanted to make a perfunctory sentence, and suddenly realized that there was some surprise somewhere. You remember him? Looking suspiciously at Chu Ro, she had an innocent expression. Remember? You slept with that kid in your arms all last night, didn't you? Right. Zhuoyang was silent, looking at Chu Ro, who had no problems, and then at Chu Gang behind her. His face was odd. Chu Kong, you remember what you're doing here this time, right? Need you to remind me? A few people. Come and eat. Downstairs, there was a greeting from Wei Changsheng. The three of them looked at each other as they made their way to the dining room. During the meal, the pair of dolls still want to be close to Chu Ro. Trulo was still teasing them. Why is she the one who touched the child and Baekwook the one who lost his memory? With disbelief, Zhuoyang finished his meal hastily and went out alone. In the current situation, it would be harder to bring Baisu instead. By leaving him at Wei Changsheng's house, even though he would lose his memory, nothing would happen to him for a while. Walking faithfully in the direction of one haunted house. Behind them, the Chu siblings followed. Mr. Left, have a clue? Chu Ro asked sweetly, and Zhuoyang glanced at her and pointed to the haunted house in the distance. There. Oh, there? Dude, are you kidding me? I went there last night with my sister and there's nothing out of the ordinary, okay? Chu Gang despised it, and Zui Yang ignored him and walked straight toward the haunted house. Snap! Push open the door to the haunted house. Inside the haunted house, it was still empty this time, with only a few mirrors present. Zui Yang sank his face, and Chu Gang's mocking voice sounded behind him once again. Look, where's what? TSK. Somewhat dissatisfied, he gave Chu Kong a blank look. Say, were you bullied by the GQ City Ghostbusters? From start to finish, you're so mouthy? You. One sentence instantly pulled Chu Kong's blood pressure full. Seeing this, Chu Ro rushed forward to persuade. Brother, cut the crap. They're just here on a mission too. It's not like they're those guys. Just him? Just wandering around. Blanking Zui Yang lazily ignored him. His eyes looked at the small haunted house, remembering the words of the sculptor. The haunted house has always been there. You just didn't come down under the right conditions. The right conditions. Is it that you can only see a haunted house if you have a certain level of memory loss? Speculating, Zui Yang touched his neck. Ghost face sore. Sorry about that. Might want you to disappear for a while. Chapter 159, The Perfect Man. I see. Boy. This time, don't give up before you get there. The human face on the neck pulsed a few times before completely smoothing out into lines. Since the ghost face sore began to deflate, Zui Yang could begin to feel an emptiness in his heart. He quickly took out his cell phone and wrote the keywords dog and little inkblot on the memo. Last time the first memories lost were these. Not surprisingly, these were the first to lose their memories this time around. As his memory was eroded, Zui Yang also gradually saw the scene around him change. Ha. Here comes the perfect guy. Inside the house, the sound of the sculptor's voice began to echo. In front of Zui Yang's eyes, the figures of the Chu family siblings began to disappear. The 02 black door slowly appeared, and the sculpted man stood in front of Zui Yang, and in the eyes of the Chu siblings, Zui Yang actually disappeared in thin air, as if he had gone to another world. Brother, look at him. Chu Ro's mouth opened wide and Chu Gang's eyes narrowed. He seems to have gone to the ghostly alternative space. Sure enough, are there ghosts here too? But how did he know there would be ghosts here? Chu Kong was surprised to the core, but without having the time to think about it much, the figure of his younger sister, Chu Ro, began to dissipate as well. His own figure, too, was beginning to dissipate. Wait, because of the loss of the grafted object, our memories should be disappearing again. Does it mean that you have to lose a certain amount of memory to see that ghostly creature? The corner of Chu Kong's mouth hooked up as if he had figured something out. Kind of interesting. The memory I lost last night was. He quickly pulled a notebook from his person and wrote randomly. Not much longer. Inside the cramped haunted house, the sculptor looked at the three people in front of him and couldn't help but give a creepy smile. Ho 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 ho. 3 perfect people actually came. It's so rare. It rejoiced, bouncing back and forth between the three. Zui Yang ignored the sculptor and looked at the Chu family siblings. You can't come here without losing your memory. I'm curious. How in the world do you guys protect your memories? The eyes were directly locked onto Chu Kong. Zui Yang now figured it out. Chu Ro touched the child is fine. Chu Gang and Chu Ro into the haunted house. They do not have the ability to nullify, should be ahead of their own into the ghost. But, and no, that is, they also possess the means to combat the erosion of their memories. How about calling you guys selfish? You knew something was fishy about this place and you didn't even tell us. I'm guessing that your ability is to nullify bizarre abilities? Chu Gang looked at Zui Yang, and Zui Yang also looked at him. You open your mouth to talk about us, Q City Ghostbusters, and you think I'm supposed to protect you? The one who made a move to attack me and Baisu last night. It was you, wasn't it? That's right. Last night I wanted to discuss tomorrow's schedule with my sister. As a result, you know what I saw? I saw it. She was being held like a robot by the damn kid. She can't even call me brother anymore. I didn't understand it at the time, and instinctively thought that she had been victimized by some kind of shenanigans. Solely, I used my ability and Shuo returned to normal. But only for a moment. I can't believe she forgot about me again. That's when I realized that her memories were being eaten away. And the culprit was that child. Chu Gang said coldly, and Zui Yang's face was cold. So, is your ability damage transfer? Transferring the damage of amnesia to Baek Wook? That's right. You're smart. At that time, I was trying to graft the harm my sister received onto you and Baisu, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't be affected at all. Solely, I could only transfer it to that stupid big man. Why don't you just transfer it to Wei Changsheng? If you think I'm stupid? Give it to him? Give it to him and he'll probably be the first to notice, thus mobilizing the masses? I didn't expect you, a guy with a broken mouth, have some skills. Zui Yang couldn't help but give Chu Gang another high look. Chu Kong sneered. I also didn't expect that you, alone, could touch this place so thoroughly without doing anything. This ability of yours, there's a distance limit? Zui Yang guessed. Chu Kong's weird ability, by and large, couldn't hurt Bai Su right now. Otherwise, with his character, he would have continued to graft Bai Su with the memory nibbles of their siblings. It was because being in a haunted house wasn't far enough away that their memories began to be eaten away. And that's how they came to be haunted. That was quick to understand. You're a tough one. I can feel it. My memories are being eaten away. And you can nullify even if I graft damage to you now. You're more or less a bummer with this ability. Chu just sighed with emotion. And Zui Yang snorted coldly. You're the one who wanted to come along. Don't blame me if you die. Same to each other. The two men were on pins and needles. Zui Yang also did not expect, because of yesterday's changes, thus creating a series of butterfly effect. Wei Chongqing's child excessively sucked Chu Ro's memories, but instead allowed Chu Gang to see the situation. It was supposed to be the siblings who were played like idiots by the haunted house. As a result, the situation has now become 3 sober people and Bai Su a victim. I have to say that the creation of the world has been a blessing. Hiss ha. Terrific. Bravo. You 3, perfectly preserved. Inside the haunted house, the sculptor greedily spins around between the 3. Zui Yang couldn't stand his disgust and cursed. Get lost. Start the game. Ho ho ho. You seem to know something. Did you get the information from somewhere? The sculptor looked at Zui Yang in surprise, and Zui Yang had already walked to a mirror. Well, I don't care if you're in a hurry to die. Shrugging his shoulders, the sculptor recounted the game of lies, once more in front of several people. The Chu siblings also quickly stood in front of the mirror. How many people in this house are lying? The sculptor prioritized coming to Zui Yang's side and asked a cold and ghostly question. What's your dog's name? There it is again. That empty feeling. Zui Yang froze, because what was deprived of was the memory of the past. He could clearly know what else was recorded on his cell phone memo. Opening it up, Zui Yang didn't hesitate to answer. Little Inkblot. The dog I have is called Little Inkblot. Oh, you actually remembered? That's interesting. Looking at the mirror in front of him, Zui Yang did not see any difference this time. The only thing that can be seen is that the mirror reflects the surprised face of the sculptor. Any more questions? If you don't have it, get the hell away from it. Zui Yang coldly rebuked. The sculptor frowned and quickly came behind Chu Gang. You, how many times have you had sex? Chapter 160, this time, I'm going to sacrifice you. As soon as this question was asked, all 3 people in the room had strange expressions. So, the first time the Chu siblings came here, they were asked this question. Zui Yang laughed and looked at Chu Gang with a snicker. Chu Kong frowned and actually took out a notebook from his body. With high school and college, that's 132 times. Oh, you actually remember that too? The sculptor was even more surprised. He hurried over to Trulo. What about you? Have you ever gotten laid? Chu Ro scratched her head, unable to think clearly about this. The only thing that seems to be missing from my memory is the image of myself in contact with a man. As she hesitated, Chu Kong said in a shocked voice, No, you've only fallen in love once in total, and that kid cheated you out of your scholarship and ran away. Hey, yeah? Chu Ro looked at Chu Gang in confusion. Trigon nodded. Trust me, I asked you about this last night, so that's the first thing you forget, is this. Well, I didn't. Despite her dumbfounded brain, Chu Ro chose to believe Chu Gang. Hiss, kind of interesting. Well then, may I ask, how many people in this room are lying? The sculptor looked at the trio with a snicker. 1 man. As soon as the words fell, Zui Yang pointed at the sculptor. You're the only one lying. TSK. You. The sculptor frowned. He could feel an accomplished aura from Zui Yang. But in fact, he did get it right again. You're kind of funny, but don't think you're better off if you get past me. I'm telling you, folding in the back may not be as good as folding in on me. Like he was furious, the sculptor gave Zui Yang an angry look and stepped into a mirror in exasperation. Go! Zui Yang waved towards the Chu family siblings, and the 2 of them looked towards the door of the 02 house one after another. How do you know he's lying? Chu Gang followed behind Zui Yang and looked at Zui Yang in disbelief. Zui Yang shrugged. Do you believe me when I say I guessed? You guessed? Exactly. Isn't it simple? You knew that the memories would disappear, so you wrote the previously disappeared memories in advance. Along with that, the point at which your sister's memories disappeared is also clear to you. Then, there is no such thing as the 2 of you being able to lie. I'm not lying either. That just leaves the sculptor. The answer is nothing but 0 and 1. I bet he lied. 50 to 50 odds. It's normal to get it right, right? Also, listening to Zui Yang's explanation, The three of them have already stepped into the 02 pitch black space. Just as dark, just as confined and suffocating. Until I saw the 03 blinking white door. Zui Yang paused for a few steps, opened his cell phone, and shone a light in the direction of the overhead. Simmer. A pair of twisted human-headed spheres were opening their mouths wide as if to terrorize someone. But it was discovered by Zui Yang in advance. You actually saw us? A dozen heads stared at Zui Yang, and Zui Yang smiled. I have good eyes. Tick tick. A yellowish-brown liquid continued to ooze from the mouth of the human head, dripping down in front of the door of 03. If you rush to open the door, you are bound to get splattered. Grass. What kind of monster is this? Unlike Zui Yang's calmness, Chu Gang looked at the human head bizarrely, and his face was black. His younger sister Chu Ro was even standing behind him, not daring to raise her head. Ho ho ho. 3 questions. Answer me 3 questions and you can pass. The heads began to twist and bulge, and Zui Yang slowly took out his cell phone. Ask, what's your puppy's name? Little Murph. Where did you live before? Lin Ping neighborhood. 701. 101. What's your serial number? 012. You. A series of questions and answers. Zui Yang almost answered in seconds. Disbelief was written all over one human face. Your memories. Aren't they fading? What do you care? Just tell me if I got the answer right. Right? You're through. Go. Despite its reluctance, the human-headed sphere made way for Zui Yang. The corners of Zui Yang's mouth rose, and he did not leave in a hurry, but looked at the Chu family siblings. I'm not in a hurry. I want to see what they do. With his hands around his waist, Zui Yang stood in the doorway of 03 without haste. Chu Kong's face darkened. Zui Yang, do you know something? I can reveal it to you. Don't you feel that what part of your memory, again, is missing? Frowning, Chu just tried to think carefully. Hovering in mid-air, the head of a man, Flutter threw down one, swinging to Chu Gang's face. 3 questions. You ask. The large, hideous eyes looked straight at Chu Kong, who met them with a cold face. Why did you take this mission? Why should I take it? Of course. As the words came out of his mouth, Chu Kong was stunned. Why would I pick it up? Suddenly he couldn't think straight himself. His expression went from cold to dismay and back again. My recent memories. They're fading. This place will devour my recent memories. It can devour my memories and ask questions at the same time. There's no way to get through here. Despair had gripped the mind as it figured everything out. If you lose your memory while being asked questions about what you happen to have just lost, there is no way you can answer the question correctly. That is why the level has so many monster heads. Many of those who had passed the first room had folded their steps here in the second, and were reduced to part of the many heads. But why Zui Yang? It's getting harder and harder to figure that man out. Why would he just know? In the midst of Chu Kong's amazement, the human head hanging in front of him seemed to have lost its patience. Hey, answer or get out. Snap. The familiar door to room 02 opens in one corner. Chu Kong didn't go. Puffing. In the next instant, a dozen heads, like ripe grapes, fell from the sphere. No go. Just be a part of us, brother. Seeing that the heads were all going to fall on Chu Kong's face, rustling. In the nick of time, Zui Yang's fingers pivoted. The 10 black threads were like swimming silk, instantly entangling the falling heads like fish in a fishing net. How dare you? Put. The sphere hovering in midair jumped, and the remaining heads looked at Zui Yang angrily. Zui Yang smiled blandly. I changed my mind. Room 03, I'm not too brave. I have a deceased friend who is a little hungry. Put. Between the words, the human head on Zui Yang's neck violently shot out toward the human head sphere in midair, and opened his mouth to bite. Chapter 161, The 7 Levels of Memory Ghosts. How dare you? It seems as if no one ever dared to make a move. Zui Yang's outburst scared the sphere in midair to tremble. Ghostface Sore has lost his mind and looks like an idiot. But its bizarre and hideous gnawing was not forgotten in the least. A sarcoma jumped in front of the sphere like a bomb, and shot into the sphere with a plop. With that, it was like a leech entering human skin. The Ghostface Sores frantically burrowed into the interior of the sphere, gnawing out a large amount of flesh. Put. In midair, the sphere continued to sputter blood mist from within. Ho! Damn it! How dare you defy us? Wiggle wiggle. The suspended sphere was suddenly like a balloon, squeezing and deforming towards the inside. If you want to come in so bad, you're locked in and don't come out. Wiggle wiggle. The heads between the spheres compacted and tightened, and at the same time, began to rotate, dragging and biting towards the flesh tumor of the Ghostface Sore. Want to do it? Ghostface Sore shock. Zui Yang raised his big hand. Buzz. It was as if space was frozen at this moment, and the countless faces hovering in midair had their mouths wide open, but were slow to make their next move. Ongwu Ongwu. The only thing that could be heard was the ghostly swords gnawing their way through the sphere like moths. Hey, what are you waiting for? Help if you haven't forgotten how to use your own shenanigans. You guys don't want to be stuck here either, do you? Drawing a look at the Chu siblings who were already in a state of stagnation. After this prodding, Chu Kong's face flickered before his eyes condensed and he looked towards the midair sphere. Put. Originally was toward the inside of the continuous roll pressure of the head. For some reason, actually each began to curl up inside the roll pressure. A human face that began to sink inward into the folds. The silhouette is still distorted. Until, bang, 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 a human head began to explode uncontrollably on its own, forming a rain of blood in midair. Is this graft damage transfer? The ability to graft the crushing damage of these heads back onto itself? This ability of yours? It's also considered bug level. Some of them eyeballed Chu Kong's ability. Chu Kong didn't say anything, only his face turned a little white. It was evident that such a terrifying ability was not consuming his own power at all times. Collect. Seeing the midair sphere getting smaller and smaller as the heads continued to crumble, the black silk behind Zhuoyang flickered, cutting towards the sphere sharply in the form of a net. Put. Black threads cut through layers of crumbling heads. Put. This huge sphere of a human head fell like lasagna. A snow-white sculpted man was revealed underneath a wrapping of heads. So, this is your true colors. With a big hand of Zhuoyang, the sculpture man was madly rolled and shrunk by the black line and curled up into a white human skin. For constantly devouring the heads of losers and ending up like that? As the black thread was withdrawn, Zhuoyang patted the incense burner on his chest and received a response in his mind. Memory ghost's skin can be sacrificed. Skin of the memory ghost, a cheap world diversion that can be redeemed for one message. Skin of the memory ghost? Finally, useful information. Is it a sacrifice? Yes. The incense burner was removed without hesitation. The black thread seized the human skin and shoved it into the incense burner. Bare your teeth. As always, as if the human skin had suffered a fire in the incense burner, eerie black smoke rose and then disappeared. Sacrifice completed. Fourth offering in accumulation. What's your problem? I'd like to ask the truth about the streets of Nin and how to crack it. The mind silently inquired. The reason why Zhuoyang chose to make a move to kill the weirdness of this one space was that he didn't have a clue about the third room. Secondly, there is the uncertainty of what will follow. Letting both Chu siblings stay is the only way to have more margin for error. Puneing Street, a small street occupied by a memory ghost. But because it can help people see their dead relatives after the eerie descent, people keep coming to the street. More and more memories are devoured, causing it to grow. Strong enough to not dare any more shenanigans encroaching on this street. Outsiders are not clear about the doorway between them, and if they enter by mistake, how can they not leave this place? Memory ghosts cut this side of the street into 7 spaces, and if you want to leave, you must find the 7 memory worlds that leave one after the other. The 7 worlds correspond to, respectively, the past, the present, the future, the sinking, the unreal, the body, and the reality. As the incense burner gradually cooled, Zhuoyang's eyes gradually became clearer. So, the first room. The sculptor lied about there being only 5 rooms. Actually, it's 7 rooms. Silently returning to his senses, Zhuoyang put away the incense burner and looked at the Chu family siblings. Hey, the next room will be even more treacherous. Are you guys sure you still want to go? That was more or less provocative. After Chu Kong heard the words, his face changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth. This time, I owe you. I know. You're saving us to improve the margin of error for the next level. But, you did help us. How it is back there. We know it in our own hearts. Go. We won't hold you back. Between Chu Kong's words, he looked at Chu Ro, and after the two of them looked at each other, they actually pulled up their hands. Oh, is it a sister's ability? Zhuoyang narrowed his eyes and didn't ask much. Let's go. When he came to the door of 03, Zhuoyang paused for a moment. He knew that once he entered the space of 03, he would quickly lose his personality memory. Because of the strange disappearance of 02, his present memory was not damaged at all. Solely, he sent the words of incense stove just now to his past self as much as he could. Zhuoyang, I am now in a special ghostly space, which will constantly eat away at my memories. The 7 levels of space are past, present, future, sinking, illusory, essence, and reality. Past me, please send me a message every 10 minutes. If I don't get back to you, then don't come to Nin Street. After editing the message and sending it, Zhuoyang pulled open the door of 03. Squeak! Behind the white door, there was still the blood-red gallery. After Zhuoyang took a few steps, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Say, I'm seeing a blood-red promenade. Are you guys too? This side of the world, it seems, arises according to the character of the individual. When Zui Yang hesitated, he looked back and the Chu siblings did not follow him in at all. But when you push open the door to 03 and look into the space of 02, they don't exist either. Could it be? It varies from person to person, and they go to exclusive spaces of their own? Chapter 162, Accepting the Future, Drowning in the Past. In that case, I wonder if I'll be able to encounter the world behind me. Sighing, Zui Yang twisted around to look at the crimson corridor. Every time you take a step deeper, it's like a step closer towards the abyss. Panic inexplicably appeared on the otherwise bland face. It's starting. I'm scared. But, this time my current memories weren't stripped away. Here, are my future memories? This is bizarre and really exaggerated. Can it still cross time and draw on memories? The footsteps got faster and faster. Zui Yang was already in front of a pool of blood once again. Within the pool of blood, the strange man, whose face was covered in blood and filled with small, morose mouths, was immersed within the pool of blood. He had his head down, the mouth on his face sucking blood, wrapped in bloody clothes, the incense burner at his waist soaked in water and blistered with blood. Of course, the most difficult thing for Zui Yang to let go of is that the chest of this guy is a huge mouth. The whole lot of them can only be described as monsters. This is the future me? Zui Yang's eyelids fluttered. Ah, on the ground, a small mouth with sharp teeth opened abruptly. You have? I have too. Wu. The small mouth bit towards Zui Yang's ankle. Originally, he opened his mouth to bite off Zui Yang's ankle. I hadn't realized that the ankle, at that moment, was also open to a small, morose mouth. Wu. The two mouths were biting at each other, and neither one was convincing the other. Wu. It seems to have been met with provocation. On the ground, on the walls, small mouths of sharp teeth began to surface continuously. The figure in the pool of blood raised its head at this moment, looking at itself with a full mouth. Ho ho ho. He made a strange noise. Interesting. I can't believe. Still see you. Is this a hallucination? You. Zui Yang looked at the silhouette. His heart was heaving, but he still forced himself to calm down and asked, are you really me? Future me? What have you been through? Who knows? How nostalgic. The way you look. The figure tapped the incense burner at his waist. Buzz. The black and purple incense burner looked like it had received a message and began to shake violently. Clatter. Immediately afterward, the pool of blood underneath the silhouette was as if it had encountered a huge gap, and using the incense burner as a round point, it began to continuously pouring towards the incense burner. Buzz. The incense burner sucked harder and harder. Not only the water in the blood pool, even Zui Yang began to be unable to restrain his body and was absorbed towards the incense burner. Zui Yang had a premonition that if he was inhaled by the incense burner, he might have to be instantly refined and sacrificed. The future me, thoroughly mastering the incense burner? Ho ho. The face full of human mouths looked at himself, and Zui Yang panicked in his heart. Put. The entire person involuntarily fell towards the blood pool. Clatter. The water in the pool of blood was like a whirlpool, and the suction was getting more and more violent towards the incense burner. The silhouette looked at Zui Yang with a snicker. Crunch. Suddenly, the door to 04 under the pool of blood opened, and he threw the incense burner down into 04. Clatter. Moment. There was a huge suction coming from room 04. Bad. There's a dead end there. Can't go in there. Zui Yang's face sank. Depressed ghost. Forced by the instinctive desire to survive, countless black threads spread out behind him, shooting toward the surrounding walls. Rustling. The black silk was inserted into the wall, hanging Zui Yang's entire body above the blood water. Depressed ghost? Ho ho ho. The figure still laughed strangely. Tot. Next moment, all the black wires were taut with malfunction. Crap. Him. He has nullification too. Put. Back to his senses. Zui Yang wanted to use nullification to nullify the opponent's nullification, but it was too late. The body fell into the water again and surged indomitably towards the center of the whirlpool. Room 04. Shit. There's no way I'll be a match for me in the future. Clatter. Blood gushed into his mouth and nose again, and a choking sensation came over him. Zui Yang summoned up his courage and took a last look at the mouth-covered self. Ho ho. He was still laughing strangely, and the huge mouth on his chest, along with his open mouth, was a black hole. One moment, looking at that mouth, Zui Yang looked like he had figured something out. Room 04 is a fake, but the memory of the future is real. If, by being devoured by you, do I accept my future? It's a memory I don't have. And what if I accept such a future? Clatter. The suction underneath his body was getting bigger and bigger, and Zui Yang's eyes stared. Spell it out. I'm not afraid to die anyway. Depressed ghost. Rustling. Black threads shot out from his body towards the figure's chest, entangling it firmly. Immediately afterward, the silk threads contracted, pulling Zhuoyang towards the huge mouth of the silhouette's chest. Ho ho! Nullify! The silhouette was going to do the same trick again. Ghost face sore. Right at this moment, Zhuoyang shouted sternly. The human face of the neck twitched, and the black silk that was already disappearing regrouped. The collision of nullification and nullification is the absence of any validation. And with Zhuoyang's chortle, not only did the neck move, but along with it, the figure's body also trembled. Taking advantage of the moment he froze, Zhuoyang contracted the black line and swung his entire body towards the silhouette's chest with a brain. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuoyang's entire body burrowed into that huge chest mouth. Tick tick. Blood continued to drip from his chest. In a flash of lightning, silence once again returned to the blood pool. The figure stood frustrated and frozen, his full mouth closed, revealing Zhuoyang's godless face. His mouth muttered, Zhuoyang, it's been a long time since I heard you call out to me. Tick tick. Blood churned, and the figure touched his chest for a long time without movement. The other side. Phew, phew, phew. After Zhuoyang entered the huge mouth of the chest, it was like entering a boundless tunnel of darkness. After a short period of intense gasping, the body plopped and fell from the height. Phew, phew, phew. Even after breathing as hard as he could, he wasn't getting any more oxygen. Again. Another wrong guess? A strong sense of vertigo came, and Zhuoyang couldn't help but sink his eyelids and fainted. And I don't know how much time has passed. Special times. Special times. All residents, please stay home. Be sure not to go out. Please don't go out. Like a voice coming from a television set. Well, head. It hurts. Slowly rising from the ground, Zhuoyang looked around in a dazed manner. Why am I sleeping on the living room floor? Zhuoyang was a bit puzzled. Looking around, isn't this exactly the 101st house in the Linping neighborhood? The overcast sky outside the house carried a thick fog that illuminated the dimness within the first floor. On the TV, some new type of virus was playing. Zhuoyang looked at the TV and sighed a little. Hey, I don't know. Home quarantine. How long does it take? Getting up, he walked toward the door. Looking through the cat's eye, there was dead silence outside the house. What Zhuoyang did not notice was that on the door of his 101 room, the word 05 was written. Chapter 163, Misty. Never go out. Damn. Who dares to go out in this weather? And I don't know. There's still enough food in the house. The mind belabored. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a dark shadow jumped out of the corner of the room. Got it, little Murph. It's time to eat, isn't it? Woof. A big pink tongue licked his arm. Zhuoyang drowningly picked up the little inkblot and walked to the kitchen. In the refrigerator, there was an unexpected amount of instant food. Come on. I'll eat noodles today. You eat intestines. Look, who's such a good host? Woof. Seemingly aware of Zhuoyang's favor, the little inkblot rubbed against Zhuoyang. One man and one dog gathered around a table, quietly eating their breakfast. From time to time, Zhuoyang looked up and glanced out the window. His eyes were confused. He was a bit puzzled in his mind, because he always felt that he shouldn't be here right now. Wonder. Ding dong. It is the moment of doubt. A vibration came from the cell phone in his pocket. Zhuoyang lowered his eyes to see that it was the collective task of the company group. Nin Deepening Studio at all members. Please turn on the Penguin Conference. We have a meeting. It's done. Lay out the tasks. TSK. Here we go again. Somewhat jaded, Zhuoyang walked to the computer and just wanted to adjust the camera. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, the phone vibrated again. When I looked down, it was actually a message from myself to myself. There are no pills of regret in this world. Hello. How are you doing? It's been 10 minutes. Are you okay? Holy shit. What the hell is this? Aborted. I messaged myself. My number was stolen? Zhuoyang was confused. The other end seemed to be in a hurry and sent another message. There are no pills of regret in this world. Hey, are you okay or not? Hesitantly, Zhuoyang attempted to return one. Zhuoyang, you? Who are you? There are no pills of regret in this world. Who am I? I am you. Little ink you forget. Can you forget? Are you the one who harnessed the Alzheimer's shenanigans? Zhuoyang, what are you talking about? I think you're the one with dementia. Are you some new type of fraud? There is no medicine for regret in this world. Are you nuts? We can always be in touch. Zhuoyang, we? Who the hell are you? There are no pills of regret in this world. I'm the same person you were a month ago. Hiss. Looking at these inexplicable information, Zhuoyang felt like being in a heavenly fantasy. He hesitated for a moment before responding casually as if he were looking for a laugh. Zhuoyang, you said you were me a month ago? Then tell me, what was I doing a month ago? There are no pills for regrets. It's the second day of the creepy descent. I'm hiding out at home, and trying to take the little ink blot out tomorrow. Put. Zhuoyang couldn't help but laugh. God TM creepy descent. Read too many novels you? Who swindles these days with that kind of talk? Strange. The last month by myself. I was clearly working overtime at the company. I'm too lazy to bother with the cell phone's dissimilarity. Zhuoyang planned to reset the VX login password later. Cough 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 Zhuoyang. You have to complete the docking of the drawings with Party A today. Right. You communicate with Xiang Nan of the effect drawing, and try to finish it tonight. Hey, what a day. The video conference mentioned himself, and Zhuoyang helplessly answered. After hastily ending the video, Zhuoyang opened the computer and started the damn CAD architectural drawing. Buzz. About 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Zhuoyang lowered his eyes and frowned slightly. There are no pills of regret in this world. Hey, I remember. You told me that you were in a 7-level space. You will keep losing your memories. Now have you even forgotten that we can contact each other? Hiss. Deception updated? Zhuoyang had to sigh. People nowadays, in order to cheat money, they can really think of anything. Zhuoyang, God TM 7-fold space. You mean, I forgot who I am. This world of mine is fake? There are no pills of regret in this world. Yes. You're in danger now. You believe me. You'll sink into a false world if you keep going like this. Zhuoyang, sinking what? What's wrong with staying home every day? Hanging up his cell phone, he stared back at the computer screen. In the meantime, the cell phone kept sending messages, and Zhuoyang could not bear it and reset the VX password. But, to his surprise, the other party was still able to send himself a message. Even after the VX exits, a message pop-up from the other side can appear. This cannot help but let Zhuoyang some speculation. Is not the phone by the other side under the virus? There are no pills of regret in this world. You've got to hurry up and find the door out of this world, or you'll really be stuck there for the rest of your life. Another message pushed. Zhuoyang skillfully made a map and didn't bother. Outside the house was a thick mist of water, like milk flowing between heaven and earth. Dum 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 dum. Suddenly, the glass of the window on the first floor was knocked, and Zhuoyang stopped his handwork and looked out of the house. It was a man in a protective suit whose face could not be seen. He seemed to smile towards the inner room, and Zhuoyang walked quickly, inquiring in a puzzled manner. Something's wrong? Oh, I'm the protection officer for this neighborhood. Let me make sure. You haven't been out lately, have you? No. That's right. I'm telling you. Never go out. I've heard that once infected with the virus, you'll become a monster that bites people, loses its mind, and develops a keen interest in the smell of blood. That's a zombie? Right. But we can't be sure if it's a waterside infection or an airborne one at the moment. So don't go out. Oh, but, if we don't go out, the food. You don't have to worry about that. Here you go. As he spoke, the protection officer actually pulled a bag of instant food products out from underneath him. It's an allotment for every family. Ah, thank you so much. Zhuoyang bowed sincerely towards the protection officer and opened the window to receive the food. The protection officer, on the other hand, stared at Zhuoyang's computer screen for a while before nodding. Well, I won't bother you to continue your work. Remember, never go out. Don't worry. As long as there's electricity and internet, I'll be able to Nestle for the rest of my life. Haha, that would be great. The guards waved their hands and disappeared into the fog. Zhuoyang held the newly arrived food and walked back to the kitchen beautifully, simply organizing the food. Zhuoyang calculated that there was about half a month's worth. After his work was done, he cozied up for a couple games of Blade Runner and jerked off a little ink. It was a pleasant day for Mo. The relaxation of his body told Zhuoyang that he didn't seem to be in this kind of ecology before. Buzz buzz. Just in time, the cell phone sent another vibration, and Zhuoyang shook his head. What the hell? Not dead yet. Tapping the screen of my cell phone to take a look at the message was a bit intriguing this time. There are no pills of regret in this world. I figured it out. Your memory. It's been tampered with this time. You have previously lost your memories of the past, present, and future successively. You are presumably now in the fourth world. Sinking. Your memories have been tampered with, but certainly not all of them. Memory distortions take time to complete. Let's see. Your first crush was on the hippest English teacher, right? Chapter 164, there are walkers. Can't go out at all. Hiss. Looking at this message, Zhuoyang froze. Because, he did have a crush on the hippest young English teacher in his adolescence. There was a time when he fantasized about graduating from college and finding an English teacher to date. He can know that too? That's what's in my heart. Stealing a number isn't so bad as stealing my heart, is it? Could. He's really past me? When Zhuoyang was puzzled, the message was pushed again. There are no pills of regret in this world. I'll say it again. There must be right and wrong in it. The reason you're an orphan is that your parents were in a car accident. When you went to college, one of your roommates snored. No. I went to college out there to live in staff housing part-time at night. But he was right. The parents did have a car accident. Ding dong ding dong. Next, messages kept popping in. Almost every 2 or 3, one of them is right. This can't help but make Zui-yang more and more suspicious that the other party is really himself. Could. Is this really the past me? My memories have been tampered with? I'm not the real me now? This world is fake? Zui-yang held the cell phone and froze in place. Ryoko. Only then did he ask a rhetorical question. Zui-yang, you said my world is fake. Then, how can I be sure it's fake? And how do I escape? There are no pills of regret in this world. You said that you were going to find the 7 doors. You can try to explore the world and open the doors with the numbers and see. Hiss. This. Zui-yang's gaze unconsciously looked at the security door of his house. 05. An obscure number is on the door. Zui-yang instinctively thought that it was the serial number that was programmed when the door was produced. Just about to step forward and try to pull the door open. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but think of the protective suit officer's warning. There's a zombie. With his hand resting on the doorknob, Zui-yang thought to himself, I'll just open the door and take a look. It should be fine, right? However, it was when such an idea was born. Barely. The TV flashed out snowflakes and raised its voice to broadcast a news story. Breaking news! Breaking news! A dozen patients have been found to be infected in the city's Linjiang neighborhood. Because of the dense fog effect, it is impossible to observe more infected people. Please don't go out. Don't ever go out. Roar. With this broadcast, a growl seemed to come faintly from the thick fog outside the house. Shit. Who dares to go out here? Zui-yang was stunned, and the big hand on the door handle was immediately withdrawn. He's just an otaku. What can he do? Doubt the reality of this world? If there were walkers out there, he'd rather believe that the self that wanted himself out was a fraud, that big data had guessed what he was going through. Not going out. Not going out. Love whoever. Zui-yang re-entered the small bedroom. Cramped but warm, small but restful. That's what this place feels like to him. It's a peach orchard compared to the outside. Who, may I ask, would not want to sink to that? Lying on his side in bed, his cell phone sent another message a little later. There are no pills of regret in this world. How's it going? Did you find a clue? Zui-yang, looking for a fart. You know what? I've got a zombie virus here. How dare I go out? There are no pills of regret in this world. Zombies? Isn't that creepy? Zui-yang, it's a zombie. I heard everything. There are no pills of regret in this world. This. You shouldn't be afraid of zombies, right? You should be a ghost sentinel by now, shouldn't you? You've got supernatural powers. And you're still afraid of that? Zui-yang, I have an ass. You're a psycho. Whoever you like. I'm not going out anyway. There are no pills of regret in this world. That means that your powers have also been tampered with by oblivion. You. Look around on your body. You should be carrying an incense burner. That thing? Creepy is afraid of it. Maybe. Useful? Incense burner? Zui-yang looked at the message and touched his body. Hey, you don't say. But you really did touch a greenish-purple incense burner from your chest. No? Why did I bring this with me? Does this thing really work? Zui-yang played with the incense burner, which did not respond. He tried again to walk towards the gate. Dum 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 dum. This time, there was a sharp tap at the front door. Help! Help! It was a panicked woman's cry for help. Zui-yang looked through the cat's eye. A woman who was wearing a protective suit, but the upper part of her clothes had been torn open, revealing her snow-white skin. She was covered in blood and was looking behind her with a tense look on her face as she kept rapping on the door of the room. Open the door! Open the door! What? What's wrong? Zui-yang inquired about the door, and the woman sniffed and her face was happy. You open the door. There are walkers outside. Roar roar. Along with the woman's guttural shrieks, a chilling sound came from within the thick fog in the distance. Open the door, please. Oh. Flustered, he wanted to open the door of the room, but Zui-yang gave a beat for no reason. Nope. Self. Is yourself a good person of this character? He gave a suspicious lurch, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Immediately afterward, it was a wary question. On your body, are there any injuries? Ha? No. You open the door first. Big deal. You'll just tie me up when I get in. Seeing the woman say this, Zui-yang then pulled open the door of the room. Put. A fragrant softness entered his body and the door to the room closed again. Zui-yang looked at the woman in his arms. The small body was less than his own shoulders, but it was unexpectedly material. She kept trembling and cowering in Zui-yang's chest. There. I don't have time to pity you. I need to make sure that you have or have not been scratched by a walker and infected with a virus. Zui-yang coldly pushed the woman away. The woman nodded and took off her protective suit. Her body, even under the protective suit, was covered in black and red blood coagulated everywhere, like she was going through some kind of massacre. You, go to the bathroom and wash up. I'll wait for you. Zui Yang squinted his eyes for half a moment, but he didn't see any names. Leading the woman to the bathroom door, he waited. After the sound of the shower, a woman with snow-white skin and a luscious figure, dripping with long, wet hair, stepped out. She lowered her head and covered her chest. The light of the water moisturized her skin with a glow, and she also came out in just her underwear, her whole body glowing white. Do I need to check my boobs? The woman weakly covered her chest, and Zui Yan looked at her intact bra and shook his head. No need. There are no wounds on you, and your bra is well preserved. There is no possibility of a scratch there. You tell me, what have you been through? As soon as she asked this, the woman's face flustered, as if she recalled something bad. I'm here to see my mom in the Lincoln neighborhood. As a result, I ended up seeing a bunch of people tearing each other apart at the door. The police are here too, shooting at the walkers in a panic, blood staining the fog. I was chased by a walker, panicked, and traveled through the blood mist to your doorstep. The woman had sobbed as she spoke. Zui Yang narrowed his eyes at her. Okay. If you're afraid, stay with me for now. You should be safe. That's great. The watery body, with an excitement, once again pounced on Zui Yang's arms. Zui Yang pushed her away, and the woman wrapped her arms around Zui Yang's waist in a death grip. Please, just for a moment. Zui Yang frowned. The woman's head was buried in his shoulder. Her face flickered, and she actually twisted and transformed into the face of a sculptor. Chapter 165, Your memory has been tampered with again. Thank you. The warm and soft body left Zui Yang's embrace, and the woman had a shy face. When she came back to her senses, Zui Yang had already thrown her a piece of his own clothes. Take that. You shouldn't be here. I wouldn't have guessed. This place would be such a mess. Forget it. You stay here for now. You go to the bedroom and make do for a few days. I think with a gun this place will be under control in no time. Well, thank you. What's your name? Zui Yang. What about you? I'm Willow Spike. Well, Willow Spike, it's getting late. Go inside and get some rest. With a cold command, Zui Yang sat back on the sofa and looked at the TV. A message was still running on the TV. Rinku City is being infected by the expansion of the virus. The big red credits are tight to look at. To his side, Willow Spike sat overwrapped in Zui Yang's clothes. You said, here, will it be safe? I suppose so. Zui Yang didn't have a plan in his heart. Woof woof woof. As if sensing the uneasiness in the room, the little inkblot also came to the side of the duo. Watching the TV, both men and the dog fumed. Without realizing it, the hissing outside the door faded considerably. On the couch, both fell into a deep sleep. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. I don't know when. The cell phone in the pocket rang again, and Zui Yang was awakened. He was shocked to find Willow Spike sprawled out in his arms. The woman hugged his chest to death. Looking at her tightly frowning, Zui Yang didn't push her away, but took out his cell phone. There is no medicine for regret in this world. How are you now? I've gone out for the day. Zui Yang, are you the past me? There is no medicine for regret in this world. Now, you fucking lost your memory again? Zui Yang, no. It's just that the brain is in a bit of a trance. There is no medicine for regret in this world. You hurry up and find a way to escape from the world you are in, or else, I'll see that sooner or later you'll turn into a little cutie. Zui Yang, but, I have zombies here. There are no pills of regret in this world, aren't there incense burners? If you're always afraid, you'll always want a cower in your house. You tell me, what's in your house? Do you want to stay inside? The old you was not afraid of anything. Zui Yang, I have food in my house. And a woman. There are no pills for regret in this world. Now, woman food. No wonder you're not leaving. Creepy set you up pretty good. Ha, Zui Yang, you just said. Incense burner? Wasn't the incense burner passed down to our ancestors? Can it fight zombies? There are no pills of regret in this world. It's broken. Your memory has been tampered with again. That's not a family heirloom. It's an object of eerie fear. Zui Yang, is that so? There are no pills for regret in this world. You do this every 10 minutes. Go through our chat logs. I've roughly figured out that your memories will be tampered with, but our chat logs won't. You need to be constantly on guard against indulging in safe cabins. Looking at that message, Zui Yang began to flip the cell phone screen. Scrolling all the way up, Zui Yang even slid to Puning Street's previous chat records. So, can I still report to my past self and die? I'm losing some of my memory now, but since I reported it ahead of time, I'll be asked about it from time to time in the past? Thoughts seem to be coming clearer. Dum. Just then, there was another knock on the door of the room. Zui Yang pushed Willow Spike out of the way and came to the door. Looking through the cat's eye, the man in the protective suit reappeared. You, dude, make sure you stay inside and don't come out. The walkers out there are still clearing out. I'll take care of bringing you food. Don't worry, the situation will be under control. With that said, the man in the protective suit set the food by the window and then walked away quickly. Zhuoyang removed the food with a glint in his eyes. A steady stream of food. The woman who throws herself at me. Dangerous out there. Safe cabin. What a sinking country. If I hadn't been reminded of my past, maybe I would have been so overwhelmed by night and day that I wouldn't have wanted to go out at all, right? Looking at the security door of his house, Zhuoyang just wanted to step forward. What are you doing? Suddenly, a fearful fury rose behind him. Zhuoyang twisted his head to look. Willow Spike had already woken up. She was looking at Zhuoyang nervously, trying to approach Zhuoyang step by step. Speaking of which, I do wonder how you, a woman, are always throwing yourself at them intentionally. What? Are you trying to have sex with me? Have children here? And trap me for the rest of my life? Zhuoyang looked at Willow Spike snidely, and after Willow Spike's eyes flickered, she pointed to the door. Believe it or not, outside the door, there really are walkers. Oh, yeah, walkers? Assuming this world is also fictional, could you really create a bunch of walkers? The hand was already on the edge of the door. Zhuoyang now had a bold guess. In fact, there are only 3 people in this world. Him, Willow Spike, and the guy in the fire suit. As for the other hisses or warnings, they were probably just tricks to scare themselves, based on the information on the chat logs. The first few rooms didn't seem to have big scenes or most of the shenanigans. Zhuoyang does not believe that there is really a neighborhood of zombies waiting for him outside the house. LOL. The door to the room was pushed open, and a mist of water from outside the room spread in. Willow Spike's face darkened. Why don't you believe it? Security, food, women, pets, everything. Why? Why would you even think of leaving? She hissed as the dress began to fall off in front of her, a corner on her bra slipping off to reveal finger-sized scratches. Subsequently, her eyes were crimson and her face bulged with greenish-black veins. The veins on his neck throbbed as Willow Spike's mouth opened and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. It really looks like a zombie mutated by the looks of that. Shit. At this point, you're still acting me out? If it were a regular person, they would have believed you and never wanted to leave the house again. But, touching his cell phone, Zhuoyang silently took out that incense burner from his arms. Please, it has to work. Despite not knowing what his ability was, Zhuoyang now, the only thing he could beg for was the incense burner. Roar! Willow Spike's arm began to bend monstrously. Next moment, her entire body lunged towards Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang raised the incense burner and was about to smash it towards Lu Sui's head. Woof woof woof. Unthinking, the little ink blot cut Willow Spike off directly in midair. Woof. It bit down on Willow Spike's neck in a death grip, and Willow Spike was tackled to the ground as his arms began to snap at the little inkblot's head. A man and a dog, presenting a desperate fight to the death. Why? Why you dare to make a move? You're nothing more than an existence I intercepted from his memory. Why are you protecting him? Willow Spike hissed as the little inkblot bit into her neck. Eyeing Zhuoyang. That means, he's going to run. Chapter 166, Memory is false, but love is real. Woof woof. Seemingly looking at Zhuoyang's delayed action, little inkblot called out. Zhuoyang froze. You're obviously fake. Woof woof. The clear eyes did exude concern. Zhuoyang's heart trembled. Perhaps the memories are drawn out, but the little inkblot in the memories loves himself. So this little imitation inkblot is also subconsciously trying to protect itself because of its memories? Cluck cluck cluck. Little Inkbrand's head had been twisted into a crooked shape by Willow Spike. Even so, it's holding on for dear life. Little Ink, don't worry, I'll escape. Turning around, at this moment Zhuoyang pulled open the door of the room without any hesitation. On the security door, the digital door representing 05 was pulled open, and Zhuoyang stepped into a thick fog. He guessed right. Outside the door there were no buildings or people in the Lincoln neighborhood at all. The only thing visible was the white, bottomless fog. Touching the incense burner, Zhuoyang apprehensively felt his way through the fog, until he saw the man in the protective suit, hovering back and forth constantly in one spot. He was like a robot, waiting in a spot of smoke. Zhuoyang quickly stepped forward. That's when I realized he was standing in front of a ventilation duct, like he was waiting for something. Hey, what are you doing? Ha, I'm waiting for food. What? Zhuoyang looked at him incredulously, and he pointed at the ventilation pipe. Food drops here every 10 hours or so. My job is to wait for food and bring it to you and tell you it's dangerous here. Underneath the protective suit, he spoke with an expressionless face. Zhuoyang looked at him and touched his body with the incense burner, and there was no abnormality. Could it be? You're human too? Did you also break into the fourth world? But had your memory tampered with to become a protection officer? Unable to help it, Zui Yang somewhat admired this protective man. One relies on one's past self to get here. This man right now, he can come here alone? It's already quite anticlimactic. Do you want to get out? Zui Yang stared intently at the man, who was stunned. Get out? Why go out? My mission is to stay here. Ha! Coldly, Zui Yang lifted the protective cover on the man's face, revealing that it was actually Willow Spike's face. It's you? You know me? Willow Spike cocked her head and asked Zui Yang rhetorically. Zui Yang was a little dazed. And then he was afraid. If this person right now is the real Willow Spike, then the one in the house. It's getting spooky, by and large, isn't it? If he was so horny that he really had sex with that Willow Spike, wouldn't he be damned? Grass. There's something disgustingly perverted about the weirdness of this layer of space. Cursing, Zui Yang looked at the ventilation duct that was a meter in diameter. This place, maybe it's the passageway to the fifth world. Hey, follow me. Straight away, he yanked Willow Spike and was about to crawl toward the pipe. Willow Spike stubbornly refused, but Zui Yang ignored her. The fact that she could come here alone already showed her determination to get out of here. Only, because she had been trapped within the fourth dimension for a long time, she had lost the determination and memories she had at the time. Clunk. The drill moves in an air duct which is all the way up towards the sky above. But it's weird. It was clearly climbing towards the top, but there was no repulsive reaction to gravity at all. Up is as good as down. All the way down. Put. Until it climbed all the way to the end. At the other end of the ventilation pipe was an abandoned factory building. This pipe, connected to a house full of machines. Here. Where again? The next moment he jumped to the plant. Zui Yang could feel that some of his memories were dialing back. Behind him, Willow Spike's expression gradually shifted a little. There was a brightness in the dull eyes, too. It was a long time before she stubbed out her voice. Here. It seems to be a small workshop on Nin Street, located at the end of the shopping street. You got your memory back? Zui Yang twisted his head to look at Lu Sui, who looked at Zui Yang's face and couldn't help but blush. Her memory is restored. But the sculptor is also recovering her memories of what happened to Zui Yang. Yes, Zui Yang, you're quite powerful. How were you able to tell that the memory had been tampered with, and still managed to run out? Lu Sui looked at Zui Yang curiously, and Zui Yang smiled. Because, I'm not alone. Yes? Alright, it's useless to ask these. Did you just say that this is a small workshop in Puning Street? What do you mean? We went around in circles and returned to Puning Street? Back to square one? I'm not so sure. Why don't we go check it out? Willow Spike, also puzzled, led the way toward one end of the plant, pushing open the door of the plant. You can really see the bustling shopping street. The streets were peaceful with the flow of people and the stores were filled with a wide array of goods. Grass. It's really back. Zui Yang was somewhat speechless. Is it hard to believe that the fifth dimension is reality? That's not true. Incense burners don't lie to themselves. If it says it's 7 spaces, then it must be. Maybe this place just looks like the streets of Nin, but it's also fictional? Zui Yang couldn't help but speculate. Willow Spike nodded. Zui Yang, you're very cautious. But whether this place is real or not, I guess I'll find out by going and verifying it. Willow Spike said, already walking towards the residential area. She made her way straight to Wei Changsheng's villa. Inside the small courtyard, Wei Changsheng was holding his 2 children, comfortably basking in the sun in the courtyard. When he saw Lu Sui and Zui Yang, he was dumbfounded. Ryu, Captain Ryu, how do you? Why are you with Mr. Left? Hoof, isn't it a surprise that I'm still coming out? Lu Sui sneered and glanced towards Zui Yang. See, there's no need to guess. This is Puning Street. Captain Ryu, are you the Ghostbusters squad that accepted the mission earlier? Zui Yang looked curiously at Willow Spike, who nodded. That's right, the Magic City Dispatch Squad. A total of 5 people came. But the others? I guess they've already turned into white sand. Willow Spike sighed a little, and Zui Yang looked at her with a look of growing surprise. You found out quite a bit, too. Hey, what good would that do? Still stuck here? Wei Changsheng, tell me how to get out of here. Or else. Ka-ching. Between words, Willow Spike had already taken out a white and silver-colored pistol from his waist. Magic City's special hungry ghost bullet. In every bullet, there is the breath of a hungry ghost that devours a certain amount of eerie power. You wouldn't want, would you, the child you raised to be consumed by bullets? The blackened muzzle of the gun was pointed at the 2 children in his arms. Wei Changsheng's face kept flickering. Eventually, he pointed to the exit of Nin Street. You are now. Can leave already. Chapter 167, the 5th level of space. That is, Puning Street. Above. I don't believe it. Give me one of your children. Don't blame me for shooting him if anything goes wrong. Lu Sui looked cold and cold, without the slightest bit of the shyness that she had previously looked at Zui Yang. Looking at the silver-white pistol, Wei Chongqing's mouth pursed, and he finally sent Debao to Lu Sui's side. Willow Spike was careful to take off her own protective suit and wrap Debao up tightly to avoid direct contact between him and herself. Zui Yang, what do you say? She picked up Debao and looked sideways at Zui Yang. Zui Yang shrugged. I don't have any thoughts for the moment, so why don't you join me? Okay. The two of them walked quickly towards the exit of Nin Street. Along the way, many pedestrians looked at them with odd faces, but none of them went forward to stop them. The entrance to Nin Street. Standing at the mouth of the street, he looked out at the outside. A Kyoto City-appointed business car was still parked there. Zui Yang tried to reach out and touch the space outside the entrance. For once, it was actually possible to touch the space outside. Could it be? Can we really leave? Zui Yang was a little surprised. No, it's only 5 levels of space. Standing at the exit, Zui Yang was slow to take the next step. Willow Spike looked at him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's wrong? Aren't you leaving? I always feel that there is something odd here. Yes? Hearing Zui Yang say this, Lu Sui's steps also lurched. What? You're not leaving? No. I trust your instincts. Ha? You believe that? Of course. After all, you're the man who got me out of that damn place. Willow Spike smiled. Although she said this to trust Zui Yang's intuition, there is some metaphysics, but the truth is, with many spooky events, it comes down to intuition and not trusting what you see and hear. If you get out of the streets of Nin, it also means getting out of here. But it doesn't come out of the 7-level cycle if you leave the streets of Nin. You're bound to be penalized on your memory. Now, it's just not clear how it will become if we leave here. If only the Chu siblings could come out too. Zui Yang began to analyze the doorway in detail. For a moment just now, he had the idea of pitting someone. That would be to let Willow Spike out and observe for herself what punishment she would get when she got out. Unfortunately, this woman says she trusts her instincts? This was something that Zui Yang could not have expected. She can't, and there's actually Bai Su hiding in Wei Chongqing's house. However, Bai Su, who has not passed through the 4 levels of space, will probably be blocked by the air wall. The sculptor of the first level said that there are only 5 spaces here. If we follow what he said, now is actually the time to leave. Zui Yang, why don't you leave? Is there, in this, any more doorways? Zui Yang was contemplating, and Lu Sui looked at Zui Yang and was also contemplating. The two of them just stood in front of the Puning Street, not moving a muscle, until a scolding voice came. Ouch me, Zui Yang, you can do it. Past the level so quickly? The voice was unusually familiar. Zui Yang looked at the sound and actually saw Chu Gang Chu Ro. You guys? Can't imagine. Can you? We're out too. Chu Gang smiled smugly, and Zui Yang blinked his eyelids. How did you guys get out? He was really a bit curious. How was Chu Kong going to leave the 3rd and 4th world levels with his ability? Hey well, don't you know what I'm capable of? As long as there are transfers around, I don't have amnesia. I know that the next world that comes along is all but certain to have a hand in my memories. So, before I entered the room, I wrote with a pen on my palm. When things go wrong, deflect the damage. On the 3rd level, I ran into me and we transferred damage to each other. It was just boring to fight back there. I just went up and touched him, and I didn't expect to pass. As for the 4th level, that's really difficult. I went back to living in a rented room with my sister, going to work every day in and day out. I wouldn't have been able to react if I hadn't seen the writing on my hand. I am not remembering what it means to be undecided in a situation and deflect damage, but I still have a notebook on me. I'd been reading it for half a day, and I'm guessing, by and large, that there's something wrong with my memory. I told my fake sister that the life I have now is not what I want. Guess what? She actually helped me find the exit. And then I found Wei Chongqing, and he said it was okay to go, and I came here. Chu Gang explained with a big grin, and Zui Yang looked stunned. Anyone else break in that easy? Unexplained. He pointed at Chloe. What about her? She passed just the same? Not bad at all. What? Aren't you guys leaving? Chu Kong smiled and asked rhetorically, his mood seemingly becoming extremely grandiose because he could leave. Zui Yang shrugged. Isn't this waiting for you? Oh, so polite? Right. Why don't you go first? I have to wait for Baekwook. So, good thing too. Then the favor owed to you for the 2nd level will be repaid next time. Chu Gang made a big move and sprightly led Chu Ro to leave Puning Street in quick steps. At the mouth of the street, under the gaze of Zui Yang Lu Sui, the figures of the two people are getting farther and farther away without any abnormalities. Zui Yang, look at this. Is it completely safe? Willow Spike watched the scene in front of her, and her guard was off, but Zui Yang still shook his head. Don't you think they're just in time? Ha? What do you mean? We're afraid to go out, and they show up and go out in front of us. Don't you think that it looks like a play to lure us out? You mean they're fake? That's right. I'll believe it if Chu Kong can come out, but for his sister to be able to come out as well, I don't believe it. Not everyone can just successfully leave the fourth dimension. I have reason to suspect that they are also memories pretending to be memories to make us unload our defenses. Willow Spike was dumbfounded. It was only at this moment that she realized that this man, being able to get out of the fourth floor, definitely relied on more than luck. So what do you say? What do we do now? Throw the baby out of your arms. Oh, bang! Almost without hesitation, Willow Spike directly threw out Debeo. Woohoo woohoo! The child was thrown halfway across the room and it smashed into the wall of air, sending it rolling on the ground in pain. TSK. It seems only those who walk out of the fourth dimension can leave this place. This is definitely not a real exit. Willow Spike, do you trust me? Suddenly asked by Zui Yang. Lu Sui was confused. What's wrong? If you believe me, you can go out there and I promise, you'll be fine. Chapter 168, the fifth level of space. That is, Puning Street. Below, looking at Zui Yang's face, Lu Sui's lips pursed and finally nodded. I believe it. I believe you. You fished me out of my life. Let me test what's really going on here. She smiled sweetly towards Zui Yang, then walked quickly towards the street outside. Zui Yang's face was slightly surprised, not expecting the other party to agree so decisively. The reason why I begged Willow Spike was because if I experimented on my own, I might lose my memory in the process of leaving. That way, even if you reopened it, you wouldn't know what really happened in it. In that case, it would be more than worth it. But Willow Spike can promise to experiment on her own. Is it because she thinks that I'm really going to save her if she loses her memory again? Zui Yang stared intently at Willow Spike. Willow Spike had already walked out a distance of more than 20 meters, and was about to go further and further away. Suddenly, her steps lurched. The whole thing stiffened like a machine at the next step. With that, she actually turned her head dumbfounded and walked towards Puning Street again. This time, her expression became serious. After walking quickly towards Zui Yang's side, he had a commanding tone. Hello, are you the person in charge of Nin Street? I'm Willow Spike from the Magic City Dispatch. I've come to investigate the Nin Streets, so talk to me and tell me what's going on here. Willow Spike looked serious, not showing any emotion at all. It was as if, for the first time, she had met Zui Yang and mistaken him for the administrator here. You don't recognize me? Zui Yang looked at Lu Sui suspiciously, and Lu Sui looked cold. I don't recall that I've had any dealings with His Excellency. No. Then do you remember what happened here? I'm here on my first mission. What's going to happen to me here? Your Excellency, have you been here long enough to make fun of me? Hiss. It's completely erasing the memories of this place. To be precise, it reset her memory to make her think she was still here on her first mission. Grass. It turns out that the memory loss on the fifth level is a reset, because the memory was reset, and then unclearly entered Nin Street again, and started the investigation all over again, and went into the haunted house again. Finished if you can come out of the fourth floor again and leave Nin Street, then the memories reset and come back to loop on their own again. What a troublesome reincarnation of memory. No wonder you can't get out of here. In an instant, Zui Yang thought about a lot of things and could not help but feel a vicious chill in his heart. Looking at that face of Lu Sui, Zui Yang frowned. In that case, let's, then, start over. Turning his cell phone on, Zui Yang sent a message to his past self. Zui Yang, hello past me. Now, you need to remember one thing. When you leave on the fourth level of the Nin Street, don't let Willow Spike go out of the Nin Street, because once you go out, the memories will reset. The answer is not here. 7 levels of space are 7 levels of space. The moment the message was sent over, as the past begins to change, Zui Yang's present twists. As his eyes gradually blurred, a voice came from Zui Yang's ears. Zui Yang, what do we do now? It was like a picture replay. Zui Yang was still standing at the street entrance, but Willow Spike, beside him, was standing on his side. He went back in time before Willow Spike had left the streets. Well wait for what? Willow Spike foxed. Able to. Just the next moment, a voice came. Hey, Zui Yang, you guys are here too. Chu Gang brought Chu Ro to the street entrance again. And the corner of Zui Yang's mouth raised a smile. You guys are here too? Alright, there's a scare. Right, yes? Are you guys leaving now? That sculptor guy said this place was just 5 floors, so it looks like he was right. Why don't we go together? Chu Gang patted Zui Yang's shoulder, and Zui Yang shook his head. Don't, I'll wait for Baisu to join us. That's fine. I owe you a favor. Come to Shangguang City sometime and I'll pay you back. With a big grin and a greeting, he pulled Chu Ro out of Puning Street. Zui Yang looked at Chu Gang's back and suddenly shouted at him. Hey, can you see anything on the way out? See what? Isn't it freedom? What else? Signage? Chu Gang turned his head to look at Zui Yang with a surprised face. Signs? Zui Yang's gaze inexplicably looked towards the watchword that was flashing lights outside the street when he entered the Puning Street at that time. Puning Street, Yaohai City 5th Fuyu Street. Hiss. One moment. It was like being struck by lightning. 5th Affluent Street? 5? That is to say, the entire street of Nin Street is the 5th level of space? We started off by entering the 5th level of the memory ghosts, then went to a haunted house on the 1st level of space and took a walk. We haven't been in the real world since the moment we stepped into the streets of Nin. Asterisk. Somewhat of an afterthought. Zui Yang couldn't help but sigh. Memory Ghost's layout was tricky. Who says that you must follow the rules and regulations that allow you to break into the 1st level from reality? Then if this is the 5th floor, and where is the 6th dimension? Chu Gang's back was already getting farther and farther away, and Zui Yang looked at the street. Suddenly, it was like he remembered something. Wait. His eyes hovered in the direction of the haunted house. The size of it, already reminding him of a place. Zui Yang, what's wrong with you? Lu Sui watched Zui Yang's expression change dramatically and just wanted to ask. Without wanting to, Zui Yang pulled her towards the wilderness of Puning Street. The head-high grasses still swayed in the wind. After Zui Yang gazed into the depths of the grass, the ghost face sore on his neck began to throb. Rustling, pushing back the waves of leaves. In the middle of the deep meadow was what should have been a barren clearing. But at the moment, here actually stood a house that was the same size as the haunted house. 06. It was a small house with 06 written on the door. Sure enough, I guessed right. There was supposed to be something here. Except that you won't see this room on the 5th level of space without traveling through the first floor. Level 6. Entity. Standing in front of the door with a quiet step, Zui Yang instead hesitated a little. Memory ghosts, perhaps, are among them. Willow Spike, what are your powers? Suddenly, Zui Yang coldly asked Lu Sui. Willow Spike was stunned, then looked at the word 06 as if something had occurred to her. Is this the source of the weirdness? Are you going to? Exactly. Might have to do it. Well, my ability is briefly make time stand still in an area. No wonder you could break through the first 4 levels. Squeak. While they were still talking, the door to 06 opened. Inside the room, a snow-white sculpted man was looking at the two with a smile on his face. A bit of skill. Can find it here. Come in. Let's have a nice talk. Chapter 169, Memory Ghost Strength. You're the memory ghost? Zui Yang fixed his attention to look closely at this sculpture man. It is a little different from the sculpture man of the previous levels. That is, he is more snowy white or even transparent all over. But his smile was infectious in a very real way. Is this devouring too many memories and making him human-like? The sculptor guarded the door and made way. Right. I am the memory ghost. Kids, you're very good. I think that we can talk. The gaze of the memory ghost was pressed on Zui Yang from the beginning to the end. Zui Yang hesitated for a moment before choosing to enter the room. Inside the room, it's surprisingly Lincoln Cell 101-ish. You a creepy, so wickedly funny? Zui Yang knew that it was the memory ghost that had stolen his memories and diffused the room to become like this. The memory ghost casually covered the door to his room and sat in a corner of his bedroom. You should be grateful. If it were anyone else, their memories, I wouldn't care to use them. It beckoned with its hand, and out of the shadowy corner of the room came the little inkblot. Woof. The only thing that exists is that it's like a real little inkblot is here. I have to say, the ability to memorize ghosts alone does seem a bit buggy. What do you want to talk to me about? Zui Yang narrowed his eyes and pulled Willow Spike to sit on the sofa. He gently patted the back of Willow Spike's hand, signaling her that the situation was not right, and immediately moved to activate his powers. Being the first to come to me, I'll give you 3 choices. First, you tell me what you did on the day of the Midwinter Festival. That memory, how can I not capture it? There seems to be a very marvelous presence in you. If you tell me what you've done, I can grudgingly let you harness one of my doppelgangers. How? Even if it's just my doppelganger, it's pretty strong to make people lose their memories. Memory Ghost laughed and looked at Zui Yang, and Zui Yang did not say anything with a black face. It turns out that the memory ghosts have already fumbled their way through all of it without realizing it. The only thing he couldn't fathom was connecting to the past. If one could harness the memory ghost's doppelganger, it could be considered at the bug level, not to say invincible. Fighting other ghostbusters, when the time comes, the opponent's memory disappears and they don't know how to unleash their weird abilities. and they basically win 100 battles. Just, one's own secrets are never shared with others. No. Next, Zhuoyang shook his head sullenly, and the memory ghost was not annoyed and smiled casually. I guess you wouldn't say. So here's the deal. Second option. I let you go. You can also take your companions with you, or even harness one of my doppelgangers. However, you have to send 100 people to Perning Street on a regular basis. How? Send someone to feed you? Zhuoyang squinted his eyes and shook his head after a long time. Not to say that he has such a hard heart, but then again, it's not much of a convenience to fool 100 people into coming here. What about the next choice? Ha! Last option? You think? What could it be? As the words came out, Memory Ghost's voice grew cold. What? Is it for us to stay too? Zhuoyang quickly patted the back of Willow Spike's hand. Time stands still. Only everything in the room was solidifying at an imperceptible speed. Zhuoyang's hand that slapped Willow Spike paused in midair. The smile of the memory ghost froze on his face. And everything was frozen at this moment. Willow Spike was the only one who slowly rose from the couch. Although Zhuoyang couldn't move. He was strange. Because, he can actually think in a time frame. Yes, it was logical that when time stopped, so should his thinking. But more than that, he could even watch Willow Spike in action. Willow Spike slowly removed a short knife from his body and instead of walking towards the memory ghost, he looked at himself with confused eyes. Shit, this memory ghost, modifying Willow Spike's memories right off the bat. When did this happen? There is no chance of winning at all. Zhuoyang's heart thumped. At the same time, he figured it out. One's own memories might have been modified even as one entered the house, but one doesn't know it yet. Memory Ghost's third option. That is, if you don't agree with the first two, you lose your memory and stay here completely. Shit, can't win at all. Zhuoyang could only watch the short knife stabbing towards his throat. Click, click, click. Suddenly, Zhuoyang realized that he seemed to be able to move his fingers. Bang. Next moment, almost in a flash, the moment the short knife was thrust in, Zhuoyang kicked out a foot and kicked Lu Sui away to the side. At the same time, the frozen time around them flowed again. Willow Spike slumped to the ground with a pale face and an apologetic look at the memory ghost. Master, sorry, the operation failed. I guess so. He's been able to dissolve the fiercest robberies every time. I'm really curious. What, exactly, is in him? Memory Ghost stood up leisurely from the corner and snapped his fingers in his hand. Zhuoyang looked at him, and the next moment his brain started to get confused. With that, the eyes became hazy. Hey, Zhuoyang, it's your father. You tell me, what did you do at midwinter? Exactly? The memory ghost examined Zhuoyang slyly. Zhuoyang was stupefied. The midwinter festival. Midwinter but, obviously a brainwashing question. Zhuoyang still stammered and said nothing. Shit, what is that memory? Anyway, is it hard to believe that memories can still remove themselves from a sea of memories? Is it hard to believe that there's a creepy inside you? Minus that human face and black lines? The memory ghost looked at Zhuoyang, and his big icy cold hand went through Zhuoyang's head, actually plunging into his head, as if he wanted to grab something. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration came from Zhuoyang's pocket. Zhuoyang stared back dumbfounded. This time, he realized something. Without using his cell phone, he could actually see the message. It's like, a dialogue box came up in your head. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Hey, how the hell are you doing? I found Ghostbuster 037. How about you? Did you forget something again? If you forgot, look at the chat logs. Chat? Zhuoyang slowly scanned the previous conversation. Those memories that had been sucked up were being restored bit by bit. I'm Zhuoyang. I'm looking for the 7 levels of memory ghosts. Hiss. Strange. Where, exactly, are his memories hidden? Is it hard to hide in another world? Or, hidden in another time? The memory ghost was still constantly groping Zhuoyang's head. Next moment, suddenly, only a voice exploded in his ears. Ghostface Soar. Chapter 170, Impasse. Whoosh. Almost in response, Zhuoyang's neck throbbed as a giant flesh tumor flew towards the memory ghost. What? The memory ghost was stunned. It obviously did not expect that the sarcoma would suddenly attack. Didn't I wipe your memory? Why? Between his eyes in surprise, Memory Ghost looked at Ghostface Soar without panicking. It doesn't work. You'll lose your memory. White fingers pointed at the Ghostface Soar's. Zhuoyang's cold voice again heated. Nullify. Buzz. The memory ghost's movements froze. The sarcoma jumped onto the memory ghost's neck, hissing and biting off a large mouthful of white, crystalline flesh. Sha. After a gash was bitten into his shoulder, fine sand began to continuously seep down from the memory ghost's shoulder. Shit. You kid. What the hell kind of monster is that? panicking and trying to pull away from Zui Yang. Zui Yang's eyes recovered their coldness. Ghost face sore shock. Ghost face sore ghost mouth. Buzz. Inside room 06. It was as if a powerful air pressure had crushed in for a moment. Willow Spike was paralyzed with fear. And the memory ghost shuddered, trying to move but unable to. And the hand that he had inserted in Zui Yang's head was actually bitten off by a mouth that opened from his head at this moment. Cluck cluck cluck. A mouth of fine, sharp teeth bit through the wrist in moments. Sha 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 sha. There was constantly fine sand sliding down from Zui Yang's eyes. Various images flashed in. There are parents and children, lovers separated by life and death, drunken, but nonetheless, these are precious memories for others. Is that the best you can do? Zui Yang's words were cold, flying out of the ghost face sore on the fierce opening of 3 large mouths. This was Zui Yang's first attempt to open more ghost mouths. Having devoured a portion of the memory ghost's body, he felt that, with his power, he should be able to try to make more choices. I remember my future self, but my whole body is covered with ghost mouth. Maybe it's your future self that inspires your present self. Let the ghost face sore turn into a sarcoma full of ghost mouths, and as long as you seize the opportunity, you might be able to bite the memory ghost's body in a matter of moments with all the mouths opening up. Damn it! You want to kill me? Ongwu. He saw that the ghost face sore was about to bite through his shoulder and burrow into his body. Memory ghost's face went cold. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have nullification. What do you think? I'm short of ghost defenders here? Bai Su, Chu Gang, Chu Rou, Lu Sui, all of you. What? As soon as the words fell, Zui Yang's face was stunned. He'd forgotten. As long as it's still in Puning Street, the memory ghost can erase anyone's memory for him. Several of the people traveling with him this time would be his right-hand men. Ongwu. As the words fell, the ghost-faced sores were still chewing on the body of the memory ghost, but it no longer has any pain to speak of. Click click click. The floor inside the cabin began to chafe with a series of teeth marks. This is Chu Kong's grafted ghost ability, which moves the damage to the ground. Shit. Ghostface Sore expand the field of nullification. Black cloud ghosts. Buzz. In the next moment, from Zui Yang's body, a burst of pressure erupted, extending to the perimeter of the 06 hut. Behind him, Lu Sui seemed to want to unleash time stasis to target Zui Yang again, but her face was flushed red, and within the range of the nullification shock, she could only lie on the ground without any movement. Bandages. Black lines overflowed from Zui Yang's body, breaking through the 06 small house, slowly forming a black cloud on the roof. Outside the hut, Chu Kong and Chu Rou had arrived with dull faces at some point. One could only see Chu Kong quickly running towards the outside of the black cloud ghostly spirit, while Chu Rou was rushing towards the house. Oof. I'd like to see how many more helpers you can call in. Rustling. Beneath the black clouds, black lines fell like black rain. Bang bang bang. The house was instantly shot through countless holes, and the black threads shot towards the memory ghosts as much as they could. Zui Yang, do you dare to make a move on me? As long as you dare, all the damage from these black lines will be transferred to Chu Kong because of the graft. This is the order I gave him. If you have the guts, you'll capture Chu Kong and nullify his ability as well. Silently, the memory ghost watched the black line fall in front of him, emboldened by a smile. If you don't like Trigon, I can also have the damage moved to Willow Spike. Or, Bai Su? The corners of its mouth quirked up. In the next moment, hearing Bai Su's words, those black lines really stopped in front of its eyes. Outside the house, the black cloud ghost was dropping black lines in an attempt to capture Chu Kong. As long as he can be controlled within the nullification force field, then the memory ghost will be completely useless without the bottom card of transferring damage. Rustling. The black lines twisted like snakes and swept towards Chu Kong. The eyes were about to wrap around Chu Kong. Suddenly, another burst of white smoke surged outside the hut, actually entangling Chu Kong quickly and dragging him towards the far air. Shit. Inside the house, Zui Yang's face was blue. Backwook is here too. Even, between a few of them, they played along. Zui Yang is now going to fight 1 against 5. Da. At that exact moment, Chu Rou also came to the house. She stood godlessly at the side of the memory ghost, one hand already grabbing the memory ghost's arm, looking like she was about to unleash some kind of ability. Zui Yang, you don't seem to know what Chio's ability is, do you? I'm telling you, it's a transfer. Take the men and force them to move to her pre-prepared and eerily labeled spots. As soon as your nullification can't hold up later once it's gone, I'll move to another dimension. How are you going to play with me when you run out of ghostly energy? Memory Ghost had a winning look on his face. It didn't seem to worry about losing from the beginning. Zui Yang's face turned blue. Now he finally understood why Chu Rou and Chu Kong were holding hands in the first haunted house at that time. That's trying to move at the first sign of a bad situation. It's just a shame that no ability works well until you lose your memory. Nowadays, the surface is Zuo-yang crushing memory ghosts everywhere. But, if he was unable to control Chu Kong, when Ghostface Sore ran out of ghost energy to activate Nullify, he would definitely lose. Inside the house, 3 men and a ghost faced each other. Outside the house, black lines were chasing white smoke indefinitely. For a while, the grappling was at a stalemate, hard to separate. Seeing Zuo-yang's face grow gloomy, Memory Ghost revealed a rampant smile. Want to kill me? Dream on. But the next moment, rustling, the black threads that stopped in front of it actually wrapped around it without warning. Zuo-yang expressionlessly took out a green and purple incense burner from his pocket. You think I'm out of tricks, and I have you to thank for the new skills I've learned. From the future, incense burner, I want a sacrifice. Chapter 171, Reconciliation and Compromise. What? The Memory Ghost's smile faltered as his body was controlled by the black threads. How can it not remember that greenish-purple tripod? Having peered into Zuo-yang's memories, it knew that the eccentricity of that thing was no less than Zuo-yang himself. Don't you come any closer. Don't you come over here. The purple and black tripod surface was held high by Zuo-yang, and it was about to be snapped by Zuo-yang. Buzz. The small tripod mouth covered the Memory Ghost's head, and the Memory Ghost's body began to tremble continuously, and black smoke barred emerged from its forehead. May be sacrificed. This is an offering of equals a Memory Ghost equals 5 messages of equal value equals a spooky cub of equal potential. Is it a sacrifice? Sacrifice. The inquiry came from the ear, and Zuo-yang did not hesitate to agree. Bare your teeth. Since the direction of the tripod's mouth, the head of the Memory Ghost had burned out a shallow pit. Bare your teeth. And his head was twisting and shrinking. It was about to be completely sucked into the furnace. The Memory Ghost couldn't carry it. It suddenly bellowed. Zuo-yang, do you want everyone in this house to become idiots? Do you want everyone on this street to turn into cuties? You want to kill everyone here? I'll tell you what. If you try to kill me, I'll erase everyone's personality memories before I die and turn them all into idiots. Under the present circumstances, they become idiots. Just think of it. Did you, indirectly, kill them? The Memory Ghost shouted angrily, and Zuo-yang's face was bland. Nothing. I can get them to the base. It's a medical problem if they can't be cured. It's none of my business if you victimize them. Zuo-yang wrapped his hands around his waist. Besides, I don't think that you can really erase everyone's memories in an instant in this situation. Looking at Zuo-yang with a look of unconcernedness, Memory Ghost really panicked. Your mom. You're a tough guy too. Let's reconcile. Can we make up? Who am I to reconcile with you? I'll give you one condition. You are free to come and go as you please, on the streets of Punning. I'll keep you safe. Think carefully. You'll always be in trouble in the future. Right? Bring your enemies here. Or come to me for refuge. 7 layers of space. 7 layers of space. I can absolutely guarantee your safety. The Memory Ghost kept repeating his advantage. Zuo-yang's eyes narrowed slightly. On second thought, it seems like you have quite a few potential enemies. If there is a second safe place. Seems good too. I understand the reasoning. But what if I bring in enemies and you control them and gang up on me? It won't. I'll give you a piece of my native skin, and as long as it's in your hand, you can freely come in and out of here. With that thing in your hand, I would never dare to attack you. Oh, bring it to me. Zuo-yang looked at Memory Ghost with a snicker. Hissing, it was seen hastily tearing a piece of crystalline white skin from its neck and flinging it in a panic. Zuo-yang caught the skin, and the touch in his hand was a bit like a plastic film. Attaching it to the incense burner did yield new information. Skin of the Memory Ghost, the skin of the Memory Ghost's body. The possessor is immune to the Memory Ghost's attacks. Nice. That's fine. I have one more request. Release all these friends of mine and restore my memory along the way. Row. You're my dad. All right. The incense burner was up to his neck, and the Memory Ghost nodded yes to everything. Okay. Putting the skin of Memory Ghost into his pocket, Zuo-yang pulled out the incense burner. There. After the curl of black mist, the body of the Memory Ghost began to twist and recover, regrowing its head. Only, its body had also lost a large amount of weight due to its recovery. This offering is interrupted, and 1/5 of the offering Memory Ghosts, which cannot be returned, counts as one offering. A somewhat disgruntled voice came from the incense burner in his head. Zuo-yang frowned. Hey, you're kinda dark. 1/5. Shouldn't that give a message? I can't believe it only counts as one sacrifice? Spitting in his heart, Zuo-yang took the incense burner back into his pocket as well. Look around. The 06 house was in disrepair. And inside, Willow Spike Cho, her eyes seemed to be clearing up. It was obvious that the Memory Ghosts were indeed helping them recover their memories. Tap tap tap. It wasn't long before a shout came from outside the house as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You stinking stupid boy chi. What are you doing picking me up for nothing? My day. How do I know? Roll on roll on. You're fucking disgusting. As the words came, Bai Su and Chu Gang also cursed and walked in. Inside the house at this time, all the imperial ghosts of Puning Street had already gathered in one group. The Chu family siblings and Bai Su didn't pass through the follow-up space, and as they looked at the sculpted people inside the house, they all had a facelift. Hey, here, where is it again? Zui Yang. You beat it? Lu Sui held his forehead and came to Zui Yang's side with some surprise. Zui Yang gazed at the memory ghost and was still playing with his heart. He wondered about forcing the memory ghost to be harnessed by him, but when you think about it, the memory ghosts inevitably don't want to be harnessed, and a fish out of water ending isn't the best. Harnessing the memory ghosts, although it was a great increase in strength, it likewise meant losing such a special existence as Puning Streets. Let the memory ghosts operate here, so that if you ever provoke something, you can still come here to hide from the disaster. After thinking about it, he silently rejected the idea of harnessing the memory ghost. Oi! Open the seventh door, reality. Commandingly, he looked at the memory ghost, who blushed, but didn't say much. Inside room 06, the bedroom door, which was consistent with Zui Yang's room 101, suddenly turned into a white light hole of 07. The exit to the real world has always been in the hands of the memory ghosts. Let's go. It kind of checks out completely here too. As for Wei Changxing's promise of a Yaohai City Ghostbuster, that's a gimmick. With a sigh, Zui Yang led the way towards the white light hole. With the skin of the memory ghost, he was not afraid of what the memory ghost could do. A dazzling light flashed in front of his eyes, and after taking a step into the doorway and then opening his eyes, Zui Yang was still standing at the street entrance of Puning Street. Only, this time, the Puning Long Street was not as peaceful as before. 7th level of space, reality. Realistic, Puning Long Street. The street is full of bits and pieces of trash. Most of the houses were old and moldy, and the few people who occasionally strolled along the streets were unkempt and haggard. They seem like puppets, with a sculpted human skin behind them, which is constantly milking them of their memories. The real world, absurd and monstrous. So, this is the real Puning Street. Behind them came the sound of Willow Spike's lament. The remaining few people also looked at everything in front of them with surprised faces. Ryoga seemed to be tired of looking at it. Zui Yang shook his head. Let's go. It's all of their own choosing. Moving away, toward the street beyond. The Chu siblings thought for a moment and also left towards the streets beyond. Before leaving, Chu Kon's lips pursed, probably a little embarrassed. Hey, Zui Yang. I don't know what happened, but thank you for bringing us out. When you come to Shangguang City in the future, report my name and I'll definitely repay you. Chapter 172, Secret Talks, if you have the heart for it. Waving his hand, Zui Yang had returned to the vicinity of the business car. The figures of the Chu family siblings also disappeared into the Puning Street in an instant. It was probably because Chu Ro's ability to transfer ghosts had been activated. That's an interesting pair of siblings. A graft, a transfer. Pulled the door open and just tried to get in. Tap tap tap. Sharp footsteps came. Hey, Zui Yang. Zui Yang twisted his head to look. Willow Spike was standing behind the car, looking at himself with a twinkle in his eyes. What's wrong? Are you considering coming to Magic City to develop? With your strength, coming to us, you must be at the top. Won't be going for a while. Indifferently answered. Zui Yang got into the car. Willow Spike clenched her fists and tried to say something else. Suddenly, the car window was rolled open by Zui Yang. But, it's hard to say in the future. Oh, I'm going. Can you be my henchman? Yes. With a flustered nod, Willow Spike smiled. Zui Yang smiled back. Giggle. The business car started up and the two of them exchanged glances as Willow Spike watched the business car disappear down the far side of the road. Inside the car, Bai Su snickered and looked at Zui Yang. TSK, TSK, TSK. That sister's eyes are going to be stretched. You can do it. Caught a Demon City Oni without a word. Superficial. Zui Yang blankly glanced at Bai Su, and Bai Su's smile became even more obscene. What? She's not bad looking, and you don't have any ideas? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Let me ask you, do you think that our capital city Ghostbuster base is really as solid as gold? When these words were asked, Bai Su was also stunned. Admittedly, the capital city Ghostbusters base was the most authoritative and most rich in talent. But, infighting and internal strife at its finest. What do you mean? Bai Su silently took a cigarette, and Zui Yang simply said, save for a rainy day. Hiss. That's a lot of thinking. Magic City? The voices in the car grew quiet. Whether it's before the weirdness descends or after the weirdness descends, it's always good to have an extra path. Willow Spike's ability was so special that her position in the Magic City was probably not to be underestimated. Zui Yang's words were not just flirting either. If one day there's internal strife in the base and 02 and 03 decide to prioritize the death of 01, then a bunch of his men. Hard to say. Who? A puff of cigarette smoke came out of Bai Su's mouth. Bai Su rolled open the car window. A rare, somewhat gloomy face. Forget it. These things are not for me to think about. I'd better think about how I'm going to report on this mission. He opened his cell phone, which was supposed to be on the Ghostbusters website, and after messing with himself, a call soon came in. Bai Su half a day. Hung up the phone to look at Zui Yang. Zui Yang, back at the base. 01 wants to see you. Ha? Looking at Bai Su in a puzzled manner, Zui Yang was a bit puzzled. What did he see me for? I've just given a brief report to the top on the process this time, and 01 said he'd like to discuss it with you in detail. And, I think he wanted to talk to you about something, right? Yes? Blinking, Zui Yang nodded and stopped speaking. The car rattled and drove towards the capital city Ghostbusters base. This mission was more troublesome than expected. The 7 layers of space were intertwined, and there was no telling how much time had been wasted. Zui Yang leaned on the rear car seat and fell asleep in a daze. Hey, get up! It was only until an icy voice came that Zui Yang slowly opened his eyes. The car was, at some point, parked in the base's parking lot. Backwook is gone. The rear door was open, and Lang Xian's pair of squinting eyes were looking Zui Yang up and down. If you weren't squinty-eyed, I think you'd be a great beauty. Zui Yang shook his head and snorted. Lang Xian snorted coldly. What? If you're a squint, you can't be a beauty? It's squinty, at best. Boring. Come on. 01 is waiting for you. Oh. Responding, Zui Yang got out of the car and followed Lang Xian to the elevator entrance. Inside the elevator this time, the button for the 7th basement floor actually lit up automatically. To the 7th basement floor this time? Zui Yang was a bit surprised, and Lang Xian nodded. When the elevator doors open later, get yourself in. You're not going? 01 don't like crowds. Okay. And for some reason, there was more than a hint of deceptive silence in the slowly descending elevator. Ding dong. The elevator door opened and Zui Yang stepped out of the elevator, curiously surveying the space of the 7th underground floor. It was actually undeveloped dirt caves inside. Yes, there were thick underground earth walls everywhere in front of us, and you could vaguely see a messy little tunnel in the walls for people to crawl through. Ding dong. At that exact moment, the elevator doors closed again. Clatter. The surrounding earth layer was actually wrapping up the elevator, and the entire 7th floor of the underground, in an instant, was like a closed underground world, depressing and dead silent. Oi 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 oi. No, the 7th most mysterious subterranean level is actually a stretch of unbuilt earth? Anyone? Zui Yang wondered and shouted towards the earth tunnel, and the echoes quickly spread. Pa pa pa. As his voice fell, a strange fire lotus burned invisibly in one of the tunnels in the wall, bouncing and clinging to the wall. They appeared out of nowhere, as if they were guiding Zui Yang. Zui Yang silently followed the direction where the fire lotus jumped. When he crawled into that tunnel, he realized with horror that there were more openings in the ground at the interior of the tunnel, either up or down, left or right. It's so confusing and complicated that you can't remember it after a few looks. The fire lotus, on the other hand, was going to the left for a while, and to the right for a while, as if it was guiding Zui Yang within the labyrinth. Asterisk. If an average person got in here, they wouldn't be trapped for the rest of their lives? As Zui Yang lamented, he had already followed Fire Lotus to climb to an iron door. It's hard to imagine. Within the winding and cluttered dirt road, a modern iron gate can finally be seen. Zui Yang hesitated, but still knocked on the iron door. Dum. Enter. The iron door opened in response. The house reveals a different space than the earthen path. Inside the dry, crisp metallic sphere space, a young man in overalls was looking at several reports, focused and serious. That's 01? Looking at the youth's familiar face, Zui Yang had seen him once in the last meeting. The young man's face remained pale. Only when he saw Zui Yang coming did he put down the report in his hand and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Coming? Come in and sit down. Oh. Weekly came to stand a little away from 01. For some reason, 01 gave Zui Yang a feeling that was not very comfortable. He seemed gentle on the surface, but he always gave off the odd feeling that he was about to go on a rampage at any moment. I heard. Nin Street, it's actually the Memory Ghosts Bureau? Aha. There are 7 layers of space divided there. The reason why Puning Street can't go out is because it's the 5th level of space. It's funny, 01 lamented, and suddenly his eyes glazed over. So, can you tell me how you escaped? Chapter 173, Secret Talks, 2. The report says that different spaces have different problems with memory. Baisu has been largely inactive in this operation, so I can rule that he fell at the first hurdle. And you actually escaped with all of the Imperial demons of the 3 cities? If I'm guessing correctly, for the last level, you'll have to be facing the memory ghosts head-on, right? So, did you make some kind of contract with it, and it let you out? Or, did you beat it? 01 said, the corners of his mouth quirking up, obviously looking at Zui Yang with a smile in his eyes. The scrutinizing intent permeated the entire house. TSK. Not bad for a leader. Can you launch what happened in the end with me and the memory ghost just by looking at Baekwook's report alone? Slandering in his heart, Zui Yang was expressionless and pointed to his neck. It's actually quite simple. My ability is nullification. Don't I pass the level with nullification on from start to finish? Oh, yeah. Could it be that your Grim Reaper memories have not been erased? Before I went in to the streets of Nin, I turned on the Ghost of Misery ability at the beginning out of caution. Really? Is that so? 01 is still smiling, and Zui Yang is still expressionless. Ha, you are, in the end, not going to be a big collective. However, it's a testament to your ability to save the day on your own. I don't care what you ended up doing with the memory ghost, as long as you didn't do anything to jeopardize the base. Seemingly too lazy to try more with Zui Yang, the smile at the corner of 01 mouth tightened. I figured that you might be saving yourself for a fall. If that's the case, I hope. If something does come up then, you'll be able to escape with a few of my men. I'll consider the familiar ones, but if not, forget it, Zui Yang said coldly. 01 glanced at him as if nodding somewhat helplessly. If you're willing to help. By the way, this mission, even though it wasn't completed, is considered a dangerous mission beyond the reward pay. I'm adjusting your and Baisu's mission rewards upwards to 10,000 merit points. And you've done the main quest alone, and I can give you an additional condition that the base fulfills as much as possible. Oh, like this? Then I want probability ghosts. As soon as he heard 01 say this, Zui Yang immediately made a lioness share of the money. TSK. What do you think? That stuff just goes to you? I can't afford to part with 10W of merit points myself. You're asking too much. 01 frowning. Zui Yang bristled. Then this condition isn't interesting. How about giving me more merit points? Don't you have any other ideas? Like, helping your loved ones become Ghostbusters? 01 asked casually. Zui Yang lowered his head and thought. Uncle Summer's family, and Little Murph. If you become a Ghostbuster, you are more or less able to defend yourself. However, given the issues of creepiness and self-compatibility, and the fact that becoming a Ghostbuster involves going out on missions, between the pros and cons, he still wasn't in a hurry to do so. I do have a separate request. Oh, what? I want to see Cho Yang. Silence for a long time. Zui Yang answered such an answer. Obviously led 01 some surprise. You actually want to see him? He's the guy who almost played a boatload of you to death. That's my business. Zui Yang shook his head and didn't say anything more. 01 looked at him for a long moment, before nodding. Okay. He's also being held in the 7th underground level. I'll have Fire Lotus guide you there later. He, too, that's a bit of a mouthful. Keenly catching something, Zui Yang looked at 01. 01 smiled and patted his thigh. And why am I not locked up here? Hey, anything else? No, I'm outta here. Too lazy to listen to the man's complaints. Zui Yang just wanted to twist around, and 01's voice was cold. Rather, there's one more thing. What? Do you know what the limits of the human body are? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Suddenly, as if he was going to touch some important information, Zui Yang nervously looked at 01. 01 stretched out his fingers and made the sign of 6. It's 6. The limit for one person, harnessing the weirdness, is 6. You've studied it? Right. Do you think that so many Q City ghost sentinels, who rushed into the ghost world in droves in the first place, were simply looking for ghosts? At that time, which of the top 5 ghost sentinels wasn't the big man in charge of the 5 spooky ones? It's just that every time they try to harness the 6th creepy, their own consciousness can't carry on and dissipate, devoured by the 5 ghosts inside. 6 is the limit for humans. Anymore. It's destruction. It's a puppet. 01 The words were so strong that Zui Yang's eyelids trembled. 6 creeps and you can't stand it? Then the 7-star flower on his chest should harness at least 5 more creeps, right? If 6 was the limit, wouldn't he be stuck for the rest of his life? So, the Oni at that time were trying to become an existence that broke through 6 Oni in the ghost world? Right. It's just a thought, but it's something to try. After all this time, I've also harnessed 5 creeps. and I'm organizing people to go to the ghost world this time because I want to harness the 6th creep, so that I can completely convince the others. In this way, the Kyoto City Ghostbusters base will survive forever. 01's words are powerful and infectious. Zhuoyang shrugged. So, what does this have to do with me? I wish you, after I manage to find a match for the shenanigans, try to harness the period to help contain the remaining 2 factions of Ghostbusters. I'm worried that they'll mess up while I'm navigating the shenanigans. That's it? That's it. Well then, I'll do my best. Zhuoyang nodded and 01 smiled. His body shuddered, and he looked as if he was about to get up from his wheelchair and embrace himself. All right, you rest. Waving his hand, Zhuoyang walked towards the outside of the room. 01 eyeing him. After Zhuoyang silently walked out of a dirt road, the fire lotus was once again lit up on the left fork. He looked back at the iron room, which had closed its door, with an odd expression on his face. Although this contact with 01 was very pleasant, Zhuoyang always felt that there was something odd about this guy. There seemed to be some hideous power hidden in a body that the wind could blow down. Shaking his head, along with the fire lotus making 7 turns once again, Zhuoyang arrived in front of an iron fence full of patina. Behind the iron fence, a familiar figure was hunched over, hunkered down and passed out in a space that was less than 5 square feet. The man was gray and no longer as handsome as he had been earlier. Zhou Yang, Zhuoyang lightly called out, and Zhou Yang slowly opened his eyes. 2 old acquaintances, meeting again. Chapter 174, Secret Talks, 3. You, what did you come to see me for? At this moment, Zhou Yang, his eyes were a little collapsed, and even his dense hair had thinned and grayed a lot. I can see that he's been tortured here. How have you been? Zhuoyang leaned on the edge of the doorframe, looking at this former friend. A little sigh. Oof. How about what? The ghost mirror is being drained by them, and I'm being sucked of my essence by the ghost mirror every day, so I'll probably be relieved soon. Zhou Yang said calmly. It was strange. Obviously 2 life and death enemies, but he had no anger at all. Perhaps that time on that Morora had rubbed out all his sharpness. They didn't harness a 2nd creepy for you? That way, the research can be sustained, right? Ha 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 ha. Zhuoyang, I didn't expect you to be a ruthless person, but that's good. Hypocrites are no fun. My body is on the verge of dying. Ordinary shenanigans are useless. Good shenanigans. You base can't afford to part with them. Me, just a dispensable castaway. Is the treatment of a B-ranked mission that bad? Zhuoyang looked at Zhou Yang's lightless eyes with a somewhat complicated expression. You know how untouchable he was before. You came to see me? It's not just to talk to me, is it? Maybe there's no extra common ground. Zhou Yang retracted his body and closed his eyes. Zhuoyang's eyes narrowed and he suddenly uttered a puzzling sentence. What is the safest? Do you think? Safe? Is there safety now? I thought I would be safe because I was a ghostbuster. In reality, the Oni are nothing more than playthings for others. I thought the great collective is safe. But in reality, the hearts of men are unpredictable. You have to ask me what is safe. That's all I can say. Ask for help. Zhou Yang said indifferently, the corner of his mouth suddenly curling up. Click click click. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he broke the earth around him with his hand. Puffing. On the walls, dust kept falling. There was more than a hint of a glow on his otherwise lifeless face. Instead of speaking, he made a silencing gesture with his hand, followed by pointing to the surrounding walls. Zhuoyang immediately understood. The ghost face sore on his neck throbbed, and his surroundings seemed to be detached from a strange feeling of being controlled. Oof. It's time to say no. Between us, there's still an understanding. Seeing Zhuoyang unleash his ability, Zhou Yang smiled to himself. You came to me to find a way back, didn't you? You know? Do you think, as I cower here, that I don't know anything? I can still log on to the Ghostbusters website. You've been in the limelight lately. If something happens to the 01SA faction, you're definitely going to be on the radar. So you know what I really want with you? Zhuoyang's eyes narrowed. Zhou Yang put up a 1 sign. If you want me to help you, you'll have to show sincerity. You ate my fog barrier ghost, so you'll have to find me another creepy. Also, I can sense that my ghost mirror has been placed on the 5th floor of the basement. If you want to hide in the mirror world, you need to bring it to me. Not bad for you. When it comes to that point of civil unrest on the base, I'll come to you. Ha! You better hurry. What do you mean by that? Bang! Under Zhuoyang's astonished gaze, Zhou Yang cracked the stone wall behind him. Rustling. Between the spills of more dust, the outline of a humanoid appeared in the dirt. It's this, as you can see. Here is the mound. Ha! To be precise, it's the graveyard of all the uncontrolled Oni. What do you know? Hey, these days, I've seen quite a few crazy Oni being sent to that 01. With each visit, the terrain of the place changes until calm is restored to 01's room. What he's doing, I'm not sure, but those out of control Oni were, by and large, drained of all value and buried alive here. There exists no one in these 7 underground floors who can escape his control. Zhou Yang touched the earthen wall again between his words. Zui Yang would understand. From what I've seen of 01 so far, one of his abilities is earth control and the other is fire control. In the subterranean strata, perhaps if he was happy, one came and he buried one. The 7th floor underground is his palace. Perhaps this is the place to process all the out-of-control sentinels and then bizarrely strip them of their control. While harshly realistic, it is indisputable. I understand the reasoning, but he's only doing this to weed out those who don't fit in with the shenanigans. What does that have to do with me speeding up my choices? Zui Yang was a bit puzzled, but Zhou Yang's next sentence made his eyes instantly widen. And what if this Mr. 01 can't control himself anymore? You mean? That's right. We all know that as you keep harnessing the guile, the harder it is for you to control the guile. Often a double weirdness check and balance is kind of a good way to deal with it, but the human body probably has limits. In some cases, it may be possible to harness 4 ghosts and go into a trance. There are those that can barely manage 5 spooky. These vary from person to person. And this Mr. 01 of ours doesn't seem to have good qualifications. For all his shenanigans, every time it's late at night, this 7th underground floor, it twists and turns like an out-of-control world. What do you think? He's idly playing around? Zhou Yan looked at Zui Yang with a snicker, and Zui Yang's face was cold. No wonder he locked himself in the subterranean level. Is it the fear of losing control of yourself that makes you use dirt to vent and control yourself? In his current state, he's still trying to harness the 6th theory? Hiss, breaking and entering or just going for it? The mind was a little appalled. Zui Yang is not 01. He does not know that 01 is carrying the power of the base, and how much pressure he has to maintain this. However, Zui Yang knows that if he forcibly goes to harness the 6th bazaar in terms of 01's current situation and wants to suppress 02, 03 with the new bazaar, it is definitely a big risk. TSK. Hard to get. Frowning, Zui Yang and Zhou Yang locked eyes. If that day ever comes, I'll come for you. Okay. Remember, ask me for a favor and prepare me for creepy number 0536, or I won't bother to go back to my activities and die here. Zhou Yang shrugged and nestled back into the pit. Looking at his back, Zui Yang helplessly twisted away. After removing the nullification, a fire lotus bounced and guided Zui Yang back to the elevator entrance. Pffffffffff. Dirt and rocks fall from the walls of the earth floor, revealing the elevator door. Observing 01's absolute control over this place, Zui Yang walked into the elevator afterward and returned to the 4th underground floor. Chapter 175, A Cozy Calm. 4 floors underground, inside Villa 022. When Zui Yang returned to the house, Uncle Xia's family was in the bathroom giving little Murmur a bath. Woof 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 is a happy sound that fills the house and makes it seem so cozy. For a moment, Zui Yang thought that he was back in the past. Shaking his head, Zui Yang quickly stepped into the house and greeted, Uncle Xia, I'm back. Oh Zui, you're finally back. There's no need to rush out when you're back this time, is there? No, gotta rest for a couple days. That's good. That's good. Uncle Xia wiped his hands full of soap bubbles and walked out of the bathroom. He had been full of smiles, but when he looked at Zui Yang's face, his expression changed slightly. What's wrong, Uncle Xia? Seeing his smile tighten, Zui Yang asked a question in wonder. Xiao Zui, your face. What's wrong with my face? I see your face. It seems a bit uninvolved. Oh, Uncle Xia, what is this saying? Zui Yang has never seen Xia Qingyuan tell fortunes and read faces, but he has never heard of the expression not entering the world. It's just not human. Ha, hey, don't get me wrong. What I said is not like a person, is to refer to your face? Now there is no ordinary person's panel speculation. The 3 courts and 16 palaces can tell the direction of a person's qi, but it's like something has been erased. Your face is blank. You are going through something? Xia Qingyuan looked at Zui Yang suspiciously. Zui Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, then he touched his head as if he had thought of something. It's okay. Probably too much contact with weirdness. Well, I think so too. I heard you guys are going to some ghost world next month. You must be careful with this face disappearing. Xia Qingyuan patted Zui Yang's shoulder with concern. Zui Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Xia, it's been a long time since I've had your vegetarian congee. Can you go make some? No problem. I'll have Mama Hong deliver it to you later. After supporting Xia Qingyuan, Zui Yang walked into the bedroom with a preoccupation. The first thing he did was open his cell phone. Without rushing to log into the Ghostbusters website, but staring at his cell phone, Zui Yang froze out of his mind. At Memory Ghost, He had been controlled by Willow Spike's time suspension while being stripped of his memories. But then, information from the past can actually appear in the mind out of nowhere. That is to say, the cell phone is an optional medium. The main core of being able to reach out to the past on your own is still yourself. Again, in the time out, he can actually move around. Could it be? What else is really inside me? Time. Traveling through time. If this power does exist, can I control it to do anything? Uncle Xia said. My face changed because, this time I started to be able to contact the past without using my cell phone causing it? A knot wrinkled his brow. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration came from the cell phone, breaking Zui Yang's contemplation. Zui Yang raised his eyes and saw that it was Bai Su's private message to himself. 023 Ghostbusters, holy shit. Sent. This mission gave 10,000 merit points. Brother, I've got the right leg. No, 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 no. If you're like this, go out with me tonight and I'll find you 5 young models. Breathlessly looking at Bai Su's message, Zui Yang wondered if this guy's lower body was growing on his brain. Ignoring Bai Su's message, Zui Yang logged into his account, tapping into the quest bar. The indeterminate level quest, Punaing Streets, showed that the expedition had been completed. The reward also jumped from 3,000 to 10,000. Looking at his own merit value, it had already reached the huge height of 66,000 inch points. It's getting closer to probability ghost. Mindful of his probability ghost, Zui Yang looked like he had thought of something. By the way, that guy Zhou Yang, he wants a creepy number 0536, right? 0536? Let's see what the hell it is. Entering the mall, Zui Yang clicked on the search bar. Soon, the search results displayed made Zui Yang's eyes light up. Commodity no. 0536, duplication. Copy creepy, a strange bond-like creepy that captors have found to be a perfect copy of any creepy ability. However, because it's a replica, the duration can only exist for 3 minutes, and it can only be copied on the spot. Verdict, very interesting shenanigans, but not very powerful in real life. Recommended for functional use. Price, 8W points of merit. Holy shit. It's a little buggy creepy too. 3 minutes to copy. If it copies to a memory ghost, or Willow Spike's time pause. 8W. Zhou Yang is really a lion. Sweeping a glance at the copying trick, Zui Yang closed the cell phone with a lack of interest. Bang bang. About half an hour later, there was a violent slapping sound at the door of Villa 022. Zui Yang, you're home, right? You're home, aren't you? Bai Su's rough voice came, and Zui Yang did not have the good sense to run over and pull open the door. What are you doing? Ha ha ha. I'm telling you, just the time we were on the mission, there were quite a few new models from the capital cities passed on the second floor. Go go go. Bai Su, will pay for all the spending today, so relax. At the gate, Bai Su had a bad smile on his face and pulled Zui Yang's arm. Zui Yang stood in place, his face cold. No go. I want to sleep more. Hey, what are you being polite about? I have so many merit points. I'll give you 10 strippers. It's exciting to think about. Fuck off. Snap. Facelessly, he closed the door to the room behind him. Zui Yang also didn't know when he was more interested in the study of weirdness than in physiology. Grass. Zui Yang, you have no little koan. Watching the gate close, Bai Su cursed wanly and left quickly. Zui Yang returned to the house and once again lay back to the room. Late in the evening there was a soft knock on the door of his room. Zui Yang raised his eyes and slowly answered. Is it Tao Hong? You put the kanji at the door. I'll go get it later. As soon as the words fell, the door to the room was pushed open and Xia Taohong walked in with a red face for some reason. That. Zua. She held the hot porridge, her face burning. What's wrong with you, brother Zua? I heard that just now brother Bai looked for you that. Oh, he's SB. Don't worry about it. No. I see nothing wrong with normal needs. After all, you're all risking your lives out there. I'm not interested for now. Brother Zua. I bought a very sexy underwear. Ha! Chapter 176, Gathering, Ghost World Trip. The hot vegetarian porridge drifted out of the curling smoke, reflecting Xia Taohong's neck a touch of camel red. She lowered her head, her eyes lifting a little to glance at Zui Yang every now and then. The light tops bare innocence. Zua. She took the initiative to take a step forward, and Zui Yang froze for a moment before shaking his head. Mahogany. I know you're probably embarrassed to be here and want to do something about it, but then, I don't like forced out devotion. Zui Yang looked seriously at Xia Taohong, who had already unbuttoned her blouse. No, Brother Zwa? Actually, I actually like you too. Then this, it would be even less. By Su advocates timely happiness. While I do not. Life and death are uncertain, and the road ahead is bumpy. Everyone is now walking on thin ice, and no one is sure if they can make it to the end. I am, right now, not worthy of being anyone's spiritual support. Mama Hong, go rest. Getting up and taking the vegetarian porridge in Xia Taohong's hand, Zhuo Yang pulled open the door of the room. Xia Taohong looked at him, her eyes dripping like she was a little bit sultry. But eventually, silently, he walked out of the room. The empty room then resounded with the sound of gruel. Hey boy, are you really not into women? On rare occasions, the ghostly sores on his neck squirmed and flirted. Zhuo Yang smiled. What? You creepy like to study this too? I was afraid you'd gone mental. More than that, why don't you help me figure out where the hell your temple in the ghost world is? The ghost world. Murmurs echoed in the small room. For 4 or 5 days in a row, Zhuo Yang slept enough every day, and when he had nothing to do, he held the little inkblot and took a walk in the villa area. That said, some of the villas that were empty are gradually being filled back with ghostbusters near the end of the month. It was thought that the upcoming opening of the Ghost Realm had caused many of the Imperial Ghostbusters who were out on missions to return. I thought I could still take it easy for a while. On the 3rd day of the beginning of the month, Zhuo Yang's cell phone received a message from the Ghostbusters website. Emergency, please come to the conference hall on the 6th floor as soon as possible. Coming? Hurriedly leading the little ink blot back to the house, Zhuo Yang followed the large number of Imperial ghosts and took the elevator to the 6th underground floor. At the end of the straight corridor on the 6th floor was a spacious room of nearly 1,000 square feet. A large podium was set up in the front of the room, kind of like a meeting hall in student days. At this moment, there were already 4 separate lines of people standing here. Among them could be seen a group from the 01 faction, led by the 05 boss. For the rest, a man with a hawkish nose and sharp eyes led the group. He wore the black coveralls of the Ghostbusters, with the word 02 engraved on a nameplate on his chest. The team next to him, led by a woman. The woman had a great figure, holding the tight overalls in place, her wavy hair hanging down over her ears, and was talking to a handsome man behind her from time to time. Zhuo Yang squinted, not realizing that on the woman's chest, the nameplate read 03. The man behind her has 04 on his chest plate. So, this is 02, 03. The first time he saw the enemy, Zhuo Yang was very calm and squeezed into the pile of people. After the 3 factions, there are those who have not joined the 3 factions after the ranking sequence number 20. If one were to take a closer look, there were only 40 or so Imperial demons in this huge conference square. It says there are a total of 52 serial numbered Ghostbusters. But, it's not unheard of for those who die young and get weirdly counter-controlled. 52 Ghostbusters surviving 40 plus combatants is a pretty impressive number. Hey, Zhuo Yang, why are you standing there? Come here, everyone was just talking about you. Suddenly, in 01's team, Baisu saw Zhuo Yang and hurriedly greeted him. It seemed that they all understood the matter of Puning Street. Lang Xian, 05 and a series of other members. Their gazes looked at Zhuo Yang in unison. Is he the 012? I heard that one guy beat up 016 and 019. It's more than that. 3 missions in a row have been overdone. Not only 01's team, but the other team's gazes also looked over. There was envy, adoration, and outright hatred in the crowd. 02 and 03 eyes are also fixed on Zhuo Yang. Zhuo Yang does not think, slowly walking to the front row of the 01 team. You are 012 Zhuo Yang? As soon as his steps were steady, 02 asked icily. What's wrong? Never seen a handsome man? Zhuo Yang choked him. 02 eyes narrowed. Kid, you're crazy. No dude, where do you see me being crazy? Is that how you greeted the superior Oni? Heck, I don't have any manners for people who hit on me. I can't imagine that this little brother is quite grumpy. The two were talking when 03 chimed in again. You're no good either. Slutty. You. Hearing Zhuo Yang say this, 03 face darkened. Her side 04 fists tightened, as if about to attack. In an instant, 02, 03, and 04 all looked at Zhuo Yang with burning eyes, and the atmosphere was very anxious. But even so, Zhuo Yang still didn't panic. He knew whose field this was. Silence. Sure enough, in the very next moment, 01 had somehow gotten up on the podium in the conference hall. He wasn't in a wheelchair this time, but standing straight up. A pair of eyes were full of sharpness, and just by standing there, he exuded an invisible pressure. Is he, or is he not, lame? Looking at the scenery of the 01, Zhuo Yang curiously muttered a mouth. Baisu looked at him in surprise. No, Big Brother relieved you. Do you care if Big Brother is limping or not? TSK. He looks good on stage today. Keep a close eye on 01's face. Today, not only was he standing firm, but his face was no longer as pale as it had been earlier. He calmly looked at everyone in the arena, and of those present, none dared to make a sound again. Guys, we've invited you all here today, and you all know what's going on. The weirdness descended and the human race withered. Fortunately, our ancestors created the Ghost Sentinel base, and we were able to survive. However, as the weirdnesses come and go, and our strength gradually advances, we are stuck at a joint. With this and that, the base will end up being nothing more than a dinner plate for unknown shenanigans. For this reason, this trip to the ghost world has only two purposes. 1. Find the opportunity to harness the sixth ghost. Secondly, to retrieve the traces of the previous 10 seniors. I don't need to tell you how dangerous this trip is. The S-rank mission, exploring the ghost world, will officially open. This mission is a voluntary participation mode. Those who wish to do so should feel free to sign up, and I-01 will take the lead at the forefront. Chapter 177, A City Infested with Ghosts. 01. After some impassioned words, under the field, however, there was silence. It's not an exciting gig. Everyone knows what going to the ghost world means. Zhuo Yang looked at 01 with a deep gaze on the stage and was quite emotional. This leader, it's not that good. Either harness the sixth ghost and use absolute strength to shock the masses. Either that, or one can only find the former ghost sentinel and use the rules and morals to regain control of the situation. Catch them both, and be afraid of catching neither. Zhuo Yang was precisely between observations. Suddenly, in the 01 team, 05, the old man raised his big hand. I am willing to accompany your excellency. After he let out a pale but middle-aged voice. Along with that, someone in the group once again started to raise their hand. I'm going too. I'm going too. The two Oni whose nameplates read 014 and 017. Apart from these three ghost sentinels who quickly expressed their opinions, Zhuo Yang realized that neither Bai Su nor Ling Xian had any intention of participating. Even 09, the strongest of the team, did not rush to comment. Probably afraid of going all out and having your home stolen? Leave some of them behind? Zhuo Yang secretly guessed. Maybe this is an internal arrangement within the 01 team. Not that one knows. After thinking about it, he slowly raised his hand as well. I'm going too. He raised his hand in this way, and more or less astonished eyes looked around him. Zhuo Yang, you. Seeing this, Bai Su panicked and tried to press his hand down. Do you know what it means to go there? It's okay. I also want to see what the so-called ghost world is. Angling his head towards 01 on the stage, 01 smiled with a deep gaze. Immediately afterward, he again urged aloud. Anyone else? There is. How can there be no one? 02 laughed strangely, and he raised his hand as well, and along with it, a few of the Oni behind him raised their hands one after another. On the 03 side, it seemed as if it had been planned. As soon as 02 raised his hand, this side also raised their hands in response. They are similar to the deployment of the 01 team, leaving a part of the people to guard the base one after another. Upon closer inspection, the three teams traveling this time were only a dozen people. It could be said that this time was more than a little more cautious than the last time when the nest came out. Yes, our group, then, will depart immediately in 3 groups of buses. Meet at the entrance to the ghost world on the Bohai Bridge in Stellar City at midnight. For those who participate in this operation, the site mission will be automatically bound. Meet in the parking lot in half an hour. Dismissed. 01 slapped the table, then stormed off the podium. As soon as he left, those who had agreed to work together on the mission in the 01 team also followed his footsteps and left the conference hall. Zhuo Yang thought about it and just wanted to follow and leave as well. Suddenly, an icy cold female voice came over. Hey, don't you plant? Turning his head to look, it was actually Lang Xian barking at himself. Zhuo Yang was a bit surprised. You are caring about me? You have good strength, and I don't want you to die young. Alright, I'll lend you a hand. Waving his hand, Zhuo Yang quickly caught up with the 01 team. Among this group of people, Zhuo Yang is only familiar with 01 and 05, that old man. But 014, 017, Zhuo Yang did not understand. Inside the cramped elevator, there was a line of 5 people, and no one spoke. Ding dong. It wasn't until the elevator reached the first floor that the 3 black business cars were already parked. 01 led the way into a car, and the crowd followed as the car made its way north. 3 cars, front and back, close together. Inside the car, 01's face gradually regained its pallor. 05 looked at him, his creased cheeks tightening even more. My lord, you, no harm done. This operation, it's all or nothing. What do you think? What do 02 and 03 have in mind? Cough cough. 01 waved his hand and coughed softly. Up close, it was possible to see that he was coughing up not blood, but a golden layer of powdery foam. It's very spooky. A few. Weirdness is frequent in the ghost world. According to the experience of the last time, once we go in, we will receive the weirdness infestation, and the more difficult it will be for ourselves to control the weirdness. Therefore, we must go as deep as possible towards the ghost realm within a limited amount of time, but relatively speaking, the deeper you go, the worse the self-infestation will be. Everyone, be sure to live within your means. 01's gaze looked at everyone and finally paused on Zhuoyang. You have a lot of potential. Be sure to be careful. You don't have to tell me. I have a point. Waving his hand, Zhuoyang opened his cell phone. On the Ghostbusters website, the Quests section, it already showed that he had accepted the S-ranked quest, Ghost World Exploration. There are 20,000 merit points for accepting this quest, and subsequent rewards are given out depending on performance in the Ghost World. Not bad for a playful mission. Darkly staggered, the car gradually became silent. Everyone was frowning tightly and seemed to have something on their mind. Giggle. Time wore on, and the business car came to a city shrouded in darkness. Stellar City. This city would have been the closest city to the sunrise. But now, outside the city was a bleak evening sky. Inside the city was a depressed and dark place. As soon as the car drove into the inner city, it was like entering a perpetual night and black sky, and it was hard to see the road ahead, even with the lights on. The car couldn't help but slow down. Welp yikes! Outside the car, in the hazy darkness, the hissing of little ghosts could be faintly heard. The city is covered in devastation from broken windows in tall buildings. The streets are cluttered with abandoned vehicles. It's all stale, not a bit of life. Here, it's more a world of ghosts than a city. It's because the Ghost World spaceport is here. So, creepy burrows out and the city's defenses can't even carry it? Zhuoyang frowned at the darkness outside the window. I don't dare to think that if the Ghost World spatial opening had opened in Linjiang City, in the first place, would I still be able to get out alive? Welp yikes. Just a moment of contemplation. Bang! A skinny nigger, covered in pitch black and only the size of a child, led the way and hissed as he lunged toward the commercial vehicle. In the darkness, a group of black shadows flickered. Welp yikes. Dozens of niggers, to say the least, came swooping in one after another like locusts, attempting to run down the vehicle. Noisy, but, the next moment, 01's eyes went cold. Tongue. A fire lotus flared up outside the car. There, the ghostly shadows that came swooping in were burned to the point of black smoke coming out of their bodies in a matter of moments. Yelp. The wailing was loud. Dozens of niggers, just in the blink of an eye, jumped back into the darkness, covered in fire and panic. The two commercial vehicles that accompanied them were also attacked almost simultaneously, but the 02's business car was pounced on by the nigger, and the nigger eerily disappeared. 03's business car. The nigger swooped in and actually dissolved in a weird way. For a while, each of the three teams showed their skills. On the dark streets, three commercial vehicles slowly drove under a bridge. Chapter 178, Ghostbusters. Giggle. About 3 more points later, 3 business cars stopped under a bridge. A high wall has been erected under the bridge with a tin fence. The fence also had the words, "This wall is electrified. Do not touch," hanging on it in blue and white iron. As far as the eye could see, there was an iron fence more than 3 meters high, and the fence was densely covered with black handprints. It's hard to imagine how much shenanigans were going on at that time, climbing out of this closed fence against the high voltage current. Here it is. Snap. The door of the foremost business car opened and 01 led the way under the iron fence. His face fell a little sadly as he looked through the bars at the darkened space inside where no light was visible. Snap. The 2 business cars that accompanied them also opened their doors. 02, 03 and 04 also came to the door. Speaking of which, we were all excited last time we were here. At that time, we had 10 elder brothers of the Ghost Sentinel to play the lead role. How awesome. Now, TSK, spare the always grim 02. Looking at the iron fence is also quite emotional. A chilly, overcast wind blew. At the moment, a group of a dozen or so people were all looking into the darkness behind the fence for a long time without a word. It seemed to be hell, so that one could look at it and despair at once. Let's go. When you get inside, be at peace with each other. 01 breaks the clinch at the right time. He spoke, not sure if he was speaking to 02 and 03 or to the crowd. Pull back the iron fence, which has long since lost its energizing effect. Crunch. The space behind the fence was so large that the palm of the hand was no longer visible just by reaching out and touching it. Follow. 01 urged, and the group of a dozen or so walked towards the iron fence one after the other. Zhuoyang suspiciously looked at the 3 commercial vehicles parked under the bridge. At this moment, the 3 cars actually flickered and then also hid in the darkness. I was worried that the driver would be okay driving in. It seems that even the car has done some means of concealment. Tap tap tap. Following in the middle of the group, Zhuoyang walked towards the so-called ghost world. It's weird. It's obviously a group of people walking together. But as he walked, Zhuoyang only felt like he was only moving forward in the darkness where he could not see his fingers. Hey, 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 hey. No, empty feet and a black hole in front of me. I don't know how long it took. Zhuoyang only felt that his body was solid for a while, and there was gradually light in front of his eyes. Hiss. What? Going through the so-called space point? Adapting to the light. Zhuoyang looked at the world in front of him. It was a birch forest with fallen leaves piled up. Bare birch trees covered all the light in front of them. Looking up at the sky, it was overcast. Within the birch forest is a colorless gray and white. Twisting around to look again, he could instead see a black swirling cave wall behind him. It was like a small black hole, suspended in mid-air. Is this, what, the so-called ghost world node? Looking at the black hole, Zhuoyang pondered. He had read the old temple priest's file and had a superficial knowledge of the ghost world. Although it was said that everyone came to the ghost world together, not everyone would appear in a world together. The nodes are different, and the landing sites are naturally different. What's more, as you go deeper into the ghost world, the world that everyone sees will be different. It says it's a knot, but it's really up to you. Tap tap tap. Stepping on the birch leaves under his feet, Zhuoyang quickly stepped and wanted to get out of here. What he could determine at the moment was that he should be alone in a land. Touching the ghost face sore on his neck, Zhuoyang urged, "Hey, wake up, do you recognize this place? Ha. What a nostalgic scent. You here. It's a bit strange." The human face twisted as if thinking about something. "Shit, are you good? Don't even know your way home?" Zhuoyang cursed. Ghostface sore flew out of Zhuoyang's neck and probed towards the sky. A familiar scent. Some of my memories seem to be reviving. Let's see. It flew higher and higher, like it was going to fly out of the sky. "Hey, what are you doing? Get off," Zhuoyang reprimanded. "And then give the ghost face sword to fly upward. His neck will be torn off." Rustling. Able to. The house is leaking. Not only did the ghost face sword start behaving strangely, but the pores of his body were also filled with black threads that began to crawl out. Depressed ghost, too, is starting to go wrong. Is this what the report said? A weird infestation? Spirit can't control shenanigans anymore? Ghostface sore. Nullify. Buzz. Zhuoyang bellowed. With a command. The expressions of the faces hovering high in the sky were stunned. Buzz. With that, it quickly landed and returned to Zhuoyang's shoulder. The space around it shook as if it had been nullified. Rustling. The uncontrollable, depressed ghost, black lines, once again returned within the pores. Zhuoyang's eyes stared, and he realized the ferocity of the ghost world. Regular people who are unable to stabilize the shenanigans in the first place are afraid that they will all be killed by their own shenanigans revival play. Hiss. Kid, there are odors in the air that can make creepy excited. I remember. This thing is called ghost fury, an odor unique to the ghost world. The reminder of Ghostface sore came from his shoulder, and Zhuoyang nodded his head. Invalidating, you just keep it on. I'll find a way to find you supplemental food. No need. Hey, what? Don't you get hungry when you keep turning on your powers? Because this is the ghost world. The consumption is not great. Yes? Hearing Ghostface sore say this, Zhuoyang nodded his head, still wanting to walk towards a corner of the birch forest. Hey, kid, go south. The ghost face on his shoulder jumped, and Zhuoyang frowned. What are you trying to remember? No. I just flew halfway up and had a vision of buildings to the south. Building? No. Do you have buildings in the ghost world? Ghosts can build buildings? Zhuoyang was puzzled, but still listened to the words of the ghost face sore and walked straight towards the south. Within the dense birch forest, dark shadows could be vaguely seen scurrying about in the woods. Perhaps because of Zhuoyang's ghost face sore? This black shadow does not dare to come out and attack. Zhuoyang was a bit thankful. He hadn't encountered any horrific shenanigans on his own journey. Going all the way south is not going out of the birch forest, but rather into the depths of it. And in the center of the birch forest, the outline of a huge building emerged. Stellar City Welfare Center. In front of a huge iron gate, a logo carved with a pink heart hangs at the top of the gate. Obviously a very loving sign. At the moment, appearing within the dead birch forest seemed so out of place. Chapter 179, gradually losing perception. Wait. Stellar City Welfare Center? Asterisk. Up. Am I in Stellar City now, or am I in the ghost world? Zhuoyang looked at the building in front of him in a daze. Ghostface sore jumped. The ghost world swallowed part of the space. Maybe this orphanage was also swallowed within the ghost world. Is that so? So is there any point in me going in? Looking at the iron door, Zui Yang's eyes flickered. Get in there. Over his shoulder, Ghostface saw came an affirmative voice. Why? You've already entered the ghosts here. I just flew in mid-air. And for miles around, I can only see this building. It's hard to imagine that it could be anything other than its ghostly limitations. Hiss. Is this what the report said? That different people entered different worlds? In fact, it's all of them who have entered a different kind of haunt? Well, I have a bold guess. Is the ghost world formed from different ghosts? Zui Yang felt that his thoughts were clear. Ghostface sore nodded. You could think the same thing. After all, there are too many powerful spooks in the ghost world. With all their ghostly spirits, they should have split the ghost world up a long time ago. Hi. Out of the blue. As soon as you come in, you're in a ghostly place. With a long helpless sigh, Zui Yang arrived in front of the Stellar City Welfare Center. He reached out and attempted to push the steel door of the orphanage. The iron gate was rusty, and although the gate looked old and damaged, it didn't budge when pushed and shoved. Zui Yang tries to climb over artificially. Looking up at the gate, it was 3 meters high. Also, the gate is one of those vertical wire railings with no stepping stones at all. The high walls around it were at least 3.5 meters high. It's hard to imagine that a wall of this height was built for an orphanage. Who is this defense? Thief? Looking at the high wall, Zui Yang sighed with emotion, and his pores proceeded to drill countless black lines. Rustling. Black threads wrapped around the iron door. Zui Yang jumped behind the iron door like a failed man. Buzz. Somehow, the moment he landed in the orphanage, Zui Yang could feel his ears buzzing for a moment. That feeling is kind of like an ear infection after being shocked by a high pitch. Luckily, the buzz lasted for a short while and then disappeared. Zui Yang touched his ears and didn't take it seriously, walking quickly towards the interior of the orphanage. To say that this orphanage is actually not that big. Throw in the huge portable playground and there are just 3 huge flat buildings. The building had faded under the erosion of age, and the whole building looked so mottled and old. From a distance, there are also text signs in front of each of the 3 buildings. Teaching building, dormitory building, cafeteria. The 3 buildings stand in a left-behind right orientation, echoing the gate in front. Zui Yang thought about it and still walked towards the tallest teaching building. As he neared the entrance of the teaching building, Zui Yang's ears twitched as he heard an exchange of voices. Here. Where is this place? Holy shit? Classroom? How did I get here? No. 011. Why are you here too? A confused female voice came through. Immediately afterward, there was a hard, dull male voice that rang out. How was I supposed to know? I'm still curious as to how you appeared here with me. 011. Haven't you made a trip here before? What the hell is going on here? Last time. This time. I figured it out for the most part. Everyone shows up in one place. It's not that the ghost world is strange. Rather, there is too much weirdness in the ghost world. If you're not careful, you'll be sucked into each other's ghosts. Let's say we both get sucked into the same ghostly place. So, there's a weird intensity here. Maybe 2 weird intensity caps. The female voice became even more terrified after the dull male voice sounded. Didn't we agree to prioritize the 01 faction? This creepy is so strong. We won't. Panic about what? Let's just get out of the ghostly world and find them again. Tap tap tap. A footstep sounded in the hallway of the teaching building. After the exchange of voices, Zui Yang stopped at the entrance of the teaching building and didn't rush to enter. His eyes flickered, obviously not expecting to actually run into 2 ghost sentinels in the orphanage. Moreover, the other party should be from the 02 and 03 factions. Prioritize doing away with the 01s? The capital city sentinel base. Sooner or later, it's going to be played to shreds by you 2/5. Sighing, he stopped and waited for a while before Zui Yang vigilantly walked into the teaching building. He didn't want to clash with these 2 ghostbusters anytime soon. As far as it goes, the creepy ones boarding in the Stellar City Welfare Institution are definitely strong to the point of being scary. It didn't suck in 2 people at once, but 3. Here, what the hell happened? The school building is filled with hallways in all directions, but there are actually very few classrooms. The only thing that is left is a classroom for grades 1 through 6, and then the teacher's office and the principal's office. Casually walking into a first grade class, there weren't many seats in it, just a dozen desks. The interior of the house was old and outdated, with peeling siding and dust-covered seats, with colorful drawings of baby macaques on the blackboard. It's easy to see how the teaching atmosphere here is supposed to be great. The 3 monkeys on the painting are exquisite, but what was concerning was that it looked like the head part of those 3 monkeys had been erased. Their arms reach over their shoulders and they seem to be doing something. But, no one knows what the 3 monkeys did because the head painting was erased. Why am I right here? What about an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Buzz. A ringing in his ears. Yang clearly felt that the tinnitus was unusually harsh this time. Buzz. And the eardrums were beginning to quake. Hiss, ouch, ouch, ouch. Couldn't help but cover my ears. Under this cover of Yang, suddenly his body trembled, and within the buzzing murmur, a miserable voice came. Why? You're coming back. Hiss. The screams were familiar but chilling. Yang let go of his ears, only to realize that the palm covering his ears was already bleeding. And, with the bleeding from his ears, his own hearing seemed to be fading. Kid. Little. The voice of the ghost face sore on his neck was reduced. Shit. This weirdness is ruining my hearing. Yang looked at his neck. The nullification had been activated, but the buzzing in his ears continued. That is to say, this bizarre ability cannot be nullified. Chapter 180, we, gradually losing perception. 2. The house is leaking. Just in time. Teaching building, in the other direction. A dazzling white light flashed. Black silk surged within Yang's body, vigilantly observing the surroundings. His mind had largely figured it out. From the moment he stepped into the Stellar City Welfare Center, his hearing was being swayed. As you go deeper, the ear problems get worse. Shit. How do you solve this thing? This thing? Between Yang's hesitation, outside the door of the first year, a mass of black shadows flashed rapidly. Whoosh. Almost at an imperceptible speed, the black shadow came under Yang's shadow and darted at his shadow head. Whoosh. It was supposed to be a cross between a shadow and a shadow. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Yang's brain was skewed and he felt a great impact. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The neck is crooked as hell. On the ground, his own shadowed head was swept askew in a position by the black shadow, and he moved with it. What's going on? Most of Yang's attention was on fighting the tinnitus. The sudden onslaught left him a bit puzzled. But soon, after his own body flew out uncontrollably, he looked away. A sudden mass of humanoid shadows was kicking his own shadow out of the way. Boom! After what looked like a limp kick, when his own shadow flew out, Yang's entire body flew out backwards and smashed into the blackboard, denting a shallow pit. Who is it? 011? The back was on fire. Holding onto the wall, Yang's eyes gradually turned cold. Now, before the external trouble is understood clearly, the internal trouble itself comes to the door. Ooh, you actually found out? The dark shadows on the ground squirmed and coalesced into the form of a man. Yang patted the ghost face sore. Ghostface glared angrily at the dark figure. The shadow then twisted like a serpent, twisting from the ground two-dimensionally to three-dimensionally to create a solid body. Gradually, a tall, fat man with a smirk at the corners of his mouth stepped forward. Is this nullification? Kind of interesting. Even though the ability of shadow was invalidated, the fat man still looked at Yang calmly. 011. Are you trying to find death? Yang gazed at him with cold eyes. To be honest, he really didn't want a civil war right now. The ability of 011. In addition to the shadow transformation just now, there is another ability that Yang does not know. And, except for him, Yang remembered that there was another woman. If there's a real confrontation, it'll be 1 against 3 for myself later. Although Yang was strong, he was not strong enough to fight against the 5 bizarre. TSK. I had thought that it was just me and 013 here. I didn't expect that. 012, you're here too. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. You've been in the wind a lot lately. Let's see. If I slaughter you, how much can I take from the head? Fatty 011 laughed, and Yang looked at him expressionlessly. Yang found out. His ears, which showed no signs of bleeding. That is to say, he hasn't been targeted by shenanigans yet. Why? He's fine. Where's the weird priority against me? Yang, where's your depressed ghost? Make a move. Buzz. Between hesitations, a dazzling white light flashed before Yang's eyes. Who? Yang could feel a huge mass of power that was rushing towards him. It is. Depressed ghost. It was too late to react, and black lines drilled instinctively behind him. Rustling. The dense black lines presented a round shield, covering Yang behind it. Boom. After the white light flashed, 011 fat fist appeared and smashed on the round shield, actually smashing a fist mark out of the silk thread condensed round shield. As expected of a depressed ghost, the intensity is high. Buzz. Before a single blow could be struck, white light flickered again in the room. Black cloud ghosts. Rustling. Countless black lines swelled and gushed out from behind the round shield, like vines, covering the entire classroom. Buzz. The white light still flickered. Bang. The lull. The white light paused, and 011 struck this time toward the top of the round shield. He wanted to blast Yang's head behind the extruded round shield with an impact. Drop. Electricity. Rustling. In front of the round shield, black rain suddenly descended. You can't hurt me. Buzz. The fat fist suddenly withdrew. white light flashed, and the figure of 011 disappeared again. Shit. This guy's second weirdness. Is it light? A flickering shock at the speed of light? And hiding in light? Zhuoyang couldn't help but feel a little tricky. As expected, a ghostbuster who can be ranked as 011 is by no means an ordinary person. A light and a shadow. The strength of 011 might even be comparable to the existence of the top 10 Oni. Rustling. Throughout the classroom, a dense black rain had fallen. But, white light flashed, and a humanoid figure could be vaguely seen weaving through the rain spikes. For a while, Zhuoyang and 011 were indistinguishable. Why? Everyone is dead. Dead. The lull. Inside the classroom, a miserable howl resounded once again. Buzz. This time, Zhuoyang heard it very clearly, and pus had already flowed out of his ears. The light of day also paused after the mournful sound. Put. 011, the obese body fell from a high altitude and was covering his ears in pain. Shit. What happened? My ears. His palms covered his ears, and blood was gurgling in his palms. 013. Bastard. Wasn't it you? Wasn't it you who struck back there? You want to take us all in, don't you? I knew it. 03, that is hostile to head 02 as well. 011 rolls on the floor covering his ears. Zhuoyang's head was a little dizzy, and he quietly looked at him. It seems that this should be the first time that this guy was attacked by the ghostly weirdness and mistakenly thought that it was another ghost sentinel who was attacking him. No. 011. Run. Take me away with your flash shenanigans. Something's not right here. It's not right. After 011's angry shout, a long-haired woman was standing in the classroom doorway with her ears covered. She touched her hands to the black threads that wrapped the classroom. Bare your teeth. The next moment, the dense black lines burned as if dissolved. The classroom door had a hole burned in it, and the woman covered her ear. Again with a handful of blood. Not you? What do you mean? Sitting paralyzed on the floor, 011 came back to his senses at this point. It's the weirdness of this place. We can't afford to mess with it. Go! Buzz. The white light flickered again at the woman's cry, vaguely visible in the glow. The obese body lifted the woman and just tried to blink away. Dead. Ha. All dead. This time, the mournful screams echoed throughout the classroom. Put. Zhuoyang's ear exploded in a cloud of blood mist. Put. Outside the classroom, the two silhouettes' bodies weakened and directly planted themselves on the ground. They were sprawled on the ground, their faces covered in blood coming out of their ears. Chapter 181, the timeline this time. It's not right. Tick tick. The sound of blood seeping from his ears. Zhuoyang's consciousness gradually blurred. He knew full well that it wasn't blood coming out of his ears now. It's most likely brain. Dead. All dead. The wretched sound continued as if it would never stop. Outside the classroom, 011 and 013 were lying on the ground, having completely lost consciousness. The weirdness in the ghost world really can't be measured by common sense. It can only be reopened. Zhuoyang hazily leaned on his consciousness to fantasize about the chat box. He didn't have the strength to take out his cell phone now. He wanted to send a message to his past self. Zhuoyang, hello past me. If you're reading this message, it means I'm dead. Remember, never come to the ghost world. Buzz. A shudder ran through his brain. The message seems to have gone out. Able to. Zhuoyang's body did not change. Hey, boy. On his neck, the ghost face sore kept slapping Zhuoyang's face. What's wrong with you? You. Buzz. The lull. The tripod in his chest buzzed. The greenish-purple tripod flew out. Moon. On the body of the tripod, on the blackened surface of the tripod, the word moon appeared. With that, the tripod, as if it was futurized in the third level of Memory Ghost S-Space, transformed into a black hole and began to absorb everything around it. The black line of the depressed ghost, the classroom, and the 011 and 013 outside the classroom. Everything, even the entire Stellar City Welfare Center, is being absorbed. Buzz. A powerful suction force came, and everything around was turned into a folded pattern and sucked into the world in the tripod. It's this month. Is that him coming? Ghostface Sore looked at the tripod as his dusty memories began to return. Its mouth was wide open and it was just about to say something. Buzz. All the space shattered in an instant and reorganized again. Kiki. Crisp bird calls came. Warm sunlight poured in. Zhuoyang slowly woke up and squinted at the light around him. He was, now, in a small, closed dormitory. There are 6 beds in the small dormitory. 6 beds were opposite each other, and on his own side, a man lay on 3 of them. Besides himself, there lay a little fat boy and a little girl. Zhuoyang fixed his eyes to look at those 2 people and inexplicably felt familiar. Hiss. Covering his forehead, Zhuoyang instinctively went to touch his ears. Shit, I remember. Didn't I just get my brain crushed by that creepy roar? No. Shouldn't I go back to before the ghost world trip started? Why am I here? Cluelessly watching everything. The sunlight outside the window was just right, and the breeze blew across his cheeks, making Zui Yang a little trance. Ryoga, which seemed like he thought of something, scrambled to find his cell phone from his pocket. Snap. The screen lights up. Zui Yang's eyes were stunned. 2025. 6/15, 2025. June 15th? I'm TM. Back 2 months this time? Zui Yang felt his brain go a little down. He was dumbfounded. Didn't you used to contact yourself a month ago? How is it that this time, one goes straight back to 2 months ago? Could it be that the ability was overused? Wrong orientation? Zui Yang thought for no reason, and could not help but think of the words of the Ghostface Sore at that time. In the ghost world, spooky doesn't have to be consumed. Wait, the weirdness in the ghost world, the abilities are enhanced. No, that hide the creepy ability of mine is powerful too, but I didn't control it? Come 2 months ago? Hocus pocus. Phew. The clinical chubby little man snored and the snoring had woken another sleeping little girl. Shut up. Who? The little girl has a temper. Cursing, he rubbed his eyes and rose from the bed. But the next moment, she behaved almost the same as Zui Yang. First he was confused. Then he was shocked. Me? Why am I here? Where is this place? She looked around handily until her eyes finally looked at Zui Yang. Hey, kid, where is this place? Kid? Who are you calling a kid? Zui Yang was speechless. This little girl is so big. She doesn't look old enough to call herself a kid. I'm talking about you. Kid, where is this place? I don't know. The other party's impolite question made Zui Yang frown. Hey, you, kid, are you unaware of that? I'm an Oni. The little girl seemed to come on fire, and a faint wisp of purple smoke drifted out from her small pink palm. Go, poison ghost. Her palm slapped towards Zui Yang, looking like she wanted to raise the smoke onto Zui Yang. Able to. Pinky little slap out. Who? The smoke, not to mention leaving his hand, had just left his palm when a gust of wind blew through the window and the smoke dissipated. How? The little girl's face was inexplicably terrified. Airflow ghost, she yells, her little curls windless. It looks interesting, but not at all lethal. No, what's wrong with my powers? What's going on? After this experience, she began to look at her palms a little uneasily and sat fidgeting on the bed. Shut up, shit. Just then, little fatty, who was still asleep on the bed, also woke up. Where is this place? As Zui Yang and the little girl reacted, he was also confused for a while. It shouldn't. Little fatty rubbed his head, and his gaze whirled around to look inside the house. Hiss. Hey, you two brats, do you know where this place is? No one answered his words. As Zui Yang listened to his inquiry, his face grew more and more suspicious. Being called a brat once is understandable. Being called twice. Panicking and opening the front camera of the cell phone, Zui Yang's eyes were almost staring out. Where is it still yourself in the picture? Distinctly his own childhood. The young face, the innocent eyes, only on the neck. Ghost face sore into a black apple tattoo. Hey. No, what the hell happened? Zui Yang couldn't figure it out. Traveling through time even if, it's not like you've traveled for more than 10 years. How come your body has become smaller? Wait, if I get physically smaller. So these two are 011 and 013? Gazing at the two kids in the same dormitory, Zui Yang's eyes flickered. This time the crossing took someone else with it. Kind of interesting. If time traveled, what about location? Is this place? Speculating in his mind, Zui Yang jumped out of bed and pulled open the door to the room. Chapter 182, Be Obedient. Hey, kiddo, I'm asking you. Seeing Zui Yang walk out of the dormitory alone, the little fat man muttered a mouthful. Then his eyes narrowed and he followed. Along for the ride. There was the little girl. Outside the dormitory was a long, dark corridor. On either side of the corridor, there are regular dormitory rooms. It was like being back in a school dormitory at this glance. Through the corridor, at the end of which is the exit. The bright sunshine and the breeze blowing in gave a leisurely feeling of peace and quiet in the ears. I'm going to build castles. What are you doing robbing my little shovel? Dean. Potato peed his pants again. Innocent and romantic children's voices, accompanied by a fresh breeze. Zui Yang came to the exit and squinted his eyes to survey the situation outside. A number of children were frolicking and playing around in the large grassy field, and on the sand piles, children were piling up sand sculptures and having fun. Looking past them, one could see far into the air. A huge wall 3 meters high. In the middle of the wall, a sign made out of pink hearts. The words, Stellar City Welfare Center, were clearly written on it. Sure enough, this is the orphanage as it was 2 months ago. Before everything happened, Zui Yang had a dazed expression. Right now, the orphanage, everywhere sunny, neat and tidy house, which has half a bit of spooky atmosphere. Even the birch forest outside the orphanage is still lush and green and full of life at the moment. I remember, the report said. In fact, the space node of the ghost world appeared in Stellar City on March 3rd, but that was under the Bohai Bridge. That means that on June 15th, the ghost world's nodes weren't here yet. By the time July 15th rolled around, there was an irresistible node expansion across Stellar City. So, it's safe here now? Thoughts kept swirling around in his head. Behind him, there was a staccato cry from a little fat man. Holy shit? This is the Stellar City Welfare Center? Holy shit? This isn't right? Right. Wasn't this place, just now, rotting away? The little girl chimed in. The little fat man froze and turned to her. You, and you know, kids, you wouldn't be? Fatty, you wouldn't be? The two little dudes looked at each other for a moment, then both cried out incredulously. Are you 013? Are you 011? Why are you turning into a child? Both of them exclaimed at the same time, then touched their little faces as if realizing something. After hastily opening their cell phones one after the other, both of them fell silent again. What the hell is going on here? 013's small face went white and he looked around warily. 011's face sank after a moment of silence. I think, this place is still haunted. Don't look at us turning into children. It looks like the years are quiet here. But in fact, there are 1,000 strange things that can happen in the ghostly world. We didn't die in that old orphanage. We were forcibly dragged to a new haunted place. Hiss. Are you saying that it's all fake that we're like this? It's because of the effect of the ghostly spirits? Everything in front of us is fake? Well, most likely. The two people behind him blah 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 analyzed, and Zui Yang was silent. Guess, beating them to death. They wouldn't have guessed that it was a real crossing, right? There was an unrealistic peace of mind as the breeze ruffled the green shoots in the meadow and the sunlight splashed on each child's face. The three stood frozen in front of the dormitory building. It was as if the benign calm had lulled them all into silence. Suddenly, 011 looked at Zui Yang's back again and again as if he had thought of something, and the corners of his mouth grinned oddly. Blinking ghosts. Whoosh. After his short and fat body glowed for a while, he wanted to fly to the back of Zui Yang and give him a blow to the back of his head, but it was not to be. Lighting up just a bit on his own, his body simply couldn't blink at the speed of light, and his little chubby legs stumbled a few steps away. Poof. He fell on his ass. Hey, he was surprised, like he couldn't believe it. Black shadow ghost. Trying to blend into the sunlight shadow, 011 suddenly realized that he could only urge the shadow to simply move. Even getting a few meters away from your body is difficult to accomplish. How? 011 was dumbfounded. 013 seemed to have gotten used to it and shook his head. It doesn't work. The body has gotten smaller and the abilities have weakened. This ghostly creature. It's strange. Damn. That. Eyes hatefully looking at Zui Yang, 011 after thinking about things, knew that the child in the forefront must be Zui Yang undoubtedly. Want to do it? Everyone's a kid now. What? Going to stage a child-beating vacation? Zui Yang turned around and looked at 011 with a snicker. A sentence that choked 011 at a loss for words. Yeah. What can three kids do? Instead of targeting me, you should be thinking about how to escape from here. You don't want to be a brat for the rest of your life, do you? Zui Yang shouted in a cold voice, and 011 and 013 both sank in color. Let's go. 011 pulled 013, like a child taking offense, and went straight to the signboard of the Stellar City Welfare Center. Zui Yang looked amused and simply followed. The iron gates are 3 meters or so high and there are no cross rails to provide climbing. Even adults, not to mention children, can't get over it. Hey 013, use your poison to corrode the gate's iron lock. Let's get out of here. Ghosts are a certain area to cover. Get out of here and maybe we'll recover. 011 commanded. 013 nodded and stood on tiptoe before barely placing his hands on the lock. Bare your teeth. Purple mist floated out of her hands again, and the iron locks began to blacken, but they just didn't corrode. It could be that their own abilities have been weakened, causing corrosion of an iron lock to be a challenge. Zui Yang looked at these two people with a sighing expression. No surprises. At that time, when the 3 commercial vehicles traveled through Stellar City, the reason for the calmness of the 02 and 03 vehicles was probably due to their black shadow ghosts and poisonous ghosts. Now, it is the time for emotion. Suddenly, a slightly taller figure approached in the distance. Hey, what are you guys doing? A strong, forceful scolding came, startling the 3 little imps in the doorway. Twisting his head to look, a large 6'7" man approached with an icy look on his face. Looking at him, he was roughly the size of a 6th grade middle schooler. Standing in front of the three people of Zhuoyang, there is still a certain deterrent. We're getting out of here. What? Are you going to restrict personal freedom again? After a few moments of being stunned by the larger boy, 011 slowly regained his temper. He looked warily at the big man, who had his mouth agape. Personal freedom? You guys need to figure out who got you back from the outside. Chapter 183, Be Obedient, 2. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? At that, 011 frowned. The taller boy smiled coldly. In the birch forest, there is danger everywhere. Don't you guys know? Many murderers have appeared in Stellar City during this period of time. I heard that the police are arresting them, and they haven't even been apprehended yet, Dean said. Outlying suburbs like ours are usually the favorite haunts for these murderers to hide out. You guys want to get out? If Dean hadn't realized it in time, you would have been gutted by murderers while you were unconscious in Birchwood, the taller boy said with a flourish. 011 and 013 blushed. We were pulled from Birchwood? Or what? You're not orphans here. Your parents, however, are also goddamned evil. How old are you guys? And they left you guys outside the orphanage? If it weren't for the director's good heart, even if there weren't any murderers, you guys would have starved to death. And spread your hands. Go back. The taller boy bellowed angrily. Somehow, he was clearly a kid too, but his words had a rather intimidating air to them. 013 unconsciously withdrew his small hand. She had the illusion that something bad would happen if she disobeyed the tall boy again. We picked up from Birchwood? Could it be that? When we were in the orphanage, at the beginning of the fight, we were actually in the illusion in the birch forest? Only couldn't carry the illusion in the birch forest died, passed out in the birch forest became smaller, and was rescued by the people here? Hiss. It's going to be indistinguishable. Is it true over there? Or is it true over here? 011 muttered nervously. Zhuoyang stood aside, lamenting the size of his brain, worthy of being in the position of 011. His guess is not unlikely. If it were not for the fact that Zhuoyang knew that he would not be interfered with in any way with the past, maybe, too, he was going to think that he had never left the birch forest from the beginning, that what had just happened was a nightmare, and that this place was real. There's a murderer in Birchwood? This is supposed to be fake news released by the higher-ups in Stellar City to protect the masses, right? The orphanage is safe now, but Stellar City should be spooky now. Not given to leaving? Raised his eyes to the high walls. Zhuoyang looked down at his small hands again. Climb out? Not at all. Go. All of you go back. It's dinner time later, since you guys are already awake. Come with me to see the old dean first. The taller boy barked and walked towards the school building, alone. After 011 and 013 looked at each other, they didn't care about Zhuoyang and muttered in a low voice. What now? I don't know, but don't run away just yet. Ha? Why? In fact, just now, I wanted to make a move on that kid, but I realized that the weirdness in my body was afraid of him. What? It's not clear what the reason is, but don't disobey him for now. We're kids. There's no way we can beat him. 011 shook his head, already leading the way behind the taller boy. The four of them walked into the school building, one after another. When he passed by the first grade classroom, Zhuoyang also curiously looked towards the inside. The layout of this was consistent with what he had seen at the time. Only the three monkeys colored on the blackboard hadn't been painted yet. It seems that color painting was just put up within the month. Guess what? Having made it to the end of the classroom hallway, this school building is also simple and austere. -6 classrooms. And at the end is a large principal's office. Beyond that, there are no other rooms. Dum. When the door to the principal's office room was knocked on, a pale response came from inside. Who? Old Dean. It's me, Gao Jin. Oh, it's you. What's up? Those three kids are awake. Awake? Bring it here? Yes. Crunch. Pushing open the door of the room, an old man with thinning white hair could be seen offering incense to the statue of the birthday girl. Most of the rest of the principal's office, excluding a simple desk, was given over to a huge offering table. The offering table is attached to a wall with a huge wooden sculpture of a longevity lord. In front of the wood carving, the fruits are set out in a fresh scent. It was obvious how devout the old man was to the birthday girl. Old Dean. Gao Jin greeted carefully and the old dean turned around. He has a strange look. Obviously older people. The back is not hunched. The cheeks are not wrinkled. The skin is bright. The eyes are black into Ming Shua. The only thing that was a little out of place was a few white hairs on his head. Coming? The old dean glanced at the Zhuoyang trio and returned to his seat. He gestured for the three to sit across the desk while Gao Jin stood at the older dean's side, scrutinizing the three. You guys, how did you get here? The old dean looked at the three and asked the question without emotion. Zhuoyang's eyes blinked, just about to open his mouth. But 011 snatched the answer first. Abandoned by the family. Oh, that's kinda. The old dean sighed. And Zui Yang looked at 011 and secretly said that this guy is really good at taking advantage of the slope. What's going on now is anyone's guess. But the only thing that was clear was that this was definitely not going to be a normal orphanage. It's best to become a child and go along with what the other person wants. So how old are you? How old are all of you? The old dean's black eyes stared at the three after he asked this question. I'm 11. 011 casually babbled. And the old dean's eyes lit up. Very good. I'm 11 too. Unsure of the reason, 013 chimed in. Oh, you're also 11? Not bad. I'm 7. Zui Yang gave a different answer after a little thought. Upon hearing this, the old dean couldn't help but slap the table, his gaze instantly condensing on Zui Yang. Great. Hiss. So emotional? This old den. He's not a pedophile, is he? His small eyes narrowed slightly. Zui Yang was very skeptical of the old dean's attitude, but once he had properly adjusted his emotions, he was back to his just composed self. You are abandoned children. The orphanage is where you were adopted. According to the rules, I am to raise you all to a certain age, since you have nowhere else to go, and it's a mess outside the orphanage right now. Would you like to stay with me? The old dean smiled amiably. 011 and 013 looked at each other, and this time actually looked at Zui Yang as well. The three seemed to be in agreement at this moment. Willing. That's good. From now on, you will also be a member of the Stellar City Orphanage. Remember, be obedient here. Chapter 184, Be Obedient, 3. Got it. For some reason, Zui Yang always felt that the old dean's amiability seemed like a poisonous snake. The three of them responded obediently, and were led out of the principal's office by Cao Jin. The corridors of the teaching building were empty and quiet. It was already something like 10 o'clock in the morning, but in the grade school classroom, there wasn't much teaching going on. Zui Yang was a bit puzzled. Gao, here, don't you have classes in the morning? He took the initiative to get close, and Gao Jin walked ahead without looking back. We, Stellar City Orphanage, are not like other orphanages. We have rules here. Our children here just need to live a carefree life, and the instruction will teach basic common sense. When they get to a certain age, the dean will take some of the kids to social practices. Of course, there are kids who get lucky and get adopted halfway through the year. Anyway, you guys live here, just remember one thing. Be obedient. As Gao Jin spoke, he twisted around violently and looked at the three with a pair of serious eyes. Listening? Keeping the rules here. To be precise. Rules? What other rules? For those, see the code of conduct for yourself. It's all over the school exhibit walls. After Gao Jin finished speaking, he scrutinized the three once more before pointing to the grass field outside the teaching building. Go play. When you get to mealtime in the afternoon, eat and sleep, and come to a class in the evening. You can go back to your dorms. What kind of routine is this? 011 was still a bit puzzled. Gao Jin had already walked away. Teaching building, in the empty corridor, the three of them, Zui Yang, looked at each other. After a long time, none of the three were in a hurry to move about, but they temporarily collected their hostile consciousness and began to communicate. Hey 012, what do you think? 011's little fat hand poked Zui Yang, and Zui Yang shrugged. How else can I look? Stand and watch. You think you're funny? Not to be humorous, but it's not like there's much to analyze in this situation. Is there? Let's dissolve hostilities for now. I have a feeling that something will happen here. Next, you do have some brains. Right. Why did you just say you were 7? 011 looked like he had thought of something and stared squarely at Zui Yang. Zui Yang smiled. It's simple. Look at those kids on the grass field. Aren't they all on the edge of this age? Reporting this age. Not to say there's any big problem, but at least the same age as those kids should be treated the same. Right? You boy. Eyelids wrinkled. 011 carefully measured Zui Yang. Did not expect this guy is quite detailed. What are you going to do now? Should we investigate? Stop. 011 suggested. Zui Yang hurriedly waved his hand. You think you're still you? 3 little kids. So don't fool around. Go check out that so-called rule. Taking big steps toward the grass field, Zui Yang said as much as he could. 011 and 013 looked at each other and quickly followed. There are actually a couple of display signs standing near the track at the Meadowlands. At first glance, they're all very basic codes of conduct, but it's all a bit odd. For example, know your manners. It is basic courtesy to knock before entering a room, whether there is anyone in the room or not. Respect for the old and love for the young. It is a traditional virtue for older children to yield to younger ones. Be civilized and hygienic, no swearing, no noisy naps, and no lack of bathing and personal cleanliness. Safety awareness. When going to the toilet at night, Close the dormitory door and use a spittoon in the dormitory. Knowing right from wrong, when you make a mistake, go to the principal's office and admit it voluntarily. The principal will be forgiving if you can correct your mistake. A long list of normal human behavioral guidelines were written all over the display board. The three of them, Zuo-yang, looked confused. No, isn't that something you should have mastered in kindergarten? It's normal. While 013 didn't see any major problems, 011 pointed to the one about being polite. It's kind of weird. Just tell me to knock whether the room is occupied or not. Do you have to knock when you go back to your own dormitory? Hey, you said this. The two men's brows furrowed. Zuo-yang narrowed his eyes and casually swept the bulletin board before walking to the other bulletin boards. Not all bulletin boards have a code of civility on them. On some bulletin boards, photos are typed. Li Chaoyang, 12 years old. Adopted. Zhang Man, 11 years old. Adopted. Chao Yy, 12 years old. Adopted. Many of the children with big smiles show that being adopted by a privileged family seems to be a meritorious and good thing. Able to. Zuo-yang noticed something. These children are all 10 years old or older and 12 years old or younger when they are adopted. If you take a closer look, you'll realize, what about the 13-year-old? No one's adopting? Where did it go? You don't see any older kids at school, do you? Going on field trips? Further, why aren't there any slightly younger children being adopted? It stands to reason that the younger you are, the more your adoptive family will like it, right? Something's not right. Was looking away. Snap. A pair of muddy little hands clapped on Zuo-yang's shoulders. Ha. You're awake? Turning his head, a little boy with snot still hanging from his upper lip was looking at himself with a grin on his face. Excuse me. Frozen. He looked at the little boy. When another girl's voice came, a slightly larger little girl was hastily pulling the little boy aside. Potato. What did I tell you? When you greet someone, you have to say hello first. Also, you don't wipe your hands clean. If Gao Jin sees this, he'll scold you. Cut. He just loves to snitch. Potato shivered his nose and muttered. The girl pulled a tissue from her pocket and wiped his nose. While rubbing, she looked at Zuo-yang. Hello, you're that new guy from our dorm, right? The girl fell in line and behaved politely. Zuo-yang was stunned. A dormitory? Yeah, our dormitory had 3 more comatose people this morning, and I see that among them, there's you. Yes, you guys, co-ed here? Well, me, Potato, and Potato have always lived together. Potatoes? What about you? What's your name? Amused by the other party's name, Zuo-yang looked at the girl with a snicker. The girl's small lips pursed. Shouldn't a boy say his name before asking a girl her name? Oh, sorry. Zuo-yang. Zuo-yang froze and immediately smiled. My name is Yoko. I'm in 6th grade. Yoko blushed and extended her small hand towards Zuo-yang. Chapter 185, First Glimpse, Okay you. Zuo-yang. I haven't seen you in a while. And you're picking up little girls? The bitchy voice of 011 came from behind him. Zuo-yang frowned. Nah, see this little fatty? This is also with us. Taro sniffed at 011 and shook his head. Zuo-yang. He's not fat. He's just a bit stronger. Hello, my name is Yoko. Yoko graciously handed her hand to 011, who was stunned. Apparently, he had never imagined that there would be a girl who knew how to be so polite. For a moment, in the face of absolute innocence, he took the hand somewhat woodenly. My name is Zheng Guangying. May I call you Lightshade? Can. Alright, you fat ass. Never seen a girl before, have you? Zheng Guangying was still holding Yoko's hand when 013 pulled him aside and then looked at Yoko. Hello, Master Li. Hello, on a rare occasion. 5 people, 3 large and 2 small, communicated in a civilized manner. Li Shishir sized up Yoko with the intention of trying to get some kind of information out of her. Right. Yams. You guys. Has anyone ever left here? Her gaze looked deep into the door of the Stellar City Orphanage. It was obvious that she still had a grudge against the gate there. Leave? There was. The day he was adopted. He left. It's not that. I mean, have any of you, by yourselves, ever left here? Well, everyone knows what they're doing. It's dangerous out there. No one goes out there. There was one person, though, who actually tried to get out of here once. Who? Gao Jin. How could it be him? Hearing that it was Gao Jin, the 3 of them, Zuo-yang, froze. It's hard to imagine Gao Jin's disciplined lip being associated with a rebellious escapee. Him? He still runs? Li Shishir was baffled. Right. Don't look at him now. He's very serious. In fact, he used to be the king of kids, and often went against the dean. But, just after he secretly plopped down on an exotic vehicle and went out a month ago, and then came back, his whole personality changed. Ha, what happened to him? I don't know. He said he really met murderers in the birch forest. Those murderers, do not care if you are a child or not. A knife and stabbed people. He said he ran back to the orphanage door at night, crying and screaming to come back. After that, he never messed up again. And from that meeting, no one ever thought of getting out of here the same way he did, Yoko said, her little face full of fear. The three of them, Zui Yang, looked at each other after hearing this, their eyes flickering. Three people, each with their own ideas. Zui Yang just wanted to interject and ask about adoption. Just then, a small, skinny waif ran over in 3 or 2 steps. Yams, potatoes, it's meal time. Hurry up and wash your hands, or you'll be scolded. Ooh-hoo. As soon as the kid reminded them, it was like something big had come up, and the yams and potatoes panicked and ran towards the cafeteria. Hey, you guys come along. Yoko greeted towards Zui Yang. Despite not understanding their discipline, the trio followed forward in silence. Outside the cafeteria, there is a long sink with a dozen faucets that are supposed to be used to wash hands before meals. But as you can see, the ones at the top of the line are the little ones. Some of the bigger kids were very polite and got out of the way. Civilization, manners, literacy. In this moment, it shows. Potato, let's go. Go ahead and grab a couple chicken legs for the yams. Potato pulled the little skinny kid, rightfully to the front of the crowd. Zui Yang thought about it and followed. 011 and 013 would have liked to follow. However, once they remembered what the code of conduct was, the two looked at Yoko, who was standing at the back of the line, and silently returned to the end. Clatter. After a simple wash, Zui Yang entered the cafeteria with the first group of children. The cafeteria is somewhat of a buffet-like model, with chicken thighs, steaks, and pork all done on large dinner plates, and all that is needed is self-serve. Since it was at the front of the line, the youngest kids could pick their favorite take as much as they wanted. In no time at all, the meat dishes were ransacked. Zui Yang can't figure out why everyone is so civilized and quality outside, but here, they are doing what they want. After simply serving some food, Zui Yang and Potato walked to a table. The two little ones were funny enough to take a plastic bag out of their pockets ahead of time and wrap and hide the chicken thighs. Zui Yang was a bit puzzled. You guys, this? Shu, whisper it. Don't you see that Yoko looks skinny and thin? Her stomach may have eaten. She wakes up hungry every night. Let's take some chicken legs with us, so she won't be hungry at night. Potato said with a hefty giggle. Yams, how old is she? Seemingly thinking of the abnormal understanding of the yams, Zui Yang asked such a question. Yoko, she's 11. Another 6 months and she'll 12 be up for adoption. She's got such a good heart. She'll be adopted into a good home. Potato spoke with certainty. Zui Yang's face changed slightly. You guys here, are you all adopted at such an age? Not sometimes the younger ones get adopted out of the blue. What about those older than 12? The old dean will take them away to make a living. Oh, feel free to eat your meal. Zui Yang could see that 011 and the 3 yams had also entered the cafeteria. When they came to serve the food, basically all that was left was a simple cabbage roll heart, and 011's fat face was black. I guess I wanted to curse, but I didn't have a seizure after all. Hastily ending lunch, all proceeded to the second floor in a disciplined manner. On the second floor are simple beds spread out with sheets. At a glance, there were 100 or so beds. A group of children lay down to rest in a disciplined manner, according to their age. During this time, no one made any unusual noise. Keep quiet during naps. That's something almost every school knows. Zui Yang had intended to be sleepless, but I don't know why. But after using the meal, the whole thing was so drowsy. He patted his neck, realizing something. Rice. There might be a problem. Hey, ghost face sore. Touch the black apple tattoo. Oh, come on. No movement at all. The sleepiness was getting thicker and thicker, and Zui Yang just wanted to try to contact the past to keep himself from eating. Suddenly, he saw 011 looking towards 013. 013 seemed to understand what was going on, and a purple smoke came out of his palms, filling the sides of both men. This is detoxification? She's creepy enough to do this? Eyes blurred as he watched those two operate. Zui Yang's eyes gradually turned cold, although now a united front, but 011 and 013 does not seem to intend to help themselves to get rid of the poison, playing it safe. No harm done. A dialogue box quickly appeared in his mind, and Zui Yang sent a message to the past. Zui Yang, the past me. Remember when I came to the orphanage 2 months ago? Don't eat. Buzz. As the message was sent and the past was changed, Zui Yang's eyes became clear. The dizziness was swept away. Chapter 186, First Glimpse, 2. Phew. 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 The midday breeze blows on the second floor of the cafeteria. and the children are quiet like sleeping angels. Zui Yang laid his body on his side and squinted his eyes as he gazed at the entrance to the second floor of the building. And I don't know how much time has passed. Day. A footstep approached slowly. It was no one else who came, but the old dean. The old dean's gaze was ghostly as he scanned all the children. With Gao Jin behind him, he cruised between the cracks in the beds, his nose shrugging slightly as he began to sniff something over and over. Soon, as if he had locked on to a target, he plopped down beside Yoko. It's almost ripe. If we don't send it away, it's going to rot. Gao Jin nodded. At this moment, it was as if Gao Jin was the leader and the old dean had become a henchman. Well, it's too thin, and don't eat more. Without stopping himself, the old dean turned to sniff the potato. The potato was thin as a spud and frail. With a twitch of his nose, the old dean found a bag of chicken thighs from his arms. TSK. That dead kid. Meat is for you to eat and grow. You think I don't know that you gave that girl all your food? No need to waste food on meat that's already cooked. Somewhat wanly placing the chicken leg back into the pocket of the potato, the old dean sniffed and inexplicably came to Zui Yang's side. Phew. His two nostrils twitched, and Zui Yang's eyes narrowed, but his heart trembled, because the old dean's nostrils were wriggling a smaller circle of nostrils as he breathed. It's like there was something like a human being underneath this wrapping of his skin. It kind of smells good. You said, can we get ourselves dogs? Who do you think gave you all this? The old dean had just uttered these words when Gao Jin cursed angrily, and the old dean's neck shrank in fear, and he immediately stopped saying anything. Hurry! One entree, one dessert. Gao Jin cursed as the old dean crouched down and started sniffing more vigorously like a dog. Finally, he stopped at 013. Her? Didn't she say she was 11? How can she be dessert when she's ripe? Gao Jin questioned a bit, and the old dean shook his head. She lied. She smells like she's 8 years old. Tops. That's good. It's her. Get ready. Okay. As they talked, the old dean actually stuck out his tongue and couldn't resist licking 013's little face. Hey, you. Got it. Don't I just taste it? Let's go. Tap. With the sound of footsteps echoing in the stairway, within the second floor of the cafeteria, peace was once again restored. 013 shuddered and scrambled to her feet, wiping her face with the bedding. Shit. Old mom hasn't even kissed a fresh meat yet. He's a bad old man. Dare to lick me like that? The tiny eyes were filled with anger. 011 answered, looking at her snidely. How dare you get mad? Can you beat them? You might as well think about what you're going to do when they're onto you, right? When they say cooked, are they using us as food? So the so-called adoption, finding work, is handling food? 011 speculated, before 013 snapped out of his indignation. What then? We won't even be a match for them with our current bizarre power. It's not clear, but with any weirdness, there should be a life path against it. It can only be observed again. Why don't you wake up 012? Talk to him about it? Doesn't he do it perfectly every time? Maybe he. 013's gaze went to Zui Yang, and 011 immediately interrupted her. Him? Don't let him know. Maybe if we look into it again, we can use shenanigans and take him out. Well, the two people spoke in detail, and Zui Yang took everything into his ears and did not move, closing his eyes and resting his mind. This sleep for the kids lasted longer than expected. Almost slept until 4 p.m., waiting until 5 o'clock. They walked towards the school building in a disciplined manner. Still, as before, the younger ones, the first grade, the older ones, in turn, went into the rest of the class. Zui Yang temporarily separated from 011 and 013 and came to the first grade. In the first grade, there were about a dozen desks, but none of them were big enough. The so-called lessons. It's these kids who exude a natural tendency to scribble in their books. Zui Yang and Potato sat together, watching them write and draw in their books in boredom. But in a short time, he saw the end of it. Potato drew a golden monkey covering his ears and Potato drew a macaque monkey covering his eyes. Although the painting is somewhat abstract, but Zui Yang knew that these two monkeys, and what he saw on the blackboard at that time, were exactly the same. You guys, what's the moral of drawing this? Zui Yang asked a curious question. Potato's snot bubbles came back up. Ha. This is the doll that Yoko made for us. Oh, doll? Yeah, there was supposed to be a doll in the dormitory, like it was left behind by a former kid. That doll is oddly pinched. There's actually a rag doll underneath a layer of rag dolls. At that time, Potato and I had just gotten here and it was horribly dark. Potato just took two dolls apart and made us two. She said that if you learn the dolls and cover your eyes and ears, you can fall asleep in peace. But we know that Yoko always secretly cries and pinches in the middle of the night. Don't look at her temper. I heard that she was thrown away by her mom and dad when she was 6 years old, standing alone at the door of the orphanage, so helpless and pinched. Not so with me and Potatoes, abandoned at birth. So, we don't think about those damn grown-ups. Potato held his little head high and spoke confidently, but Zui Yang could see the loneliness and helplessness under his eyes. Yes, that Yoko, he's a very good boy. Not a pinch. If you ask me, Yoko-san will find a good family to adopt. Potato echoed, and Zui Yang smiled. Hopefully. Time passes. At less than 6 o'clock, the school building started to clear out. Children, large and small, headed toward the dormitory. At the entrance of the small dormitory, Zui Yang really saw a few children knocking on the door to enter the dormitory as they were used to. It's hard to imagine that it's only 6:30 and the dorms are going to bed with the lights out. Zui Yang, 011, 013 sighed. Yams, Potatoes sighed. Neither seems to be used to going to bed early. Yoko and the others sat down in front of one of the beds and began sewing 2 dolls. The dolls, of course, were the 2 monkeys they had drawn in the classroom. Potato was careful to seal the dolls neatly, while Potato and Tater pulled a small bag of chicken thighs from their bodies. Here, Yoko-san, you must be hungry, right? Right. You didn't even eat enough for lunch, did you? You guys sneak me again? Yoko accepted the chicken leg with a little blush and didn't rush to eat it, but shoved the 2 dolls back into the 2 men's hands. Potato toyed with his monkey and asked a somewhat curious question. Yoko-san, why don't you sew yourself a monkey? Because I'm just a monkey. A monkey that can't talk. Chapter 187, The First Signs, 3, again. Yoko-san, you're no fun. Potato muttered uninterestedly. Across the bed, 011 watched the 3 of them play with their dolls with some interest. Kids will be kids. Stuffed animals. What's the point? He muttered with a broken mouth. And Zui Yang suddenly asked him. Say, do you teach any classes? In your classroom? Teaching what class? It's a joke. 6th grade teaches how to prevent and control disease mites and how to bathe more hygienically. What is all this teaching? You say? 011 flirted. And Zui Yang frowned slightly. It's making food learn to take care of itself? Knock knock knock. While bored, at some point, a footstep sounded outside the dormitory. The lull. In the next bed, all 3 children had dutifully shrunk under the covers. What's wrong? Zui Yang was puzzled. Taro poked his little head out and pointed to the door. Here comes the bed patrol. Go to sleep. You'll be scolded for making noise. Yes? Uncomprehendingly covering the quilt. Zui Yang would like to go out and make a tour of the orphanage through the night. But when you think about it, it seems like someone should be more anxious than you are. Right? Lying down under the covers. Zui Yang faked sleep. 011 and 013 don't talk either. I don't know how long it took, but the voices outside the house dispersed. And 013 suddenly rose from the bed. Hey, what are you doing? 011 looked at 013 in disbelief, and 013 blushed a little. I have to pee. Then go settle in the corner of the dormitory. Nuts. Who the fuck is okay with peeing in front of a guy? What do you want? Get out. Don't you want to know what else is in this shitty school? Hey, you're not afraid to die? Have you forgotten? What did that awful old man say this afternoon? You were chosen for food? That's right. Since I've been chosen, then, I deserve to have no accidents before I become food, right? Hiss. You. 011 mouth dropped open. Apparently, he didn't realize that 013 could actually take advantage of this. Do you want to join us? 013 said the man. Already on his feet and close to the dormitory door. She leaned over to the door and there was indeed no movement outside the house. 011 hesitated, just about to make a reply. Crunch. The door of the house was suddenly pulled open by 013, but then, a black shadow quickly flashed in the corridor outside the house. Tap tap tap. Between 3 or 2 sounds, Gao Jin had already appeared in front of the door with a cold face. His features bulged like balloons, his eyes were crimson and glazed to the point of splitting, his mouth wide open. A far cry from his daytime calm. The most horrifying thing was that his mouth was open. Another ring of teeth densely packed under his gums. That means he has 2 layers of teeth in his mouth. You. Why are you still out there? 013 was startled. Purple smoke instinctively rose from the center of his palm. You. Gao Jin saw that it was 013, and his mouth opened and closed in a hideous wriggle before slowly closing. What do you want to do when you don't sleep at night? His face returned to its daytime calmness as Gao Jin sternly rebuked. 013's face stuttered and he pointed to the spittoon. That. I'm not used to using it. You have to use it even if you're not used to it. A cold chiding sound echoed in the dormitory. Gao Jin twisted around and brought the dormitory door with him as soon as he could. This guy, what kind of shenanigans is this? Only after Gao Jin left did 013 murmur in a daze. 011 slowly rose from the bed and shook his head. No, I tried to do it just now, and the bizarre ability retarded me again, so I'm no match for him at all. So, then we'll just wait to be eaten? 013 is a bit desperate. Her legs twisted and squirmed as she looked uncomfortably at the spittoon. Suddenly, in the next bed, Yoko lifted the covers without warning and climbed out of bed. You come with me. When she said this, even Zui Yang, who was pretending to sleep, froze. Don't you dare go out there. Apparently, 013 couldn't imagine that such a well-mannered girl would dare to go out at night against the rules. Instead of responding to 013, Taro went straight to the door. Knock knock knock. She was actually knocking on the door of her own accord. What are you doing? Aren't you, attracting him to you? Crunch. Not waiting for 013 to wonder, Yoko had already pushed open the door of the room. If you're going out to the bathroom, hurry up. A darkness outside the house mapped in, and Yoko stood calmly in the hallway, walking in one direction. 013 hesitated for a moment, before rushing to follow. Along with it, 011 and Zui Yang both got up from the bed and followed out the door in one roll. Tap tap tap. Unexpectedly, the walkway never encountered any more weirdness, until the public restroom. Yams again in front of the women's restroom door, thud 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 knocking. Only then pulled open the light and went in. He looks like he knows how to go to the bathroom very well. 013 hesitated, but watched as Yoko went in, and she followed. Zui Yang and 011 did not mean to go to the toilet, so they stood outside the women's restroom and watched. Clatter. Not long after, there was a sound of water coming from the bathroom, and Yoko was the first to come out. She swept Zui Yang 011 a glance and only barked a sentence. At all times, remember to knock. Tap tap tap. With that, Yoko disappeared down the hallway on her own. Hiss. Have you ever felt that this little girl seems to have changed into a different person? 011 frowning at Yoko's back. Zui Yang narrowed his eyes. She just fell asleep during bed check, didn't she? Could she have multiple personalities? Waking up in her sleep? Whatever, she has multiple personalities, but she seems to know something. Knocking isn't polite. It's 011's eyes flickered, but the words didn't come out, because in his opinion, Zui Yang was asleep at noon and did not know about the so-called cooked, as well as the situation of the old Dean Gao Jin. Also for this reason, he concluded that Zui Yang couldn't sort out the real meaning of the knock on the door for the time being. Knocking on the door is not a courtesy. Rather, it's a way to tell those things in hiding that I'm coming, because we are all his food, and those creeps are afraid to touch it. Knock on the door and they will naturally leave. Zui Yang combed through everything, and his gaze went to the darkened men's restroom. If this time, just barge in without knocking, would it be possible to see anything? Just as he was thinking this, 013 had already come out of the toilet with a relieved look on his face. She was just about to greet 011 to check somewhere else. Suddenly, 011 patted Zui Yang's shoulder. I said 012. Don't you want to go to the bathroom? Chapter 188, The Bursting Maw, above. Oh, you want to get on? The corner of Zui Yang's mouth curled slightly. Of course he knew what 011 wanted. What about using yourself as a test subject? I'm on. Only, can you accompany me? We're a united front now. 011 squeezed out a small smile. Zui Yang shrugged and pointed to 013. Why don't you yell for her? No one is in the men's restroom right now, so she can accompany you to the bathroom even if she's a woman, right? You're perverted, aren't you? What kind of man lets a woman into the men's restroom? 011, his face darkened as soon as he heard Zui Yang say that. 013 echoed helpfully, though his head was still spinning. That's it. We're all on the same team. And you're not willing to let you accompany us to the bathroom? Could it be that this is all there is to the so-called righteousness of your 01 faction? The two of them were in the face. Zui Yang laughed and wrapped his arm around 011's shoulder, black lines surging in his palm. Okay then, since you have to go on. Hey, that's right. 011 blushed and pulled Zui Yang toward the men's bathroom. He didn't knock on the door or turn on the light. Brother Zua, you see, there's no need for us men to be careful, right? Yes, Zui Yang led him, and the two walked into the men's restroom side by side. The men's restroom was dark, but nothing unusual. Where the squatting pits can be found, there is a squatting pit panel door closed, and it looks like someone is in there to take a leak. 011, the corners of the eyes on Fatty's face narrowed at the sight of this scene. Brother, help me see. Is there any paper there? I suddenly want the big one. Okay. Zui Yang is also trying to see what the so-called no-knock will hide. Bang! Almost without hesitation, he kicked open the closed paneled door. Crunch! Behind the door, On the squatting seat, a small boy was standing, his mouth wide open, frantically sucking in the air around him. Phew, phew, phew. His mouth was wide open and a lip wriggled underneath it. It was as if he had put on a layer of human skin, and underneath the skin was still a layer of human body. Wiggle wiggle. Ah, ah. The smell of purity. The smell of purity. It's hard to imagine a child making such obsessive noises. The lips squirmed under the lips, and as the mouth opened wide, the enjoying face was held open, and a twisted face slowly burrowed out from under the lips of the enjoying face squirming. Purity. Really. Wonderful. Twisted face lamented. Zui Yang and 011 both looked dumbfounded. It's literally a person hiding within a person. Moreover, Zui Yang recognized this person. Li Chaoyang, that adopted child seen in the daytime. Now he's actually turning creepy in the restroom? Grass. What the fuck are you? Seemingly unable to endure the face slowly molting out of a human skin, 011 bellowed angrily. Wiggle wiggle. The neck of Li Chaoyang had already stretched out from Li Chaoyang's mouth, opened his eyes, and was looking at the two people in front of him in surprise. Ha! You guys, why don't you knock? I'll knock your mom. 011 cursed, but his eyes were ruthless. White light flashed on his body, pushing out Zui Yang beside him, and he was about to run towards the outside of the toilet. His intent was simple. Let Zui Yang carry the bullets and understand the tricky run himself. May. Bandages, bandages, bandages. After running a step or two, a binding sensation came over his shoulders. Just after running out 2 steps, he was pulled back in front of Zui Yang by a pulling force. I said light and shadow. Is that what you call it? The same front? Zui Yang looked at 011 with a snicker, and on the 5 fingers of his left hand, 5 black lines could be seen flickering in the darkness. Grass. Zui Yang, when the fuck are you? You're being really insincere, and you're still thinking about counting on me several times. Also, don't you want to know something? Now, go on. Fingers flinging, Zui Yang very hard to fling 011 to the door of the squat. The weird power is weakened. He seemed overwhelmed even manipulating the depressed ghost. But the good news is that 011 is now a child, so it doesn't really matter. Wiggle wiggle. On the squatting pit, Li Chaoyang has already climbed out of Li Chaoyang's mouth on the upper half of the body. Ah, you guys, why don't you knock? You guys, there is no food for him among you. In that case, you guys, you're mine. Creep. The molted human skin slipped off completely. Li Chaoyang jumped out of his skin and opened his mouth. The entire face split into 5 flesh-colored, jagged pieces as the mouth opened like a bud blooming. Ah, between the 5 pieces of flowers, without hesitation, towards the front of the 011 bite. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 011 all looked dumbfounded. Up close, he felt like he was greeting a monster with a cannibalistic flower head. Grass, grass, stay back, stay back. He struggled, the white light on his body constantly flickering, which narrowly managed to pull away a few meters. Silky slip, thick drool oozed from the flaky human face. No one expected the next moment. A flesh-colored vine actually erupted from the mouth of the flower where the 5 slices of flesh had converged. Put. The vine was extremely fast and lashed hard on the neck of 011. Wiggle wiggle. The vines are like magnets, and they are attached to the neck of 011. Every time it trembled, 011's face turned paler, as if it was being pulled away from something. Grass, grass, you monster. The shadow underneath him began to move, punching and kicking the shadow of Li Chaoyang. Able to. The odd, flower-faced figure was without fluctuation. Zui Yang, I was wrong. I can't die. Think about it, is it really a good idea to cut back now? His face was strangled by the vines until it turned purple, and 011 begged to look at Zui Yang. Zui Yang shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me. I can't beat him either. Depressed ghost. Withdrawing the black line from 011's shoulder, Zui Yang did not let go of the water. A few black needles on the palm of his hand flung toward Li Chaoyang. Put. The black threads, which were supposed to be quite strong, now weakened to needle thin, and stuck in the flower piece man's face, which was merely flooded with a few streaks of mucus. Shit. 013. What the fuck are you still standing out there for? Come here. Perhaps it's a survival instinct, but 011 has thought of everything he can to deal with the weirdness. He yelled and cursed. Not long after, 013 came to the men's restroom. She also panicked for a moment when she saw the monster in the squatting pit. Chapter 189, The Bursting Maw, below, asterisk. You guys, where did you find this thing? 013's body was shivering. The monster in front of me, with his human face opening up into a flower of flesh and jagged pus. How could he be described as deformed? UTM. And look. Do it. 011 came in an almost hoarse voice. and 013 snapped back to attention. Poison ghost. Airflow ghost. Inside her small palm, a purple mist drifted towards the face of Li Chaoyang. There. The purple mist seemed to have become a few shades thicker because of the toxins it had absorbed at noon. With the weird air current, it floated all the way to the flower mouth of Li Chaoyang. Bare your teeth. White smoke rose from that blooming, fleshy face in moments. Bare your teeth. A scorching corrosive aura came from it, and even the serrated teeth on the flower pieces began to fall off. Wiggle wiggle, but only, the vines sticking out of the mouth of the flower, unrelenting in their retraction. Shit. Stupid. You poison its tongue. Oh tongue. 011 eyes were already rolling white. Oh. 013 had his hands full, hastily shrouding the smoke toward the flower's mouth. Bare your teeth. Ow. The scorching sound was followed by a hiss of pain from Fleshflower's face mouth. Snap. The vines that had erupted from the flower's mouth burned and broke on the ground. 011 hurriedly removed the vines from his neck and fearfully pulled away from Li Chaoyang. You guys. So you guys, if they're all Oni, then, I won't be able to keep you. Wiggle wiggle. A cloud of pus erupted from the mouth of the flower, and immediately after, a cloud of flesh-colored pollen actually floated out from the fleshy face of those 5 flower pieces, puffing, like a summer field of rapeseed flowers. Once shaken, the rich pollen instantly filled the men's restroom. Just a little sniff. Zhuoyang felt that his head was heavy. No good. It's that hypnotizer from noon. 013, she exclaimed warily as she seemed to be quite sensitive to the toxin. Put. 011 had stumbled and fallen to the ground. Damn. This little monster. It's excessively strong. Zhuoyang's face turned white and his expression swam. He's trying to make a run for it. Leave 011 and 013 behind and run. But then, after that, one is on all sides. For a moment, he even wondered if he should contact the past and simply not participate in this ghost world exploration. Nima. It's too menacing. Worms. The flesh-colored floral piece continued to pulsate, and a seizure of laughter came from the mouth of the flower. 2. Silk slip. 2. It'll last a long time. Just as that flowery face was trembling from excitement to the point of trembling. Click, click, click. Suddenly, it's starting to chafe with fine lines at the mouth of the flower. It's in. It cracked without warning. No. Who is it? The 5 pieces of meat flowers looked around in shock, and their gazes then glared at 013 and Zhuoyang. It's you guys? Nope. No. Who is it? No. Bang. Without warning, the face of the man who was still violently trembling and dropping pollen. In the next moment, because the mouth propped up a horrible crack, in an instant, exploded into a field of broken meat. Put. Li Chaoyang, who was wearing the head of the meat flower, also collapsed on the squatting pit because of the crumbling of the head of the flower. Completely silent. For the first time in a long time, a silence returned to the men's restroom. What the hell is going on here? 013 looked around in confusion and looked at Zhuoyang with a questioning gaze. Zhuoyang shrugged. I didn't do it. How would I know? That. Who was that? Maybe he said he'd because he touched his food? It's very possible. 013 nodded. Immediately, her eyes went to 011. It's too dangerous here. Let's just move him back to the dormitory in a hurry. It's not us, it's you. Not bothering to help 011. Zhuoyang glanced at the Li Chaoyang that was shattered all over the place, and twisted around and walked towards the dormitory. Tap tap tap. Within a short time, the 3 were back inside the dormitory. Interestingly, Yoko, who was sleeping on the bed, seemed to have been woken up by them and was looking at the 3 with a confused expression on her face. You guys, out? Seeing her ask this, Zhuoyang froze for a moment. You don't know anything? Know what? Yoko tilted her head in a neighborhood girl's good-natured manner. Her eyes twinkled with innocence and curiosity, and even a little concern. You mustn't go out there. Back in the day, a sister went out, and never came back. Yes? Not being able to see any change in Yoko's expression, Zhuoyang's eyes flickered. The yokel who had just led the way, and the current yokel, were not the same person at all. Either the kid is a drama queen movie star. Either she really does have a split personality. Staring at the yams for a while, the little girl looked like she was embarrassed. Her face reddened as she took out the chicken leg from her pocket, and asked Zhuoyang in a sticky voice, Do you eat? No need. Shaking his head, Zhuoyang closed his eyes and took a nap. The next day, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning when Zhuoyang lazily got up from his bed. I have to say that the orphanage's routine, in a sense, does take care of the children. When I got up, I realized that the potatoes and yams in the house were looking enviously at the 013 and the yams. At some point, they had changed into a new style of women's clothing. Yoko-san, you've been adopted this time. so you can eat as many chicken legs as you want from now on. Yoko-san, will you come back to see us? I'll meet you guys outside. I won't forget you guys. The three little ones got together and told each other. The 013 in the neighboring bed looked out of the room with some trepidation. Hey, what's your situation? Zui-yang quietly stepped to the side of 013. 013 face changed for a while, looked at Zui-yang for a while, and then begged, Zui-yang, can you protect me? Oh, you're talking to me about this now? I know, and you guessed it, that guy last night, he was adopted too, but what do you think I would have encountered if I had been adopted too? Small hands tugged at the corners of her coat. She was now extremely unsure of her own safety. What the hell was that monster last night? The difference between the Ghostbusters and it is just too great. Let 011 protect you. Zui-yang teasingly smiled. 013 mouth opened and hesitated. Actually, he has always wanted to. Well, the words were not finished. 011 also got up from the bed at that exact moment. At some point, there was a trace of confusion on Fatty's face. But then, as if he had thought of something, he also looked at 013. Chapter 190, The Truth About Birchwood. Hey, last night, what happened? 011 sounded a little dry. As he spoke, he touched his mouth oddly. Last night that flower face broke itself. Broken on its own? The face of 011 was surprised, and then looked at 013 in a daze. This dress of yours? Oh, Gao Jean sent it to me this morning. Said it was decent to wear out. You, not afraid? We are all smart people, and 011 naturally knows what 013 is up against. 013 lowered his head, his eyes constantly looking at Zui-yang and 011. Please, help me, don't you mess with that. Do you think, with him and me, we could have the strength? 011 bristled, just about to shrug it off, but his eyes looked at Zui-yang and his eyes rolled. But, as we agreed, we're all Q City Ghostbusters, so naturally we have to work together to help each other. Really? 013 blushed. 011 raised his eyebrows and looked at Zui-yang. What about you? What do you say? I'm afraid it's not like someone is trying to screw people over again and run off on their own. Is it? Zui-yang mocked a sentence. 011 laughed. This time, you can rest assured. Wouldn't it be better for you to repeat your old trick of controlling me with a black line? Oh, Zui-yang's eyes flickered. Seeing 011 say so, it is a bit difficult to guess what he thinks. To go or not to go? Big man, give a statement. 011 urged a sentence. Zui-yang, fearless, shrugged his shoulders. Okay, but I don't think we can survive. Is there still life here? Might as well follow the car and bet on a run out of Birchwood. 011 pointed to the entire dormitory building. The meaning of the words, overflowing, TSK. I'll find a way to get us out. Sinking his face, Zui-yang did not reject the words of 011 this time. It's actually pretty clear where we are now. This orphanage is, by and large, harboring shenanigans. Instead of hiding here and living it up, escaping the birch forest might actually get you back. Inside the dormitory, it was the exact moment when dead silence fell on one side and joy on the other. Dum 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 dum. Suddenly, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Gao Jin's cold voice came. Are you ready? When you're ready, hurry up and come out. Here we go. Here we go. Potato cheerfully pulled the door open. Gao Jin swept his eyes over the 013 and yams in the room. Let's go. The principal is going to inform everyone about this good news. Tap tap tap. Gao Jin beckoned. And a few people didn't hesitate. Two waves of people, with different looks, followed out of the dormitory building. Outside the dormitory building, there were already a number of children frolicking in the grassy field as yesterday. 013 and Yams in a new suit, naturally became the focus of the public eye. The old dean greeted them from the school building and took both children into his arms, kissing them affectionately on the cheek. It was a scene that should have been cozy and warm, but 013's face hardened at the thought that under the old dean's skin, there might be a creepy hiding. Kids, know what Grandpa's up to today? The old dean beckoned toward the meadow, and a swarm of the little ones gathered around. No, someone else is wearing a new dress today. They're getting adopted. That's right. Yesterday there were two families that chose our Yams and this new kid. They are really lucky. Later, we will drive them to the city. Kids, you must be good and try to get adopted soon. The old dean smiled lovingly, and most of the children looked enviously at Yoko and 013. For them, the world outside the orphanage must be wonderful. There is a new family, there is affection and companionship, and there is a different life. Everything is so longing. Oh, Yoko-san will definitely be able to eat enough later. Yoko-san, my Yoko-san. The two little ones, Potato and Potato, were moved beyond words. In the crowd, Zui-yang and 011 looked at each other. Hey, look with your shadow. Where's the car? 011 didn't say a word, and the little chubby face's eyes closed tightly as the shadows darted and swam around at his feet. Your powers. Has it gotten stronger? Zui Yang was a little surprised, as he remembered, 011's ability could only make shadows move slightly now. 011 didn't respond. Only after a long time, his eyes widened and he pointed to the back of the school building. There's an extra car there. Yes? Go! Silently, he retreated to the back of the crowd of children. Zui Yang and 011, pretending to be uninterested, walked towards the dormitory building. Then, taking a detour, he ran towards the back of the school building again. Unsurprisingly, a black commercial vehicle was parked behind the school building. This car. When he saw this car, Zui Yang was shocked, because the model of this car was almost identical to the special car of the capital city Ghostbusters base. Here, what's with the car? Zui Yang was puzzled, and 011 urged, hurry up, they're coming. Okay, too late to think. Zui Yang and 011 rolled to the car chassis. By relying on his young body, Zui Yang was able to fit closely to the base of the car. Rustling, weak black threads spilled from his palms and tied the two men to the chassis of the car. Zui Yang just wanted to bark something. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps came. Yoko, behave yourself when you get to town. Well, now I must know my way around. Old Dean. Hey, you, this child. Really, I watched grow up. I don't know what blessing that person has. Snap. As the words came, the car door was opened. 2, 3, 4. Zui Yang saw a total of 4 pairs of feet get into the car. Not surprisingly, it would be the old Dean, Gao Jin, 013 and Yoko. Giggle. The car started. Zui Yang and 011 ate the dust and watched the ground beneath them start to move. Clang. As the car drove up to the entrance of the orphanage, someone got out and opened the gate, and the car slowly drove away from the orphanage. Sha 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 sha. I don't know how long I've been driving, but there was a crunching sound under the car's tires. Zui Yang noticed that the muddy ground turned into a jungle covered with birch leaves. They have come to the birch forest. Giggle. But, after only a short drive through the birch forest, the car actually stopped. Hey, old Dean, isn't he going to the city? Why did you stop here? Yoko's innocent voice came from the car. The old Dean smiled. Let's wait. Wait for what? Wait. Come and eat your people. Chapter 191, The Truth About Birchwood, 2. Ha, Dean. What are you talking about? Inside the car, Yoko sat in the back seat, looking at the old Dean in the driver's seat with a shocked expression. The old Dean twisted his head, and an evil light flashed in those black eyes. How? What a breath of innocence. I'm going to. Can't help it. He was staring at Yoko with a demented expression and mucus was secreting from his mouth. For those who don't know, they might think he's a pedophile and think what he's up to. But in reality, 013's eyelids fluttered as he watched Dean's sputtering mouth. There was a layer of teeth stacked behind that row of yellowed teeth. Dean. It's not human either. Old Dean. What's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. The little yokel was on the verge of tears. How could the old Dean, who had always been as gentle as a grandfather, become like this at this moment? Ho ho ho. The innocent little lamb is the best gift to him. Little yams, if you were any bigger. Instead, you'll lose something and be contaminated by the outside world. So, in order to protect your innocent rottenness, you will be obedient and be devoured by us. Sha 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 sha. As the old Dean's words fell, a footstep sounded within the birch forest. Coming. This time the food. At last, the pigs in the pigsty have finally fattened up. And I wonder, did they bring any little tender pigs this time? Sharp words came out. Through the car floor, Zui Yang could see 3 figures walking slowly. 013 slumped uneasily against the car window and looked up as her pupils slammed shut. Because, she saw 2 familiar figures. The 3 who came were all women. All 3 little girls. To be exact, 2 of them, Zhang Manman, Zhou Hui. These were clearly the 2 children who had previously been shown on the notified sign to have been adopted. And another, that girl's little face. 013 had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but it was just, how could I not think of where I had actually seen her before? Breeder, drag out the piggies. 3 little girls, clearly not quite as tall as the car, stood in front of the door, but with a superior tone, ordering the old Dean around. Understood. With a nod of his head, the old Dean scrambled out of the car and opened the back door. Man, hui, you guys? Yoko looked at the visitor in surprise, and then finally at the other child. You-san, you're not missing. Ha ha ha. Very good. This aura of innocence. Looking at Yoko's dumbfounded look, the 3 little girls were happy instead. Look again. Are we still them? Put. It seems to come with a bad taste. The three girls' little faces smiled and then squirmed as they bulged and cracked. Snap. The three human faces, in a matter of moments, had split open with 5 cracks. Flesh and blood wriggled and tumbled, with spiked and jagged meat points tumbling out from the inside, splitting into 5 meat flaps, which were constantly shrinking and throbbing. In the center of the 5 petals, the center of the flower is like a voracious mouth, constantly gurgling and spewing out viscous liquid. I can't help it. I can't help it. Snap. The blink of an eye. 3 flesh-colored vines erupted from the flower centers of the 3 fleshy faces, as if they were spasming uncontrollably, trying to wrap themselves towards the yams. Ah. As Yoko looked at this bizarre scene, her eyes widened, her little face went white, and she immediately fainted from fear. Brush. See so? At once, the 3 vines stopped in front of Yoko's body in unison, and Zhang Manman's fleshy face squirmed as he said with some pity, "This little sister can't help being scared. What do you know? That's what's called innocence. It tastes good." Zhou Huihui didn't think so. What about now? Eat it straight? Don't eat it. Wait until she wakes up. It's not the flavor of being awake. It's not good. But, hungry. Isn't there another one here? This one. It's got a lot of guts. The 3 flesh faces discussed this, then turned their heads in unison to look at 013. 013 stumbled and rolled out of the car. You guys, what kind of monsters are you? 013 never thought that there would be so many monsters in Birchwood. At this moment, a faint purple mist emerged from her hands, looking weak and helpless to the extreme. Ho. It's an oni. The flavor may be close, but it's good for dessert. The last one, wasn't it? While Zhang Man and Zhou Huihui were talking, Fleshface looked at another companion. Silk Slip. 3 long vine-like tongues were about to attack 013. In the meantime, under the car, Zuoyang was also racking his brain and making quick decisions. Hey, 011. You activate the light and shadow ghost and run away with 013 first. Run as fast as you can. As soon as you run, they're bound to go after you. When the time comes, I'll take the car and catch up with you guys, tie you to the car with black thread, and maybe we can use the car to run out of the birch forest. The few of us. Zuoyang's impromptu decision-making was already utilizing everything all that could be utilized. He commanded eagerly. I didn't want to see 011 around me at all. Ha. Suddenly, a strange laugh came. You, turn your head and look. 011 was looking at Zuoyang with his mouth wide open. Oddly, under his mouth, again, there were also 2 rows of teeth. When eyelids fluttered, Zuoyang never thought that in the team of the Imperial Ghostbusters, it was actually out of the weird. Zuoyang, it's all you. It's all because of you that I'm in this state. But, this feeling, it's marvelous. Brain in pleasure. Put. 011 laughed strangely, the mouth underneath it twitching violently. Immediately, a long tongue of slime-filled vines flung out. Brush. When it was too late, the long tongue had already drawn to the front of Zuoyang's head. Shit. Depressed ghost. Tot. At the word of command, the black threads that bound the 2 to the bottom of the car were instantly taut. Bang. Because of inertia, the 2 immediately fell under the car. Zuoyang was prepared, and the moment he landed, he rolled on the ground. Snap. The tongue of flesh flung itself into the air, smashing a shallow crater in the ground. After Zuoyang rolled out under the car with a blackened face, 3 fleshy faces also looked at him at the same time in front of the car door. Oh, and a windfall? This one. It seems to be even more dense. Silky slip. 3 fleshy tongues fluttered, originally toward the 013 outstretched, at this moment altogether to Zuoyang. Brush. This one. I want it too. To the surprise of no one, the old dean, who had been silent in the corner, did not know when he also opened his old dean's skin, opened his mouth wide and looked at Zuoyang. 1 against 5. Zuoyang, no chance of winning. Chapter 192, The Truth About Birchwood. 3. Wiggle. In the air, there was a sickening sound. 5 fleshy tongues looked at Zuoyang in every direction. Buzz. The first to do so was the 011 under the car. His body flickered with light and shadow, and he actually approached Zuoyang with an imperceptible speed. Silky slip. A fishy odor came from his ears, and Zuoyang only felt a coldness in the back of his neck. Turning his head to look, 011 actually opened his mouth wide and at some point came from under the car to behind him. Brush. A tongue full of slime was about to wrap itself around the back of his neck. Zuoyang's face tensed, wanting to pull away. It was already too late. Ghost face Sorghost mouth. Without further ado, unleash the ability. A mouth opens on the back of the neck that is about to be wrapped around it. Only, the mouth wasn't as big as it used to be. More like a small baby mouth. Snap. But even as a baby's tiny mouth, the fleshy tongue flung itself out, the tiny mouth full of sharp teeth, biting down hard on the tongue. Ah! Ah! A horrible bite came. Ah ha ha ha. 011 hissed in agony from both mouths. His whole body dragged hard against the long, vine-like tongue. With a snap, the ghostly mouth snapped off the long tongue and swallowed a piece into its mouth. Un. With a chilling chewing sound, 011 retracted half of his tongue and fell to the ground. Zuo-yang, I want you dead. Sprawled on the ground, black blood flowed from 011's mouth. Under one pair of eyes, a new pair of eyes was squeezed out and looked viciously at Zuo-yang. Zuo-yang's face was as usual, and his attention was not attracted to him in the slightest, because, at this moment, the other four flesh-flowering faces had already surrounded the four directions around him. It's over. This time, it's probably going to be reopened. Zuo-yang quickly communicated the information within his mind. A weakened ghost mouth would be lucky to deal with at 011. He didn't dare to expect too much from the weakened ghost face. Shock and awe. Reopening it is the safest. Zuo-yang, the past me. If you see this message, just framing the content of the message. Put. Since the business car, Yoko actually jumped off. She was no longer in her previous soft form at the moment, and she had a rigid expression on her face. It was kind of like she was out at night leading the way. Her second personality. Awakened? But even if awakened, she couldn't. Zuo-yang looked at Yoko in surprise, and even the four meat-faced flowers that surrounded him looked at her. Sure enough, it's true that you guys are a group. Yoko's words are all cold and cold, not seeing half of the child's childishness. You, who are you? You're not a yam. The old principal's fleshy-faced flower looked at Yoko with horror. Who am I? Just a monkey who can't talk. Yoko's icy eyes looked around. Suddenly, she covered her eyes, her odd behavior just arousing everyone's suspicion. Click, click, click. Next, four flesh-faced flowers, all with strange cracks in their faces. It looked exactly like the symptoms of Li Chaoyang that night when he suddenly cracked his mouth. It's you! Zuo-yang looked at Yoko in shock. His mouth had just opened when he suddenly realized, to his horror, that the corners of his mouth were beginning to ache as well. You, can't you tell the good from the bad? Trying to heckle something, Yoko just covered her eyes and didn't say anything. Shit! Zuo-yang inexplicably had the feeling of helplessness that he had just gotten out of the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. Thought it was a turnaround, but didn't realize that it was the arrival of a much better guy. What's inside the yams, anyway? This power, is it from the second personality? Click click click. The sharp pain in the corners of his mouth chafing made Zuo-yang not even care about thinking too much. Zhang Manman, who was the closest to the yams, had her 5 fleshy petals completely cracked. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Manman's head exploded into a bloody mist, and his headless body fell to the ground with a plop. Bang! Immediately after that, there was Zhou Huihui. Click click click. The speed of the horribly bizarre rift was about to spread to the one remaining flesh-faced flower in the old dean. They cover their mouths and try to escape the birch forest. Pity! Click click click. At the sound of a frightening crack, the two men ran 2 paces. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions came and 2 headless bodies fell within the birch forest. Next, it's you! Seemingly prioritizing the meat-faced shenanigans, Yoko covers her eyes, but looks to 011. Don't you come any closer. Seeing Yoko looking at him, 011 shivered. He retreated back and forth, his body flickering with light, narrowing his eyes at Zuo-yang. He looked like he had thought of something. Buzz. The driver's seat of the business car shuddered as 011 actually shuttled into the car and started it. Hey, 013, go! Let's drive away from this hellhole. As long as we can run out, Zuo-yang will definitely die if he stays here. 2 birds with 1 stone. 011, echoed the frantic, trembling voice. 013, as if in a dream, scrambled into the back seat of the car. Giggle. Without any hesitation, these 2 men drove off toward the end of the birch forest. In the air, besides the smell of blood, the only sound left for a while was the sound of the car's engine. Yoko watched the car go away and did not go after it, but twisted to look at Zuo-yang. Zuo-yang's face was gloomy. TMD. It's a plan that clearly comes to mind. As a result, the 011 of has been used to trap itself. You. The icy voice of Yoko came, and Zuo-yang stared at her. You. She said you for half a second, and then it was as if she had made up her mind of some sort, in order not to be surprised. You die too. Click click click. The sharp pain at the corner of his mouth expanded more and more. Zuo-yang panicked and stroked his neck. Ghost face sore. Buzz. After the black apple on his neck throbbed, the tendency for the corners of his mouth to crack seemed to have eased somewhat. But, not much. Your ability. It's special. In that case, you'll be Even more dead. Click, click, click. Seeing that the yams did not stop at all, Zhuo Yang looked sideways into the depths of the birch forest, and then looked at the current path. Suddenly, there was a flash of electricity in his head. Zhuo Yang, surprisingly, was running towards the Stellar City Welfare Center. You, very smart. Witnessing Zhuo Yang running away quickly, Yoko removed the hand covering her eyes and her eyes deepened. Phew, phew, phew. Running furiously all the way, Zhuo Yang was finally back to the entrance of the orphanage, touching the corners of his mouth that were already normal. Zhuo Yang secretly lamented that he had guessed correctly. That fucking mouth cracker is a priority attack on flesh-faced creepy. His intention was to return with the yams and have her deflect the attack. There must be other shenanigans inside the orphanage, right? But, when he waited for the door of the orphanage, but Zhuo Yang figured it out. Chapter 193, The Truth About Birchwood, 4. Why? Why does Yoko have this ability to not turn on clearing payments at the orphanage in the first place? The answer is simple. Here, there was a presence she feared. The reason she didn't start killing ghosts until she got outside was because the spookiness outside the orphanage was within her solvable range. Inside the orphanage, she was honestly coiled. That is to say, he is actually within this feeding garden? Right. That explains why the creeps in the feeding garden don't dare to eat people so easily. But, the food offered to him, why are those creeps the ones to eat it? There was a storm of heads. Standing at the entrance of the orphanage, Zhuo Yang's presence attracted the attention of many people. Soon, Gao Jin then came to the door and looked at Zhuo Yang with some shock. You, why are you out here? I was curious outside and just snuck out. Outside. There really are murderers out there. I'm never going out there again. Please, let me go back. Feigning a pitiful, know-it-all look, Zhuo Yang looked at Gao Jin begrudgingly. Gao Jin gave a humph and pulled open the iron door. Wait for the old dean to come back. Go to him yourself and admit your fault. Got it. Weakly responding, Zhuo Yang walked back to the orphanage. He craned his head in the direction of the birch forest. Yoko had not returned. Maybe, is it going after 011 and the others? Or are they hunting other creeps? Zhuo Yang guessed and couldn't help but feel grateful that he didn't get into that business car. If the original plan had actually been followed. Not to mention the fact that you'll be targeted by yams. But in the birch forest, are those really the only shenanigans? Everything. But it's not even good. The other side. Near the edge of the birch forest, the black commercial car sped through the thick birch leaves. Inside the car, 011 looks warily ahead into the woods. It was strange. He had obviously been driving for nearly 10 minutes, and the birch forest looked as if it had no end, and he couldn't see the light outside the woods at all. Shit. Is this place also a ghostly place? So there's no way out? 011 cursed. 013 sat in the back seat, watching 011 warily, because, in the rearview mirror, she saw the overlapping mouths of the 011 grinning in an eerie smile. Hey, 011, now you. What the hell? Purple smoke slowly rose from 013's hand and shrunk. What's going on? Your mouth, and the tongue vine you just stuck out. You think I didn't see that? Me? I don't know. Anyway, maybe I got hit? But it doesn't matter. We just need to get out. Slippery. The words were just coming out. In the birch trees at the end stood dozens of creeps with flesh flower faces, watching the business car sorrowfully. What? Bang. Without waiting for the duo to react, two creeps jumped down from the tree and landed right on the roof of the car. Clang. The car was shaken by the pressure. The body shuddered continuously, and the roof of the car was smashed out with two sunken pits. That's not all. Slippery. On the roof of the traveling car, two flesh tongues suddenly came twisting like snakes, going down the roof to drill into the windows. Again. 011. Hurry up and roll the window. Shake it. 013 cried out in fear as the purple smoke in his hand kept drifting towards the window. Bare your teeth. Purple smoke burned the tongue of flesh with a scorching sound. 013 warily guarded against the fleshy tongue, but she was all but oblivious. 011, who was driving, was having weird spasms. It looked exactly like the molted Li Chaoyang. Hey, 011, what are you doing? 013's poisonous mist only minimally interferes with the flesh tongue, and she looks anxiously to 011. Wiggle. A familiar and terrifying voice came. My brain, my marrow, is trembling. I am being gradually digested. 011 made an odd moaning sound. Subsequently, creep, his mouth propped open, the one underneath his mouth the first to come out, followed by his mucus-stained, underskinned face. Wiggle. Don't kill me. At least let me leave my consciousness behind. I'm useful. 011 begged. the layer of epidermis still talking as it was extruded from the newborn face, and it was a bit of a trick. Creep. Next moment, not waiting for the old skin to speak, put. A long tongue erupted from the mouth of 011 and flung itself violently toward the back seat. 011. You. Caught off guard at all. 013 only to feel his neck tighten. The barbed tongue of flesh plunged inside his neck, and a strand of it rose and drew back. It was as if what was sucked away was not only blood, but also something potential. Both food runs, only to offer you, to him, 011. The unfamiliar voice echoed through the car. 013 eyes tightly closed, purple smoke still trying to fill his arm. Pft. Outside the car, two vines stabbed directly into her ears, propping up her brain. Grunt grunt. The three slimes twitched and sucked rapidly. 013's mouth soon grew a new ring of teeth as well. A long time. The body of 013 completely collapsed into the car seat, and after the three long tongues were withdrawn, a new face slowly emerged from under the mouth of 013, which twisted and cracked into 5 fissures, opening into a flesh-colored flower. Phew, Dean's dead. Looks like I need to get back. Finish up that tricky guy. While the ghost world is still open, all that feeds here is his. Giggle. The black commercial car started up again, turned around and drove to the orphanage. There were 3 in the car when we arrived, but when we returned, only 011 and 013 were left. The other side. Zhuo Yang was directly led by Gao Jin to the door of the principal's office. Gao Jin knocked on the door, which pulled open the door to the principal's office. Come in, he said in an undeniable tone. Zhuo Yang pondered briefly, but still followed and walked in. Crunch. After he walked in, Gao Jin locked the door and looked Zhuo Yang up and down with one eye. How did you get out? Sneaking up on the car. Oh, so you really saw the murderer? No, just heard screams and I ran away. Are you sure you didn't see anything? Chapter 194, The Principal's Notebook. I didn't see anything. Zhuo Yang played a sloppy game. Gao Jin stared at him dead on. Are you sure? Why do you ask? What about you at first? Don't I see what you see? Seeing that he was not relenting, Zhuo Yang asked a rhetorical question. Gao Jin was stunned, then laughed out loud. Well, by the way you reacted, you're not a kid anymore. You too. Never mind. When the old dean comes back, you can just apologize. The taste of disobedience is something only he can bear. Gao Jin said words that he didn't know why, and Zhuo Yang looked at him with a twinkle in his eyes. You? Still you? Or do you still have a sense of Gao Jin? Oof. After this question was asked, Gao Jin didn't answer again, but kept staring at Zhuo Yang with cold eyes. A dead silence fell within the headmaster's office. Zhuo Yang scanned the interior everywhere in a bored manner. That said, apart from that desk, the thing that interests Zhuo Yang the most is the wooden sculpture of the god of longevity. The festive look coiled around most of the house. From that alone, it was clear that the old dean was a man who was very afraid of death. Giggle. I don't know how long it was, but there was a car rattling outside the orphanage. Gao Jin looked through the window to the courtyard entrance and beckoned. This time, it was actually one of the kids from the hayfield who went to open the door. The black business car pulls in and 2 people get out of the driver's seat and the back seat. 011 and 013. Hey, them. Zhuo Yang also saw this scene and his eyes flickered. It was clear to him that these 2 were by and large no longer human. The old dean didn't come back. Is something wrong? Gao Jin squinted into the distance and let out a hello. 011, who had just gotten out of the car, met his eyes and pointed to his mouth. At once, Gao Jin's face tensed, as if he instantly understood something. With a dark face, he closed the window and looked at Zhuo Yang in a cold voice. I thought that inferior food like yours was for the old dean to consume. Never thought. Now, it's up to me to eat it. Oh, that's an interesting statement. Zhuo Yang looked at Gao Jin with a snicker. Put. Without more than half a word, Gao Jin's faceplate disintegrated into 5 fleshy petals, and a long tongue flung out of the center of his flower. Is that all you guys know how to do? Stood still and didn't move. The default direction of attack for the tongue is the neck. Zhuo Yang was not sure why it was here. Maybe it's closer to the brain? Put. The tongue with barbs was just about to lash Zhuo Yang's neck when the corner of Zhuo Yang's mouth curled up. Ghost mouth. Ah. The lump of flesh on the knot of his throat snapped open, and a small mouth full of sharp teeth opened. Put. The tongue just touched Zhuo Yang's skin, and it was deadened by the small mouth. Ongwu. The little mouth lived like a little moth, gnawing at the long tongue with frantic greed. Well, you. What a monster you are. Gao Jin's tongue was bitten, and the 5 fleshy flowers were agitatedly entangled. I was thinking, if I ate you, how will it be? Zhuo Yang laughed strangely. For some reason, Gao Jin felt at this moment that he was the villain. Obviously he's the one who eats people. And now he's going to be the one who gets eaten? You wouldn't dare. It's all our shenanigans here. Gao Jin was intimidated, and Zhuo Yang was unimpressed. Oh, but as I recall, you just knocked on the door, didn't you? Your companion, isn't he evasive? How do you know? Wait for death you. Ghost mouth. Small bites of chewing were becoming more and more exaggerated. Because of the characteristics of the ghost face sore, the more it eats, the more the small mouth grows bigger. Even the black apple pattern on his neck is expanding. Zhuo Yang could feel that his size, as if he had grown a centimeter or two. You think, you can really kill me? It seems to be cornered. High into the flower plate, began to rustle falling dust. Depressed ghost. Having anticipated this move, a dozen black needles shot out violently from Zhuo Yang's palm. Rustling. A dozen needles, ruthlessly shooting Gao Jin back and nailing him to the wall. Ongwu. Also with the devouring, that ghostly mouth began to detach from Zhuo Yang's neck and flew out a small sarcoma, gnawing all the way along the tongue to the flower plate. Well, on his neck, the black apple let out a groan, and Zhuo Yang's face was happy. Hey, you awake? Here, where is it? The familiar, but childish voice of the ghost face sore came, and Zhuo Yang's eyelids flickered. You have no memory? Who is it? My name is Zhuo Yang. I'm your father. Fuck off. I thought I was a little cutie. You're nothing but a humble carrier. Oh, that's okay. Who are you? Do you remember? Me? My name is Ka. Ha? Aren't you called Ghostface Sore? Hiss wait. I remember. Kid, what the hell did you do? Because of some weird power, we've all been turned into children. Even our powers have been weakened to the level of children. TSK. See, don't you remember? Grass. Nothing good ever comes from following you. Between the two men, a population has opened up on the black apple. It also flew out of Zhuo Yang's neck and bit into Gao Jin's meat flower face. Ongwu. Two ghostly mouths in the house, staged in a spooky ghost-eating scene. In this regard, Zhuo Yang has long been adapted. He gazed around and finally came to the desk in the principal's office. Pulling open the drawer reveals a notepad. Inside the notepad, most of the information about the children in the orphanage is recorded. If you look in the back, you can even see the adoption time of some of the children. So, all food is timed at the beginning. Adoption? How ironic. Snap. As the notepad turned to the back page, a circular fell out. Critical illness notice, Mr. Sun Qianyun. In view of the excessive spread of albino cells in your body, the hospital recommends that no medication will be taken. With the current proliferation of albino cells, you still have 1 month left. Please enjoy your last life. As the cells become more albino, you may experience hair loss, etc. Please do not be concerned. March 3rd, 2025. Oh, albino? What happened on March 3rd? By definition, he could only live until April 3rd, right? But now, it's June. That is to say, he made some kind of deal with him, didn't he? Clatter. Turning this briefing over, Zhuo Yang's eyes narrowed, finally realizing, what exactly happened here? March 4th, 2025. I Sun Qianyun. Ask yourself this life have never done anything wrong, and even build welfare institutions to accumulate virtue. I've never done anything wrong in my life, and I've even built an orphanage to help people. I just strike. I'm not going to be able to do that. What can I do in a month? Sell the orphanage? Or pick a new director? What do I get out of a life of hustle and bustle? I've heard that Stellar City has been in a mess lately, and that something strange has been going on. I paid my respects to the birthday boy, knowing that it was useless, but there was no other way. But I didn't realize that the birthday boy. I can't believe you're talking back to me. Chapter 195, The Fall of the Dean. Ooh, did the birthday boy call back? Zhuo Yang looked at the notes and then looked at the amiable wooden sculpture, and could not help but sigh. Where is there a god in Buddha? It's just Guile taking advantage of your emptiness to draw you down. Turn the next page of the notepad. Sure enough, interesting records came up. March 5th, 2025. I can help you. I distinctly remember the idol of the birthday boy speaking. Only, the voice was low and hoarse, and it didn't sound like a good person. Who the hell are you? You don't have to care who I am. Just know that I can cure your illness. And, you can even live forever. The seductive voice came and I admit, for a moment, my heart fluttered. But I remain skeptical. I don't believe it. You don't have to pretend. Aha, stupid humans. This place will soon be reduced to a ghost world. You are lucky that this place has been chosen by us as a meeting point. You can become our exchange body. As long as you serve us well, you will live a long life, free of sickness and disease. The empty voice echoed in the principal's room. I looked at the statue of Buddha and for a moment felt a little frightened. but compelled by the desire for life. I ghosted down and communicated with it. What do you want me to do? Here you are. It's great. The air is full of childlike innocence. There is no human greed. No human stench. There is just pure innocence. Ah, it's so good. Such pure breath. The best. The sound of greed filled my ears. In the next moment, the voice was suddenly cold. Me. Need kids here. What? A bad feeling hit me as I was alerted. All you have to do is, every week, send two children. Just send 2 kids to Birchwood. For the rest, you need not ask. You. What the hell are you doing? I said. You don't need to ask more questions. Snap. From the corner of the birthday boy's mouth, a black petal fell. The black petals were moist and fishy, like black blood congealed. Eat it. Eat it. You're sick. You'll get better. Choose. Become my squire. Or, die of sickness. The icy voice echoed through the house as I picked up the petal and felt its humming vibration. I hesitate. TSK. It seems that the old dean was, at first, a good person. Zhuo Yang was somewhat emotional. Even though he already knew the ending, he flipped the notepad to the next page. March 6, 2025. Ouch. 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 It hurts. Ahem. At 3 o'clock midnight, the diseased cells were making me shiver with pain, and I couldn't stretch out anymore. He. I could faintly hear, inside the dormitory building, the sounds of children giggling. How nice. If only I had their healthy bodies. Ahem. It's over. It's over. The blood I coughed up. It's all black. It seems. I won't even live a month. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why? Why is it that I, Sun Qianyun, have done all the good things in my life and have not gotten any blessings? I am not convinced. I'm not convinced. Ahem. Ouch. It hurts too much. The black petals of the flower in my arms, which I had hidden away, emitted warmth at the moment. This time, without its compulsion, I swallowed it righteously. March 7th, 2025. I got up this morning and I realized that my skin seems to be better. The teeth that were loose are inexplicably strong. The hair on the top of my head is gone, but my head has become very bright. Could it be? Is this its power? I had lunch with the kids and for some reason I didn't have much of an appetite. I actually gulped at the sight of them. Something's wrong. March 8th, 2025. When I woke up this morning, I realized that under my teeth, there were new teeth, and I felt something was wrong. I ran to the idol of the god of longevity to ask about it and it told me that there was no need to worry. I was unexpectedly healthy with trepidation. March 13th, 2025. I swear, I knelt down in front of the Buddha statue of Shoshing and begged it for a long time. Really take the baby. Nonsense. You think I'm a philanthropist? Either you send your children today, or today you send you to the West. Take your pick. The icy words came and my body shuddered. I don't want to die. Those kids died early without me. So, I sent 1 or 2 away. And, are you okay? For some reason, I started thinking selfishly like this. Half-heartedly, I did find 2 children under the pretext of adoption. They really believed me and were full of happy smiles. I don't know why. Looking at their smiles, I should obviously feel guilty, but instead, I drooled. I also asked it why it picks under 12. It tells me that children over the age of 12, odds are that by the time they reach puberty, they begin to dream with lust. The flesh of such a soul is foul. The more childlike the child, the purer the flavor. March 14th, 2025. As I watched those children stand alone within the birch forest, I thought I would be sad. Looking into their helpless eyes, I thought I would feel guilty. But when I drove away and heard their screams, but it's exciting. Sun Qianyun, are you still you? March 17th, 2025. A kid told me today that he went out in the middle of the night and saw a monster hiding in the corner, sneaking his nose around each door and sniffing the smell with an obsessive look. I was shocked and immediately went to question it. It stated it was normal, the scent of a child's innocence, bizarrely unbearable, wanting to smell it. In the future, just forbid the child to go out. Also, knocking on the door must be attended to at all times, because, most likely, in the dorms, the creeps are lying on the beds, sniffing the kids. Just knock on the door and they'll hide. Grass. So it is. Seeing this, Zhuo Yang couldn't help but curse. All the rules, it turns out, are there to go along with the shenanigans? Wow. The paper turned to the last page, and Zhuo Yang also witnessed the final fall of a person. March 19th, 2025. There's always been a little prick in the orphanage. His name is Gao Jin. Before I adopted him, I heard that he was beaten up every day by his alcoholic father. I thought he had a good personality, But I didn't want him to follow his father's example and go around the orphanage with his temper, swearing, not washing hands, running around at night. He's got all of them. Until the day he ran out of the orphanage. I communicated with it and simply ate Gaojin directly. But it, however, looked disgusted. Such flesh, it says, stinks and is disgusting. I didn't realize that it had a mental cleanliness fetish as well. Listening to it, Gaojin has been controlled by the companions of Birchwood. However, those companions don't want to eat him. So, I went for it. It's going to have to eat Gaojin. I've seen them eat people many times. Never tried it myself. I don't know why, but when I got there, I didn't resist at all and naturally stuck out my tongue. They laugh at me. They laugh at me for being more like a ghost. I didn't care as my tongue stabbed away at Gaojin's neck. He cried and begged me that he would be honest from now on. I didn't hitch a ride at all. And sucking down desperately, I felt 10,000 times more comfortable and cozy than if I had been smoking. The surrounding companions were more than happy. Say I'm cheap and so excited to eat something like this. It doesn't matter to me. Instead it was happy. We agreed that in the future, such stinky meat will be sent to my principal's office and cleaned up by me personally. Chapter 196, Creepy Real Body, Childish Ghosts. Asterisk. Does that mean I'm a fucking stinking piece of meat? Flip down again and the notepad reaches the end page. Zui Yang's brows furrowed into a ball. Emotions, wrongdoers are impure. Shenanigans aren't even rare enough to eat and dump on Dean? This orphanage, it's really no different from a slaughterhouse. Sickly closing his notebook, Zui Yang looked at the statue of the birthday boy. Old Dean can communicate with it. Would it see it when it did all this by itself here? A sudden chill ran down his back. If this is seen by the rightful owner, the current strength of himself and Ghostface Sore is a bit overwhelming. However, he had been here for so long and the statue hadn't responded. Credit STH. It was my own piece of stinky meat that made it leave for a while. Ongwu. In the corner, Ghostface Sore and Ghostmouth had eaten Gaojin down to his clothes. Zui Yang waved his hand towards Ghostface Sore. Hey, do you know any creeps that like to eat innocent, flawless children? Hiss. You said this. I do remember. There is a weirdness that is weak in itself. They love innocent children. And the purer the thought, the more obsessed they become. They have a fetish for eating children while hosting their hatchlings inside them. The hatchling will act like a worm egg, constantly sucking up the child's remaining innocence and then growing inside him. Finally sucking up all the flesh and blood and peeling back the human skin to crawl out. You call it weak? What Ghostface Sore said was no different than what he had seen. But call it weak? Zui Yang felt like saying the wrong thing. These childish ghosts, who only dare to eat children when they eat people, can't be considered strong in the ghost world. But there are not a few bizarre ones that are weak in nature and become stronger by later absorption. For example, you here. This creepy can actually turn you and me into children. And I wonder, how many children it has eaten. The voice of Ghostface Sore sneered, but Zui Yang's face sank. Tap. It is the time for the mind to settle. Outside the principal's office, a rush of footsteps came. Hurry. I want to see Zui Yang eaten alive. I want to eat him. It's 011. Zui Yang's face was stunned. I can't imagine this guy. So shady. Snap. Almost the next moment, the door of the principal's office was pushed open. 011 and 013 ran in, looking at Zui Yang with a surprised face. Where's Gaojin? 011 eyes fluttered. As early as when he entered the school, he saw Zui Yang and greeted Gaojin. Follow the rules. Such rotten meat is meant to be eaten in the principal's office. Unsurprisingly, Gaojin should have been able to trap Zui Yang by now. And with himself and 013 rushing all the way over to help, he can definitely eat Zui Yang together. But, Gaojin in the house, actually disappeared? Here, it's in the corner. Zui Yang pointed to the clothes in the corner, and 011 and 013 blushed. You ate it? Or what? You rotten piece of meat. Creep. In a turn of events, 011 and 013 closed the door to the room, revealing two fleshy faces. Two? I can eat both. Unimpressed, he looked at the two men. Yes? Suddenly, the wooden sculpture actually made a sound. Zui Yang's mind was shaken and he looked at it in a panic. Underneath the wooden carving, a dozen long tongues suddenly stuck out of Master Shoshing's mouth. Grass. Zui Yang couldn't help but curse and grin. That way, you can't manage it yourself. It's over. Boy, there's no way we can deal with that thing without regaining our powers. Ghostsore also had a ghostly face. Ho. Zui Yang, we became puppets. And you're not going to get away with it alone. 011 and 013 approached, and the two fleshy faces began to tremble violently. Puffing, pollen began to shake off the fleshy petals once again, and the house was about to be filled with it. Die. Zuoyang, stay with us. Stay here together. Everyone. Nobody. Put. Almost instantly, inside the statue, the mouths of 011 and 013 ejected more than a dozen red tongues in unison. Left Eye's face stared, but his gaze went to the window of the headmaster's office. Ghostface Sorshock. Buzz. The black apple on the neck had just grown a human face pattern. Because of Zuoyang's order, the human face dried up again. Kid, there's only this one chance left. You. Don't worry. I love my life more than you do. Bang! Just as all the long tongues in the house were stranded in midair, Zuoyang did not hesitate to smash the glass on the window and jump to the grass field outside the principal's room. Without looking back, he ran toward the meadow where the small children were making a mess. Rustling. It wasn't until he actually came to the gathering point of the children that he looked back again. Inside the principal's office, 011 and 013 have changed back to human faces and are looking at themselves sorrowfully. Sure enough, you don't have the guts to contaminate the food. As early as when he was surrounded, Zuoyang guessed it. Why take a child out in the name of adoption and have to cannibalize in Birchwood? It's simple. To make sure that no other innocent children would ever see a speck of something horrible. Childish ghosts, with their flawless demands on children, can be extremely demanding. No one over the age of 12. No one unruly. The rest, innocent children. He would not be pleased if they were psychologically frightened by Meat Fancy Face again. Who? If you raise pigs, you have to make sure they are mentally healthy too. A self-deprecating smile. Zuoyang silently sat in the pile of children. The sun was shining, the grass was growing, and the sound of children's carefree giggles filled the surroundings. How could they think that they were all already prepared food? Ghostface Sore. Oi! Ghostface Sore. Tapping towards his neck. Ghostface Sore hung up again. It was presumably the shock that had just been used, which had consumed too much energy. Zuoyang muttered somewhat forlornly. It seems I'm the only one next. Just then, snap. Behind her, she was patted by a small hand. Hey, what are you doing here? Where are your friends? Turning his head, Potato was smiling nervously towards himself. Oh, they had a fight with me. Yes? It's not good to fight. I never fight with potatoes and yams. Yeah, by the way, when did your yokel sister start getting hungry at night? Zuoyang suddenly seemed to think of something. Potato gave a lurch and scratched his head. Well, it seems like it was after Yusan disappeared. Sister Yu? And who is Sister Yu? A girl who used to be adopted. Just before you guys got here. Ha! Chapter 197, The Spirit of the Underworld. Hiss. That's Sister Yu. It can't be. Zuoyang frowned and wanted to ask more. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, some skinny potatoes came running. Oi! Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Oh, here it comes. As soon as Potato grabbed Zuoyang's hand, he walked towards the sink in front of the cafeteria. Clatter. The moment he washed his hands, Zuoyang could obviously feel that a gloomy breath was watching himself. Looking back, 011 and 013 were standing in the senior line, staring at themselves dead in the face. So shady? Muttering, Zuoyang walked inside the cafeteria along with Potato. The two little ones, as always, took lots of chicken legs, but by the time they got to their seats, they had wrapped the chicken thighs in a plastic bag, and the two little ones were just flabbergasted. Then his face disheveled as if he had lost some treasure. I forgot. Yoko-san has been adopted. Potato mumbled, not moving his lunch from his plate. Yoko-san, by this time, you should already be living in a big house and eating meals, right? Potato concurred. At the table, the mood was a little subdued. Zuoyang didn't say anything more. At least, all he knew was that the yams hadn't been eaten. That alone is enough to trump any. Aren't you guys eating? Well, not eating. The two little ones nodded with little interest. Looking at the dinner plate, Zuoyang's brows also suddenly wrinkled. He remembers it well. In this lunch, there is the pollen of the flesh-faced flower. Wait, 011 and 013 come to me. Is the plan to hypnotize all the kids at noon and carry me out to eat alone? How can a sleeping child not be frightened? Right? TSK. But, between frowns, Zuoyang looked at the potatoes. By mistake, the two of them are not eating today either because of the yams. So, these two kids can't sleep at noon either. Will they stop because of these two kids? The mind speculated, although it is said that such a result is a bit strange. But Zuoyang is indeed, now, only able to hand over his life to his two small roommates. After hastily finishing their lunch, all the children once again went to the second floor of the cafeteria. It's the same bunks, the same beds. The difference is that Zuoyang chose to sleep in the middle of the potatoes this time. The afternoon sun was hot and dry, and a hot breeze was blowing from the second floor, quickly urging people to sleep. The other children had more or less fallen asleep. Only Zuoyang, Potato, and Potato. The three of them closed their eyes but didn't fall asleep. Woo-woo, Yoko-san. Still a child after all. At the most pristine age. Potato pulled the eye-covered macaque toy out of his arms and began to whimper. Woo-woo. Along with it, Potato cried along. Although they were not biological siblings, Yoko was already like a real sister to them. Woo-woo. The rhesus monkey toy in his hand was pinched and deformed. Zui Yang just wanted to comfort. You're like this. If you pinch it, no one will sew it for you in the future. The words were just brewing on the tip of his tongue. Zui Yang thought about it, but still felt that it was even more murderous to say this. He looked at the potatoes in silence, and only then noticed that his macaque doll, although it was covering its eyes, had its ears sewn shut with stitches. Ears sewn up? What kind of operation is this? Uncertainty looked on. Puff. Suddenly, in the senior bunks, 011 and 013 sat up violently. Rotten meat. Any time. Now that the baby is asleep, it's best to eat him. 011 laughed strangely, his face splitting open 5 times again, a frilly flower of flesh turning inside out. Hungry. Hungry. 013 seemed even more numb, stiffening and spitting its fleshy tongue. The two slowly came to Zui Yang's side, and the mucus on the face of the meat flower seeped all over the place. Oh Yoko-san. Small sobs came from Potato, and they couldn't help but make the two of them flinch. Bad. How come there are still 2 kids awake? Whoosh. The 2 fleshy flowery faces flipped back into human faces in a matter of moments. 011 looked chagrined at the 2 children who were hugging their dolls, burying their heads in their hands and crying. He was just about to curse and grin, when Zui Yang's bunk seat. Zui Yang also slowly opened his eyes and looked sideways at him. What? Don't dare to make a move? You actually didn't sleep either? You sure are alert. Provocative words were said. 011 obviously did not expect Zui Yang guessed the fishy lunch. His eyebrows wrinkled into a pimple. Speaking of which, you've retained your sanity as well. Did you make some kind of contract with the childish ghost? Oh, you know? Hearing Zui Yang say child ghost, 011 ice cold. What are you staring at me for? Don't you dare do it. If you do it, both kids are going to be shocked. It's 2 ingredients. Can you afford to waste them? Zui Yang simply sat cross-legged on the bed, unhurriedly watching 011. 2 rows of teeth chattered in 011's jaw. Let me ask you something. How exactly did you deal with the childish ghost? With its relaxed and repulsive face reflected in its eyes, 011 seemed to retain some of its original emotions. The mouth shuddered and rolled out a flesh-colored flower heart, and flesh-colored pollen began to fall. Puffing, the pollen drifted toward the sky above. 011's plan was simple, to hypnotize the potato and the potato. TSK. Potatoes. Potatoes. Get up. I'll take you to the potatoes. A deliberate loud yell. Yoko-san? Are you taking us to it? The 2 little dudes climbed up instantly. Seeing this, 011's flower mouth closed. A look of helplessness. Hey, forget it. Let him live for a while. 013 persuaded 011. 011 saw that Zui Yang is about to take away the 2 children as if no one else. His body trembled, and suddenly the corners of his mouth completely cracked. Put. That meat flower face bloomed again and looked at Zui Yang brightly. 2 ingredients. Just eat it. Hey, don't even pretend. Get up. We'll share it together, as long as we all eat it, and he won't punish us all. The law is not against you. Don't you guys want to eat? The sorrowful voice echoed in the room, and Zui Yang's eyelids jumped, and then it seemed like he had figured out something. Crap. Wiggle wiggle. It's hard to imagine. After this sentence, many sleeping children, all of them twisted their cheeks weirdly and blossomed into a flower of flesh. Wiggle wiggle. Dozens of meat flower faces, in an instant, climbed up and surrounded the 3 people of Zui Yang. Chapter 198, Close your eyes, cover your ears, pursue your lips, hiss. I should have thought of that. Looking at the group of children standing up a large number of meat flower faces, Zui Yang's face was gloomy. If anything, adopted children of a few years old have been eaten in the past. So why can't they return to the Stellar City Welfare Center in this skin? They love to smell the child's childishness. Wouldn't it be a daily treat to take on the appearance of a child and mix among children? It's a bit of a fine line when you think about it. The usual playmates that are actually creepy? Wiggle wiggle. Seeing dozens of meat flower faces approaching closer and closer, Zui Yang knew that this time there was really no chance. Ghostface Sore was weakened, and the best way to deal with it was to reopen it. What are these? Monster! Beside them, Potato and Potato looked at those meat flower faces, already shaking their little legs in fear, and their words were not good enough. Ultimately, it's a child's mentality. Potato was so scared that he instantly retreated under the covers. Potato also collapsed to the ground, his eyes squeezed shut. covering his ears. His mouth muttered, "It must be a nightmare. It must be a nightmare." Yoko says that if you close your eyes, cover your ears, purse your lips, and fall asleep, everything will be fine. As he spoke, the little macaque toy in his arms hugged him tighter. Wiggle wiggle. Dozens of meat-faced flowers had come to the trio, but most of the flower mouths were aimed at the potatoes and taters. "Ah, it smells so good. Eat them first. Eat them first. Right. Leave the rotten ones for the new ones." Slippery slippery. Slime-laden flower tongues slapped and licked at the faces of the potatoes and taters. Even 011, who has always hated Zui-Yang, couldn't help but join the licking brigade at this moment, sticking out his tongue and flinging it towards the potatoes. Anyone who wants a piece of the flavor. Zui-Yang silently watched all this and just wanted to contact the past. Sure enough, this place is rotten. Ha! The potato, cowering under the covers, suddenly sat up. He made the same kind of deep sound that the yam had made earlier, ignoring the tongues of flesh that swept around him. Zui-Yang froze. Even all the flesh-faced flowers around them were energized. "What's wrong with you?" 011 surprised at the way Potato looked. Potato didn't say anything, this time covering his ears. Tick tick. As he covered his ears, the sound of liquid dripping resounded faintly in the quiet space. "Whatever. Eat first." A flesh-faced flower had long since grown impatient, and her tongue was just about to poke into the potato's eye. Put! The two topmost petals on its large-faced disc suddenly exploded into two bloody holes. Gurgling, blood began to spill along the streak of bloody holes. Ka-chow ka-chow. Immediately afterward, the two bloody holes were bordered by fine cracks that seemed to have spread out again due to the invisible giant force. This, flesh-faced flowers quivered. Bang! In the next moment, 5 flesh petals exploded, leaving a headless body on the ground in vain. Dead! A flesh-faced flower just died this bizarre death. A brief dead silence fell over the room. Zui-Yang looked at this scene in a fascinated manner, and had a familiar sense of vestigial vision. He remembered that Yoko had covered her eyes last time, and the flesh-faced flowers around her had exploded her mouth. This time, Potato covered his ears and flesh face blew up. What kind of logic is that? Tick tick. The eerie sounds continued. Potato stood still, covering his ears before looking at everyone with a listless gaze. Tick tick. 2 more flesh-faced flowers shattered 2 holes in their discs. Put! As the hole gradually opened, 2 flesh-faced flowers exploded and 2 more headless corpses fell to the ground. Shit! It's happening again! What the hell? What a monster! 011 looked at the potato with annoyance until he felt his 2 meat petals also shattered open 2 whole eyes, and immediately ran towards the outside of the cafeteria, without turning his head back. As soon as he ran, the rest of the meat-faced flowers followed in a quick run. As Zui-Yang witnessed this, the sides of his eyes began to tremble violently. Tick tick. In his eyes, too, blood began to seep. So, those 2 holy eyes, is that where the eyes are? Split mouth, collapsing eyes, blowing ears. This ability, could it be, Yoko and the 3 of them, are all Ghostbusters as well? It's not right. It's not the right time. They grew up being watched by the old dean. There's no way they're ghost sentinels. Gurgling, tears of blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes, and Zui-Yang's vision began to gradually blur. Potato had looked at himself at some point. You deserve to die. This is what I left behind to protect them. I can't believe you channeled it. Are you that you-san? You're the Oni? Maybe it was the severe pain that made Zui-Yang think of something. Kyoto City Ghostbusters base. The former top 10 Ghostbusters were unrivaled geniuses. However, they disappeared into the ghost world, one after another. The time they explored the ghost world was before the fall of Stellar City. That is to say, as long as it was the original top 10 ghost senshi, it would be just right for the orphanage, bizarre incident 2 months ago. Yull. It's probably one of the top 10 Ghostbusters. 2 months ago, she was trapped in the childish ghost. By mistake, she traveled through time herself and witnessed her interactions with the orphanage. Oh, you actually guessed? Nice. Not bad. A wild ghost sentinel can think of this step already. But, you've spoiled me. You have to die. The icy female voice echoed in his ears, and Zui-Yang only felt that his eyes were going to roll out. Ouch. Is it going to reopen again? The bloodstained vision looked around, and Zui-Yang realized that the sleeping children did not appear to have bleeding eyes. Is it a weird ability to formulate target attacks? Yoko-san said that if you close your eyes, cover your ears, and purse your lips, you can fall asleep. Wait, cover your eyes and sew your ears on the macaque toy. In a flash, the potato's previous words and deeds echoed in his mind, and Zui-Yang covered his ears with a jolt. Tick tick. Oddly enough, this one actually did make the pressure on the eyes much less intense. So, the answer has always been around. Golden monkeys that cover their ears, macaques that cover their eyes, and yams that talk like they're monkeys that can't talk. These 3, you gave them all tips. You're protecting them. The blood-red eyes looked at the potato. The potato then looked at Zui Yang, and a light of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 199, Former Ghostbuster Number 10, Yang Yu. Oh, your brain. It's unexpectedly sharp. Potato saw that Zui Yang had already covered his ears, so he simply lowered the hand covering his ears. He stared at Zui Yang dead on, and Zui Yang's gaze flickered. He wasn't able to guess everything so quickly just by the way the two of them, Yoko and Potato, were acting. Don't forget, before he crossed over, he was in an old school building with 011 and 013, and was tortured by a force until his ears exploded. That ability. It's roughly the same as the potato's tinsel monkey that covers his ears, eyes, mouth, ears, potatoes, yams, potatoes. The 3 abilities corresponded to 3 children who were raised by the old dean. There's no way they could have that ability. So, only one possibility exists. There are those who came after them who gave them the ability to protect themselves. The ghost realm had only been open for a few months, and it was unlikely that any other ghost sentinels would come here. The only possibility was the 10 Ghostbusters that disappeared from the GQ City Ghostbusters base. You are an Oni from the GQ City Oni base, right? After sorting out everything, Zui Yang simply showed his cards. No way. Without a showdown, one is an enemy of the original top 10 Ghostbusters. Just kidding. The gold content of the former top 10 Ghostbusters is really not that impressive. Furthermore, even if you make an enemy of her, you have to be wary of the childish ghost, so you can't play at all. Oh, you're a little wild Ghostbuster, and you know about our Q City Ghostbuster base? I remember. We don't exist publicly yet. Potato's eyes eased a bit, his expression a bit snarky. Zui Yang bristled. That's for sure, because you were 2 months ago. The weirdness hasn't broken out yet. Who knows about your shitty base? Spitting in his heart, Zui Yang smiled on his face. Not only do I know that you are an Imperial Ghostbuster of the Capital City Imperial Ghostbuster base, I also know that you're a top 10 Ghostbuster with a serial number. Oh, interesting, interesting. At that, Potato's eyes became even more surprised. He stared at Zui Yang with a deadly stare, and his words suddenly turned cold. This operation, excluding the Capital City Ghostbuster base, the other 2 Ghostbuster bases don't know about it. How on earth did you, a wild Ghostbuster, know about it? Then I'd say, I'm also from Q City Ghostbusters base? Zui Yang smiled and slowly took out the 012 nameplate from his body. What? 012? Isn't that the nameplate of the gloomy-faced kid? How come it's in your hand? Potato exclaimed. Zui Yang was stunned. According to the timeline of the other side, he said the original 012, now it should be 02 Goki. As expected, it was still the original top 10 Ghost Senshi that had the backbone. 02 is for the grim-faced kid. Senpai. Things may be a little complicated, but truth be told, I'm the EQ City Ghostbusters base, 012 Ghostbusters in 2 months. Zui Yang thought about it and decided to tell the truth. There's no way out without telling the truth. It was impossible for this senior to believe himself. Anyway, to be honest, it was unlikely that the other side would know how he had crossed over, and he could just dump it on the ghost world. What did you say? You're 2 months away? Are you kidding me? Potato's little face tensed, obviously not believing Zui Yang's words. Zui Yang thought for a moment. It is estimated that there are some other influencing elements in the ghost world that led to our encounter. In fact, the best way to verify my words is for you to ask what's in the base. If I lied, wouldn't everything fall apart? Good. Then let me ask you, what floor is the Capital City Ghostbusters base? 7 floors. Nope. It's 6 layers. Ha? What are these layers? At the top is the graveyard. The first floor is the shopping street. And the second floor is the civilian resettlement area. The third floor is the special Oni placement area. The fourth floor is the numbered Oni placement area. The fifth floor is the collection room. And the sixth floor is the conference hall. That's right. Seeing that Zui Yang said it all in one breath, Potato nodded. He didn't seem surprised that Zui Yang's first question was answered wrongly. Is it true that after 2 months, Little 11 has opened up a 7-level subterranean space for controlling aberrant sentinels? He muttered. It turns out that there was always a layout plan for the 7 underground levels. As for the Little 11 he mentioned, it is probably the current 01. This senior, however, was the real deal. The original big brother who had crushed all the Imperial Ghostbusters in the Capital City Imperial Ghostbusters base, 2 months later. It's a bit odd though, but you know the situation in such detail within the base. I've never even heard of your kind, which means you're still really from the future? Worthy of being a former Ghost Sentinel big brother? He quickly accepted Zui Yang's words. He narrowed his eyes, then looked like he was curious. I said, how's the base 2 months later? It's not good. Zui Yang was truthful. Potato's face tensed. How could this be? Our capital city Imperial Ghostbusters base. The top 10 Imperial Ghostbusters have almost crushed the entire Imperial Ghostbusters circle. Within the base, it should be thriving. How could it be? It's seniors. You top 10 ghost defenders. All disappeared into the ghost world. What? A sentence that completely dried up the Potato's demeanor. He was confused for a long time before he said in a trance, if everything you say is true, then it seems that this operation is a failure. As for me, my plan as well. Senpai, you, boy, since you're from the future, tell me, what exactly is the situation of the base now? 01, 02, 03, that is, your current 011, 012, 013. Three Ghostbusters are divided into three factions, fighting each other secretly for power. Among them, 01 still represents the official. 02 and 03 are. Halfway through the sentence, Potato's face darkened. 012 and 013. When did they, the two battle scum, deserve to get their hands on base power? Little 11? Rather hard on him. A bit of despondency appeared on his face. Potato looked at Zui Yang again. What about you? What do you want to do this time in the ghost world? 01 trying to find a way to manipulate the cap on the number of spooks. The only way to take complete control of the base. From this senior's mouth, Zui Yang could vaguely hear that she should be an official person. Solely, the whole thing. But besides, even if we don't tell the truth, this person from the past can't affect Zui Yang in any way. This mission again. Ha ha ha. Boy, you want to know how to push the limits of the human body and manipulate more shenanigans? Could it be that you know? Senior? Maybe I'll tell you if you survive. The words were spoken, and the potato was already going to walk back to the sheets to lie down. As if Zui Yang had just thought of something, he hurriedly asked a follow-up question. Senior, I haven't asked for your name yet. Top 10 Ghostbusters. No. 010. Yang Yu. A voice full of pride echoed through the chamber. Chapter 200, Paintings in the Classroom. The original 10th Ghostbuster. Yang Yu? Mouth, ears, nose, and based on rule-breaking shenanigans. That makes 3 for her. Plus she seems to be able to control yams, potatoes, taters at all times. It's the 4th creepy ability. That is to say, the original top 10 ghost sentinels all harnessed at least 4 bizarre existences. I have to admit, the previous top 10 ghost senshi were really a mainstay existence. It's a pity. Darkly lamenting, Zui Yang looked at the potato again, and he had already returned to his bed to sleep soundly. The beds that filled the floor were missing many of the upperclassmen. Think about it. Every time a childish ghost eats, the one that consumes the most will also be the oldest. The small ones can be kept again. The big ones won't keep their value if they don't eat them. When you fix your eyes and look closely, there are still many children, in fact, who have bloodstains in the corners of their eyes. Only, because of the pollen, they fell into a deep sleep, so they never felt it. Yang Yu, now do this. Is she planning to declare war with the childish real ghost completely? Did I just accidentally get involved in a showdown between her and childish ghost? One man trying to save an orphanage? Roughly, it's a failure, isn't it? Zui Yang guessed and silently sat cross-legged on the bed. Where there is an effect, there must be a cause. Because of the future, one experienced the desertion of the Stellar Welfare Center. So, this time the cause is not destined for good. Forget it. This trip wasn't in vain. At least Yang Yu seems to have mastered the method of manipulating the weird upper limit. If only we knew. Time flew by as his mind wandered. The evening sunlight poured over the second floor of the cafeteria, and many children sat up one after another. They touched the bloodstains at the corners of their eyes. Hey, why is it bleeding? You too, hey. Is it some kind of disease? Whatever. Hurry up and go to class. If you're late, you'll be scolded again. Most of the children touched the blood at the corners of their eyes and obediently walked quickly towards the school building. Potato rose from the bed with a pale face and shook the still drowsy potato awake. The two little ones were wide-eyed and finally the potato spoke up. Just now. What was all that? I don't know. It's scary. Sister Yoko is right. Just close your eyes and cover your ears and purse your lips. Should we talk to the old dean about this? There's no need to say anything. It was all an illusion you all saw just now. You guys just pretend it didn't happen and don't say anything to anyone. The two little guys were chanting, and Zui Yang directly interrupted them. You saw it too, didn't you? Potato looked at Zui Yang in a daze, his small eyes full of uneasiness. Saw it. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. And, what if? Forget it. Let's go to class. Shaking his head, Zui Yang looked at the two little dots and had no intention of continuing. His intention was that if anyone calls you out, don't go, because you are already contaminated food and will be prioritized. But when you think about it, the two kids wouldn't understand it if it was said. They'd just be terrified. It would be better to leave it to Yang Yu. The three of them were silent and speechless as they walked towards the teaching building, with quiet steps. Along the way, Zui Yang could feel that there were eyeballs everywhere staring at the three of them. Yes, they are the ones to be prioritized. First year, inside. The kids are still playing around without a care in the world. Zui Yang's gaze frequently looked out the window. Potatoes and Taters are playing with their dolls. Suddenly, Potato froze and stood up, walking towards the blackboard. He took out his chalk and wrote on the blackboard. Within a short time, it was actually a drawing of three monkeys. An ape that covers its mouth but closes its eyes. Goldilocks who covered his ears, but his mouth was sewn shut. A macaque that covers its eyes and has no ears. After the painting, the potato actually made a crisp female sound. Kids, remember me? Wow, Potato can have a female voice. Hey, it's not right, it's Yell's voice. Yu-san, didn't Yu-san leave? A voice rang out, and there was a clamor of agreement from the stage. Potato smiled and pointed to the drawing on the board. Kids, I'm only going to say this once. Later on, if you are in a special situation, if your mouth hurts, close your eyes. If your ears hurt, cover your mouth. And if your eyes hurt, you guys cover your ears. If it hurts everywhere, just close your eyes, cover your ears, close your mouth and sleep. Once you sleep, you'll be fine. But, Yu-san, why? Yeah, you're not Yull, are you? Are you the potato to play the role? Clueless skepticism rang out among the children. Potato was just about to say something. The academic building announcement came on. Please return to your dormitory and go to sleep. Please return to the dormitory and go to bed. Zui Yang, Potato, report to the principal's office. TSK. It's too late. At the sound of the radio, Potato jumped to his feet and scrambled to wipe away the heads of the three monkeys. There, the truth that corresponds to the bizarre rules is hidden. Tap tap tap. Also at that moment, a footstep sounded outside the house. The upperclassman ran over and yelled toward the house. Why don't you go back to your dormitory? Clatter. After all, they had been raised too well by obedience, and the children ran towards the dormitory in a swarm. At this point, all you really have to do to stay alive is run after the little kids, because they must not dare to be exposed in front of the remaining children. Able to. Potato pulled a potato and just stood frozen inside the classroom. Zui Yang hesitated and didn't choose to leave this time either. This is, by and large, the final clear card for Yang Yu and Creepy. Hiss. This drawing on the blackboard. When was it? In the upper grades, 011 and 013 looked at the drawing on the blackboard with suspicion and fear. They feel the wonder of being a future person who is creating a past experience. So, that sense of familiarity came from here. Zui Yang sat quietly in his seat, quietly covering his ears and closing his mouth. The children have gone back. Next, it's time to deal with these three pieces of rotten meat. Wiggle wiggle. Very silently, the faces of the row of senior kids twisted and slowly opened into a flower of flesh. Wiggle wiggle. Bodies topped with flesh-faced flowers littered the entire perimeter of the first grade classroom. Mucus spilled from the flower's mouth and sprayed everywhere, depressing the classroom. Eat the little ones first. Eat the little ones first. A few meat flower faces jumped and immediately ignored Zui Yang and ran toward the potatoes. Don't want to. Potato showed particular composure. Disgusting stuff. Dare only hide in the shadows and spy on children. You guys, how dare you come and get on my bad side? The clear, cold words fell. Buzz. The air seemed to vibrate strangely. It's 011's face was horrified. That familiar feeling. Eardrums. The eardrum is tearing. Chapter 201, Parasitic Ghosts. Buzz. In the eardrums, a terrifyingly violent vibration could be felt. Bang! A flesh-faced flower that ran at the front of the pack exploded in 5 pieces and fell to the ground without warning. Shit! So you're the one from that time. 011 dawned on him, and a wave of trepidation followed. He is not a cutie. What does it say to have seen the future and experienced firsthand the bizarre symptoms 2 months later? It means that the battle in the past now, on the side of the child real ghost, might have lost only then would it be 2 months later to encounter the shenanigans at hand. Did we lost? As 011 doubted his ego, the invisible sound wave behind Potato sank deeper and deeper. Buzz buzz buzz. With every step, the ear-piercing sound waves made one's head and eyes spin. Up, go, he said. This one must be cleaned up. Wiggle wiggle. Even as they felt Potato's pressure, the senior meat-faced flowers actually didn't flee this time, but instead swarmed towards Potato. Wiggle wiggle. The huge group split into 3 waves. A dozen flesh-faced flowers opened their jagged petals and lunged toward the potatoes. A dozen meat-faced flowers quivered in their hearts and sprayed vines to set fire to the potatoes. The remaining batch of flesh-faced flowers, on the other hand, had their petals trembling and spilling countless pollen. For a moment, jagged flesh flowers, slime vines, and flesh-colored pollen mingled in the cramped classroom. Noisy. Potato let out a cool voice after. Put. The dozen or so fleshy face flowers that came at him exploded into pieces in an instant. Following that, the roiling vines trailed and attacked, while Potato had no further recourse. Potato at his side covered his ears. The still extending vines gave a lurch. The open-mouthed flesh-faced flower, with its top petals, exploded in two holes in unison. Gurgling, blood flowed out, and Fleshface couldn't help but quake. Immediately, a strange sound of click, click, click came. The flesh-faced flower began to bloom with spiderweb-like cracks, and the broken flesh crumbled uncontrollably to the ground. Grass, grass, can't win at all. This monster, why aren't the weird abilities weakened at all? Crouching behind the many flesh-faced flowers, 011 began to get restless. No, we still have a chance. The pollen is falling. 013 opened its disc wide and pollen continued to spill from its fleshy petals, but it was just after those words had fallen. Bang! Her face exploded around 011 in no time. Bang bang bang! Immediately after that, all the flesh-faced flowers that were still shaking off pollen began to explode one after another. In the corner of the classroom, Zui Yang witnessed this series of changes, and the corners of his mouth began to ache. He knows. The yams are back. Rushing to close his eyes, Zui Yang slumped in his seat like a wooden man. 011 watched 013 explode in front of his eyes and ran towards the outside of the classroom in a panic. Shit! Can't win at all. Tap tap tap. But just a few steps away, he ran head-on into a little girl. Yoko was guarding the door to the classroom and was covering her eyes, her mouth hooked in a smile at herself. I don't know why. 011 felt the girl in front of her, familiar and strange at the same time. It's you? Yams. You came back from the Birchwood kill? Pulling out a stiff smile, 011 was just about to take a step. Click click click. At the corners of his mouth, chapped cracks spread rapidly. Bang! With that, his head exploded in the doorway of the classroom, and his body planted itself straight to the ground. It's only been a few minutes. The senior team, which had been so majestic just a moment ago, had been reduced to a pile of headless corpses, collapsing inside the classroom. Potato walked to the door of the classroom, and Yams and Potatoes stood silently at its side like little followers. There was no more noise in the classroom, and Zui Yang slowly opened his eyes. Senpai, you're harnessing for shenanigans, aren't you? Ha, you, a junior, have a lot of brains. Loss of sight shenanigans, loss of hearing shenanigans, and loss of speech shenanigans are my three shenanigans, but the creepiness at my core is parasitic ghosts. I hadn't planned on splitting the three shenanigans between these three kids. Never thought. The main body has changed into a child. It's no match at all. But it was because I lost my body that I harnessed the parasitic ghosts and wandered into the three of them to continue controlling these three weirdness. I guess they can't imagine that I have a parasitic ghost that can detach itself from its physical body. Can they? Potato laughed lightly, and Zui Yang was somewhat dazed. That explains everything. Yang Yu's main body is devoured, but because of the parasitic ghost, she can transfer her soul and stay in Yang Yu's body. The remaining three ghosts were also controlled by her inside each of the three children. She's dead, but using the physical abilities of her three children, she's also slowly figuring out the truth about the orphanage. Then Senior Yu, is it possible to reincarnate with a parasitic ghost at any time? Yes, indeed you can, but that doesn't make sense. These three kids, they deserve a life of their own. Yes? Zui Yang was silent. Potato shook his head and walked out of the classroom again. Let's go. Follow me to suppress the child true ghost. Here, it's time to drop the curtain. Tap tap tap. Three light footsteps walked straight towards the headmaster's office. Zui Yang followed behind and always felt a drum in his heart. Principal's office, inside. At this moment, the statue of the Shoshing master began to ooze black blood from its 7 orifices. Gurgling, black blood slowly gathered, sticky and intertwined on the ground, and a child with a black body, covered in black gas surging slowly took shape. Shit, how dare you badger me? Black liquid flowed in the eyes of the childish ghost. Bang! The next moment, the door to the principal's office was kicked open. Potato walks in with Yams. Potatoes. You, damn thing, you come in here and you don't know how to knock? Tongjin Ghost angrily rebuked, and Potato coldly spoke with a smile. What time is it? You're still counting on this? You damned Oni. Why did you have to be the one to be led to me? Tick tick. The boy's real ghost's body shuddered and dropped black writhing liquid. Potato looked cold. What do you think? I, Q City Ghostbusters, am holding up a building that's about to fall. Saving a building that's about to fall. It's weird. Nothing we can't cure. As soon as Aoran's words were spoken, Potato's face became blank and dull. Tongjin Ghost's face was stunned, but suddenly it seemed like he realized something. You have a spirit body. Buzz. The dark body was already numb and frozen in place in the next moment. The child true ghost actually spoke slowly. Blindness guile. Loss of hearing trick. Loss of speech. Attack me. Hiss. This is Yang Yu parasitizing the child true ghost? Controlling others with self. Then letting the shenanigans attack self? The abilities of these top 10 ghost royalists are truly bizarre. On the side, Zui Yang watched this with a surprised expression. Such a move. Child real ghost. And how to deal with it. Chapter 202, there's not one childish ghost, but a bunch of them. Once Yang Yu's order was given, the yams, potatoes, and potatoes have made their move one after the other. Cover your eyes, cover your mouth, cover your ears. Almost instantly, all three creepies started firing in unison. Buzz. In that instant, a strange smile appeared at the corner of the child true ghost's mouth. Click click click. With that, its face began to crack. The eyes, ears, and mouth were three places where black blood continuously flowed out, and the entire head and body were trembling. There is no guile that can escape my parasitic control. You too. Crawlers worthy only of hiding in the shadows. Taro's cool voice came out, and the childish ghost's eyes flickered. Bang! Next moment, the pitch-black child true ghost, as if it couldn't resist the destruction of the three rule powers, cracked its body to a limit and exploded violently. It was not like flesh and blood, like blood coalesced. After bursting open and exploding, black blood was sprayed everywhere in the headmaster's office. Buzz buzz. These black blood, like earthworms with severed bodies, were writhing even after being blown apart into as many pieces as crumbs. It's over. Yoko's mouth opened and Yan Yu seemed to return to her. At the doorway, Zui Yang's face was odd. It's over? That's not possible. Since it's Yang Yu's shenanigans that control the place in the future, it also means she hasn't left. She didn't even leave. Did she really win this battle? Wiggle wiggle. Just as Zui Yang hesitated, inside the headmaster's office, countless writhing black blood slowly bulged up. He. The black blood was twisting and propping up, forming the appearance of a child. They, like the childish ghosts just now, were black all over and had a hideous appearance. You can split? Yang Yu was a bit surprised and wanted to do it again. The 3 or 4 figures that had condensed out of the black blood had lunged straight towards Yang Yu. Creep. They also resembled meat-faced flowers, with their face doors propped open and a huge meat flower face grimacing as it tried to bite through Yang Yu's head. Deafness creep. Potato grunted coldly, and Potato instantly stood in front of her. Bang! 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 The black-shadowed child who had just stood up in the headmaster's office had his ears exploded as far as he could to his brain, turning into a puddle of black blood once again. Wiggle wiggle. It seems that this is the real start of the war. There were constantly black blood bulging up into human form. Even Zui Yang could see that some of the black blood appeared to be like earthworms, crawling towards the window outside the principal's office. Senpai! Zui Yang shouted in panic, and Yoko nodded with a grave expression. Deaf guile, you control the school building. Blind guile, you take care of the cafeteria. After the order was given, Yoko then hurriedly ran towards the accommodation building. Zui Yang silently observed everything, and finally was able to understand why that day in the teaching building. First the year had problems. Striding behind Yoko, Zui Yang wanted to see how this disaster would end up. Damn the Ghostbusters. Since you have to be immortal with me, there's no point in raising these kids. Then, wiggle wiggle. Countless earthworm-shaped black blood surged towards the dormitory building. Yoko's face was ashen, and black blood continued to explode in front of her. But as the lost speech guile ability was used frantically, Yatsuba's mouth began to gradually open up. Nonetheless, Yang Yu, who actually used her abilities, did not restrain them in the slightest. Seeing that the black blood was about to crawl into the dormitory building, Yang Yu looked like she had made some sort of determination. Remember it all. What I said in class. Blindness shenanigans. Loss of hearing shenanigans. Loss of speech. Rule power coverage to the max. Give it to me. Destroy them all in one breath. Buzz. Yoko stopped in front of the school building, and a ghostly figure of an ape covering its mouth slowly crawled out from behind it. It slowly lifted the hand covering its mouth, and a terrifying black aura instantly drifted towards the interior of the school building. Bang! 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 Wherever the black chi pursued, black blood exploded and then turned into black blood scabs that solidified on the ground. Ah! You damned Oni! You dare to thwart the prosperity of our childish ghost. Damn you! The black blood that wandered at the forefront let out a hiss of extreme resentment. and then completely turned into a puddle of black blood scabs that solidified in front of a dormitory door. Buzz. Throughout the entire Stellar City orphanage, 3 wisps of black chi continued to float, as if they were clearing the place of filth. Zui Yang narrowed his eyes and swept the circle. Inside the school building, a creepy figure covering its ears could also be vaguely seen, lifting the hand covering its ears, with black gas constantly overflowing from its ears. In the distance, in the cafeteria, the same creepy one covering his eyes was releasing black gas. She first used the body of the yam alone to clear out the childish ghosts within the birch forest. Finally, the 3 children are used as a medium to inform the young children of the rules in advance, and to sweep away the shenanigans in the orphanage once and for all. 1 person, to sweep an entire area of weirdness? It's really something. Closing his eyes, it was rare for Zui Yang to positively evaluate a ghost sentinel. Although she had taken up the bodies of 3 children to harbor shenanigans, this handful of layouts could not be said to have been played skillfully. Buzz buzz. The black gas echoed endlessly. It wasn't until the ground could no longer see half of the black bloodstains that the black aura began to converge. Yoko opened her mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Cough cough. I'm sorry, little Yoko. In order to protect all the children here, you 3 will have to take the place of me without a physical body and suffer the bizarre side effects. I originally just wanted to use them to protect you guys. I didn't realize, if there's a chance to completely destroy Creepy, the sacrifice of you 3, it's worth it. Yang Yu muttered to herself, caressing her own face with her little yam hands. Now, it should be completely resolved. Elder, be careful, Creepy may. Zui Yang just wanted to interject a reminder. Buzz. In the direction of the teaching building, the Creepy that was covering his ears once again lifted the hand that was covering his ears and emitted a terrifying black aura. How? Yoko's face changed for a moment and she scrambled in the direction of the school building. Principal's office, inside. Bang! At this moment, the wooden carved, Master Shoshing, statue exploded into pieces. Beneath the offering table, a black circular space was jumping. Shit! Shit! How dare you ruin my plans! Spiteful words came from within the black hole space, only to see another mass of black liquid wriggling out from it. Buzz. The headmaster's office was filled with black gas in an instant. Potato's body had slowly twisted into a hunched form covering his ears. Bang! The first mass of black water has just flowed out of the black hole. It then instantly exploded and solidified into a puddle of black scabs. Principal's office, outside. Yams, potatoes, and Zui Yang rush over. Looking at the black hole under the offering table, Zui Yang's eyelids jumped. He remembered. In the deal between the old dean and the child true ghost, there was a mention that the Stellar City Welfare Center was a meeting point for the ghost world. The childish ghost, on the other hand, is the one who sniffs around the orphanage and occupies this space node. At this moment, the turbulent black water gushing out from the node could not see the slightest tendency to stop. Zui Yang recalled everything from earlier, which was an afterthought. Childish ghosts. Not a single Creepy. It's a bunch. Them. It's swarm Creepy. That explains why the meat-faced flowers come to eat every offering. Chapter 203, The Law of Recovery. Yes. Think back to earlier experiences. In the birch forest, those 3 neat-faced flowers come to feed. Why should they be the ones to eat the food offered to him? Combined with the ghostly sores, the child ghosts are again the weakest of the spooky group. There is only one possibility for it to survive in the ghost world. Like a parasite. Breeding and coexisting group shenanigans. Flesh-faced flower can be a childish ghost. The old principal can be a childish ghost. And even the infected 011 can be a childish ghost. They're packs. They're parasitic shenanigans. They can choose to control the parasitized person or not. This kind of weirdness, although individually weak, but in numbers, as terrifying as parasites. Zui Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the space node vigilantly. Wiggle wiggle. There was a constant outpouring of black mucus, going forward and back, as if it was endless. This node. A few months ago, Yang Yu entered the ghost world and then got lost in it, accidentally walking into the node that connects the ghost world to this place. Following that, he returned to reality here and became a child, opening up a battle against the childish ghosts. Is the source of all the guilt because of the presence of this node in the orphanage? Examining this node, Zui Yang just wanted to ask Yang Yu, is it possible to close this node? If only that were possible. Then 2 months ago, which is now the Stellar City Welfare Center. It's still in the real world. Just close the space node so it's exempt from being invaded by shenanigans. Elder. Cough cough. I was just about to ask the question and twisted my head to look at it. The yams, potatoes, and taters all coughed up a mouthful of blood. Behind the 3 of them, 3 clusters of ghostly shadows stared more and more. Bad. That's as far as the kids go. I can't imagine that this place is connected to the ghost world. And over there in the ghost world, it's the usual childish ghosts of the community. Cough cough. Now, I'm finally convinced that you're a Futurama. Because it looks like I might be losing. I'm going to be trapped here. No wonder. Taro raised his head and looked at Zui Yang with a dead expression on his face. Zui Yang pursed his lips. Senior, you've done all you can. Cough cough. Buzz buzz. With the sound of coughing, the black aura of the three ghosts in the room became fainter and fainter. You're finished. Ghostbusters. Spoil our good deed, and you will all die. This place will be completely eaten up. Inside the space node, because of the thinning of the black gas, the surging black liquid penetrated the ground and slowly transformed into a dozen or so pitch-black childish ghosts. They hold open the flesh flower face. The body, like a shuttle, is about to bite towards the yams. Hey, Future 012, help me, do me a favor. I'll tell you, the secret to harnessing the six ghosts. The ghostly shadows behind the three of the yams were getting more and more solid, but their own power was getting weaker and weaker. She looked at Zui Yang with firm eyes, and Zui Yang's eyes narrowed. What favor? Help me hold on for half an hour. Protect the children. I know, you know what to do. Strike that. Taro, Potato, and Potato hugged each other. The three bizarre behind them actually opened their mouths to each other and gnawed on each other's flesh and blood. Hisla. The three children, gradually encompassed and eaten away by a cloud of shadows, and the three clumps of shadows that hugged each other seemed to be gradually merging. Your death comes, not waiting for Zui Yang to ask more questions. Losing the suppression of the three ghosts, a dozen or so child real ghosts have already rushed to the near front. Wiggle. On the face of the flesh flower, a dozen dark vines jetted out, lashing swiftly into the shadows. Ran. Right at this moment, Zui Yang's eyes turned cold and stopped before the vines. Ghostface Sorshock. The black apple on his neck throbbed, and several vines shot out again after a mere delay in midair. Zui Yang didn't dodge and still stood in front of the shadow. Boy, how dare you stop us? Hey. I've been a passerby for most of the day, so at least, let me have some involvement, right? Zui Yang smiled calmly. I know, you have wacky ghost mouth, but this time, can you eat over? Rustling, a dozen or so tongue vines, solely shot directly towards Zui Yang. Unlike in the past, looking at the vines that were shooting at him, Zui Yang not only didn't summon ghost mouth, he didn't even do anything. Rustling, the black tongue trails, resembling a black python, circled and wrapped around his neck. Grunt. The barbs of the tongue vines dug into Zui Yang's neck, as if they were sucking on something. Ha. Tenjin. Naive. You think, I don't know what you're thinking? You're thinking of breaking away from the law and taking the opportunity to regain your power? But, do you think, can you control yourself? The black vines contracted, and a taunt came from the group of childish ghosts. Zui Yang squinted his eyes and could feel the consciousness gradually begin to lax. He opened his mouth wide and clearly perceived that a mouth, a tongue, a face was being born inside his mouth. It's a person. The man was out of his control, like he was propped out of his mouth and trying to take and replace himself. But even so, Zui Yang didn't resist either. There is only one way to use a spooky ability in childish ghostly ghosts. That is, to become a childish ghost. Childish ghosts and ghostly spirits, that will target all foreign forces, turn them into children, thus suppressing them. Let even the weak childish ghosts become the masters in this ghost. Ghosts, however, will not suppress the childish ghost itself. This was the case with the previous 011. When he first started to be childish ghost-ized, his abilities were enhanced. Later in life, his consciousness is preserved, and it is the meaning of childish ghost. Unfortunately, the childish ghost had already opened its 011 skin, and was unable to use the abilities of the glitter ghost and the dark shadow ghost. The same goes for Yang Yu. She wasn't a match for childish ghost at first, but she died on the side. Her parasitic ghost ability is special, and she was able to regain her power after being freed, allowing her to parasitize the yam. Following that, she was able to control the remaining three ghosts, and on the three Yoko, draw energy. Zui Yang didn't have the parasitic ghost trait, but he dared to bet his life, betting on his ability to recover from being chewed on by the childish ghost, to overpower the childish ghost. In that moment, he was going to kill all the childish ghosts. Until the last moment when he was childish ghost, he could contact his past self and reopen it directly after getting the ability to manipulate the six ghosts. This is Zui Yang's life for life. Wiggle. Fishy saliva spread in his mouth, and Zui Yang couldn't help but dry heave, like he wanted to spit out a tongue from his lungs. But he, however, smiled oddly. I can't imagine. One day, I'll be a savior. Dark cloud ghosts. Rustling. Next moment, vigorous black lines, like black waterfalls, swept towards the entire principal's office.